Reborn back to more than 20 years ago, I am determined to change the tragedy of the future. With the guidance of my memories from my previous life and the golden ancient runes, I will activate the 9 transmission gates ahead of time, lift the seals, and save both the Chinese civilization and the ones I love. Chapter 1 Ancient Runes, Rebirth Pill. On December 12, 2023, the first interdimensional portal was opened on Bunri Island. Humanity made its first contact with another world. The global conflict between the two major powers for control of the portal triggered the Third World War, with Bunri Island as the main battlefield and a death toll of over 30 million. On July 2, 2024, the second interdimensional portal was opened on the banks of the Nile. After multiple rounds of negotiations, the world ceased hostilities, with each power holding one portal. Humanity formally entered the era of interdimensional development, historically known as the Year of Interdimensional Exploration. Since then, 6 more portals have been opened. 4 years into the Great Exploration, the two major global powers began opening interdimensional access to civilians from various countries. They also released cultivation techniques excavated from ancient ruins in the other world. Humanity entered the era of mass cultivation. 9 years into the Great Exploration, a Bunri Island extremist named Yamamoto Nijuichi conspired with the Blood Spirit Sect from the other world. He brought a mother bloodworm parasite to Blue Star, causing billions to fall victim and become blood puppets. This period was historically known as the Blood Puppet Catastrophe. Blue Star became a breeding ground for blood puppets under the Blood Spirit Sect. Some survivors escaped to the other world through the portals, leaving less than 1% of life surviving on Blue Star. 23 years into the Great Exploration, a golden light sword flew out of the Bunri Island interdimensional portal, turning into a rain of swords that blanketed the sky. All the blood puppets on Earth vanished, the 5 continents sank, the seas turned into farmland, and the 9th interdimensional portal appeared. What kind of reward will this 9th portal offer? Su Pingyan, the first survivor to arrive at the location of Portal 9, looked at the treasure box embedded in the gate, with hope written all over his face. Rushing to the bronze gate, Su Pingyan wasted no time, quickly taking down the treasure box. Completely ignoring the gate that was slowly opening, he immediately opened the box. Inside, there lay a pill that was dull and lusterless. At the same time, a message entered Su Pingyan's mind, leaving him completely stunned. Rebirth pill, when consumed, can rebirth one to the start of the Calamity. It was nothing like the divine weapon or rare pill he had imagined. No, if the rebirth pill was real, it was far more valuable than any divine pill or treasure. But was rebirth really possible? Surrender the item and you may yet live. Suddenly, a slit opened in the sky above, and a gigantic crimson eye appeared before Su Pingyan. The voice was like thunder, brooking no contradiction. Instantly, Su Pingyan felt as if his heart had leapt into his throat, with huge beads of sweat pouring down his forehead like rain. What should I do? Even if he handed it over, he would likely still die. I'll risk it all. I hope rebirth is real. The next second, Su Pingyan made an extremely decisive move, swallowing the pill in one go. It was his only chance. Fool. The eye immediately showed extreme fury. A red beam shot out from the eye, twisting space in its path. As Su Pingyan was about to accept his fate, a string of golden ancient runes flew out from the 9th portal and wrapped around him, easily blocking the terrifying attack. However, just as Su Pingyan thought he had escaped danger and death, the entire world suddenly froze, then shattered like broken glass into countless fragments. These countless fragments rapidly formed a mirrored passageway, and before Su Pingyan could react, he was suddenly pulled into it by an enormous force. Within the mirrored passageway, Su Pingyan seemed to witness every detail of his past life. It was so vivid and clear. He even deciphered the string of golden ancient runes. When the 9 gates assemble, the seal is broken. Spirit energy returns, the truth emerges, the universe opens, and slaughter begins. Madu Platinum Mansion Villa District was one of the top 5 villa areas in the eastern suburbs, consisting of 12 detached villas and some townhouses. Right now, inside a second-floor bedroom atop a large bed in Villa Number 3. Pingyan, what's wrong with you? A voice as ethereal as a dream, filled with anxiety and concern, reached Su Pingyan's ears. Su Pingyan opened his eyes with great difficulty. At first, his vision was blurry. Gradually, his pupils focused normally again, revealing a stunning beauty before him. Shinran. Su Pingyan instinctively called out a name, one that felt distant yet constantly on his mind. The next second, memories surged into his mind like tidal waves. He finally understood what had happened. The rebirth pill is real. I've been reborn over 20 years ago, before the first interdimensional portal opened. Shinran is still alive, the Huaxia civilization still exists. All the regrets and tragedies from my past life have yet to occur. I still have the chance to change all of this. Pingyan, what's wrong with you? Yi Shinran was almost in tears with worry. If Su Pingyan didn't wake up soon, she was going to call 120. Hearing Yi Shinran's concern, Su Pingyan could no longer suppress the longing he had carried for over 20 years. He suddenly pulled her into his arms and held her tightly, as if afraid she might vanish at any moment. Shinran, I love you. I love you too, Yi Shinran whispered softly. She kissed the lobe of Su Pingyan's ear, her voice infinitely gentle. Though she didn't know what nightmare her man had experienced, she could feel the depth of his affection. They embraced for quite a while. Eventually, Yi Shinran felt the man in her arms gradually steady his breathing. His hands no longer clung to her so desperately. She gently stroked his back. Feeling better now? Su Pingyan softly replied. You scared me to death just now. Yi Shinran sighed with relief. resting her head against Su Ping'an's chest. Neither of them spoke again, but they could hear each other's heartbeat and breathing. That was enough, more than enough. The sky began to brighten. An array of morning sunlight sneaked through the gap in the curtains, gently kissing the face of the beautiful woman beside him. Looking at the radiant woman before him, Su Ping'an smiled tenderly, gently caressing her soft hair. He wished time could remain frozen in this moment forever. Ping'an, what nightmare did you have? I've never seen you so panicked, not even back when we were in the ancient pyramid kingdom. Yixinran tilted her head up, looking at Su Ping'an with deep concern. I dreamed of the end of the world. I dreamed you died, and I died too. I dreamed of the Huaxia civilization perishing, the entire world collapsing into nothingness, Su Ping'an said, his expression somber. Yixinran paused, then laughed it off with a carefree smile. She comforted him, saying, people say dreams are the opposite of reality. I won't die, and neither will you. We promised each other, we will grow old together in this lifetime. Su Ping'an was momentarily stunned. He gently stroked Yixinran's hair and said firmly, yes, I won't die, and I'll never allow you to suffer even the smallest harm. We will both be just fine. This was both a declaration to himself and a promise to Yixinran. The 9 gates assemble, the seal is broken. Spirit energy returns, the truth emerges, the universe opens, and slaughter begins. What do these 18 words truly mean? Su Ping'an still remembered the string of golden ancient runes that had enveloped him before his rebirth. Chapter 2. The 18-character true words. Jiumin probably refers to those 9 interdimensional portals. Would activating the 9 portals get you some kind of seal? Would breaking the seal bring back spiritual energy? And then, would some kind of truth be revealed? Then what does the universe opens mean? And what does the slaughter begins imply? Does it mean slaughtering the natives of the other world, or something else entirely? What about that giant red eye that appeared in the end? Did it come from the other world? Why didn't I sense the slightest ripple of spiritual energy from it? When that golden light sword came, I clearly felt it. Or does that mean this giant eye is far stronger than whoever was behind the light sword? Too many questions lingered in Su Ping'an's mind, and the more he thought, the more his head ached. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. I still have time. Right now, the most important thing is to improve my strength. Otherwise, I won't be able to oppose the Shuling demon sect, not to mention the powerful being behind that golden sword and the red giant eye, or the many other unknown dangers. If I just follow the routine and wait patiently, that won't work. I wouldn't have the chance to enter the other world until the 4th year of the Great Maritime Age. Moreover, the activation of the 9 portals brings rewards. Those who received rewards in the previous life later became the top experts on Landstar. If I could obtain these rewards before them, my future path would be much smoother. In the last life, the reward from the 9th interdimensional portal was the rebirth pill. Would it still be the rebirth pill in this life? If so, wouldn't it become an endless loop? If not, what would it become instead? Would the other 8 rewards remain the same as last time? Su Ping'an's thoughts drifted far and wide, considering many possibilities. The 8 rewards from the previous life had all been revealed eventually, so they were no longer secrets to him. However, whether they might unexpectedly change in this lifetime remained unknown. You're deep in thought. What are you thinking about? Yixinran noticed Su Ping'an looked preoccupied and asked curiously. I'm thinking about something that affects our future. What kind of important matter? Yixinran became interested. It's temporarily a secret. I'll tell you after I've done it. Su Ping'an quickly gave Yixinran a light kiss on her forehead. Fine then, I won't ask, Yixinran said obediently. She assumed Su Ping'an was preparing some surprise for her, and actually felt a bit excited inside. By the way, what date is it today? Su Ping'an suddenly asked. December 2nd. Did you really forget the date? There were still 10 days before the first interdimensional portal would open. Su Ping'an felt relieved. Yeah, how could I focus on dates when I have a beauty in my arms? You're just saying nice things to please me. How come I never noticed you were such a smooth talker before? Yixinran gently punched Su Ping'an playfully, lightly, more like teasing. Hee, once you're on my boat, you'll never be getting off for the rest of your life, Su Ping'an grinned. Seeing Su Ping'an was in a playful mood, Yixinran realized he must have recovered from the earlier nightmare, and she breathed easier. Enough with the chatter, I need to get up. I have to go out later. You can rest a bit more, Yixinran said, lifting the blanket and giving Su Ping'an a kiss on the cheek before getting out of bed, completely unconcerned about any accidental exposure. You have something today? Su Ping'an asked, puzzled. Normally, when she was free, Yixinran tended to stay at home more. She enjoyed listening to music, doing yoga, reading books, tending to plants and flowers, peaceful and content, without the clamor and restlessness usually associated with the entertainment industry. Speaking of how they had met, connected, gotten to know each other, and fallen in love, their story was full of legend and adventure, enough material for a full commercial blockbuster. In short, after retiring, Su Ping'an went to the Middle East, disguised as a mercenary. Coincidentally, he took on a mission to protect an important individual. This was how he first met Yixinran, because that important individual was none other than Yixinran herself. As a superstar in China with nearly 300 million fans worldwide, Yixinran had a kind heart and couldn't bear seeing the bombardment of civilians in the conflict between the two countries, especially after seeing the heartbreaking photos and videos of children killed. Yixinran decided to stage a live performance in the border area between the ancient pyramid country and the Sajia region, calling on every conscious and conscience-driven person around the world to stand up against the bombing, allowing international humanitarian aid to enter the Sajia region. After the live performance, she was targeted for assassination. Su Ping'an protected her as they fled, and later they disguised themselves, traveling across half of the ancient pyramid country until they finally made contact with the Chinese peacekeeping forces and safely returned home. During those 7 or 8 days together, they got to know each other and developed a special kind of feeling that could not easily be described as just love. Back home, they still kept in touch through social media. Just last week, Yi Xinran took the initiative to confess her feelings to Su Pingyan, and thus, they became a couple. Next month I have a concert in Shanghai. There's quite a lot to handle. Today I mainly need to go check the venue for any issues. For the next little while, I might neglect my Xiao Pingyan. Music was Yi Xinran's career, her very life. There weren't many things that could make her bother with the hassle and fatigue, personally managing them. Music and Su Pingyan were the two most important. You don't need to worry about me. For the next little while, I also have to go abroad to handle something, Su Pingyan said, getting up from the big bed. Go abroad? Did you take on another mission? Yi Xinran, who had just entered the bathroom, rushed out with a worried look. Didn't you promise me you wouldn't do those dangerous missions anymore? Yi Xinran almost teared up as she spoke. Don't worry, I promised I wouldn't be a mercenary anymore, and I keep my word. This trip isn't a mission, I really have something to do, something not dangerous. You have to trust me. Su Pingyan gently held Yi Xinran's pretty face, speaking softly. His special mission was already completed, so he no longer needed to pretend to be a mercenary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have returned directly to China and stayed this long. In the previous life, during this period, he mainly waited. Once everything calmed down, the military would specially recruit him again, and he wanted to use this free time to accompany Yi Xinran more. After all, once he returned to active service, he'd have much less time to spend with her. Really? Truer than real gold. If I find out you're lying to me, I won't let you touch me again, HMPF, Yi Xinran threatened. That won't do, Su Pingyan said, gently rubbing his finger across Yi Xinran's nose, then bent down and scooped her up in a princess carry, heading toward the bathroom. What are you doing? We'll shower together. After an hour-long shower, the two made a loving breakfast together and were enjoying it when Yi Xinran's agent, Big Sister Yun, arrived. Big Sister Yun's full name was Lu Yun. Originally just an ordinary agent, after Yi Xinran became wildly famous, the company had planned to replace her with a top-tier agent. However, Yi Xinran, too kind-hearted and nostalgic, had argued fiercely with the company, so Lu Yun wasn't replaced. As a result, her status had greatly improved. But this person was actually a two-faced snake. Yi Xinran's suicide by jumping off a building in her previous life was all because of this venomous woman. Chapter 3. The Venomous Woman, Lu Yun. Xinran, why are you just having breakfast now? You're going to be late, Lu Yun complained. Hearing Lu Yun's complaint, Su Pingyan slightly frowned. As a manager, Lu Yun clearly overstepped her role, hinting at possible emotional manipulation of Yi Xinran. Big Sister Yun, sorry about that. I woke up late. Let's eat as we go, Yi Xinran said, picking up the sandwich made by Su Pingyan, and stood up, giving him an apologetic look. Eat first before leaving. Eating while walking is bad for your health. Besides, today we're just going to the site, no rehearsal. It doesn't matter if we're early or late. The crew have years of experience. You should trust their professionalism. There won't be any mishaps, Su Pingyan replied calmly. Pingyan, what are you trying to say? Do you want Xinran to be accused of acting like a prima donna? Lu Yun immediately lashed out at him. She had always disliked Su Pingyan intensely. Upon sensing his deliberate challenge, she couldn't help but lash out completely. Don't throw accusations around. She's acting like a diva, but our Xinran never would, Su Pingyan pointed out Lu Yun's behavior bluntly. On set, as a queen of the music industry, Yi Xinran treated the crew with genuine kindness, while Lu Yun often acted high-handed, causing some uninformed people to believe that Yi Xinran was just pretending to be good in public and had her manager do all the dirty work. Some people even felt sympathy for Lu Yun. When Su Pingyan heard such rumors from behind-the-scenes entertainment workers in his previous life, he was nearly furious enough to burst. Lu Yun seemed to have her tail stepped on, flustered and enraged. Su Pingyan, if you truly care about Xinran, you should stay far away from her. Xinran is a top-tier queen in China, while you're nothing but a jobless layabout. You actually have the nerve to rely on her like that. Your skin must be thicker than a castle wall. Her disdain towards Su Pingyan had been building for a long time. After all, Yi Xinran was her money tree. If their relationship were exposed and caused Yi Xinran to lose fans, it would directly threaten Lu Yun's personal interests. Now that she had been criticized by Su Pingyan, her restraint gave way, and everything burst out at once. Do you even realize how damaging this could be to Xinran's career if her fans ever found out? Are you even a real man? Lu Yun was clever. She ruthlessly stabbed at the man's sensitive ego. In the past life, Lu Yun had frequently used such verbal attacks on Su Pingyan in private, and Su Pingyan had a bit of a macho pride. Initially, he hadn't cared much, but over time, his mindset gradually shifted. Starting with some anxiety and wounded pride, eventually, Su Pingyan actually started being influenced by Lu Yun's words, hurting Yi Xinran's heart. Compounded with his return to military service, which separated them for a long period, when they met again, everything had changed. Before Su Pingyan could even respond, Yi Xinran's expression had already darkened. Big Sister Yun, Pingyan is my man, my only man in this life. If you look down on him, you're looking down on me. If you fail to understand this, our cooperation can't continue. Hearing these words, Lu Yun panicked immediately. Xinran, that's not what I meant, Yi Xinran didn't give Lu Yun the chance to explain and cut her off. Big Sister Yun, why don't you wait outside for me first? I'm coming soon. Okay, I'll go out first, Lu Yun hurriedly nodded. But when she turned to leave, an imperceptible glint of resentment flashed in her eyes. Yi Shinran was her only money tree. Once she was abandoned or replaced, her current status and income would vanish instantly. Everything had been going fine. Yi Shinran had been obedient and compliant, but all of that changed when Su Ping'an appeared. That's when her resentment toward him deepened irreversibly. Ping'an, don't take any offense at what Big Sister Yin said. She doesn't know how good and capable my man really is. Yi Shinran anxiously tried to reassure Su Ping'an, fearing that he'd been emotionally hurt. Don't worry, I'm not that easily offended. Su Ping'an smiled easily. Yi Shinran stared into his eyes for a while and, convinced that he was truly not affected, finally smiled. Still, that's not necessarily the case with Lu Yun. You should be more cautious. I'm worried she might hold a grudge over this, Su Ping'an warned, and added as an afterthought. And I'm not deliberately seeking revenge, either. I know. Yunjia Chiashriu Xie Wan Ti. Bugua Dongchu wa Gongjing Gongsu de Trihope. Mayo Ren Yanyi Jiasha wa Jurga Shinran. Shi Yunjia Jalgua. Kai Dawa. Watsai Jenshu Shalaiduk. Nidaran Ba Lang. Jil Bia Gaitalat. Halbohao. Yi Shinran La Jik Shirpingan de Gubok Salaksat. Jiran Sa Jal Chilatlat. Wamainama Xiao Xinyan. Shirpingan Zurisong Jermaso. Shinli Chirtan La Kochit. Yi Shinran still believed in Lu Yun. No, more accurately, she felt gratitude and was sentimental. Although if Su Ping'an had insisted on making Yi Shinran stay away from Lu Yun, she would most likely agree. She would surely feel troubled inside. Only when Lu Yun's true nature was fully exposed to Yi Shinran would she be able to make her own decision. Moreover, the events of today could not possibly leave Yi Shinran completely unaffected. It should have already planted a seed of doubt in her heart. Hopefully, she would now be more cautious and wary of Lu Yun. At present, Yi Shinran was still Lu Yun's cash cow, so for the short term, she wouldn't dare to cause trouble. As for the future, Su Ping'an had no intention of letting her off the hook either. I knew it. Lagong, you're the best, here's a reward for you. Mug happily, Yi Shinran tiptoed and gave Su Ping'an a light peck on the lips before cheerfully turning around and walking away. When Yi Shinran left, the entire villa became quiet. Su Ping'an sat silently on the sofa for a long time, organizing the memories of his past 20-odd years. He discovered that his memory seemed sharper now. Every detail of the more than 20 years to come was vividly clear, like slides flashing through his mind. To protect Shinran and the beloved Huaxia, to prevent the tragedies of the last life from recurring, I must grow stronger. And I must also enhance the overall strength of Huaxia, because only with great strength can I protect what I need to defend. And to grow stronger, cultivation is the only path. Cultivation, however, requires techniques and resources, the most fundamental necessities. Other things could be dealt with later, but these two elements must be secured first. As for cultivation techniques, there are quite a few in my memories. Should I use the techniques from my previous life? Actually, that would be a good choice. With past cultivation experience, retracing the path would allow me to avoid many obstacles, and the progress would be much faster. Su Ping'an pondered while sifting through memories of cultivation techniques he had encountered in his previous life. Huh, the Wuji Xian Gong body tempering chapter, right? How could I forget this divine manual? Su Ping'an suddenly became excited. Chapter 4, Wuji Xian Gong. Wuji Xian Gong was recognized in his previous life as the strongest cultivation technique in the world because it was the reward for opening the Gate Number 6 portal located in Antarctica. Gate Number 6 was also the third portal discovered in his previous life. All 9 portals had numbers, from 1 to 9, engraved above the bronze doors in another world script. People only later came to understand this writing after contacting the civilization of the other world and studying their language. Since people had scoured the entire globe and only found 8 portals, each labeled 1 through 8, they believed there were only 8 portals in total. Before the 9th portal ever appeared, Su Ping'an had thought the same thing. When that Danish explorer YouTuber, Chris, opened the Gate Number 6 portal and obtained Wuji Xian Gong, perhaps for the sake of popularity, or perhaps to show off, he actually shared the cultivation method on social media. However, since Wuji Xian Gong was sealed, and only after completing a major cultivation stage would the next unlock, the only publicly available method was the first stage, body tempering. As for why the master never released more after that, he wasn't stupid. Probably afterward, he regretted even releasing the first part. Unfortunately, I only have access to the first stage, the body tempering method. The rest must be obtained by opening the Gate Number 6 portal in Antarctica. I hope this life, the rewards for opening the 8 portals are the same as the last one. Otherwise, it'll be a real problem. But for now, the first stage will suffice for quite some time of cultivation, so I can hold off on the Gate Number 6 portal in Antarctica for now. On the other hand, the portal in the Eben country will open in 10 days. I must obtain the reward before then. Su Ping'an already had his first target in mind. Thus, he took out his phone and dialed the number. "Oh wait, do you have contacts in Beihai Island, Eben country?" Soon, a raspy voice came through from the other side. "Yes." "That's great. Can you help me get a car without any registered information? Also some weapons." Su Ping'an had worked as a mercenary for a while and still had some connections in this line of work. "The car is simple. The weapons, do you want long or short ones?" The voice on the other end asked. There were rules in this line of work. Never ask what the items are for. Just short ones, as powerful as possible. If you can get an M500, that would be perfect. Also, as many bullets as possible. The more, the better. Not a single cent will be short on payment. Su Ping'an thought carefully before replying. Long guns were inconvenient to conceal and easy to expose. handguns were more suitable. Don't cause trouble. If there's a large-scale shooting, it will get complicated. The other person, Wei, hesitated. Normally, for an assassination mission, a sniper rifle would be more appropriate. For a bodyguard job, a regular pistol would suffice with not many bullets needed. Wanting as many bullets as possible, and a high-damage M500, implied the target this time involved many people and needed to be killed without fail. You don't trust my character? If anything really happens, I promise I won't drag you down with me. Su Pingyan could understand the other person's concern. The other side fell silent for a long time before speaking again. I'll handle this for you this time. But remember, don't put me in an awkward position, or we can forget about being friends. Thanks a lot. Let me buy you a drink sometime. After hanging up the phone, Su Pingyan booked flight tickets and hotel rooms online. After doing all that, Su Pingyan lay on the sofa, once again lost in thought, slightly frowning. He seemed a little conflicted. He was hesitating whether or not he should inform the military about the portals right now. However, after careful weighing and consideration, he shook his head and decided not to say anything for now. Wait for the right time. There were three main reasons. First, this kind of thing couldn't be clearly explained unless he revealed his reincarnation. Yet if he did that, he'd put himself in a very dangerous position. After all, 500,000 yuan wasn't an unusual bounty domestically. Some scientists even committed suicide from depression, others died in car accidents, and quite a few of them. Were these coincidences? Su Pingyan didn't believe all of these were coincidences. His current strength was still relatively weak. He needed time to develop in stealth. When he became stronger, he could tell the country then. At that time, he wouldn't fear any ghosts or monsters. Especially after obtaining the reward from gate number 2, he could then be completely fearless. Second, if the higher-ups learned about the portals too early and began mobilizing military operations domestically, it could easily be noticed by outsiders. Even if no one noticed, their response to the upcoming gate in Eben country would likely differ from how it happened in his past life. Third, it might reveal to the world that Huaxia had a portal, which would relieve some pressure on Eben country. This was something Su Pingyan definitely did not want to see. It was a rare opportunity to take revenge on Eben, and this was also the one thing Su Pingyan least wanted to change in this life. After clearing these thoughts, Su Pingyan felt much more relaxed, and a slight smile gradually appeared on his face. Kasumagaura Airport on Beihai Island, Eben country. Su Pingyan had previously completed a mission in Eben country. The one-year tourist visa he obtained back then hadn't yet expired, so he could still use it, saving him a significant amount of time. Although due to the issue of nuclear-contaminated water discharge, Eben country had already seen far fewer tourists from Huaxia, it still couldn't stop the enthusiasm of some Japan-loving individuals, nor could it stop others who had no choice but to travel back and forth for work or other reasons. Therefore, for Su Pingyan, a tourist from Huaxia, there was no special attention from the authorities in Eben country. After checking into the hotel he had booked in advance, dropping off his luggage, and going out to purchase some supplies, he returned to the hotel to rest for the evening. Early the next morning, Su Pingyan arrived at the location Wei had specified, found the car, and thoroughly checked the interior, confirming there were no hidden dangers, surveillance, or listening devices. Only then did he start driving directly to his destination, an uninhabited small village deep in the mountains. To avoid drawing attention from any observant individuals later on, he parked the car in a small town closest to the mountains, and then switched to traveling on foot, carrying only his backpack. Around 3 p.m., Su Pingyan reached the destination. Before him stood a bridge that clearly showed signs of age, likely at least 6 or 7 decades old. The river had dried up, exposing the riverbed, leaving only a few thin streams of water in the deepest parts. Tinching Bridge. Yes, this is it. Su Pingyan's mood became slightly excited. The bronze door should be located under this bridge. From what I remember, it was discovered by a foreign tourist group camping here, who found it while playing in the water beneath the bridge and taking photographs. Thinking of this, Su Pingyan cautiously glanced around, then took out the infrared thermal imager he had prepared in advance and scanned the area within a 500-meter radius. There was no one around. Only then did he climb down along the edge of the bridge. Moving down the pier, he finally saw it, a rusted, 2-meter-high, approximately 1.8-meter-wide bronze door. Right at the top of the bronze door, an otherworldly numeral was clearly engraved, 3. That's right, this was the number 3 portal. Don't be deceived by the portal's small current size. Once activated, it would gradually expand, growing up to 8 meters high and 10 meters wide within a year. To make it even bigger, all one needed was to place spirit stones into the bronze pool beside the portal. The more spirit stones placed, the larger the portal would become. I found it, Su Pingyan thought excitedly, longing to shout out loud to release the joy surging in his heart. Chapter 5 Activating the First Portal, the Yaowai Cauldron, First Blood. Standing in front of the bronze door, Su Pingyan first took a gray canvas cloth prepared beforehand, one that could block out light, and draped it over the bronze door. Then he crawled under the canvas and removed the treasure box from the surface of the bronze door. At the moment he removed the treasure box, the bronze door emitted a dull sound, and then slowly began to open, revealing a deep, swirling portal of glowing cobalt blue light rotating clockwise. In the daytime it would be fine, but at night, this light would easily be noticed by others. Taking advantage of the glow, Su Pingyan opened the treasure box. Inside lay an object resembling a wine pot, made of an unknown material that radiated a flowing crimson glow. At the same time, a piece of information flowed into his mind. The Yaowai Cauldron, divine treasure from ancient times. It can refine all types of vicious beasts in the world into spiritual liquid. The spiritual liquid can be used by cultivators for training, used to nurture magical plants, added to pills, or utilized to raise spiritual companions. It is a rare and precious treasure. A drop of blood will establish ownership. Just like my previous life, this is great, Su Ping'an murmured excitedly. At the same time, his hands didn't stop moving. He quickly reached to his waist, pulled out a silver needle he had prepared ahead of time, lightly pierced his finger, and squeezed 2 drops of blood onto the Yaoguai cauldron. He wasn't going to bite his finger. He knew it would hurt, and that there was no need for so much blood anyway. As soon as the drops touched the Yaoguai cauldron, a crimson light flickered. The cauldron transformed into a streak of light and shot straight into Su Ping'an's forehead, appearing in his spiritual sea, where he could clearly sense it. With just a single thought, the Yaoguai cauldron reappeared in his hand. Another thought, and it returned to his spiritual sea. Naturally, the treasure box that held the Yaoguai cauldron was no ordinary object. Though no information was given, in his past life, its previous owner had later deciphered its use, so Su Ping'an knew exactly what it could do. Not only does this treasure box contain a dimensional space capable of storing a massive amount of items, it also has excellent sealing properties. Any particularly notable treasures placed inside could have their aura completely concealed. Even spiritual sense or modern instruments cannot penetrate. It was like a portable spatial container. While not as convenient as a storage ring, the box wasn't large, only palm-sized, so it was easy to carry. Su Ping'an casually placed the treasure box into the backpack he had brought. Gazing at the deep, glowing cobalt blue portal before him, Su Ping'an hesitated only for a second before stepping forward without delay. In the next instant, everything seemed transformed, as though he had entered an entirely different world, a forest. Inhale, exhale. Su Ping'an set his travel backpack down and deeply inhaled the qi-infused air of this other world. Immediately, his entire body felt relaxed, and all the fatigue of his journey vanished. Each portal grants a 3-day protection period once opened. It's a benefit for the one who activated the portal. During these 3 days, as long as I don't leave the safe zone, no dangerous beast from this world can cross the protective barrier. In here, I am safe. Thinking this, Su Ping'an wasted no time. He opened the backpack and took out a black package from it, placing it on the ground and unzipping it. Inside was an M500, basically a cannon in pistol form, along with more than 300 rounds of ammunition. Surprisingly, there were also 3 grenades. It had to be said, Awei really came through. After loading the gun, Su Ping'an gripped the pistol and began walking toward the distance. When he circled around, he marked the boundaries of the safe zone so he wouldn't unknowingly step outside, making a boundary approximately 300 meters in radius outward from the portal as the central point. For civilizations, this kind of safety zone would seem small, but for Su Ping'an personally, it was more than enough. Although Su Ping'an had been a king among soldiers, in this alien world, he was just an ordinary man. A single wild beast from this world might be enough to end his life. This place was simply too dangerous. Only within the safe zone could he truly feel secure. Su Ping'an had understood this before arriving and had naturally made some preparations. He took a blood bag and a large speaker from his backpack and went to the edge of the safe zone. Tearing open the blood bag, he poured the blood onto the grass around him, and then turned on the loudspeaker. The boundless horizon is my love. The song by Phoenix Legend blasted through the forest, breaking the stillness. Minute by minute passed. Just as Su Ping'an began doubting whether his plan would work, he felt the ground trembling. Looking up, he saw a monster over 4 meters tall crashing through the trees, running frantically in his direction. F***K, I get something big on the first try, Su Ping'an exclaimed in surprise and excitement upon seeing the beast before him. This was a first stage, 4-star vicious beast called a solitary horned rampage bull, with a single black horn on its head. It had an extremely temperamental nature, and while charging at full speed, using the immense inertia of its own body for a direct attack, even a 5th-tier physical cultivator would dare not confront it head-on, lest they be pierced straight through, resulting in death or serious injury. Hopefully the safety barrier works, Su Ping'an muttered, still instinctively stepping back while raising his pistol. The oppressive pressure radiating from the rampage bull was simply too overwhelming. Boom! A tremendous sound rang out. The rampage bull crashed headlong into a golden barrier of light. Its horn was snapped clean off, blood gushed from its head, and it was clearly injured. While it was down, finish it off. Without hesitation, Su Ping'an immediately aimed his pistol at the rampage bull's eye and fired. Bang! The gunshot was loud, and its destructive power was impressive. Although the rampage bull had thick skin and tough flesh, its eye was a vulnerable spot. The bullet pierced straight in, detonating on impact and blowing a sizable hole into its head. The rampage bull, already suffering 2 severe injuries, let out a painful bellow. With its other eye locked in hatred upon Su Ping'an, it seemed to wish to tear him apart limb from limb. It even tried to stand back up a few times, but all attempts failed. Su Ping'an kept his gun trained on it the entire time. The moment he saw it able to stand and escape, he would fire again without hesitation. Right now, every bullet he could save, he would save. Approximately 3 minutes passed before the rampage bull finally exhaled its last, Bu Genshin to dying. Whether the rampage bull's agonized cries scared other vicious beasts away, or whether this area was simply its territory and other beasts dared not approach, not a single other vicious beast came near during these few minutes, leaving Su Ping'an quite disappointed. Approaching cautiously, Su Ping'an prodded the beast a few times to confirm that it was truly dead before finally exhaling in relief. Then, taking out his dagger, he laboriously cut 3 large pieces of high-quality meat from the Rampage Bull's body and placed them inside the treasure box with spatial abilities. Lastly, he filled a container with the Rampage Bull's blood and spilled it widely across the surrounding area, intensifying the scent of blood. After completing all of this, Su Pingyan retracted the treasure box. With just a thought, the Yaowai cauldron reappeared in his hand. Absorb. Instantly, a powerful suction force surged outward. The massive body of the Rampage Bull rapidly transformed into a twisted ray of light, which was drawn into the Yaowai cauldron. Chapter 6. Cultivation Realms. The Lian Yao who formed its own world, capable of containing an endless number of fierce beasts. Su Pingyan focused his mind entirely into the Lian Yao Hu. With a mere thought, the Dujag Feng Thu was instantly refined, producing 1 drop of first-grade middle-tier spiritual liquid, along with 6 drops of first-grade low-tier spiritual liquid. According to the information provided by the Lian Yao Hu, the level of spiritual liquid was consistent with both the beast's rank and the cultivator's realm. First-grade 1-star to 3-star fierce beasts produced first-grade low-tier spiritual liquid. 4-star to 6-star corresponded to middle tier. 7-star to 9-star corresponded to high tier. 10-star produced supreme tier. 11-star produced divine tier. 12-star produced saint tier. It could be compatible downward, but not upward. In other words, the first-grade 4-star Dujiao Fengyo originally could be refined into a bit more than 1 drop of first-grade middle-tier spiritual liquid, but the small excess amount would have been of no use to him. Therefore, Su Pingyan chose to produce the first-grade low-tier spiritual liquid that was more suitable for his current state, which meant downward compatibility. The conversion rate for downward compatibility was 1 to 10, meaning 1 drop of middle-tier spiritual liquid could be transformed into 10 drops of low-tier. Spiritual liquid was not necessarily better when of higher grade. Only the suitable grade was the best. He had not even begun cultivation yet, and higher-grade spiritual liquid could unleash overwhelming effects that might cause bodily explosion. From his previous life's memory, there were 7 major cultivation realms: body tempering realm, Qi and blood realm, marrow washing realm, mortal transcending realm, transcendent realm, mountain and river realm, and heavenly being realm. Corresponding to the fierce beasts, those were from 1st to 7th grade. Among them, 2nd to 7th grade, and Qi and blood realm to heavenly being realm, all spanned from 1-star to 9-star. However, the maximum limit for 1st grade and the body tempering realm had 13 stars. Still, even a 1st grade 3-star peak could attempt breakthrough to 2nd grade, while a 1st grade 13-star peak could also attempt the same. Different breakthrough star levels produced bloodline ranks with massive differences. The bloodline ranks of fierce beasts corresponded exactly to the Qi and blood quality of cultivators. Qi and blood quality was categorized into 7 tiers: low tier, middle tier, high tier, supreme tier, divine tier, saint tier, and supreme ultimate tier. Higher Qi and blood quality meant greater potential and a longer future path. This knowledge was known to the world thanks to the revelation of Wuji Xiangong. This was also why Wuji Xiangong was universally recognized as the strongest cultivation technique. Other published techniques usually could only refine Qi and blood of low, middle, and high quality. Those reaching supreme tier were already extremely rare, and higher grades seemed unheard of except for Wuji Xiangong. It might also have been because he had occupied such a low tier in his previous life that his knowledge had been limited. Not bad. I wonder just how effective this first-grade low-tier spiritual liquid will be for my cultivation. Su Pingyan was quite pleased with this initial success. Glancing at the quiet forest, the music from Fengchenqi playing from his loudspeaker seemed oddly out of place, but fortunately no other fierce beasts were approaching at the moment. After a moment's hesitation, he moved to a corner roughly 30 meters near the portal. From this position, he could monitor any activity near the portal while not being immediately seen by anyone who came through it. After preparation, Su Pingyan began positioning his body into a strange posture according to the Wuji Xuanggong's body tempering technique, and gradually adjusted his breathing into a special rhythm. Before long, he entered a cultivation state, as if he had fused with the natural world around him, an indescribably profound feeling. If someone could have seen through his body at that moment, they would have found his blood flowing faster, and some naturally existing, extremely faint energy within his bloodstream had begun to enter his physical body, strengthening and transforming it. Unfortunately, the energy was too scarce and soon got consumed in a short amount of time. Gradually, his body began feeling sore and numb, even slightly painful. The whole process lasted merely 2 or 3 minutes. It wasn't because Su Pingyan was weak. As an all-around elite soldier, very few people on this planet possessed superior physical constitution to his. But even he could only endure 2 or 3 minutes. Average people would last even shorter. This was a normal phenomenon. Normally, cultivators who had just begun their journey were supposed to spend 100 days building a foundation, taking some mild nourishing herbs to improve their body before proceeding further. Otherwise, they must pause cultivation at this point, or risk damaging their foundation, which could seriously hinder future progress. Su Pingyan, however, had no time for 100-day foundation building. Moreover, having experienced cultivation once before, he knew exactly when his body had reached its limit and how to adjust his state accordingly. Just as the sensation of faint pain started, Su Pingyan quickly consumed 1 drop of first-grade low-tier spiritual liquid. Soon after, a warm current spread from his stomach into his bloodstream. As it circulated through his body, powerful energies far surpassing the innate energy in his blood flowed outward, filling his entire body. In an instant, it was like long-awaited rain falling on parched land. Su Pingyan felt as if he had just taken a steam bath. His previous aching numbness and pain vanished completely, leaving him refreshed and invigorated. Once this energy was consumed and the soreness returned, another warm current surged forth, repeating the cycle again and again until the effects of the spiritual liquid were completely exhausted. Only then did Su Pingyan open his eyes. Oh wow, this spiritual liquid's effect is honestly too amazing, Su Pingyan muttered while clenching his fist, feeling a powerful strength contained within. With just one drop of first-grade low-tier spiritual liquid, his strength had increased by at least 20 kilograms, truly terrifying. He then sprinted a short distance. My speed has improved greatly too. I must be within the 10-second range for a 100-meter dash now, he was certain. According to his past life understanding of the body tempering realm. The first stage of the body tempering realm required strength reaching 100 kilograms, and speed reaching the level of running 100 meters in 10 seconds. That meant he had already reached the level of a cultivator at the first stage of body tempering. Before cultivation, he had already met the requirement for strength, but his speed had been slightly lacking. However, once cultivation began, physical attributes improved comprehensively. Once the strength requirement was satisfied, other attributes like speed would generally catch up as well. The second stage required 200 kilograms of strength, the third required 300. The fourth required 1,000 kilograms, the fifth 2,000, the sixth 3,000. Following this pattern, the ninth stage demanded 30,000 kilograms of strength. The 10th stage required 100,000 kilograms, the 11th 1 million kilograms, the 12th 10 million kilograms, and the 13th, a horrifying 100 million kilograms. That was the strength of 100 metric tons, an unimaginable amount. How long would it take to reach that, and how many resources would one have to consume? In his previous life, even someone like Chris seemed to stop at the 11th stage before choosing to break through. No choice. Although reaching the 13th offered higher potential, by then, others had already reached the second and even third cultivation realms. With cultivation Yedru, their battle strength far surpassed his. And since everyone knew he possessed an ultimate cultivation technique, too many people wanted him dead. For self-preservation, he needed to rapidly boost his combat power, forcing him to break into a higher realm ahead of time. This life, I have the advantage of prior knowledge, plus the Lian Yao who is a treasure. I wonder whether I can reach the ultimate point. Su Pingyan couldn't be sure. If truly faced with a threat to his life, he probably would choose to break through early for survival as well. Chapter 7, The Wolf Slayer. After glancing at the edge of the safe zone and seeing no other fierce beasts approaching, Su Pingyan had no choice but to return to the portal location to continue his cultivation. Before cultivating, he checked his wristwatch, then poured a single drop of low-grade tier, 1 spiritual liquid into his mouth. He then assumed a specific posture according to the cultivation technique and began practicing with a unique breathing rhythm. Only after the spiritual liquid's effect had completely faded did Su Pingyan immediately check his wristwatch again. 1 drop of spiritual liquid supports about 20 minutes of cultivation, and 20 minutes gives me an increase of more than 20 kilograms of strength. This cultivation efficiency is simply amazing, Su Pingyan exclaimed excitedly. Compared to his past life's cultivation speed, this was absolute garbage. Once more, Su Pingyan said, pouring another drop of spiritual liquid and focusing intently on his training. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from not far away. Rather than being angry about his interrupted cultivation, Su Pingyan's face lit up with delight. He quickly stood up and rushed to the edge of the safe zone at his fastest speed. There stood a gigantic wolf over 2 meters tall with crimson-red fur, ramming repeatedly at the golden glowing barrier surrounding the safe zone. A tier 1 star, 3 ferocious beast, the Redfire Wolf. They usually travel in packs. Su Pingyan identified the beast at a glance. He further judged its rank from the flame-shaped mark on its forehead, and then carefully scanned the surroundings for more Redfire wolves. In his past life, he had studied the beast chart extensively. He could identify almost all common fierce beasts at a glance, knowing their ranks, strengths, and weaknesses. Oh, the Redfire Wolf howled when it saw Su Pingyan approaching. Immediately, the plants and trees in the surrounding forest began to rustle, and more than a dozen Redfire wolves emerged. Bang! The previous wolf, clearly the pack leader, slammed into the golden barrier once more with all its might. A hint of human-like confusion and frustration appeared on its face. Indeed, Su Pingyan could clearly see the irritation in its eyes. Redfire wolves were hot-tempered and bloodthirsty. The food was right in front of them, yet this strange light barrier blocked their path, refusing to break no matter how hard they struck. Well, if they're coming, they might as well all come together. Su Pingyan instantly felt surrounded by happiness. Quickly, he pulled out his handgun without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. 5 shots rang out in succession. Each bullet accurately struck the vital points between the wolves' eyebrows, instantly incapacitating 5 Redfire wolves. 2 died immediately, while 3 were critically injured and barely alive. Awu, seeing so many of his subordinates go down in an instant. Even the Alpha Wolf was momentarily stunned, but quickly turned furious, slamming harder than ever against the glowing barrier. The rest of the wolves followed suit. Su Pingyan quickly reloaded as fast as he could, then fired another 5 bullets, instantly dropping 5 more wolves. At this point, if the Alpha still couldn't sense the danger, it wouldn't deserve the position of Alpha. Oh, the Alpha gave Su Pingyan a resentful glare, as if trying to etch his image into memory forever, then prepared to retreat quickly with the few surviving wolves. Wanna run? Not that easily. Earlier, I intentionally left you alive. Otherwise, you'd have been the first to die. Bang, bang. In order to maximize the combat results, Su Pingyan, unable to fully reload 5 bullets in time, only loaded 2 and aimed precisely at the alpha. Instantly, one of the alpha's eyes exploded. The second bullet struck its neck, blowing away a large chunk. Crash. The alpha's body hit the ground hard. Though it didn't die immediately, it could only let out a faint whimper. It was clearly on its last breath. Oh, the remaining 4 red fire wolves let out angry roars towards Su Pingyan before quickly vanishing into the dense forest. Helplessly, Su Pingyan lowered the gun in his hand and sighed lightly. If only I had multiple guns, not a single one of them could escape. This time, his preparations were simply insufficient. Unfortunately, there hadn't been enough time to prepare. Roar, just as Su Pingyan was disappointed, more than a dozen more fierce beasts ran out from the forest, not red fire wolves, but other creatures. Their sole purpose was clear, to tear and bite at the red fire wolf carcasses, which were a rare delicacy to them. What the hell, trying to steal my spoils? You're asking for death. Seeing this, Su Pingyan lost his calm. These were practically sources of spiritual liquid. He quickly reloaded his ammunition. Bang, 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 bang. 5 shots rang out in quick succession, each hitting the critical points. 5 fierce beasts that had been biting and devouring the red fire wolf corpses fell instantly. The remaining creatures, upon seeing this, showed expressions of panic. 2 of them turned and ran outright, while a few others dragged the wolf corpses forcefully into the bushes. One particularly bold beast launched itself towards Su Pingyan, determined to kill the human before it. Su Pingyan quickly finished reloading, and at that moment, saw the dark shadow of a ghost panther hurtling forcefully into the golden barrier. Due to the close proximity, it wasn't seriously injured, but the impact still caused it to feel dizzy and dazed. Su Pingyan didn't miss this opportunity at all. He instantly fired his gun, hitting directly between its eyebrows. He then fired a few more shots at the fierce beasts that were dragging the red fire wolf corpses. Each shot struck accurately, though since they were facing away, these shots weren't immediately fatal, but they were certainly enough to inflict serious injuries. In a short moment, more than a dozen fierce beast corpses were lying on the ground, along with several severely wounded ones barely breathing. 2 others with lighter injuries were desperately crawling toward the bushes. Su Pingyan finished reloading again and fired off 2 quick shots. The 2 fleeing beasts immediately collapsed, twitching on the ground. Afterward, Su Pingyan warily glanced toward the dense forest. Noticing no further movement, he pulled out his infrared thermal imager and checked, a slight smirk forming on his face. Within 200 meters of the safe zone's boundary, 17 or 18 fierce beasts were lurking. They hadn't left, but also hadn't moved closer. Clearly, they coveted the corpses scattered on the ground, yet feared both the golden barrier and the weapon in Su Pingyan's hands. Well then, if you're not coming over, you'll just have to watch from afar. Saying so, Su Pingyan flipped his hand and summoned the demon refining pot. Absorb. Su Pingyan was surprised to discover that the severely wounded, nearly dead beasts couldn't be absorbed into the pot. Only the truly dead ones could. That's actually not bad. At least this way, I can tell whether these fierce beasts are truly dead or just faking it. Su Pingyan didn't really mind this limitation of the demon refining pot. As time passed, the severely injured beasts on the ground gradually bled to death, one by one, and were absorbed into the demon refining pot by Su Pingyan as his spoils of war. Refine. This time, he had hunted a total of 19 fierce beasts, including the red fire wolf alpha. Among them were 3 tier, 1 star, 3, 11 tier, 1 star, 2, and the remaining 5 were lowly tier, 1 star, 1 fierce beasts. Tier, 1 star, 1 beast could only produce 1 drop of tier, 1 low-grade spiritual liquid. Tier, 1 star, 2 yielded 2 drops, while tier, 1 star, 3 produced between 3 to 9 drops, varying depending on individual strength. The gap between tier, 1 star, 3 and tier, 1 star, 4 was also quite significant, similar to the difference among human cultivators. In total, he obtained 44 drops of tier, 1 low-grade spiritual liquid. Adding the previous 3 leftover drops, he now had 1 drop of tier, 1 mid-grade spiritual liquid and 47 drops of tier, 1 low-grade, an extremely wealthy amount. High-level fierce beasts are still the most valuable. I wasted way too many bullets. Going forward, I need to use my handgun more carefully. Low-tier beasts could simply be killed with a dagger. Su Pingyan frowned slightly as he looked at his rapidly depleting bullets. Chapter 8. Breaking through the circle. Watching the situation through the thermal imager, Su Pingyan guessed those ferocious beasts had been temporarily frightened and might not dare to approach this area. I might as well cultivate for now. Near the portal, Su Pingyan took out a drop of low-grade, first-rank spiritual liquid, swallowed it, and began cultivating. After refining 2 drops of the low-grade, first-rank spiritual liquid, he clearly felt his entire body's muscles resonate. Some impurities were slowly expelled from his body through sweat. It's been less than 2 hours, and I've already broken through to the second stage of body tempering. And not only does it not damage my foundation, this cultivation speed is just too amazing and addictive. Su Pingyan couldn't help but get excited, becoming even more hopeful about the future. Keep cultivating. Why is the effect weakening? Could it be because my cultivation base improved? Su Pingyan furrowed his brows. He had just consumed a drop of the low-grade, first-rank spiritual liquid, but only felt his strength increase by less than 20 kilograms, clearly less effective than before. Oh right, the time seems to have changed too. After consuming another drop of low-grade, first-rank spiritual liquid. He checked the cultivation time and found it had taken only about 18 minutes, nearly 2 minutes faster than before. This time felt the same. It's definitely less effective. So it wasn't just my imagination. As my cultivation level improves, the effect of the spiritual liquid is diminishing. I'll not only need larger quantities of spiritual liquid in the future, but also higher grade ones to supplement my cultivation. As time passed, and Su Pingyan consumed another 4 drops of low-grade, first-rank spiritual liquid, his cultivation base successfully broke through to the 3rd stage of body tempering. Now possessing over 300 kilograms of strength, he had become much stronger. Garulu suddenly, a growl came from his stomach. Damn it! I was so focused on hunting and cultivating that I forgot dinner. Su Pingyan finally realized. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Cultivators who hadn't yet reached the transcendent realm were still mortal and required external energy to replenish their strength. However, the higher the cultivation level, the better the body's resistance to hunger. A body-tempering cultivator could survive without food for 1 or 2 months, relying only on water, if not in combat. Su Pingyan brought his travel backpack to the edge of the safe zone, collected some firewood, and lit a fire. Then, he retrieved a piece of meat from a unicorn maddendox from his treasure box, sliced off about 3 gene, and stored the rest back. Although he had only taken 3 cuts of meat from the unicorn maddendox, each piece weighed no less than 20 kilograms, which would be enough to sustain him for quite a while. Besides, there were still some instant foods in his backpack, but since he now had better options, he had begun to look down on instant products. Zizzes soon enough, the beef skewered on the stick began to sizzle, emitting a tempting aroma that made Su Pingyan unconsciously salivate. Pity I didn't bring any spices like cumin. It would be even better, he mused. Watching the meat nearly cooked, he sliced off a small piece with his dagger and popped it into his mouth to chew. His eyes lit up instantly. It's just too delicious. This was absolutely incomparable to the beef back on Earth. Not only was it flavorful, it also provided him with a great source of blood energy. However, just as he was enjoying the delicacy, an unpleasant sound broke in. What was suddenly, a Dark Knight hellhound jumped out from the jungle. It didn't attempt to ram into the golden light barrier, but instead loitered around the edge, barking constantly at Su Pingyan, which was extremely annoying. Little guy, you're disturbing my meal. Su Pingyan snorted coldly, took out the thermal imager, and scanned the surroundings. Seeing that other beasts were all more than 100 meters away, he set down the grilled meat and took out his dagger. With a quick dash, he darted out of the safety zone, charging toward the Dark Knight hellhound without hesitation, thrusting his dagger straight toward it. The beast hadn't expected Su Pingyan to rush out either, and thus was momentarily caught off guard, impaled directly in the abdomen by the dagger. The Dark Knight hellhound let out a scream of pain, kicked its front legs, rapidly retreated to dodge Su Pingyan's attack, then pushed off with its hind legs and lunged at him aggressively, opening its mouth to bite, looking vicious. Seeking death. Whether in his previous or current life, Su Pingyan had accumulated rich combat experience. Although his physical capabilities had greatly improved within a short time, and he hadn't yet fully adapted to the new level, his performance wasn't affected. Moreover, this Dark Knight hellhound was merely a 2nd-star, 1st-rank, ferocious beast. A cold glint flashed as his dagger slashed across the hellhound's throat. At the same time, Su Pingyan slid smoothly beneath the beast's body. Using his left hand to brace himself on the ground, he landed steadily. Just as he killed the Dark Knight hellhound, suddenly a scarlet flame wolf burst out from the bushes, attacking Su Pingyan head-on. Such vengeful beasts. They must have never left far away after all, and took the chance to strike the moment they saw an opening. Su Pingyan wasn't wrong in his guess. As the first scarlet flame wolf appeared, soon 3 more emerged from the bushes. All 4 that had fled earlier were now back, forming a fan shape as they surrounded Su Pingyan. Bring it on. They were all 2nd-star, 1st-rank ferocious beasts, each one rank lower than his own cultivation level. Even though they outnumbered him 4 to 1, Su Pingyan wasn't afraid at all. He actually initiated the attack first, charging toward one of the scarlet flame wolves. Naturally, the wolf wasn't willing to back down either and lunged toward Su Pingyan. At the moment the two met, Su Pingyan smoothly dodged sideways with a fluid motion, then plunged his dagger deep into the wolf's neck. With a single slash, he sliced through half the beast's throat. Blood gushed like a fountain, splattering everywhere. Fortunately, Su Pingyan dodged in time, otherwise he would have been stained with wolf's blood. The other 3 scarlet flame wolves, seeing this, did not flee in fear, but instead became even more bloodthirsty. Together, they all charged toward Su Pingyan. Dodging left and right, Su Pingyan successfully evaded their initial assault, then pursued one of the wolves with relentless attacks. Within less than 2 minutes, only Su Pingyan remained standing, all 4 scarlet flame wolves having been slain. The bushes rustled, but no beast emerged. Su Pingyan cast a glance toward the sound, and a faint sneer crossed his lips. He dragged the wolf carcasses around the edge of the safe zone, let each bleed out, and then sealed all of them into the demon refining pot. 5 1st-rank, 2nd-star beasts earned him another 10 drops of low-grade, 1st-rank spiritual liquid. His mood improved greatly. When he returned to the fire to continue eating his roasted meat, not a single beast dared to appear again. Finally, he could eat dinner in peace. The jungle was especially dangerous at night, and now it was filled with the stench of blood and the sound of his fighting. Looking through the thermal imager, Su Pingyan could see more and more beasts approaching his location. I'm not afraid of numbers. I just hope you come, Su Pingyan smirked slightly. Suddenly, a pair of green eyes appeared in the darkness. As the figure approached, Su Pingyan finally saw the intruder clearly in the firelight. Chapter 9. Battling the Purple-Winged Tiger. Wow, the Xuanfeng wolf, a 5-star grade 1 ferocious beast famous for its agility. Su Pingyan couldn't help but show a trace of surprise on his face. There was only one chance. If he failed to kill it, with its speed, he probably wouldn't be able to stop it from escaping. Su Pingyan quickly analyzed in his mind, never shifting his gaze away from the beast. The Xuanfeng wolf seized the moment and suddenly lunged fiercely towards Su Pingyan. Bang with a loud noise, the Xuanfeng wolf slid slowly down along the golden light shield, its head now slightly dizzy from the impact. Naturally, Su Pingyan didn't miss this opportunity. He rapidly fired his gun, hitting the beast directly between the eyes, creating a gaping wound on its head. The Xuanfeng wolf let out a heart-wrenching scream, then its breath gradually faded away. Gur, a tiger's roar echoed, shaking the leaves on the trees. A 5-meter-tall, multicolored fierce tiger with wings on its back approached slowly and steadily toward the corpse of the Xuanfeng wolf, showing absolutely no regard for Su Pingyan. Damn it! How come a purple-winged tiger appeared near the safe zone? This creature, when fully grown, is a 7-star grade 1 powerhouse. This one looks like it's probably 8-star grade 1 strength. Hell. Su Pingyan gripped his pistol tightly, slightly trembling inside, feeling rather uncertain. No, I must kill it. If it decides to stay outside forever, won't I have to leave this place then? Thinking this, Su Pingyan started strategizing quickly in his mind. Was there any way to defeat it? I got it. After quick consideration, Su Pingyan quickly moved toward the Xuanfeng wolf's corpse. However, while he was still within the safety zone, the wolf's body was merely close to the edge of the safe area. Su Pingyan cast a provocative glance at the purple-winged tiger before exerting effort to drag the corpse of the Xuanfeng wolf. Sure enough, the purple-winged tiger felt its dignity challenged by this puny ant. Feeling its authority insulted, it roared furiously and charged directly at Su Pingyan. Boom! The purple-winged tiger was blocked by the golden shield. Su Pingyan seized the moment and fired at the beast's vital points. Anticipating its retreat path, he immediately threw a grenade toward that direction. Needless to say, the purple-winged tiger was powerful. This impact had barely affected it. Swiftly, it dodged Su Pingyan's bullets. Unfortunately for it, its retreat path had already been predicted. Boom! An intense explosion rang out. The golden shield indeed protected Su Pingyan from the shockwave of the grenade explosion, leaving him unscathed. The purple-winged tiger, however, wasn't so fortunate. The grenade exploded directly under its weak spot, the underside, blasting a significant hole in its lower abdomen. Its chin was also wounded by the shrapnel, exposing a pale jawbone. The beast couldn't help but let out a wail of anguish. It glared hatefully at Su Pingyan before beating its wings to prepare to escape. Su Pingyan naturally didn't want his prey to get away. He immediately fired 3 shots in succession at the tiger's neck, emptying his gun's magazine. Thud! Just as the tiger had risen less than 2 meters off the ground, it was struck again and crashed heavily back onto the ground. Meanwhile, Su Pingyan kept a close eye on the purple-winged tiger while quickly reloading bullets. Blood spurted from the tiger's neck, flying 2 or 3 meters like crimson rain. Clearly, Su had struck its main artery. Badly injured, the purple-winged tiger sensed a suffocating aura of impending death. An almost human-like expression of fear appeared on its face. It tried to roar, but only a weak whimper escaped its lips. Within less than 10 minutes, it succumbed in regret. Wow, what a huge haul this time. Su Pingyan was elated. Right after the purple-winged tiger died, over 100 ferocious beasts leaped from the bushes, staring at its corpse with greedy eyes. Some even licked their lips in anticipation. The purple-winged tiger is quite nourishing for these lower-grade beasts. This corpse would make a fantastic bait. Su Pingyan observed all the beasts without fear. On the contrary, he smiled. It really was thanks to the purple-winged tiger, not only coming straight to him, but also luring in a huge amount of prey. Thinking this, Su Pingyan wasted no time. He shot and killed every beast that came close to the purple-winged tiger. For the next half hour, a fierce struggle over the purple-winged tiger's corpse began. Su Pingyan's principle was clear. First kill those approaching the corpse, then target higher-level beasts. When encountering groups of beasts gathered together, he simply threw a grenade at them. Eventually, after the battle, all 3 of his grenades were used up, and he had only 178 bullets remaining. Of course, the result was an overwhelming victory for Su Pingyan. Although beast corpses piled up like mountains, not a single beast dared to charge forward anymore. Su Pingyan knew the remaining ferocious beasts had already been terrified beyond courage. Unless more beasts from far away, unaware of the situation, came forward, they wouldn't dare to attack him again, especially after he had finished handling all the corpses here. Thus, it became simple. Su Pingyan collected all the other beasts except the purple-winged tiger into the Yawan vessel and refined them into spirit liquid, obtaining a total of 5 drops of mid-grade tier 1 spirit liquid and 326 drops of low-grade tier 1 spirit liquid. As for the purple-winged tiger, Su Pingyan directly began dissecting it with the precision of Pao Ting. In his previous life, he had learned this skill quite well and was very proficient in it. Tiger meat, tiger bones, tiger penis, all were high-grade materials. Especially the last one. With it, being able to perform 10 times in one night was effortless, though he wondered if Xian Ran could endure it. With her petite build, it was probably risky. As Su Pingyan cut, his mind wandered freely. Thoughts both appropriate and inappropriate passed rapidly through his head. The body of the purple-winged tiger was too large. It took Su Pingyan an entire hour to extract the tiger's penis for large bones, and over 800 kilograms of high-quality tiger meat into his spatial box. The remaining parts were then placed into the Yawan vessel, refined into spirit liquid, yielding 1 drop of high-grade Tier 1 spirit liquid, 3 drops of mid-grade Tier 1 spirit liquid, and 6 drops of low-grade Tier 1 spirit liquid. With this, the amount of spirit liquid Su Pingyan had access to increased significantly once again. Wow, I hit the jackpot. Su Pingyan was overjoyed. This result far exceeded his previous expectations. Don't assume, just because Su Pingyan's hunting seemed so effortless, that humans could easily kill ferocious beasts with modern weaponry. In reality, if not for the protection of the golden shield in the safe zone, 10 Su Pingyan's would already have been eliminated. Moreover, his deep understanding of these beasts' strengths and weaknesses, combined with his nearly 100% shooting accuracy, these weren't things ordinary people could achieve. Furthermore, while modern weapons can deal considerable damage to Tier 1 beasts, their effectiveness drops dramatically against Tier 2 beasts. When facing beasts above Tier 5, only humanity's ultimate weapons could counter them. Other weapons were practically useless. Chapter 10. Sowing Discord. Beside the portal, Su Pingyan lit another fire to keep warm before consuming a low-grade Tier 1 spirit liquid and began cultivating once again. Time was efficiency. He had to seize every minute, every second to cultivate and enhance his strength. Throughout the night, he only slept for 3 hours. The rest of the time, he dedicated to cultivation, and the results were evident. His strength had increased to 720 kilograms, bringing him one step closer to reaching the 4th stage of body tempering. However, after reaching the 3rd stage, each drop of low-grade Tier 1 spirit liquid could now only boost his strength by about 15 kilograms. Furthermore, a single drop provided energy for merely around 15 minutes of cultivation, something quite unavoidable yet regrettable. In the morning, Su Pingyan returned to Blue Star through the portal. He took out a thermal imager and checked the surroundings, finding no one nearby, before running to the river to wash up a bit. After finishing his morning routine, he pulled out his phone and checked. Oh damn, I got too excited killing monsters last night and forgot to call Shinran, he muttered, seeing there was one missed call. Su Pingyan had made an agreement with Shinran. Only one call was needed. If the other didn't answer, they shouldn't call again. Whoever missed the call would reply upon seeing it to avoid disturbing the other when carrying out missions. Of course, this agreement was set before Shinran confessed to him, but it had continued since then. Thinking of that, Su Pingyan hurriedly called back, but in the next second, he hung up. He realized that the time here was only 6 in the morning. It would be even earlier in the city of Huadu, China. Shinran was probably still asleep at this hour. Thus, he quickly replied with 4 WeChat messages. I'm dealing with something important in another realm and didn't see your call last night. Just saw your missed call, but figured you might still be sleeping, so I decided not to disturb you. I'm deep in the mountains. The signal here is pretty bad. I might be unreachable for the next couple of days. If anything happens, leave me a WeChat message. I'll come back as soon as possible. Love you/JPG. After sending the messages, he put away his phone and returned to the other world to begin today's hunting. In the city of Huadu, China. At 9 in the morning, Lu Yun arrived at the villa to pick up Shinran. Shinran, a whole day has passed, yet that Su Pingyan hasn't even called you back. Obviously, he doesn't care about you. Or at least not enough. Lu Yun observed Shinran's worried expression and guessed her thoughts immediately, seizing the opportunity to stir things up. Yunjia, you're at it again. He texted me back this morning already. His phone signal was bad, so he just saw my call, Shinran quickly explained. Her furrowed brow wasn't because Su Pingyan hadn't called her back, but rather, she was concerned for his safety. Shinran, you actually believe that? What era do you think this is? How could someone not notice a missed call for a whole day? Besides, his phone was that latest Huawei phone you personally helped him chingo. Don't you know it even has satellite calling? There's no place on Earth it can't reach. There's only one possibility. He just chose not to reply. And what kind of place is another realm? Is it really that busy at night that he can't even return a call? Who knows what he's really doing over there? As someone who's been through this before, let me say something you might not like to hear. Cheesy has been chasing after you so hard. I've looked into it, and he rarely makes the first move with girls. If you were to end up with him, your entire social class would rise. You'd become a top-tier tycoon's wife in Huadu overnight. Compared to Cheesy, Su Pingyan isn't even in the same league. Lu Yun rambled on, and when she was about to continue, Shinran cut her off directly. That's enough, Yunjia. I've already said this. Pingyan is my one true love, my only man. I don't appreciate you bad-mouthing him like that. And just how decent do you really think Cheetian is? Shinran frowned, her expression visibly turning sour. Cheesy's just a young and carefree man. After marriage, he'll settle down. Believe me. Lu Yun quickly defended Cheetian. That's enough. I don't want to talk about Cheetian ever again. Even if Pingyan didn't exist, I'd never be with Cheetian. Also, I advise you to keep your distance from him. He's not your matchmaker. Don't forget, you're my agent, not Cheetian's pimp, Shinran said pointedly, reminding Lu Yun to recognize her position clearly. Lu Yun was momentarily stunned. She realized she and Shinran might already have developed a significant rift, and all because of that despicable Su Pingyan. She was no fool. She knew it was no longer wise to press Shinran further, lest she provoke her anger. She needed to find another way in the future to help Su Pingyan realize the vast difference in status between himself and Shinran, prompting him to back off on his own. That would be the best solution. Shinran, I was wrong. Don't worry. I won't mention Su Pingyan or Cheetian anymore. Lu Yun quickly apologized, adopting a compliant attitude that usually worked perfectly with Shinran. Indeed, after hearing Lu Yun's words, Shinran felt slightly guilty. Yinjia, I might have spoken too harshly just now. Please don't take offense. I'm not offended at all. You're right. What I said earlier was clearly beyond the scope of my role as your agent. I'll be more careful in the future, Lu Yun assured her. Yinjia, let's head to the site again and take another look. Yi Shinran proactively changed the subject. Okay, let's go. Lu Yun sighed inwardly in relief. It seemed she had managed to smooth things over for now. Meanwhile, Su Pingyan had no idea that Lu Yun was again stirring up trouble behind his back. He was using the thermal imager to scout the area while clearing away bushes beyond the safe zone, hoping to gain a wider field of vision. SSS. Holy crap. A giant serpent that didn't appear on the thermal imager suddenly emerged not far from him, startling him badly. A Tier 1, 4-star ferocious beast, the red-crested blood python, was extremely venomous. The red-crested blood python stared at Su Pingyan with icy, lifeless eyes, flicking its tongue out to sense its surroundings. Su Pingyan held a dagger in his left hand and tightly gripped his M500 in his right while slowly backing away. He was less than 60 meters away from the safe zone, not a long distance. If it weren't for the poison, Su Pingyan wouldn't have feared it. With his beast fighting experience from his previous life, he might have stood a chance in a battle. But it was venomous. In this place, once he was poisoned, even a deity wouldn't be able to save him. Therefore, his first instinct was to retreat to the safe zone. SSS. Just as Su Pingyan had backed up over 10 meters, the red-crested blood python detected his fear and suddenly launched itself from the ground like an arrow, wide-mouthed, and striking straight toward him. Bang bang for safety. Su Pingyan fired 2 consecutive shots into the beast's open mouth, then sidestepped out of the attack's path and turned to sprint toward the safe zone. When Su Pingyan was less than 5 meters from the safe zone boundary, he sensed a violent whistling sound approaching from behind. Immediately, he pushed off the ground with his foot, twisted his waist, and flipped his body around mid-air, launching himself backward into the safe zone. Chapter 11. Major cultivation progress. At this moment, he also clearly saw where the sound came from. It was the tail of the red-crested blood python swinging toward him. Su Pingyan quickly raised both hands to protect himself. With a bang, the snake's tail struck Su Pingyan's arms violently. Relying on that force, Su Pingyan was successfully sent into the safe zone, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, the red-crested blood python crashed heavily onto the ground. The previous 2 shots had also caused it serious injuries. Saliva and blood mixed together dripped from its mouth, instantly blackening and killing all the grass and plants on the ground. Luckily I stayed alert. Su Pingyan checked his entire body. Although the impact had felt like his internal organs had shifted slightly, he quickly recovered and was not seriously hurt, nor had any skin injuries. Bang! The red-crested blood python Buganshin used all its strength to launch one final attack towards Su Pingyan. Unfortunately, it hit the golden protective barrier of the safe zone and, after a few body twitches and some involuntary muscle contractions, lay still without any movement. This kind of venomous creature was too dangerous to approach recklessly, so Su Pingyan directly summoned the Yao Yao pot. Seal, the red-crested blood python was absorbed into the Yao Yao pot, transforming into 1 drop of top-grade level 1 spirit liquid and 3 drops of low-grade level 1 spirit liquid. This was his first harvest of the day. After this experience, Su Pingyan became even more cautious. After clearing all the bushes within 50 meters around the safe zone, he decided not to go deeper into the jungle anymore. He started playing music while waiting for prey to come by themselves, and focused on cultivation again. By noon, while having lunch, Su Pingyan's brows were tightly furrowed. In the entire 5-hour morning, he had only hunted and killed 8 fierce beasts. Excluding the red-crested blood python, he had only obtained 15 drops of low-grade level 1 spirit liquid. This harvest was scarce, completely incomparable to what he had achieved the previous day. Did I already eliminate most of the beasts nearby last night? Or have the surrounding fierce beasts become aware of the danger here and decided not to come? Su Pingyan mused silently. It was likely a combination of both. Perhaps I should slow down for now and focus on cultivation. When my cultivation level improves further, I can venture a little deeper into the jungle. It would be necessary to take some risks eventually, since the safe zone isn't going to last forever. Being limited to a small hunting range has its restrictions. Eventually, I will need to face these fierce beasts head-on. A true expert had to confront challenges head-on and stand face-to-face with life and death crises. One couldn't always hide within the safe zone. After all, there would eventually come a time when the entire planet Earth had no safe place left. Understanding this clearly, after finishing lunch and taking a half-hour nap, Su Pingyan entered a state of cultivation once again, this time for only half an hour. Su Pingyan could feel his muscles all over his body, even his internal organs, vibrating and making a thunderous noise. Streams of sweat poured out from his pores along with a light brown impurity. Finally reached the 4th stage of body tempering. With a strength of 1,000 kilograms, I am already the strongest person in the world. Su Pingyan felt much better. I wonder how much help low-grade level 1 spirit liquid will still be to me now. Thinking about it, he decided to test it out. As a result, 1 drop of low-grade level 1 spirit liquid could only sustain him for about 6 minutes of consumption, increasing his strength by only about 5 kilograms. Compared to his goal of 1,000 kilograms, this was negligible. Let me try the top-grade level 1 spirit liquid now. As it turned out, the effects were immediately different. It can support my cultivation for more than half an hour, increasing my strength by roughly 85 to 90 kilograms. Su Pingyan clenched his fist tightly, performing a self-check of his physical strength. Not bad. Su Pingyan was quite satisfied with this result. Then followed 5 consecutive hours of cultivation. He consumed all the remaining 9 drops of top-grade level 1 spirit liquid. His strength increased to over 1,700 kilograms, nearly reaching the 5th stage of body tempering. Originally, he had hoped to reach over 1,800 kilograms, but unfortunately, as his strength grew, the effectiveness of the top-grade level 1 spirit liquid gradually declined. The whole afternoon, he had only killed 5 fierce beasts and obtained 12 drops of low-grade level 1 spirit liquid. This was an even smaller harvest. The sky is getting dark now. The jungle at night is very dangerous and particularly quiet. I hope sounds and the smell of blood can attract more fierce beasts. Su Pingyan became especially excited about the night hunting. But before that, he exited the other realm and called Yi Shinran. Shinran, Su Pingyan said with a gentle and cheerful smile on his face, his previously ruthless demeanor gone. Upon hearing Su Pingyan's voice, Yi Shinran visibly exhaled in relief and felt her heart finally settle, though she couldn't help but ask with concern. Pingyan, you're really not in any danger over there? Don't worry, this isn't the Middle East. The only risk here is nuclear radiation, hee. Su Pingyan made a kind joke, while also telling a white lie. How could there not be any danger? He had just gone through a life-and-death crisis in the morning, but he couldn't tell Yi Shinran about it, otherwise she would only become more worried. And he could never give up on such adventures either. You know there's nuclear radiation there, so why not come back immediately? Yi Shinran, now feeling much better, playfully flopped onto her bed and alternated kicking her beautiful legs against the mattress like a carefree girl. I'll return once I finish what I'm doing here, and then I'll give you a surprise. Su Pingyan smiled cheerfully. What kind of surprise? Yi Shinran asked eagerly. Since it's a surprise, I can't possibly tell you right now, but I promise it's something you've never experienced before, something you'll definitely love. Su Pingyan intentionally teased her curiosity. You rotten Pingyan, I don't care about it at all. Yi Shinran pouted slightly and muttered. The two chatted on the phone for another 10 or so minutes before Su Pingyan reluctantly ended the call. Night in this other realm wasn't peaceful at all. If one listened carefully, one could frequently hear the howls and battle noises of fierce beasts deep in the jungle. Therefore, the loudspeaker Su Pingyan activated directly shattered the night's tranquility, creating an unpleasantly sharp sound that easily attracted the attention of fierce beasts, even more effective than during the day. Additionally, he had spread purple-winged tiger blood around the perimeter of the safe zone, which was extremely appealing to fierce beasts. Not long after, prey arrived. A level 1, 5-star Xuanfeng wolf? It seems there's a Xuanfeng wolf pack around here. Su Pingyan's eyes lit up. Like the red-crested wolves, Xuanfeng wolves rarely hunted alone. Usually, they acted in packs. Yesterday, he had killed one. Perhaps it had just been a coincidence encountering a lone wolf, but now another appearing meant it was unlikely to be coincidental. Seeing Su Pingyan, the Xuanfeng wolf's eyes gleamed as it charged straight toward him without hesitation. Su Pingyan didn't back down either. Instead of using the M500, he grabbed his dagger and charged at the beast directly. Chapter 12, the dominant king of the safe zone, the purple-winged tiger king. With a loud purr, the Sun Wind wolf smashed heavily into the golden light shield, instantly feeling dizzy and disoriented. At this moment, Su Pingyan had also arrived at the boundary. Without hesitation, he stabbed his blade straight into the wolf's neck. It could have been a fatal blow, but at the last moment Su Pingyan thought of something and adjusted his strategy accordingly, deliberately avoiding the vital spot. Instead, he inflicted a serious wound, severe, but not immediately deadly. Then he quickly retreated back into the safe zone. A woo! The severely injured Sun Wind wolf let out a different kind of howl, more piercing and mournful than before. Hearing this, Su Pingyan slightly lifted the corners of his mouth. This was a call for help. He hadn't guessed wrong. There was indeed a pack of wolves nearby. About 3 minutes later, pairs of green eyes appeared in the night, approaching the safe zone. They didn't even glance at their severely wounded companion, but stared directly at Su Pingyan, licking their lips hungrily, filled with bloodlust. 1, 2, 8, 17, 18. Damn it, 18 wolves. I struck gold. Su Pingyan's heart pounded as he looked at the 18 Sun Wind wolves before him, particularly the Wolf King, who possessed a power level of first rank, 6 stars. A woo! The Wolf King howled loudly, and the remaining wolves quickly launched an attack at Su Pingyan, as if they were going to tear him to pieces. Intimidating indeed. If it weren't for the golden shield, Su Pingyan would have turned and fled on the spot. But under the current circumstances, Su Pingyan suddenly stepped forward, rushing straight toward the nearest Sun Wind wolf. As soon as they hit the golden shield, he immediately struck, delivering a fatal blow in an instant, severely wounding 2 wolves closest to him within the shortest amount of time. As he went for the third one, however, the Sun Wind wolves had already backed away a short distance. Opportunities for close combat had now vanished. He pulled out his pistol. Bang, 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 5 shots, each hitting their mark, and instantly another 5 wolves fell. Su Pingyan quickly reloaded. Seeing this, the Wolf King showed a brief expression of fear, but upon noticing Su Pingyan's movements, it displayed intelligence. It understood this human's weapon required time to reload, so it led the charge toward the golden shield, attempting to break through in the shortest time possible. However, after several attempts, when they found it still ineffective, the Wolf King decisively howled once again, and the entire wolf pack rapidly retreated. After reloading, Su Pingyan managed only to eliminate 5 more wolves before the rest escaped. What a shame. The gun is good, but its magazine capacity is too low. Next time, I must be better prepared, carrying even more ammunition. Su Pingyan could only helplessly watch his prey slip away. I wonder how far they've gone. Su Pingyan took out a thermal imager and checked. The remaining 6 Sun Wind Wolves were hiding in the bushes, clearly not too far. Still planning to get revenge? If that's the case, maybe it's worth taking a risk. Suddenly having an idea, Su Pingyan quickly reloaded, then stepped deliberately out of the safe zone, pretending to drag corpses. He first dragged the nearby prey into the safe area, then walked toward the farthest 5. He was now over 10 meters away from the safe zone. A woo. In an instant, the 6 wolves rushed fiercely toward him. Su Pingyan had already been on high alert for them. Upon hearing the noise, he immediately turned back. As he ran toward the safe zone, he glanced back frequently. When the wolves were within 10 meters range, he decisively opened fire. The Wolf King was his top target. He fired 3 consecutive shots, cutting off all its escape routes. 2 other bullets aimed at 2 different Sun Wind Wolves. A woo. The Wolf King screamed in pain before crashing heavily to the ground, sliding forward for a short distance from inertia. Of the other 2, one was hit in the stomach, suffering serious injury, and the other was hit in a vital spot, dead instantly. Yet, in this brief time, the remaining 3 Sun Wind Wolves had already caught up to Su Pingyan. He wasn't afraid though. With his dagger drawn, he engaged the nearest wolf in close combat. Damn it, not only fast, but also this strong, he cursed inwardly. The moment human and beast clashed, Su Pingyan stabbed his dagger into the wolf's neck, though not deep enough to be fatal. For the Sun Wind Wolf, this was a painful but survivable wound. However, Su Pingyan himself was sent sliding backward 4 or 5 meters from the powerful impact. Another Sun Wind Wolf quickly closed in, attacking him directly. Su Pingyan, using his agile moves, quickly dodged and counterattacked with a dagger slash. The intense fight continued between 1 man and 3 wolves. Though Su Pingyan was clearly at a disadvantage, the pack could not subdue him yet. Suddenly, during the battle, an instinctive alertness gripped him. An inborn sense of impending danger screamed within. Now, immediately, he must return to the safe zone without delay. Fortunately, during the intense battle, Su Pingyan hadn't forgotten his risk awareness, deliberately fighting in the direction of the safe zone. Now, he was merely 3 meters away from it. Faking an attack, he quickly dashed toward the safe zone without hesitation. He fully trusted his instincts in times of danger, whether on the battlefield or in his previous life. These instincts had helped him avoid countless threats. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived until year 23 of the year. Bang! The moment he stepped into the safe zone, a huge figure descended from the sky, diving straight down and crashing violently into the golden shield of the safe zone, sending out waves of ripples. Only then did Su Pingyan finally see what it was. A purple-winged tiger, its body even larger than yesterday's, at least first rank, 8 stars, maybe even first rank, 9 stars. The safe zone is basically a newbie area. A purple-winged tiger here is definitely a top-tier overlord. Why is it appearing so close to the safe zone, and not just 1, 2 of them? Su Pingyan was shocked and wanted to curse. He didn't know that yesterday's tiger had been drawn here by the scent of blood in the air, while today's had come sniffing for yesterday's tiger. He had already used up all his grenades. Could he actually kill it? Su Pingyan wasn't sure. But there was no time to think. Seeing the purple-winged tiger slightly dizzy and unstable from the impact, Su Pingyan quickly rushed forward and stabbed directly into its eye. Whether it could kill it or not didn't matter. He had to act first. Roar! A cry filled with pain and fury rang out. Su Pingyan's attack landed successfully, and he immediately withdrew. The 3 nearby Sun Wind Wolves, who initially showed complete fear at the sight of the purple-winged tiger, became visibly excited upon seeing it heavily injured. Unexpectedly, they launched an active attack on it, an outcome Su Pingyan hadn't foreseen. In an instant, they had become allies. I should have killed that Wolf King earlier. It could have helped distract this thing. Even as he said this, Su Pingyan didn't slow his actions for a second, quickly taking out bullets and beginning to reload. Smack! The purple-winged tiger struck one of the Sun Wind Wolves with a single paw, sending it flying through the air and crashing heavily into the golden shield. It slid to the ground and was dead within seconds. So damn strong, 1 hit and it's gone. This was despite the purple-winged tiger already being seriously wounded, with 1 eye blinded. Because of this, the purple-winged tiger became abnormally enraged and needed to vent its fury. Chapter 13 Exposure, Murder to Silence. Su Pingyan seized the opportunity without hesitation and fired good on Ly. Bang bang! The first shot hit the opponent's other eye, while the second to fourth shots were all aimed at its neck. Each shot hit the mark, instantly causing several jets of blood to spray violently. The appearance of the purple-winged tiger looked extremely tragic. However, it was indeed a true overlord. Despite such injuries, it was still not dead yet and attempted to escape. But the Xuanfeng wolf would never let such an overlord slip away and clung tightly onto it. Roar! Its roar was hoarse, filled with both terror and rage. Normally, these small fries wouldn't even get close to it. Now they had actually torn a chunk of flesh from its body. Furiously, it threw one of the Xuanfeng wolves away. With the Xuanfeng wolf delaying it, Su Pingyan quickly seized the moment again. Bang! 2 more shots rang out, and the purple-winged tiger could no longer hold on. It crashed heavily onto the ground. The Xuanfeng wolves, completely forgetting the danger and the dead companions, quickly began tearing into its corpse. If it had been daytime, they might have remained more cautious. But in this world at night, beastly creatures were prone to madness, especially after smelling blood. Then their sanity would vanish completely. In his past life, strong hunting teams often took advantage of this behavior, going out at night to hunt dangerous beasts. Teams and individuals with lesser power, however, would choose to avoid this time period and stay at home recuperating during the night, saving their hunting for the day. These were two different hunting strategies and risk preferences. Hunting at night carried high risks but yielded much greater rewards. Conversely, daytime hunting had relatively lower danger but much smaller returns. Greed is truly a primal sin. Su Pingyan wasted no time. He aimed 2 shots at the last remaining wolves, both landing precisely on their vital points. Now, they were absolutely dead without any doubt. The commotion here was too great, and the agonizing roar of the dying purple-winged tiger attracted even more beasts to come, which brought more trophies for Su Pingyan. Until all of his bullets were spent, he had no choice but to pull out the Yawan pot and collect all the corpses on the ground into it. The remaining beasts outside the safe zone instantly became enraged upon seeing this. Not fearing death anymore, they furiously charged at the golden light shield surrounding the safe zone, but could do nothing against Su Pingyan. Seizing this chance, Su Pingyan used his dagger to kill over a dozen more beasts. By now, their bloodlust cooled slightly. Gradually regaining some of their senses, the beasts retreated to hover around 10 meters away from the safe zone. They didn't approach but refused to leave either, as though they were planning to wait him out. Well, this batch of gains just made me roll in riches. Su Pingyan was extremely excited when looking at the loot inside the Yawan pot. When he turned his gaze back at the remaining beasts outside, a hint of regret appeared. Well, I've already profited greatly. I mustn't be too greedy. After calming himself, Su Pingyan directed his focus inward into the Yawan pot. Refine. In the next instant, all the beasts were transformed into spirit liquid. He obtained 8 drops of high-quality first-grade spirit liquid, 71 drops of mid-grade first-grade spirit liquid, and 305 drops of low-grade first-grade spirit liquid. Holy crap, 8 drops of high-quality first-grade spirit liquid. This purple-winged tiger king is indeed a 9-star first-stage beast, and not just any one, almost reaching the peak of the 9-star level. Seeing the refinement result, Su Pingyan was overjoyed. It far exceeded his expectations. Adding to the 334 drops of low-grade first-grade spirit liquid he had before, his stock of low-grade first-grade spirit liquid soared to a total of 609 drops. I may have a decent amount of low-grade spirit liquid, but it's of little use to me now. Still, I can use it for Shinran, or if I plan to build my forces in the future, give it to core members. It can even be used to cultivate spirit plants. So at least it won't be wasted. Su Pingyan already had a basic plan for the uses of these spirit liquids. Beside the campfire at a corner 30 meters from the portal, Su Pingyan poured a drop of mid-grade first-grade spirit liquid into his mouth and began his cultivation for the night. As time passed, Su Pingyan's cultivation steadily advanced until nearing the breaking point. In the next second, his entire musculature resonated once again. The thunderous sounds within his body grew louder, and impurities mixed with sweat were excreted from his pores. A strength of 2,000 kilograms. I could easily destroy a speeding truck if it charged at me. Su Pingyan clenched his fist tightly, feeling the immense power contained within his slim frame, akin to that of a primeval beast. Not cultivating made it hard to imagine how such an unbelievably mighty force could be contained within the frail body of a human being. Perhaps this is what infinite human potential truly means. Wajijwa. Just as Su Pingyan was enjoying the joy of his progress, a series of incomprehensible bird calls came from near the entrance of the portal. The only thing he could confirm was that the tone was full of surprise. Damn it, has someone discovered this place already? Su Pingyan's heart sank. Without hesitation, he poured the prepared water onto the fire and quickly vanished into the darkness. In one swift movement, he dashed to the portal and spotted 2 middle-aged Japanese men shining their phone flashlights along the path, heading straight toward the spot where he had lit the fire. They probably hadn't seen Su Pingyan himself, but they must have noticed the firelight earlier, and curiosity had drawn them over to investigate. These two cannot be left alive. That was his immediate thought. If they had been ordinary people from any other nation, he might have hesitated for a second, but not for a Japanese national. To hesitate for even a second would be an insult to himself. A flash of cold light. Neither of the 2 Japanese men had time to react, nor did they understand what was happening. They suddenly felt as if they were suffocating, dropped their phones, and clutched their throats with both hands. Alas, it was all in vain. After struggling for just over 10 seconds, the 2 men gasped their last breaths. Su Pingyan reached out to check their pulses, and once he was certain they were dead, he did not immediately deal with the bodies. Instead, he grabbed the thermal imager and quickly returned through the portal to Lanxing. Using the thermal imager, he detected no third person, but he did notice lights from the bridge. So he leapt up onto it and found a car parked on the side with its headlights still on and the engine running. Could these 2 have been driving past here at night and noticed the glow from the portal? No. Although the gray tarp couldn't completely block the light, its lightproof effect was quite good. Unless someone approached closely, they shouldn't have seen it. Either these 2 had some kind of conflict or were doing something shady, which brought them down under the bridge, or someone just came to urinate and happened to spot the faint light, which led the 2 of them to accidentally discover the portal. Su Pingyan figured one of the 2 possibilities was most likely. It doesn't matter now, they're already dead anyway. I neither need nor want to know the exact reason. But their disappearance will definitely draw attention from their family, or even the police, and not after a long time either. How annoying. Su Pingyan frowned. Originally, he had planned to stay here for a couple more days to cultivate his abilities, then leave before the tour group arrived. Now, however, he would have to change his plans and return early. He looked at the SUV, turned off the engine first, then without exerting much effort, lifted it with both hands. Jumping down from the bridge sideways, he carried the entire vehicle into the other world. He lit a new campfire, then sat quietly on a stone, falling into deep thought as he considered how to deal with the upcoming trouble. Before long, he had a plan. Chapter 14, Returning Home. Su Pingyan first searched the two corpses, taking out various small items and those that could prove their identities. Then he dragged the two bodies to the edge of the safe zone and flung them out. Grr, a roar echoed, and in the next second, the two corpses had already become a meal for the ferocious beasts outside, completely destroyed beyond recognition. It would be difficult to find any trace. After all, these beasts wouldn't stay here forever and would definitely leave by the latest at daylight. Even if the remains were ever found in the future, there would only be a pile of shit left. After finishing that, he returned to the campfire, picked up the two men's cell phones, and entered several unlock codes based on the identity information he found. Good fortune, Su Pingyan murmured slightly, because one of the phones successfully unlocked. Hesitating for a moment, he took the phone and went to the blue planet side, pulled aside the canvas, and took several photos and a video of the teleportation portal. Taking advantage of the light from the portal, he particularly focused on capturing the mark of 10 Victory Bridge. He quickly covered the portal with the canvas again and returned to the other world. Then in this world, he started the car again, turned on the headlights, and took some photos and videos under the vehicle lights, including some videos of the ferocious beasts. When shooting, he always held the phone over his head to prevent experienced individuals from discovering clues like his height. Of course, he avoided the area where he had previously disposed of the bodies. After finishing all that, he packaged these photos and videos and uploaded them to a cloud storage platform, setting the sending time and recipients. The time was set for December 13th. His intentions were very clear. If the police noticed the disappearances of these two individuals, began an investigation, and by chance searched here, discovering the portal. Considering the tendency of one particular country, it was highly probable they would choose to cover things up instead of making it public, quietly developing this other world for themselves, which would be quite convenient for them. Besides, even if Su Pingyan knew, he wouldn't be able to speak out publicly, or he would directly expose himself to the public eye. Now that the phone would upload and spread the content automatically, the country would no longer be able to hide this place or trace it back to him. If things went as they did in his previous life, that foreign tour group would visit as planned, conduct a live stream, and once again bring the world's attention here. No matter which way it went, it would fulfill Su Pingyan's goals. From the beginning, Su Pingyan had never intended to hide this place from the outside world. Otherwise, how could this location become the main battlefield of the Third World War and allow him to exact vengeance for the old grievance? Once he finished all this, Su Pingyan wiped the fingerprints off the phone, and then threw the phone and all the documents and items he'd taken from the two bodies into the car. He also retrieved some light-blocking materials from inside the vehicle, then picked up a torch, tossing it into the open car window. The car instantly burst into flames and soon exploded, startling the beasts outside the safe zone. Some of the beasts became even more frenzied, while others quietly fled away. Using the raging fire as illumination, Su Pingyan packed up all his belongings and double-checked the surroundings, ensuring he left behind no useful information before finally leaving the other world with his backpack on. Passing through the portal, Su Pingyan removed the gray canvas and started using some items he had found in the car to obscure it. Not as effective as the canvas, but whatever. This will do, and we'll take each day as it comes. Tucking the canvas away, Su Pingyan performed a basic cleanup of the footprints and signs of habitation in the area before walking off. He took the canvas with him because its rarity would considerably narrow the possible search area, which would be disadvantageous for him. The return route was different from the way he came. He avoided places with people and cameras as much as possible. He even spent one night in the mountains and only slowly emerged from the forest after midday the next day when crowds were larger, finally returning to the small town where he had parked his car. That evening, he headed to the airport. All the items unsuitable for air travel were stored into his treasure space, and he passed through security without incident. He boarded a flight back to his home country and spent one night in a hotel near the Shanghai International Airport before returning to his villa the next morning. Although located in the high-end Platinum Mansion district of Shanghai, a city where every inch of land is valuable, the villa was not considered the most elite residence, but when Yi Xinran purchased it, it still cost more than 50 million yuan. Even though the property market had recently slumped, the value of this villa remained resilient, appreciating over several years to over 80 million yuan. Despite already entering winter, the morning sunlight was still bright and warm, giving off a very pleasant and soothing sensation when it touched the skin. So fragrant. After waking up, Yi Xinran heard some noise downstairs and hurried downstairs to check. When she saw Su Pingyan's back as he busily prepared breakfast, she immediately ran over in delight. She hugged Su Pingyan around the waist from behind. "When did you come back? I didn't notice at all. I arrived in Magic City around midnight last night. Didn't want to disturb your sleep, so I stayed at a hotel near the airport," Su Pingyan replied while frying the steak. Why bother with a hotel room? Our home is much better than any hotel. Next time, you must come straight home. I'd sleep much more peacefully seeing you back." "I know. Haven't you washed up yet? I'll finish cooking shortly. Go wash up first. You kiss me first and I'll go." Yi Xinran released Su Pingyan's waist and looked up at him. "Brat." Su Pingyan gave her a light kiss on the forehead. "Hee, I'll go wash up right away." Yi Xinran transformed into a playful little bunny and skipped away. Only in front of Su Pingyan would Yi Xinran show such childish and innocent behavior. Outside, she never revealed this side of herself. In her own words, she needed a mask to protect herself from being bullied or underestimated. Soon, Su Pingyan finished preparing the food and carried the breakfast to the dining table. Yi Xinran came over casually in her pajamas. "Pingyan, Why are we having steak for breakfast? And why does it smell so good? Yishinran pulled out a chair and sat down, looking curiously at the delicious steak in front of her. Remember the surprise I told you about? This steak is part of it. Just try it first, Su Pingyan said cheerfully. Huh? That's the surprise. Yishinran appeared somewhat disappointed. Hee, we'll talk after breakfast. Su Pingyan remained confident, which instead piqued Yishinran's curiosity. Fine, I want to see what's so special about this steak then. With that, she cut a small piece with a knife and put it into her mouth. Initially, she hadn't paid much attention. After all, as a pop queen, she had tasted the finest and most expensive steaks in the world. So delicious. It tastes even better than the best steak I've ever had. Yishinran felt a sudden surge of appetite and devoured the remaining steak in 2 or 3 quick bites. Of course, the steak Su Pingyan prepared for her was quite small, about the size of a human ear. So delicious. But why is mine only this much while yours is a big plate? Yishinran glanced at her already empty plate, and then at Su Pingyan's full one, her mouth pouting. Saying so, she extended her fork, attempting to grab a piece from Su Pingyan's plate. Slap. Su Pingyan lightly tapped the forehand mid-reach. Even if it's good, don't overdo it. With your tiny frame, that's all you should eat. Who said so? I can adjust my appetite. Whether I eat more or less depends on how delicious the food is. She reached out again. Haven't you noticed any changes in your body? Su Pingyan noticed her cheeks starting to flush and reminded her gently. Changes. Yishinran looked puzzled. Her hand paused midair. Chapter 15, Nuclear Beef. Huh? Why do I feel like my whole body is heating up? I feel just like I've been steamed in a sauna. Saying this, Yishinran pointed at Su Pingyan in surprise. Quickly tell me, did you add anything special in there? You're really wrongfully accusing me, Su Pingyan replied, spreading his hands to show his innocence. Then what's going on? Yishinran didn't believe Su Pingyan would drug her. After all, she had long been his. There was no need for that. Don't rush. You can close your eyes first and feel the changes happening in your body. We'll talk about other things later, Su Pingyan said. With that, he bent down and began to eat his breakfast slowly. Now that his cultivation had improved, his appetite had also become extraordinary. If it were regular food, he would have to eat a lot, but with high-energy food like the unicorn beef, 1 or 2 jin would be sufficient. When Su Pingyan had slowly finished enjoying his breakfast, Yishinran also opened her eyes. How do you feel? He asked with a smile. Yishinran immediately ran from the other end of the table to his side and clung onto his arm playfully. What exactly is going on? I feel so warm and comfortable all over. My hands and feet used to be cold, but now they're warm. And I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I feel like I've gotten a lot stronger too. He begged me, and I'll tell you. Oh come on, dear Pingyan, please tell me. I'm begging you. Without hesitation, Yishinran clung onto Su Pingyan's arm, acting even cuter. Su Pingyan was completely powerless against Yishinran's cuteness and playfully said, the answer lies in the beef itself. The beef itself? Yishinran looked confused, then began to analyze it herself. This time you went to Japan. The most famous thing in Japan is definitely Wagyu beef. But I've had that before. Although the taste is pretty good, it's far from this beef of yours, and it certainly doesn't have these effects. Could it be that they've bred a new variety with medicinal herbs? Nope. Su Pingyan shook his head. You don't mean that. Yishinran suddenly stood up in surprise. What is it? Now it was Su Pingyan's turn to feel puzzled. Did she know something about the other world? Could it be that the cattle have been affected by nuclear radiation and mutated into some nuclear cows? Yishinran said seriously. Cough cough, Su Pingyan almost choked. He gently tapped her forehead. What's going on in that little head of yours? Such a wild imagination. You're really wasting your talent if you're not writing novels. Ouch, that hurt. Yishinran rubbed her forehead. But what is it really? Let me keep it a secret for now. Just pay attention to the news from Japan recently. In a couple of days or so, you'll know for sure. Su Pingyan replied mysteriously. So this special kind of beef will soon be released by Japan? This was the first thought that came to Yishinran's mind. After all, the concept of another world was simply too incredible. A normal person wouldn't imagine something like that. Is there more of this beef? Yishinran couldn't stop thinking about that beef. Yes, I've already cut them into pieces and stored them in the freezer. If I'm not home and you want to eat some, you can take them yourself, but no more than 1 piece a day. Too much could harm your body, Su Pingyan reminded. That's great. I was afraid this good stuff was only for one taste. Yishinran was delighted. By the way, you just said this was only one of the surprises. What are the others? Yishinran became even more curious. I'll tell you in a couple of days, Su Pingyan replied mysteriously. Humph. You just worked up a sweat. Are you sure you don't want to take a shower? Lu Yun will probably arrive soon, and I don't want to hear her nagging again, Su Pingyan reminded. I'll go right away. Yishinran didn't want Su Pingyan and Lu Yun to get into another argument either. Watching the messy goddess dash around, Su Pingyan couldn't help but shake his head. If her fans knew what kind of person their idol truly was behind the scenes, who knows what they'd think. Girls really do take forever in the shower. It took Yishinran half an hour before she came out. As soon as she exited, she ran straight to Su Pingyan, gave him a kiss, and excitedly pointed at her face. Pingyan, look. My skin seems tighter and rosier now. It's just so amazing. This is just a side effect, nothing major. You can think of it as similar to the effect in martial arts novels called refining the bones and cleansing the marrow. Su Pingyan naturally knew about this effect, so he wasn't surprised at all. You don't understand. You don't know what this means to us women. If those rich old ladies found out about something this good, someone would fight to buy even that small piece I just ate for hundreds of thousands, even millions. If you could get a large supply of this beef, you'd be rich. Do you understand? As a woman herself, Yishinran understood what women desired better than Su Pingyan did. Oh, Su Pingyan replied calmly. In his previous life, when beast meat from another world had just entered the global market, it was extremely effective and extremely rare. For that reason, it was virtually unavailable no matter the price in the early days. Even later on, high-grade beast meat remained highly valuable. Many hunting groups had grown wealthy precisely because of this. Yi Xinran grew annoyed by Su Pingyan's indifferent attitude. It made her feel like she was some ignorant nobody. Just then, Lu Yun walked in and witnessed the scene. Her face lit up instantly, and she rushed over, pointing at Su Pingyan loudly. Su Pingyan, it's already a huge blessing for you that our Xinran is willing to be with you. How dare you make her upset? Su Pingyan immediately rolled his eyes. This woman couldn't even tell the difference between real anger and playful teasing. What a shame. Yunjia, you misunderstood. I was just joking with Pingyan. Yi Xinran hurriedly explained for Su Pingyan's defense. Hearing this, Lu Yun became visibly embarrassed. Yunjia, maybe we should change the gate password from now on. We don't want strangers eavesdropping and spreading rumors, Su Pingyan reminded. As Yi Xinran's agent, Lu Yun knew the villa's gate password and always walked straight in without knocking, like she was at home. Su Pingyan had long found this annoying, but had never said anything before. Lu Yun nearly choked with rage. Yunjia, it's not worth getting angry with this poor nobody, suddenly came a male voice. Moments later, a young man walked in confidently, flanked by a foreign bodyguard who looked like a strong, muscular giant. Xinran, long time no see. You're even more beautiful than before, the young man said as he entered, his eyes glued to Yi Xinran. A flash of lecherous desire flickered in his eyes, completely ignoring Su Pingyan's presence. Seeing the person walk in, Yi Xinran's face immediately darkened. She glared at Lu Yun angrily. Yunjia, I just told you not to do this. Already forgotten. Chapter 16, An Unwelcome Guest. Xinran, hear me out. I just happened to run into young Master Qi, and he has a business deal to discuss with you. That's why I brought him here, Lu Yun quickly explained. If there's business to discuss, it should be done at the company. This is my home, Yi Xinran replied, clearly upset, yet she knew that Qi Tian wielded enormous power she couldn't afford to challenge. Xinran, I'm planning to invest in a big budget film with over $1 billion in production costs. I'd like to offer you the lead female role. Would you like to have dinner sometime and go over the details of this film collaboration? Qi Tian got straight to the point, throwing out a tempting bait. Was it really that easy to accept such a dinner invitation? Yi Xinran knew exactly what Qi Tian was after and immediately declined. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Qi, but I only specialize in music. Acting is not my strong suit, and I haven't considered venturing into acting for now. You should find someone else for your project. Xinran, don't be so quick to refuse. This film will be directed by Master Zhang Yi himself. Such an opportunity rarely comes by. You could learn a lot working with him and take your career to a new level. After all, in the entertainment industry, a talented singer often transitions into acting naturally. Such chances are quite rare. Qi Tian tossed an even bigger temptation her way. He had learned from Lu Yun that director Zhang Yi was actually Yi Xinran's idol. Yi Xinran had once privately told Lu Yun, and only Su Pingyan, that if she ever moved into acting, she'd most like to work with director Zhang Yi. This time, Qi Tian had pinpointed Yi Xinran's weakness. However, it also caused Yi Xinran's resentment toward Lu Yun to deepen. She wasn't some innocent girl. She had only shared this personal wish with Lu Yun and Su Pingyan, and now Qi Tian knew about it. Clearly, Lu Yun had revealed her secret. Such a person who dared to reveal her most private thoughts was a danger to keep around. This time, Yi Xinran truly considered changing her agent. Fighting back her fury, Yi Xinran directly declined again. Mr. Qi, you'd better find someone else. I don't have any spare time at the moment. Xinran, Qi Tian said as he stepped straight toward Yi Xinran. Seeing that Qi Tian was growing bolder, attempting to come even closer, and seemingly ready to grab Yi Xinran, Su Pingyan could no longer stay silent. He immediately stepped forward, positioning himself between them, and warned sternly. Brother, if you've got something to say, just say it. What are you reaching for? This is Xinran's home, and you came in uninvited, which technically constitutes unlawful entry. We have the right to call the police. Xinran has clearly stated that she doesn't want to collaborate with you. Can't you understand plain refusal? Now get out. Su Pingyan spoke with no trace of politeness. Did Qi Tian really think he, the real boyfriend, was made of paper? Who's your brother? Who the hell do you think you are, talking to me like that? Are you looking for a beating? Qi Tian, already frustrated by Yi Xinran's refusal, was infuriated further upon seeing the obstructing Su Pingyan. Su Pingyan, what are you blabbing for? Just move aside. Lu Yun immediately chimed in to support Qi Tian. She now realized that she had offended Yi Xinran deeply this time, probably beyond repair. So she chose to cling tightly to Qi Tian, seeking his favor first. You're the one who should leave, thankless traitor. You should be ashamed of yourself. Xinran treated you so well despite the pressure from the company, just to keep you as her agent, and yet all you do is engage in despicable matchmaking schemes. Truly disgusting. Su Pingyan held nothing back in his attack on Lu Yun. It was time for everything to come into the open, so Yi Xinran could see this traitor clearly for what he really was. You. Lu Yun's face flushed red, and then turned pale from Su Pingyan's scathing words. What are you muttering about? Get lost, Su Pingyan yelled at Lu Yun with a finger pointed straight at her. What right do I have to leave? I'm still Xinran's agent, and you? Just a good-for-nothing sugar baby. What gives you the right to criticize me? What gall do you have to be here? Lu Yun started screaming, resorting to wild theatrics. Yunjia, this is the last time I'll call you that. From now on, our management contract is terminated. You're no longer my agent. You may go now, Yi Shinran finally gave Su Pingyan face and had made a firm decision to completely cut ties with Lu Yun. Shinran, just hear me out. Lu Yun pleaded desperately. No need to say anything. My decision is final this time. Yi Shinran didn't give Lu Yun any opportunity to explain, truly determined. Mr. Qi, you have to help me. Lu Yun's face went ashen, and she immediately clutched at Qi Tian's sleeve, begging him with desperate eyes. Don't dirty my clothes. Useless piece of trash. You can't even handle a simple task. You're pathetic. Qi Tian shoved Lu Yun away harshly. As far as Qi Tian was concerned, she had already become completely useless. Mr. Qi, one more word, and I'll finish you off. This threat was indeed intimidating. Lu Yun, who knew Qi Tian's nature, was instantly frightened into silence, standing helplessly at the side. Perhaps at this moment, she deeply regretted her actions, but there was no such thing as a regret pill in this world. Su Pingyan, huh? Do you know what happened to those who dared to fight me for a woman in the past? Qi Tian stepped forward, sneering arrogantly. What the hell do I care? Su Pingyan was in no mood to tolerate this young master. Good. You've got guts. That's exactly the kind of person I like. Let me tell you this. Those who dare to be arrogant in front of me always end up in worse situations. I'm curious to see how you'll beg on your knees for me later. As he spoke, Qi Tian angrily loosened his tie, took a couple steps back, turned his head toward the nearby bodyguard, and gave the order. Beat him up. Hit him to death. Yes, boss. What are you planning to do? Qi Tian, I warn you, you're trespassing right now. If you dare to assault someone, I'll call the police immediately and have you arrested. This is a serious crime. Yi Shinran looked at the tall, burly bodyguard, nearly 2 meters tall, and became deeply concerned for Su Pingyan's safety, placing herself in front of him regardless of her own safety. Call the police to arrest me? Go ahead then. You think you're giving me face? I used to believe you were really innocent, but it turns out you'd rather be with a loser. But don't worry, I don't mind secondhand goods. Soon, I'll make you kneel in front of me, begging me. Qi Tian completely exposed his true nature, spewing filth from his mouth. Your mouth really stinks. After saying this, Su Pingyan gently waved his right hand. Huh. A sharp, loud sound echoed throughout the villa. Qi Tian was sent flying to the ground by an immense force. His cheek visibly swelled, his head felt dizzy, and despite repeated attempts, he struggled to stand up. Seeing this, the bodyguard looked at Su Pingyan cautiously before immediately stepping forward to support Qi Tian. Boss, are you okay? Kill him. Kill him now. Qi Tian had become like a madman, screaming in desperation. The bodyguard hesitated somewhat, but still followed Qi Tian's order, walking directly towards Su Pingyan. Pingyan, Yi Shinran cried fearfully. Stand behind me. Don't worry, he can't hurt me. Su Pingyan calmly placed Yi Shinran behind him. The foreign bodyguard suddenly rushed forward at high speed and threw a punch straight at Su Pingyan's face. A normal person hit by such a punch would be knocked unconscious immediately. The fist was about the size of a clay pot. Chapter 17, Invincible Form. You're too slow, Su Pingyan sneered, slowly extending his left hand and effortlessly catching the opponent's punch without even shifting his stance. Your strength isn't impressive either. Su Pingyan's remark sent a flicker of shock across the foreign bodyguard's face. Only the bodyguard himself knew how much strength he had put into that punch, yet this man had stopped it with such ease. Just how much power did he possess? As the foreigner attempted to pull his fist back, Su Pingyan didn't grant him the opportunity. With the left hand still holding the punch, he slightly increased the pressure. Crack. The foreign bodyguard couldn't help letting out a piercing scream of agony. His fist had been crushed, completely shattered, and the broken finger bones had pierced through skin, protruding outward in a truly gruesome sight. Following this, Su Pingyan lifted his right foot and gently kicked it into the man's abdomen. A tremendous force surged forward, and the foreign bodyguard, over 2 meters tall and physically imposing, shot through the air like an arrow released from a bow. He slammed heavily onto the ground more than 3 meters away. Su Pingyan had controlled his strength well, enough not to kill, but certainly enough to break a few ribs. Yet, the force had been precisely calculated not to damage the furniture in the house. The entire fight had lasted no more than 2 or 3 seconds, with no unnecessary flair. Yi Shinran stood with her mouth wide open, shocked beyond words at what had unfolded before her eyes. However, Qi Tian's reaction wasn't nearly as calm, especially when he saw Su Pingyan slowly walking toward him, wearing a cold smirk. Though each step was slow, a powerful aura of impending death quickly enveloped him. Every footstep sounded like a death knell. Qi Tian was certain Su Pingyan had blood on his hands before. This was real killing intent. He was going to kill him. The moment this thought formed, Qi Tian immediately collapsed to his knees before Su Pingyan, completely abandoning the arrogance he had displayed just moments ago. Don't kill me. I have money, lots of it. I can give you so much money. After all, it was said that the barefoot fear nothing worn by the shod. He knew exactly how strong his bodyguard was, and the fact that Su Pingyan had dealt with him so easily meant only one thing. This man was truly powerful. What if he decided not to hold back and just kill him? Even if his family later avenged him, what would it matter if he was already dead? Su Pingyan squatted before Qi Tian and spoke in a calm tone. From now on, when you see me or Shinran, run in the opposite direction. If I ever run into you again, I will beat you senseless every single time. Yes, I'll go out of my way to avoid you both. I promise I won't appear in front of you ever again. Qi Tian nodded repeatedly. If you're thinking about retaliation later, come find me anytime. I'll take it all. But if you ever dare harm anyone close to me, you'd better kill me first. Otherwise, I will make your entire Qi family pay for it. Don't say I didn't warn you. No way. Never. I would never dare. Then get lost. Of course, I'm leaving right away. Qi Tian, too terrified to remain any longer, got up and ran straight for the door. The bodyguard, though seriously injured, had an incredibly strong constitution. He bit through the pain and forced himself up, following Qi Tian out. You're the one who wanted to end your contract with Shinran, aren't you? Are you planning on sticking around for breakfast? Su Pingyan asked coldly. I'm leaving immediately. Lu Yun was so scared she darted for the door instantly. Wait. The mere words from Su Pingyan froze Lu Yun in place, paralyzed with fear. Remember to come to the company tomorrow and sign the agreement to terminate your role as Shinran's agent. Yes, I will definitely be there tomorrow. After you leave, close the door behind you. Only after hearing this did Lu Yun breathe slightly easier, rushing out while hastily closing the big door behind her. As soon as she reached the outside, she exhaled in relief and sped away, as if pursued by ghosts. If she had known beforehand how powerful Su Pingyan really was, she would have never dared to provoke him like this. This man was truly despicable, intentionally hiding his strength and causing her to lose her cash cow, Shinran. It must have been intentional. Right now, Lu Yun was afraid of Su Pingyan and hated him, and by association, she hated Qi Tian as well. With the three annoying individuals gone, peace and quiet returned to the villa. As soon as Su Pingyan turned around, he saw Shinran standing with her hands on her hips, examining him from head to toe. Is there something wrong with my appearance? Su Pingyan touched his face, then looked down at his body as he asked. No, something's very wrong, Shinran said, stepping closer. Su Pingyan took a step back. This way, one advancing, the other retreating, they reached the sofa. Blocked by the sofa, Su Pingyan fell back onto it, looking slightly nervous. What could be wrong? Shinran narrowed her eyes like a predator stalking its prey. She lifted her leg and straddled Su Pingyan's waist. By instinct, he wrapped his arms around her smooth thighs. The scene unfolded into a rather suggestive position. Shinran shivered slightly, shot him a glance, but didn't stop her actions. That big guy was like a bear, way bigger and stronger looking than you, yet you defeated him so easily. Tell me the truth, what exactly just happened? He only looked tough and intimidating, but in reality, he was all bark and no bite. Believe it or not. Su Pingyan winked slightly and whispered, do you even believe that yourself? Shinran rolled her eyes at him. I heard from someone in the business that Qi Tian's foreign bodyguard is actually a super soldier they hired at great expense from the Delta Force in Sam country. He's supposed to be really strong. Wow, that powerful. Don't play around. Confess truthfully and leniency awaits. Resistance means stricter punishment. Now talk. Shinran instantly transformed into a queen giving orders. I've only heard leniency means rotting at the bottom of a jail cell, and resistance means going home for the new year. Seeing that Su Pingyan looked completely unbothered, as if nothing could affect him, Shinran found herself momentarily at a loss. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind. Shinran slowly leaned close to Su Pingyan's ear and softly whispered something. Really? Su Pingyan's eyes lit up. Really? Then you go first. No, you speak first. You go first. Angered, Shinran slapped Su Pingyan's chest slightly, then slid off him, crouching down in front of him, tucking her hair behind her ears before beginning to chant. At first she was awkward, but soon found her rhythm. Half an hour later. Nope, it's gone numb. Her pitiful, helpless look sent a rush of heat surging through Su Pingyan. Su Pingyan immediately scooped her up into his arms and began jogging through the villa, running from the first floor to the second, from the bedroom to the bathroom. More than an hour passed. Tell me what you were really doing when you left. You're too strong. I really can't take any more. I'm going to die, Shinran whispered with dazed eyes. This time I'll let you off the hook, you little temptress. After quite a while, Shinran finally recovered slightly. If it hadn't been for the unicorn mad cow beef she had eaten that morning, it probably would have taken her much longer to regain her strength. Gently stroking Shinran's hair, Su Pingyan spoke up. Shinran, you're so smart. In fact, you've probably already figured something out, haven't you? Shinran softly hummed in agreement. I have some guesses, but I'm not sure. Was it related to that beef? Chapter 18. Investigation into the Qi family. I only ate a small piece today, and already my blood energy surged, and I felt a bit stronger. You ate such a large portion, yet you're acting as if nothing happened. It must mean that the beef has no effect on you anymore. Su Pingyan smiled slightly, and kissed her forehead. My Chiron is indeed smart. As for the specific circumstances, pay attention to the news these few days, and you'll find out. Explaining this matter would be quite troublesome. That's like not saying anything at all. You're lying to me again. I'm going to bite you to death. Saying that, Shinran opened her mouth and bit down on Su Pingyan's arm. That was all though. She was an intelligent woman. Since Su Pingyan had already said as much, she wouldn't keep pressing the matter relentlessly. It's just a few days, she could wait. Oh, right. Rest at home today and don't go to the site. It's all your fault. Shinran's face flushed slightly, still feeling some soreness and walking awkwardly. After making sure Shinran had plenty of rest, Su Pingyan came to the living room, laid out the yoga mat, poured a drop of first-grade middle-level spiritual liquid, and started his cultivation for the day. At noon, he prepared a delicious lunch for the two of them. After a short nap, Su Pingyan began his afternoon cultivation session. Ping'an, Nijuichi Zuoshimanup, Lan Yu Jiaoma. In the afternoon, Shinran had recovered significantly, and, walking downstairs, saw Su Pingyan striking some strange poses on her yoga mat. It resembled yoga, yet was different from the yoga she practiced regularly. After finishing his practice, Su Pingyan smiled toward Shinran. This isn't yoga, it's martial arts training. Martial arts. Didn't you wonder how I became so powerful? The beef is just one aspect. The main reason is because of my cultivation. Su Ping'an explained. He never intended to keep this secret from Yishiran. Can I learn it too? Or is it one of those things passed only to men or kept within the family? No such taboos. I've already prepared the cultivation method for you. However, your physical foundation is quite weak. We need to nourish your body with the beef for a few days first. Once your condition improves, I'll formally teach you martial arts, Su Ping'an replied. Oh, I see. Yishiran suddenly realized. So this is that surprise you were talking about. Su Ping'an nodded. Exactly, this is the second surprise. Ping'an, Nijun Hak, Mug, Yishiran felt a strong surge of affection. Unlike the warm and loving interaction between Su Ping'an and Yishiran, within a luxury mansion atop a skyscraper in the demon capital, Chi Tian sat on the sofa while a middle-aged beautiful woman gently applied peeled eggs to his swollen face. She looked heartbroken. That damned wretch hit so hard, bruising my son's face like this. Dear, you absolutely must avenge Tianer. Kill that damned brute. Females spoiling their sons too much only lead to failure. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. Mom, that Su Ping'an is extremely strong. He's a monster. Joseph couldn't even withstand one move against him. He warned us, if we retaliate, he'll wipe out our entire clan. Chi Tian said fearfully. Even though after returning home he had calmed down somewhat, the overwhelming pressure from Su Ping'an was still vividly imprinted in his memory. You useless fool. Scared speechless by just a threat from someone else. How could Chi Guozhen produce such a worthless son? Wipe out our clan. Does he even know who he's talking about? Chi Guozhen angrily shot up and pointed at Chi Tian, shouting fiercely. Master, please calm yourself. The butler beside interjected quickly. Humph. Chi Guozhen snorted, then sat back down on the sofa. The room remained silent for quite a while until a tall, broad-shouldered, middle-aged man with a square jawline and prominent temples, clearly a professional martial artist, entered, breaking the heavy atmosphere. Old Wu San, what's the result of the examination from your end? Chi Guozhen asked. Master, the hospital checked Joseph's injuries. His fist is suffering from a comminuted fracture. I also inspected personally. It was crushed by an immense force. Even if it's healed, his hand will be ruined forever. Hearing his personal bodyguard's report, Chi Guozhen's expression became more solemn. Sangre, Nining Zuodao Jerdema? Chi Tian turned to Wu San, asking nervously. In his eyes, his father's personal bodyguard was the strongest martial artist he had ever met. Wu San had once claimed that in a life-or-death battle, he could kill Joseph with a single move. Even in a regular duel, he could defeat the opponent within 20 moves. No, the middle-aged bodyguard replied decisively, then added. And even the whole world probably can't produce anyone capable of such a feat. How did Su Ping'an manage that then? Chi Tian immediately retorted. That was something he personally witnessed. There was absolutely no way it was fake. Based on the young master's description, that person merely pinched Joseph's fist lightly and crushed it completely. Such strength is extremely terrifying, irrational, and absolutely beyond human capability. Therefore, it couldn't have been cultivated later in life. He must be someone born with supernatural strength, a once-in-a-millennium monster, someone like Li Yuanba from novels. There's no other explanation, Wu San thought for a moment, considering that the only plausible explanation. Third brother, could he possibly be one of those legendary ancient martial artists or cultivators? Chi Tian suddenly blurted out, letting his imagination run wild. If that was the case, he wouldn't dare to provoke Su Ping'an ever again. Wu San chuckled bitterly and said, Young master, those are all fictional creations from TV dramas and novels. There's no such thing as ancient martial arts or spiritual cultivation in this world. We martial artists are only stronger than ordinary people because we have better physical condition and mastery of various combat techniques. But that person, he didn't use any techniques at all, just sheer strength. Speaking of this, Wu San's face revealed a look of deep apprehension. Do you think you can defeat him? Chi Guozhen suddenly asked. No, Wu San answered bluntly, without even thinking. What about this? Chi Guozhen gestured with his right hand, making a gun sign. Wu San replied confidently. In a direct confrontation, I have a 50% chance. If I could launch a surprise attack, 80% chance. Ah Chong, have you figured out who Su Ping'an really is? Chi Guozhen turned to the silent butler beside him. Master, we've obtained some information, but not much. Su Ping'an is 26 years old this year. He joined the military at 17, entered the Tianling Special Operations Unit at 18, was promoted to the rank of major at 25, and became a squad leader. Earlier this year, for unknown reasons, he suddenly retired from the military. During his service, he received 1 collective first-class merit, 1 individual first-class merit, 3 collective second-class merits, 5 individual second-class merits, 12 collective third-class merits, and 8 individual third-class merits. After retiring, he became a mercenary in the Middle East. Not long ago, he coincidentally met Yishiran and later became her boyfriend. According to Lu Yun, because of Yishiran, Su Ping'an agreed to quit being a mercenary. Currently, he is unemployed and cohabiting with Yishiran. Chapter 19. The worst-case scenario. Su Ping'an's parents are both ordinary state-owned enterprise workers in a local county town. He also has a younger brother, Su Pingkong, 22 years old, currently a student at the National University of Defense Technology, and a younger sister, Su Lele, 18, a freshman at Northwestern Polytechnical University. This is all the useful information we've managed to gather so far, the Ganjiao reported. Chi Guozhen couldn't help but inhale sharply upon hearing this. Rank of major at 25 years old, he must be the youngest major in our country. And with all those military achievements to his name, Su Ping'an is even more formidable than I imagined. Sir, I'll take back what I said earlier. Even with a gun, facing him head-on, I'd have no more than a 20% chance of success. Even with an ambush, my odds wouldn't exceed 50%. People like him have a very keen sense of danger. Wu San's respect for Su Pingyan deepened significantly. Previously, he had underestimated him. Master Qi. Regardless of the reason behind Su Pingyan's retirement from service, with a combat record like his, he definitely has people watching over him at the higher levels and must be deeply connected with the military. We need to proceed cautiously. If we provoke him and retaliate follows, the Qi family might find it hard to stand firm in all of China. The Gunjia reminded him solemnly. The Su family, despite being ordinary, had raised 3 exceptional children, capable both intellectually and physically. Meanwhile, despite the Qi family's tremendous financial resources, they had produced only a useless son who relied on his father's power to seduce women and cause trouble. It's not that you're mediocre that's the problem, it's being compared to others. The more Qi Guozhen thought about it, the angrier he became. You useless piece of trash, always stirring up trouble for me. I should have shot you dead back then. Qi Guozhen, certainly no fool, understood immediately what Su Pingyan represented. In his fury, he delivered a powerful kick toward Qi Tian. Ow! Qi Tian let out a pained cry as he was knocked flat onto the floor. He looked pitifully toward the middle-aged, beautiful woman nearby, calling out with a trembling voice, "Mom." "Sir, Tian still hasn't recovered from his injuries," the middle-aged woman said in tone, as she helped Qi Tian up and led him back to sit on the sofa. Then she approached Qi Guozhen, her brow furrowed. "Master Qi, Su Pingyan not only injured Tian, he openly threatened our Qi family. That's basically slapping us in the face. We must retaliate, otherwise, people might think the Qi family is weak and timid." "Retaliate how? This Su Pingyan is no ordinary veteran soldier. Although our Qi family is powerful, if we antagonize the military, even without the military taking direct action themselves, there are plenty of people ready to tear off a piece of our flesh. Is it really worth risking so much for a moment of revenge? This kind of deal is a major loss." Qi Guozhen had already begun considering retreat. He was a shrewd businessman. Though pride was important, family interests were more important. Master Qi, who said we had to retaliate by force. That's simply using our weakness to attack his strength. The real strengths of our Qi family lie in the societal resources we can mobilize, our financial capital, and our political power. These are precisely the things Su Pingyan lacks, the middle-aged beauty reminded. Qi Guozhen hesitated for a moment before understanding his wife's meaning. That's actually a good idea. With the Qi family's influence, we can easily surround him with enemies from all sides and make his movements extremely difficult. What's more, this approach won't seem too extreme. We can slowly boil the frog in hot water. That Su Pingyan wouldn't dare ask the military for help, and the military wouldn't have any reason to get involved. Clever indeed. After a day's rest, and consuming another portion of unicorn rage ox meat in the morning the next day, Yi Xinran's condition recovered very well. She went out after breakfast. Today, she needed to terminate the agency contract with Lu Yun, discuss a new agent candidate with the company, and also revisit the concert venue. It was going to be a busy day. Leaving Su Pingyan alone suited him just fine. Not knowing that he had already become the target of venomous enemies, Su Pingyan continued to use every possible moment to cultivate intensively. So 1 drop of mid-tier grade first-class spiritual liquid can now only increase about 40 kilograms of strength. After absorbing a drop of mid-tier grade first-class spiritual liquid, Su Pingyan slightly frowned. His current strength was around 3,045 kilograms. Last night, he had just broken through to the 6th stage of the body-tempering realm. As a result, after breaking into the 6th stage of the body-tempering realm, the effectiveness of the mid-tier grade first-class spiritual liquid had dropped significantly again. Actually, his cultivation speed had been extremely fast already. He just felt a sense of urgency constantly pressing on him. There are still 49 drops of mid-tier grade first-class spiritual liquid left, enough for just 2 or 3 days of cultivation. Even if I absorb them all, it's only an increase of over 2,000 kilograms of strength. The 7th stage of the body-tempering realm is still far out of reach. Su Pingyan felt rather helpless about this. Simultaneously, he started contemplating heading to the next transmission portal. The number 2 portal is deeply located inside the Java Valley Caves on Java Island in Indonesia. Extremely secretive. Even after a year of expansion, the portal won't appear on the surface. As long as I don't massively invest spiritual stones into the bronze pool, it might remain undiscovered for over 3 years, just like in my previous life. Actually, if I'm ruthless enough, it could remain hidden even longer and serve as my long-term battlefield for hunting fierce beasts. Most importantly, the reward for opening the number 2 portal is too tempting. I must get it. Su Pingyan firmly decided his second destination in his mind. But this time, I must be fully prepared. The next 4 days passed peacefully, and Su Pingyan was making preparations for his next target. During his spare time, he focused on cultivation, steadily improving his strength. The cost, however, was that all his mid-tier grade first-class spiritual liquid was completely consumed. Even dozens of drops of low-tier grade first-class spiritual liquid were used up. Although each drop only added slightly more than 2 kilograms of strength, it was still better than nothing. Finally, after consuming 1 last drop of low-tier grade first-class spiritual liquid, his strength successfully surpassed the 6,000 kilogram mark. Loud drums rise, gazing northward at the embattled lands. Suddenly, his phone rang, interrupting Su Pingyan's cultivation session. He picked up a nearby towel to wipe the sweat off his head and walked toward the sofa. Checking the caller ID on his phone, it read, "Xinran." "Hello." Su Pingyan answered the call. Before he could ask what was going on, An anxious voice came through immediately from the other end. Ping, just now I was scrolling through Douyin and saw a piece of news. It appears one of the countries has mobilized troops into Beihai Island. Various rumors are spreading online. Is this the news you wanted me to watch out for? Su Pingyan slightly frowned. So the worst-case scenario had happened already? Today was December 11th. Tomorrow was the scheduled time when foreign tourists would discover the portal. Since a foreign country had made such a huge move, it meant the enemy had already discovered the portal earlier than expected and now intended to seal it off. Pigon, when Su Pingyan remained silent for a long time, Yi Xinran called out to him again through the phone. There's some connection, but it's not the main point, Su Pingyan replied casually. Is there anyone else around you? Su Pingyan asked. No, I only called you after walking somewhere secluded. Yi Xinran was indeed very careful and cautious. Chapter 20 Global Focus. You'd better handle whatever you have today, and tomorrow you'll have a day off. I'll teach you cultivation then, Su Pingyan said. After several days of nourishing her body carefully, along with his personal guidance and the help of spiritual liquid, there shouldn't be much problem. Okay. Yi Xian's face lit up with excitement. Cultivation. How could anyone not look forward to it? Especially since Su Pingyan had told her that reaching advanced levels of cultivation could preserve one's youth forever. That temptation was simply too great. After hanging up the phone, Su Pingyan began searching for news about the Hokkaido Island incident. Actually, he didn't even need to search, as the news had already trended online. Clearly, Chinese people paid particularly close attention to their mischievous neighbor. Japan urgently deploys 20,000 self-defense forces to Hokkaido Island. What's their intention? Below were various comments from netizens. What exactly is Japan trying to do? Someone with brains please explain, cause I really don't get their intention here. Where exactly is Hokkaido Island close to? The Northern Territories, of course. Their real intention probably is to launch a surprise attack on the Northern Territories just like the Pearl Harbor raid and establish a de facto control. Seriously? Do they have the guts? Russia won't be messed with, they'll go berserk. Uft, given Japan's strategic depth, does the bear even need a navy? Treat Sarmat missiles as decorations? Even if you give them 10-S, they wouldn't dare. Just now the bear spokesperson has already issued a warning, which shows they are prepared. Japan probably doesn't dare try a surprise attack anymore. It shouldn't be for a surprise attack. If they really aimed to seize the Northern Territories, they should have deployed their maritime self-defense force instead. This time they've deployed mostly army troops to Hokkaido Island, which is totally useless. Besides, if they really planned a surprise attack, they should do it secretly. But this move looks too hasty and improvised. That's why so much military movement info got exposed. There were still some military-savvy clever people who could tell that Japan's troop movement was decided in haste, a very keen observation indeed. Maybe Japan is using a feint maneuver, creating a diversion to conceal their real target. What if their true intention is to attack our country? Bro, you're overthinking. If they dare attack us, it'll be just the opportunity to settle old scores and new grievances together. Then Japan as a country won't need to exist anymore. Hehe, attacking us again? Ever heard of DF Series Express? Delivered as scheduled, our mission will be accomplished. Don't underestimate these little bastards. Sometimes they're quite insane and love to gamble with their national destiny. With so many wars breaking out globally now, it kind of feels like a prelude to World War III, and anything could happen, one netizen expressed concern. Well, whether it's World War III or total annihilation, honestly, I'm tired of it all. Huh? World War? Bro, I'm still single and haven't even tasted a woman's touch yet. WeChat. XXXXXXXXXX. All-inclusive service nationwide. 120 minutes, unlimited C. OMG, what the hell just floated by? Any veteran drivers want to explain? Ahem, the topic is drifting off. Be careful of the river crab police. Looking at all these comments, Su Pingyan couldn't help but smile slightly. He really admired everyone's imagination. In Japan, at the Shokansen Bridge on Hokkaido Island. Take me down there for a closer look, Prime Minister Yamamoto Nijuichi ordered. He had just wrapped up his work as quickly as possible and came here immediately to see the wormhole and the new world with his own eyes. Early this morning, he had received crucial information that claimed a wormhole had been discovered on Hokkaido Island, connecting to a new world. At that time, his first reaction was to doubt the authenticity. It was likely that someone beneath him was playing games. However, when intelligence officers sent him photos and videos and made a video call showing that eerie blue wormhole, he believed. His first reaction was to immediately dispatch large numbers of troops to seal off the entire mountain area, forbidding anyone from entering or exiting without his personal permission. A completely new world. This was just too important, just too tempting for Japan. This also explained why this military movement happened so hastily. He was afraid the news might leak. If the big brother America above got to know about it, Japan would only be left to drink soup. However, the more anxious they were, the easier they made mistakes, and thus the military movement directly got exposed to the whole world. It was indeed a major mistake. This way, Prime Minister guided an officer. Yamamoto Nijuichi followed under his guidance to the area beneath the bridge, finally seeing the wormhole glowing with eerie blue light, just as shown in the videos. Is this wormhole temporary or permanent? Yamamoto Nijuichi asked anxiously. If it was temporary, it would hold limited significance for them. But if it was permanent, it could be pivotal to Japan's national destiny. Extremely significant. Research by experts indicates that this is most likely a fixed wormhole, reported the leader, Ono Raji. This wormhole probably has some connection with the bronze door frame here. Judging by the rust on the frame, the wormhole may have existed for a very long time, only previously hidden beneath the river waters. Now that the river has receded, The wormhole has finally been exposed. There are also inscriptions on the top of the bronze door frame. Hearing Raji's explanation, Yamamoto Dokufu felt very pleased. He turned his gaze to the door frame and asked, "What do they say?" "We don't know yet. These characters aren't from any script familiar to us. Experts are currently gathering scripts from ancient civilizations around the world for analysis. We believe results will come soon." Ono Raji shook his head. He also was eager to know. "Notify me immediately once we have results," Yamamoto Dokufu ordered. "Hi." Ono Raji bowed his head respectfully. How exactly was this wormhole discovered? Yamamoto Dokufu inquired curiously. Previously, he hadn't had the time to learn the details. It was actually a coincidence, Ono Raji explained. The local police received a missing persons report 2 days ago. Based on the information provided by the complainant, the police reviewed footage from several on-road surveillance cameras and eventually focused on this old mountain area. The missing couple's car had entered the mountains but never came out. After that, the police dispatched personnel into the mountains to search, and eventually, an officer discovered some clues at Shokansen Bridge. While inspecting beneath the bridge, they discovered this wormhole. Did the missing persons enter the new world through this wormhole? Yamamoto Dokufu asked concernedly. Those 2 missing individuals were likely the first discoverers of the wormhole. They possibly had obtained some information unknown to them. More importantly, these 2 individuals had to be located and secured. There absolutely must be no leakage of information regarding this place. We indeed found a vehicle burned beyond recognition on the other side of the wormhole, Ono Raji replied after a moment of thought. After thorough examination and confirmation, it belonged to the missing couple. However, we didn't find the 2 individuals inside the car. I suspect either they've already died or have gone deeper into the new world. There is one eerie detail, though, that continues to baffle our experts until now, Ono Raji added. Chapter 21, Yamamoto Dokufu's Alarm. What strange things? Yamamoto Dokufu asked curiously. Given the current width of the wormhole, the missing person's vehicle simply couldn't have driven into it unless it entered diagonally. However, with just those 2 people, without external tools, there's no way they could have accomplished that. And we found no trace here of any tools being used. Additionally, it's not easy for a vehicle to descend from the bridge, and we found no tire tracks under the bridge either. Moreover, our hunter revealed that this wormhole is expanding at an extremely slow rate. That means when the missing people discovered it, the wormhole was even narrower, making it even less possible for them to drive in, reported Xiaoyu Lejiji. After hearing this, Yamamoto Dokufu looked at the wormhole, immediately knitting his brows. He could see clearly now that unless it was a small car, an ordinary sedan really couldn't enter through the current width. As for whether someone might have moved the car in manually, what nonsense. The weight of a car, how could 2 people possibly accomplish that? Wait, suddenly a thought struck Yamamoto Dokufu, and he immediately asked, if it wasn't only those 2 missing people, if more people were involved, would they have been able to move the car inside? Xiaoyu Lejiji nodded. Theoretically speaking, yes. Then, on the other side in the new world, did you find evidence of a third person's movements? Yamamoto Dokufu pressed. We indeed found several campfires on the other side. Experts believe there's a high possibility of a third person existing, and possibly someone who arrived before those 2 missing individuals, Xiaoyu Lejiji replied. If this third person entered before the missing men, then there's a strong chance those 2 were killed to silence them. Moving the car in would have been to destroy evidence, preventing the wormhole incident from being exposed. In that case, this third party certainly isn't just one person, it's a group. That would explain everything logically, Yamamoto Dokufu analyzed. His Excellency the Prime Minister is truly wise, Xiaoyu Lejiji flattered. In fact, they did find other footprints on both sides, but upon identification, all the footprints belonged to a single individual, which was highly suspicious. Possibly, additional footprints had already been trampled and destroyed by their own soldiers who crossed previously, or by the monsters on the other side. Without solid evidence proving that the third mysterious force consisted of only one person, he dared not contradict the Prime Minister's viewpoint. We do not know whether this mysterious group is currently in the new world or outside it, but one thing is certain. They won't abandon this exit and will surely attempt every means to approach it. They have become destabilizing factors endangering our empire of De Eben's destiny and must be located and eliminated, Yamamoto Dokufu declared coldly, issuing his order with a dark expression. Hi. Xiaoyu Lejiji understood the seriousness of the matter. Other than that, what else did you discover? Yamamoto Dokufu continued questioning. Your Excellency, we also found a large quantity of blood and muscle tissue on that side. It has all been sent to the laboratory for analysis, and the results will be reported to me immediately, Xiaoyu Lejiji answered. Is it human blood? Though the study is ongoing, one thing is certain. The blood does not belong to humans, but rather to the native monsters of the new world. Native monsters? Yamamoto originally planned to ask whether signs of native life had been found in the new world, but now he already had the answer. Yes, there are some extremely large monsters inhabiting the new world. They are ferocious and brutal. The police initially overlooked them and lost several officers. Our self-defense forces soldiers entered last night and suffered sudden attacks from numerous monsters, resulting in over 700 casualties. They could only consider it bad luck. Their arrival just happened to be at night. Once these beasts are provoked, they become extremely bloodthirsty and frenzied. Had they arrived during the day instead, perhaps there wouldn't have been any ferocious monsters present, and they could have immediately set up defensive lines. With modern firearms, as long as there were fortifications, casualties could be significantly reduced even against first-tier beasts. But we possess powerful modern weapons. How could we have such heavy casualties? Yamamoto Dokufu furrowed his brows. This was only the first night. If the same casualty numbers occurred daily, the toll would be unbearable. The wormhole is too narrow to allow transportation of heavy weaponry, and personnel movement through is also slow. We can only keep sending soldiers one after another, basically throwing lives at the problem. Fortunately, those monsters aren't appearing non-stop in endless numbers. After we killed the monsters near the wormhole, there was a valuable period of calm. We took advantage of this period to transport numerous soldiers and weapons across, and have now established a defensive line on the other side of the wormhole. Construction of an advanced base is accelerating. With this defense line, future casualties will decrease significantly, Xiao Yilajiji explained. That's good. Can I go and take a look now? Yamamoto Dokufu asked. There's no problem. The inner side of the first defense line is safe, though your excellency must not go deeper to avoid any sudden appearance of a large number of monsters. Xiao Yilajiji replied confidently. All right, let's go take a look. Yamamoto Dokufu was very curious about the new world. Grr. The moment their group passed through the portal, they heard a thunderous roar echoing across the land from the distance. Then, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. A giant tiger flapping its wings led a swarm of monsters, flattening the jungle as they charged directly toward them. Rat-tat-tat. Immediately, the sound of machine guns erupted. Your Excellency, we're in danger. A large number of monsters are charging toward us. For your safety, please return at once. Xiao Yilajiji's face changed expression. Yamamoto Dokufu seemed not to hear the warning, as he saw in the distance hundreds of beasts, each larger than a tank, rushing forward and shaking the ground beneath their feet. His legs had already unconsciously begun to tremble violently. Xiao Yilajiji also saw the danger and instantly ordered his nearby soldiers to carry Yamamoto Dokufu away. Hold the defense line. Absolutely do not allow them to break through. Xiao Yilajiji issued this final command before retreating. These damned bureaucrats run away themselves, leaving us here to fight for our lives. Some soldiers on the defense line complained bitterly. Lanxing had enjoyed peace for a long time, and these soldiers had never actually experienced true warfare. At this moment, seeing the monsters of such massive size, if they were not nervous and frightened, that would truly be strange. Nevertheless, with orders given, they couldn't retreat, so they could only grit their teeth and fight the monsters head-on. On the other side of the portal, after passing through it, Yamamoto Dokufu felt slightly better. However, he still felt unsafe and moved further away. Upon seeing Xiao Yilajiji beside him, rage suddenly surged within him, and he shouted furiously, Baka, you said just now that the area inside the defense line was safe. Chapter 22. Transmitting the Tao and Teaching. Please calm down, Mr. Prime Minister. What happened just now was an accident. I promise it will never happen again in the future. Xiao Yilaji bowed deeply. Humph. If it happens again, you may as well commit seppuku. Hi. Immediately mobilize a large force to send troops for support. Our forward base was hard-earned and cannot be abandoned so easily. Meanwhile, we must also build up defenses here to prevent any monsters from rushing through if that front collapses. Hi. Xiao Yilaji also shared the same concern and promptly stepped forward to issue orders. Deploy more artillery. Aim the missiles this way. One defensive line isn't enough. For safety, multiple lines of defense must be constructed, Yamamoto Dokufu added after some thought, feeling it still wasn't secure enough. Mr. Prime Minister, actually there's no need to worry. The wormhole size is currently limited. Given the monsters' sizes, they temporarily can't pass through. Only small-sized, weaker monsters have come through so far, and we're capable of dealing with them, another officer beside him reminded. After listening, Yamamoto Dokufu nodded slightly, finding the words reasonable, and finally exhaled in relief. Earlier, he had indeed been terrified by the monsters. By the way, have we obtained any monster corpses? Yamamoto Dokufu suddenly asked. Mr. Prime Minister, we've acquired many different types of monster corpses, but due to their size, we can only dismember them. They've already been transported to the laboratory for research, and will be informed immediately once any discoveries are made. Xiao Yilaji replied. Work swiftly. I have a premonition that we'll gain tremendous benefits from these monsters. If we can genetically modify them to create super soldiers, this new world will undoubtedly fall into our hands. Yamamoto Dokufu thought, already forming a crazy idea. Humanoid modifications. Hi. Xiao Yilaji didn't find anything wrong with the idea. Additionally, cut off all signals from this mountain range. I don't want any information leaked out. If anything does leak, I'll hold you personally accountable, Yamamoto Dokufu warned. Hi. If there's any leak, I will gladly commit seppuku, Xiao Yilaji pledged. General, the monster's offensive is too fierce. Our soldiers are suffering heavy casualties. We urgently request reinforcements. A military officer rushed out from the other side of the portal and quickly reported upon seeing Xiao Yilaji. Haven't we sent many weapons already? Xiao Yilaji questioned. General, among today's monsters is a flying tiger-type creature. It's too powerful. It has already breached our first defensive line, killing many soldiers and causing a massive breach in our defenses. Yamamoto Nijuichi. Hi. This was a man approximately 1.6 meters tall, with bow legs and narrow eyes. Despite his small stature, his gaze was extremely fierce. Go provide support. Ensure the safety of the defenses, Xiao Yilaji ordered. Hi. After receiving orders, Yamamoto Nijuichi led a large force rushing into the battlefield. Half an hour later, Yamamoto Nijuichi returned, his face covered in blood. General, the defense line has been stabilized. Most of the monsters have been killed by us, with only a dozen or so injured escaping. To prevent further monster attacks, I've ordered the troops to reinforce the first line of defense and have refrained from pursuing them. You did well. The Prime Minister Yamamoto Dokufu commended. Upon hearing the Prime Minister's praise, Yamamoto Nijuichi became extremely excited. This person, who would one day influence the entire world and bring devastating destruction globally, was already beginning to show his talent. The world currently is quite unstable, with multiple regions embroiled in conflict and war, capturing the globe's attention. Once a certain country ceased its military mobilizations, the matter dropped. The next day, apart from nearby countries maintaining vigilance, most people no longer focused on this place. Global attention once again shifted to the Middle East, which remains the focal point of the world's current concerns. Morning, December 12, 2023, inside the first floor hall of the Platinum Han No. 3 Villa. Shinran, the martial technique I'm teaching you today is called the Immortal Spring Art. First, I'll teach you the breathing rhythm, and later, I'll show you the specific movements and meditation techniques. Su Pingyan spoke calmly. Immortal Spring Art? Sounds like a martial arts technique from novels. Will practicing it really enable walking on eaves and walls and delay aging? Yi Shinran expressed both excitement and slight unease. Such a fantastical idea felt unbelievable. If it weren't from Su Pingyan's mouth, she wouldn't believe it for a second. What do you mean just walking on eaves and delaying aging? When mastered to the highest level, you can even fly and vanish underground, remaining youthful forever, Su Pingyan boasted proudly. Wow, so miraculous. Yi Shinran couldn't help but show an expression of disbelief. Before you begin training, let me first briefly introduce the cultivation realm to you, Su Pingyan said after thinking for a moment. Great. Please tell me quickly, Yi Shinran said excitedly, very interested in this. First, there are 7 major cultivation realms: Duan Ti Jing, Qi Shui Jing, Shi Sui Jing, Tui Fan Jing, Chao Fan Jing, Shanhe Jing, and Tian Rin Jing, 7 major stages. Duan Ti Jing is the first major realm, and it is the foundation building stage. Its upper limit is the 13th tier. However, reaching this is extremely difficult. It not only requires massive resources, but also supreme techniques, the greatest cultivation talent, and persistent perseverance. As far as I know, no one has ever reached the 13th tier, not even the 12th. From what I understand, the 11th tier of Duan Ti Jing is already considered the ultimate limit. Anyone reaching the 10th tier is already an extraordinary genius. Among the masses, only about 30% manage to break through at the 9th tier. Nearly 70% choose to advance at either the 3rd or 6th tier, remaining stuck at the peak of those tiers before advancing. It's not that people don't wish to establish a deeper foundation, it's simply impossible. Cultivation techniques and resources, these 2 factors are the biggest obstacles. And even talent, which becomes increasingly important later, isn't quite so critical during the Duan Ti Jing stage. The cultivation technique I'm going to teach you next is called the Immortal Spring Art. Its strengths are being balanced and moderate, unlikely to cause one to go astray into dangerous or wild states, suitable for both genders, and once cultivation begins, it extends life and delays aging. Upon reaching Chao Fan Jing, one can even maintain youth and restore lost vitality. The only 2 drawbacks are that its cultivation is slow and its combat capabilities relatively weaker. More importantly, this technique can be cultivated up to the 10th tier of Duan Ti Jing, making it a rare supreme technique. Su Pingyan gave Yi Shinran a brief introduction to the Immortal Spring Art. Su Pingyan possessed no fewer than 20 cultivation techniques, but among them, only 3 were suitable for women. They were the Shun Nu Jing, the Bing Xianju, and the Immortal Spring Art. Chapter 23, Defying the Master and Abandoning the Sect, Revering the Teacher and Embracing the Tao. Among these, the Goddess Sutra requires the practitioner to be a virgin in order to cultivate it, and one must not lose their virginity before reaching the extraordinary realm. Otherwise, all cultivation will be ruined. However, once someone reaches the extraordinary realm, engaging in dual cultivation with a male partner would bring great benefits to the man. In Su Pingyan's opinion, this was somewhat heretical, a type of cultivation method focused on the use of a cauldron, and he would absolutely never let Yi Shinran cultivate it. Besides, Yi Shinran was no longer a virgin, so she couldn't cultivate it anyway. After cultivating the Ice Heart method, practitioners gradually become more emotionless and detached. The deeper one's cultivation, the more apparent this becomes. The highest level of this method even required reaching a state of complete emotional detachment. Unless there was something wrong with his mind, Su Pingyan would never allow Yi Shinran to cultivate this technique. The only remaining method was the Immortal Youth method, which was the technique he later switched to in his previous life. Firstly, it was the only suitable option available to him at the moment. Secondly, he had cultivated it in his past life, had experience with it, and could therefore teach Yi Shinran more skillfully. Thirdly, it was the only technique among all his cultivation methods that could be cultivated all the way to the Tianren realm, reaching the highest grade, capable of advancing from the body tempering stage to the 10th layer. Even in the era 20 years later, when cultivation techniques were everywhere, the Immortal Youth method remained a rare treasure. Wow, it's so powerful. I want to cultivate it. Teach me quickly. Yi Shinran grabbed Su Pingyan's arm, getting excited, her eyes glowing brighter and brighter. All right, I'll teach you the first movement and breathing method first. Saying this, Su Pingyan immediately took on the role of a teacher, starting with the basics and gradually guiding Yi Shinran into cultivation. Thanks to the physical improvements from the unicorn crazy bull meat she had consumed over the past few days, Yi Shinran quickly entered the cultivation state without experiencing any discomfort. Open your mouth and stick out your tongue, Su Ping'an said, approaching her with a crystal bottle when he sensed the right timing after watching Yi Xinran cultivate for a while. Without asking why, Yi Xinran complied immediately. Su Ping'an then poured a drop of low-grade Tier 1 spiritual liquid from the crystal bottle onto her tongue and said, "This helps with cultivation. Swallow it." Yi Xinran nodded and obediently retracted her tongue, slightly moving her throat to swallow the drop. After about 20 minutes, Yi Xinran opened her eyes, looked at her hands, clenched her fists, and excitedly jumped up on the spot. "I can feel a powerful force inside me. Is this what it's like to cultivate? So amazing. That's barely anything. You haven't even reached the first layer of the body tempering stage yet. You haven't even touched the threshold of cultivation." Su Ping'an couldn't resist teasing. I'll show you how amazing I am." Yi Xinran, unwilling to be humiliated, threw a punch straight at Su Ping'an's chest. "All right then, you dare to defy your master and abandon your sect. As your master, I shall now give you a proper lesson and teach you what it means to respect your teacher and value the Tao." Su Ping'an caught Yi Xinran's soft punch and, in a matter of moments, disarmed her effortlessly. Hiya. Su Ping'an was an excellent knight. No matter how wild the horse, he could tame it and achieve perfect harmony between rider and steed. More than an hour later, upstairs on the bed, Yi Xinran, completely drained of strength, surrendered in Su Ping'an's arms, saying, "You're really an animal. Hee, see if you'll still act up in the future?" Su Ping'an proudly stated. "I'll bite you to death." Seeing Su Ping'an's annoying look, Yi Xinran opened her mouth and bit his shoulder. "Tisk, are you a dog?" Su Ping'an hissed through his teeth from the pain. After some tenderness between the two, they went downstairs again to resume cultivation. With the guidance of a good mentor like Su Ping'an and assistance from the spiritual liquid, Yi Xinran cultivated at a very fast pace, advancing to the third layer of the body tempering stage before she went to sleep that night, gaining incredibly formidable strength. Go to sleep. When you wake up tomorrow, the world will undergo drastic changes. Humanity will enter a brand new era. Su Ping'an whispered softly as he kissed Yi Xinran on the forehead. Yi Xinran didn't ask more, but she was smart enough to have a vague guess in her heart. Morning of December 13th, 2023, CNN headquarters in Sam Country. Jason picked up a cup of coffee and walked to his workstation as usual, opening his computer to start a new day's work. Oh damn, so many emails to deal with again. His daily job was to handle news articles sent to their platform from around the world, selecting the valuable information among them. Looking through them for a while soon made him feel drowsy. There were many articles involving China, and his job was simply to seek out content that tarnished the country while discarding the rest directly, because the superiors wouldn't approve otherwise. Suddenly, a headline caught his attention. A country has sealed off Beihai Island, all because they discovered a wormhole there. Driven by curiosity, Jason opened the email and saw there were photos and a video inside. Oh my god, no way. Jason was so shocked that he stood up immediately. His first thought was that someone had used AI to forge these. However, after checking thoroughly, he ruled out that possibility and immediately reported the matter to his superiors. When Turner, the boss of CNN, received the news, his first reaction was that it couldn't be true. After repeatedly verifying the photos and video were genuine, he too was left completely stunned. Then, recalling a nation's strange military movements from 2 days earlier, he instantly realized the severity of the situation and issued a direct order. Cover this up. Do not allow it to be made public. In the office of the Supreme Commander. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks on the door rang out. Come in. James, the director of the intelligence agency SHIELD, pushed open the president's office door in haste and hurried over to George, whispering something into his ear. Upon hearing the news, George looked at James with the eyes of someone regarding a fool. Do you think I'm old and senile, easily fooled? You really think I'd believe something like this? Supreme Commander, the photos and video have been verified as authentic. Additionally, the remote mountain range mentioned by the source has completely lost all signal. We've used military satellites to detect that the 20,000 troops moved by the nation 2 days ago are currently stationed exactly there. Moreover, our insider sent us a piece of information. Yamamoto alone secretly visited Beihai Island yesterday, staying for over 3 hours before returning. In summary, although this story sounds incredible, I believe there's a high possibility it's genuine. James did not claim the information was 100% certain, but proceeded to report all received intelligence and his final analysis aloud. To avoid possible blame, he added one more sentence, dragging someone else down with him. Even if the information turns out incorrect, Yamamoto didn't notify us about this move beforehand. There must be something fishy going on. This is a tremendous sign of disrespect towards you. What an ungrateful bastard. Absolutely infuriating. It's time we taught them a lesson. George angrily cursed. Immediately connect me to Yamamoto via phone. I must confirm this with him personally. Yes, sir. Soon after, the call was connected. Chapter 24 Absolute Power. Hi, my respected Supreme Commander. The voice on the other end was full of humility and reverence. You deployed 20,000 troops to Beihai Island the other day. What were you planning to do? George probed cautiously. Yamamoto Dokufu fell silent. These past 2 days, he had been waiting for this question, yet it hadn't come, until now. He had thought that the US might be preoccupied with affairs in the Middle East, and had no time to deal with them, even secretly relieved about it. Unexpectedly, what was destined to come still arrived. Fortunately, he had already prepared a response in his mind, and quickly replied carefully. I noticed your struggles in the Middle East, so I intentionally spread misinformation to attract Russia's and a certain Eastern superpower's attention and thus relieve pressure on you. After hearing Yamamoto Dokufu's explanation, George nearly became furious. Did the other side truly take him for a fool? When had they ever been this generous? It was hard enough expecting them not to undermine the US, let alone voluntarily relieve their pressure. He wouldn't believe it unless he was dead. Now explain what exactly happened at Tokachi Bridge. George's words hit Yamamoto Dokufu like a lightning bolt. Who the hell had leaked the information? Right now, all Yamamoto Dokufu wanted was to kill someone. Speak. George's thunderous command snapped Yamamoto Dokufu out of his daze slightly. We're only stationing our military at Tokachi Bridge. Yamamoto Dokufu stubbornly tried to resist until the end, fearing George might be deceiving him. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed, because George's next sentence rendered him paralyzed, emotionally, collapsing weakly into his chair. The wormhole under the bridge. We, the mighty nation of Sam, will take over. You have no objections, do you? George probed again. Supreme Commander, perhaps we could cooperate on its development. Yamamoto Dokufu attempted one last plea. George had been doubtful, but now his doubts had reduced to only a sliver after hearing Yamamoto Dokufu's response. That last sliver remained only because he had not yet seen it with his own eyes. A real wormhole? Connecting to a new world? What an unimaginable miracle. Oh God, truly merciful to your believers. George, holding the phone, couldn't stop his hands from trembling in excitement. I don't see why that's necessary. George's reply slammed Yamamoto Dokufu from heaven down into hell. In George's eyes, Japan was merely a dog. Had they reported the wormhole to him first, showing loyalty, maybe he would have allowed them a share of the spoils. But now, George was furious. He must teach this dog a lesson, remind them who their master was, and who truly ruled this planet. Supreme Commander, don't push me. Yamamoto Dokufu's voice dropped low, his eyes bloodshot as he forced the words out through gritted teeth. You're threatening me? Threatening the great nation of Sam. George brushed off Yamamoto Dokufu's remark. Previously, while waging war on multiple fronts, the U.S. domestic economy had been on the brink of collapse. To appease Japan, he sometimes had to calm them down, making various promises and offering benefits. But everything was different now. A brand new world stood right in front of them. Once the U.S. gained control of this new world, all their economic problems would vanish. Sam would thrive again under his leadership, and every citizen would support him as their great supreme commander. He might even be willing to abandon the entire Eurasian continent, except for this. This was Sam's last chance at salvation, a divine blessing from God, bestowed upon them in recognition of their piety. Bang! Somehow finding courage from somewhere, Yamamoto Dokufu directly hung up the phone. Listening to the dial tone echoing in the receiver, George grew even angrier. Fucking bastard. Dare to hang up on me. Asking for death. Immediately inform the troops stationed in Japan. Take full control of Beihai Island. Furthermore, dispatch 3 aircraft carrier battle groups from the mainland to blockade the entire Beihai Island waters. No one, not even their Japanese, is allowed to enter or leave, George ordered furiously. Supreme Commander, this requires the military's approval, James reminded him. With this news, do you think they will refuse? Do you think those gentlemen in Congress would reject it? These greedy bastards will probably become even more proactive than us once they learn about it. George knew their true nature too well. All they ever cared about was self-interest. If he handled this well, he would become the second greatest supreme commander in Sam's history since Washington, perhaps even the greatest, without comparison. The big golden Mao could now die in peace. There was absolutely no chance for them to compete against him for the title of supreme commander anymore. Wise and brilliant supreme commander, with the wormhole and this new world, you now possess your greatest political leverage, fully capable of rallying more senators to your side, even unifying both parties, and ultimately wielding absolute power, James flattered. Absolute power. A strange, fiery feeling began rising slowly in George's chest. The Kremlin, Arctic Bear. Your Majesty, we've received a crucial message and must report to you now. Sergei, the intelligence chief, woke up the Emperor in the middle of the night and said solemnly, did Europe make a move, or is it Sam acting directly? The Emperor hurried out of the bedroom while putting on his clothes, looking at Sergei and asking. In his opinion, the intelligence must be extremely significant if it warranted disturbing his sleep at this hour. Otherwise he wouldn't have rushed out half-dressed in such a hurry. Your Majesty, please look at these, Sergei said as he played some photos and videos in front of the Emperor. Initially, the Emperor was quite curious, but as he watched, he frowned. It's simply unbelievable. If all of this is real, then the entire balance of the blue planet will be completely overturned. Although this intelligence wasn't what he originally anticipated, clearly it was far more valuable. Has this intelligence been confirmed? The Emperor asked again. These photos and videos are not fakes. Additionally, one country deployed 20,000 troops and stationed them exactly at the location mentioned in the video. However, since the area has been completely sealed off, our people have been unable to enter and confirm it definitively. Sergei hesitated and finally did not give a definitive answer. I must have the accurate information no matter what it takes. The Emperor issued an immediate and direct order. Yes, sir. By the way, keep a close watch on Sam's reaction. If this is true, they certainly won't remain idle. The Emperor realized something and reminded. Yes, sir. The top leaders of all the world's major powers learned of this news almost immediately, and soon they deployed their best intelligence agents to verify the story. Once the authenticity was confirmed, it would be predictable that the world order would undergo massive changes, with global attention turning toward the east. In an apartment in Magic City, Zhang Wei was a popular military analyst with a large following, having operated a self-media account for many years and accumulated millions of followers. Huh? An email from one country? Could it be from one of my followers there? Zhang Wei looked puzzled as he said. Chapter 25. Public opinion ferments. A spark can start a prairie fire. He had criticized the country of Eben countless times in his past videos. The fact that he had fans there intrigued him. Without fear of any viruses, he directly opened the email to take a look. At first, nothing unusual. He was even slightly confused. But as he kept reading, his shock grew. What the hell? No way. Zhang Wei stood up in amazement. Recalling Eben's troop movements 2 days ago, he had always dismissed the online analyses of some streamers and netizens. Attacking the northern territories? That was impossible. If what he was seeing now was true, it would finally make sense. But was it really possible? It was more unbelievable than a third world war breaking out tomorrow, and even less likely. Am I crazy? Why am I actually believing in wormholes and other worlds? Zhang Wei began doubting himself. But what if it's true? Another voice echoed in his mind. He knew that if the information was real, being one of the first streamers to release a video on it would guarantee explosive popularity and massive follower gains. But everything had its pros and cons. If the information was fake, it could also backfire badly. After much hesitation, Zhang Wei clenched his teeth and made a decision. What the hell, I'll risk it. Maybe a bicycle can become a luxury car. So he performed the simplest edits on the videos and photos, making no alterations, and inserted them into his footage, adding his own analysis of the information. At the end of the video, he added a note stating that the content came from an email he received, and that its authenticity was unknown. This way, if the information turned out to be false, it would minimize the damage to his reputation. However, what he didn't know was that at this very moment, hundreds of globally renowned media outlets and top streamers, influencers, had also received the same email. Su Pingyan had considered every possibility. He knew major media organizations might choose to stay silent due to various pressures. But what about the influencers? Could they really resist the temptation of such a traffic bonanza? Some might, but Su Pingyan doubted all of them would. As long as even one person spread it, and no effort was made to contain it at the beginning, the information would quickly snowball through the power of the internet. It would be extremely hard to suppress. Like a single spark that could start a prairie fire, once some influencers began sharing the information, it drew the attention of countless netizens. Especially after reports emerged that a resident of Eben's Hokkaido had personally gone to the remote area of Toshin Bridge, only to be driven away by the military. This only intensified the rumors and made them sound more credible. What the hell is going on? When I woke up, the top 10 trending topics were all about Eben wormhole? Since when did Tiny Eben link up with something so sci-fi? Are they even qualified? Did the world flip overnight? Am I still on Earth? Did I time travel or something? Wormholes and other worlds are showing up now? What's next? Cultivation techniques. Is our world turning into a Xinxiao realm? If you want the world to become a Xinxiao 1, there needs to be a resurgence of spiritual energy first, something Earth doesn't have. Doge/JPG. That little Eben is so sneaky. So that's why they deployed troops to Hokkaido a couple days ago. They found a wormhole, huh? An entire other world. Eben sure has big ambitions. I wonder if they'll choke on it. Wait, is this wormhole real or fake? I still feel like it's just sci-fi stuff, not something realistic. Could this be some kind of viral marketing for a sci-fi movie? That's not impossible. Years ago, movies like Paranormal Activity in the US made things seem super real. Probably the same tactic. Don't get scammed, everyone. Naturally occurring wormholes in space are theoretically possible, and it's also plausible they could connect to another world. But the videos show a bronze frame around the wormhole. If the wormhole is proven real, it was probably man-made. Still, I suspect this whole thing is fake. Man-made? What the hell? Are we talking about aliens? Humanity sure doesn't have the tech for that. In a way, this wormhole might also confirm an old legend. There's a theory that humanity isn't native to Earth, but migrated from another planet. Some even say Earth was originally a prison. Regardless, if the legend is true, this wormhole might actually have been built by the earliest waves of immigrants, wrote one commenter, who sounded suspiciously convincing. This top comment's analysis is beyond atmosphere level. It actually makes sense. An alternate world, huh? Right now I just want to know what kind of world it is. How is it different from our Earth? Does life exist there? Intelligent life? Do they look like us humans? Can anyone tell me? That's something we can't confirm yet. For now, it seems only Eben has relevant information. I don't think so. There should be a second party involved. Otherwise, how could such a highly classified matter become public knowledge? A wormhole? That sounds like complete nonsense. I find it hard to believe you all are actually buying this. I'd rather believe it's a misinformation tactic from Eben, a fake to mislead us and create strategic misjudgments. Everyone should be wary of those little devils. That makes sense. I'd rather believe that. The netizens, initially shocked, soon saw a portion begin to raise doubts, and then gradually split into two camps, starting an online debate between them. In the central conference room of Huagua's capital, all the nation's top leaders had gathered. No one was absent. Prime Minister, we activated a high-level military informant from Eben. It has been confirmed. The information circulating online is true. There is indeed a wormhole beneath Toshin Bridge in Hokkaido, Eben. The informant personally witnessed Eben soldiers entering the wormhole and others coming out. He himself has not yet been granted access permission, so the specifics of the other world remain unknown, reported Director Zhang Guodong of the 9th Bureau, his face grave. This Eben really has good fortune, muttered the 5th Elder. Good fortune? I'm not so sure. This could also be a bomb, and potentially one that will completely bury Eben, said a high-ranking military official with a meaningful tone. Everyone paused, then seemed to understand what he meant, each flashing a faint smile. Ha ha, indeed. As the saying goes, misfortune is where fortune hides, and fortune is where misfortune lurks. The significance of this new world is enormous. If Eben had managed to keep it secret and develop it quietly for a few decades, they might truly have become a power to reckon with. But now it's exposed before the entire world. No country would let such a golden opportunity slip by. Their American patron won't, the entire Western Bloc won't, and neither will the Northern Bear nor us. Let's discuss. What should we do next? Asked the Prime Minister. Chapter 26. The Unknown. The emergence of the wormhole and the new world was an accident, but for us, it's also an opportunity, said a general. How so? Shit, didn't we order secrecy? How did it spread so fast that everyone knows about it now? George said angrily. Supreme Leader, we're now in the era of short videos consumed by the masses. The mysterious figure, or force, clearly didn't send the message to just one recipient. They sent it to numerous media outlets and independent content creators at the same time, which explains why we couldn't contain it, James replied helplessly. Damn it, we must ban it, George exploded. After all, although they controlled most major media outlets, they couldn't stop the thousands upon thousands of citizen content creators. Attempts to intercept the information had been useless, and all their efforts to direct the narrative had failed, only creating a backlash that left them caught between a rock and a hard place. It could be said that their influence over public opinion had been seriously undermined. This same unpleasant sensation surfaced again. James felt the same way, but he knew it was difficult to carry out a total ban. The public wouldn't agree to it in the first place. Unless George didn't care about his re-election next year, taking such a stupid action would offend all voters. Besides, even if this platform was banned, wouldn't other short video applications still appear? As long as the public had demand, they couldn't suppress the enthusiasm of investors and entrepreneurs. Supreme Leader, the news has already spread across the world by now. We can't stop it, nor can we change this fact. The most important issue now is controlling the wormhole, James reminded. What's the situation with Unit Ben? George asked calmly. When our troops approached Beihai Island, they were driven away. They don't allow us to get close, James answered helplessly. What? Do they want to rebel? George shouted furiously. Possibly. From Yamamoto's behavior, he must have regarded the wormhole and the new world as their national fortune. This time, he won't back down easily, James replied helplessly. He's asking for death. Tell the front line, destroy this dog for me. I want Yamamoto himself to come to me on his knees, begging for mercy. George roared in rage. Supreme Leader, please calm down. Going to war with them now isn't a good choice. The news has already been leaked, and the two major powers definitely won't stay idle. If we fight with them, the two other powers will be laughing, James reminded. Oh, damn it, George couldn't help but curse. So what do you think we should do? George asked, calming himself. First, keep them calm. Agree to Yamamoto's demands and cooperate with them on development. Once we completely control the wormhole, the new world, and their military power, whether we toss them a bone or kick them aside entirely will be entirely up to us. We know this dog's nature well enough. If we push them to madness, it won't be good for us. Instead, we can let them fight with the two big powers while we just provide backing support. No matter who wins or loses, we stand to gain. James proposed a mutually beneficial solution. George fell silent, regained his calm, and thought it over. Finally, he nodded slightly. Fine, let Bring go there to negotiate the joint development of the new world and the military cooperation and defense arrangements. Good. The Emperor put down the phone and, after a brief silence, said, wrap up things in the south quickly. Our future lies in the east. Your Majesty, a war in the Far East is already foreseeable, and its scale is definitely going to be huge. Should we mobilize more soldiers? The Minister of War asked. The Emperor thought for a moment and nodded. It's absolutely necessary. Although this would greatly increase their pressure, thinking of the new world, it was worth it all. Yes. This already amounted to releasing an important message to the outside world. Once the Europeans heard it, they would surely be terrified and dare not make any rash moves. Chapter 27. Treating the fear of insufficient firepower. In the dining room of Yi Shinran's villa at the Platinum Han Mansion in Moidu. Omping, were you the one who took and spread all these photos and videos online? Yi Shinran asked, scrolling through her phone and seeing the overwhelming amount of news coverage. She looked at Su Omping in shock. She clearly remembered what Su had told her, especially his words before she went to sleep last night. Things will change dramatically tomorrow, combined with the breaking news now. With her intelligence, how could she not figure it out? Not bad, were they? Su Omping replied casually as he continued eating his steak. I really admire you. You've practically turned the sky upside down, yet you're still calmly having breakfast. Aren't you worried at all? Yi Shinran felt helpless looking at Su Omping's indifferent demeanor. Worried about what? If the sky falls, the tall people will bear it, and we won't get crushed. The wormhole and the other world are far too important to our blue planet. Without a doubt, the major global powers will be involved. A slight mistake could trigger a world war. And you're the fuse. Those big nations are certainly searching for this mysterious person. If they find out who you are, you'll be in grave danger. There won't be anywhere you can hide. Would you tell anyone? Of course not. Yi Shinran responded immediately, without hesitation. See? Apart from you and me, no one else knows about this. Don't worry, they won't trace it back to me, at least not in the short term. And as time passes, people will focus on the other world instead of me. So you don't need to worry. Just eat your meal peacefully. Su Omping remained composed. Yi Shinran rolled her eyes dramatically. Since you're not worried, why should I be? I'll just keep eating you out of house and home. Saying this, she bit into her steak and began devouring it with delight. With her cultivation level improved, she could finally indulge in these delicacies without restraint. Hee hee. Fangxian, I can still afford to feed you. Su Wanping chuckled and continued eating. Soon, both finished their steaks. Su Wanping wiped his mouth but didn't hurry to wash the dishes. Instead, he looked seriously at Yishinran and said, when you're home, cultivate when you can. But when you're out, unless absolutely necessary, never show off your martial cultivation abilities. You're different from me. You're a Tianhou. If others notice something unusual, it'll be a huge scandal. I understand. Yishinran nodded seriously. I also have a question for you. If you think you're not ready to answer, just tell me and I won't pry, Yi said thoughtfully. Go ahead. Our cultivation methods, they come from that other world, right? Yes. If the other world has cultivation techniques, then there must be cultivators there. Are they easy to get along with? Based on what you know about them, how do you think they will treat our blue planet? Will they be friendly? Wherever there are people, there is Jianghu, there is good and bad. Some will be kind to us, others will want to kill us. Actually, we should be more concerned about our own kind, because it's often our fellow humans who bring the greatest harm to humanity. Su Wanping said with deep feeling, recalling the events of his previous life. Yishinran nodded slightly. You're right. From your answer, I now have a rough idea in my heart. So you're not afraid of the other world anymore? Su Wanping smiled gently, knowing exactly why Yishinran was asking all this. It was none other than her worry that the other world might counter-invade Earth, causing widespread death and destruction. Though Earth possessed formidable technological power, after cultivation, Yishinran had already understood the terrifying might of cultivators. She couldn't imagine how powerful the higher-level cultivators must be. Perhaps, humanity's most powerful weapons wouldn't even be a threat to them. If the otherworldly cultivators were also bloodthirsty, that would be truly terrifying. I was afraid because I didn't understand. But now I know, they're being similar to us, and they can be reasoned with. So I'm not afraid anymore, Yi replied earnestly. Do you have any more questions? Get them out all at once. There are still a few questions, but they're not important. Knowing too much would only be bad for you and increase my psychological burden. Better not knowing. Yishinran's reply surprised Su Wanping slightly. After a moment of silence, Su spoke again. Shinran, I bought an afternoon flight ticket. I need to go to Indonesia. This trip might take a while. And once I get there, you might not be able to reach me for some time. Must you go? I must. Then go. Just promise me you'll come back safely. I'll wait for you at home. Yishinran had already realized the world might soon become very different. Su Wanping definitely knew something and was making preparations of his own. Yishinran couldn't stop him. Su Wanping nodded. It felt really good to have someone at home caring and waiting for him. This is for you, he said, handing her a crystal vial. He instructed, it's spiritual liquid. It can aid in your cultivation. Just one drop in your mouth each time. Okay. Yishinran accepted the vial. She had used some yesterday and knew how to use it. In an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Java Island, Indonesia, rust covered everything. Clearly it had been abandoned for quite some time. Today, it received some unexpected visitors. You brought it, right? Su Wanping, dressed in black casual, wear with a black cap pulled low over his brow, stepped out from the shadows. The stuff you asked for wasn't easy to get. I had to go through a lot of trouble to obtain it. The man speaking had dark brown skin. A knife scar, as long as a finger, slanted from the center of his eyebrows down across his nose, very sinister looking. Combined with his ruthless eyes and tattoos, he clearly wasn't someone easy to provoke. Yet when speaking to Su Wanping, his expression was as amiable and respectful as he could make it. Hee, if it were easy to get, I wouldn't have come to you. Don't worry, I won't let you take a loss. I'll pay you 10% extra as a hardship bonus this time, Su Wanping replied with a calm smile. He understood the unspoken implication but didn't care. As long as the goods were good, spending a bit more wouldn't bother him. Decisive and straightforward. Ha. Scarface laughed aloud upon hearing this. I need to inspect the goods first, Su Wanping said. Open it up. Scarface looked at Su briefly and then signaled to his subordinates. 2 Barrett sniper rifles, 2 Gatling guns, 5 M500 shotguns, 3 RPG rocket launchers along with 120 rounds of ammunition, an 80mm mortar with 50 shells, 300 hand grenades, a semi-military, semi-civilian modified drone, plus large quantities of bullets and explosives. Seeing all the weapons before him, Su Wanping finally felt reassured, and his fear of insufficient firepower began to subside. Chapter 28. Activating the second interdimensional portal. The goods are all good. As per our previous agreement, we pay in Bitcoin. That won't be a problem, right? Su Ping'an asked. Paying with Bitcoin would significantly reduce the risks involved. When it came to arms deals, this was Su Ping'an's preferred method of transaction. Of course not, Scar replied with a smile. Soon, the transaction was completed. Scar and his men left, leaving the weapons and equipment behind in the abandoned factory. The rest of the affairs no longer concerned them. In the car. Boss, these are all top quality goods. Why'd you just leave them to him like that? He was alone, wasn't he? One of the younger guys asked, somewhat confused. What else could we do? Scar shot back. Why not just pull a fast one on him? That fat sheep practically walked right into our trap. It's such a waste letting him go like that, the man said, as though he'd done things like this countless times before. Smack, Scar slapped him with a sharp backhand. Do you have any idea why he dared come alone in the first place? Scar asked. The man looked dazed, unsure whether it was from the blow or from his boss's question, and simply shook his head mechanically. You idiot. Obviously he's not afraid of us pulling a double cross. In fact, he's probably hoping we do, so he wouldn't have to pay at all. Not only would he wipe us all out, even if we doubled our numbers, we still wouldn't stand a chance against him. Scar's face involuntarily showed a hint of dread, as if something just occurred to him. Who is he anyway? How is he so damn strong? The young man was shocked. The others also turned to their big brother, eager to hear what he knew. Their leader, Scar, was a well-known ruthless character on the streets. It wasn't often that he was afraid of anyone. The Wolf King of China. Have you heard of him? He once took down Kun Sa, a major Golden Triangle drug lord who commanded a force of 500 soldiers, personally killing more than 200 men and forcing the rest to surrender. Whoa, so it was really him. The man had heard of the legend before and was now stunned beyond belief, realizing that today, he had actually met the legendary figure in person. Boss, how dare you do business with him? If he suddenly decides to go on a killing spree, we'd all end up dying there. The young man spoke with lingering fear. Well, that part we don't need to worry about. He used to be a soldier from China's People's Liberation Army, and though I don't know why he retired so early, the guy still got principles. As long as we don't provoke him, we can do business and make money. You think I'd say no to a good opportunity just because of fear? Are you kidding me? Scar knew well enough which people were dangerous and which weren't. Back in the abandoned factory, Su Pingyan checked the surroundings carefully. Confirming that nobody was around and that there were no surveillance devices, he finally took out his dimensional treasure box and placed all the weapons inside. He then calmly walked out of the factory and drove away. In the Java Wonders Cave, Indonesia, it was said that once you got close, you would immediately feel a powerful suction force pulling you in. Some had conducted experiments, tying meat to a rope and lowering it several meters into the cave. Despite their best efforts, they couldn't prevent it from being violently pulled inside, leaving people horrified. There were also rumors that once you dropped 6 meters below the entrance, escaping was nearly impossible. Countless creatures that approached the cave were swallowed and vanished forever. Inside Java's Wonders Cave nowadays lay bones scattered everywhere, so many that it was impossible for the human eye to distinguish which bones were animal and which were once human. Because of this, the place was known as Indonesia's Valley of Death and was considered the world's #1 forbidden zone. For the past few decades, many stubborn explorers and scientific teams who doubted the legends attempted to investigate its secrets. Unfortunately, once they entered, all radio signals vanished due to intense electromagnetic interference. Many explorers disappeared without a trace. To this day, the depths of the cave remain an enigma. According to some stories, there existed a time tunnel at the bottom, capable of instantly transporting anyone thousands of kilometers away. In short, many legends surrounded the Java Wonders. Within the valley were 6 large caverns. Su Pingyan searched for the target cave according to memory before descending inside using ropes, showing incredible courage and skill. The interior was deep, dark, and eerily silent, with dripping water and the sound of bones cracking underfoot, a sensation enough to send chills down anyone's spine. But for Su Pingyan, who had witnessed the horrors of the apocalypse in his past life, and had grown used to warfare and death, none of this made a dent. Not even a flicker of fear disturbed his composure. In his past life, he had been to this #2 portal before, more than once. Though back then, the cave had already been extensively excavated and altered, looking quite different from what he saw now. He had also seen documentaries chronicling its evolution, allowing him to know the original route. Equipped with a head-mounted spotlight, he followed the remembered path and walked deeper into the cave, disappearing into the darkness until nothing but shadows remained at the entrance. Eventually, after passing through 7 junctions and more than an hour of walking, he finally reached his destination. Needless to say, this portal would be a nightmare for anyone with claustrophobia. Many wouldn't even make it this far before going mad. In his previous life, if it hadn't been for the entire human race searching for portals and turning Luanxing upside down, this particular portal wouldn't have been easily discovered. When a rusty bronze gate appeared under his spotlight, Su Pingyan finally showed a hint of excitement on his face. Finally found it. Without hesitation, he immediately stepped forward and ran to the bronze gate, reaching out to retrieve the treasure box at the lock location. At the moment he removed the treasure box, the bronze gate let out a deep, dull sound and then slowly opened. A faint bluish glow emerged from within, instantly illuminating the entire dark cave. Yet Su Pingyan's attention was fixed on the treasure box. He opened it immediately, revealing a deep green stone quietly resting inside. At the same time, a message transmitted into his mind. Origin of Life Stone, an ancient supreme treasure. It can passively draw vitality from nature, store it within, and constantly provide strength to its master, healing injuries. Even in death, as long as the soul remains and there is enough vitality stored within the stone, it can recreate the body and bring one back to life. Just like in my previous life, the title Immortal Warrior came from possessing this very origin of Life Stone. Theoretically, in the early stages, as long as there is sufficient vitality within it, one could fight endlessly, never dying, never perishing. Clutching the origin of Life Stone in his hand, Su Pingyan couldn't help but tremble slightly, his body quaking from sheer excitement. With this, his early expeditions were secure, because below the 5th order, no beast could harm his soul, meaning they couldn't kill him. At least in the early stages, before the origin of Life Stone ran out of energy, he was invincible. Plus, the origin of Life Stone could continuously draw vitality from nature. Although perhaps at a slow rate, it was already something extraordinary. I'll claim ownership first. Thinking this, Su Pingyan pulled out a silver needle and without hesitation, pricked his finger, squeezing out 2 drops of blood and letting them fall onto the origin of Life Stone. Chapter 29, Wolfsbane. As the blood droplets landed on it, they quickly spread out like they had entered water, until the entire Life Source Stone was infused. The next moment, the Life Source Stone transformed into a streak of light, and entered Su Ping'an's consciousness sea, settling quietly on the left side of the demon refining pot, perfectly coexisting without any conflict or interference. Moreover, after officially bonding with it, Su Ping'an now had a deeper understanding of the life source stone. Beyond the initial information transmitted into his mind, there were additional insights and capabilities. First, the life source stone currently contained its maximum amount of vitality energy. This was likely due to it slowly absorbing energy over countless years, or perhaps the unknown great being who had placed the life source stone had initially filled it to full capacity. Either was possible. Second, the life source stone absorbed vitality energy from the outside very slowly, roughly 1/1,000,000th of its capacity per day. That meant to fully refill an empty life source stone would require 1 trillion days, over 2.7 billion years, a time span almost beyond comprehension. Third, whether or not to use the vitality energy within was entirely up to the owner. In other words, unless necessary, for normal recovery from fatigue or injuries that could be healed through rest, there was absolutely no need to waste such a precious resource. That was entirely his decision. Perfect. Although the vitality energy was currently sufficient, its rate of replenishment was far too slow. Every drop saved was a drop preserved. Fourth, resurrection consumed a tremendous amount of vitality energy, and the higher one's cultivation level, the faster the consumption grew exponentially. If 1 unit of vitality energy was equal to 1 day's passive absorption, then at his current level, Su Ping'an needed about 600 units of vitality energy to be revived. Considering the life source stone was currently full, that meant he could afford to die more than 1 billion times. Wasn't that essentially equivalent to being immortal? Too overpowered. As expected, every reward granted by a portal is an existence beyond comprehension. Each item I acquire adds another incredible foundation. With the life source stone, I no longer fear venturing into other worlds. I can take bolder steps. Su Ping'an muttered to himself. Fully aware of the extraordinary power of the life source stone, Su Ping'an immediately adjusted his earlier hunting plans. His previous plan had been far too conservative. Now he could definitely be more daring. Of course, being more daring didn't mean charging into death. When it came to life and death, he remained highly cautious. After all, dying was not a pleasant experience. Staying alive was clearly better. After several deep breaths, Su Ping'an quickly adjusted his mindset. He looked at the deep blue portal and took a firm step forward. In an instant, everything shifted, as if stepping into a completely different world. Unlike the situation of portal number 3 on Beihai Island, beyond portal number 2 was not a dense forest, but an endless stretch of emerald green grassland. Due to the activation of the portal, the area within a 300-meter radius around it had become a safe zone, pushing all ferocious beasts originally inside to outside that boundary. Indeed, a pack of wolves that had just been drinking water were now staring dumbfounded at the golden barrier that had forcibly expelled them. But the moment they saw the human figure, Su Ping'an, their expressions changed, their tongues licked their lips, their eyes filled with bloodlust. Ayo! The wolves furiously charged at the golden barrier, but unfortunately could not break through. They could only stare at the human figure helplessly, yearning hungrily. Triangular green wolves? Su Ping'an instantly noticed them due to their howls, immediately identifying the ferocious beasts. Triangular green wolves were grade 3, first stage ferocious beasts. Named for their irregularly triangular head shape and greenish skin, these wolves possessed poisonous fangs and were capable of blending into the grasslands using their natural camouflage. Hence, they were known as the grasslands assassins and usually operated in packs. I seem to always run into wolves wherever I go. Su Ping'an sighed helplessly. Although he had this thought, his hands moved quickly. He swiftly opened his spatial box and pulled out an M500. Then, without hesitation, he ran to the edge of the safe zone and opened fire on the wolf pack. Pung pung, 5 gunshots rang out. 5 wolves fell wounded, one of them instantly killed. Whether because the gunshots were too loud or startled by the destruction brought by Su Ping'an, the pack of triangular green wolves became visibly agitated, and the alpha wolf let out an angry howl directly at Su Ping'an. Then, it led the pack retreating into the distance. Rather smart too, but too bad. This time, I have plenty of firepower. Saying that, Su Ping'an pulled out another M500 and rapidly opened fire on the fleeing wolves. Pung pung soon, Su Ping'an had fired all the bullets from 6 M500s. Every shot hit its mark, crippling 19 triangular green wolves, leaving them lying on the ground motionless, while another 11 were wounded but still capable of fleeing. That wasn't the end though. When the wolf pack ran more than 50 meters away from him, he actually rushed out of the safe zone and gave chase without the slightest trace of fear. Leaving aside the life source stone, even in direct combat, he was a cultivator at the 6th stage of body tempering, far superior in strength to this pack. If not for their poison, he would have charged in long ago. Now that their numbers were reduced, it was definitely worth taking the risk. Ayo! The alpha wolf, hearing the gunfire and seeing that this human was actually faster than them, immediately ordered the pack to stop fleeing and charge towards Su Ping'an. Come on then. Holstering his pistol, Su Ping'an pulled out a long spear made of alloy from his spatial box. Weighing over 80 kilograms, he took a battle-ready stance without any hesitation. In his previous life, he had been especially skilled with spears. The spear was the king of all weapons. The tip of this spear featured a blood groove, and both the spearhead and shaft could be disassembled into 3 sections for easy carrying. He had it custom-made in a factory in Modu, engraved with a dragon coiling along its shaft, and named it the Coiling Dragon Spear. Moreover, the Coiling Dragon Spear had just been sharpened. Today would be the first time it tasted blood. Shio, with a sharp whistling sound, Su Ping'an's spear pierced through the neck of a triangular green wolf from its flank. He gave a slight twist, and the spear let out a snapping sound. The wolf's head immediately separated from its body. Hung saw Qianjun. When the remaining wolves closed in, Su Ping'an ducked low and swept his spear in a full circle, sending several triangular green wolves flying. 4 or 5 of them were directly sliced by the blade upon impact and did not rise again. AO, surprised by the human's overwhelming strength, the wolf alpha immediately considered retreat again. Wanting to escape? Not that easy. Su Ping'an leapt forward, stomping his foot onto a triangular green wolf, smashing it into the ground. Using that force, he propelled himself straight in front of the alpha wolf. Chapter 30. Provoking the battle with the Starview Kuei cattle. Although the Wolf King was slightly stronger than ordinary triangular cyan wolves, it was merely a level 1 star 5 beast and no match for Su Ping'an at all. It didn't even last a single move before being instantly killed by Su Ping'an. Then followed a one-sided massacre. Su Ping'an slaughtered ruthlessly through the wolf pack, while the rest of the wolves scattered in panic after losing their leader. About 5 minutes later, the battle ceased. A gust of wind blew across, making the green grass bow low. The air was now filled with an intense smell of blood. Except for a few lucky triangular cyan wolves that escaped, nearly 80 to 90 of them had been left here, including their wolf king. After such a fierce battle, the smell of blood was too heavy. With no shelter on the grasslands, the wind could spread the scent far and wide. It wouldn't take long before a large number of scavengers would be drawn here. Besides, he was already over 100 meters away from the safe zone. For safety's sake, Su Ping'an immediately took out his demon refining pod and collected all the wolf corpses into it, then quickly returned to the safe zone. Refine. He had eliminated a total of 89 triangular cyan wolves this time, earning 18 drops of mid-rank level 1 spirit fluid and 234 drops of low-rank level 1 spirit fluid. The previously empty pouch was full again. Previously, the spirit fluid he obtained from the previous zone had only 8 drops of high-rank level 1 spirit fluid left and used. The rest had either been consumed by himself or left for Yishinran. Only after finishing all this did he take time to carefully observe the surroundings within this safe zone. About 100 meters near the portal stood a small lake, approximately 1/4 of which lay inside the safe zone and 3/4 outside. The triangular cyan wolf pack had likely been drinking here earlier before being driven out. This is quite good. Not only is it convenient for me to access water, but having a water source will attract more beasts to come drink. Earlier, with the wolf pack around, other creatures probably dared not approach, but that might not be the case during other times, Su Ping'an thought happily. After taking another round of observation, he found nothing particularly special except for the pleasant surprise of the lake. Thus, he chose a relatively flat area and did some leveling. Then, from his dimensional space box, he took out 2 containers and gently placed them on the leveled ground. These were his customized mobile housing units. One container served as a bedroom and cultivation area, the other as bathroom, toilet, and kitchen. With the dimensional space box at his disposal, of course, he would treat himself well. Although the containers were not large, they were complete with everything necessary. If any future hunting teams were to see this, they would probably be furious enough to spit blood. This guy really came here for hunting and adventure? No, this clearly was more like a vacation, with hunting just a side task. Standing outside the container, hands on his hips admiring his masterpiece, Su Ping'an nodded in great satisfaction. Then, he turned around and walked to the edge of the safe zone. He then successively took out several weapons from the dimensional space box, loaded each with ammunition, performed an inspection, and after confirming all was fine, put them back into the dimensional treasure box, except for the mortar, which he set up on the outside, with the shells placed nearby. Finally, a drone with a 4-meter wingspan appeared on the ground, equipped with a modified machine gun. Each wing was mounted with 2 modified bombs. WZZ having once been a military ace, controlling the drone was extremely easy. In a short while, the drone lifted off and began flying into the distance. Since the drone was equipped with thermal imaging and laser range-finding devices, Su Ping'an quickly discovered the surrounding distribution of beasts via the drone. Starview Kuei cattle? Holy crap, so many. Looking at the live video transmitted from the drone, Su Ping'an instantly lost his calm. In the image, a massive cattle herd was seen migrating. The calves of the Starview Kuei cattle usually were at least level 1 star 3. Upon reaching adulthood, they could become level 1 star 5 or even level 1 star 6. Some elite ones could even reach level 1 star 7. What Su Ping'an was currently looking at was a mid-sized herd, consisting of over 1,000 Starview Kuei cattle. Based on the size of this herd, there must be at least dozens of level 1 star 7 Starview Kuei cattle, and the leader might even be level 1 star 8 or possibly even level 1 star 9, Su Ping'an analyzed in his mind. Beasts were born with an initial level based on their bloodline, and once they reached adulthood, they would advance to another level. Those with higher aptitude, good talent, or a mutated bloodline could more easily absorb the world's spiritual energy and thus achieve higher levels. Moreover, some beasts might improve their levels later by consuming rare medicinal plants, treasures, or devouring other beasts and absorbing their essence and energy. Thus, a beast level was not fixed. No way, such a big piece of Pharaoh. I absolutely can't let it go. I have to tear off at least a piece. Su Ping'an's mind quickly started working. The cattle herd was about 3 kilometers away from the safe zone. Running straight toward them head-on was something Su Ping'an had no intention of doing. He wasn't that crazy or arrogant. Then there was only one option, draw them over. The horizon is my love. Su Ping'an turned the amplifier volume to the maximum. No good, still too far. Seeing the cattle hadn't changed their migration path at all from the drone's live feed, Su Pingyan became somewhat anxious. I'll have to try this move then. He seemed to remember something and directly maneuvered the drone to fly alongside the herd, then dropped a bomb from a spot very close to the cattle. Boom! The violent explosion not only instantly killed and injured several starved Yukoi cattle, the loud blast also startled the herd. Possibly from an instinct to avoid danger, the cattle began running in the direction opposite to the explosion. The starved Yukoi cattle from behind, unaware of what happened, were even knocked down by the fleeing herd. Trampling occurred horrifically. Those not wanting to be crushed could only follow the direction of the stampede or scatter outward in other directions. Thus, just like ripples in water, the panic spread outward from the cattle nearest to the explosion. It actually works. Watching the herd running in the direction of his safe zone, Su Pingyan instantly became excited. The route the herd was taking wasn't fixed. It changed in real time. After running a while, the scattered starved Yukoi cattle rejoined the main herd. Especially noticeable was Su Pingyan noticing one particularly large and robust bull among the herd let out a deafening bellow. Moo. Upon hearing the sound, the herd began slowing down, gradually coming to a stop, their restless mood calming down, almost like they were waiting for some kind of command. Seeing this situation unfold, Su Pingyan became anxious. Although the herd had come closer to the safe zone, there was still more than a kilometer left. It was just too far. Chapter 31. The cattle strike back, a race against life and death. If once doesn't work, try again. Su Pingyan felt Shinkung about the bomb. But for the sake of this herd of Tianqing Kuei cattle, he had no choice but to invest heavily. He adjusted the drone's position and dropped the remaining bomb from a suitable location. Boom! Several more Tianqing Kuei cattle were killed instantly. The powerful explosion once again caused panic among the herd, and the entire group exploded into chaos, scattering in all directions. Come quickly, Su Pingyan muttered silently in his heart. Perhaps heaven had heard his call. A separated group of cattle quickly rushed to the edge of the safe zone. Su Pingyan roughly estimated their number at around 200. Come on, baby. Su Pingyan directly grabbed the Gatling gun. Rumbling as the rushing cattle saw Su Pingyan, they showed no sign of stopping. Instead, they accelerated, charging even more wildly toward him. Su Pingyan could feel the ground trembling as if mountains were shaking. Even protected by the golden light shield, he couldn't help swallowing hard under the overwhelming momentum of this stampede. Luckily, Su Pingyan's mentality remained steady, not collapsing, standing there without moving. This act might have enraged the Tianqing Kuei cattle even further, especially because they didn't know about the existence of the golden light shield. As expected, boom! The front Tianqing Kuei cattle smashed into the golden light shield, causing ripples, and were instantly stunned. That wasn't even the worst part. The cattle behind were unaware of the situation ahead and couldn't brake, crashing directly into the front row of Tianqing Kuei cattle. As a result, a serious accident unfolded right before Su Pingyan's eyes. Su Pingyan forgot to shoot because it seemed temporarily unnecessary. In just a short moment, the earth-shaking sensation disappeared. Outside the golden light shield, blood filled the air, accompanied by countless screams, some sounding particularly sharp and mournful. The front row of Tianqing Kuei cattle suffered the most. Many died outright, some so severely that their bodies weren't intact. The ones behind fared slightly better, though they were still dazed. Su Pingyan was the first to regain his senses. He immediately lowered the Gatling gun and threw 7 grenades toward the area where the Tianqing Kuei cattle were concentrated. Boom! A series of explosions worsened the already severe casualties among the Tianqing Kuei cattle. After throwing the grenades, Su Pingyan pulled out his M500 to finish off survivors, prioritizing the Tianqing Kuei cattle trying to escape. After emptying all 6 guns worth of bullets, only about 7 or 8 Tianqing Kuei cattle remained moving. The rest was simple. Su Pingyan took the spear and stepped out of the safe zone, quickly finishing off all these rank 1, 5-star Tianqing Kuei cattle. Having done all this, Su Pingyan looked dazedly around at the pile of Tianqing Kuei cattle corpses, suddenly feeling overwhelmed by happiness. I struck gold, Su Pingyan couldn't help exclaiming. Then, he summoned the Lian Yao pot and collected all the Tianqing Kuei cattle bodies. After completing all of this, Su Pingyan returned to the safe zone, took out the drone controller, and started searching for other separated cattle groups. Damn, they ran this far. Through drone reconnaissance, Su Pingyan discovered many dispersed cattle herds running in the direction opposite to the safe zone, likely scared off by the earlier explosions. Within a 2-kilometer range of the safe zone, 2 more separated groups of cattle ran aimlessly like headless flies. One with around 20 cattle, the other more than 50. Facing the group of 20-something cattle, Su Pingyan directly used the drone's machine gun to spray bullets. In just a short time, all the Tianqing Kuei cattle were either dead or seriously injured and unable to flee further. The drone machine gun had also run out of bullets. After retrieving the drone, Su Pingyan carried an RPG and ran toward the direction of the group of more than 50 Tianqing Kuei cattle. At a short distance, he fired 2 consecutive shells. After putting away the launcher, Su Pingyan grabbed the spear and charged forward. Boom! The shells exploded right among the cattle herd, killing and injuring more than 20 cattle instantly. By the time Su Pingyan arrived, the cattle were again in panic, fleeing in all directions, but Su chased after the largest fleeing group and struck them down. When the Tianqing Kuei cattle came to their senses, seeing that this tiny ant-like Su Pingyan was chasing them, they stopped running and let out a massive roar before charging straight at him. Die! Using battlefield experience, Su Pingyan quickly killed 7 or 8 Tianqing Kuei cattle before the group could reassemble. By the time they gathered, there were barely a dozen left. hardly any threat to Su Pingyan anymore. In fact, when they tried to run, it was already too late. Because the Tianqing Kuei cattle had witnessed Su Pingyan's power, 4 of them attempting to escape were immediately sniped by him using the Barrett rifle. The commotion over here is too great. I need to clean up the battlefield as soon as possible, Su Pingyan thought. With that, he put away his weapons, took out the Lian Yao pot, and absorbed all the fallen cattle bodies on the ground. Those not yet dead were swiftly finished off. Then he ran to another area where only about 20-something Tianqing Kuei cattle remained, gathered the corpses there, and even rushed back to the locations of the first and second drone bomb drops to collect the dead. Though only a few had been killed by the explosions, combined with those trampled to death and the seriously wounded unable to flee, there were easily more than 70 in total. A great harvest. This is truly a great harvest, Su Pingyan murmured excitedly, yet his mind remained clear and focused. He knew this place wasn't safe to stay long, and just as he was preparing to return to the safe zone, he suddenly felt a violent tremor in the earth. Turning his head, he couldn't help but blurt out, F*******. Then, he immediately took off running toward the safe zone. It turned out that the previously escaped cattle herd had actually returned, and leading the charge was an exceptionally large and powerful Tianqing Kuei bull, the same one his drone had seen earlier, likely the herd's leader, with no low cultivation level. Because it ran the fastest, it was far ahead of the rest of the Tianqing Kuei cattle, and its speed was even faster than Su Pingyan's. Luckily, there was still some distance between them. In the blink of an eye, the distance to the safe zone was down to 2 kilometers, then 1.5 kilometers. When Su Pingyan had reached a point about 500 meters away from the safe zone, the bull leader was now less than 30 meters behind him. Bang! While running toward the safe zone, Su Pingyan turned his head and fired a shot at the bull leader. The bullet scraped past the beast's shoulder, carving a bloody streak but failing to cause an explosive effect. Still, this shot startled the bull, causing it to slow its pace slightly. Su Pingyan, in turn, kept sprinting toward the safe zone with full speed. Normally, with his marksmanship, such a miss wouldn't happen. He was this close, and the target was that large. But the truth was, this was intentional on Su Pingyan's part. Though in danger himself, he had also already set his eyes on this group of Tianqing Kuei cattle. Chapter 32. Cleverly killing the Bull King. Everyone had originally thought there was no hope, but they came back on their own. Su Pingyan knew it was this Bull King who had brought them all back. If he killed it too quickly, the herd behind would most likely scatter in chaos. Therefore, he couldn't kill it yet. With several consecutive gunshots, when Su Pingyan was only 100 meters away from the safety zone, the Bull King hadn't gotten any closer. It had even increased its distance from him to more than 50 meters. For the next stretch of ground, Su Pingyan did not continue shooting, but instead chose to sprint at full speed toward the safety zone. One reason was because he was confident he could reach the safety zone before the Bull King could reach him. The second reason was that, in the last shot, the Bull King hadn't dodged or slowed down at all. Clearly, it had developed immunity, probably believing the human's little fire stick couldn't truly threaten it. Good thing it hadn't seen Su Pingyan's earlier use of the Barrett to kill a heaven-spotted bull, or it surely would regret its current mindset. No wonder it was a 9-star first-tier Bull King. It was simply fast. Man and beast ran toward each other, quickly closing the distance. When Su Pingyan was only 10 meters away from the safety zone, the Bull King was less than 3 meters behind him. Yeah, with the last 2 meters, Su Pingyan could already feel the Bull King's hot breath scorching the back of his neck. He immediately unleashed all his potential, gave it one last burst of acceleration, and dove headlong into the safety zone. Boom! Before his body even touched the ground, he heard a violent crashing sound from behind. Moo! A mournful bellow split the heavens. Although Su Pingyan hadn't turned his head yet, he already knew what had happened. While he had accelerated, hadn't the Bull King also accelerated? It must have been running at its top speed as well. But the faster the speed, the more violent the collision. The Bull King had taken heavy damage. After slowing down from the momentum, Su Pingyan grabbed his spear, swiftly turned around, leapt into the air, and stabbed straight toward the Bull King's eye. Poochie dazed and bleeding heavily from the crash, the Bull King had no time to react at all. The spear pierced directly into its eye. While you're down, I'll finish you off. Su Pingyan twisted his arm with force, channeling enormous power through the spear into the Bull King's head. Boom! The tip of the spear churned violently within the Bull King's skull, shattering its brain. With a loud thud, the Bull King crashed heavily to the ground in unwillingness. It wasn't quite dead yet, but already on its last breath. Although the battle seemed to have lasted a long time, it had actually been completed in an instant, in just 2 seconds. At this moment, the huge herd of heaven-spotted bulls came charging in one after another. Seeing Su Pingyan's actions, they became even more enraged and roared furiously as they charged at him. The result was naturally predictable. It was almost the same as what had happened the last time, the only difference being this time the number of charging bulls was much larger, so the impact distance was longer. The bulls at the back still had time to break, and not all of them crashed in. However, naturally, Su Pingyan would not waste such a rare opportunity. He kept throwing grenades toward the densely packed areas of the bull herd, deliberately trying to scatter them all. Then, he grabbed the Barrett rifle and specifically targeted the large, sturdy bulls, those who seemed likely to be 8-star heaven-spotted bulls, eliminating them one by one with sniper fire. After finishing those, he picked up the Gatling gun and poured a storm of bullets into the enemy. He continued this until he had emptied 2 full belts of ammunition. Only then did he grab his spear and charge forward for melee. The battle was exceptionally fierce. Su Pingyan remembered nothing but swinging his spear endlessly, watching as heaven-spotted bulls fell one after another at his hands. He was soaked entirely in blood, some from the bulls, some from himself. Yes, he was injured. Luckily, the wounds weren't serious enough to hinder his combat effectiveness. The battle continued relentlessly for almost half an hour. With only his spear, Su Pingyan had killed at least over 100 heaven-spotted bulls. How what a tiring but awesome fight. Standing atop the pile of dead cattle, leaning on his spear, Su Pingyan gazed around. Not a single living creature remained in sight. An intense surge of excitement rose within him. Clearly, Su Pingyan was someone who genuinely enjoyed fighting. Otherwise, he wouldn't have achieved such great success in the military. Su Pingyan jumped off the pile of cattle corpses, took out the demon refining pot, and rapidly collected most of the heaven-spotted bull carcasses scattered on the ground. He kept only the Bull King and 3 other heaven-spotted bulls that were second only to the Bull King in physical build, each a 8-star first-tier beast. He carried these 4 bodies one by one into the safety zone before collapsing lazily on the ground without regard for appearance. This round of combat had taken more than an hour in total. Alone, he had slain at least over 900 heaven-spotted bulls. Although aided by the golden protective barrier of the safety zone and modern weaponry, such a feat still definitely deserved pride, especially considering many among them were ferocious beasts whose cultivation level exceeded his own. After resting for a while, Su Pingyan took out a newly customized dagger and began dissecting the 4 bull carcasses like a master chef, cutting a total of 4,200 kilograms of beef. Of that, 1,200 kilograms came from the 9-star first-tier Bull King, while the remaining 3,000 kilograms were taken from the other 3 8-star first-tier heaven-spotted bulls, all cut from the most tender, prime areas of their bodies. As for the remaining parts, naturally, Su Pingyan wouldn't waste them either. He stored them all inside the demon refining pot. Refine. With a single thought, the demon refining pot quickly transformed the 927 heaven-spotted bull corpses into spirit liquid. As soon as he saw the quantity and quality of the spirit liquid, Su Pingyan couldn't help but let out a few loud, unrestrained bursts of laughter toward the sky. 55 drops of top-grade first-tier spirit liquid, 1,819 drops of mid-grade first-tier spirit liquid, and 389 drops of low-grade first-tier spirit liquid. Adding to his previous reserves, this brought the total to 63 drops of top-grade, 1,837 drops of mid-grade, and 623 drops of low-grade. I'm rich. This was Su Pingyan's immediate thought. Before coming here, according to his plan, the yield from this mission was expected to surpass the previous one, considering all the weapons he had prepared. But he had never imagined it would exceed it by this much. After all, near the safety zone, where they could only encounter a limited number of ferocious beasts, the amount was always going to be capped. But now, it had been no more than 2 hours since entering this region, and his mission goal was already surpassed. It was almost unimaginable. This grassland on this side is truly a treasure land. Su Pingyan sighed in admiration, because he had discovered that most of the beasts here preferred to live in herds, which was perfectly suited to his hunting style. That was the characteristic he loved the most. Perhaps he had been too excited, his movements too vigorous. With the cooling of his battle fervor, he pulled at his wounds. I wonder how effective the life source stone is now. Let me try. After all, the vitality energy inside it is currently full, and it can even passively absorb a bit of energy naturally every day. Thinking this, Su Pingyan immediately put his thoughts into action. At the command of his consciousness, the life source stone within his spiritual sea slightly trembled. Then, a thread of green vitality energy radiated out from within it. Chapter 33. Infinite Healing, Infinite Battle. The next moment, as if it had a consciousness of its own, the vitality force started flowing through Su Pingyan's wounded areas. His injuries quickly clotted, then scabbed and fell off, while scars gradually healed until the vitality force was completely depleted. Another stream of vitality force emerged, completely removing the scars from the previous wounds. F***CK, this is truly awesome. That wasn't all yet. The remaining vitality force began to repair scars left from Su Pingyan's past injuries. 2 bullet wounds, 7 blade injuries, and 1 burn injury. In total, 3 streams of vitality force were consumed. Not only were all his injuries healed, but every scar on his body disappeared as well, and the energy he used up during the battle was also restored. Instantly, Su Pingyan felt energetic and full of vigor again, even better than when he had just entered this world. This vitality force is far more powerful than I imagined. Truly amazing, Su Pingyan said excitedly, completely unconcerned about having used up 3 streams of vitality. They would replenish automatically in just 3 days, so why worry about it? As long as my mind can handle it, I can keep healing and fighting endlessly. So damn cool. However, a problem now lay before Su Pingyan. Should he continue hunting ferocious beasts or cultivate? Cultivate. After just a short moment's hesitation, Su Pingyan made his decision. Quite simply, he currently had a sufficient amount of grade 1 mid-tier spiritual liquid for his own cultivation, enough even for Yi Shinran's use. Once he reached the 7th level of body tempering, what he would need was grade 1 top-tier spiritual liquid. Around the safe zone, there were indeed ferocious beasts at the 7th star and above, but their numbers were too few to support his continued cultivation. He had to leave the safe zone and go deeper. Therefore, before that, he needed to increase his cultivation base as much as possible. After carefully weighing pros and cons, Su Pingyan entered the bathroom inside the container, washed himself briefly, changed into a fresh set of clothes, and then headed into the bedroom to begin his journey of cultivation in this strange world. 1 drop of grade 1 mid-tier spiritual liquid entered his body. As he assumed the specific posture required by the technique and breathed with the prescribed rhythm, Gradually, Su Pingyan entered a state of deep cultivation. 38 kilograms. Ever since his strength had reached 6,000 kilograms, it only took around 17 minutes to absorb one drop of grade 1 mid-tier spiritual liquid, which increased his strength by about 38 kilograms. Moon rose and fell. The sun and moon rotated, and within the blink of an eye, over a day had passed. Su Pingyan exhaled a deep, heavy breath of turbid air, the air current even knocking over a bottle sitting on a table far away. His muscles undulated rhythmically like ocean waves. If one listened closely, they could hear a sound similar to thunder rolling within his body like growling tigers and leopards. Then his pores opened wide, expelling a large amount of brownish impurities through sweat. 10,000 kilograms. I've finally broken through to the 7th stage of body tempering. Su Pingyan exclaimed joyfully as he stood up. In his previous life, it had taken over 6 years to reach this level, and by then, the strongest cultivators in the world had long since advanced to the 4th major stage, the transformation period. He was still far from that level. Standing up, Su Pingyan went to the restroom for a quick session of natural relief and cleaned himself again, then changed into a fresh new set of clothes. Returning to the bedroom, he again used one drop of grade 1 mid-tier spiritual liquid. This time it took 6 minutes to fully absorb, adding 14 kilograms of strength. That's too little. Frankly speaking, it actually wasn't, but Su Pingyan had already begun to look down upon such minor gains. After all, to reach the 8th stage of body tempering, his strength would need to reach 20,000 kilograms. Let me try the effect of grade 1 top-tier spiritual liquid. Thinking of it, he immediately acted. Su Pingyan poured one drop of grade 1 top-tier spiritual liquid into his mouth, then once again entered the cultivation state. About 40 minutes later, Su Pingyan opened his eyes again, revealing a slight smile of satisfaction on his face. Increased by 400 kilograms, acceptable. One day later, having consumed 31 drops of grade 1 top-tier spiritual liquid, Su Pingyan successfully broke through to the 8th stage of body tempering. At this point, each drop of grade 1 top-tier spiritual liquid could only add around 360 kilograms of strength, the effect diminishing again. Soon, the remaining 32 drops of grade 1 top-tier spiritual liquid were also consumed in less than a day, raising his strength to about 30,850 kilograms and allowing his cultivation to successfully break through to the 9th stage of body tempering. Man, that was exhausting. Although he hadn't hunted much these past few days, merely killing a few beasts that approached or attacked the golden light shield of the safe zone, the extended period of cultivation had drained him mentally. Once he let down his guard, his whole body longed to fall into a deep and satisfying sleep. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. AOO, a howl from a wolf, snapped him fully awake. *CK, the 3-day protection period of the safe zone is over. Su Pingyan suddenly realized when he saw a pack of wolves rushing into the safe zone. Stepping out of the container, Su Pingyan immediately sealed it into the spiritual treasure box, then turned his gaze toward the direction from which the howls came. Sure enough, a pack of triangular patterned blue wolves had already formed a half circle around him, seeking death. Su Pingyan drew his long spear and swung it lightly. The sound of the slash through the air directly frightened the wolf pack into a quick retreat. AOO, feeling the overwhelming pressure radiating from Su Pingyan, the wolf leader, no fool, realized this time they had run into a formidable opponent and immediately issued the retreat order. You want to leave? Too late. What followed was a massacre. Within just 5 minutes, Su Pingyan had killed dozens of triangular patterned blue wolves, sealed them into the demon-capturing pot, and refined them into spiritual liquid. It's time to move deeper and hunt higher-grade ferocious beasts. Su Pingyan murmured to himself. This was an inevitable decision, since even if he killed more low-grade ferocious beasts now, he'd only get low-grade spiritual liquid, which was far too inefficient for his current cultivation. Thus, Su Pingyan took out his drone and began operating it to explore further ahead. The drone had been modified, with a maximum flight radius of about 20 kilometers. For his current needs, that was temporarily sufficient. Star-clad Kuwait bulls, only a dozen or so, probably scattered from the previous herd. Soon, Su Pingyan spotted some ferocious beasts on the drone's display monitor. They were scattered about, some only a few in number, others up to several hundred. Unfortunately, all of them were low-level, no longer useful to him, and he paid them no mind, continuing to guide the drone deeper. As the drone flew farther from the Tensulan, higher-grade ferocious beasts began appearing. Su Pingyan didn't know that during the past few days of intense cultivation, many major events had already unfolded in the outside world. Inside the Prime Minister's office in Tokyo, Bengua, Prime Minister, Blin has come pressing again. Yoshizawa Akira, the trusted secretary, entered the office to report. Stall him. Yamamoto Dokufu didn't even hesitate. Prime Minister, I'm afraid this time we can't stall him anymore. Yoshizawa Akira replied helplessly. What do you mean? Chapter 34. Yamamoto the Tyrant bets the nation's fate. Previously, they only had one aircraft carrier battle group within their military base. Although it posed a great threat to us, it wasn't fatal. Therefore, they didn't dare to provoke us militarily, fearing we would destroy their carrier battle group. But now Breen's attitude has suddenly changed. He's become very tough. According to intelligence reports, the 3 carrier battle groups dispatched from Sam's homeland will arrive at our territory this afternoon. At that time, they'll have 4 carrier battle groups assembled in our waters, warned Akira Yoshizawa. After listening, Yamamoto the Tyrant couldn't help trembling slightly. Inside, he was still somewhat afraid of his American father. Fine, I'll go meet him, Yamamoto said helplessly. He couldn't delay any longer. In the conference room, Respectful Mr. Breen, please convey my regards to the great president. Yamamoto was skilled in disguise and acted very humbly and politely. So the Prime Minister finally agrees to see me? Haha, Breen sneered. Mr. Breen, what are you saying? These few days, domestic affairs in our country have indeed been too busy. I hope Mr. Breen won't take offense. Yamamoto said as he stood up and bowed. Cut the crap. I'm sure you already know why I'm here. The president said that he is willing to cooperate with your Eben country to develop the new world, but it must be under our leadership since we are the strongest military power on Blue Sea, aren't we? Breen threatened directly. Mr. Breen, don't forget, the wormhole and the new world are located on our Eben territory, Yamamoto reminded him. It can be on your Eben soil, or it can be elsewhere, Breen insisted strongly. The conference room fell silent instantly. After a while, Yamamoto spoke again. You can take the lead, but the ownership of the wormhole must belong to our Eben nation. And regarding the benefits from developing the new world, our Eben deserves at least 50%. The wormhole can nominally belong to you, but actual control must remain in the hands of our Sam nation. And as for the benefits, we can give you 20%. Mr. Breen, you shouldn't push people too far. There's a saying in China, even a rabbit will bite when desperate. Yamamoto angrily slapped the table and stood up. Since the Prime Minister is getting so worked up, there's nothing more to talk about. This afternoon, I'll help the Prime Minister cool down. We'll talk again after that. Breen threatened again. Just as the negotiations hit a stalemate, Akira Yoshizawa rushed in urgently and whispered something into Yamamoto's ear. Yamamoto immediately stood up excitedly. Prime Minister, Yoshizawa reminded him quietly, and Yamamoto suddenly recalled. The unwelcome guest Breen was still here. Mr. Breen, I have an urgent matter to handle. Please excuse me, he said abruptly, leaving a baffled Breen behind as he departed with his secretary. Damn it, Breen glared at the retreating Yamamoto, feeling deeply insulted. Back in the Prime Minister's office, after closing the door tightly, Yamamoto excitedly asked, has it been confirmed? Eating the monster meat really can make our soldiers stronger. This news was extremely important. He had originally planned to use monster genes to genetically modify native soldiers to make them stronger. He hadn't expected it to be this simple. Just eating it worked, which was very convenient, meaning he himself could also grow stronger this way. Yes, it has been experimentally confirmed. The subjects who participated in the experiments have been tested. Their overall physical abilities have indeed improved significantly, including strength, cell activity, and other aspects. Most importantly, their lifespan has also increased, Yoshizawa affirmed. At the physical enhancement stage, one's lifespan doesn't really increase. What people perceived as extended lifespan was only because current humans haven't reached their true maximum life expectancy yet. They still have room before hitting the upper limit. So, through the transformation provided by beast meat, their life expectancy can continue to grow. It's similar to how, with improved living conditions, human average lifespan has continuously increased. But as people approach that upper limit, improvements become harder. The maximum human lifespan is 120 years. Only very few individuals with special body constitutions or exceptional innate talents can surpass this limit without cultivation, and even those cases are extremely rare and can be disregarded statistically. Hish, can this enhancement continue infinitely? Yamamoto pressed on eagerly. In theory, yes, but it requires even more powerful monster meat. Additionally, they discovered a special kind of energy within the monster meat. It's a type of energy unique to the new world, something that doesn't exist on our Blue Sea. It must belong exclusively to the other side, the new world, Yoshizawa explained. Something similar to chakra? Somewhat similar, Yoshizawa thought for a moment and nodded. Excellent. This must be a gift bestowed upon our great Eben Empire by Amaterasu. Immediately order Ono Ragi. We need to mobilize a larger force into the new world. I need many, many monsters. I will build an elite army, Yamamoto the tyrant said excitedly. Prime Minister, what about the Sam nation? Are we really going to share the new world with them? Akira Yoshizawa asked. After all, the mere fact that life expectancy could be extended would drive the entire world into madness. Once the Sam nation learned of this, Eben would probably end up with even less than before. No, absolutely not. They must not know anything. Issue immediate orders. This information must not leak to the outside world, not even a single word. Yamamoto the tyrant waved his hand. At this moment, a wild idea had already begun forming in his mind, one in which Eben alone would seize the new world, no matter the cost, even risking the entire nation. If Su Ping'an knew of Yamamoto's thoughts, he would certainly have given him a thumbs up. That would have been the right decision. Sometimes, the Eben people truly were a fanatically ambitious race. However, such fanaticism came at an extremely heavy price. Prime Minister, what if the Sam nation actually attacks us? Yoshizawa asked, concerned. His heart was filled with inner conflict and hesitation. There's nothing left but to take a gamble now. I bet they won't dare. After all, over these years, our Eben nation has accumulated many valuable assets. We are not easy prey. If they want us to submit, they'll have to pay dearly. Meanwhile, the Polar Bear Nation and the Eastern Great Power are both watching us closely. If Sam dares to strike against us, the Polar Bear won't miss this chance to retaliate against them. Yamamoto actually only had a 50% confidence in this. But for him, that was enough to take the gamble. If he could skillfully use the complex international situation to balance various forces and buy a few more years, then Eben would fear no nation. As for failure, he would never allow such a possibility, nor even dare to contemplate it. Chapter 35, Think Twice. Sam Nation's Black Palace. What did you just say? George felt like his ears were malfunctioning, suspecting he had misheard. Mr. President, you heard correctly. Yamamoto was originally willing to share with us the development rights of the New World. However, at the critical moment of negotiations, his secretary Akira Yoshi entered and whispered a few words into his ear. He then changed his mind. Now their attitude is very tough. They are ready to go to war rather than give up control of the wormhole or share the New World with us. Bolin repeated. It must have been Akira Yoshi's words that made Yamamoto change his mind. And whatever it was must have given him tremendous pressure, to the extent that he's unwilling to compromise even at the cost of war with us. I suspect they must have discovered something in the New World, something they believe can defeat us. He came straight here to report what happened, feeling extremely angry at Yamamoto's arrogance, and hoping the Sam Nation would send troops to teach them a lesson. What do you think it might be? George asked calmly. I don't know. Bolin shook his head. This went beyond his understanding. Then tell me, what do you think we should do? Mr. President, if my speculation is correct, and there's truly something extraordinary in the New World, then we must seize Hokkaido immediately. Otherwise, once Ichiban Nation fully benefits from it, we'll have to pay an even greater price to defeat them. And even if my guess is wrong, we cannot back down. Wormhole or the New World, both are essential. Since the dogs of Ichiban don't know their place, as their master, it's our duty to properly discipline them. Bolin was pro-war. Mr. President, please think carefully. Once we truly take action, the other two countries certainly won't miss this opportunity to strike from behind. To put it in one phrase, when the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits, and they would become the fishermen. James could no longer stay silent and stepped forward to remind. James, you're too cowardly. Do you think they won't move against us if we don't strike first? Do you really believe we can keep delaying like this? Probably this is exactly what Yamamoto hopes for. If we really do that, won't we fall right into his trap? Bolin shot back. What do you know? At least right now we're still the global hegemon. Both of the other sides know they still have things to worry about before challenging US. But once we start a war, we might get stuck in the quagmire. You know well enough that Ichiban is always fanatically unpredictable. Who knows how much it would cost us just to make them back down? James countered. That's history now. The Ichiban today is no longer the same as in World War II. They've long been emasculated and tamed by us. Just one strong hit. Then using the forces we've cultivated over the years to install a new obedient puppet government. It won't be a hard task at all, Bolin retorted directly. Moreover, you know our situation better than anyone. The longer we wait, the more we decline while their strength continues to grow. Therefore, if we must fight this war, better early than late. Bolin firmly believed that the war was necessary. Besides, it's merely one of our subordinates we're fighting. If those two big nations intervene, there will be no justification for their involvement. Perhaps we would have hesitated before, but now that interests are at stake. Enough. Stop arguing. George's head was starting to hurt. Mr. President, everyone around the world already knows about the wormhole and the New World. Our citizens know too. They're all waiting for your move. If we don't act decisively, certain people will surely seize the opportunity to attack your leadership. If this continues, next year's election could be dangerous. But once we defeat Ichiban, seize Hokkaido and the wormhole control, your prestige will reach its peak. At that time, you will definitely win the election next year. Bolin, seeing George wavering, pulled out his ultimate argument. Indeed, upon hearing this, George was instantly wide awake and made up his mind. Bring the military here. We must teach Yamamoto a hard lesson. The wormhole and the New World, both are ours to claim. Yes, sir. Bolin was delighted while James only sighed deeply, knowing that George's decision could no longer be changed. But now he had arrived. The senior officials were silent for a while. Then the chief of staff finally spoke. It's likely about the wormhole issue at this timing. Shouldn't the wormhole matter concern Ichiban? Why come here to our Huaxia? One elder asked. This little Ichiban sure is something. Didn't give Yamamoto enough credit. This time, he actually dared to refuse their beloved Big Daddy America with such determination. Another elder expressed surprise. This also indirectly suggests one thing. The benefits of the New World are likely even greater than we anticipated, so much that Ichiban is willing to gamble its national fate and risk becoming an enemy of the entire world, said the second elder with a slight frown, showing great curiosity about the situation in the New World. Have our intelligence agents received more information about the New World? One of the leaders asked. From the leaked video by the mysterious figure, we can see that the New World is a forested area, with trees much taller than those on our blue planet. There are also reports of gigantic beasts appearing. Our informant also sent back news that Ichiban has hunted some of these creatures and is currently conducting research on their corpses. They seem to have made a major discovery, though we're unsure whether this relates to their sudden boldness. In addition, we're trying to obtain some beast samples, but it will take time. Their defenses in this area are too tight, the director of the 9th Bureau said helplessly. It seems the key lies with these beasts. Ichiban must have gained something from them, perhaps a breakthrough in genetics, the group said, their faces growing more serious. Chapter 36, A Dog Biting Its Master. It's such a rare opportunity. This time, we absolutely must make them bleed, one of them said, and everyone felt much more relaxed discussing it. Chancellor, and everyone else, there's one matter we must make a decision on immediately. That is, whether or not we should change direction. Currently, our main goal is economic development, but a great transformation is about to come. At a time like this, what we need isn't just the economy. Military strength is the most important. Everyone nodded thoughtfully, their expressions turning more serious. Indeed, whether it's for unification, responding to the complex situation around our borders, or facing the challenges of the New World, our military strength must be rapidly strengthened. Besides continuing to vigorously develop and manufacture high-tech military equipment and advancing an information-based army, our troop numbers must also increase significantly. After all, a prolonged war may well await us in the future. What do you all think? What would be a suitable number of troops to raise? I think first we should increase to 3 million. That won't negatively impact our economy, and more importantly, it won't affect our combat effectiveness. 3 million is too few. In my opinion, we'll need at least 8 million. Everyone mustn't forget that besides facing the complex global situation, we don't even know what the new world is like. Is there civilization over there? What's their attitude toward us? Since we can go there and return, it also means that if there is civilization on the other side, they might also be capable of invading us in reverse. We must guard against this and prepare in advance, reminded one elder. Yes, this point hadn't been considered before. Our country has just discovered the wormhole, and judging from how others have acted, it's likely they haven't yet discovered civilization in the new world. But since there are monsters there and it's suitable for human habitation, nobody can guarantee that intelligent life doesn't exist there or that they would be friendly toward us. We absolutely must be on guard. After much discussion, the top leadership reached a consensus, deciding to first expand the military to 5 million soldiers. This would provide both offensive and defensive flexibility, and whether further expansion was needed would be decided based on future developments. The Kremlin, polar bear nation. A dog biting its master? Interesting. Ha ha ha. The emperor laughed heartily. Your Majesty, then how should we respond to this, Bryn? The foreign minister asked. I heard George went to the Eastern Great Power, but only sent Bryn to visit us polar bears. Is the Sam nation looking down on anyone? Simply outrageous. The military minister, known for his temper, grumbled. That's actually not a big deal. With George's Delang, he probably wouldn't dare come to our territory, the emperor said dismissively. Your Majesty, we absolutely cannot let this rare opportunity slip away. This is the perfect time to resolve the issues with the two hats and Europe all at once. Indeed, this is worth serious planning. The emperor nodded as he said, contact the Eastern Great Power and see what their attitude is. We're non-aligned allies for now, so it's best we coordinate our actions so that the Sam nation will pay the highest price. Wise thinking, Your Majesty. Number 10 Downing Street, London. George just personally called, wanting to reorganize a joint military force to deal with Ichikuni. What do you think about this? Asked the Indian origin Prime Minister. Isn't Ichikuni the little brother that the Sam nation uses to contain the Chinese in East Asia? Why would they want to fight their own side now? Their own side? It's just a dog obeying the orders of Sam. I heard Bryn visited the Ichikuni nation but left without a good result. It seems this dog isn't obedient anymore, so Sam wants to teach them a lesson. With Sam's power, why would they need a joint force to deal with Ichikuni? This just proves that Sam is strong on the outside but weak within. They seem mighty at first glance and have deep foundations, but when actual fighting starts, their fundamental weakness will show. So should we deploy troops? The Prime Minister asked again. We must, declared the military minister firmly. Why? Won't it be better to just sit and wait for them to exhaust each other? First, although Sam is in decline, they are still the representative of our Anglo-Saxon people. Once Sam's hegemony truly falls, life will become even harder for us British. Other European countries will isolate us even more, the military minister explained. Second, a new world. What an enormous temptation that is. Back when we Brits became an empire on which the sun never set, it was because the age of great maritime exploration brought us untold benefits. Now, with this new world, it marks the arrival of a new age of maritime exploration again. We absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. We must board the ship, known as Sam's Great Power. Third, although Sam is powerful, it cannot withstand the combined pressure from all the countries in the world alone. It must unite more nations to share this pressure. We and Sam share the same roots, and though their bloodline is inferior, we are still the closest. We should seize this opportunity to grab more benefits from the new world. Only then will we have the chance to replace Sam and rule the blue planet once again. Therefore, not only must we deploy troops, but we should send as much military force as possible to demonstrate the value of our British nation. After listening, everyone fell silent, each wearing an expression of deep thought. Inside the Prime Minister's office of the Ichikuni nation, Prime Minister, something terrible has happened. George visited the Eastern Great Power, and he even sent Bryn to visit the polar bear. Furthermore, according to information from the intelligence agency, Sam has issued a call to its allies for forming a United Nations military force, but did not extend the same invitation to us. The secretary, Ji Ming, rushed into the office, his face filled with terror. Why hadn't they been invited? The answer was obvious. After hearing the news, Yamamoto Nijuichi immediately understood the implications. His body involuntarily trembled slightly. He was afraid, but thinking of the benefits from the new world, and remembering the improvement in his physical strength after consuming monster meat these past 2 days, his performance of pleasuring 2 women the previous night still fresh in his mind, he overcame his fear and gradually developed a manic expression on his face. Regardless of whether the Eastern Great Power and the polar bear accept Sam's sugar-coated bullets or not, we must start preparing immediately. Issue the order for nationwide mobilization at once. We must arm 10 million warriors. No, better yet, we must militarize the entire population. As long as we withstand Sam's initial strike, they will certainly face intense domestic opposition. If we can hold out for 6 months, then George, under pressure from the upcoming elections, will have to withdraw his forces. By then, we will win. Yamamoto Nijuichi shouted loudly. Hi. Ji Ming took notes quickly. Additionally, mobilize all our forces operating within Sam. Fully support the big golden dog. Let him stir up trouble and prevent George from concentrating his strength against us. Chapter 37. The calm before the storm. And we should activate the pieces we've placed in Huaxia, letting them stir up public sentiment and incite hatred toward the Sam nation, forcing Huaxia to act against Sam. Also send someone to the Polar Bear Nation. Tell the Emperor that we can completely abandon the northern territories as long as they give us support. If they are willing to deploy troops to help us fight Sam, we can grant them access to the new world in the future. Yamamoto Dokufu proposed another tempting plan. Prime Minister, after rejecting Sam, are we really going to invite the polar bear, another ferocious bear, in? Ji Ming expressed some doubts. I said in the future. As for when that future will be, hasn't it already been decided by us? Yamamoto Dokufu coldly sneered. He never had any intention of truly opening the new world to Sam. Understood. The Prime Minister is wise. And also, use money to divide European nations, mobilizing all available forces to exhaust each other internally. We must delay time. As long as we gain half a year, victory will belong to us. Yamamoto Dokufu's mind was rapidly working. He considered every possible method. Understood. For a moment, the entire world fell into a rare silence. The fires of war in various regions seemed to show signs of stopping. Every nation was sending out envoys, communicating with each other, and trying to unite around major powers. Because they all knew that as small nations, they wouldn't be able to share the interests of the new world without clinging tightly to the big powers to participate in this new era of great navigation and get some crumbs. The leadership of all countries, as well as intellectuals and the public, had already realized that the global landscape was at the brink of a dramatic shift, and a huge storm was about to arrive. Now was the most tranquil moment before the storm, likely also the most peaceful period for the next few years, or even decades. Wow, something seems off. Countries are beginning military buildup and preparations. This time it's different from previous conflicts. It's a real arms race. Once a large-scale arms race starts, it's hard to stop unless there's a global war to rebalance everything. An internet user already sensed unusual signs from the recent actions of various nations. A global war? That would be World War III. I've heard someone say before that the Fourth World War would bring us back to the Stone Age. That's terrifying. Don't say that. Although there's all sorts of pressure now, at least we have food, drinks, and entertainment. I really don't want a war. Hitting a punch first will prevent 100 more. This quote from our great leader makes perfect sense. Our Huaxia has maintained peace for decades. Many countries have forgotten that we are the only nation in history to face off against the other 4 permanent members of the UN Security Council and win. Dignity only lies at the tip of the sword. Truth is only within cannon range. For Huaxia to rejuvenate and re-emerge as the global leader, this battle is unavoidable. You're right. As netizens say, indeed, the Chinese people are the most valiant nation. The biggest hawks in Huaxia come from the civilian population. The military is actually too conservative. Come on, let the storm come more fiercely. Settle old scores and grievances. The world needs a great war for a complete reshuffle. Aren't you afraid the world might be destroyed? Someone worried. Destroyed? Then head to the new world. Now humanity has an escape route. I think all countries are thinking the same. So the control of wormholes will be especially important. I'll make a prediction here. This time, Japan is definitely doomed. The only difference will be a small loss or a complete defeat. Senior in the upper floor, how do you mean that? Surrendering early means a small loss. If Japan turns to the US and Western Bloc, or aligns with us, it'll lose half. But giving up the northern territories, though suffering heavily, still preserves their basic power. Defiant resistance equals total defeat, fighting against the world and gambling their national fate. There's a high probability that Japan will be wiped off the blue star, fading into history. Wow, why do I feel like, based on Japan's character, they're more likely to go for total defeat? It's not just a feeling. From the recent actions of Sam and Japan, they've already made their choice. It's really a suicidal move. Currently, only Japan has entered the new world and is the most knowledgeable about it. Choosing to confront the entire world for the sake of the new world tells us something significant. The more they try to conceal, the more significant the new world must be. Enormous interests have driven Japan's leadership mad. To be honest, I'm also extremely curious about what the new world looks like and what it contains. From currently available information, Sam is actively preparing for war against Japan. I wonder if our country will get involved. Whether due to historical reasons, or because of the control over the wormholes and the new world, we have no other choice. Everyone should abandon their illusions and prepare for battle. Some rich people are probably already thinking about fleeing. Fleeing? Where can they run to at a time like this? No place will be safe. Netizens across the globe were buzzing online, with Huaxia citizens showing the highest level of concern and engagement regarding the international situation, offering numerous analyses and comments. Needless to say, the real experts are among the common people. The online analyses, in which netizens dissected the details, had already reached the level of various countries' think tanks. In fact, they were getting quite close to the truth. On the grasslands of another world, Su Pingyan was simultaneously operating a drone to explore the area around the portal in expanding circles, while sketching something in a notebook. He continued until the drone was nearly out of fuel, then commanded it to return for refueling. This process repeated several times. Eventually, he had roughly mapped out the distribution of various ferocious beasts within a 20-kilometer radius centered around the portal. Only a rough map, but that was all. After recalling the drone and storing it in the magic treasure box, Su Pingyan gazed at the map in his hands. an illustration only he could fully understand, and fell into deep thought. Within a 20-kilometer radius, there are 4 level 2 ferocious beast packs, and 23 packs of level 1 beasts rated 7 stars and above. With my current abilities and armed with modern weapons, it would be difficult but manageable to deal with those level 1 7-star packs. However, taking on a level 2 pack would still be somewhat risky. Over 1,000 square kilometers of land naturally contained more than just these 27 beast packs. There were also many packs below level 1 7 stars. Although a few among them had surpassed their limits and risen above the 7-star rank, they were of little interest to Su Pingyan. Then there were the scattered high-level beasts on the grasslands, beasts rated level 1 7 stars and above, which also held little appeal for him. Plus, there were creatures he had failed to detect. After all, for efficiency, his survey had been broad and general. Missing things was normal and expected. Therefore, these undetected beasts weren't represented on Su Pingyan's hand-drawn map. After carefully examining the map, Su Pingyan had already decided on his first hunting target. It's Yuvin Flame Beast. He circled a dark spot on the map. Chapter 38, Sniping the Flame Beast King. Flame beasts, once reaching adulthood, were at least grade 1, 7-star monsters, or even grade 1, 8-star beasts. The elite among them could advance to grade 1, 9-star. Standing 5 meters tall and nearly 9 meters in length, they were as imposing as a moving heavy truck. Their bodies were covered with a layer of black scales, their heads resembling lions. When running, their chi and blood surged, causing friction between the dark scales and air, producing sparks. They seemed completely enveloped in flames, exuding a terrifying aura of power. They were among the more formidable species of grade 1 Shengshou. Advantages: their running speed was extremely fast. Their charging and trampling force were both immense. Most terrifying of all was their defense. Ordinary sharp weapons had difficulty piercing the scales of a flame beast. Weaknesses: their throats had no protective scales. Their eyes, nose, mouth, and ears were all vulnerable spots. Attacking any of these areas would do damage. Along the way, Su Pingyan avoided the activity zones of low-level Shengshou. Within a few minutes, he reaches the habitat of the flame beasts. 1-2-20. Circling around the habitat for reconnaissance, Su Pingyan had already grasped the overall situation of the flame beasts. Over 480 flame beasts in total. Among them, more than 200 have reached grade 1, 8-star, and at least 30 have attained grade 1, 9-star. The Beast King seems to be either grade 1, 10-star, or perhaps grade 2, 1-star. From physical appearance alone, it was difficult to distinguish between grade 1, 10-star, and grade 2, 1-star Shengshou. Only through battle could one tell them apart, for grade 2 would have a beast core formed inside their bodies, capable of utilizing blood chi, making their destructive power far greater than grade 1 Shengshou. I must kill the Beast King first, leaving the group leaderless, which would make them easier to hunt. It also means eliminating the biggest threat in advance. With the situation clarified and a plan in mind, Su Pingyan used the undulating features of the grassland to hide his figure while approaching rapidly. When he finally found the Beast King and crawled down approximately a kilometer away from it, he took out the Barrett. Then, he took out the mortar. After all preparations were complete, Su Pingyan saw the Flame Beast King clearly through the 8x scope. Right now, the beast was enjoying a meal, with 8 grade 1, 9-star flame beasts crouching beside it. Aiming at the Beast King's eyes, Su Pingyan decisively pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive gunshots rang out. Su Pingyan's 3 bullets immediately predicted the 2 escape routes of the Beast King. No matter which way it ran, it would be hit. Sure enough, pooh. Through the 8x scope, Su Pingyan clearly saw the Beast King's eye struck. Its eye exploded open, creating a huge gash. Even with the beast's enormous size, the damage caused was tremendous. Of the other 2 bullets, one hit the beast's thigh, only blowing off a layer of scales. Though it wounded the beast, it was only a minor injury. The other bullet missed completely. Roar! The Flame Beast King, suddenly attacked, was momentarily stunned. However, intense pain caused it to emit a painful roar that echoed throughout the habitat. Immediately, the entire group of flame beasts grew restless and agitated. The 8 grade 1, 9-star flame beasts surrounding the Beast King were also momentarily stunned. None could comprehend how their king had suddenly been gravely injured. Everyone knows how powerful a Barrett is, but the Flame Beast King's body was just too large, making it impossible to kill with a single shot. Though slightly regretful, Su Pingyan didn't let this opportunity slip away. He put the Barrett aside and immediately ran to the mortar, loading a shell into the tube already adjusted to the correct angle. Whoosh! The shell traced a graceful arc and landed directly in the midst of the 8 grade 1, 9-star flame beasts, at the exact position of the Beast King. Boom! The explosion sent a powerful shockwave that knocked all 8 grade 1, 9-star flame beasts onto the ground, stunning them momentarily, although the damage wasn't too severe. The Beast King, who was right at the epicenter of the explosion, had an even rougher time. Although the explosion hadn't killed it directly, it had exacerbated its existing injuries. The beast had just managed to stand up again, but its massive body was slammed back down to the ground heavily. Su Pingyan put away the mortar, picked up the Barrett again, and without further concern for the Beast King, he turned his attention to sniping the dazed grade 9 flame beasts. Bang! Bang! Gunfire continued unabated. The flame beasts finally discovered the source of the attack, enraged and charging towards Su Pingyan furiously. After emptying both Barretts, Su Pingyan had successfully eliminated most of the grade 1, 9-star flame beasts, most of which had 1 or 2 eyes blinded and were seriously wounded. A few had sustained fatal injuries and were killed instantly. Watching the rushing herd of beasts approaching, Su Pingyan pulled out the Gatling gun. Rat-a-tat! A storm of metal bullets rained upon the flame beasts, striking sparks off their scales. Shots that hit their weak points caused blood to spray in all directions. At great cost, the flame beasts finally closed the distance to within 20 meters of Su Pingyan. Su Pingyan quickly took out grenades and threw them toward the flame beasts. Since they were packed closely together, the explosion fragments and shockwaves still caused them some damage. The intense explosions also had a certain deterrent effect on the flame beasts, slightly slowing their charge. Seeing the remaining flame beasts approaching him, Su Pingyan gripped his long spear tightly, sidestepped to avoid the first beast's attack, and stabbed directly into its eye. Then, he darted between the flame beasts, looking for every opportunity to strike. Due to Su Pingyan's smaller size, he was very nimble. This became his advantage. When multiple flame beasts attacked at once, the large gaps between them became his space for evasive maneuvers. One-on-one, they simply couldn't match him. For a time, although the flame beasts held the numerical advantage, they still couldn't take down Su Pingyan. Pong! Not paying attention for a moment, Su Pingyan was directly slammed away by a flame beast. Another beast immediately rushed in seamlessly, trying to strike him again. However, while still midair, Su Pingyan pulled out his M500 and fired straight into the eye of the charging beast. Roar! A pained howl rang out. This wasn't the end. Su Pingyan quickly took out more grenades and hurled them toward the cluster of flame beasts, though unfortunately, due to the beast's massive size and strong defense, the grenades had only limited effect. At such close range, firearms had become far less effective, so Su Pingyan abandoned technology altogether, instead drawing the panlong spear and plunging into a fierce, chaotic battle among the flame beasts. As time passed, Su Pingyan continued fighting with growing ferocity, his injuries and energy being constantly replenished by the life source stone. Meanwhile, the number of flame beasts decreased rapidly. After about an hour of intense battle, realizing they could not defeat Su Pingyan, the remaining 30-odd flame beasts glared at him with hatred before scattering and fleeing. Although Su Pingyan wanted to wipe them all out, he eventually managed to kill only 6 more, leaving over 20 to escape. Looking at the pile of flame beast corpses on the ground, Su Pingyan smiled contentedly. Not a bad haul. He took out the Yao Shirlian, quickly collecting all the flame beast bodies scattered on the ground. However, as he approached the Beast King, killed it, and then saw something, he was momentarily stunned. Chapter 39, Total War from a Previous Life. Spirit Stone. Su Pingyan blurted out in astonishment. That's right, the Beast King was sitting atop a massive raw spirit stone. Although it was only the lowest grade of inferior raw spirit stone, judging by its size, it could likely be cut into at least 100,000 pieces of inferior spirit stones. In the early stages of cultivation, this was an absolutely colossal fortune. In this other world, there were specialized tools and professionals dedicated specifically to cutting spirit stones. They were known as spirit cutting envoys, belonging to the official authorities. Civilian cultivation communities could mine spirit stones, but they were required to submit them to government agencies responsible for purchasing, where they could be exchanged for official spirit stones. Of course, the government would take a certain percentage as tax. It was never a free exchange. The only difference between official spirit stones and ordinary raw spirit stones was that official spirit stones could be used both for cultivation and trade, while raw spirit stones could only be used for cultivation and not for commercial transactions. If illegal trading of raw spirit stones was discovered on the black market, the authorities would intervene. Light penalties would involve fines and the removal of cultivation abilities, while severe punishments could even lead to the extermination of one's entire bloodline, making it an extremely strict law. Each official spirit stone was cut precisely to a standardized size resembling mahjong tiles, each weighing exactly 1 tael, and engraved with unique magical runes. These runes not only symbolized the authority of the state, but also functioned to seal in the spiritual energy within, preventing leakage and ensuring that each spirit stone contained the same amount of spiritual energy. Once the spiritual energy within a spirit stone was absorbed, the rune would automatically vanish. This allowed anyone to instantly recognize if a stone had already been used. Meanwhile, the leftover scraps from the cutting process were never wasted. They were mixed with other metals to forge into smaller denomination coins known as spirit coins. How did such a massive spirit stone appear here? Could there be a spirit stone mine nearby? It definitely couldn't have been brought here by the flame beasts from elsewhere, Su Pingyan thought, his eyes lighting up with growing excitement. In my previous life, I never heard of a spirit stone mine discovered this close to the portal. Maybe I'm overthinking it. It could just be a leftover from long ago. After some deliberation, Su Pingyan abandoned the idea of leaving this bloody battlefield as quickly as possible. After collecting the spirit stone, he began searching the surrounding area. Half a day passed. As night fell, Su Pingyan still had found nothing. Sigh, I guess I can't force fate. If I only had a spirit stone detector, things would be much easier. Relying on just my eyes is simply too difficult, Su Pingyan sighed helplessly. During the 13th year of the Great Navigation, Chinese scientists developed a special spirit stone detector based on the unique spiritual fluctuations found within spirit stones. Although it could only detect up to 10 meters underground, the invention drove countless people wild with excitement. Supply couldn't possibly meet the demand. The place where the Flame Beast King lived was a large cave, providing shelter from wind and rain. If it hadn't been outside today, Su Pingyan probably wouldn't have found the opportunity to kill it. After entering the cave, Su Pingyan carefully inspected it, confirming no danger remained before placing the container inside. After cleaning up and changing into a fresh set of clothes, he entered the bedroom. Refine, he muttered. Instantly, more than 450 flame beasts were refined into spirit liquid. In total, he obtained 4 drops of top-grade level 1 spirit liquid, 895 drops of high-grade level 1 spirit liquid, and 7 drops of medium-grade level 1 spirit liquid. 4 drops of top-grade level 1 spirit liquid? So it turns out that the Beast King was indeed a 10-star level 1 vicious beast, whose strength had increased more than 4-fold compared to a beast who had just reached 10 stars. However, to ascend to level 1, star 11, a 10-fold increase wouldn't be enough. It would also require a certain degree of fortune and opportunity. Su Pingyan analyzed, looking at the spoils in his hand. Never mind. With so much high-grade level 1 spirit liquid, breaking through to the 10th body tempering stage should be no problem at all. A happy thought crossed his mind. He calmed his mind and sat in a strange pose on the yoga mat. As he performed the special breathing technique, his power began to rise rapidly. Each time his body ached or his blood flow weakened, the spirit liquid would emit a powerful wave of blood energy, continuously replenishing his strength until its energy was completely exhausted. Su Pingyan would then consume another drop. Cycling through this process repeatedly, until around 3 in the morning, he had consumed a total of 40 drops of high-grade level 1 spirit liquid, and his strength had surged to over 42,000 kilograms. Yet he still had a long way to go before reaching the 100,000 kilogram threshold of the 10th stage. Now, each drop of high-grade level 1 spirit liquid could add only about 280 kilograms of power, an expected decline. It's time to get some rest. Recently, I've focused too much on hunting and cultivation. I haven't had enough sleep. My nerves are too tense. After ending his cultivation session, Su Pingyan lay in his bed inside the cave, listening to the occasional howls of vicious beasts outside. Unfazed, he smiled slightly and drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep. For the next 3 consecutive days, Su Pingyan scoured a radius of 20 kilometers, annihilating 7 groups of vicious beasts ranked no lower than level 1, star 7. The battle results were extraordinary. The happiest part was that he had hunted another 10-star level 1 vicious beast. The quantity of top-grade level 1 spirit liquid had increased to 7 drops, while high-grade level 1 spirit liquid had grown to 6,334 drops. The amount of medium-grade level 1 spirit liquid, however, wasn't much, only a little over 1,000 drops. This was all because he had specifically hunted some low-level vicious beasts for Yishinran. Bullets, grenades, hand grenades are all used up. It's time to leave. I've been out here for so long. I wonder how much has changed out there, Su Pingyan mused with a sigh, staring at the now empty ammunition stockpile. At the same time, his thoughts drifted back to the brutal all-out war from his previous life. According to the timeline from my past life, 2 days later, the Sam nation would start a probing war against the Ben country. Upon discovering the Ben nation's firm resistance, Sam, in fury, directly mobilized missiles and artillery from its global allies and bombarded the entire Ben country for half a month straight, destroying countless buildings and factories. After that, the first batch of 1 million United Nations troops gathered at Ben Sea and launched an amphibious landing operation. Within just a week, they fully controlled the northern sea island. Throughout the entire campaign, Ben suffered more than 7 million casualties. The dictator Yamamoto was also assassinated by political rivals who feared Sam. The new prime minister immediately defected, once again becoming Sam's lackey. It was also at this time that 33 nations, including Huaxia, the Arctic Bear, and the I country, began a full-scale war with the American Western Alliance and Ben. World War III had officially erupted. Northern Sea Island became a meat grinder, a key battleground for both major factions, consuming countless lives and becoming incredibly brutal. Thankfully, World War III only lasted about 6 months before a ceasefire was reached due to the appearance of the second two-world portal. Otherwise, the outcome would have been truly unpredictable, as both sides had already been fighting with full intensity. The war also brought the economies of all countries to the brink of collapse. Both sides had considered using their final ultimate weapon, the nuclear bomb, to end the war more quickly, but each hesitated due to mutual fear, resulting in indecision. In his past life, some people calculated that if the second portal had been discovered 1 or 2 months later, a real nuclear war might have erupted. Chapter 40. The Qi family's move, surrounded on all sides. The worst was Japan, which became the main battlefield. The entire nation was reduced to scorched earth, thrown directly back to the Stone Age, with casualties exceeding 30 million. Due to the deaths of a large number of young people, the population suffered a severe gap, compounded by environmental destruction making the homeland uninhabitable. Japan's population plummeted to less than 20 million in the following decade. It wasn't that they all died. Rather, those who could flee did. Some fled to other worlds, others scattered across the globe, barely surviving. Those who remained in the homeland were mostly the helpless lower classes, enduring the harshest living conditions while being exploited by UN forces like the US, trading whatever value they had left for pitiful scraps of food. In such an environment, coupled with Japan's national character, many extremists emerged. These people were obsessed with destroying the world. Ultimately, they actually succeeded. Yamamoto Nijuichi colluded with the Blood Spirit Sect from another world, bringing back a special kind of goo. Insect parasite, called the Blood Queen, causing billions of people worldwide to become blood puppets in a very short time. In this life, I absolutely cannot let the Blood Queen reach Earth. Even if it is brought back, it must be contained within Japan. I must ensure the blood puppet disaster doesn't spread to China, and even more so, Cannot allow the Blood Spirit Sect to treat Earth as a farm for their puppets, Su Pingyan said, his eyes gradually hardening with determination. After climbing out of the cave and exiting the signal interference zone, Su Pingyan turned on his phone and immediately heard a series of notification tones. There were unread WeChat messages, missed calls, and unread text messages. After all, he'd been gone in another world for a whole week, and during that time, his phone had been turned off. Besides, even if it wasn't turned off, no one would have been able to reach him anyway. The phone's battery probably wouldn't have lasted a whole week either. He opened WeChat and saw more than 30 unread messages from Yishinran. Just as he was about to click through to read them, he noticed an unread message from his younger brother, Su Pingkong. Brother, contact me immediately once you see this message. Seeing this, Su Pingyan furrowed his brows, sensing an ominous feeling deep in his heart. The family knew that Su Pingyan had previously been in a special forces unit and often went on dangerous missions. To prevent unnecessary worry during missions, it was usually always Su Pingyan who contacted them first. They wouldn't initiate contact unless something truly important came up. When they really missed him, they'd contact the unit he was stationed at instead to protect his safety as much as possible. Furthermore, due to classified operations and secrecy regulations, Su Pingyan couldn't explain to his family why he had chosen to retire from the military or why he decided to become a mercenary. His father nearly disowned him over this and almost ended up hospitalized out of rage. In his previous life, until the day his parents perished in the blood puppet disaster, they had never known the truth, which remained a lingering sense of guilt and emotional burden for Su Pingyan. Hello, Pingkong. Are you there? Su Pingyan immediately dialed his brother's number. The voice on the other end sounded anxious and rushed, although his concern for his brother's safety held him back from speaking hastily. Brother, are you safe right now? Is it convenient for you to talk on the phone? It's fine, but what's going on at home? Are mom and dad okay? Su Pingyan asked, clearly worried. Don't panic, brother. The house is safe for now. Actually, my biggest concern is your safety. Now that I know you're all right, I feel better, Su Pingkong said, clearly relieved. What do you mean? Though reassured that his family was safe, Su Pingyan still felt puzzled at his brother's tone. Brother, it seems like someone is targeting our family. Do you remember me telling you about my girlfriend last year? Su Pingkong said. Yeah, her name was Wang Shijuan. Su Pingyan nodded slightly. Back then, his brother had even told him they were planning to get married after graduation. In his past life, indeed, they married shortly after graduation. The girl's family was quite wealthy. The first year of marriage was fine, but starting the second year, she started causing all kinds of trouble. The parents were thus deeply troubled, and Pingkong was caught in the middle. Eventually the marriage held for a little more than 3 years before they divorced. Yeah, we were in a good relationship originally, but suddenly she accused me of rape and deliberately collected audio recordings to use against me. I just got word that the school is already discussing whether to expel me, Su Pingkong said, his voice filled with distress. It seems someone must have bribed Wang Shijuan and deliberately targeted you, Su Pingyan quickly concluded, based on Pingkong's earlier words and his own past memories. Brother, I'm pretty sure about it. At first, I didn't suspect anything, but yesterday during a phone call with home, I sensed something strange. When I asked mom, she didn't say anything, so I went to ask Annie Lu from next door. That's when I found out. Mom and dad were framed at work and have already been fired, facing a compensation of 2 million yuan. I realized right away that something was wrong. I immediately asked about the situation with Xiao Mei. Although nothing's happened to her yet, she mentioned that several classmates have been targeting her recently, which hadn't happened before. It only started these past few days. When so many coincidences pile up, it's definitely not a coincidence. Someone must be targeting our family, Su Pingkong analyzed. Though a senior student at National University of Defense Technology, Su Pingkong may not have had great judgment when it came to women, but no one could question his intelligence. I see. This matter must be related to me. You should take leave and go back home to take care of mom and dad. I'll resolve this as soon as possible, Su Pingyan said. Brother, whoever is behind this must have enormous social resources at their disposal. You must be extremely cautious, Su Pingkong warned. Before sending the WeChat message, Su Pingkong had already guessed that the force targeting their family was likely trying to get at his older brother. He wasn't calling to complain, but to warn his elder brother, to prevent his big brother from being secretly sabotaged without even knowing it. Qitian, or perhaps the Qi family itself is involved. Su Pingyan's mind immediately turned to his first suspicion. Right, Shinran. If it's the Qi family, they definitely wouldn't let Shinran go unpunished either, Su Pingyan thought, hurriedly opening Yishinran's WeChat messages. Other than her usual messages of care, Yishinran had also shared the latest developments from Japan. However, in messages from the past 2 days, Su Pingyan found the answer. Ping'an, my concert was cancelled, and the company has also cancelled all my engagements. Looks like they're trying to blacklist me. Ping'an, find me immediately once you come back. Don't act rashly. That was her final message. After reading them, Su Pingyan immediately dialed Shinran's number. Hello, Shinran. Ping'an, you're back in China? Chapter 41, Breaking the Deadlock. Not yet. There was no signal where I was before, so I turned off my phone. I just saw your message. Was it the Qi family's doing? Su Pingyan cut straight to the point. Our CEO, Mr. Xue, didn't say it outright, but he subtly implied to me that I had offended someone I shouldn't have. He wanted to protect me, but couldn't. He even suggested I take the initiative to apologize, so that he would have room to maneuver. You must understand, I am the Queen Star. The company should be profiting greatly from me. The fact that they're choosing to suppress me means the force behind it must be enormous, and must have offered the company tremendous compensation. Aside from the Qi family, I can't think of any other power willing to pay such a high price just to target me, Shinran said calmly. She hadn't lost her composure just because the Qi family targeted her. Part of it was due to her own personality, but also because she now had immense power and foresight about the future. Therefore, she wasn't worried at all, nor did she fear the Qi family. It seems the lesson I gave Qi Tian last time wasn't enough. The Qi family clearly treated my threat as mere noise, completely disregarding it. Su Pingyan's face gradually turned cold. Peace, please don't act rashly. I think quite the opposite. Based on what we know of the Qi family in our circle, if they truly didn't care, their actions wouldn't have been so restrained. They might have even resorted to underhanded tactics not fit for public view. But this time, their actions have been relatively moderate, all within legal and regulatory boundaries, just pressuring through influence. If you act rashly now and resort to violence, then they'll have the chance to crush you completely using legal means, leaving you no opportunity to recover. I suspect they've already prepared precautions and contingencies, waiting for you to fall right into their trap. Yi Xinran immediately spoke faster, fearing that Su Pingyan might act impulsively. Though she knew Su Pingyan was extremely powerful, she herself was now also a cultivator. She understood that Su Pingyan was not yet an invincible existence, and coming up against the state apparatus would still be extremely dangerous. Of course, Su Pingyan understood Yi Xinran's concern, and understood the Qi family's open and insidious strategy. Right now, if he wanted to break this deadlock, there were basically only 3 paths left. First, bow to the Qi family. Absolutely impossible, completely against Su Pingyan's nature. Second, break the deadlock through violence. With his current strength, it would be extremely easy for Su Pingyan to accomplish this. No matter how tightly the Qi family had fortified themselves, he was confident he could break through by force. The problem was, once he did, it would definitely cause a major commotion. He would never be able to remain in China again. Moreover, if the family members were scattered and not gathered together, Su Pingyan would not be able to eliminate them all at once. If they responded by retaliating violently upon the death of a family member, his family would all be in danger. After all, Su Pingyan's personal strength was now only a deterrent. Once he took action, the facade would be completely torn, and this deterrent would no longer exist. Third, suppress the Qi family with a force more powerful than theirs. This would be the optimal solution. It would cause the Qi family to fall or beg for mercy without even a single soldier being deployed. Inside the Qi family mansion in Shanghai, that stupid woman Yi Xinran, I even had her boss in at her. As long as she left Su Pingyan and came back to me, she could still be the shining queen star again. I didn't expect her to choose Su Pingyan without any hesitation at all. She's really just a hopeless, lovesick idiot. Qi Tian angrily smashed the cup in his hand. Master, we've already started moving against them. Why hasn't that Su Pingyan reacted at all? A middle-aged, beautiful woman asked in confusion. As Qi Tian heard this, he stopped fuming and turned to look at his father. To target Su Pingyan, their family had spread its members across the world to prevent Su from going on a rampage and wiping them all out in one fell swoop. But Su Pingyan hadn't reacted at all, which made them even more uneasy. Moreover, the family members each had their own affairs to attend to and couldn't possibly stay scattered across the globe indefinitely. He left the country. Qi Guizhen said frowning. Left the country? Even if he did, Yi Xinran didn't contact him? The middle-aged woman asked, puzzled. Just then, the butler walked in to report. Master, just received the news. Su Pingyan has already returned to China and should be arriving at Platinum Mansion soon. He's back. Upon hearing this, Qi Tian couldn't help but tremble slightly, but his face flushed red, as if there was a hint of excitement in his expression. This was a mixture of fear towards Su Pingyan's brute force and anticipation for the encircling despair he had placed around Su. Worthless. Qi Guizhen couldn't help but curse his son upon seeing his reaction. Immediately send people to watch Su Pingyan. Inform me immediately about any of his moves. Qi Guizhen ordered the butler beside him. Yes. Unit 3, Platinum Mansion, Shanghai. Su Pingyan came directly here immediately after returning to China. Xinran, there are the Qi family spies around the villa. He said as soon as he walked in. Yeah, I've noticed for a while already, but since they haven't made any moves, I didn't bother with them. Yi Xinran was already at the 5th stage of body refinement cultivation, her senses far beyond those of ordinary people, so naturally, she had already noticed the surveillance. Are your family members okay? Given the Qi family's vengeful nature, now that they've targeted me, they might drag your family into it. Shouldn't you go home and check on them? Yi Xinran asked with concern. They did make a move, but similar to your situation, they held back out of caution. For now, there's no danger. My father is really upset with me. Seeing me in person might only make him angrier. I'll wait until this problem is resolved. By then, I should be ready to rejoin the unit anyway. Su Pingyan replied somewhat helplessly. The old man was too stubborn. He held strong objections towards Su Pingyan's decision to leave active service and becoming a mercenary. The two of them had barely spoken in almost a year. You're planning to re-enlist? Yi Xinran caught the key point quickly. What? You'll miss me? Su Pingyan teased. I'd be too proud of my man for serving the country to feel any sorrow. Why would I miss you? Yi Xinran said proudly. Still, you've already retired from active service. Can you really re-enlist? Who says retiring means you can never come back? Your husband has his ways, Su Pingyan said smugly. Look at you, all full of yourself. As soon as I re-enlist, along with the big gift I've given to the country, then the military and the nation itself will become my backing. The small fry like the Qi family won't be worth mentioning, Su Pingyan said confidently. A wolf's howl heralds the smoke of war. Looking northward, the nation's Jagshan awaits. As they were speaking, Su Pingyan's phone rang. He picked it up and saw an unidentified number. Yet the moment he saw the number, his face lit up with a hint of delight. What's up? Yi Xinran asked curiously. I'll tell you later, Su Pingyan whispered, putting a finger to his lips to signal silence, then answered the call. My Captain Qin, what a surprise to hear from you, Su Pingyan said lazily. Chapter 42. Qin Ming, return to duty? You finally came back, huh? I thought you were hiding overseas out of fear. Come on, tell me, how did you manage to rear the cheese? Qin Ming asked with concern. With just a few words, he clearly showed he was fully aware of Su Pingyan's movements. Qin Ming was the commander of the Tianlang Special Operations Unit and Su Pingyan direct superior. The two were not only comrades in arms, but also shared a life-or-death bond. You mean, the Qi family can pressure the military? Su Pingyan feigned surprise. Who do those Qis think they are? Don't be ungrateful, kid. Can't tell friend from foe, huh? Qin Ming retorted with a grin. Thanks for the concern, Chief Commander Qin. The Qi family means nothing to me. No need to worry about me, Su Pingyan said casually, provoking a strong urge in Qin Ming to punch him. However, things were different now. If they fought, Qin Ming wouldn't even have time to defend himself before being instantly subdued by Su Pingyan. It would be hilarious to see the look on his face then. Commander Qin, you didn't come here just for this, did you? If there's something else, just say it. Su Pingyan knew Qin Ming too well. After a moment of silence, Qin Ming finally spoke. The higher-ups notified that you can return to duty. So soon. Su Pingyan was genuinely surprised, his laid-back attitude instantly gone. In his previous life, he had been re-enlisted only after over a year. Why had this happened so much earlier? This threw a wrench in his plans. Because once he returned to service, it would become inconvenient for him to leave the base to hunt at the number 2 portal. Looks like I need to adjust the plan slightly, Su Pingyan thought to himself. Too soon? You don't want to come back early? Qin Ming asked in confusion. Not at all. Su Pingyan shook his head. That's more like it. Before you vanished without warning to the North Sea Island right before the discovery of the wormhole in our country, you suddenly went there. Headquarters wants to know why. Qin Ming turned serious. Is Ah Wei one of ours? Su Pingyan instantly realized something. He knew the military, and the country as a whole, had always been keeping an eye on him. What do you think? The reply was an implicit confirmation. You really know how to get me into trouble. Return to base quickly. We can talk more when you're back. Commander Qin, you've told me all this. Won't higher-ups have any concerns? Afraid I might run off. Su Pingyan joked. You won't run. Besides, there's never been any doubt about your loyalty to the country. It's just a routine inquiry. I was planning to go back anyway. Just need to wait a couple of days. I'm preparing a big gift for the country. Don't want to show up empty-handed when meeting the old comrades, do I? Su Pingyan half-joked, already thinking of modifying his previous plan. 3 days. Get back here. Qin Ming hung up immediately, feeling that if he stayed on the line any longer, he might go there just to punch Su Pingyan. 3 days? The U.S. should be making its move. Su Pingyan mused, staring at the disconnected call. Su Pingyan, are you really rejoining the military? Yi Xinran rushed to him, hugging him tightly, eyes wide with surprise. Su Pingyan was pulled from his thoughts, proudly nodding. Of course. Did you think I was just showing off earlier? You're amazing, okay? You still don't know how amazing I am. Su Pingyan suddenly gave her a lecherous look. In the next second, before Yi Xinran could react, he carried her into the bedroom. Perhaps because she knew Su Pingyan would be leaving soon and they might not see each other for a long time, Yi Xinran responded passionately, trying her best to fulfill Su Pingyan's desires. Are you okay? Su Pingyan looked at the beauty in his arms with concern. Still breathing. Yi Xinran rolled her eyes. Meanwhile, tensions were rising overseas in Japan. Dark clouds gathered over the Prime Minister's office. Mr. Prime Minister, the deadline set by the United States has arrived. Are we really going to fight? The military minister hesitated, visibly uncertain. Didn't you try monster meat before? How was it? Yamamoto Nijuichi didn't answer, but instead fired back a question. It's a miracle. The military minister blinked, then caught on and turned eager. If the U.S. is already offering us 20% of the profit without knowing the real effects of monster meat, what do you think would happen if they found out the full truth? Yamamoto smirked. He understood his American daddy too well. The answer was obvious. They wouldn't get a single drop. The U.S. had too many minions. In terms of relations, Japan barely ranked high. At best, they'd receive some leftovers. 20%? Not a chance. The Prime Minister is absolutely right. We've been America's lapdog for so many years, I've had enough of it. This time, we should take the opportunity to break free from their control, the military minister declared. How is the nationwide mobilization coming along? Yamamoto Nijuichi asked. The military was the key. We've mobilized 500,000 troops already. In another half-month, we can reach 2 million. In 3 months, 6 million. That's about our limit, the military minister replied. That's too slow. For the sake of the great Nippon Empire, for the emperor, implement forced conscription immediately. I want 1 million troops mobilized within 3 days. Yamamoto Nijuichi issued his directive bluntly. Mr. Prime Minister, war mobilization isn't just about having soldiers. It involves many aspects, equipment, logistics, crash training, and more. All of this takes time, the military minister replied with obvious frustration. I don't care. You have 3 days. You must overcome every difficulty. This concerns the destiny of the great Nippon Empire. Yamamoto revealed his nature as a dictator. Understood. The military minister resignedly accepted, knowing well that he'd pass the burden down the chain once he returned. Pressure always trickled downward. What's the current status of the 88 American military bases located in Nippon? Yamamoto asked next. We can directly control 37 of them. The rest are more difficult to handle. We're currently monitoring them. I don't care about the difficulty. You must neutralize those thorns immediately. Otherwise, while we're fighting the Allied forces on the front lines, they'll stab us in the back. Yamamoto handed another enormous challenge to the military minister. Mr. Prime Minister, America is also trying to figure out whether we dare to truly go to war with them. They're escalating the pressure on us. Shouldn't we strike first while they're off guard and eliminate all 88 bases at once? Secretary Yoshizawa Akira made a suggestion. Yamamoto Takuo thought for a moment, then nodded. He patted Yoshizawa's shoulder and said, "You're absolutely right. Since we've already exposed our hostility, we might as well strike first." Chapter 43, Good Days. Xiao Yalaji, on the New World front, how is our progress? Prime Minister Yamamoto Dokufu asked, turning to look at Xiao Yalaji. Reporting to the Prime Minister, we have already established the second line of defense and transported 3,000 troops to the other side. You did a very good job. Yamamoto Dokufu's mood improved considerably. The Black Palace of Sam Country. Bang George slammed the table hard, perhaps too hard, and instinctively sucked in a breath in pain, hiding his hand behind his back. That damned little dwarf actually dared to launch a surprise attack on our military bases. Are they insane? George roared in anger. Mr. President, they might really have gone insane. We should retaliate immediately. Bulin Tixingdao. Hit them hard. Mobilize ammunition from all over the world. I will reduce the 4 islands of Eben back to the Stone Age. George ordered. All right. Bulin was even more excited than George. December 24th, 2023, the sky was high and clouds drifting. It was a memorable day. When Su Ping'an woke up in the morning and took a glance at the phone news, he immediately became fully awake and couldn't help but exclaim with a national treasure word. Wow. What's the matter? Yi Shinran asked drowsily. The Eben country and Uncle Sam are fighting. Su Ping'an said. According to the memory of his previous life, the battle should have started this afternoon, and the earlier conflict was limited in scale, confined to naval warfare. But the news he had just read was completely different. They had not only started earlier, but Eben had launched a surprise attack, destroying 52 American military bases stationed in Eben and causing more than 20,000 American casualties. Then, the U.S. began to retaliate against Eben from the sea and the remaining military bases, launching missiles, rockets, and artillery shells in a hail of firepower. The news article was brief, but one could imagine how fierce the battle must be. Can the Third World War really not be avoided? Yi Shinran frowned. She was a kind-hearted girl. It was only natural for her to hope the world would not fall into war. Even without the appearance of the wormhole, the Third World War cannot be avoided. It was just a matter of time. Now that the conflict has erupted in Eben, it's the best possible situation for the Huaxia country. After being shocked, Su Ping'an revealed a faint smile. He had been wondering how to inform the state about the portals within Huaxia without triggering an intense conflict between Eben and the U.S., but now that seemed no longer a problem. Once this war erupted on such a large scale, it would be hard to stop it. Especially without the participation of the Eastern Giant and the Northern Bear, America would surely beat Eben to a pulp. I just hope Huaxia won't be dragged into it, Yi Shinran added reluctantly. Even if dragged in, it would definitely be us joining voluntarily and taking the lead, which means we'll be on the winning side. Su Ping'an said confidently. Oh right, I need to go out today. If you can't reach me on the phone, don't worry. Going overseas again? Not this time, just within the country. All right, then I won't worry. Yi Shinran had full confidence in safety within Huaxia territory. Then Su Ping'an redirected his attention back to his phone, beginning to browse the news and comments. That was when he noticed that the breaking news of Eben and the US-led military conflict had taken over the top 10 trending topics. Even the news regarding wormholes and parallel worlds had been pushed off the headlines, not to mention other ordinary news items. Wow, waking up this morning only to be shocked. Isn't Eben supposed to be Uncle Sam's junior brother? How come they're fighting now? Haven't you read the news? That Eben country, old dog won't change its ways. It launched a surprise attack again. Within just one night, it destroyed more than 50 military bases the U.S. had stationed in the region. Had the U.S. not been prepared in advance, perhaps the remaining bases wouldn't have lasted either. Destroying bases alone is not a big deal, but what matters is that more than 20,000 U.S. soldiers were killed. Now, the Americans are definitely going to go mad. Needless to say, Eben this time really showed guts, and did well. Dogs fighting each other. Good, let them fight harder. Let them both get hurt badly. Mutual destruction is almost impossible because the UN Army Sam country built consists of 36 countries combined. Behind them, the population, economic scale, and war potential are far beyond what little Eben could match. Now the real question is, how long can Eben hold out? Still, it's not bad either. Considering how Eben's annoying tactics, this time Sam country has to pay a heavy price. Their national strength will definitely decline, which will be a benefit for us. Fighting for the interest of the new world and not fearing their own father, the courage. I wonder just how big this war will escalate to. It won't be small by any means. Sam country not only wants to retaliate against Eben's surprise attack this time, but their ultimate goal is to capture Beihai Island and gain control of the wormhole. That's the key point. As long as Eben refuses to give up this place, this war is going to last a while. Actually, if Eben can hold on, there might still be a turning point. These past 2 years have consumed quite a bit of Sam country's ammunition reserves. Now that they're severely deindustrialized, if they can't make Eben back down before their ammunition runs out, it'll likely become a war of attrition, and that would be very difficult. An online commenter analyzed. I heard that Sam country has united a number of countries. Combined, these nations should be able to pool a lot of ammunition, so they won't run short in the short term. But Eben is just too small, lacking strategic depth. This war will be hard to fight. Deserved. If any other country were attacked, I'd feel sympathy. But for little Eben getting beaten up, people are celebrating across the world. It's just the master beating his dog. If anyone's really impressive, it should be our Eastern Giant sending troops, taking down Eben ourselves. That would be true revenge. That would let out all our anger. War is deadly. Now, without any of our own losses, we can let our enemies suffer heavy casualties. Isn't that a good thing? Military power and warfare are the decisive guarantees for a great nation's status. Haven't many people questioned whether our Eastern Giant, after 40 years without war, is still capable of fighting? Well, going to war will show them the answer and shut them up. And if we want to rise to the top, becoming the new global #1, without a confrontation with Sam country, they'll never acknowledge us. What I care about more is whether our Eastern Giant will enter this war. After all, this war is ultimately about controlling the wormhole. If we don't join, no one else will willingly hand it over to us, and we can't possibly abandon our exploration of the new world. That means this war is unavoidable. The only uncertainty is when it will break out. So everyone needs to give up on unrealistic illusions and prepare for battle. Sir, your words are truly enlightening. I think exactly the same way. Preparing for battle at all times is exactly what we should be doing now. God damn it, I can't do much, but I'll smoke a couple more packs to contribute something to the defense industry. Count me in. Let me extend that to 2 more sticks. Chapter 44, Activating the Third Portal. Su Pingyan had already taken a flight out of Magic City and arrived at the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Kunlun Mountain, the ancestor of all mountains, the #1 sacred mountain of China, was said to be the location of China's Dragon Vein. It carried countless legends, concealed innumerable secrets, and contained many dangerous places. One of these is the Death Valley, known as the Gate of Hell. The crustal magnetic field here is abnormal. The deeper one ventures into the valley, the higher the magnetic anomalies become. Geologists generally believed it was likely due to the valley's magnetic field interacting with the electric charges in the clouds, causing air discharge, which created a lightning zone. This was probably why animals and people who had mistakenly entered were struck dead by lightning. Su Pingyan, carrying only a small backpack, stood at the entrance of Death Valley. He looked up into the valley and just then saw a bolt of lightning strike down, killing a gazelle. Damn, this place is truly dangerous. If it weren't for my life source stone, even with my current cultivation entering here, I might not die if struck by lightning, but I'd definitely get injured. Su Pingyan held some trepidation regarding the lightning within Death Valley. China had been quite fortunate. In reality, there were 2 portals within its borders. One was located deep within the Death Valley of Kunlun Mountain, which was extremely dangerous. The other was in the east, far less dangerous, and much more conducive to development comparatively. But Su Pingyan chose this one for 2 important reasons. First, the activation reward of this portal would be highly beneficial for China's future development, making it better to obtain sooner rather than later. Second, this area is sparsely populated, located deep within China's territory, convenient for secrecy, and suitable for low-key development during the early stage. Time to go. After pulling his drifting thoughts together, Su Pingyan resolutely stepped into Death Valley. Then, he started running at full speed as quickly as possible, trying his best to avoid areas struck by lightning. This was currently the best strategy for him. With his body tempering stage at its 9th level, Su Pingyan's speed was extremely fast. His top speed had already surpassed 260 meters per second. Once he broke through to the 10th level of body tempering, his speed would exceed the sound barrier. When running, a sonic boom, just like a supersonic jet, would form around his body. Therefore, without an adequate physical foundation, one couldn't possibly achieve this feat, even forcing it would tear the physical body into shreds due to air resistance. If someone had high-speed capture equipment filming from above at this moment, they would see Su Pingyan's figure like a turning arrow darting quickly and leaping through Death Valley. In the blink of an eye, he crossed the dangerous Death Valley and reached its deepest point. He suddenly stopped and steadied himself in front of a large mountain wall, scanning the surroundings until he locked onto a certain spot. The cliff as smooth as a mirror. This is the place, he said confidently, then swung his fist powerfully into the mountain wall. Boom. A tremor rumbled as the entire rock face developed cracks, crumbling to the ground as dust settled. Suddenly, an ancient, rusted bronze door appeared before Su Pingyan. On the bronze door were etched the foreign numbers 6. This was the 6th portal. Indeed, this portal had been buried inside the stone wall. In his past life, only when 2 people fought in Death Valley and accidentally struck this area had the portal been discovered. Otherwise, nobody knew when this portal would have ever surfaced. Treasure chest. Su Pingyan immediately locked eyes on the chest and stepped forward to retrieve it. Opening the chest, he saw inside it quietly lying a shrunken stone tablet. Chapter 45, Sanhua Ghost-Faced Pig, Spirit Stones, and the Value of Spirit Coins. It's this one. Su Pingyan's face revealed a hint of excitement and relief. At the same time, a message entered Su Pingyan's mind. The wordless divine steel is an ancient primordial spiritual treasure. Though it bears no words, it contains infinite classics within. Those of ordinary talent may woo-choo lower or mid-tier cultivation techniques suitable for themselves. Those of above-average talent may woo-choo mid-tier or even upper-tier techniques suited for their cultivation. Those of exceptional talent may awaken to upper-tier or supreme-tier techniques. Those of peerless genius may have a chance to woo-choo saint-tier techniques. Other practitioners may also awaken Danfeng, forging blueprints, formation arrays, talismanic fujian, and various other cultivation-related skills from it. Ha, that's right. It's exactly the same as in my previous life. Su Pingyan laughed joyfully. For an individual, the wordless divine steel was a treasure, though its benefits were somewhat limited. But for a civilization, it was the ultimate supreme treasure. After all, the most critical part of the cultivation path was finding techniques suitable for oneself and discovering even higher grade ones. The wordless divine steel could not only enable complete freedom in technique cultivation, but also provide endless auxiliary skills. It was essentially a massive library of cultivation arts, far surpassing all the techniques and pill formulas excavated from otherworldly ruins across various nations. In my previous life, it wasn't until the 15th year of the Great Maritime Age that the owner, gravely injured and near death, voluntarily revealed the wordless divine steel and passed it to the leader of the time. Otherwise, nobody would have even known about it. Unfortunately, it came too late. By then, everyone had already embarked on the path of cultivation. And due to the blood puppet disaster, the global population had dropped to less than 300 million, with less than 2 million Han survivors remaining. In this life, if Han already possesses the wordless divine steel now, combined with this portal, then Han will neither lack techniques nor resources. This time, we will certainly rise quickly and avoid the tragedies of the previous life. Without the skin, where can the hair survive? If Han were to perish and the entire Blue Star civilization were to be destroyed, even if I, like other survivors from my previous life, escaped to another realm and survived wretchedly, the rest of my life would surely be filled with regret. Moreover, although I don't yet know the later stages of the Wuji Xiangong technique, I can boldly guess that this is a technique that consumes enormous resources. If I were to gather them alone, my cultivation speed would definitely be extremely slow. But with the nation's support, providing an endless supply of resources, my progress will accelerate rapidly. Cooperating with the nation is a win-win proposition. I didn't reveal everything immediately before because Su Pingyan had many concerns lingering in his mind. But now, things are different. First, the Sam country and Japan are already at war, which doesn't interfere with Japan being the primary battlefield of World War III. Second, I've already obtained the reward from Gate 2, the Life Force Origin Stone. I have no fear of harm from anyone because I can almost endlessly resurrect. In fact, those fools should be more worried. If they dare to show themselves, Su Pingyan won't show mercy and will crush them directly. Third, the higher-ups have already suspected my actions in Japan. This time, I'll use the opportunity to hand over Gate 6 and the wordless divine steel. That way, I can not only help Han, but also gain even greater trust from the leadership, acquiring the power to command more resources. Fourth, I need the state as my backing to protect my family from harm. For all these reasons, voluntarily turning them over brings nothing but benefits to me. After realizing all this, Su Pingyan felt a great clarity of thought. He took out his phone and snapped several photos and a video of the deep blue passage, then stepped through it, continuing to take footage once inside. Opposite Gate 3 on the North Sea Island in Japan was a forest. Across Gate 2 inside the Javanese Valley Caves in Indonesia was a grassland, while across Gate 6 lay an endless range of 10,000 towering mountains. Just as in my previous life, every portal truly does lead to different terrain. Su Pingyan murmured inwardly. This portal was located at the foot of an unnamed mountain, built right into the cliffside, the safe zone measuring a radius of 300 meters. However, because it was within a mountain range radiating upward, the actual safe area was larger than flat terrain. Su Pingyan filmed some footage of the portal on this side of the realm with his phone, and then captured some of the strange plants unseen on Blue Star. Then he walked to the edge of the safe zone, where he indeed discovered several beasts recently expelled from the portal. Sanhua ghost-faced pig? Actually a Sanhua ghost-faced pig? And there are 4 of them. Seeing the second senior apprentices before him, Su Pingyan became instantly excited. It wasn't because of its high level, it was only a first tier for Starshing Shug, a low-grade beast. The reason for his excitement was that the meat of the Sanhua ghost-faced pig was incredibly delicious, one of the supreme delicacies in this foreign realm. Because of this, they had long been hunted into extinction. The principle that rarity increases value held true both in this world and on Blue Star. The most direct consequence was that these pigs were nearly impossible to obtain, and even if one could be found, there was no established market for them. As long as Su Pingyan brought a single fully grown Sanhua ghost-faced pig to one of the cities in this realm, nobles and the wealthy would fight over it. It would surely make him instantly rich beyond measure. The Sanhua ghost-faced pig was known for the saying, "An ounce of meat equals an ounce of spirit stone," clearly indicating its value. Of course, this ounce of meat referred specifically to the most tender and flavorful part. A fully grown second master pig could yield at most about 20 to 30 gene of this prime meat, and the spirit stones referred to here were of the lowest grade. The rest of the pig's meat was also valuable, but couldn't compare to the core cuts. A fully matured Sanhua ghost-faced pig usually weighed about 2 tons, but its total value was roughly around 100 ounces of low-grade spirit stones. In this realm, spirit stones were ranked from lowest to highest as low-grade spirit stones, mid-grade, high-grade, and Jiping spirit stones. The exchange ratio was 1 to 100. Spirit stones could not only be used in large transactions, but also provided energy for cultivators at the marrow washing stage and above, making them extremely valuable, functioning essentially as high-denomination currency, unsuitable for everyday transactions among commoners. Therefore, below spirit stones was a lower-tier currency called spirit coins, mainly made by mixing rare metals like gold, silver, and copper with crushed fragments of spirit stones. Spirit coins were divided from lowest to highest as copper spirit coins, silver spirit coins, and gold spirit coins. 1 gold spirit coin equals 10 silver spirit coins equals 1,000 copper spirit coins. 1 ounce of low-grade spirit stone equaled 100 gold spirit coins. This meant that a single mature Sanhua ghost-faced pig was worth as much as 10 million copper spirit coins. One must understand that an ordinary adult living in a city in this realm could, at best, earn only about 10,000 copper spirit coins in a year, if they didn't eat or spend a penny. But such a scenario was impossible. In reality, if one managed to save 8,000 copper spirit coins after a full year of work, that would be considered excellent. In other words, for an ordinary person without special opportunities, and without considering wage increases, it would take over 1,000 years of continuous labor to afford even one Sanhua ghost-faced pig. This was precisely why this realm was filled with fearless adventurers. For those who wished to change their lives, gain prestige, cultivation and exploration were the only two paths. Otherwise, one could only live a plain and ordinary life until the end. Chapter 46. Remaining unshaken even when a mountain collapses before one's eyes. Second senior apprentice brother, sorry about this. In Su Ping'an's eyes, this was clearly not a pig, but a walking gold mine. Although he had previously obtained a massive piece of low-grade spiritual stone from portal number 2 that was worth at least 10,000 taels of silver, it didn't mean he'd look down on these 400 taels of spiritual stones. Moreover, he wanted to taste the second senior apprentice brother himself. After all, in his previous life, he had only heard about it, but had never truly eaten one. Next, Su Ping'an first took some photos and videos of the 3-colored ghost-faced pig with his mobile phone. Then, moving like a dragon, he selected 4 of the second senior apprentice brothers and stored them into his spatial treasure box without refining them into spiritual liquid, as he wasn't stupid. Since 4 appeared here all of a sudden, it's probably no coincidence. There might very likely be a whole herd of undiscovered second senior apprentice brothers here. Su Ping'an thought inwardly. It wasn't that he hadn't considered breeding them. He simply knew it was impossible. People from this world had tried countless methods long ago. Once confined, these second senior apprentice brothers would simply refuse to eat and eventually die. They were incredibly principled, yearning for freedom and unwaveringly refusing to yield even at the cost of their lives. Besides, in his previous life, China had also tried to raise them since the 3-colored ghost-faced pigs had brought in substantial income. Unfortunately, even with the aid of modern technology, the attempts had ultimately failed. Perhaps it was just too short a time to discover the right method before the blood puppet disaster broke out. When civilization was nearly wiped out, who had the time to study this? Sure enough, after walking around the area, Su Ping'an spotted a few more of the second senior apprentice brothers. This time, he didn't take action. They were right here nearby, so there was no rush for the moment. Not bad. A lucky start. I've directly found a gold mine for China. Su Ping'an felt extremely pleased. Once he had collected enough materials, Su Ping'an casually hunted and killed more than 30 different level beasts, gathered their corpses and some samples, and then left this world. After returning to Blue Star, he immediately went outside the Death Valley and took out his phone to dial a familiar number. Hello, Captain Sheen, Su Ping'an said after the call connected. Even the Kunlun Mountains have signal now. The voice on the other end joked. I already told you to give me 3 days. Why are you monitoring me nonstop? Trying to show off your capability. Su Ping'an said, unimpressed. Nowadays, anything related to wormholes and similar matters is treated with utmost priority. Even if there's only a slight possibility of your involvement, we have to pay attention, Qin Ming briefly explained before curiously asking. Knowing your personality, if you said 3 days, that means you'd definitely report back exactly 3 days later. Why did you think to call me today? The 3 days I mentioned was just a rough estimate. I think today is a great day. Have those brats get moving for me. They better prepare a grand welcome ceremony for my return. Su Ping'an replied with a joke. Great. Those kids have really missed you. If they know you're coming back today, they'll definitely go all out with all kinds of surprises, huh? Qin Ming sounded happy. He had been looking forward to Su Ping'an's return for quite a while. Yeah right, they miss me? They're probably cursing me behind my back. Don't think I don't know what they're saying about me. Cold-hearted butcher. Although Su Ping'an spoke like this, he couldn't help smiling and fell into a distant memory. It took a while for him to snap back to reality. That's what you said, not me. After a little playful banter, Qin Ming didn't forget the original question. Alright, what's the real matter you're contacting me about? Qin Ming asked. As the conversation turned serious, Su Ping'an's expression gradually became serious as well. Captain Qin, grant me access to the internal secure communication channel. I have something extremely important to send you. You haven't officially returned to duty yet, so this doesn't follow protocol. When did Captain Qin ever care so much about protocol? Fine, you do whatever you want, just don't regret it later, Su Ping'an directly countered, hitting him right where it hurt. The line was silent for a moment before Qin Ming's voice came again. I'll get it set up for you within 10 minutes. If what you send doesn't interest me, you'll be doing 3,000 push-ups when you get back. I think you'll curse out loud when you see it, Su Ping'an said, and then hung up the phone directly. Deep in the mountains of Yunnan and Guizhou, within a military base. Brat, hanging up on me. Do you even know who you're dealing with? Qin Ming cursed, but couldn't hide the smile on his face. Captain Qin, is Commander Su coming back today? A young soldier nearby asked excitedly. You dared to eavesdrop on my phone call. Scram. Qin Ming said as he prepared to throw the phone, but then looked at it and quietly set it down. Okay, I'm going right away. The young soldier quickly bolted out. Wait. Captain Qin, please give your order. The young soldier spun around, saluted with a crisp military salute, and stood respectfully, making Qin Ming purse his lips in slight amusement. Go and activate the special communication privileges for your Commander Su. Qin Ming didn't bother with further words and directly ordered. Yes, sir. Soldier Ma immediately ran off, clearly excited. TCH, what kind of people that brat trained? What a bunch of crap. Qin Ming frowned with a look of disdain. He really hoped Su Pingyan would return soon. Let him take care of his own men. He wasn't anyone's babysitter. About 15 minutes later. Fuck. Qin Ming stared wide-eyed at what Su Pingyan had sent back, slammed his hand on the desk, and suddenly jumped up from his chair, shouting out a curse exactly as Su Pingyan had expected. Commander Qin, what's wrong? Commissar Wu Kuei asked curiously. Nothing. Qin Ming waved his hand dismissively, suddenly seemed to recall something and immediately gave orders. Commissar, issue an emergency order right away. Lock down the entire base. No one in and no one out. Also, except for my command, absolutely no one is allowed to send out any kind of information. What happened? Wu Kuei was completely baffled. I'll explain later, just follow the order for now. Alright. Wu Kuei also understood the gravity of the situation. Though Qin Ming's decision was unusual, they were longtime partners. He knew Qin Ming well and fully trusted him. As Wu Kuei stepped out to give instructions and begin the lockdown, Qin Ming quickly browsed through the information Su Pingyan had sent. His shock deepened the more he read, and gradually, excitement crept onto his face. He immediately dialed Su Pingyan's number, and when it connected, he shouted, "Is this real? You've already formed your own judgment, haven't you?" Su Pingyan replied calmly. "Just looking at the filming style and the angles of death, they remind me of someone I know very well. Don't tell me this has nothing to do with you." "No need to test me. I admit, it was filmed by me," Su Pingyan answered directly. Gosh, Qin Ming couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Were these recorded inside the Death Valley? Qin Ming asked again. The deepest part of the Death Valley, Su Pingyan answered succinctly. "Don't move, wait there. I'm coming over right away," Qin Ming shouted loudly. Chapter 47 Reunion with an Old Acquaintance. I suggest you first consult your superiors, then apply to bring the entire Sky Wolf special team here, and finally, request the military to cordon off the surrounding area of Death Valley, Su Pingyan said calmly. As for me, I'll head directly to the capital. I believe there are people who definitely want to see me as soon as possible and will have questions to ask me, said Su Pingyan. His words startled Qin Ming slightly. You little kid, you actually dare to tell me how to do my job, Qin Ming said, suddenly feeling a flicker of admiration for Su Pingyan's calm demeanor in the face of impending crisis. After hanging up the phone, there was only waiting. Su Pingyan naturally didn't waste this waiting time. Glancing around and seeing no one nearby, he immediately took out the container, entered it, and began cultivating. In these past few days, whenever he had free time, he used grade 1 Supreme Spirit Liquid to cultivate. His strength had already increased to more than 71,000 kilograms, and was very close to reaching the 10th stage of the body tempering realm. Tell me about him. Su Pingyan, 26 years old, former captain of the 1st platoon of the Sky Wolf Special Team, holding the rank of Major, temporarily retired due to participating in the Eagle Binding Plan, the Secretary General reported. Oh, that young man. I know him. He's the youngest major in China. One could not help but say. Indeed, the title of the youngest major in China made it easy for him to be remembered by high-ranking officials. Notify everyone to come for a meeting. Okay, I'll notify them right away. Outside Death Valley, a military helicopter soon landed not far from Su Pingyan. A major with 2 golden stars on each shoulder insignia jumped out from the stabilized helicopter and quickly approached Su Pingyan, giving him a quick up and down glance before throwing a punch at Su's chest. You are really something. Even after retiring, you still get us from the Western Military Region to specially dispatch a helicopter just to pick you up. Why are you here? Su Pingyan said with a displeased expression. The newcomer was Shui Yong. He had cooperated with Su Pingyan a few times and had participated in counter exercises against him. Every time he met Su Pingyan, the only word he knew was defeat. I'm here to pick you up. Isn't that a big enough honor? What? Do you want our commander to personally come for you? Shui Yong retorted with ill humor. Su Pingyan thought seriously for a moment, then nodded. Well, that might work. Go to hell, you really dare to imagine. After the small talk and greetings passed, they finally started to discuss business. Shui Yong curiously asked, Hey, this time the command asked me to take you to the capital. What's going on? Don't you remember the confidentiality regulations? Su Pingyan replied with a serious look. Oh, that was my mistake for asking too much. Let's go. Shui Yong blinked in surprise and immediately shut up. I was just kidding with you. Since the command sent you here, they must have trusted you. You can know the details, but wait a bit first. Our Captain Qin is on his way too, and we can go together then, Su Pingyan explained. Judging from your words, it doesn't sound like we are heading directly to the capital, Shui Yong said, confused, not knowing what scheme Su Pingyan had in mind. Naturally, we will go to the capital, but not immediately. I have to sort things out here before going. Otherwise, I won't be at peace, Su Pingyan said solemnly. About 2 hours later, the nearest battalion had arrived at the location. Wow, what's all this commotion? What are you up to? Shui Yong looked stunned by the sight of a fully equipped mechanized infantry battalion. I am Colonel Long Hai. You must be Su Pingyan? The middle-aged officer immediately recognized Su Pingyan. Salute, sir. Shui Yong quickly rendered a military salute. Su Pingyan followed with one as well. Chapter 48. Tempering the body with lightning and fire. Commander Su, our superiors said I should follow your orders. Tell me, what do we need to do? Long Hai spoke seriously when it came to official business. Do we have a map of this area? Su Pingyan asked. We do. Long Hai nodded and quickly had someone bring a map over. Su Pingyan quickly located the Death Valley on the map and circled the surrounding area before lifting his head to look at Long Hai. Just follow this perimeter and completely surround the place. No one gets in, and no one gets out. Longhai looked at the map and slightly furrowed his brows. This is quite a large area. Can't be done. Not exactly. We can do it with the help of modern information systems, but there may be some gaps. After all, this is Death Valley. There are electromagnetic anomalies inside, so some areas have to be covered manually, and our integrated battalion doesn't have that many men, Longhai explained. Indeed, ordinary infantry would have been sufficient for defending this place. Using an integrated battalion was somewhat overkill. Who else could reach here faster than us? Don't worry, more troops are coming soon. Then your pressure will ease. Su Pingyan's words eased Longhai's concern slightly. All right, I'll go set up the defense first. Good. Shuiyong stood nearby watching, but didn't speak up because he didn't even know what was going on. Another 2 hours passed, and then several pung birds flew in from the horizon. Soon after, hundreds of dark dots fell from the bellies of the pung birds. From afar, it almost looked like bombs being dropped. But in the blink of an eye, parachutes opened and the figures drifted steadily to the ground. Their movements were very skilled and clean. After landing, they quickly reorganized and formed ranks before running over to Su Pingyan. Welcome back, Commander Su, they all shouted in unison. Su Pingyan was deeply moved. If not for his strong self-restraint, he might have shed tears. He quickly straightened his uniform, ran to Qin Meng, stood at attention, and gave a military salute. Reporting, Su Pingyan requests reassignment to duty. Return to your post, Qin Meng said loudly. Roger that. At that moment, Su Pingyan became once again an outstanding guardian of the nation. I hope you haven't neglected training during the past year. Don't tell me now that you can't even beat your own subordinates. Qin Meng joked. Team leader Qin, I'm not trying to brag, but with my current strength, I could single-handedly defeat the entire Sky Wolf Special Ops team. Believe me or not, Su Pingyan said with a smile. You're really overdoing it. All right, just take us to the wormhole. I won't feel at ease until I see it for myself, Qin Meng replied, not believing a single word Su Pingyan said, assuming it was just a joke, and not giving it much thought. His full attention now focused on the wormhole. It was too important. He wouldn't be at ease until he saw it personally. Fine, all of you follow me. Su Pingyan didn't elaborate further. They would learn soon enough. Shuiyong, you wanted to know why so many of us came here, right? Come along. Su Pingyan extended the invitation. He's not from the Sky Wolf Special Ops team. Qin Meng frowned slightly. After he reported the situation to his superiors, their reply was that the Sky Wolf Special Ops would take charge of guarding the wormhole's core position, while other units would handle perimeter security for now. It's fine. He'll be escorting me to the capital anyway, Su Pingyan said. Being allowed to escort Su Pingyan to the capital meant that Shuiyong must be one of the nation's most loyal soldiers. And having already interacted with Su Pingyan, he might very well join the first team exploring the other world after arriving at the capital. All right then, let's move quickly. Qin Meng couldn't wait another moment. All right. Soon, the group followed Su Pingyan into the Death Valley. Everyone, stay right behind me and pass through the Death Valley as quickly as possible. Su Pingyan, no longer smiling, turned very serious. Yes. Everyone immediately gave their full attention. Move out. Su Pingyan took the lead in running forward, of course adjusting his speed to match the average of the soldiers. Boom! Suddenly, the sky churned with violent winds and thick clouds. Damn, hurry up and pass through fast. Su Pingyan shouted loudly, as he himself leaped dozens of meters high. Crack! A lightning bolt split the sky and struck straight down. Boom! The thunderbolt slammed directly into Su Pingyan. Bang! Struck by the bolt, Su Pingyan was sent flying into the ground, smashing a nearly 2-meter deep crater. F***CK, knew getting struck by lightning wouldn't feel good, Su Pingyan muttered. Feeling the massive danger, he quickly activated the flow of his blood and at once protected his heart. At the same time, he concentrated his willpower, drawing upon the vitality force within the life source stone to begin repairing his body. As the energy of life coursed through him, the lightning-damaged muscles, meridians, and internal organs began to rapidly regenerate and heal themselves. Commander Su, seeing Su Pingyan's terrible condition, everyone immediately snapped out of their shock and rushed forward to check on him. Have you ever seen someone fly dozens of meters high from a lightning strike? Have you ever seen someone get struck by lightning, then act perfectly fine while muttering curses? Today they saw it all. This was enough to shock them for a lifetime. Don't worry about me, I'm fine. Hurry up and move out. We're not safe here, Su Pingyan shouted as he rose from the deep crater. Qin Meng didn't know why, but suddenly he recalled what Su Pingyan had said earlier outside Death Valley. Perhaps Su Pingyan really could defeat the entire Sky Wolf Special Ops team with one hand. Because just now, his performance had been nothing short of inhuman. Could all this be related to the other world? Commander Qin, let's go, Su Pingyan reminded again. Qin Meng was pushed slightly by Su Pingyan and finally came back to his senses. He realized this was not the place for conversation and immediately issued the order. Move out. Roger that. Everyone followed orders, and once again, they trailed behind Su Pingyan, quickly sprinting deeper into Death Valley. As they moved, Su Pingyan was deep in thought. These lightning strikes in Death Valley seem much weaker compared to normal lightning outside. But even so, if I hadn't had the life source stone, getting struck would have still been nearly fatal. For ordinary people, it's even more unimaginable. No wonder this place is called Death Valley, or the Gate of Hell. It's completely deserved, Su Pingyan mused inwardly. From what Su Pingyan understood, natural lightning could sometimes generate over 200,000 amps of current. Even on average, it was still about 30,000 amps. What kind of concept was that? A current of just 100 milliamps could cause harm to the human body, especially the heart. Only 10 milliamps passing through the heart could be fatal. and 1 amp equals 1000 milliamps. That's how terrifying lightning was. Of course, that was the total current of the lightning bolt. Normal lightning splits into many branches, and those branch currents would be somewhat weaker. The reason he paid attention to all this was because this lightning strike had led to a major discovery. It feels like my body has become extremely starved for energy. It urgently needs a power supply. Also, my body feels less impure, and both my physical strength and flexibility seem to have slightly improved. Could this be the legendary technique of tempering the body with lightning and fire? Chapter 49, Rapid Progress in Cultivation. If it's true, then the Valley of Death won't be called the Valley of Death anymore. It'll become a holy land for body-refining cultivators. Su Pingyan thought inwardly. I can't go on like this anymore. I must replenish my energy, he muttered after running a certain distance. He hurriedly poured out a drop of high-grade spiritual liquid and swallowed it. To his surprise, the liquid was completely absorbed shortly after entering his body. Wow, so powerful. He quickly poured another drop. Not enough. Clenching his teeth, Su Pingyan took a large gulp directly. Instantly, the energy from the spiritual liquid transformed into a powerful surge that rushed into every limb and bone, sweeping through his entire body and forcing Su Pingyan to stop moving. The other soldiers, unsure of what was happening, also halted. Wow, I've overdone it, Su Pingyan mumbled. Just as he was about to utilize the vitality force within the life origin stone to heal himself, he sensed rapid gathering storm clouds in the sky nearby. Without hesitation, he made a bold decision, immediately rising up, transforming into a streak of lightning, and rushing toward the storm's center. Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck him. Ha ha ha, this feels awesome. Su Pingyan discovered that this thunderbolt was even weaker than the last one. Without using the life origin stone, it hadn't harmed him at all. Instead, it accelerated the flow of blood and energy in his body, more quickly consuming that terrifying energy he had just absorbed. To compensate for the energy spent, Su Pingyan took several more drops of top-grade first-tier spiritual liquid, though this time he only drank 1/3 of a mouthful, no longer overestimating himself. Then, he sat cross-legged on the ground to begin absorbing it. Team Leader Qin, do you think Su Pingyan is alright? Shui Yong asked uncertainly. I'm not sure either, but he doesn't seem to be in trouble. Let's not interrupt him. Just wait a bit, Qin Ming replied after a brief hesitation. He guessed that Su Pingyan must be cultivating, similar to martial artists depicted in movies and TV shows. Though it seemed hard to believe, after the appearance of the wormhole and the new world, almost anything unbelievable might now become possible. Although Su Pingyan was in deep cultivation, he was still aware of Qin Ming and the others. Seeing that they hadn't moved, he felt reassured and focused on his cultivation without saying anything for now. As for the group's safety, he wasn't the least bit worried. He even hoped a few more lightning strikes would come. Unfortunately, after meditating for over 10 minutes, fully refining the spiritual liquid and healing all his injuries with the vitality force, there was still no sign of a third thunderbolt. Oh, Su Pingyan exhaled deeply, stood up, clenched his fist, and whispered, around 96,000 kilograms. His strength had sharply increased, nearing the peak of body tempering stage 9. A trace of excitement appeared on Su Pingyan's face. It wasn't just because of the increase in cultivation, it was also because he had discovered a better, much faster way to improve. Originally, even if he had access to plenty of spiritual liquid, raising his strength to body tempering stage 13 would still take a long time. Now, however, this newfound method could greatly reduce that time. Although nature couldn't precisely target a lightning bolt on demand, and the thunderstorm energy in the Death Valley might weaken afterward, one mustn't forget humanity's technological capabilities. The amount of electricity he needed could easily be produced artificially. Not only for himself, everyone else could use this method to accelerate early cultivation speed. This was truly one of the greatest discoveries in both of his lives. Team Leader Qin, let's continue forward. We're almost there, Su Pingyan said as he approached Qin Ming and the others. Alright, with Su Pingyan's protection, the group no longer needed to rush, proceeding at a normal pace deep into the Valley of Death. Unfortunately, the journey remained smooth, with no further lightning strikes occurring, which Su Pingyan found slightly regretful. Just one more strike, and I should be able to break through to body tempering stage 10. He couldn't help thinking. It's really the wormhole, Qin Ming said, losing his composure as he saw the swirling, clockwise rotating cobalt blue vortex identical to the video. Even though they had been told there was a wormhole here beforehand, seeing it in person was still shocking. He hurriedly ran closer for a better look. Beside him, Shui Yong was also staring wide-eyed, his face filled with awe. He glanced at Su Pingyan, finally understanding what he had said earlier. At the same time, he also realized why he had been assigned to escort Su Pingyan to the capital. If this got out, it would become a world-shaking sensational news story. It had to be kept strictly secret. Team Leader Su, is this really the wormhole? Wu Kuei, the political commissar of the Tianlang Special Force, asked. Isn't it obvious? Su Pingyan pointed at the wormhole in return. Cough cough, isn't this just shocking? It's too incredible to believe. Heaven truly protects our Chinese people. Team Leader Qin, you kept this secret from me so painfully long. I'm only finding out now, Wu Kuei said with a resentful glance at Qin Ming. Cough cough, Commissar, it's just discipline. Now that we've arrived here, you know the truth too, don't you? Qin Ming replied somewhat awkwardly. Fine, I won't hold it against you anymore. Wu Kuei waved his hand dismissively, then turned to Su Pingyan and asked, Ping An, what are your instructions next? What should we do? There are 4 things the Tianlang Special Force must accomplish next, Su Pingyan replied seriously. Everyone immediately gathered around, listening attentively to Su Ping'an's orders. First, there is a heavenly bay of unknown inscriptions inside. I'll later teach you how to perceive a cultivation technique suitable for yourselves from it. Su Ping'an had already bonded with it through a drop of blood, and now the heavenly steel had become his spiritual treasure. He could leave it here for others to comprehend or instantly recall it with a single thought, guaranteeing the steel's absolute safety. Second, I will guide you through your very first cultivation session. The soldiers of the Tianlang Special Force had physical abilities far beyond Yi Xinran's before she started cultivating. Combined with his guidance and learning techniques perfectly suited for themselves, it was safe for them to begin cultivation directly. It would likely cause no harm to them, and even if a few individuals encountered issues, they could recover later. To quickly develop combat strength, Su Ping'an had to take this risk. Third, quickly establish a secure defensive line in the other world. Once the follow-up troops arrive, assist them in setting up at least 3 more defensive lines to ensure safety on the other side of the portal. Right now, the area within 300 meters on the other side remained a safe zone. The Tianlang Special Force definitely had time to build the first defensive line. When the reinforcements and heavy weaponry arrived, defending this first line wouldn't be a problem. Once that was secure, they could rapidly advance and construct the second, third, and even more defensive lines, continuously pushing outward to expand the safe living space here. Chapter 50. Bringing people into another world. Fourth, after cultivation, your strength will improve, and you can take initiative in attacking, but you must never go too deep inside. Safety comes first. Additionally, you should assist the following warriors in comprehending their own cultivation techniques and teach them how to cultivate. Old soldiers leading new recruits, passing knowledge down one level after another to rapidly form combat effectiveness. That was Su Ping'an's plan. Su Ping'an, what exactly is this wordless heavenly steel? Can we truly cultivate like you and become this powerful? Shuiyong couldn't help but ask. The wordless heavenly steel is a special treasure that allows one to comprehend the most suitable cultivation method for oneself. Just think of it as a massive and vast library. Of course you can cultivate. You could even catch up with my current level, since my cultivation isn't that high. But to keep up with my speed of cultivation? Haha, you've got a long way to go, Su Ping'an replied smugly. Without this recent lightning-induced physical tempering, he truly wouldn't dare to speak so arrogantly. However, now with this shortcut, he might even enter the Qi blood realm ahead of everyone else. Alright, I'll explain more details later. Now listen to my instructions and enter the other world first, said Su Ping'an, stepping forward as he led the way into the portal. As they watched Su Ping'an disappear before their eyes, everyone was still somewhat in disbelief. It felt too sci-fi. After exchanging glances, Qin Ming immediately followed suit, stepping into the other world second. Let's go, Wu Kuei shouted, and was the third to enter the portal. Following that, the group began lining up, entering one after another. The entire Skywolf special team consisted of 4 squads. Except for a few Hochin staff who remained at the base, all combat personnel were present. Over 400 people in total, and it didn't take long for them all to pass through the portal. The wordless heavenly steel had been enlarged significantly by Su Ping'an. It was a regular rectangular block, 10 meters tall, with a base that was a 4-meter wide square. The entire steel was pure white and flawless, like a white jade pillar reaching the heavens. Is this really the other world? Qin Ming stared in shock at the scenery before him. They had simply passed through a wormhole in the mountainside, and in the next moment, they found themselves in an entirely new world. This was just too amazing. He quickly checked his watch. Only a few seconds have passed. Even accounting for my hesitation, it's practically instantaneous. The air here feels even fresher than outside. Could it be because the oxygen level is higher? Shuiyong took a deep breath and commented thoughtfully. The oxygen level here is indeed higher than on Blue Planet. However, more importantly, there is an element here that doesn't exist on Blue Planet. In terms a Han Chinese person would understand, we call it spiritual energy, Su Ping'an answered. Spiritual energy? So it's really cultivation. Shuiyong looked suddenly enlightened. Is it really possible to become immortal? Cultivation is just one way to describe it. The ultimate goal of cultivation is immortality. Viewed from that perspective, you can consider it as cultivating to immortality. When cultivation reaches higher stages, lifespan is greatly extended, physical appearance can be maintained indefinitely, and flight and earth-penetrating abilities are also possible. Su Ping'an patiently explained everyone's doubts. It's truly incredible. No wonder Japan was willing to fight the entire world not to share the wormhole. If it were us in their position, we wouldn't share it either. As long as we can hold out for a few years, national strength will rise to a completely new level. At that point, even facing the whole world may become possible. Wu Kuei, indeed worthy of being the political commissar, saw much further. Su Ping'an, was it for this reason that you initially revealed Japan's wormhole? To divert global attention and attacks. Qin Ming, knowing more of the inside story and hearing Wu Kuei's analysis, suddenly understood something he had previously been confused about. You understand me best, Brother Qin. Su Ping'an gave a slight nod. Seriously? Qin Ming sucked in a breath involuntarily, and then laughed bitterly. You must be a reincarnation of Sun Wukong, manipulating the entire world at your fingertips. You really have some guts. That was the Buddha, corrected Su Ping'an. Then he scoffed slightly. Still, I prefer the title equal to heaven. You were the one who revealed Japan's wormhole. Shuiyong and Wu Kuei looked at Su Ping'an with blank shock, as if seeing him for the first time. After all, the USA, along with Western powers, was still at war with Japan, and none had realized that behind all this was actually this guy here pulling the strings. It was just too hard to believe. Isn't it obvious already? Qin Ming continued. You're amazing. From now on, I'll call you Brother Su. Shui Yong directly made a fist in respect. After a brief chat and learning more information, Su Pingyan changed the topic. Alright, time is pressing. Let's start our cultivation. Now, listen carefully as I explain. Su Pingyan walked in front of the crowd and loudly began explaining the method for perceiving the wordless heavenly steel. This was actually a temporary design of his. Now that he was the master of the wordless heavenly steel, as long as he wished, anyone standing near the steel could automatically perceive martial arts techniques. If he didn't want it, even if you hugged the steel tightly, you wouldn't sense anything at all. However, for the sake of ceremony and to avoid others discovering his connection with the steel, he had designed a set of simple movements. In no time, everyone imitated the moves accordingly. Only then did Su Pingyan release the restrictions on the wordless heavenly steel. The next second, everyone's expressions changed. Depending on each person's talent and aptitude, they entered a mysterious state. What grade of martial arts technique you can obtain depends entirely on your own destiny, Su Pingyan said slightly wistfully as he watched the crowd. Although he was the master of the wordless heavenly steel, he couldn't guarantee that anyone would definitely perceive something. If the wordless heavenly steel was like a library, then Su Pingyan was the one who held the library key, deciding who could enter. As for what they learned after entering, it all depended on each person's fate. About half an hour later, the last soldier finished his cultivation. How was it? Su Pingyan asked. My martial art is called Bloodthirsty Azura, a supreme grade technique. It's one that relies on continuous battle to cultivate. Apart from normal cultivation, one must keep fighting to break through each bottleneck and reach higher levels, Qin Ming replied. Excellent. Supreme grade martial arts techniques are extremely rare, Su Pingyan said happily for Qin Ming. Besides the Wuji Xingong, the highest grade martial arts techniques Su Pingyan had access to were merely supreme grade as well, and there was only one such technique. Based solely on its name and introduction, the immortal evergreen cultivation definitely paled in comparison to Qin Ming's bloodthirsty Azura, especially in terms of combat effectiveness. Since you say that, that's really great, Qin Ming said joyfully. After all, the one who understood cultivation the best among them was definitely Su Pingyan. Chapter 51, Basic Stuff, Don't be surprised. My cultivation method is called Luotian Divine Spear. It's a top-grade technique, and I didn't expect it to have 7 cultivation stages, Wu Kuei said. That's not bad. The fact that you know about the 7 stages of cultivation means this technique can be cultivated all the way to the 7th stage, the heavenly realm. Among top-grade techniques, this is considered the highest level, Su Pingyan remarked. My technique is called Demonic Subduing Divine Art, also a top-grade technique, and it also has 7 stages. It seems I've also obtained one of the highest-level top-grade techniques, Shui Yong said happily. That's indeed one of the topmost top-grade techniques, Su Pingyan nodded in agreement. But why can I only see the first section, body tempering stage? The following sections are all grayed out and blurry, Shui Yong asked in confusion. Qin Ming and Wu Kuei also looked at Su Pingyan curiously. This is completely normal. The subsequent chapters of the techniques are sealed. You'll only be able to unlock the next section once you reach the limit of the first one. However, these techniques have already been imprinted into your spiritual consciousness, so there's no need to worry, Su Pingyan explained. I see. The group exclaimed in understanding and breathed a sigh of relief. After that, Su Pingyan inquired about the situations of all the soldiers. Most of them had received top-grade cultivation techniques, though there were around 30 who had only obtained middle-grade techniques. Very good. No wonder you're all members of our Tianlang Special Combat Team, Su Pingyan loudly encouraged them. Once we finish this busy period, everyone should write down their cultivation methods. We'll compile them into books and establish a true cultivation library containing various cultivation techniques, which will be very beneficial for China's future development. Additionally, those who've only obtained middle-grade or even low-grade techniques will have the opportunity to switch to top-grade or even supreme-grade techniques later. So even if you received a middle-grade technique, there's no need to feel discouraged, Su Pingyan announced. In reality, the techniques provided by the nameless heavenly steel were the absolute limits for each person in their current condition. To break through this ceiling without certain rare opportunities would be impossible. However, Su Pingyan didn't want to dampen the group's enthusiasm and gave them hope instead. Yes, sir. Then, Su Pingyan distributed 1 drop of grade, 1 low-tier spirit liquid to each soldier and started guiding them in their first cultivation session. The soldiers of the Tianlang Special Combat Team were already elite special forces with exceptional physical conditions. After their first cultivation session, every one of them reached the first layer of the body tempering stage in true cultivation terms, significantly enhancing their combat strength. At the boundary of the safe zone, Su Pingyan arrived with Qin Ming and Wu Kuei and pointed at a marker, saying, "This is the safe zone boundary. I've placed these markers. Currently, the portal has just opened and there is a grace period with full safety. We still have about 2 more days. During this period, this zone is absolutely safe. No ferocious beasts can enter. You can use this opportunity to hunt beasts as well. Once the safe period ends, the safe zone will no longer exist, so you must construct the first line of defense before that time." That's our job. No problem, Qin Ming nodded confidently. Additionally, these are foundation-enhancing spirit liquids prepared for the soldiers, the same kind I previously gave you. They'll accelerate everyone's cultivation progress and help you break through to the 4th layer of the body tempering stage in the shortest possible time. Su Pingyan gave the spirit liquid a grand-sounding name. As for where so many low-tier spirit liquids came from, it was naturally due to his ability to refine downward compatibility substances. Out of more than 1,000 drops of grade 1 middle-tier spirit liquids, he'd only kept 200 drops. The rest were all converted into grade 1 low-tier spirit liquid. Additionally, he took 200 drops of grade 1 top-tier spirit liquid and converted them into grade 1 low-tier spirit liquid. In total, there were more than 310,000 drops. So many. Qin Ming looked shockingly at the several bottles of spirit liquid before him. We Tianlang soldiers won't be using that much. At most, we'll use around 20,000 drops to help all of you reach the 4th layer of the body tempering stage. The remaining drops can go to the following soldiers. Although they might not significantly enhance their cultivation, they will help thousands of soldiers finish their first cultivation session in the shortest time possible, increasing their strength and enabling better defense of our front line, Su Pingyan explained. Since you said so, I'll accept this. But not everything should come from you. I'll report the situation truthfully. I believe the country will compensate you accordingly somewhere else. Qin Ming didn't refuse, straightforwardly accepting. Hee, let's leave that for later. Su Pingyan chuckled, not seeming to care much. All right, I've finished handling matters here, so I should head to the capital now. I'll leave things here in your hands. Commander Qin, Political Commissar Wu, do you have any questions? If so, now is the time to ask, Su Pingyan reminded. I actually do have one question. Can we eat these ferocious beasts? Wu Kuei asked in concern. They had departed in such a hurry that they hadn't brought much food and could only survive for another 2 or 3 days. Su Pingyan chuckled and said, of course you can eat them, though not all of them are edible. Speaking of this, I almost forgot to mention something to you all. Among the ferocious beasts, there are some extremely poisonous ones. Once bitten, death is inevitable. So, without fully understanding a beast's nature, it's best to avoid close combat with it as much as possible. Alright, let me show you all what a ferocious beast looks like. So saying, Su Pingyan took out the secondary treasure box and removed all the ferocious beasts inside. In an instant, a pile of huge beast corpses startled everyone present, causing them to unconsciously step back a few steps. They really are as big as they appeared in the videos. This means they possess immense strength. We can't afford to go head-to-head with them directly, Qin Ming said, looking at the massive creatures before them. This size, just one of these beasts would be enough to feed our soldiers for quite a while, Wu Kuei said excitedly. WTF. A spatial item. Shui Yang's point of shock differed from the other two. Clearly, this guy enjoyed reading novels, recognizing it immediately at a glance. You even have legendary spatial equipment? Su Pingyan, you're truly awesome. Shui Yang gave Su Pingyan a big thumbs up. Hee, basic stuff, don't be surprised. Su Pingyan grinned happily. Then, he started introducing the beast before them to everyone. Look at this one here. It's poisonous. If you ever encounter it, shoot it from a distance. These other ones aren't poisonous. They're all edible, so you can hunt these beasts later for food supplies. And this one here is called the 3-flower demon face pig. Although its cultivation level is low, it holds extremely high value. If you manage to kill one, don't eat it. Leave the corpse intact for me, because a single second senior brother like this is worth many times more than the combined value of all these other beast corpses. Su Pingyan specially pulled out the corpse of a 3-flower demon face pig for everyone to take a look. Now that I've seen one in person, I know exactly what to do. Don't worry, I understand. Qin Ming nodded reassuringly. Pingyan, when you mentioned shooting from a distance, does that mean our firearms can deal lethal damage to them? Wu Kuei asked. Chapter 52, Breaking Through to the 10th Level of Body Tempering. Of course, but you all must also be careful. These fierce beasts are very agile, and sometimes your reaction speed won't keep up. That's when multiple people need to shoot together. Some beasts have thick skin and strong flesh that bullets can't even penetrate. Also, with their huge bodies, unless you hit vital spots, even dozens of gunshots won't inflict fatal damage. So it's best if you all go in teams, Su Pingyan warned. After all, not everyone's marksmanship had reached his level, nor did they understand these fierce beasts as thoroughly as he did. We understand. Don't worry, Wu Kuei nodded. By the way, how long will you be staying in the capital this time? If it's for a long time, won't the corpse of this Sanhua spotted pig spoil? Qin Ming worried. I've already thought about that for you. Not only the Sanhua spotted pig, but we can't waste other fierce beast corpses either. The foundation building spirit liquid you all use for cultivation is refined using these fierce beast corpses. As he spoke, Su Pingyan took out an empty spatial box and handed it to Qin Ming. Hold on to this box. Just think about putting whatever's in front of you into it, and anything within a 3-meter radius can be directly stored inside. Su Pingyan also took the time to explain. Great. Haha. What a wonderful item. Qin Ming quickly grabbed the treasure box from Su Pingyan's hand and then carefully examined it with great affection. Let me have a look. Wu Kuei also wanted to touch it. This is given to me by Pingyan. If you want one, ask him for it yourself. Qin Ming immediately put it behind his back, dodging Wu Kuei's stretching hand. Cough cough. Brother Su, you see we're pretty close friends. You know. Shui Yong was the first to get the hint, walking over to Su Pingyan while rubbing his hands together in a comically exaggerated way. You actually think this kind of item is something to give out to everyone? Want one too? Su Pingyan rolled his eyes dramatically. He himself only had 3 altogether, and after leaving one with Qin Ming, he only had 2 left. Thinking about this, Su Pingyan couldn't help but remind Team Leader Qin, this spatial treasure box is extremely valuable, rare in the entire world. Don't you dare lose it for me. Also, this is only temporarily lent to you. You'll need to return it later. Need to return it? Qin Ming's face scrunched up as soon as he heard this. What else? Cough cough. Return it. I definitely will return it, Qin Ming hastily replied. As for when he would actually return it, that was an entirely different matter. Su Pingyan, Of course, understood Qin Ming's character. The spatial treasure box was probably like a meat-filled steamed bun tossed to a dog, once given, gone forever. What a group of bandits. He'd just have to wait until he obtained other spatial equipment and then get it back from him later. After making all the arrangements here, Su Pingyan called out to Shui Yong, Major Shui, stop looking already. Let's go. To the capital. Just leaving now? Shui Yong asked, somewhat reluctant. You forgot about your mission already? Su Pingyan replied, unimpressed. Cough cough. Let's go. Let's go. We've already wasted quite a bit of time. Shui Yong quickly responded, urging them onward. Returning to the Death Valley, Su Pingyan didn't rush to leave immediately. He waited until a lightning bolt struck, helping him successfully break through to the 10th level of body tempering, before happily rushing out of Death Valley with Shui Yong. Hey, what's that smell? What is that on you? It's so stinky. Outside Death Valley, Shui Yong pinched his nose in confusion. Just had a small breakthrough, some body cleansing from cultivating, that's all. Wait here for a moment. I'll go wash up and then we'll leave together, Su Pingyan replied, and with that, he jumped, instantly disappearing from sight. Quickly finding a place with water, he cleaned off the impurities expelled from his body, changed into a fresh set of clothes, and then joined Shui Yong, boarding an armed helicopter heading to the nearest airport, preparing to transfer to a larger plane to fly to the capital. Inside the core conference room in the capital, was the Chancellor in such a hurry to summon us here? What important matter has happened? A senior official who had entered the meeting room early began discussing. This meeting was unannounced beforehand, so it must have been decided on short notice. Probably something significant has happened. At a time like this, our biggest concern is the Southeast conflict. Could there be something even more important than that? It might just be about that very matter. I heard that the actions in the Southeast are going smoothly. Could something unexpected have occurred? What kind of unexpected situation? We've already intimidated all those Southeast Asian countries. Without America getting involved, they dare to provoke us willfully? They'll just be signing their death warrant. But what if America diverts some of its forces here? They are entirely focused on the New World, the control of the wormhole, and completely concentrated on the Beihai Island now. How could they have time to care about the Southeast situation? You can't be too sure. Otherwise, why would the Chancellor be in such a rush to summon us here? Something must have happened. Everyone, please quiet down. The Chancellor has arrived. Is everyone here? The Chancellor scanned the room. Chancellor, everyone is here. The Secretary checked the list of attendees and replied. I'm sure you're all wondering why I called you here in such a hurry. Let me show you something first. If you have any doubts or anything to say, wait until you've seen it all, the Chancellor said, glancing at the Secretary. The Secretary immediately understood the intention and signaled the technicians to start playing the photos and videos sent by Qin Ming inside the conference room. At first, people looked puzzled, but after watching the images and videos, they quickly became uneasy. Everyone realized that this meeting probably had little to do with the situation in the Southeast, but rather had something to do with the wormhole and the New World. Some bigwigs wanted to speak up, but one glance at the Chancellor made them hold back for now and continue watching the video. After it was all finished playing, the room fell into a brief silence. Then, Elder 2 voiced the question on everyone's mind. Chancellor, these photos and videos strongly resemble the wormhole on Beihai Island, but the environment around and inside this wormhole seems different. Why is that? You all tell me why. The Chancellor looked back at the group. Could it be that the videos from Beihai Island were all fakes? But that doesn't make sense. You know Sam country never acts without solid evidence. They wouldn't have gone after us that viciously unless they had solid intelligence. And we also received a lot of reports. Our informants couldn't possibly have all been bought and given us false reports. This is really strange. One official voiced many people's concerns. Could there be a second wormhole on Earth? That question created immediate shockwaves. It wasn't that no one had considered this possibility before. It was simply too unbelievable. Think about it. How likely was it for one traversable, stable wormhole to appear on Earth? Practically impossible. So what were the odds of a second one appearing? Nearly zero. Impossible, right? Unless it's an artificial wormhole someone intentionally built on Earth. It definitely cannot be a natural wormhole, a tech industry leader said. Chapter 53, Heaven Blesses Huaxia. There's a bronze doorframe outside the wormhole on Beihai Island. At the time, we suspected it was man-made, possibly left behind by aliens or a civilization far older. This video shows a wormhole with a similar bronze frame nearby, which already speaks volumes. Prime Minister, is there really a second wormhole on Lanying? Everyone turned their gaze toward the Prime Minister, eager for an answer. After all, it was the Prime Minister who had summoned them for this meeting and showed them these materials, indicating that the Prime Minister had already obtained certain information unknown to them. The Prime Minister gave a slight nod with a smile on his face. That's right. There does exist a second portal on Lanying, and its location is within the borders of our own Huaxia. Is that true? The senior officials became visibly more agitated. This was an incredible opportunity. Just discovering a wormhole on Beihai Island had them all claiming it was like dropping a bomb on the US. Yet they couldn't help but feel envy. If Huaxia possessed such a wormhole, Huaxia too could take on the entire world single-handedly. The difference lay in the fact that Huaxia had the strength to back it up, while the US would merely be courting death. I was 99% certain before, but just before I entered the conference room, I received the latest intelligence. Our first group of soldiers has entered the wormhole and returned safely, and we now also have the monster corpse samples we'd long sought. Therefore, we can now confirm this with 100% certainty. The Prime Minister's response was indeed explosive. However, these were men adept at emotional restraint, high-level officials of Huaxia, and though they felt excited, they soon composed themselves. This matter must remain secret. Currently, the Western coalition forces led by Sam Country are engaged in conflict with the US. Once they learn of our Huaxia situation, they may fly into a rage and cause unnecessary trouble. Let us develop quietly for a few years. By then, whether or not we leak this information will no longer matter. Prime Minister, I've noticed the filming style of this video closely resembles the one from Beihai Island. Could there be some conspiracy involved? A senior who had a hobby of photography raised the concern. Oh, this is indeed an issue. Come to think of it, looking closely, the filming techniques do bear similarities. Prompted by this senior, some among the group also started to realize the same thing. Because they were created by the same person, naturally, they resemble each other. The Prime Minister's words once again astonished everyone. It had been one shock after another today. If it was created by the same person, then what is their purpose? Have we had contact with this mysterious force before? Don't dwell too much on it. This person is from our own Huaxia, and some of you might even be quite familiar with him, especially those in the military. The Prime Minister added mysteriously. Military officials looked from one to another in puzzlement, all shaking their heads, showing no recognition of this powerful, influential figure. Prime Minister, who exactly is it then? One military leader couldn't hold back and asked directly. Just wait. He is already on his way to Beijing and will arrive shortly. What we must discuss now is how to handle this rare opportunity, how to respond to the new international situation in this new era, and how to interact with this soldier, said the Prime Minister. A wormhole appearing within our Huaxia territory, no matter if it's a plot or something else, for now is a chance we must seize. First, we need to thoroughly understand what this new world is like, and verify whether the world we connect to through this wormhole is the same as the one connected through the Beihai Island portal. Secondly, we need to conduct surveys, documentations, and studies on the mineral and biological resources of this new world, to identify which are urgently needed by us, which can propel our technological advancement, and which are entirely new species or metals previously unknown to us. Finally, we should strive to explore and open up larger spaces for habitation in this new world. Considering the complex and unpredictable international situation currently, without the discovery of the wormhole, World War III would likely have been unavoidable. No one can be sure whether nuclear weapons might be used in the future, so we must develop a new homeland in the new world to prepare for any unforeseen event. Elderson spoke at length, offering extremely valuable suggestions. I'll add one thing. For the US to dare wage war against the entire world for the sake of this new world, it's clear they must have discovered something truly significant over there. Earlier, we speculated it was the monsters. Since we now have obtained a sample, we must conduct research urgently to find out whether the discovery of these monsters is the key reason, or whether there's some other factor. Another senior figure interjected. I'll offer another point. Since a wormhole has appeared within our borders, is there a civilization on the other side? If so, how should we interact with them, with war or peace? That is a question. Moreover, we must significantly expand our military capabilities to cope with the increasingly complicated situations that may arise in the future. A senior military official added. Since 2 wormholes have appeared on launching in such a short time, could there possibly be a third, fourth, or even more? If that really is the case, how should we respond? Previously, many third world countries have gravitated toward us, hoping we would lead them against the Western coalition led by Sam Country to seize control of the wormhole, minimum demand being a small share. Now that we have our own wormhole, how should we handle these international relations? Should we allow them to join in the development of our domestic wormhole, or should we continue leading them to fight for Beihai Island? This was a crucial question. As soon as it was raised, the room fell silent. Though we don't know how vast the new world is, the survival space Huaxia requires is enormous. One wormhole might be too small to accommodate so many nations. A military leader directly expressed his stance, clearly not in favor of sharing it with others. Right now, Sam Country has used the wormhole and New World to rally a large number of Western countries around it. If we don't reveal our own wormhole, we'll have no choice but to join this war, or otherwise those countries currently following us or wishing to follow us will surely leave and gather around the Bear Country, ultimately forming a tripartite division between the Western coalition led by Sam Country, the Bear faction, and ourselves, Huaxia. That situation actually would be very disadvantageous to us. If the New World can rapidly enhance Huaxia's overall national strength, isolating ourselves may not be a bad idea. But if it cannot, we cannot afford to lose this world. Right now, we are the leaders of the third world nations and should not abandon that role voluntarily. Back when Sam Country and the Bear Country were vying for dominance, even though Huaxia had won its nation-building war and earned the world's respect, it had still lagged far behind in economic and technological areas, limiting its influence in international affairs. That was when the powerful one cleverly categorized the entire world into 3 tiers. Sam Country and the Bear formed the first tier. Their allied countries were grouped into a second tier, while the remaining nations were categorized as the third world, with Huaxia naturally regarded as the de facto leader of the third world. Chapter 54, The Fierce Tiger. Although the physical strength of the nation remained unchanged, its reputation and international standing had jumped 3 levels overnight because of this tiered classification. One day, the great wind rises together with the clouds and soars upward for thousands of miles. Well then, there's no problem, said the elder who had just raised the question. I was just afraid everyone would act recklessly and give up this hard-earned status. In that case, aside from secretly developing the new world within our borders, our outward stance must remain unchanged, a military leader commented. After much discussion, they reached a few key agreements. First, the newly discovered world within Huaxiao must be developed in secret. Every effort should be made to extend the duration of secrecy so that their power grows steadily in the background. Second, the outward attitude toward foreign relations will remain unchanged. As for how to deal with Su Amping, on this matter, all present reached a consensus. Wait until Su Amping arrived and met with them in person. Once they assessed his character, they would make a decision. Just then, the Secretary General approached the Premier and whispered, "Premier, Su Amping is here. He's waiting outside the conference room. Please him in." Okay. The Secretary General departed. The Premier looked at everyone and gave them a preemptive warning, in case anyone dismissed the young man due to his age. The young man has arrived. Please show him appropriate respect. Premier, rest assured, we understand the gravity of this situation. They nodded one after another. The heavy doors opened. Su Amping straightened his clothes, lifted his chest, and entered the conference room with a calm expression. He saluted everyone with a military gesture and said, "Su Amping reporting to all senior leaders. Comrade Su Amping is the finest soldier in our army, and by far the youngest major in our history. Since joining the military, he has earned countless merits for the country and safeguarded the lives and property of the people. Truly a fearless young tiger, the guardian of our nation." The Premier stood up and introduced Su Amping to the others, offering an exceptionally high assessment of him. So that's him. The top military leaders finally realized. Although not everyone was familiar with his name, all had heard of the youngest major the nation had seen in recent years. Comrade Su, your decision to voluntarily report the wormhole you discovered, along with the mysterious stone tablet capable of allowing one to comprehend the cultivation method, is of great merit. Its value to Huaxia surpasses everything else. The Premier continued, causing yet another shockwave through the room. As a citizen of Huaxia, it is only my duty. Su Amping replied with an admirable level of consciousness, earning much approval from the attendees. However, everyone's attention was immediately drawn to one particular phrase, cultivation. What? Cultivation? They doubted their own ears. They looked at each other in bewilderment. Now it's getting even more absurd. If the Premier has said it, it must have a basis. It's not just a random claim. You all heard correctly, the Premier said. I didn't mention it earlier because I was just as clueless as you. If I had spoken of it, you would have asked me questions, and I wouldn't have had answers. Now that Comrade Su has arrived, he will explain everything. He turned to Su Amping and asked, "Is that okay?" Of course, Su Amping nodded firmly. Premier, senior leaders, Su Amping began. The term cultivation is merely an expression we can understand and accept most easily. In truth, it is known as cultivation practice. There exists something within this other realm, an element that doesn't exist on our own blue planet, called spiritual qi. With spiritual qi, humans can cultivate, and all living things can evolve due to its influence. Therefore, if we want to cultivate, there are only two ways. Either go to the other world, or bring cultivation resources back here. Without such resources, even if we have cultivation methods, achieving results on our Earth will be extremely difficult. Seeing the shock etched on everyone's faces, Su Amping continued. Furthermore, cultivation is divided into 7 stages, also known as the 7 realms. The first stage is called the body tempering realm. It focuses on purifying the physical body, removing impurities, and enhancing the smooth circulation of vital energy. When breakthrough occurs, one advances to the second stage, the qi and blood realm. In this realm, a dispersed, intangible force in the body and blood is condensed into a unified, unique energy field known as qi and blood force, which can be projected externally to harm enemies from afar. When the qi and blood force flows seamlessly throughout the body, opening all meridians and allowing one to control pores freely, the external spiritual qi can be drawn inward. Spiritual qi is a higher form of energy. Once it enters the body, it can cleanse and strengthen not only the physical body but also internal organs, enhancing them significantly. This marks the arrival of the third realm, the marrow cleansing realm. Upon reaching this stage, one's lifespan extends significantly, easily reaching 200 years. The body tempering and qi and blood realms possess the same maximum lifespan as ordinary humans, at most 120 years. However, few regular people actually reach that limit, while cultivators who are not killed prematurely or do not suffer hidden injuries generally do live to meet the day their natural time has come. Of course, there have been rare cases of ordinary people living beyond 120 years, but such instances are exceedingly uncommon. The fourth realm is the transformation stage. In this stage, one uses spiritual qi to refine the body, generating powerful spiritual energy that serves one's own purposes. All damaged, aged, flawed, or incomplete cells within the body undergo complete transformation. Throughout this process, a person regresses physically, returning to a youthful state with abundant vitality, extending their lifespan to 500 years. The fifth realm is called the transcendent stage. At this point, the physical body transcends the ordinary, and the spirit reaches a higher level of refinement. At this stage, one is no longer considered the same species as ordinary humans. Not only does their lifespan surge to 3,000 years, but they also gain the ability to soar through the heavens and move invisibly through the earth, much like the immortal beings of legends. Chapter 55, Apocalyptic Calamity, Ancient Inheritance. As for the higher realms like the mountain and river realm and the celestial being realm, I'm not exactly sure how powerful they truly are. Su Ping'an lied a little. Actually, he knew about the mountain and river realm. It granted abilities like moving mountains and boiling seas, reversing rivers, creating one's own domain, generating lightning in empty space, and achieving unbelievable strength. But as for the celestial beings, he truly didn't know. From what he could recall, throughout his past life until the moment of his rebirth, no one on Blue Star had ever reached that realm. Perhaps someone had achieved it secretly, but simply never appeared publicly. At least Su Pingyan had never encountered such a high-level cultivator. After hearing Su Pingyan's explanation, everyone fell silent. Even the chief minister put away his smile and grew serious. If that's the case, they really are no different from immortals. It seems like a book nation must have understood this too, and that's why they dared to oppose the entire world. They're just stalling for time. The chief minister speculated. Chief minister, you might be mistaken. The Book of Heaven Bay only exists in our Huaxia. The portal on Brihar Island in a book nation leads merely to a forest known as the Dark Forest, an ancient forbidden zone spanning over 5,000 kilometers in diameter. Within this range, there are no humans, only countless fierce beasts. If they want to obtain cultivation techniques, they have only one path, searching for ancient ruins within the forbidden zone. But there's no such ruin near the portal. The closest one is 200 kilometers away, so in the short term, it's impossible for them to acquire any techniques, Su Pingyan explained. Then why would a book dare to oppose the world? A senior asked in confusion. They probably discovered the trait that consuming beast flesh can enhance their strength, which is also the easiest characteristic to discover. Su Pingyan answered after some thought. A single forbidden zone covering over 5,000 kilometers in diameter. Just how big is this new world? Another elder, more sensitive to numbers, was already stunned. Judging from the given radius alone, the area of the forbidden zone exceeds 78 million square kilometers, possibly even reaching 80 million square kilometers. That was already more than half of the total land area of Blue Star, truly terrifying. Extremely vast, beyond human imagination. However, the exact size? I'm not sure. Su Pingyan was telling the truth. After all, even in his previous life at the time of his rebirth, humanity hadn't ventured very far into the new world, probably just the tip of the iceberg of this new realm. Are there many of these ancient ruins? Are there any on the other side of our own portal? Another elder asked with concern. Not many, but a few do exist. The nearest one is just over 60 kilometers away, a relic of an ancient sect, much closer than the ruins near a book's portal. Su Pingyan answered honestly. Only 60 kilometers away? That's great. This distance isn't too far. What they didn't realize was that in the early stages, 60 kilometers was still a considerable distance, as it already entered the range of second-stage fierce beasts, and occasionally even lone third-stage beasts wandered there. It was still a dangerous journey. Comrade Su Pingyan, from your manner of speaking, you clearly know a lot about this other world. This probably isn't something one could achieve in a short time, right? One of the elders asked. This was the question lingering in everyone's minds. Su Pingyan had anticipated this when he decided to reveal the information to the upper echelons. He explained, to be honest to the chief minister and all the seniors here, it's because I obtained an inheritance from ancient times. All the information I possess comes from memories within this inheritance. At first, I wasn't even sure if it was real, so I went to Brihar Island in a book nation to investigate. Sure enough, I discovered the portal myself. Only at that point did I fully confirm the authenticity of this inheritance. But then why didn't you report back immediately? Instead, you went around spreading it across the world, someone questioned. This is Comrade Su Pingyan's right, and we cannot force him to explain. Moreover, I believe he must have his own reasons, the chief minister replied. Thank you, chief minister, for your understanding. At that time, I indeed wanted to push a book nation into the spotlight. Considering a book's extreme and reckless nature, they would most likely stake the fate of the nation on this gamble. As it turns out, I was right, Su Pingyan said calmly. No one had any words in response. The room stayed silent for a while before Zhang Guodong, the director of the 9th Bureau, finally posed a question that was on everyone's minds but had been avoided until now. Comrade Su Pingyan, I don't doubt your loyalty to the party, nor your love for the country, but no one is perfect. Choosing to disclose the existence of this inheritance requires great resistance against temptation and involves enormous risks. Would you mind sharing your reasons for doing so? He added, of course, this is your personal matter. If you'd prefer not to answer, I won't press the issue. Su Pingyan smiled calmly. There's nothing I can't say. The reason I spoke out, aside from hoping that our Huaxia would lead the world, is an even more important one. In the future, Blue Star will face an apocalyptic calamity. Relying on me alone would certainly be insufficient. We must unite more people. Being a Huaxian, my choice to stand with Huaxia goes without saying. An apocalyptic calamity? Everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. So it's true, the Bronze Gate was man-made. It couldn't have appeared out of nowhere. There must be a conspiracy behind it. It seems this inheritance was passed down by ancient sages unwilling to see the world destroyed. If that's the case, then Comrade Su Pingyan must be the destined person prophesied to face this catastrophe. The destined one? Upon hearing those words, even Su Pingyan himself fell into deep thought. Had his obtaining of the rebirth pill in his previous life truly been arranged by some great being, or had it merely been a coincidence? Was this destiny exclusive to him alone, or could anyone have obtained it? Suddenly, a thick fog enveloped Su Pingyan, suffocating and unsettling. He had no idea what sinister plans or schemes lurked behind the scenes. Comrade Su Pingyan, would you mind sharing what exactly this apocalyptic calamity is? What must we do to prevent it, or at least minimize its destruction? The chief minister asked with deep concern. He bore the greatest pressure, for the future of Huaxia civilization rested upon his shoulders. Su Pingyan thought for a moment. Would the blood puppet disaster count? It would, but it was preventable. The real apocalyptic calamity had probably not even occurred in his previous life. Thinking of this, he said, I don't know exactly what the apocalyptic disaster will be, but there is an 18-character true mantra regarding this catastrophe hidden within my inheritance. Which 18 characters? Everyone immediately became alert. 9 gates gather, seal breaks, Ling Qi returns, truth reveals, universe opens, slaughter begins. Su Ping'an replied solemnly. 9 gates gather, seal breaks, Ling Qi returns, truth reveals, universe opens, slaughter begins. Everyone muttered softly. Soon, all of them frowned deeply. Clearly, no one could understand the profound meaning behind these 18 words in such a short time. Chapter 56, Suggestions and Strategies. The 9 gates gather. In the 18-character true word should refer to the opening of the 9 portals on Blue Star. Seal broken probably means that after these 9 portals open, a certain unpredictable seal will be lifted. This seal could be beneficial or detrimental. Spirit energy returns likely indicates that Blue Star will experience a revival of spiritual energy. Truth revealed may suggest that once we complete the first 9 characters of the true words, we'll uncover some kind of truth. This is just my interpretation. I'm not entirely sure if I'm correct. Su Ping'an explained his understanding. As for the final 6-character message, I still can't figure out what universe opens means. Cataclysm arises probably refers to the final world-ending disaster. I just don't know where this destruction will come from. Is it from another world, or somewhere else entirely? This was the greatest source of confusion and anxiety for Su Ping'an. There are actually 9 portals? Where are the other 7? One of the elders asked, showing immediate concern. This was extremely important. So far, only 3 have manifested. One is located in the North Sea island of Benghua, one deep in the Jawa Valley caves of Indonesia, and one in the Death Valley of Kunlun Mountain in our own Huaxia. As for the remaining 6, they have not yet reached the time of activation. Su Ping'an answered, mostly truth with a little deception. No one suspected him. I didn't expect Indonesia to also have one. This could be quite useful strategically, one elder commented. I just received word that you traveled abroad to Indonesia. So it was about this after all, the chief minister realized suddenly. Su Ping'an nodded, yes. The portal at North Sea Island leads to the Yoin Drisen, Darkwood Forest, a dense jungle. The portal in Jawa leads to the endless grasslands, and the Death Valley portal connects to the 10,000 mountains. Interestingly, the terrains at these 3 locations are completely different, and all of them are forbidden zones in the other realm. It seems clear now that someone has been orchestrating this behind the scenes. Too many coincidences can no longer be considered mere chance, but rather careful planning. No big issue. At least we are already ahead of the rest of the world by knowing all this useful information. We can prepare in advance to face the coming crisis. The chief minister remained calm. After that, many in the group asked Su Ping'an questions that were lingering in their minds. He answered what he knew, and honestly admitted what he did not. All right, everyone has understood the situation now. Next, we should discuss how to deal with the increasingly complicated situation ahead, the chief minister reminded. Xiao Su, do you have any suggestions? After getting to know him for a while, the chief minister had become very pleased with Su Ping'an, even changing his tone of address to something more familiar and affectionate. Some of the senior officials were slightly shocked. Such an important matter was being discussed with just a young man. However, thinking back to Su Ping'an's composed and mature performance, his calm demeanor and courage to challenge the entire world and shift the global order, they realized that this young man was no ordinary talent. His age could not fool them. This was someone capable of equal conversation. Thus, an interesting scene unfolded. The chief minister and other senior leaders all turned their gazes towards Su Ping'an, making him feel nervous for the first time. Until now, he had merely been reporting what he already knew, and could do so calmly. But now, being asked to give recommendations was completely different. It was extremely difficult. Once his suggestions were adopted, they would affect the entire future of the Huaxia civilization. The burden was immense. There could be no mistake, or he would become a criminal of history. For the first time, he could truly understand those senior leaders before him. Su Ping'an took a deep breath, quickly adjusting his mindset, and regained his calm before speaking. In the foreseeable future, although science and technology will remain important, cultivation will undoubtedly become more crucial. Therefore, I believe we should adjust our strategy promptly. First, a strong youth makes a strong nation. Adolescence is the best age for cultivation and will be the main force in future cultivation. We should begin phasing out foreign language subjects like English now. Those who truly want to learn or have professional needs can study them in extracurricular interest classes. The majority of students' energy can then be redirected to studying Taoist classics and the system of traditional Chinese medicine. Physical education classes can be replaced with martial arts training. Medicine and martial arts go hand in hand. Studying these classics and theories will help students better understand cultivation, and the martial arts courses will improve students' physical fitness, laying a solid foundation for nationwide cultivation in the future. Su Ping'an proposed his first suggestion. A strong youth ensures a strong nation. A youth mighty on Blue Star ensures a mighty nation on Blue Star. In the short term, external strategic considerations prevent the open release of cultivation methods, and limited resources make nationwide cultivation impossible right now. However, preparations can be made in advance, saving time for future cultivation preparations. I think this suggestion is very forward-looking. Very good. The elders were extremely satisfied with Su Ping'an's first proposal, agreeing unanimously, and even more eager to hear his other suggestions. Xiao Su, well done. Continue. The chief minister encouraged. Secondly, whether considering the future situation on Blue Star or facing the other realm, our firearms will still be highly effective in the early stages. Once large-scale development of the other realm begins, demand for weapons and ammunition will skyrocket. This is the perfect opportunity to take advantage of the current situation and carry out a national strategic transformation, shifting toward a development system centered on the military-industrial complex. The new world is too vast to ever worry about overproduction. Whatever quantity of ammunition we can produce now will be consumed in the other world later. Su Pingyan grew more confident after receiving approval, becoming bolder in his thinking. Regular ammunition is no problem, but heavy weaponry. I worry we won't be able to transport them through. One of the elders raised a concern. Elder Third, you needn't worry about this issue. First, after the portal opens, it will continue expanding over the following year to reach a height of 8 meters and a width of 10 meters. Most weapons can pass through without issue. Second, my inheritance includes spatial storage equipment with an extremely vast interior space, more than sufficient to contain all of Blue Star. Therefore, no matter how large the weapon or structure, it can be manufactured here on Blue Star and then transported to the other side through spatial equipment, Su Pingyan explained. To the nation, spatial equipment was an absolute treasure, capable of resolving countless issues. That's truly wonderful news, the elder said excitedly. Xiao Su, do you have any more good suggestions? The chief minister asked. There's also the issue of our current social system, likely not suited to the future situation or to the new world. It needs to evolve with the times, Su Pingyan continued. Everyone fell silent. This topic was extremely sensitive. Seeing the atmosphere shift, Su Pingyan stopped speaking. Chapter 57, Arrangements for Su Pingyan. Continue speaking, don't hesitate. Any suggestion that benefits Huaxia, no matter how much resistance it might face, we have the determination and confidence to push forward. The words of the chief minister undoubtedly gave Su Pingyan tremendous encouragement. For the past few generations of us, we were born under the red flag and grew up in gentle spring winds, protected by our country to such an extent that we have been far removed from bloodshed and carnage. This is naturally a blessing in times of peace. However, in the coming crises, it might become a burden. I suggest rebuilding the martial spirit of the entire population and implementing a system where all citizens are soldiers. The more Su Pingyan spoke, the smoother he felt. In terms of economy, we should adopt more aspects of planned economy, concentrating resources to accomplish major tasks, thus maximizing Huaxia's institutional advantages. Finally, our nation has a large number of excellent senior scientists, as well as people who have made significant contributions to Huaxia. They are growing old. We cannot simply watch helplessly as they pass away. They are Huaxia's most valuable treasures. If we can prolong their lives, they can continue to contribute to Huaxia and also witness the even greater era of our country. This was a thought deeply rooted in Su Pingyan's heart. Each time he saw the nation's pillars pass away one by one, Su Pingyan felt heartache. If only these people could continue living, Huaxia's development would proceed even faster. Do you have any method? One elder hurriedly asked. Not that they were asking for themselves. Although everyone present was elderly, their health conditions were still good. They could work steadily for another decade or two without any issues. Beasts may be ferocious, but their meat is mild and highly nourishing. Consuming beast meat can help regulate the body, improve health, accelerate metabolism, eliminate old, dying cells, and activate bodily vitality. Typically, before cultivation begins, beast meat or mild tonics are required for physical preparation. Therefore, I suggest prioritizing the allocation of beast meat for their nourishment and rehabilitation. Once their bodies are properly conditioned, we can allow them to begin cultivation and thus prolong their lives. Su Pingyan proposed. Excellent. I think this is a fantastic suggestion. The elder who had just spoken agreed enthusiastically. Xiao Su, you've really thought this through. The chief minister also expressed his approval and became even more satisfied with Su Pingyan. Any more suggestions? The chief minister asked. Well, I didn't prepare anything beforehand, so these are the only ones I could think of for now. Su Pingyan replied. There were even more radical ideas in his mind, but it was definitely too soon to bring them up, perhaps in the future. This time, you've made a great contribution to the nation. Do you have any request you'd like to make? The state will do its best to fulfill it as long as it's reasonable and lawful. The chief minister stated. These are all things I should do. If I really must request anything, I hope the state can arrange for someone to protect my family, as well as my girlfriend, so that I have no worries on the home front. Su Pingyan said. That's all. That's all. The chief minister fell silent for a moment, then patted Su Pingyan's shoulder. All right, you return and rest first. Don't leave the capital yet. We'll make some arrangements for you soon. During this time, feel free to voice any needs regarding your daily life. Thank you, chief minister. All right, go now. Yes. Su Pingyan left the conference room, feeling slightly relieved. This was the first time he had met so many high-ranking officials since he had been reborn into this world. He had indeed spoken boldly just now. Now outside, he couldn't help but feel a cold sweat from nervousness. However, the meeting room hadn't concluded after Su Pingyan's departure. Looking at Su Pingyan's retreating figure, the chief minister seemed to recall something and called over his secretary. Investigate the details regarding Su Pingyan's family, the chief minister ordered. Chief minister, what exactly do you mean? The secretary was somewhat puzzled, unsure of the underlying purpose. For such contributions as Su Pingyan has made, we would definitely assign dedicated personnel to protect his family and those closely associated with him. Considering he has reached the rank of major, he must certainly be aware of this. Yet, he still specifically asked us to ensure the safety of his family and his girlfriend. That's highly unusual, the chief minister explained. You mean someone is targeting Su Pingyan? The secretary immediately caught on to his leader's meaning. I don't know yet. Just go and investigate. Report back to me immediately once you have results. The chief minister commanded. Yes, I'll go immediately. After the secretary left, the chief minister turned to the senior officials. Let's continue the meeting. Does anyone else have something to say? Chief minister, this young man Su Pingyan is quite extraordinary. With proper training and experience, he will certainly become a pillar of the nation in the future. The second elder was also very satisfied with Su Pingyan's performance. Indeed, at his age, to be so composed and experienced, rare indeed. I believe we could even assign him more responsibility. At this moment, Su Pingyan had already entered the vision of Huaxia's upper echelons, becoming the chief minister's favored rising star, a highly prized individual. He was already a major before. If I'm not mistaken, he temporarily retired just to carry out Operation Falcon Binding. His past contributions alone were enough to warrant a promotion to lieutenant colonel. Adding what he's done this time, I believe he should at least be promoted to colonel, remarked the senior military official. Would promoting someone so young to the rank of colonel be rushing his growth too much? Look at how mature and composed he is. Even if we made him a brigadier general, I don't think he would become arrogant. He used to be the squad leader of Tianlang Special Forces. I believe we can assign him as the commander. Why don't we take a bolder step? The chief minister suddenly spoke, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Some looked puzzled, unsure of his meaning. Right now, the Tianlang Special Forces are in another world. They were the first team sent there. For future exploration of that world, besides the regular field army, we also need the most elite combat forces. After cultivation, you all understand the importance of powerful individuals. I propose forming an elite legion, headed by Comrade Su Pingyan, to serve as Huaxia's sharpest blade, tasked primarily with exploring the other world and establishing forward bases, the chief minister explained. This is a great idea. Indeed, we need such a force leading the charge, and they must possess the strongest combat capability. Comrade Su Pingyan knows more about the other world than anyone else, and there's no better choice than him to lead this unit. A military leader nodded in agreement. After further discussions, the group finally reached a consensus on Su Pingyan's new appointment. Following that, they proceeded to discuss other issues. The meeting lasted for a long time, not concluding until past 8 o'clock in the evening. After leaving the conference room, Su Pingyan was personally escorted to the Diaotai State Guest House for rest. This place held a certain level of mystery for him. After a quick tour, he returned to his room and immediately began cultivation, unwilling to waste any more time. The next morning, just after finishing breakfast, Su Pingyan received a phone call from Yishinran. Pingyan, have you rejoined the military? Yishinran asked. How do you know that? Su Pingyan was somewhat surprised. He hadn't even had the chance to share this news with her yet. After all, they had agreed it would take 3 days, and it had only been less than 2. Chapter 58, The End of the Chi Family. This morning I received a call from our CEO Shui. Not only did he stop hiding me from the public, he proactively offered to terminate our contract so I can establish a private studio affiliated with the company. He even arranged for me to star in a movie directed by director Zhang Yi. Also, the previously halted concerts can now continue. This means the Chi family's attempt to blackball me has failed. I guess it's all because of you, Yishinran explained. Your husband is pretty amazing, huh? Su Pingyan practically acknowledged. It seemed that the first minister had understood his hidden meaning. You really are amazing, Yishinran said excitedly. But did you do something else? Yishinran asked curiously. Why do you say that? Although you're a major in the military, if it was only because of your rejoining the army, the Chi family wouldn't have given up trying to suppress me so quickly. More importantly, there's no way the company would have suddenly changed their attitude toward me. At most, they would just revert back to the way things were before. So clever, Su Pingyan praised. I met the first minister and several other high-ranking officials yesterday. The Chi family is just a fart to them. I didn't even need to lift a finger myself, Su Pingyan said proudly. Wow. Yishinran couldn't help but gasp in amazement. My husband is truly amazing. That's for sure. The couple continued chatting on the phone for another dozen minutes until another call came in, ending their conversation. What's up, Pingkong? Su Pingyan answered. Bro, do you know? The school just notified me that I've been specially recruited by the military, directly assigned to the Eastern Military Region, and I'll be promoted to the rank of lieutenant. What exactly did you do? This is too incredible, Su Pingkong said excitedly. Don't worry, it must be something beneficial to the country and the people. Just follow the organization's arrangement confidently without any mental burden. Su Pingyan replied calmly. I understand. Bro, is that force targeting you no longer a threat? Su Pingkong asked. Hee, they've never been much of a threat to begin with. In that case, I'm relieved. Inside a top-tier villa in Modu. Sir, the bank is demanding payment, and the loan approvals they had previously are temporarily on hold. Chairman, bad news. Tax authorities have arrived at our group headquarters for an unannounced inspection. Chairman, bad news. This morning, many of our upstream state-owned suppliers have stopped supplying us. Who is it? Who exactly is targeting the Chi family? Chi Guozhen was overwhelmed with frustration early in the morning. It was obvious that someone was targeting them. Dad, could it be Su Pingyan? Recently, we've only offended him. Him? Humph. Don't make me laugh. Even if he rejoined the military, it would take him a long time to deal with our Chi family. How could anyone mobilize such a massive force overnight? Chi Guozhen didn't believe it for a second. Master, Shuiyang called. He has already lifted the blackball order on Yishinran and told us not to contact him anymore. The Gunjiao suddenly said. What? Chi Guozhen was stunned and quickly enraged. Who does he think he is to speak to me like that? Master, the situation really is unusual. Although Shuiyang isn't a significant figure himself, the key lies in his words during the call. Why did he lift the ban on Yishinran? The Gunjiao reminded. Hearing this, Qi Guozhen immediately became more alert and hastily ordered, "Investigate what's going on with Su Ping'an's family. Have they done anything?" Quickly, the response came back. "Master, not only have Su Ping'an's parents been rehired by the Power Supply Bureau, but Su's father has directly become the director of the bureau. The previous director was taken down on suspicion of bribery." The Ganja's words explained everything. They had used the former director of the Power Supply Bureau to counter Su Ping'an's parents. Now, with the roles reversed and with the change in Yishinran's circumstances, the truth was self-evident. How could this happen? How could Su Ping'an have such capability? Qi Tian was nearly going mad as well. "You idiot! Why did you have to provoke him for no reason?" In a fit of rage, Qi Guozhen kicked Qi Tian to the ground. Ouch! Although Qi Tian winced in pain, he dared not defy his father and could only cower quietly in a corner. "Good for nothing. Master, why don't you call old Jean? There's no way Su Ping'an himself has this much capability. The most likely explanation is that he has a powerful backer. At the very least, we should find out who our enemy is," the middle-aged beautiful lady reminded him. "Yes, you're absolutely right. I'll call old Jean right away." Qi Guozhen's eyes lit up. Old Jean was his biggest backer, and the reason the Qi family had reached its current status was largely due to old Jin's support. Beep beep. Only busy tones answered. Nobody picked up. A sudden sense of unease came over Qi Guozhen, so he quickly dialed another number. This time, the call connected. "Hello, Brother Wang, is it possible to?" Before Qi Guozhen could finish, the voice on the other end interrupted. "Since we've had a decent relationship in the past, I'll let you in on a little something. Old Jean has already been taken away by the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. Additionally, people from the capital have made statements that are unfavorable towards your Qi family. Right now, no one dares to be associated with you anymore. That's all I can say. Don't call me again." Qi Guozhen swallowed hard, panic flickering in his eyes. Even their biggest backer had been arrested. Just how powerful must Su Ping'an's protector be? "Brother Wang, seeing as we've had a decent relationship, can you at least tell me who it is? If I'm going to die, I at least want to know why," Qi Guozhen asked desperately. "I can only say this. Think as high up as you can imagine." With that, the phone hung up immediately. "Think as high up as you can imagine." Qi Guozhen muttered. What did that mean? He didn't dare think about it anymore. It took our Qi family so much effort to achieve our current position. "We can't fall. Absolutely cannot fall," Qi Guozhen said, his expression turning wild with desperation. "Qi Tian, you go find Su Ping'an right now and apologize to him. Whether it's kowtowing or whatever, just make him happy. If we can stop him from targeting our family, agree to any condition," Qi Guozhen added. This was the only solution he could think of, go directly to the source. "Dad, if you fail to get Su Ping'an's forgiveness, I won't be your father anymore. If the Qi family collapses, you will become nothing as well. Hurry up and go." Qi Guozhen kicked Qi Tian. "Yes, I'm leaving right now." Qi Tian scrambled away hastily. Su Ping'an, however, had no idea about the current state of the Qi family. He was too busy at the moment. Not long after breakfast, the Secretary General personally arrived to pick him up for the core meeting room. "Secretary Zhang, do you know what arrangements the upper leadership has for me?" Su Ping'an tested the waters. "That, I don't know," Zhang Wei replied tightly, guarding the information closely. Su Ping'an smacked his lips a few times and didn't ask further questions. Chapter 59, The New Army, the Yanhuang Legion. It wasn't the same conference room as yesterday, nor were there so many high-ranking officials present. Only the Premier was there. "Greetings, Premier," Su Ping'an saluted militarily. "You're here, Xiaosu. Did you rest well last night?" the Premier asked with concern. "I rested very well." "That's good." The Premier nodded. Then he took out a commission document and said, "After discussion yesterday, we've finally decided to form a special military unit, named the Yanhuang Legion, and we've decided to appoint you as its first commander." "Commander?" Su Ping'an widened his eyes. What rank was that? He must still be far from qualifying for such a position. The Yanhuang Legion, although called a legion, will start off small in number. I have already issued orders to dispatch the most elite special operations teams from each of the 5 major military regions. For example, the Southern Military Region's Tianlang Special Ops Unit will serve as the core for the formation of the initial legion. In other words, 5 Special Forces battalions. With each Special Operations battalion having around 400 personnel, the initial Yanhuang Legion would number about 2,000 people. Of course, this referred to combat personnel only, excluding logistics support. Later on, depending on your performance in the other world, we will decide whether to expand the legion further. Ultimately, how far you can go depends on your combat record, said the Premier, directly imposing expectations onto Su Ping'an. It was obviously also a test for him. As for your rank, congratulations, Major Su. The Premier happily shook Su Ping'an's hand. Rest assured, Premier, I will definitely lead the Yanhuang Legion forward with renewed efforts, achieving new glories, Su Ping'an loudly assured him. Compared to the promotion in rank, what Su Ping'an valued most was command of the Yanhuang Legion itself. I look forward to awarding you the rank of Brigadier General. I hope that next time I see you, you will already be a Major General. The Premier said, patting Su Ping'an's shoulder. Yes, sir. Su Ping'an rendered another military salute. Premier, may I ask for further instructions regarding the Yanhuang Legion's specific duties? Su Ping'an asked. You are the vanguard of China, the lead force. Your primary task is to explore uncharted territories in the other world and provide guidance for the field army's future operations there, as well as offer security protection for our scientists during mapping, mineral exploration, and collection of biological specimens. If you encounter an indigenous civilization, you are also authorized to make contact, having the highest diplomatic clearance. Furthermore, in the other world, You will be the supreme commanding officer, with authority to deploy all our forces stationed there, said the premier, granting Su Pingyan the utmost trust. Thank you for the premier's and the nation's trust. Su Pingyan will surely live up to everyone's expectations, Su Pingyan replied firmly. We all believe in you. By the way, you should head to the Death Valley now. The other 4 units should arrive soon, the premier said. Yes, sir. After leaving the premier's private office, Su Pingyan was taken directly to the airport for his flight to Death Valley. Outside Death Valley, the 4 special forces teams had already arrived one after another. Has Old Qin not arrived yet? A man as tall as 1.9 meters and built like a tower shouted thunderously. His name was Tong Guan, commander of the Southern Military Region's Tiger Combat Unit. They are from the farthest unit, so arriving a little later is quite normal. A man with sharp eyes and an expressionless face responded. His name was Yi Xiao, commander of the Northern Military Region's Eagle Reconnaissance Unit. Isn't Su Pingyan merely a squad leader of the Tianlang team, and I heard he's already retired? Why has headquarters ordered us to take all commands from him, bypassing Old Qin completely? What's going on here? Could it be because he's the youngest major? Tong Guan asked in confusion. Although Tong Guan was the strongest among the 4 commanders, he was also the most outgoing and talkative. Before his arrival, the 3 other commanders had been silent all along. Humph, the youngest major? Yi Xiao's voice was filled with provocation, his eyes burning with competitive desire. Su Pingyan is strong, said Ali, the first to speak. He was a Uyghur warrior, commander of the Western Military Region's Snow Leopard Unit. Whether he's strong or not can only be confirmed after a match. Yi Xiao had longed for a fair fight with Su Pingyan, but had never really had the opportunity. There's a transport helicopter approaching, said Xiao Li, the only female commander present, captain of the Eastern Military Region's Flying Dragon Unit. Standing at 1.7 meters tall, wearing a camouflage uniform, she truly showed that women could be just as capable as men. Upon hearing Xiao Li's words, the 3 commanders turned to look at the sky. Tong Guan frowned in confusion. Why only 1 aircraft? As the 4 commanders were frowning in confusion, the helicopter door opened directly at an altitude of about 100 meters. Major Su, are you really sure about jumping from here? The pilot asked worriedly. Do I look like someone who would commit suicide? Su Pingyan joked. After hearing this, the pilot didn't say anything else. How could such a young major possibly wish to commit suicide? His future prospects were boundless. Without a word, Su Pingyan dashed out of the cabin door, leaped downward, and entered free fall, plummeting rapidly. Parachuting from around 100 meters. This is suicide, Yi Xiao exclaimed in shock. Everyone knew that the minimum safe altitude for parachuting was above 500 meters. Even for special forces soldiers and experienced extreme parachutists, they generally chose to jump from altitudes above 200 meters. 100 meters was just too low. There wouldn't even be enough time to open the parachute before hitting the ground. They asked themselves, if they jumped from such a height, their chances of survival would only be about 30 to 40%. Who is that? Is he crazy? Tong Guan also wore a shocked expression. Perhaps he's confident because of his superior skills. Xiao Li's beautiful eyes narrowed. She already suspected who the parachutist was. Is it Su Pingyan? Ali murmured. Su Pingyan. Yi Xiao was momentarily stunned, then quickly caught on. He coldly snorted. Humph, trying to intimidate us with a stunt like this? Damn it. He still hasn't opened his parachute. He's finished. Tong Guan's pupils contracted as he watched Su Pingyan rapidly approach the ground. Only about 20 meters away, yet his parachute still remained unopened, sparking genuine concern. Don't just stand there. Hurry and go save him, Xiao Li shouted, snapping everyone out of their shock. Immediately, they all started running toward where Su Pingyan was falling. Even Yi Xiao, who had looked down on Su Pingyan, couldn't help worrying about his safety. He wasn't angry at Su Pingyan. He merely felt Bu Fu cheat, but ultimately, they were all comrades in arms. Boom, he hit the ground. At the moment of landing, Su Pingyan bent his knees and used the momentum to cushion the impact. Both of his feet sank into the muddy sand dozens of centimeters deep, forming a shallow depression. The powerful force even kicked up a storm of dust and sand around him, completely enveloping his figure. After dissipating the impact, Su Pingyan slowly rose and stepped forward from the swirling yellow sand. The 4 arriving captains, Tong Guan and the others, witnessed this scene, and like characters from a movie, they all stared wide-eyed, too shocked to utter a word. Captains, long time to meet. Sorry for the wait, Su Pingyan said with a warm smile, giving the impression of a gentle spring breeze. Why, you're okay. Xiao Li stammered slightly. Chapter 60, Establishing Authority. Thank you for your concern, Captain Xiao, but I'm fine, Su Pingyan replied. Su Pingyan, how on earth did you do that? Tong Guan grabbed Su Pingyan's arm and examined him from head to toe, trying to spot any mechanical assistance. When he found none, he turned his gaze toward the spot where Su had landed. Seeing the indentation revealed after the yellow sand settled, he couldn't help but inhale sharply. Jumping directly from 100 meters up, without any equipment. This isn't something ordinary humans can do. I suppose this is the reason why the High Command wants us to follow your orders this time, Yi Xiao remarked, already having calmed down. If previously he had looked down on Su Pingyan and felt Bu Fu cheat, now he was completely convinced. After all, even the strongest humans couldn't match what Su had just accomplished. Yi Xiao had always respected only those stronger than himself. Hearing Yi Xiao's words, the others all turned their eyes towards Su Pingyan, hoping to get an answer from him. Captain Yi guessed half right, Su Pingyan replied calmly. What's the other half? Yi Xiao asked. I'll show you all something, and when we arrive, everything will make sense, Su replied mysteriously. Are we not waiting for old Qin? Tong Guan still had Qin Ming in mind. He and Qin must have been close. Commander Qin is already waiting for us at our destination, Su answered. Everyone, quickly assemble your teams. Let's move out, Su raised his voice slightly. Okay. They were all top-tier special forces soldiers, highly efficient. It didn't take long for the soldiers from the 4 companies to gather completely. Move out. Su took the lead, and soon they arrived at the entrance of Death Valley. Noticing that Su showed no intention of stopping, Alifu, a local native who had lived in Xinjiang for generations, couldn't help but speak up. Su Pingyan, ahead is Death Valley. It's dangerous. I know. Don't worry. I've already gone in and out several times. The Sky Wolf Special Forces team is already inside. Seeing Alifa hesitate as if he wanted to say something else, Su's lips curled slightly upward as he asked, "What's wrong?" "Scared. If you're not afraid, neither am I." Alifa took a deep breath. "Then keep moving forward." Su nodded and continued leading the way. There were over 1,000 people in their group, much larger than last time. Plus, Death Valley offered no flat paths, so the marching speed was slower than before. Naturally, they encountered sudden lightning strikes along the way. "Halt," Su commanded, crouched slightly, then suddenly pushed hard against the ground, leaving a deep crater as he shot straight up into the air, rising dozens of meters high. Just at that moment, a lightning bolt, fully charged, shot down towards Su Pingyan. Boom. Instantly, a numbing sensation shot through his body as the immense force sent him crashing back to the ground. But unlike last time, there were a few key differences. First, he had experience with surviving lightning strikes before. Second, his cultivation had advanced further, now reaching the 10th level of body tempering. Third, the lightning's power this time was weaker than before. As a result, he landed this time far more gracefully, his body steadying firmly and seemingly without effort. Continue forward. Su Pingyan looked at the crowd of soldiers, whose expressions ranged from shock to awe, and shouted loudly. "Su Pingyan, how did you do that?" Xiao Li ran up beside him and asked. "When we arrive, I'll tell you everything. For now, focus on getting through Death Valley safely. This place still isn't safe for you yet," Su said simply before striding ahead again. Seeing this, Xiao Li could do nothing but reluctantly continue forward. Along the way, Su's group encountered 3 lightning strikes, all of which were blocked by Su. While the soldiers were deeply shocked and puzzled, they remained otherwise untroubled. After all, besides the danger of lightning, the distance they were marching and the storms were trivial challenges for them. With Su protecting them, the entire group soon arrived safely at the deep interior of Death Valley, in front of a huge, smooth mountain wall. According to earlier testing, although the electromagnetic field remained abnormal here, there was no risk of lightning strikes. Of the 3 lightning strikes, one had been extremely powerful. Though he was at the 10th level of body tempering, he still suffered serious injuries. Luckily, the life source stone quickly repaired his body. As for the other 2 strikes, their power was moderate, and Su managed to endure them using his own strength and the lignite he had consumed. The result was a dramatic increase in strength, to over 180,000 kilograms. A wormhole. Tong Guan had sharp eyes and was the first to spot the rotating light blue vortex embedded in the rock wall not far ahead. Everyone followed Tong Guan's gaze and, seeing it, inhaled sharply in unison. Huh? It really is a wormhole. Aren't wormholes supposed to be located on Hokkaido? That's why the US is at war with Japan over it. How come it's here in our China? Could the wormhole be moving randomly? Has it already moved from Japan to our own territory now? That can't be right. If that were the case, it would definitely be global news. But so far, no such reports have come out. Is there a possibility that there's more than one wormhole? Now that you mention it, that seems the most likely explanation. Truly, heaven is blessing our China. Everyone became excited. No matter how many wormholes exist in the world, as long as China has one, the country won't fall behind other nations in exploring the new world. To fall behind means to suffer oppression. In any aspect, China refuses and refuses again to lag behind other countries. Su Pingyan, you mentioned earlier that you had only told half the story. Did you mean the wormhole? Yi Xiao stepped towards Su Pingyan, his face full of disbelief. Smart, Su Pingyan nodded. In that case, the reason the High Command has gathered the 5 strongest special forces units from the 5 military regions is for the exploration of the new world. Xiao Li was also very sharp-witted, quickly understanding the meaning behind the leadership's orders. Congratulations. You got it right, Su Pingyan replied with a cheerful smile. Then, is there a reward? Xiao Li playfully continued the conversation. How about this? I teach you cultivation techniques so that you can become as strong as me. Do you consider that a reward? Su Pingyan's words caused everyone to breathe more heavily. You're willing to teach us cultivation? Yi Xiao asked in shock. Throughout the journey, Yi Xiao had already formed a rough guess in his mind about Su Pingyan's abilities. Although the idea seemed utterly absurd, seeing is believing. None of what had happened could be an illusion or trickery. Therefore, no matter how impossible or inconceivable it seemed, the only possible explanation must be this. Why wouldn't I be willing? Su Pingyan asked in response. Yi Xiao for a moment found himself at a loss for words to answer. One person's strength isn't true strength. The real strength lies in the power of an entire civilization. Since I possess this ability, I naturally want all Chinese people to have the opportunity to learn cultivation. My wish is for every Chinese person to become as mighty as a dragon, and for the Chinese civilization to flourish continuously. I hope every person in China will have the power to protect themselves. I never want our country to go through another century of humiliation ever again. Su Pingyan said firmly and clearly, his voice echoing through the silent crowd. Then, without any prior discussion, everyone moved in unison, carrying out the exact same gesture, standing straight, coming to attention, and raising their hands to salute. This was the highest honor they, as soldiers, could offer. Starting from today, I, Yi Xiao, will acknowledge only you, Su Pingyan, Yi Xiao declared solemnly, his tone full of determination. Chapter 61, A New Journey. Su Pingyan returned a military salute to everyone. To achieve the goal of every person in China being as mighty as dragons and the civilization flourishing, it's impossible to rely solely on me. We need you, and millions of Chinese people striving together. You and I will be the pioneers forging ahead. Whether the future path of China is stable or not will depend on us pioneers. Although the road ahead is full of thorns and danger, we will proceed without hesitation. Are you afraid of making sacrifices? Su Pingyan asked loudly. No fear, no fear, no fear, came the roaring reply. Good. Prove that I did not choose the wrong people. After finishing his words, Su Pingyan turned and strode toward the portal. As he reached it, he shouted, Follow me into the other realm and begin our new journey. Yes, sir. The 4 squad commanders followed closely behind without hesitation, stepping directly into the portal. The political officers of each squad remained behind, waiting until all soldiers had entered before they entered last. Although there were more than 1,000 people, given the current width of the portal, it could easily accommodate 3 people entering side by side if they squeezed in. Moreover, since a secure perimeter had already been established on the other side, there was no need to fight while consolidating the forward base and advancing simultaneously, so the process was highly efficient. Soon, the main force had completely entered the other world. As soon as they entered the other realm, just like earlier soldiers such as Qin Ming, Tong Guan, and others looked around with great curiosity like little babies. It's amazing, just one step, and everything has changed completely? If we could master such technology, where in the universe couldn't we go? Who would need spaceships anymore? While shocked, Tong Guan couldn't help but exclaim. Su Pingyan was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. It really seemed possible. However, portal technology must be extremely advanced. At least in his past life, humanity had not yet touched such advanced technology, nor had anyone heard of people in the other realm possessing such a technique. It seems like we're in mountainous terrain. The trees here are much thicker than those on Blue Star, and the air feels fresher too. Truly, it's another world, so amazing. As the female commander, Xiao Li observed carefully. I wonder how big this world really is. Alikev said, voicing everyone's thoughts. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Su Pingyan with keen curiosity, waiting for an answer. Shaking his head slightly with a wry smile, Su Pingyan replied, This world is extremely vast. How vast exactly, I don't know precisely, but the area we're in now is called the 10,000 Great Mountains, a forbidden zone. Humans from this realm rarely venture here. It's filled with fierce beasts, venomous insects, and hidden dangers everywhere. Just this forbidden zone alone spans over 8,000 kilometers in diameter, and there are many such places in this world, though forbidden zones make up only a small portion of the entire realm. As he recounted these facts, Su Pingyan himself felt a sense of admiration and awe. This world truly is enormous. Just considering the 9 portals. No, actually, the first 8 numbered portals each lead into a forbidden zone. The smallest forbidden area spans over 3,000 kilometers in diameter, while the largest covers more than 40,000 kilometers across. As for the area beyond Portal 9, even Su Pingyan had never visited. He knew nothing about it. Incredible. It's this big? This single forbidden zone is many times larger than our homeland China. It's unbelievable. Tong Guan widened his eyes like copper bells, utterly astonished. Although the other 3 commanders didn't speak, their expressions already said everything. No one could remain calm upon hearing this information. Even Su Pingyan himself, though familiar with these facts, couldn't suppress his own amazement. You've all arrived? Just as the group remained awestruck by the vastness of this other world, a familiar figure approached them. Old Qin. Upon seeing Qin Ming, Tong Guan immediately rushed forward, arms open, intending to give him a big hug. However, as he approached, Qin Ming gently pushed him away with a hand, not allowing him to succeed. What the hell? Since when did you get so strong? Tong Guan tried repeatedly with all his strength, yet still couldn't hug Qin Ming. Before, my strength was no match for yours, and every time you squeezed me, I couldn't breathe. Now I can beat you with a single move. A proud smile appeared on Qin Ming's face. So, Commander Qin has already begun training? Yi Xiao stared at Qin Ming with piercing eyes, as if he could extract the answers visually. You've heard about it already? Qin Ming was momentarily startled, but then realized that since Su Pingyan had brought them here, it was likely they'd encountered thunder tribulations on their way. It was natural for them to know now, so he nodded slightly. That's right. Not only me, but every member of our Sky Wolf Special Forces has started cultivation training. After saying this, he turned to Su Pingyan with concern. Pingyan, when you went to the capital this time, did the higher-ups give any instructions? Take a look at this. Su Pingyan handed the official red document regarding the establishment of the Yanwang Legion to Qin Ming. Qin Ming took the document, glancing at Su Pingyan with slight surprise before lowering his head to read carefully. The more he read, the more astonished he became. Finally, he looked up joyfully at Su Pingyan and half-jokingly clasped his fists together. Congratulations, Major Su. From now on, I hope my superior will take good care of me. Qin, don't mock me like that. No matter what happens, you will always be my Qin Dui, Su Pingyan replied with a cheerful smile. What? Major Su? Tong Guan's face turned to shock as he stared at Su Pingyan, as though he had seen a ghost. Considering Su Pingyan's age, he had already become the youngest lieutenant colonel in the entire country. What was the rank of a full colonel? That was a rank very close to becoming a general. essentially the highest peak most of them could hope to reach in their military careers. The same shock was mirrored on the faces of the other 3 squad commanders. They had already witnessed too many surprising things today, and now here came another. You all take a look. Qin Ming handed the document to Tongguan. The 4 squad commanders gathered together, quickly understanding the nature of their mission here. I like the name Yanhuang Legion. It sounds good. Alikev, usually quiet and reserved, remarked for once. As the first members of the Yanhuang Legion, we must expand the Legion and set a good example. I will ensure that the name Yanhuang Legion echoes across Blue Star and even the entire New World, Yi Xiao declared proudly. Commander Yi, what ambition you have, Su Pingyan commended. Commander Su, what do you plan to assign us next? What should we do first? Xiao Li asked. This world contains countless fierce beasts, each possessing immense power. Although you are part of an elite group whose physical abilities are among the best on Blue Star, here in this other realm, you are as fragile as infants. Forget about future plans for now. Your first task is to improve your own strength, Su Pingyan said calmly. None of them felt offended by Su Pingyan's words. They understood that his assessment wasn't meant to belittle them. After witnessing his power, how could they not feel weak in comparison? Compared to him now, they were indeed as fragile as infants. Chapter 62, the first line of defense. What's next is that Commissar Wu will take you to the wordless heavenly steel to comprehend your own cultivation techniques. Then I will provide you with some foundation-building spirit liquids, and members of the Heaven Wolf Special Force will start teaching you cultivation. Only after your cultivation level meets my expectations will I begin assigning specific tasks to you. Su Pingyan glanced at Wu Kuei, who had just arrived. Su Pingyan's reasoning was simple. Right now, their cultivation levels were too low. Even with modern weapons, their reflexes and physical strength were still far from sufficient. Going out on a hunt, even a small mistake could result in casualties. These people were elite troops, the core foundation Su Pingyan had started with. He did not want anything to happen to them. He had the patience to wait for them to grow stronger. Besides, he himself also needed time to grow. The wordless heavenly steel? You'll follow Commissar Wu to learn more about it. He will answer some of your questions. Everyone nodded slightly. Since Su Pingyan had already spoken, they didn't press further. Commissar Wu, thank you for your hard work, Su Pingyan said to Wu Kuei. Haha, it's a rare opportunity to be the instructor for 14 leaders. I couldn't be happier, Wu Kuei replied with a simple joke, lightening the mood considerably. Instructor Wu, as long as we can learn real cultivation knowledge, you can train us however hard you like. No need to hold back. Tongguan was now extremely excited, feeling like happiness had come too fast, like a whirlwind. That's right. As long as we can learn true cultivation methods and grow stronger, let us do anything it takes, Yi Xiao added. Learning the legendary immortal cultivation techniques is our fortune. If any soldiers below dare to complain, just let me know. I'll take care of them, Xiao Li declared. Same here. Ali Fu nodded heavily in agreement. After the 4 of them expressed their determination, Wu Kuei smiled even wider. Since everyone trusts me so much, I promise not to disappoint your expectations. Everyone, follow me. With that, Wu Kuei led the main group away. Commander Qin, how's the construction of the first line of defense coming along? Seeing everyone leave, Su Pingyan turned his attention to the pressing matter at hand. Due to the limited time and inappropriate tools, I didn't build along the originally planned perimeter. Instead, I reduced the scope somewhat. Right now, the first line of defense has been completed, within a radius of 200 meters centered around the portal. One side relies on the mountain cliff behind us, so we only needed to build a semicircular defense line, Qin Ming explained. Originally, Su Pingyan and Qin Ming had agreed to build the defense line along the border of the safe zone, but Qin had effectively shortened that plan by a third. As they spoke, the two had already arrived at the defensive line. Looking at the curved, irregular shape of the barrier, Su Pingyan gave Qin Ming a thumbs up. You're still the best, Commander Qin. By using the natural terrain advantageously, not only did you save labor, but you also improved defensive effectiveness. It couldn't be helped. Everyone needed time to cultivate, so among our 400+ people, we can only have one team cultivating while the other focuses on construction, alternating shifts. Qin Ming spread his hands helplessly. When they first arrived, combat was the top priority, so most of the equipment they brought was combat-related. By the way, when is the follow-up force arriving? We're supposed to be the spearhead, right? Don't expect us to stay here building defenses forever, Qin Ming asked. Now that Su Pingyan was the brigade commander, becoming his superior, Qin quickly adapted to the shift in roles. They're already on their way. I'll go out to meet them shortly, Su Pingyan replied. He had already received news about this before entering the Death Valley. How many people are coming? Qin asked. The first wave includes 1 engineering battalion and 1 regiment of regular troops, along with a large amount of heavy machinery and armored weapons. Once they arrive, constructing defensive lines will be much easier, and you'll be able to be released from the construction work. Su Pingyan understood Qin Ming's desire to explore farther ahead. That's all. Enough? Qin questioned with a hint of doubt. Obviously not enough, but there's nothing we can do about it for now. The area we control is still too small. For security reasons, we must steadily expand our base step by step. Once our controlled area expands, more follow-up forces will naturally arrive, Su Pingyan explained. Sometimes, bringing more people doesn't necessarily mean better outcomes. The logistics support might be manageable, but the main concern is security. If a super-grade ferocious beast suddenly appeared here, and the rear defense lines hadn't been fully established yet, it would result in catastrophic losses, especially considering that Su Pingyan's own cultivation level was still only at the first major stage. Once they arrive, we'll push forward and aim to complete the second line of defense within half a month. That will allow us to significantly improve our living conditions. Su Pingyan already felt that the current space was quite cramped for more than 2,000 people living inside. How far do you plan to advance the second line of defense? It depends. I'll have to decide based on the terrain we explore. It's hard to say for now, Su Pingyan replied honestly. Qin Ming nodded slightly. Makes sense. By the way, Commander Qin, how's everyone's cultivation going? Su Pingyan asked with concern. Pretty well. Most of them have already reached the 3rd stage of body tempering. I expect all of them will break through to the 4th stage tomorrow, Qin Ming answered. Since you're back, you should take these remaining foundation building spirit liquids. So saying, Qin Ming took out the remaining bottles from his spatial box. Su Pingyan waved them off directly. You keep them for now. Our top priority moving forward is still cultivation. I'll continue providing spirit liquids, and we'll strive to reach the 6th stage of body tempering as soon as possible. Also, this time we will only recruit special forces soldiers who can sense high-grade cultivation techniques. This had been Su Pingyan's carefully considered plan. Although he had a large stock of spirit liquids, he couldn't support too many people with them. Supporting over 2,000 people was already the limit. He naturally had to select the best among them. Moreover, breaking through to the 6th stage of body tempering offered the best value. To reach the 7th stage required more resources than all the previous 6 combined. It was just too costly. What about the rest? Qin Ming asked, slightly frowning. He knew that dozens of Heaven Wolf Special Force members had only sensed medium-grade techniques, so adding up all 5 squads, there were at least 100 or 200 people who couldn't join the Yanhuang Legion. They'll stay at the main base to assist with defense. After all, their cultivation levels far surpass ordinary soldiers, and they're capable of handling more complex crises, Su Pingyan explained. After hearing this, Qin Ming relaxed and nodded slightly. We indeed need to leave some cultivated warriors behind. As always, you've thought things through. He clearly approved of Su Pingyan's plan. Commander Qin, you go ahead and take care of your business. I just survived 3 lightning strikes, and now I need to stabilize my cultivation. After understanding the current situation, Su Pingyan felt reassured. Now, cultivation was the most important thing. All right, take your time cultivating. I won't disturb you. Qin Ming nodded, then turned and left. Chapter 63 Compensation, Processing Fees, Me the Billionaire. Leaving Su Pingyan alone, he took out his own container and entered it to begin cultivation. He didn't know how much time had passed, but when Su Pingyan opened his eyes, a delighted expression appeared on his face. 3 lightning strikes have increased my strength by more than 8,000 kilograms. The results are pretty good. However, thinking about the amount of strength required to advance from the 11th to the 12th stage of body refinement, and then from the 12th to the 13th, still felt quite despair-inducing. Moreover, although Thunderfire body refinement produced good results, it damaged the foundation of the body. If it weren't for Su Pingyan possessing the Life Source Stone and being able to use Vitality to heal, there definitely would have been hidden dangers left behind. Therefore, this method wasn't suitable for everyone, and this was not what Su Pingyan wanted to see. No good. I must construct an artificial lightning field as soon as possible. Also, I need to quickly enhance the strength of the Yellow Emperor's Legion. There's strength in numbers. Relying solely on me alone, who knows how long this cultivation will take. Su Pingyan was a man of action. Once an idea formed, he immediately left the other world and returned to Earth. As soon as he stepped out of Death Valley, he saw a familiar figure. Old Shui, weren't you supposed to stay in the capital? How come you arrived here right after me? Su Pingyan asked in confusion. Thanks to you. I got a great assignment, Shui Yong said happily. What kind of assignment? Su Pingyan asked curiously. A special liaison officer. You're in charge of coordinating the entire Otherworld, right? Well, my role is specifically to manage the communication between the Otherworld and China. To put it plainly, I handle the communication between you and the Chancellor. When the Chancellor has a task, I'll convey it to you immediately, and if you have any needs, I'll relay them to the upper levels right away, reducing the middlemen and preventing leaks, Shui Yong explained. Wow, this is direct access to the heavens. You really got a great assignment. I heard before that you were a military 2nd generation and was somewhat skeptical, but now I believe it. Su Pingyan couldn't help but give Shui Yong a couple more scrutinizing looks. The higher-ups had given Su Pingyan supreme authority in the other world, but they also deeply understood that absolute power led to absolute corruption. There was no such thing as absolute trust, only relative trust. Although Shui Yong's position was officially a liaison officer, wasn't he essentially a supervisor as well? With Shui Yong around, the higher-ups could learn about every move in the other world immediately. Su Pingyan was well aware of these subtle intentions. The higher-ups also knew that Su Pingyan would certainly understand. This was an openly stated understanding that needed no explanation. Our Shui family has 2 generals, so calling me a military 2nd generation is indeed accurate, Shui Yong admitted directly this time, because he knew that telling Su Pingyan about his current status posed no harm. Awesome, Su Pingyan gave him a thumbs up. A family with 2 generals was undoubtedly an ultra-exclusive aristocratic family in China, one that had prospered alongside the nation itself. Therefore, Shui Yong's loyalty required no doubt. You arrived just in time. I have something I need you to help me with. Su Pingyan's eyes shifted, thinking that here was a ready-made tool he wouldn't use for nothing. What is it? Shui Yong was taken aback. You entered Death Valley with me before. You should know about my physical endurance against lightning strikes. Shui Yong nodded. At that time, he had been astonished, thinking it was beyond human capability. It was also during that time I discovered that lightning strikes could accelerate our cultivation speed. However, the lightning within Death Valley is random, sometimes strong, sometimes weak. It's unstable and unsuitable for many people to cultivate. So, I want the nation to help build a super lightning field nearby. It will not only be for my cultivation, but also to accelerate the training of those coming after, Su Ping'an said. Relying solely on the random lightning strikes within Death Valley would definitely not meet the training needs of so many soldiers. Establishing an artificial lightning field was the long-term solution. Besides, accidentally encountering an extremely powerful lightning strike and being struck dead would be too tragic. A lightning field? Shuiyong furrowed his brow slightly, and after some thought, asked, would high-voltage electricity work? That would be easier, possibly ready in 2 days at the latest. Building a real lightning field would be quite challenging and would take a long time. Then first build a high-voltage electric cultivation room, one that can be adjusted. I'll test it first. If it works, great. If not, we'll build the lightning field, Su Ping'an replied thoughtfully. He had never directly used high-voltage electricity for cultivation before. That device was still pretty terrifying. No problem, leave it to me. I'll get it done within 2 days, Shuiyong guaranteed, patting his chest. Thanks, Su Ping'an said, and turned to leave, preparing to find Long Hai. However, Shuiyong stopped him again. Don't rush off. There's something else I need to tell you. What is it? Su Ping'an asked. Regarding the matter of Foundation strengthening spirit liquid, Captain Qin has already submitted a request to the higher-ups, and I also explained the situation. After discussion, the leadership believes that you've already made great contributions to the country, and we can't let you bear the burden of supplying the entire military alone. Therefore, they've proposed a solution. See if you're satisfied. Go ahead. Su Ping'an had already mentally prepared for this. 2 points. First, for the grade 1 low-tier Foundation strengthening spirit liquid you provided, the state will compensate you at the rate of 100,000 yuan per drop. Second, from now on, any Shengshou bodies hunted by the military, apart from those reserved for research and consumption, their remaining bodies will be handed over to you. We hope you can refine them into Foundation strengthening spirit liquid on our behalf, at the price of 3,000 yuan per drop of grade 1 low-tier spirit liquid. Although the state didn't know exactly how Su Ping'an refined Shengshou into spirit liquid, the think tank had made a guess that there was some ancient treasure within the ancient inheritance he obtained that allowed him to do so. They understood the situation, but unless Su Ping'an was willing, they wouldn't push him, because his personal value was already irreplaceable. That's basically the situation. Previously, Captain Qin reported that you've already provided 31,260 drops of grade 1 low-tier spirit liquid. As compensation, the state is giving you 3.2 billion Huayuan, all on this card. Please accept it. The subsequent processing fees will be settled monthly, directly transferred into this card. Saying so, Shuiyong took out a bank card and handed it to Su Ping'an. Whoa, looks like I've become an instant billionaire. Su Ping'an joked lightly. Still, he didn't refuse it and accepted the bank card directly. First, because he deserved it. Second, after purchasing weapons and equipment before, he practically had no money left and was indeed in financial need. I'll take the card. Also, tell the higher-ups, there's no need to offer such a high price. In the future, if I provide more Foundation strengthening spirit liquid, just pay me 10,000 yuan per drop of grade 1 low-tier spirit liquid. As for the processing fee, regardless of the quality, just charge me 100 yuan per drop, Su Ping'an said cheerfully. Just as Shuiyong was about to say something, Su Ping'an interrupted him. Wait, I still have one more condition. Go ahead, Shuiyong replied puzzled. Chapter 64, High Voltage Training Room. Original work. Besides 100 yuan per drop, I will take 1% of the Foundation building spirit liquid as commission, Su Ping'an said. That much? Shuiyong was shocked. Don't underestimate 1%. Once the entire country becomes mobilized in the future, the scale would be terrifying. 1% would be an astronomical amount. I don't have a choice. The cultivation technique I practice is rather special and consumes a lot of resources. Relying solely on myself would be too slow. You can honestly report this to your superiors. They will make the decision whether it's acceptable or not, Su Ping'an said. Fine, I'll convey your words to the superiors as soon as possible. Whether they agree or not is beyond my guarantee, Shuiyong replied helplessly. Su Ping'an smiled slightly, saying no more. He simply patted Shuiyong's shoulder and turned to leave and look for Long Hai. Congratulations, Comrade Major Su, Long Hai said excitedly as soon as Su Ping'an entered the military tent, obviously having already received the news. Thank you. Both of you. This is Major Su Ping'an. Long Hai introduced him to the other 2 people inside the tent. Salutations, Commander, greeted one of them. Considering Su Ping'an held the highest military rank there, it was only natural for him to be addressed as Commander. Commander, let us briefly introduce ourselves, said Su Ping'an, looking at the 2. Greetings, Commander. My name is Ming Dashan, Commander of the 357th Regiment. I have received orders from superiors to enter the other world and will mainly be responsible for the defense of the headquarters, following all your arrangements, replied the first person who stepped forward, an upright middle-aged man with a colonel's rank. Greetings, Commander. My name is Jin Han, Commander of the Independent Engineer Company of the Xinjiang Corps. I have received orders from superiors to enter the other world. I will be responsible for defense lines and the construction of headquarters, laying the foundation for follow-up units entry, obeying all your arrangements. Jin Han had rosy cheeks from high-altitude exposure, his skin rough, but full of vigor and vitality, a true tough man. Very well. For safety, we will pass through the Death Valley in batches by company unit and enter the other world, Su Ping'an instructed. Commander, we've brought a lot of mechanical equipment. How will we transport these in? Jin Han asked. We also have some artillery and rockets. Don't worry, leave it all to me, Su Ping'an said confidently. What happened next left everyone in stunned silence. Su Pingyan was led to where the machinery and weapons were stored. He took out a relatively small box, and in front of everyone's eyes, all the equipment vanished. Space equipment was the immediate thought crossing everyone's minds. Don't just stand there stunned. We're departing now. Su Pingyan's voice finally brought everyone back to their senses. Yes, everyone replied even more enthusiastically. Over the next day, Su Pingyan made several round trips, personally escorting all soldiers from both the engineer company and the 357th Regiment safely into the other world. During this time, he experienced lightning strikes several times, pausing every time for a little cultivation. The following day was spent entirely within the Death Valley. What was a deadly threat to others had become a paradise for his training. Over just 2 days, his strength increased to 390,000 kilograms, exceeding even his expectations for cultivation speed. Until, Su Pingyan, the high-voltage electric cultivation chamber you wanted has been completed. How's that for efficiency? Shui Yong came running over proudly. Lead the way. Show me, Su Pingyan said excitedly. The training facility was very close to Death Valley, about 5 kilometers away. The two reached there shortly after getting into a car. It doesn't seem that big, Su Pingyan said somewhat disappointedly, looking at the building occupying only a couple of 100 square meters. Be patient. We weren't even certain whether using high-voltage electricity for training was feasible. If we built a larger facility and it didn't work out, wouldn't that be wasteful? Shui Yong reasoned. Makes sense, Su Pingyan nodded, not dwelling on the matter anymore, following Shui Yong into the training room. Look here, this is the current regulator, adjustable from as low as 1 ampere up to 150,000 amperes. You can adjust it as per your own needs, Shui Yong explained. 150,000 amperes? Can the upper limit be increased further? Su Pingyan asked. Shui Yong paused. Experts analyzed and found that the lightning within Death Valley has a current strength ranging approximately between 3,000 and 150,000 amperes, so we constructed it according to this standard. Of course, if you need a higher current, we can do that too. Experts believe it could go up to around 1 million amperes. Beyond that, it would be extremely difficult. Extremely difficult didn't mean impossible. It would just take more effort and cost more. That's good. I'll run a test first. Later, I'll provide you detailed performance data. That way, when expanding the high-voltage training chamber, we'll have reference points, Su Pingyan said. All right, then I'll step out first. Pay attention to your safety, Shui Yong said, feeling slightly uneasy staying inside, as if something unsafe loomed. Sure, go ahead. After Shui Yong left, Su Pingyan was left alone in the cultivation room. Other than me, most people will likely max out at the 10th layer of the body tempering stage. Therefore, the newly constructed high-voltage electric cultivation chambers only need to meet this standard, Su Pingyan thought inwardly. No, even reaching the 10th layer of the body tempering stage is something only a few can accomplish. Building all chambers to this specification would be wasteful. It would be more reasonable to construct most of the cultivation chambers to support up to the 9th layer of the body tempering stage, with only a few chambers capable of handling the 10th layer. As for anything higher, 1 chamber should suffice. After my cultivation, it could also be left for future talents to use. This would be the most cost-effective plan. With this idea in mind, what Su Pingyan needed to do next was determine the relationship between current intensity and the limits different cultivators could endure. Before the 6th layer of the body tempering stage, as long as there is foundation building spirit liquid, the cultivation speed is fast, and the cultivation chamber is not needed at all. After reaching the 6th layer of the body tempering stage, the chamber can be used to accelerate cultivation. As the current increased, Su Pingyan occasionally disconnected it, then wrote down his impressions and notes on paper. A person at the 6th layer of the body tempering stage can withstand a current of about 60 to 100 amperes without damaging their physical foundation. A person at the 7th layer of the body tempering stage can withstand a current of about 250 to 300 amperes without damaging their physical foundation. At the 8th layer, 350 to 550 amperes. At the 9th layer, 650 to 1,200 amperes. A person at the initial stage of the 10th layer of the body tempering stage can already withstand 2,000 amperes. My current strength is nearly 390,000 kilograms. Without using life source stones or spirit liquids, and without damaging my physical foundation, I can withstand about 3,500 amperes. My limit is roughly 3,800 amperes. Trying and recording simultaneously, soon Su Pingyan had everything clearly figured out. In that case, the future high-voltage electric cultivation chambers can be divided into 3 grades: Chuji, Zhongji, and Gaoji. The maximum current in Chuji chambers should be controlled under 1,200 amperes. As for Zhongji chambers, since I have not yet reached the final stage of the 10th layer, it's difficult to calculate accurately. I don't need to rush this part. Chapter 65, Gravity Training Room. As for my only high-level training room, there's no rush. The maximum current of this training room can now reach 150,000 amps, which is sufficient for my cultivation for a while. Su Pingyan quickly clarified his thoughts in the shortest time, and then formally began his training. Su Pingyan directly drank a small amount of top-grade Tier 1 spirit liquid, then turned on a current of 3,800 amps. Under the stimulation of the current, all the cells in his body seemed to be activated, becoming extremely hungry as they rapidly absorbed the energy from the spirit liquid to strengthen his body against the current. Although he had already reached the 10th stage of the body tempering realm and should use supreme grade Tier 1 spirit liquid, unfortunately, he only had 7 drops of that. Fortunately, he still had a large quantity of top grade Tier 1 spirit liquid. Although for him now, One drop of top-grade Tier 1 spirit liquid could only increase his strength by about 150 kilograms. Quantity made up for this, and as long as there was enough, the effective enhancement was still quite good. 400,000 kilograms, 500,000 kilograms, 700,000 kilograms, 710,000 kilograms. Under Su Pingyan's tireless cultivation, only 5 days passed before his strength grew to 710,000 kilograms. Although this rate of progress was still slightly inferior compared to his time in the Death Valley under lightning strikes, it was much more stable here without damaging the body, nor did it require extra consumption of life force from the life source stones. Pity, the top-grade Tier 1 spirit liquid is already finished. This was the main reason he had to stop cultivating. Of the more than 6,000 drops of top-grade Tier 1 spirit liquid obtained from the other side of Gate 2, he had converted more than 2,000 drops into lower-grade and medium-grade varieties, giving them to members of the Yanhuang Legion, keeping only 4,000 drops for his own cultivation. There are still 7 drops of supreme-grade Tier 1 spirit liquid left. Let's see how effective they are. Thinking thus, Su Pingyan took out the supreme-grade spirit liquid he'd been saving. 370,000 kilograms. It should have been due to Su Pingyan already having reached 710,000 kilograms of strength. If he were just newly entering the 10th stage of the body tempering realm, their effect would have been significantly better. The 7 drops of spirit liquid didn't make much difference either. Under the enhancement of the electric current, they were soon consumed. His strength successfully grew to 738,000 kilograms, coming even closer to advancing into the 11th stage of the body tempering realm. Stepping out of the training room, Su Pingyan looked around, noticing a strange building being constructed nearby, arousing his curiosity. As he walked over, he ran into Shui Yong, who was supervising the construction. "Old Shui, what are you working on?" Su Pingyan curiously asked. Clearly, this wasn't a high-voltage electric training room. "You finally came out. You really are a mad cultivator." Shui Yong couldn't resist complaining slightly when he saw Su Pingyan, then explained, "This is a gravity training room." "A gravity training room?" "Yeah. Based on reports from squad leader Qin, the soldiers have improved too quickly over a short period of time and have struggled to adapt and control their newfound strength, leading to incidents of accidentally injuring teammates, damaging their own weapons, or even hurting themselves. Experts, after research, came up with the idea of a gravity chamber specifically to solve this problem." After explaining, Shui Yong looked at Su Pingyan with a sudden spark in his eyes. "You've trained for so long and obviously made a big improvement. Have you experienced any discomfort? Why don't you give it a try?" Shui Yong asked, treating Su Pingyan as a guinea pig. "Finished already? Just completed. Well then, I'll give it a shot." Although he had past life experiences, his improvement this time was truly significant. Su Pingyan felt that he could now control only about 80% of his strength. Originally, he planned to enter the other world to fight some fierce beasts to get used to his newfound power more quickly, but now he had a new option. Entering the gravity chamber, the staff introduced the operating procedures to Su Pingyan. The system was foolproof and very convenient. The only drawback was that currently, the maximum gravity the chamber could produce was only 10 times Earth's gravity, which was rather low. Su Pingyan first adjusted to 1 gravity and felt a bit of pressure, though it was not much of a hindrance. Then 2 gravity, 3 gravity, gradually increasing to 10 times normal. Finally, he felt a real pressure, as if every cell in his body had become 10 times heavier, under intense compression, yet still within his tolerance range. It's still too low, but for cultivators at the 9th stage of the body tempering realm, it should be sufficient. Su Pingyan began practicing his boxing techniques inside the gravity chamber. About 5 hours later, Su Pingyan walked out, drenched in sweat. How was it? Was it effective enough? Shui Yong couldn't wait to ask. It was alright. For the majority of cultivators, it should be about right, but for me, it's far from enough. Su Pingyan honestly replied. As for technology, once you break through 0, the progress from 0 to 100 becomes fast. Scientists are working hard to solve the problems, and it's expected that within half a year, the gravity could be increased to 20 times. Shui Yong said. I understand. Su Pingyan was also a person of this era, so he naturally knew that technology didn't come overnight. You should hurry up and build the primary high-voltage electric training rooms. The first phase must be able to accommodate at least 2,000 people training simultaneously. Su Pingyan said. Construction has already begun. Give me another week, and I guarantee the task will be completed. Shui Yong replied confidently. Good. A week was still a waitable amount of time. I'll go to the other world first. I'll leave this place to you. After saying that, Su Pingyan turned and left. What Su Pingyan didn't know was that while he was cultivating here in Kunlun, someone in the city of Verdoa was already in a desperate state, like ants on a hot pot. At the Qi family villa. Haven't you found Su Pingyan yet? Qi Guizhen asked anxiously. These days, he had aged considerably. The Qi family had been investigated and targeted from all sides due to a single order from above. The key was that they indeed had a lot to hide, which was the most fatal part. In just a few days, the Qi group's assets plummeted from over 200 billion to less than 3 billion. Moreover, they still had external debts. If the campaign against the Qi family didn't end soon, they wouldn't last more than a few days. Dad, Su Pingyan has vanished into thin air. No matter how hard we look, we can't find him. Qi Tian, after several days of searching, had lost his former arrogance and became significantly more despondent. You disobedient son, you useless thing. If you can't find him, why don't you go find Yushinran instead? She must know where Su Pingyan is. Qi Guizhen scolded loudly. I tried. She refuses to see me. Qi Tian muttered. If she won't see you, then you should find a way in. Can't you meet a living person? Qi Guozhen looked at Qi Tian's timid attitude, became even more furious, and gave him a kick. What are you standing there for? Go. I'll go. Qi Tian staggered from the kick, but dared not make any extra movements. He immediately ran out. Chapter 66. The end of the Qi family. Outside Villa Number 3 of Platinum Mansion. I know you're in there, Miss Yi. Please come out and see me. Qi Tian called out outside Yi Xinran's house. Miss Yi, I'm here to sincerely apologize. I was wrong before. Please forgive me. If you accept my apology, you can make any demands you want, Qi Tian said with his greatest sincerity. Click. The door opened, and a fresh and beautiful woman stood at the doorway, her face icy. Qi Tian, if you keep shouting here again, I can report you for disturbing the peace. Miss Yi, I was wrong before. Please, as a great person, forgive me. From now on, I will never bother you and Mr. Su again. Please be kind and ask Mr. Su to spare my Qi family. Seeing Yi Xinran remain unmoved, Qi Tian gritted his teeth and knelt on the ground. This scene momentarily stunned Yi Xinran. She instinctively stepped forward to help him up, but then remembering who he was, she stopped herself and gave a cold snort before taking out her phone and making a call. Su Pingyan had just left the gravity training chamber when he received a call. Hello, Xinran. Su Pingyan answered gently. Pingyan, Qi Tian Jiao Dao Wo, Shanzaiju Guizai Wo Munko, Shengyao Ni Fangguota, Nizamakan. Qi Tian. Su Pingyan hesitated slightly. Truthfully, he had been very busy lately, so busy, in fact, that he'd forgotten about the Qi family. It could only be said that the Qi family had not even been on Su Pingyan's radar, which was why he didn't care. After a moment of silence, Su Pingyan said, You handle it. Me? Yes, I believe in your ability. You will surely handle this properly. Su Pingyan showed Yi Xinran complete trust and believed in her capability. Yi Xinran took a deep breath and nodded. Okay, I'll take care of this. When are you coming back? She asked, concerned. That might take some time. If you miss me, you can come to Kunlun. There are people protecting you at Villa Number 5. You can contact them, and they'll bring you over. No wonder I always felt like someone was watching me. I get it now, Yi Xinran realized. After ending the call, Yi Xinran turned to look at Qi Tian once more, her tone icy. Do you want us to spare you, or to spare the Qi family? What do you mean? Qi Tian was startled and confused. If we spare you, the Qi family goes bankrupt. If we spare the Qi family, you must turn yourself into the police and confess all your illegal and criminal activities over the years. You choose. Decide for yourself, Yi Xinran said. Upon hearing this, Qi Tian instantly collapsed to the ground, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. If all his deeds over the years were revealed, although it wouldn't result in a death sentence, he would certainly end up serving a life in prison. Yi Xinran, don't push things too far. I may have offended you, but at the end of the day, it's because I admired you. I didn't do anything unforgivable to you. Qi Tian's voice was hoarse. Your reputation as young Master Qi is known to all in the circle. What goes around comes around. You must eventually answer for what you've done. Yi Xinran remained unmoved. Don't push me. Qi Tian's eyes turned bloodshot, as if he were about to go berserk. The people monitoring from Villa Number 5 saw what was happening and immediately got up, opened the door, and rushed over. The choice has already been given to you. What you do next is up to you. I want you dead, and you'll die with me. I will make Su Pingyan regret for the rest of his life. Qi Tian suddenly lunged forward directly at Yi Xinran, seeking revenge. These past few days, he had been beaten and scolded by his father constantly, and now his pent-up anger and frustration exploded all at once. Stop! The agent from Villa Number 5 shouted angrily, as their primary responsibility was to protect this key individual. Any harm coming to her would be a huge failure on their part. The agent immediately pulled out his pistol and fired a shot at Qi Tian. Bang, the bullet hit. However, propelled by inertia, Qi Tian still managed to charge toward Yi Xinran, shouting in madness, Go to hell with me. Yi Xinran's expression remained impassive. She simply lifted her leg and kicked, sending Qi Tian flying 5 or 6 meters away before crashing heavily onto the ground. What? Impossible. Qi Tian, dizzy and disoriented, screamed out in red-eyed fury and unwilling disbelief. At this point, the security personnel from Villa Number 5 had also arrived and immediately formed a protective circle around Yi Xinran. Miss Yi, we're very sorry. It was our fault for letting him in. It's fine. Thank you all. Please take Qi Tian to the police station, Yi Xinran replied. Miss Yi, please rest assured. From now on, we'll handle everything. The Qi family will never bother your life again. Thank you. Yi Xinran nodded slightly. At the Qi family villa, Qi Guozhen was anxiously waiting for news, but instead of good tidings from Qi Tian, he received a catastrophic disaster. Qi Guozhen, come with us. Where's my son? Qi Guozhen asked, holding on to a final thread of hope. He attacked Miss Yi maliciously and has already been sent to the police station. What? This ungrateful son. Qi Guozhen fell into despair and deeply regretted giving birth to such a dissolute son. What followed became simple. Those guilty were sentenced, those deserving death were executed. Within just a few days, the once prominent Qi family of Verdot collapsed completely and became a page in history. This incident swept through the entire city like a hurricane. Those who learned even a little of the truth immediately began educating their own children and descendants, especially the spoiled ones, who were now confined at home under strict discipline. Everyone feared repeating the Qi family's fate and wiping out generations of hard-earned efforts. The names Su Pingyan and Yi Xinran became their taboos. With the Qi family no longer a concern, Yi Xinran continued preparing for her concert as planned, while Su Pingyan re-entered the other world to begin his new legend. Captain Qin. Su Pingyan immediately sought out Qin Ming upon arriving in the other world. Commander, you should call me Pingyan. It feels more Qin shit. That's fine in private, but in the military, protocol must still be observed, Qin Ming replied. Whatever you prefer. Su Pingyan gave a helpless smile. Oh, how are the others doing? Su Pingyan asked with concern. In the past few days, he had been isolated in cultivation and hadn't checked on things here much. Thinking about it, he really hadn't been much of a commander recently. They're all good. With the Foundation enhancement elixir you provided, all 5 of our elite special team members have broken through to the 6th stage of body tempering. Additionally, the members of the Engineers Corps and 357th Regiment have all advanced to the 3rd stage of body tempering, Qin Ming answered. What about the defense lines? We've made a lot of progress in advancing forward these days, and we've also conducted some small-scale explorations. This is the 2nd defensive line we're building now. We utilize the terrain here to minimize construction work and occupy a strategically advantageous defensive position. Please take a look. As he spoke, Qin Ming pulled out a tablet displaying detailed plans for the 2nd defensive line along with surrounding topography. Chapter 67. The official formation of the Yanwang Legion. Let's go. Take me to the site to see it in person, Su Pingyan said. According to Qin Ming's introduction, the entire 2nd defensive line was also an irregular semicircular arc shape, utilizing several high grounds protruding above the ground as vantage points, which reduced construction workload while securing favorable terrain. By calculation, the 2nd defensive line had advanced about 13 kilometers forward. Combined with the 1st defensive line, the total area of the main base had now reached nearly 27 square kilometers. Good. On the way, Qin Ming explained to Su Pingyan the reasons behind selecting each key point, all of which greatly satisfied Su. Captain Jean, when will the 2nd defensive line be completed? Qin Ming asked when they encountered Jean Han, the commander of the engineers camp. Commander, Comrade Qin, we're already finishing up. It will definitely be completed no later than tonight, Jean Han replied joyfully. That's great news, Qin Ming said excitedly. Once the 2nd defensive line was completed, their strategic depth and living space would be significantly increased. What's the next phase of the project? Su Pingyan asked. Commander, in the next phase, we plan to build permanent barracks to replace the current temporary portable cabins. Additionally, we plan to blast through the mountains to excavate a cave that will serve both as a weapons storage facility and, when necessary, as a temporary safe house and command center, Jean Han replied. How long will that take? About a month. Jean Han thought for a moment before answering. Can it be done faster? We'll need outside personnel support and more heavy machinery. Fine, do your best to speed it up. I'll handle the issue of insufficient manpower. Yes, sir. Captain Jean, you carry on with your work. We'll just take a look around. Yes, sir. After walking for a while longer, Su Pingyan and Qin Ming inspected the entire 2nd defensive line, giving Su a clear understanding of the situation. Oh, by the way, Commander, this is for you. Saying so, Qin Ming handed Su Pingyan a dimensional space box, explaining, these are the ferocious beasts we've hunted down recently. Oh, Su Pingyan, somewhat curious, pulled all the beast corpses out of the box, and they quickly piled up like a mountain. So many, Su Pingyan asked in astonishment. Firstly, our construction has created a lot of disturbance, which has attracted many ferocious beasts, even triggering several beast waves. Secondly, to protect the safety of the construction, we take turns going out to hunt and try our best to keep the beasts at least 1 kilometer away from the defensive line. Hence, our small harvest, Qin Ming explained. Su Pingyan nodded slightly, then took out his own dimensional space box and summoned the Yao refining goo, without hiding what he was doing from Qin Ming. After all, no one was stupid. Everyone had guessed that Su Pingyan possessed some sort of treasure capable of refining ferocious beasts, though none had actually witnessed it before. Su Pingyan first selected the 3-blossom ghost-faced pigs and other beasts he considered tasty and valuable, storing them in his dimensional space box. Then, he put the remaining beast corpses into the Yao refining goo for refinement. He repeated this process multiple times until he had completely refined all the beast corpses from Qin Ming's dimensional space box. Needless to say, with so many people involved, the number of beasts was indeed substantial. There are 61 adult 3-blossom ghost-faced pigs and 79 other beasts that are edible and nutritious. Additionally, I've refined a total of 9,285 drops of low-grade foundation reinforcing spirit liquid, 4,922 drops of mid-grade, and 731 drops of high-grade, Su Pingyan stated. Earlier, Su Pingyan had specifically instructed that only adult 3-blossom ghost-faced pigs were to be hunted. The juveniles were to be released. A total of 14,938 drops of spirit liquid meant 149.38 million units of income once again added to his account. Combined with the second batch he had handed over earlier, the country still owed him about 223 billion yuan. And this was after Su Pingyan had intentionally reduced the price of the foundation reinforcing spirit liquid. Otherwise, it wouldn't be 223 billion, but over 200 billion. Alright, Qin Ming simply recorded the information. I'll keep the 3-blossom ghost-faced pigs first. I'll decide what to do with them after negotiating with the foreigners. As for those nutritious beasts, I will take them out and hand them over to the higher-ups as previously agreed. As for the spirit liquid, here, take it, Su Pingyan said, retrieving some bottles from his dimensional space box, carefully filling them with foundation-reinforcing spirit liquid and handing them to Qin Ming. It's better to leave these to Shui Yong. That would be more appropriate. Qin Ming thought for a moment before suggesting. After all, although Shui Yong was publicly the liaison officer, everyone knew exactly what his real identity was. He is a liaison who has to shuttle between both sides, while the Foundation reinforcing spirit liquid is needed by the soldiers, so it's better for you to keep it. Su Pingyan shook his head. Alright then. Thinking about it again, Qin Ming realized that made sense. Are all the others here? Su Pingyan suddenly asked. Everyone's here. Now the 357th Regiment is in charge of the main base's defense, so we have more time to cultivate. Otherwise, none of us would have reached the 6th stage of body tempering so quickly, Qin Ming explained. Then I'll trouble you, Captain Qin, to gather everyone for assembly. Today we will officially form the Yanhuang Legion, Su Pingyan said calmly, but with an expression of unusual determination. Qin Ming glanced at Su Pingyan and nodded slightly. Alright, I'll go right away. Soon, all members of the 5 elite squads had gathered in the open area. Standing on a raised platform, Su Pingyan looked over the crowd and loudly commanded, at ease, attention, listen up. Today I've called you all here for one purpose only, to officially establish the Yanhuang Legion. Upon hearing this, the entire crowd instantly became excited. Until now, only the 5 squad leaders and political commissars had known this news. The ordinary soldiers hadn't been informed, so naturally, everyone was thrilled to learn about it at last. As the vanguard of Chinese civilization, I only want the strongest, the ones with the best potential. Therefore, the Yanhuang Legion will be divided into 2 parts, the Combat Division and the Guardian Division. The Combat Division will be responsible for external exploration and engagement in battle, while the Guardian Division will protect the Legion's base, strategic locations we occupy in the future, and the main headquarters. Su Pingyan had come up with this arrangement precisely because he didn't wish to eliminate any of the 5 squad soldiers. After all, these were the elite warriors of China. None of them were weak. Now listen to my command. Those who have comprehended top-grade cultivation techniques or higher from the wordless heavenly steel, step forward. At Su Pingyan's command, most of them stepped forward. Those remaining in place became visibly anxious, already guessing the outcome. Those staying in position, turn left and march forward together. Soon, the group had split into 2 formations. I hereby declare that those remaining automatically enter the Combat Division, while the others enter the Guardian Division. Although divided into 2 divisions, whether you're in the Combat Division or the Guardian Division, you are all warriors of the Yanhuang Legion. Do you all understand clearly? Understood. I can't hear you. Understood. Qin Ming, Tong Guan, Yi Xiao, Xiao Li, Ali Fu. Su Pingyan called each name one by one. Present. You 5 stay. Everyone else, dismissed. Continue your cultivation. Su Pingyan issued the order. The entire process was quick and concise, clearly reflecting Su Pingyan's work style. Affirmative. Chapter 68. New Military Organization, Appointments. Su Pingyan kept 5 people behind, not idly, but to discuss matters with them. There are mainly 3 things I kept you here for, Su Pingyan said calmly. The 5 instantly became more serious. First, the issue of the new military organization of the Yellow Emperor Legion. Su Pingyan spoke earnestly. From lowest to highest, it will be organized as squad, platoon, company, battalion, regiment, and jin, 10 levels in total. Of course, not all of these ranks were currently needed, but Su Pingyan was confident that the Yellow Emperor Legion would continue to expand. After all, this world was far too vast. Sufficient military strength was necessary to protect the established interests of the Han Chinese. A squad will consist of 1 squad leader and 2 squad members, making a total of 3 soldiers. This creates the smallest temporary combat unit. In Su Pingyan's memory was a military formation perfectly suited for this purpose, the 3 Talents Sword Formation. 3 people were the smallest group unit necessary to form this formation. That was why Su Pingyan had added this lowest level of organization. If 3 soldiers at the 3rd stage of physical tempering were to confront a single enemy at the 4th stage under identical conditions, face-to-face combat would result in an overwhelming defeat, with absolutely no chance of victory. However, if the 3 formed the 3 Talents Sword Formation, their combat effectiveness would significantly increase. As a unit, the 3 could at least match a 4th stage enemy, and if their coordination was sufficient, they might even defeat one. A platoon consists of 3 squads and 1 platoon leader, totaling 10 soldiers. The platoon leader would serve as the core of the formation, and the 3 squads together would form a higher-level 3 Talent Sword Formation, greatly enhancing their power. A platoon with high coordination, strong fighting will, and fearless of death could even defeat an enemy at the 5th stage of physical tempering, despite all of them being only at the 3rd stage. Of course, this was just an example. Initially, humans had firearms and didn't need such complexity, but what about in the future? At the transformation stage, or even at the transcendent stage, the time would come when firearms were no longer effective. At that level, firearms would pose minimal threat to such experts. Su Pingyan needed to think long-term. A company organization includes 3 platoons and 1 company commander, making a total of 31 soldiers. If a squad was the smallest temporary combat unit, then a company could be considered the smallest regular unit, capable of operating independently for extended periods. A battalion organization consists of 3 companies, 1 battalion commander, and 1 political commissar, totaling 95 soldiers. A regimental organization includes 3 battalions, 1 regimental commander, 1 political commissar, 1 communications platoon, and 1 vanguard platoon. Unlike regular platoons, the vanguard platoon will consist of the top 10 warriors ranked by cultivation outside of the regimental officers. This unit acts as the spearhead of the entire regiment. The vanguard platoon leader will also serve as the deputy regimental commander, bringing the total to 307 soldiers. A division organization includes 3 regiments, 1 division commander, 2 deputy division commanders, 1 political commissar, 1 divisional communications company, 1 divisional enforcement company, 1 Xuanwu battalion, and 1 logistics battalion, for a total of 1,177 soldiers. The Xuanwu battalion is responsible for the security of the division headquarters and will specialize in the practice of the Xuanwu Grand Formation, focusing on defense. Based on our current personnel, we should be able to establish 2 divisions. Higher ranks can be discussed later, Su Pingyan said. Then looking at the 5 of them, he asked, if you have any doubts, feel free to ask now. Any reasonable suggestions can still be modified, but once the order is issued, it won't be easy to change it. Su Tongguan hesitated momentarily, unsure how to address Su Pingyan, then paused and simply said, Commander, why a squad of 3? While the 3-3 system works well for firearms, wouldn't it be unsuitable for cultivators? I have a 3-talent sword formation. Su Pingyan briefly explained the technique to everyone. Incredible. I can't wait to learn it. All combat personnel will be taught, Su Pingyan said. After several more questions and answers, the 5 basically agreed to Su Pingyan's proposal, as it had already been tested in his previous life. We're forming 2 divisions, totaling 2,354 people. From my rough estimation earlier, the number of combat personnel is about 2,389. Adding you 5, that leaves 40 extra soldiers. I intend to select the top 40 most gifted soldiers among them, excluding those with positions, to form the God of War Special Forces unit. If the Yellow Emperor Legion is the strongest legion of Han China, then the God of War Special Forces will be the most powerful unit within it. Even when we expand in the future, I don't intend to disband them, but rather preserve them permanently. What do you think? Su Pingyan asked. That's great. I have no objection. Everyone agreed. Naturally, as elite special forces from various armies, they were naturally very welcoming of such an arrangement. Then, I'll proceed to the second matter. It's about your appointments. At this, their expressions changed slightly, and they all grew more solemn. There are now 2 company commander positions in the combat division, 1 captain position in the God of War Special Forces, and 1 deputy legion commander position in the defense division. Su Pingyan glanced at the 5 of them as he spoke. The 5 stiffened. This was a selection of 4 from 5, meaning one of them would fall behind the others. Moreover, in their opinion, the first 3 positions were the best. Although the defense division's role was deputy legion commander, it mainly involved staying behind to protect the base, which didn't suit their personalities. Of course, this is only temporary. As the legion expands in the future, all 5 of you will enter the combat division, Su Pingyan added reassuringly, which eased their tension slightly. First, the captain of the God of War Special Forces. Since this unit will consist of soldiers with the highest potential and talent across the entire legion, the captain must not be lacking in talent either. Among you 5, only Captain Qin and Captain Yi have comprehended supreme-grade cultivation techniques. Therefore, it's best to choose one of you for this role. What are your thoughts? Su Pingyan turned his gaze to Qin Meng and Yi Xiao. The 2 exchanged glances. Qin Meng spoke first. I believe Captain Yi is more suitable for this position. This was somewhat unexpected. After all, Qin Meng was Su Pingyan's former squad leader. If he had spoken up, this position would most likely be his. Yi Xiao thought so too. Captain Qin, Yi Xiao asked, slightly puzzled. Captain Yi is younger, and his talent is better. Naturally, he is the most suitable for this position, Qin Meng replied directly. Su Pingyan understood Qin Meng's meaning, respected his choice, and was grateful for his support. Yi Xiao, at your command. You are hereby appointed as the first captain of the God of War Special Forces under the Yellow Emperor Legion. Yes, sir. Yi Xiao did not hesitate. In his heart, he resolved to fulfill this responsibility as best as he could. Tongguan, at your command. Tongguan stepped forward and responded sharply. Chapter 69, Latest Battle Update. I hereby appoint you as the company commander of the 1st Company in the Yanhuang Legion's Combat Division, Su Pingyan announced directly, without seeking opinions from others. Understood. Tongguan stood straight and responded loudly. Xiaoli, here. Xiaoli glanced at Su Pingyan in mild surprise, but kept a composed expression. She had originally thought she would not be among the 4 appointments, yet not only was she included, but she was appointed to the combat division as well. Then, who among them would be temporarily left out? I hereby appoint you as the company commander of the 2nd Company in the Yanhuang Legion's combat division. Understood. Alifu, here. Alifu was also somewhat startled upon hearing his name called by Su Pingyan. I hereby appoint you as the deputy legion commander of the Yanhuang Legion's defense division. Understood. After the appointments, the 4 looked curiously at Su Pingyan and Qin Meng, puzzled about his true intentions. Qin Meng, here. You are temporarily appointed as the chief commander of the enforcement squad and chief of logistics, holding the rank of deputy legion commander. Su Pingyan announced the final appointment. Although not frontline combat roles, both the enforcement squad and logistics department were among the most critical in the entire legion and must be entrusted to someone reliable. Originally, he had planned to assign Alifu to this role because of his serious and rigid personality. He was a man of black and white. However, he hadn't expected Qin Meng to give up the position of War God Special Team Leader, and Su Pingyan understood the meaning behind his actions. Although not favoring nepotism, giving these other 4 captains an opportunity first was more conducive to unity and growth within the Legion. I hope during your tenure, you will quickly identify and train a successor. When our Yanhuang Legion expands in the future, you will be reassigned back to the combat division. Su Pingyan continued, looking at Qin Meng. Understood. Alifu, you're the same. Cultivate and identify a suitable successor from within the defense division. Su Pingyan repeated the same words to Alifu. Understood. Next is the third matter. I currently have two formations at my disposal, one offensive and defensive, called the Three Heaven Sword Formation, and another called the Xuanwu Formation. The combat division will focus on the Three Heaven Sword Formation, with only the Xuanwu Battalion mastering both. The defense division will mainly study the Xuanwu Formation, while also learning the Three Heaven Sword Formation as secondary, Su Pingyan explained. When you return, begin reorganizing the new troops. Commander Qin has been here the longest, so he will assist everyone. Do you think you can complete it within 3 days? Yes. Very well, dismissed. Outside Death Valley. Is the refrigerated truck ready? Su Pingyan immediately sought out Shui Yong upon exiting. It's all set. Take me there. Soon, Shui Yong led Su Pingyan to a temporary parking lot, where several dozen large refrigerated trucks were already lined up. Su Pingyan quickly boarded each truck, leaving behind a corpse of a beast before proceeding to the next vehicle. He repeated this process until he had distributed all 79 beast carcasses, chosen for their high-quality meat and warming, nourishing properties, before finally stepping down. Send all these to the capital. 1. It can be food for the elderly, and 2. If needed, they can be used for research, Su Pingyan instructed. Looking at the dozens of refrigerated trucks, Shui Yong sighed slightly. Looks like we need to build a rail line here and set up a high-speed rail station as soon as possible. Otherwise, transporting massive volumes of goods from the other world by trucks will be far too inefficient. That's not my problem. You guys deal with it, Su Pingyan replied indifferently. Building a high-speed rail station is good in theory, but such large-scale construction might draw too much attention from the outside world. To maintain secrecy better, your spatial equipment is actually the best option. Do you think it's possible to acquire more of them? If we had several of those devices, even a helicopter could carry everything away, saving enormous manpower and resources. Shui Yong finally revealed his true purpose. Su Pingyan paused, fell silent for a moment, and finally responded after some thought. There's an ancient ruin roughly over 60 kilometers from our portal. If we're lucky, maybe we can find some spatial equipment there. Actually, not maybe, but certainly. Based on his past life's memories, there wasn't just spatial equipment there, but also blueprints for forging spatial equipment. It was the ruin of an ancient forging sect. 60 kilometers isn't far at all. Should we explore it? Shui Yong said excitedly. Our strength is enough to reach over 60 kilometers away, but ancient ruins always carry danger, something entirely different from facing monsters. To avoid damaging the ruins, we may have restrictions on certain weapons, which could cause heavy casualties, Su Pingyan said calmly after considering the matter. But if it was just him alone, going in alone might just work. He had the life source stone. Never mind what I said. Let's wait for now. Shui Yong relented instantly after hearing that. They had just entered this other world, and time was on their side. They couldn't afford to let soldiers bleed and sacrifice their lives just because of impatience. All right, how are things going with Country E and Country Sam? Su Pingyan, while fully focused on enhancing their strength, still deeply cared about the situation there. Very grim, answered Shui Yong, who couldn't help but laugh after a moment. Country E is in real trouble. Explain in detail. At the Prime Minister's office in Tokyo, Country E, Yamamoto Dokufu sat silently on his chair, listening to the report from his subordinates with clenched fists and eyes burning with fury. In this period, we've lost 89 various warships, more than half our fleet, 1,500 advanced aircraft destroyed, nearly wiped out entirely, over 160,000 military casualties, over 300,000 injured, and civilian casualties exceeding 600,000. The military minister's expression was grim as he reported. In less than 10 days, the accumulated strength of the Great E Empire over many years had already suffered nearly a 50% loss, particularly devastating in the Air Force. How could we suffer such huge losses? Yamamoto Dokufu asked, suppressing his anger. The aircraft and missiles and other weapons sold to us by Country Sam all had backdoors. Once the battle began, instead of giving us an advantage, these weapons became enemy targets and even caused the destruction of much of our own arsenal, the military minister said bitterly. Damn it, Samago Koro. Yamamoto Dokufu slammed the table furiously. I will definitely retaliate. Your Excellency, please stay calm. Our current strength is enough only for defense. We cannot effectively counterattack at all, the military minister reminded him. Is there not even a single piece of good news? Yamamoto Dokufu forced himself to calm down and asked. Everyone fell silent. What about Hokkaido? Can we hold it? Yamamoto Dokufu tightened his fists. That was the core issue. We have deployed 1 million troops defending Hokkaido, and additionally mobilized 3 million civilians to accelerate the construction of military fortifications and underground tunnels. Currently, the SAM coalition forces have not yet landed on Hokkaido, and it has not affected our exploration of the New World. The military minister actively shifted the topic to the New World. Indeed, Yamamoto Dokufu's focus was redirected, giving the military minister some relief. Chapter 70. History is written by the victors. How is the exploration of the New World progressing? Yamamoto Dokufu asked, looking at General Onoragi. They had wagered the fate of the nation in battle against the SAM alliance forces, all for the sake of this new world, right? Therefore, Yamamoto Dokufu was the most concerned about the New World. He checked on the progress nearly every day. Due to the small size of the wormhole, aircraft are unable to enter. However, we have used drones to extend our exploration range to over 500 kilometers from the wormhole. The forest there is vast. Our mapped area has already surpassed the entire area of our home islands. According to expert analysis, this forest is only part of the New World, not its entirety. This suggests the new world is extremely, incredibly vast, perhaps even larger than the entire Earth. Ono Ragi replied. Shouldn't our drones have a longer range than this? Yamamoto questioned, puzzled. Although the map portion of the new world was already large, he still wanted to know just how big it truly was. Especially since, so far, they had not discovered any other civilizations there, which left them with many speculations. There are many flying beasts on the other side. The farther we travel from the wormhole, the stronger these beasts become. Our drones don't last very long before being destroyed. We've already lost hundreds of large military drones just in the currently explored area. The losses have been tremendous, Ono Ragi explained. What about human explorers? After so many days, how far have they traveled? Yamamoto asked. Prime Minister, the problem still lies with the beasts. From our exploration so far, we've observed that the farther we move from the wormhole, the more powerful the beasts become. Some have even shown immunity to firearms. We've even encountered one that survived a missile strike. During this time, our human losses have already exceeded 8,000. I respectfully suggest we first focus our efforts on securing the area within 10 kilometers around the wormhole, advancing steadily and solidly. What? A beast that even missiles can't kill? Yamamoto was visibly shocked. If there were beasts that could survive missile strikes, what else might be out there? Still, amid his surprise, he felt a hint of excitement. Could consuming such powerful beasts make them even stronger? Might the day come when their super soldiers would be immune to missile attacks? If that day really arrived, even just a few thousand such elite warriors could sweep across the globe. Excited by the thought, he tightened his grip around the teacup. Crack! The cup shattered, crushed by his own hand. Everyone else flinched involuntarily. But considering the Prime Minister had been eating beast flesh daily, choosing only the finest cuts, his physical strength wasn't entirely surprising. There is one point you made I agree with. We do need to reduce the exploration range. However, we shouldn't become too timid. 10 kilometers is far too close. Aim for at least 100. Yamamoto stated firmly. Prime Minister. Ono tried to interject, but was immediately cut off. I understand what you're trying to say, but the Sam Nation won't give us time. We must accelerate production of more super soldiers, no matter the cost, even if it requires greater sacrifices. Yamamoto said resolutely. Hi. Ono, understanding the Prime Minister's unwavering determination, did not argue further. Other than the beasts, have you found any resources on the other side we need? Like oil, various mineral deposits, etc.? Yamamoto asked. After all, the entire country was now under blockade by the Sam fleet. Supplies couldn't enter, and they couldn't exit either. Their only hope lay with the new world. We have discovered over 30 different mineral deposits including iron, ore, gold, and so on. Additionally, we've located an oil field, though its total reserves are still undetermined. Ono replied, visibly excited. Excellent. Now that's some real good news. Haha, the Sam wants to strangle us? Dream on. Just give us half a year more, and no one will be able to stop the rise of Great Ichihan. Yamamoto beamed with excitement. Wise leadership, Prime Minister. The others flattered in unison. In the Sam White House. It's been this long. Why haven't they yet landed on the North Sea Island? A bunch of incompetents. How long will it take to seize control of the wormhole? George shouted furiously. Mr. President, we're still mobilizing ammunition, ships, and troops from around the world. Also, the Ichihan already had prior plans and made significant preparations, causing our attacks to stall. Furthermore, we need to station forces to monitor both the polar bear and the eastern giant. In case of a surprise attack, the defense secretary replied helplessly. I don't care about your excuses. Tell me, how long until you capture North Sea Island and secure the wormhole? George demanded. Of course, he had his own pressures too. Back home, the golden-haired one was constantly hounding him, while street protests raged on in public. Internationally, various organizations were reporting on the situation in Ichihan, condemning them for attacking civilians and for inhumane actions. Prime Minister Dokufu has been resisting fiercely, and there are many civilians on North Sea Island. We are concerned about the international repercussions. The words of the Minister of Defense were cut short by George. Stop worrying about damn international opinions. I only care about results. History is written by the victors. If we fail, we will be war criminals and face military tribunals. But if we win, we seize the wormhole and gain control over the new world. Then we will be heroes of the Sam Nation, and countries across the world will beg us for a share of the new world. Understand? Launch an immediate and overwhelming strike against the entire nation of Ichihan. I want to make them suffer badly and let them know who the real master is. If they want to be a dog, they must understand their place. George roared furiously. Yes, sir. The order was transmitted directly from the Pentagon to the front lines. General Fanford, the 5-star general commanding the front, became visibly excited upon reading the directive. Huh, about time, Fanford shouted. Soon after, he issued new orders. With this order, the entire nation of Ichihan fell into endless flames and chaos, and the world went silent instantly. Everyone now saw clearly the determination of the Sam Nation. In the core conference room of the Zongnanhai in Huaxia's capital, the battlefield situation in Ichihan once again proves the importance of independent military capability. Their fighter jets couldn't even start once locked on, and were destroyed directly. Missiles detonated in their own territory, destroying their own missile defense systems. It's utterly absurd. A general scoffed coldly. It's possible Ichihan still held some illusions about the Sam Nation, or perhaps they were simply careless. If they had isolated these weapons beforehand, they wouldn't have suffered such massive losses in such a short time. Another general analyzed. As the old saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy. and you shall never be defeated. Chapter 71 Restoration, the Great Bombing. The war in Iban was like a magnifying glass, allowing Huaxia to see clearly its own strengths and weaknesses as well as those of the enemy. Never mind others, have we concluded our military operations in the southeast? The Chancellor asked with concern. Don't worry, Chancellor. It's already wrapped up. The war is over, and now people are busy replacing their ID cards. As for the other Southeast Asian countries, after witnessing our decisive actions and the fact that Sam only stood by and watched without getting involved, they have recognized Sam's true nature and retracted their hands completely. Also, we've taken this opportunity to reclaim all those islands and reefs in the South China Sea previously occupied by others, the commander of the Southern Military District said with a smile on his face. Chancellor, envoys from Ryukyu have come requesting our help. Now that Iban has been contained within its 4 islands, shall we strike while it's vulnerable and finish it off? Ryukyu has always been a vassal state of Huaxia since ancient times. Now that Huaxia has revived and is on the brink of reaching the pinnacle, we naturally cannot forget these loyal vassal states. I think this idea is feasible, a general said. If not now, then when? Besides, helping Ryukyu restore its independence will also greatly benefit us. The so-called island chain containment strategy by Sam will cease to exist, and we Huaxia will have a rightful place in the oceans of the future. I think we should wait a bit longer. Although the Iban conflict is intense, neither side has fully mobilized their forces yet. If we get involved, both sides might be cautious and withdraw. How would that be better? So it's better to wait for a while longer. That makes sense. We're not in a rush for now. Waiting another 1 or 2 months is acceptable. Also, this time can be used to make further preparations and accumulate more strength. Just as everyone was discussing Ryukyu, Director Zhang Guodong of the 9th Bureau suddenly walked excitedly into the meeting room from outside and loudly announced, "Fellow comrades, a major change has happened in the Iban War." What's going on? Everyone turned to look at Zhang Guodong with a look of curiosity. Has the ceasefire been reached? Everyone was confused, which was exactly the outcome nobody wanted. Sam has gone mad. They have mobilized all their global ammunition reserves and launched a massive bombing campaign against Iban, which is still ongoing. Iban's aircraft have all been destroyed, its air defense systems and radar networks have been completely wiped out, and it's powerless to intercept the bombardments coming from all directions, Zhang Guodong explained. Chancellor, the opportunity for Ryukyu's restoration has come. There's no need to wait 1 or 2 more months. I believe the time is right now, the Southern Military District commander said excitedly. This is now a fight to the finish. Both sides are too preoccupied to even think about us, let alone dare provoke us at a time like this. Not necessarily. Remember how Iban once submitted to Sam? Iban has always followed the strong. Once conquered by Sam, it might easily switch sides within a short period of time. We may need to step in earlier. Otherwise, if the Sam-led Allied forces solidify their positions in the Northern Sea Island, it will be very difficult for us to interfere afterward, the chief of the general staff reminded. Considering the personality of Yamamoto, the tyrant, and the temptation of the New World, it's unlikely that he would switch sides, some senior official disagreed. What if the Prime Minister of Iban is no longer Yamamoto? What if he dies? Who can guarantee that his successor won't change sides? This remark from the chief of the general staff immediately silenced the room. Because this scenario wasn't impossible at all. Quite the contrary, it was quite likely. Then what should we do? Should we warn Yamamoto to be careful? He won't listen. Should we give a heads up to the emperor in the north? Let him prepare himself, so the moment Iban switches sides, they can act immediately, not giving Sam's army a moment to catch their breath. And if we don't act first, would they dare to confront the Sam-led Western coalition alone? For the sake of the New World, they definitely would. Especially when they know there are such treasures as fierce beasts in the New World. No one could resist such a temptation, a senior leader said confidently. Never mind them. Regardless of whether Yamamoto lives or dies, or whether Iban will switch sides or not, it's none of our concern. We just need to focus on what we must do. Such a strategic opportunity is rare. We must make a decisive move immediately to assist Ryukyu's restoration. In addition, we will give the polar bear the sample of the fierce beast we retrieved from Iban. Then, we won't need to say much. That emperor will know exactly what to do. If Huaxia didn't have a wormhole, the chancellor might consider other factors more deeply, but now with their own wormhole in possession, Huaxia was already in an unbeatable position, capable of launching an offensive or retreating when necessary. As for samples of fierce beasts, Huaxia had no shortage at all. They had more than enough. Shangku, the Ryukyu envoy who had been waiting for a long time at the Dai, finally received the good news. Thank you, Great Huaxia. Once our Ryukyu successfully restores its independence, we will forever honor Huaxia as our supreme kingdom and never forget this favor. Shangku said Jidong Ly. Without Huaxia's support and strong backing, even if they somehow managed to drive away the Iban invaders, survival would have been extremely difficult, not to mention gaining international recognition. It would have been an incredibly arduous path. You must have made some preparations over these years in Ryukyu, right? The chancellor asked. Of course, though previously suppressed too harshly by Iban, we dared not make any moves, Shangku admitted honestly without concealment. Well, now you can act. We will also intervene, helping you restore your nation under the name of volunteers. Afterwards, we will leverage Huaxia's international influence to formally establish diplomatic relations with you and ensure your recognition by the United Nations, making Ryukyu a truly legitimate nation. The chancellor conveyed the will of the upper leadership. Grateful for the great kingdom's benevolence. Besides Jidong Tian, what else could Shangke possibly say? Outside Death Valley, listening to Shui Yong's enthusiastic explanation, Su Pingyan also froze in place. Has Ryukyu really restored its independence already? Su Pingyan asked in doubt. In his previous life, Ryukyu seemed to have only restored its independence half a year later. Who would have thought it would come so much earlier this time? Of course, with our intervention, and even already having pulled most of its military forces back, combined with the popular support we have, wouldn't restoring independence be a piece of cake? Shui Yong spoke matter-of-factly. Subconsciously, Su Pingyan gave a thumbs up. After careful thought, he realized this outcome was indeed reasonable. After all, in this timeline, Huaxia obtained a wormhole earlier, so naturally its decisions and actions would differ from the previous life, being less aggressive. By the way, what about Eben? How is Sam's bombing going? Su Pingyan asked with concern. The bombing continues. This time, it's truly intense. We underestimated the Sam-led allied forces. Although they had previously supplied so much military equipment to Little Wu and Little E, we thought their arsenal was practically empty. Now we've truly seen the scale of their ammunition reserves. Although much of it is from the World War II era, without air superiority, those shells are still inflicting heavy damage on Eben. The latest news I've heard is that Tokyo is almost flattened. Their emperor and prime minister have both retreated into underground bunkers. According to incomplete statistics, in less than 3 days of bombing, Eben has already suffered at least 7 million casualties, and that number is still skyrocketing rapidly. It's safe to say, Eben is finished this time, Shui Yong continued. Although the timing differed somewhat from his previous life, the outcome was essentially the same. Su Pingyan sighed in relief. It hadn't changed, and that was good. Chapter 72. He's truly a remarkable man, honestly. It seems that Eben Nation won't last much longer. We need to speed up our progress as well, Su Pingyan said meaningfully. What do you plan to do? Shui Yong asked in confusion. Widen the exploration range, transport more people into the other world, and expand the base camp's area. Only in this way can we accelerate the exploration speed. Although Eben has been severely hit by Sam Nation, with their crazy nature, their progress in exploring the other world has probably far surpassed ours, Su Pingyan explained. After all, Eben doesn't care about casualties and costs, while we in Huaxia prefer steady progress, and so far we haven't had any casualties. Everything in the other world will be under your command. We will definitely cooperate fully. The faster the exploration speed, the better, Shui Yong said with a cheerful smile. All right, you should apply to the upper command first, mobilizing at least 3 divisions of regular army. As for the construction corps, it would be best to mobilize 5 divisions. How fast can they arrive? Su Pingyan asked. 1 day will be enough? Shui Yong confidently patted his chest. Don't be in such a rush, actually. Prepare more machinery and ammunition. You can have 2 days, Su Pingyan thought for a moment. That's even easier. Once the business was done, Su Pingyan didn't bother with formalities with Shui Yong and turned to leave, but was stopped by Shui Yong again. Su Pingyan, wait a second. You still have something else? Su Pingyan asked. Phew, I originally had something to talk to you about, but you interrupted me earlier and shifted the topic, Shui Yong said helplessly. What is it? Previously, you asked me to inform the higher-ups about the allocation of the Foundation forging spirit liquid and the issue of contract production. The higher-ups have come up with 2 plans for you to choose from yourself. Go ahead and explain. The first plan is as you previously suggested, Shui Yong said. Su Pingyan nodded slightly. With the first plan as a base, he became even more curious about the second option. In the second plan, you still receive 100 yuan per unit of Foundation forging spirit liquid for contract production, but there's no 1% allocation of spirit liquid. However, from now on, you, your spouse, and your immediate family members can use the national reserve of the spirit liquid without limit. Also, any fierce beasts you personally kill and any spoils you acquire will belong entirely to you personally. If you're willing to sell them, the country will have the right of first refusal under equal conditions. Shui Yong explained the entire proposal in one breath. What do you mean by unlimited use? It means there's no limit. You mentioned earlier that your cultivation would consume a lot of resources. Once you accept the second plan, the entire national reserves will be your support. As the nation grows stronger, it will guarantee that you and your family will never lack cultivation resources, Shui Yong explained. This was a mutually beneficial arrangement and a plan to completely tie Su Pingyan to the state's machinery. Of course, I know in the long run, you'd still be at a disadvantage because 1% share in the future would be a terrifyingly astronomical number. Shui Yong didn't know what choice Su Pingyan would make. No need to think further. I'll take the second option, Su Pingyan replied without hesitation after hearing the second proposal. Since the second plan would guarantee that his family could use the nation's reserves limitlessly, what more needed to be said? Although gaining that 1% share in the future might become incredibly valuable, enough for his entire family's endless usage, it would require time. Moreover, the additional resources would only be numbers to him, offering no actual benefit. It would be better to leave the surplus to the state for coordinated allocation to help more people. Besides, all the spoils he personally obtained would belong to him, and for someone like him, earning money was no difficult task. Once one amassed a certain amount of money, it became nothing more than a series of numbers, carrying no real meaning for him. His pursuits had always been only threefold. First, a strong nation where everyone could become powerful, ensuring the continuation of civilization. Second, a happy family where all could cultivate and live immortally. Third, to personally reach the peak and witness the view from atop the summit. Are you really sure about this? Shui Yong looked at Su Pingyan with surprise at how quickly he had made his choice. After all, the first option had already been approved by the leadership. That represents an incredibly massive benefit in the future. Of course, I proposed the first plan just to guarantee my own and my family's adequate cultivation resources. Now that the second plan has already fulfilled this requirement, what else is there to consider? Su Pingyan said naturally. Su Pingyan, I truly admire you now. Shuiyong looked at him with genuine respect. Didn't you already admire me before? Su Pingyan joked. Don't spoil my moment, Shuiyong replied. The two parted ways. Su Pingyan returned to the other world, while Shuiyong went to report the updates to the superiors. As for the entire Huaxia, at this moment, every household was decorated with lanterns and festive decorations. Businesses were running various discount promotions, and people walked the streets with joyful smiles. Online, the excitement was even more intense. Huaxia rises, so damn impressive. Let me tell you a joke. The first island chain? Ha ha. Don't even talk about the first island chain anymore. The second island chain doesn't even exist now. Let's just declare it clearly. Huaxia has broken through Sam Nation's maritime blockade. Those days when they could parade around in front of our doorstep with their aircraft carriers are gone forever. Guys, good news. I finally received my Huaxia ID card. I'm now a true citizen of Huaxia. WTF, bro, aren't you a foreigner? Huaxia citizenship is known to be extremely difficult to obtain. How did you actually manage to get it? Did someone pull strings for you? No way. Only a limited number of people receive it every year. Do you think you can sneak in with backdoor connections while the leadership is watching? I'd rather believe the guy upstairs is a high-level tech genius. In that case, it's possible. Huaxia warmly welcomes foreign tech elites, as long as they can make significant contributions to Huaxia's technological development. That's right. Everyone knows what I'm implying, right? Exactly how I got in, haha. Quick question. If I now apply for EBAN citizenship, is there a chance it might eventually be incorporated into Huaxia? A foreigner asked. Netizen. You really are one of a kind. /liyunlong.jpg. Chapter 73, Xinzhou Mountain. Talking about it, Xiao Yibin is really in a miserable state now. Although I deeply hate them, seeing their current tragedy, for some unknown reason, I feel a bit pity for them. Brothers, is this mentality of mine normal? Perfectly normal. Do you know the difference between us Chinese and the Westerners? We Chinese are more gentle and empathetic. This is an excellent quality. Even when seeing small animals being slaughtered like this, we would feel sad. Why does it feel like the elder brother upstairs is implying something? Doghead for safety / Karma never fails. What goes around comes around. It's not that there's no retribution, just not the right time yet. I always feel it's not as satisfying as taking revenge with my own hands. I wonder when we can launch our forces. It shouldn't be too long now. After all, we no longer consider EBAN as our opponent. The real opponent is only the Sam Nation and its coalition forces, right? 5 days later, at the foot of Xinzhou Mountain in the other world, at the Chinese base camp, the Yanhuang Legion headquarters, in the Operations Command Center. The so-called Xinzhou Mountain refers to the huge, previously unnamed mountain corresponding to the other side of the portal. For easier positioning, they had designated this mountain as the starting point of the other world. The name was given by Su Pingyan, who had simply borrowed it from his previous life. Xinzhou Mountain stands over 3,000 meters tall, covering more than 80 square kilometers. It may not be much in this other world, but in Laneying, such a height already qualifies it as a major peak. These 5 days, Su Pingyan had been busier than anyone. On one hand, he was leading the Yanhuang Legion out for hunting, using battlefield training to obtain spiritual liquid for cultivation. On the other hand, he also taught the soldiers of the Yanhuang Legion the 3 talents sword formation and the Xuanwu formation, cultivating teamwork and synergy in actual combat. Most importantly, he made dozens of round trips to the Death Valley, safely bringing in 3 regular field divisions and 5 division-level construction brigades. Though he barely had any spare time for cultivation, due to over 30 lightning strikes while traveling through Death Valley, he consumed all the spiritual liquid reserves accumulated by the Yanhuang Legion. The results were naturally gratifying. He now possessed over 1,060,000 kilograms of strength, and his cultivation level successfully broke through to the 11th stage of body tempering. Firstly, I would like to warmly welcome Generals Li Ming and Guo Xiaodian for joining us at this pre-battle conference, Su Pingyan said cheerfully as he spotted the two entering the command center, immediately stepping forward and leading the applause. General Li Ming was the highest-ranking official responsible for the 5 division-level construction brigades, as well as the engineer unit brought in by Jin Han. General Guo Xiaodian was the top commander for the 3 regular field divisions and the 357th Regiment. Welcome both of you. Claps, claps, claps. The meeting room instantly erupted in warm applause. Commander Su, don't be so formal. The higher-ups have already declared that here in the other world, you are the highest decision-maker, and all of us are to follow your arrangements. General Guo laughed joyfully. As the officer with the highest rank present, his words carried significant weight and demonstrated top-level support for Su Pingyan in full measure. Although I know more about the other world than you all, when it comes to large-scale military operations, I hope you both will provide your opinions freely and help me make up for any shortcomings, Su Pingyan replied. Since others had shown him respect, naturally he would reciprocate fully. Of course, the two responded, uncharacteristically modest this time, though their admiration for Su Pingyan had grown even stronger. Once he had secured the support of these 2 big shots, Su Pingyan refocused his attention fully on the upcoming battle. He turned to Qin Meng and said, Old Qin, display the maps we explored over the past 3 days using the drones. Old Qin was the new nickname Su Pingyan now used for him, since Qin Dui was no longer appropriate to call him anymore, and addressing him as Vice Commander Qin sounded too formal. Qin Meng himself had requested from now on to be simply called Old Qin. and Su Pingyan had happily accepted the familiarity without pretense. All right, Old Qin said shortly, and after a bit of quick operation, a massive display flickered on, revealing a map with marked terrain and clusters of red and green dots. Next, please allow Old Qin to give a quick explanation. If you have any questions during the presentation, please feel free to interrupt, Su Pingyan continued. Qin Ming nodded and said, over these past 5 days, we've thoroughly explored the 50-kilometer radius using drones, especially focusing on Xinzhou Mountain. During this time, we lost more than 50 drones, but our results have been significant. The drones used were all relatively cheap, so even though more than 50 were lost, seeming like quite a lot, it was not a significant economic loss, amounting to less than 600,000 yuan total, a drop in the bucket for them. Mainly because the area was small, they hadn't needed more advanced, high-end equipment. According to our reconnaissance, there are a total of 9 mountains of various sizes within a 50-kilometer radius around the portal. Among them, Shenlong Mountain is the highest and largest, standing approximately 3,720 meters tall, with a total area of about 84 square kilometers. The remaining 8 mountains range from 1,200 to 2,400 meters in height, covering areas between 22 to 59 square kilometers. Truly impressive for the 10,000 Great Mountains. Who would have thought there would be 9 mountains in such a small area? Tong Guan exclaimed in shock. Su Pingyan smiled faintly, but said nothing. The 10,000 Great Mountains were definitely not an exaggeration. Even if it wasn't literally 10,000 mountains, at least 6 or 7,000 could be counted. When including smaller hills below 300 meters, the number would be far beyond 10,000. Moreover, based on Su Pingyan's memories from his previous life, the mountains near the portal were relatively sparse. Further away, the peaks stretched in rolling waves, far denser and more closely connected. These high mountains and dense forests are definitely not suitable for transportation or economic development, but they're excellent for breeding. There must be no shortage of fierce beasts and spiritual herbs deep inside these mountains, Major General Li Ming remarked. You're absolutely right, Chief. There are indeed many fierce beasts and spiritual herbs, Qin Ming nodded, then pointed at the red dots on the map and continued his explanation to the group. We took many high-definition images using drones, and after identification by the Legion commander, we discovered many places where fierce beasts gather, as well as locations where spiritual herbs grow. Are those red and green dots the markers for them? General Guo asked curiously. Precisely, Qin Ming confirmed. The red dots indicate areas with fierce beasts, while the green dots mark where spiritual herbs grow. Both fierce beasts and spiritual herbs were highly valuable resources, exactly what they urgently needed. Why else would they conduct advanced drone reconnaissance and summon everyone to the map briefing, if not to assign tasks soon? Why do some red dots have 1 star next to them, while others have 2? What do these stars mean? Captain Xiaoli asked. As expected of a female captain, her observation skills were sharper than most. The stars indicate the level of danger, Qin Ming explained. 1 star represents the lowest level of threat. According to the Legion commander, such places can be cleared by a single squad without casualties. 2 stars mean an entire platoon might be needed, and so on. 5 stars signify that at least a full company would be required to handle the threat. He paused briefly, then added as a warning to prevent underestimation. Chapter 74, dense externally, loose internally, tight outside, relaxed inside. This is the standard we've established based on the current cultivation levels and equipment of our Yanhuang Legion. Immediately, everyone focused on the red dots. They noticed that most of them had only 1 to 2 stars, with the highest having just 4 stars, no 5-starred ones. Of course, this area is close to the portal, so it's expected that the number of high-tier ferocious beasts would be limited. What does this triple exclamation mark mean? Xiaoli asked, pointing at a spot on the map. I'll explain that, Su Pingyan stepped forward. It represents extreme danger, an area beyond our Yanhuang Legion's capacity to handle effectively. Naturally, I don't mean it's impossible for you to take control of it, but the cost in human lives would be enormous, and it's simply not worth the sacrifice. That location with the triple exclamation, Guo frowned as he pointed at the mountain peak on the map. If we don't eliminate it, it'll always be a threat to our headquarters. If the Yanhuang Legion is not strong enough, we can offer support. His meaning was clear. Even if there would be casualties, they couldn't leave such a massive threat so close to home. They had long since mentally prepared themselves for the mission, ready to sacrifice everything for their country. Death was not something they feared. I'll personally handle that place, Su Pingyan said with a slight nod. Guo was momentarily stunned. Although he didn't know exactly what Su Pingyan's current cultivation level was, he had no doubt that Su was the strongest being present. Can you ensure your own safety? You know how crucial you are to China. The higher-ups have explicitly emphasized that we must do everything possible to guarantee your absolute safety, Guo said seriously. Don't worry, General Guo. I value my own life greatly. Su replied half-jokingly. Guo studied Su's eyes for a moment and then nodded slightly, saying no more. Now then, next I will start assigning combat tasks, Su said, stepping forward to the map, and everyone grew serious. This mission will be a joint operation among our Yanhuang Legion, the Construction Corps, and our allies in the Field Army. Our Legion will be responsible for advancing 50 kilometers outward, clearing all ferocious beast gatherings within that range. Our brothers in the Field Army will follow up behind us, eliminating the scattered threats and ensuring full control of the 50-kilometer radius area. As for our brothers from the Construction Corps, you'll be in charge of building various bunkers. This time, we are establishing the third line of defense. Commander Su, what specific requirements do these bunkers have? Major General Li Ming asked. 8 words. Dense externally, loose internally, tight outside, relaxed inside, Su said, holding up his right hand and making a V sign for 8. Along the 50-kilometer perimeter, we will use every favorable terrain to build relatively dense fortifications. Any ferocious beasts entering our third defensive line should be engaged by machine guns from at least 3 bunkers and a field artillery position. And we need 2 layers of this fire network, just in case. That's the dense externally part. As for the area within 50 kilometers, after we have completely eliminated all ferocious beasts, we only need to construct a minimal number of artillery positions, anti-aircraft emplacements, and rocket launch sites in strategic locations to ensure full fire coverage. With the 2 layers of outer machine gun bunkers in place, these heavy artillery positions inside can be fewer in number, which will save on costs. As you know, shells cost far more than bullets. That's the meaning of loose internally. Su Pingyan explained his plans in more detail. Additionally, we need to install cameras and infrared radars further out, at the 50-kilometer line and beyond, to monitor the movements of the outer ferocious beasts. Whether it's for tracking or preventing infiltration, early detection will give us the upper hand. That's tight outside. As for relaxed inside, it's simple. As long as our Yanhuang Legion and Field Army soldiers can stop all the beasts before they reach the 50-kilometer line, then the Construction Corps soldiers can boldly and confidently accelerate the building of our new home without worrying about threats from behind. That is relaxed inside. Commander Su, I can't promise much else, but one thing is certain. No ferocious beast will get past the defensive line assigned to our Field Army troops, and the Construction Corps' building progress will not be affected, General Guo Xiaodian confidently stated. That's exactly why I trust General Guo, Su Pingyan said with a smile. We also trust our brother units. Please rest assured, Commander Su. Our Construction Corps will absolutely not fall behind, and will complete all construction tasks in the shortest possible time. Li Ming also made a solemn pledge. Both generals were truly admirable figures. They did not intentionally make things difficult for Su Pingyan just because his military rank was lower than theirs. On the contrary, they were extremely cooperative because they all understood one thing. They were all fighting for the sake of China. All right, then you two should return and make your battle plans accordingly. Our Yanhuang Legion will charge ahead first, followed closely by the Field Army. Then the Construction Corps will follow to begin construction, prioritizing military strongholds, bunkers, and defense positions. After that, barracks and other facilities will be built, Su Pingyan concluded. Yes, sir. After they left, Su Pingyan continued assigning tasks to the officers of the Yanhuang Legion. Our mission is simple, but also the heaviest burden of all. We must completely eliminate every ferocious beast gathering within a 50-kilometer radius, Su Pingyan said, looking at everyone present. Commander, just give the order already, Tongguan said eagerly. Based on our reconnaissance, within a 50-kilometer radius, there are a total of 1,844 level 1 danger ferocious beast nests, 265 level 2 danger nests, 42 level 3 danger nests, 6 level 4 danger nests, and 1 extremely dangerous zone. They only needed to eliminate these beast gathering points. The scattered remaining beasts would be dealt with by the Field Army, who would sweep them up like a net, while the Yanhuang Legion would assist only in cases of especially powerful individual beasts. Our operational principle will be to tackle the hardest first, starting with the highest danger level nests. I myself will lead the God of War Special Ops team to clear out that extremely dangerous zone on Shunlong Mountain. Upon hearing Su Pingyan's arrangement, Yi Xiao, the leader of the God of War Special Ops, looked visibly excited. Captain Yi, you'll need to bring heavy long-range firepower and also prepare 5 drones equipped with cannons and missiles, Su Pingyan instructed, looking at Yi Xiao. Understood. Chapter 75, Combat Deployment. There are exactly 6 locations with clusters of ferocious beasts rated at the 4-star danger level. And between our 2 combat battalions, we also have exactly 6 squads. Therefore, each squad will handle one of these 4-star dangerous clusters. Any objections? Su Pingyan turned his gaze toward battalion commanders Tongguan and Xiaoli. Commander, rest assured, the mission will be completed successfully. Both responded with excitement. Su Pingyan gave a slight nod and looked toward Qin Ming. Old Qin, you will stay here at the headquarters. Once each squad eliminates their assigned 4-star danger level cluster, they will report back. Then, you will assign them 3-star clusters nearby, and so on. When all the 3-star clusters are eliminated, proceed to 2-star clusters, followed by 1-star. Ultimately, we will clear out all the beast clusters completely. Do you have any issues with this plan, Old Qin? No problem at all. Qin Ming nodded in agreement. We don't have any issues either, Tongguan and Xiaoli hurriedly responded, having caught Su Pingyan's glance in their direction. Commander, what about the Guardian Sequence Warriors? Alafu, who had been silent, asked. You have 2 missions, and will be divided into 2 teams. Su Pingyan naturally hadn't forgotten about them. Though the Guardian Sequence Warriors were less gifted in comparison, that was only in the long term. At the moment, their fighting strength was comparable to the Combat Sequence Warriors, and some individuals were even stronger than those from the Combat Sequence. First, mobility. Although we have scouted the surrounding area, there may still be unexpected circumstances or powerful beasts that we overlooked before. In that case, your job will be to provide immediate backup. You Combat Sequence Warriors don't need to force yourselves to push through in battle. If something unexpected happens, do not hesitate, immediately request support. I don't want to see any unnecessary casualties in such a small operation. Every one of you is an elite of the nation. Not a single person can be spared, Su Pingyan said sternly. He feared that some might hesitate to ask for help due to pride, and end up suffering casualties. A scenario he strongly wished to avoid. Yes, understood. Tong Guan and Xiao Li exchanged glances before responding. Second, on the map there are many green dots. These represent areas where spiritual medicinal herbs are concentrated, most likely natural spirit fields. These areas belong to us. In the future, they will be able to produce large quantities of spirit herbs for us, but each of them is guarded by beasts. Your task is to eliminate those beasts and take complete control of the spirit fields to be guarded by the field army. After saying that, Su Pingyan added as a reminder, remember, be careful during combat and do not damage the spirit herbs within. Among these spirit herb growth areas, 2 are located within the 4-star danger zones and have already been assigned to the combat sequence. The remaining 4 are 3-star and 2-star danger zones. Since the Guardian sequence is limited in numbers, approximately 2 battalions total, they would be divided into 2 teams. Each team would command a battalion-level strength, enough to handle these areas. Yes, Alifu responded eagerly, thinking that perhaps this mission wouldn't involve them at all. All right, return now and make your final combat preparations. Carry sufficient ammunition. We will assemble and depart in 1 hour, Su Pingyan announced loudly. Yes, everyone responded and promptly left. When everyone had left, the command center was left quiet, with only Su Pingyan alone inside. He silently stared at the map, lost in thought. A radius of 50 kilometers, that's close to 8,000 square kilometers. Once fully controlled, it will mean our forces have established a solid foothold in this other world. What follows will be the large-scale deployment of troops, and even civilian forces to build and fully utilize this territory, allowing us to strengthen China's national power. Su Pingyan contemplated deeply until Yi Xiao re-entered and interrupted his thoughts. Commander, our War God Special Ops have already assembled and are ready for deployment at any time. Good. Su Pingyan nodded slightly before following him to the drill field. This time, our target is the summit of Shunlong Mountain. Do you know why I chose the name Shunlong for this mountain? Su Pingyan asked. Some of the warriors looked puzzled. Yi Xiao asked with mild confusion. Commander, is it because we Chinese are traditionally believed to be descendants of the celestial dragon? Su Pingyan shook his head. That's one part of it. There's another important reason. The summit holds a pool known as the Celestial Dragon Pond, formed from a single drop of blood from an ancient holy beast, a 5-clawed golden dragon. This pond has the power to enable the bloodline reversal of ferocious beasts, particularly effective for the snake, Zhao, and dragon clans. Currently, within the Celestial Dragon Pond dwells a beast with a trace of ancient divine beast bloodline, Titan Dragon Python. Although many were curious how Su Pingyan had gained such knowledge, they were all soldiers, and obedience to orders without unnecessary questions was a soldier's sacred duty. Based on my observation, it has already reached the peak of First Order, 11th star, and it could break through to the Second Order at any moment. The only reason it hasn't done so yet is that it's waiting for the right opportunity. It wants to surpass its ancestors and elevate its bloodline one more level, to First Order, 12th star, also known as a Saint-grade bloodline. In his past life, it succeeded, though it still took a few years to do so. Unfortunately, it had the misfortune of provoking China. In that life, it devoured many Chinese soldiers, enraging China's top leadership. In the end, it was relentlessly hunted over 10 kilometers under overwhelming firepower bombardment until it collapsed from exhaustion and died. Our target this time is precisely it. I will try my best to subdue it for China's use. If that's not possible, we must kill it. Its potential is too high. If it escapes and sees China as its enemy, it will cause immense trouble in the future, Su Pingyan said calmly. He was still very much looking forward to acquiring a battle companion of Saint-grade bloodline, but he didn't have full confidence either. You all have 2 missions this time. First, once the battle on the summit starts, it will surely provoke chaos among the other ferocious beasts. Some of them may rush toward the summit. We must kill them all and not allow them to interfere with my plan. Second, if this Titan Dragon Python attempts to flee, you must use your firepower advantage to block its path. This was also the reason why Su Pingyan had previously instructed Yi Xiao to prepare long-range heavy weapons and 5 combat drones. We guarantee mission success, Yi Xiao responded loudly. Move out. Yes, sir. Shunlong Mountain was very high, and its broad territory naturally concealed countless dangers. However, since it was close to the portal, for reasons unknown to everyone, powerful beasts avoided coming near this place, so mostly First-Order beasts lived on the mountain. The Titan Dragon Python, with only the power of First Order, 11th star, was able to dominate the Celestial Dragon Pond and keep all other beasts at bay. This fact alone was enough to prove its strength. Commander, there are beasts ahead. Shall we detour? Yi Xiao asked. All the way, they had relied on the drone's infrared radar scanning system to avoid many packs of beasts. They were almost at the mountain's waist without a single battle. Su Pingyan looked at the red dots displayed on the screen, then quietly ran forward to scout the situation personally. Chapter 76, Second Grade Mid-Quality Zhu Fruit. Ahead is the only path up the mountain. If we detour, it will take too long. We'll charge straight through. Leave it to me to handle. You all don't need to lift a finger, or we'll make too much noise, Su Pingyan said. Move out. With that, Su took the lead, and soon the group neared the location of the fierce beasts. Commander, something's off. It feels like they're facing off against each other, Yi Xiao said, his brows furrowing as he observed the 5 huge beasts before them. You're right. This is a confrontation, Su Pingyan said quietly, eyes fixed on the beasts. 5 different beasts facing off, each at the 9th star of the first realm, was already unusual. Su Pingyan carefully surveyed the surroundings for the reason behind this strange standoff. Suddenly, a fruit shining bright red caught his attention. Zhu fruit. After confirming repeatedly, Su Pingyan was certain. Before him was indeed the Zhu fruit. Based on its leaves and appearance, it was a Zhu fruit nearing maturity, at the level of a second-grade low-quality spirit fruit. Spirit herbs, fruits, and ores all had levels, classified from 1st to 7th grade, each further divided into low, medium, and high quality. A 1-year-old Zhu fruit suited cultivators below the 4th stage of the body-tempering realm, making it a 1st-grade low-quality fruit. 3 years old made it 1st-grade medium, 9 years 1st-grade high. 10 years was a major threshold. The 10-year Zhu fruit entered the 2nd-grade low category. A 30-year-old Zhu fruit was classified as 2nd-grade medium. It could rapidly boost the blood energy of those at the middle stages of the blood-tempering realm. For a 9th-stage body-tempering cultivator, consuming it could directly assist their breakthrough to the blood-tempering realm, or even push them into the 2nd stage of that realm. It was definitely a top-tier treasure. No wonder it attracted 5 9-star beasts of the 1st realm. If they consumed it, in a short time we might see a 2-star 2nd realm beast emerge, Su Pingyan thought. Do you see that red fruit over there? Su Pingyan pointed toward the Zhu fruit and asked Yi Xiao. I see it, Yi Xiao replied, following Su's direction with his eyes. He had already begun to suspect what it was. That's a 2nd-grade medium-tier spirit fruit, the Zhu fruit. I'll take down these 5 beasts. I'm worried that in desperation, they might swallow the Zhu fruit. You all prepare. Target the Zhu fruit's location. Once any beast gets close, shoot it down immediately, Su ordered. Commander, this might make a lot of noise. Could it draw the attention of the Titan dragon python? Yi Xiao asked with concern. It might, or it might not. But one thing's certain, it won't want to leave the dragon spirit pond. At worst, we lose the chance to ambush it. But under no circumstances can we allow these beasts to consume that Zhu fruit, or we'll be in even greater danger, Su Pingyan replied. Understood. In an instant, Su Pingyan pulled out his dragon coiling spear at top speed, leapt forward, and charged toward the beasts. Roar! The beasts immediately spotted Su Pingyan and let out a roar, a warning. But Su Pingyan paid it no mind and didn't waste words. He struck with his killing move immediately. Die! His spear flew like a dragon, faster than lightning. Before the beasts even had time to react, one had been pierced through the throat. Su quickly pulled out his spear and attacked the 2nd beast. The other beasts weren't stupid. Exchanging glances, they seemed to share a very human-like realization and suddenly united to attack Su Pingyan. Unfortunately, the power gap was too great. None of them could even survive a single move from Su. Perhaps realizing this and knowing death was inevitable, a ghost cheetah, slower and lagging behind the others, quickly broke away from the battle and dashed toward the yet to fully mature Zhu fruit. Its intentions were obvious. Although the Zhu fruit wasn't fully mature, it already had about 70 to 80% of its full effect. Enough to significantly boost the beast's power, and only with that boost did it have any chance of survival. Bang bang. But just at that moment, 5 gunshots rang out in quick succession. The best sharpshooter from the War God Special Force fired simultaneously, almost completely blocking the ghost cheetah's movement. Pooh! 3 consecutive shots hit the target. Though not fatal, the injury slowed it down, just enough to buy Su Pingyan some time. When the ghost cheetah was just 3 meters from the Zhu fruit, Su finally caught up. He pierced it with one final spear strike. Immediately deploy a drone to scout the dragon spirit pond. Check if we've awakened the Titan dragon python, Su Pingyan said gravely to Yi Xiao. Understood. It would take a few minutes to complete the reconnaissance. Su took out his demon refining pod and absorbed 3 of the 9-star beasts of the 1st realm. Then he walked toward the Zhu fruit. After about 5 minutes, the fruit turned fully red and began to emit a unique fruity fragrance. Record this. We eliminated 5 9-star beasts of the 1st realm and obtained 1 2nd-grade medium-tier Zhu fruit. I'll be using the Zhu fruit, Su Pingyan said. Understood. The designated recorder carefully documented the details. This was a group operation, and naturally, the loot belonged to the collective, going into the National Reserve. Individual merits were strictly regulated, and they could exchange for needed items through military credits. As for Su Pingyan, he was entitled to unlimited withdrawals from the reserve for his own and his family's cultivation needs, as had been agreed in advance. Guard me while I cultivate. Saying this, Su Pingyan sat cross-legged on the ground, calmed his mind, adjusted his state to the best condition, and then swallowed the Zhu fruit whole. From the moment he saw the Zhu fruit, Su Pingyan had already made this decision. It would not only prevent other beasts from breaking through to the 2nd grade and posing a great threat to them, but also enhance his own strength and increase his chances of victory in a short time. After all, the Titan dragon python was a perfect 1st realm 11th stage beast, while he himself had only recently entered the 11th layer of the body tempering realm. There was still a big gap. Without his memories from his previous life or the life origin stone, he wouldn't have dared to challenge the Titan dragon python so soon. Understood. The others naturally had no objection to Su Pingyan using the Zhu fruit. Compared to the numerous foundation enhancement spirit liquids Su had provided them, this single Zhu fruit was nothing significant. Moreover, without Su Pingyan, none of them would have even recognized this item. As the Zhu fruit entered his stomach, within less than 3 minutes, streams of warm energy began to radiate from his stomach throughout his body. Su Pingyan quickly activated his cultivation technique. Under his unique breathing rhythm and visualization, his blood and energy flowed thicker and stronger. The sound of his raging blood circulation was like thunder, clearly audible in the quiet surroundings. Wow, what exactly is the commander's current strength? This tiger and leopard thunder sound is way too powerful and deep. At least the 10th layer of body tempering realm. Shut up, Don't interrupt the commander's cultivation. Stay alert around us and prevent any beast from disturbing him. Yi Zhao's face was cold as he spoke. Immediately, everyone fell silent and resumed vigilant watch. 110,000 kilograms, 150,000 kilograms, 180,000 kilograms. Chapter 77. Battling the Titan Dragon Python. Huff. 1.95 million kilograms. No wonder it's a mid-tier second-grade jus fruit. Its effect is absolutely incredible. If I could get 10 more of these, it should support me through cultivation up to the 12th stage of body tempering. Su Pingyan took a deep breath, silently musing to himself. However, he also understood that finding even one low-tier second-grade spiritual fruit near the portal was already extremely rare, not to mention a mid-tier one. Expecting more was nearly impossible, unless he went much farther to search. Team Leader Yi, how's the situation on the mountaintop? After finishing his cultivation, the first thing Su Pingyan inquired about was the Titan Dragon Python. It has awakened, but as the Legion commander predicted, it hasn't left the Divine Dragon Pond. It's still inside. Yi Zhao answered. Good, it didn't leave. We've already wasted quite a bit of time. Let's move forward. Yes. Perhaps sensing the powerful creature on the mountaintop, as soon as they reached the upper half of the mountain, the number of ferocious beasts they encountered began to decrease drastically. In fact, during the last 300 meters ascent, no ferocious beasts were visible at all. Clearly, this was already the Titan Dragon Python's territory. Other beasts dared not approach. You all stay here. Find favorable terrain and begin setting up defenses. Don't let a single ferocious beast pass. Su Pingyan issued his order. Yes. After splitting off from the group, Su Pingyan, gripping the dragon coiling spear, made several leaps forward, quickly arriving before the Divine Dragon Pond. The pond wasn't large, covering just over 500 square meters. As for its depth, only Su Pingyan knew. Even the Titan Dragon Python didn't know, since its size was too great. The pond was wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, preventing it from reaching the bottom. In his past life, only after Huaxia used water pumps to completely drain the pond could they finally see the bottom. The Titan Dragon Python possessed powerful spiritual perception. Combined with the earlier commotion from halfway up the mountain, it had long detected the approaching Su Pingyan. It raised its enormous head from the pond, flicking its serpent tongue towards Su, its cold eyes holding a warning edge. Big guy, there's no need to threaten me. It won't work. You have a trace of ancient divine beast bloodline, and combined with the reverse mutation effects of the Divine Dragon Pond, you've already reached the 11th star of the first rank, reaching perfection. You must have activated your divine bloodline by now. Divine beasts possess innate intelligence. You should be able to understand my words. Su Pingyan spoke calmly, like he was talking with an old friend. Beasts with saint-ranked bloodlines were innately intelligent, and, thanks to ancestral inheritances, possessed wisdom far surpassing humans. Once a divine-ranked beast reached the 11th stage of the first rank, it would develop spiritual awareness, possessing intelligence not lower than humans. Peak-ranked beasts wouldn't develop intelligence until reaching the 3rd rank. Prior to that, though they might display somewhat human expressions and movements, they remained unintelligent, possessing wisdom no greater than a 7 or 8-year-old child. As for top, middle, and lower-tier bloodline beasts, only in rare cases when breaking through to the 5th rank might they truly awaken their intelligence. Prior to the 3rd rank, they remained in an ignorant haze, their intelligence often lower than that of a 2 or 3-year-old child, driven primarily by instinct. The Titan Dragon Python likely hadn't expected the human before it to understand so much about it. Its expression turned increasingly wary, its eyes showing unmistakably human-like caution. Don't think I'm afraid to tell you. I've come for you specifically. I wish to take you as my battle pet. If you agree, just nod. If not, then we'll have no choice but to test our strength. Su Pingyan's words thoroughly enraged the Titan Dragon Python that understood every word. It currently possessed the noble divine bloodline and might even advance to a saint-ranked beast one day. Its future was exceptionally bright. This human actually wanted to enslave it into becoming a powerless, unfree battle pet. This was a blatant insult. Although it had never left the 10,000 Great Mountains, upon awakening its divine bloodline, it had received a fragment of ancestral memories explaining exactly what a battle pet meant. The Titan Dragon Python flicked its tongue furiously, suddenly bursting out of the Divine Dragon Pond. Sprays of water splashed high, turning into raindrops that scattered through the air as it launched itself towards Su Pingyan like an arrow loosed from a bow. Witnessing the enraged Titan Dragon Python's assault, Su Pingyan felt no fear. In fact, the corner of his lips lifted slightly. Everything he said beforehand had been designed to provoke the beast. An enraged opponent was easier to handle. Su Pingyan sidestepped easily, dodging the python's initial strike. Throughout the ensuing fight, Su mostly dodged and didn't mount any significant offensive attacks. The reason was simple: Titan Dragon Python's strength exceeded his by far. If he fought head-on, he would lose outright. He needed to tire it out first. Before long, an hour passed. Su Pingyan remained calm and energetic, whereas the Titan Dragon Python, having used excessive force in its initial attacks, now clearly showed a drop in both intensity and frequency of assault. It's time. Realizing the opportunity was ripe, Su Pingyan no longer evaded, but, gripping his spear, engaged the creature directly in combat. Hung after just a few moves, Su Pingyan was slammed hard into the ground, but he instantly rose back up and rejoined the fight. Not surprising for a divine-ranked bloodline. It's too strong. Su Pingyan was repeatedly knocked flying, yet he kept getting back up. As time passed, he became increasingly fluent in the spear techniques, footwork, and combat skills from his past life. His control over his current body also improved greatly, meaning his combat strength kept increasing. Although it consumed tremendous physical energy, with the life source stone continuously replenishing his stamina, he had become an unceasing combat machine. In contrast, the Titan Dragon Python's fighting power was steadily declining, heading downhill. With one rising and the other falling, Su Pingyan quickly reached equal footing with it, and then began to overwhelm the beast. Big guy, if that's all you've got, I'm afraid you're going down today. Su Pingyan continued provoking. Hiss! The Titan Dragon Python flicked its serpent tongue, its eyes now showing a tinge of crimson red. Suddenly, it opened its monstrous maw, and from its mouth a faint red snake-like phantom shot out at tremendous speed. Had it not been for Su Pingyan's memories from his past life, and his deep understanding of this creature, he likely would have been hit. Thanks to his preemptive anticipation of the attack, he dodged just before impact. For ordinary opponents, the phantom moved so fast that seeing its image already meant it was too late to escape. Yet Su Pingyan moved aside an instant before the phantom emerged, narrowly brushing past it. Ha ha ha! Finally unleashed that most refined portion of your accumulated vital blood force you've cultivated for years, right? Now let's see what else you've got. Seeing the Titan Dragon Python's aura drop sharply, Su Pingyan shouted excitedly. Realizing that Su Pingyan had actually dodged its ultimate technique, and coupled with its own physical exhaustion while the opponent grew even stronger, the Titan Dragon Python finally felt some panic. It was destined to become a saint beast. How could it possibly die by the hands of such an ant-like human? Wanna run? Not a chance. Su Pingyan immediately spotted the beast's intent to retreat from its eyes and swiftly pressed the attack. Chapter 78, The Saint's Mark. Due to Su Pingyan's persistent engagement, the Titan Dragon Python had attempted to flee multiple times, but failed each time. Hiss whoosh. Another illusion appeared, but this time it was clearly weaker than the previous one, slower too. Su Pingyan clearly noticed that when the creature used this move, it staggered slightly, a sign of physical exhaustion, launching an attack at the cost of its own body. Su Pingyan wasn't arrogant enough to believe he could withstand the strike barehanded and quickly dodged away. Taking advantage of this opening, the Titan Dragon Python hesitated not a second longer, rushing downhill at full speed, creating some distance between itself and Su Pingyan. Yai, unleash full firepower. Stop it for me. Su Pingyan shouted loudly. At the same time, he dashed forward, chasing after it with renewed speed. Pung pung da da da. A barrage of machine gun fire, cannon shots, and explosions engulfed the Titan Dragon Python. Under normal circumstances, hitting it would have been extremely difficult, but now, exhausted and fleeing in panic, it hadn't even noticed Yai and the others, nor had it ever experienced such an attack before. It was simply overwhelmed. Stop! The firing ceased, and Su Pingyan arrived shortly after. The Titan Dragon Python lay on the ground, many of its scales shattered, its body torn and bleeding from multiple wounds, appearing barely alive, nearly finished. Even with an elite bloodline, in the end, it was still just a first-tier 11-star beast, not yet fully grown. Huff! Seeing it still alive, Su Pingyan exhaled in relief. For a moment he had truly feared that last round of attacks might have killed it. He would have suffered a major loss. Big guy, what do you think? Now, are you willing to become my battle pet? Standing about 5 meters away, Su Pingyan spoke up once again. The Titan Dragon Python lifted its weary gaze, giving Su Pingyan a weak look. Hatred remained in its eyes, but mixed with it now was a hint of fear. Seeing this, Su Pingyan smiled slightly, as if understanding its inner thoughts perfectly. He spoke again, this time in a tone like that of a friend. Being a battle pet may seem like losing your freedom, but if you have the right master, it can be quite beneficial. When your master ascends to the peak of this world and becomes the strongest in existence, won't you also feel pride? You could become the glory of your entire race. Your ancestors might even envy your fortune. The Titan Dragon Python appeared momentarily stunned, then gave Su Pingyan a slightly contemptuous glance, flicking its tongue slightly, as if to say, You? Become the strongest in the world? Are you out of your mind? Well, nothing is impossible for someone determined, Su Pingyan said confidently. There is one thing I can tell you for certain, though. Su Pingyan continued persuasively, like the big bad wolf coaxing Red Riding Hood. If you refuse to become my battle pet, you will die today. If you die, you'll have nothing. You're only a first-tier 11-star beast. You haven't traveled far, have you? Are you truly willing to die like this? Don't you want to see the wonders of this world? Don't you want to witness the things recorded in your ancestral memories? Indeed, after hearing Su Pingyan's words, the Titan Dragon Python's eyes showed signs of hope and yearning. Its resolve wavered slightly. Though the Titan Dragon Python possessed awakened intelligence, no less than a human's, it had simply not interacted much with intelligent beings before. In human terms, it was still quite naive. Seeing a flicker of interest in its expression, Su Pingyan sensed the glimmer of success and continued by offering an irresistible temptation. All I ask is that you become my battle pet, and I can guarantee the evolution of your bloodline, helping you become a saint beast. Hiss! The Titan Dragon Python flicked its tongue weakly, seeming to ask, really? This was exactly what it had always longed for, but could never achieve. To surpass its ancestors and obtain a saint-tier bloodline was the ultimate starting point. Do you know how the Divine Dragon Pawn was formed? Do you know what lies at its deepest point? Su Pingyan fired off 2 questions in succession. The Titan Dragon Python couldn't speak, but Su Pingyan saw the confusion in its eyes and proceeded to answer himself. It's a drop of blood, a drop of heart blood from an ancient 5-clawed golden dragon. A saint beast. Within that heart blood lies the eternal saint mark, the source of unbroken saint bloodline power. That is precisely why you were able to successfully awaken your ancestral heritage here and continuously refine and evolve your bloodline. This information was from a legend he had read in ancient records left behind by humans from other realms, back in his previous life. Combining this knowledge with the fact that the Titan Dragon Python had successfully evolved its bloodline, he dared to make such a bold hypothesis. That's right, everything was his own speculation. After countless years of erosion, although the saint's mark still remains within the dragon's blood, its energy has been steadily fading. Now, only a small amount remains. To reduce further loss of energy, it's likely already formed into dragon blood crystals, which have settled at the bottom of the pond. I can retrieve these crystals from the depths of the pond and give you that saint's mark. You must have some related information in your inherited memories, but even if you don't, I can tell you now. So long as you fuse with this saint's mark, ordinary fierce beasts have a 1 or 2 in 10 chance of evolving into a saint tier bloodline. If one already possesses a divine tier bloodline, the chance increases to 5 or 6 in 10. And for creatures like you, serpents and pythons, the chance is at least 7 or 8 in 10, Su Pingyan explained. If you're a dragon, the success rate could be as high as 9 in 10. That's the power of the saint's mark. In his previous life, this Titan Dragon Python had probably waited for the right moment a few years later, fused with that saint's mark, and then evolved. Unfortunately, after its evolution, it had killed many people of the Huaxiao nation and was ultimately annihilated. Some might wonder, if just a drop of a saint beast's blood could transform a fierce beast into a saint-tier creature, wouldn't saint beasts become rampant? But that wasn't the case. First, possessing a saint-tier bloodline didn't guarantee one would become a full-fledged saint beast. Like gifted cultivators, even with extraordinary talent, many would not reach the pinnacle. There were countless dangers along the way that could cut their journey short. Second, the saint's mark wasn't present in every drop of blood, only in the heart's blood. And a saint beast's heart blood wasn't abundant. Each drop lost would greatly weaken the beast's power, requiring an extremely long time to recover. More importantly, it would harm the foundation of its cultivation, affecting future breakthroughs. Therefore, even when facing their closest family, very few saint beasts would do such a thing. I've told you all this to show you my sincerity. Now, this is your final opportunity. If you're willing to become my battle pet, nod your head. If not, well, Su Pingyan didn't continue. He believed the creature had already understood. The Titan Dragon Python hesitated. It had to admit, it wasn't as fearless of death as it once was. Chapter 79, Acquiring a Battle Beast. Su Pingyan added more pressure, holding his coiling dragon spear as he slowly approached the Titan Dragon Python with the spear point directed at it. Luckily snakes don't sweat, or else this one would probably already be drenched in sweat. Finally, under Su Pingyan's immense oppression and with the spear point aimed directly at its eye, it gave in, nodded, slammed its head heavily onto the ground, and its aura became even more feeble, seemingly about to die at any moment. Without delay, Su Pingyan followed the memory from his previous life. He inserted the spear upright into the ground and rapidly formed a unique hand seal with both hands before placing them against his forehead. A slowly emerging golden hexagram symbol materialized. It was the soul mark, activatable only by someone who has reached the 10th stage of physical cultivation through special techniques. Immediately afterward, Su Pingyan swiftly injected the soul mark into the Titan Dragon Python's consciousness. A look of pain briefly flickered across the python's face. Su Pingyan quickly reminded it, "Do not resist or struggle, or this will fail, and you will die." Indeed, after hearing Su Pingyan's words, the Titan Dragon Python calmed itself and offered no resistance this time. Success. In an instant, Su Pingyan felt an indistinct but definite connection form between himself and the Titan Dragon Python. As if with only a thought, he could crush the creature's soul. Such is the power over life and death that comes with commanding a battle beast. This is precisely why fierce beasts are unwilling to become someone's beast companion, as it means surrendering their lives into another's hands. "Master, help me, I can't hold on much longer." A voice appeared inside Su Pingyan's mind. He glanced at the Titan Dragon Python and nodded slightly, recognizing it as the voice of the beast. "I wonder if the life essence force within the life origin stone can heal others." Thinking this, Su Pingyan placed his hand on the Titan Dragon Python's body, and with a thought, a strand of life essence force separated from the life origin stone within his consciousness and entered the beast's body through the stellar channel of their shared consciousness. Since the Titan Dragon Python is now bonded to me, the life essence force may travel through our shared soul connection to heal my battle beast. However, for now, the essence force cannot exist independently outside my body. It seems I won't be able to use it on others for some time. I'll have to wait until my cultivation is higher before trying again. "Master, that feels amazing. What is this? Is it working?" "Master, my injuries have improved somewhat, but not enough. I still need a lot more." Su Pingyan nodded slightly and continued to separate and channel life essence force into the Titan Dragon Python. As more strands of energy entered the beast's body, its wounds rapidly began to recover. Within less than 5 minutes, the Titan Dragon Python, previously on the brink of death, fully healed and became lively and full of energy again. A total of 61 strands of life essence force used. Not bad. Su Pingyan nodded in satisfaction. "Master, what exactly was that?" "You're incredible. This even restored the 2 mouthfuls of my core vitality I had lost earlier." The Titan Dragon Python flicked its tongue, gently rubbing its giant head carefully against Su Pingyan's body, to bring the dead back to life. How much effort does restoring a little bit of core vitality really take? What a narrow perspective, Su Pingyan mentally scoffed to himself. Though seeing how affectionate the beast was, while he felt happy, a hint of reluctance crept in, and he instinctively took 2 steps back. Damn, you're not a female, are you? Suddenly, a name popped into Su Pingyan's mind, Salmon Hero Su Xian. They shared the same surname. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but shudder slightly. Master, among my Titan Dragon Python kin, we are hermaphroditic before reaching the 5th transformation. Only after breaking through the 5th transformation must we decide which sex to become. The Titan Dragon Python explained. Oh, I see. Su Pingyan felt he had learned something new. He hadn't known this before. Oh right, do you have a name? Su Pingyan suddenly thought to ask. Yes, by Susu. The Titan Dragon Python proudly raised its head. What? Su Pingyan wore a blank, perplexed expression with a hint of disbelief. Thankfully, it was only 1 character off. Ahem. Then from now on I'll just call you Susu. Su Pingyan thought for a moment. By Susu was by Susu. It was just a name after all. Yi Xiao and others, watching as the Titan Dragon Python had just moments ago been on the verge of death, and now completely recovered, finally regained their composure from shock, and quickly offered their congratulations. Congratulations, Commander, on acquiring a powerful battle beast. Congratulations, Commander, on acquiring a battle beast. Everyone echoed joyfully. Ha ha, excellent. Su Pingyan clasped his fists in a salute like the ancients did. His mood was indeed quite good. Now that he had acquired the Titan Dragon Python as a battle beast, his power had definitely increased greatly. Facing future dangers, he felt even more confident. Come, there's something good at the mountain summit waiting for all of you, Su Pingyan declared loudly. Commander, what kind of good thing? Now completely in awe of Su Pingyan, Yi Xiao asked respectfully without his usual coldness toward others. You'll find out when we get there. Su Pingyan gave a mysterious smile without further explanation and led the way toward the mountaintop. Before long, everyone arrived at the summit. There was a divine dragon pond here, and the surrounding rocks were shattered, trees and plants uprooted and scattered. It was obvious a fierce battle had recently taken place. The good thing I mentioned is the water in this divine dragon pond. Because it has long been infused with dragon blood crystals, the water already contains a substantial amount of dragon blood essence, which will be of great benefit to your cultivation, Su Pingyan explained. Before anyone could speak after hearing Su Pingyan's words, Bai Susu's voice already rang urgently in his mind. Master, that is mine. Stay calm. The real good stuff is at the bottom of the pond. It will be enough to allow you to undergo a transformation. This water is barely effective for you. If we just let it go to waste, why not let my brothers benefit from it? Su Pingyan communicated with the Titan Dragon Python through their mental link. Fine then. Bai Susu finally calmed down. Upon hearing Su Pingyan's words, everyone immediately grew excited and impatiently jumped into the divine dragon pond. His so cold. In an instant, all of them involuntarily shivered from the coldness. Cultivate your techniques properly. Once the dragon blood essence enters your body, you won't be cold anymore. In fact, you'll start feeling very hot. This is all completely normal, Su Pingyan reminded them. Yes. They followed Su Pingyan's instructions, and indeed, soon enough, mist-like vapor began rising from their heads as their bodies generated heat. Meanwhile, Su Pingyan and Long Outyin stood outside the divine dragon pond, guarding and protecting the others. Back in the other situation, after Su Pingyan issued the combat orders, the 2 combat battalions dispersed into smaller units, splitting into 6 separate teams heading towards 6 different level for dangerous beast gathering areas. Outside a gourd-shaped valley, a team of over 300 soldiers had silently arrived at the location. Reporting to Battalion HQ, we have arrived at target 4-1, requesting permission to attack. Chow Hai, the leader of the 1st detachment of the 1st Battalion, reported through a military radio. Chapter 80, a torrent of steel, a storm of bullets. Position 1, drones are in place. The beasts inside have not detected you. Approach the mountain from both sides, occupy advantageous terrain, and seal off the exits. Try to wipe them all out. At the command post of the 1st Company, Captain Tong Guan issued combat orders quickly according to the drone's display. Understood. Soon, the 1st Platoon made all necessary battle arrangements. The 1st Battalion is in position. The 2nd Battalion is in position. The 3rd Battalion is in position. Good. Aim at your targets and open fire. Commander Chow Hai quickly issued the order to attack. Open fire. In an instant, deafening gunfire shattered the tranquility of the entire valley. Pu endless bullets pierced the bodies of the beasts inside the valley. Taken by surprise by the foreign enemy, the beasts in the valley immediately went berserk. Roar, an elite beast, a beast king at the 9th star of the 1st realm, let out a furious roar. It swiftly leaped onto the cliffside, using its protrusions to propel itself into the air, intending to attack the soldiers above. Suppressing fire. Don't let it break through. Upon seeing the key target charging straight at them, the platoon commander quickly shouted the order. At once, dozens of heavy sniper rifles targeted the Beast King. Keep in mind, they were all special forces, with exceptional shooting skills, and now, even dozens of them were shooting at once. Bang-bang gunshots rang out in rapid succession. In midair, the Beast King was struck by dozens of bullets, turning into a blood mist, almost shredded into pieces. Then with a plop, it fell crashing down into the valley. Under the torrent of steel and storm of bullets, nearly 2,000 ferocious beasts were wiped out completely. None survived. All became the spoils of war for the 1st Platoon. Don't blame them for being cruel. Beasts without awakened wisdom are naturally bloodthirsty. They would immediately attack and devour any human they encountered. In turn, they became the food of humankind. This has nothing to do with morality, merely differing positions. This is nature's law of survival. The strong prey upon the weak. Calling command post. The battle is over. Requesting to split into teams and proceed to the areas with a 3-star threat level of beast gatherings. Chow Hai shouted into the radio. The command post has already seen everything. We have contacted the field army to handle cleanup here. You may proceed directly. Maps and detailed information on the 3-star threat level beast gathering locations have been sent to your team. Arrange the next phase of combat accordingly. Tongwan responded. Bear in mind, to ensure the timely transmission of commands and battlefield information, Su Pingyan had deployed many Dragon Guard communication drones, guaranteeing stable signal transmission within a 50-kilometer radius. Understood. After receiving orders, Chow Hai quickly gathered his unit, double-checked their equipment, and received fresh ammunition from the field troops who arrived for cleanup. For the next phase, each of you 3 squad leaders will lead your teams to one of these 3 beast gathering sites. Your mission is total elimination. If you encounter danger, immediately send a distress signal, and I will send in support. Chow Hai pointed at 3 nearby locations marked on the map as he issued the orders. Guaranteed mission completion. Once the first platoon departed, the field army troops began battlefield cleanup. All they do is rely on artillery and firearms. Why should they always take the lead? If we tried, we could do it too. One of the field soldiers grumbled. They were all elite fighters and hated being constantly assigned to cleanup operations. They are no ordinary soldiers, a junior officer replied. So what if they are among the 5 major special forces units? In special operations, I admit they're better than us. But on a real battlefield, we're the real army. With our current firepower, we could have wiped out those beasts in the valley easily, the soldier retorted. That's true, but there would likely have been casualties too. Keep in mind, they are not only elite special forces, they are now cultivators, each with over 3,000 kilograms of physical strength and reaction speed far beyond ours. Under equal conditions, we simply aren't their match. There's nothing shameful about admitting that. Sergeant, are we destined to only clean up after them and handle logistics? Certainly not. This is only the beginning. There aren't many of them, but in the future, there will definitely come a time for our abilities to shine. For now, your task is to train hard and become stronger. Alright, now get moving and finish the cleanup. Next, we'll be eliminating scattered and isolated enemy forces nearby, facing beasts too. Don't mess up, or we'll be the laughingstock of others. The squad leader reminded. Yes, sir. Upon hearing that they too had their own combat missions, the soldiers became suddenly filled with fighting spirit. Back at the main headquarters, the Yanwang Legion Command Center. Old Qin, all 6 4-star level threat beast gathering areas have been cleared. Political Commissar Wu Kuei said excitedly as he stepped into the center, his voice brimming with emotion. Any casualties? Tong Ming asked immediately with concern. No casualties at all. We eliminated over 10,600 ferocious beasts of various levels. The results are remarkable, Wu Kuei replied excitedly. The fruits of battle from these few hours of fighting were almost equivalent to the total they had gathered throughout their entire time in this foreign world. So how could he not be delighted? If they could have such a large-scale encounter every single day, they would truly become rich. Excellent. Tong Ming slapped the table, visibly thrilled. 10,000 beasts meant countless foundation-enhancing spirit liquids, which in turn meant the Yanwang Legion strength would ascend to an even higher level. Oh, by the way, what's the situation with the Legion commander? Tong Ming suddenly recalled and asked. Don't worry, just received news. They've completed their mission too, but due to some special circumstances, they need to remain there for a while. The Legion commander said he will return the moment things are settled. Command of this side remains under your authority, Wu Kuei replied. Good. That's reassuring. Hearing that Su Pingyan was safe, he finally relaxed, as that location had been the most dangerous mission. At the edge of the Divine Dragon Lake on Divine Dragon Peak, a soldier suddenly opened his eyes, swung a punch through the air, and said excitedly, what tremendous strength. Those who awaken first should step away from the Divine Dragon Lake to wait, Su Pingyan reminded. Only then did the soldier realize and quickly jump out of the lake, standing before Su Pingyan, Legion commander. Strike me with a punch, Su Pingyan suddenly said to the soldier. What? Hit me with a punch. This, Legion commander, I feel my strength has greatly increased, but I haven't fully mastered this new power yet. I'm afraid I might misjudge the force, the soldier said with concern. Don't worry. Give me your strongest punch, Su Pingyan repeated. Seeing this, the soldier nodded. Yes, sir. Then, an immense power erupted from the soldier's body as he threw a fierce punch straight at the palm Su Pingyan had extended forward. Chapter 81, Dragon Blood Body Refinement. 27,000 plus kilograms. Body tempering stage 8th rank, late phase. Not bad. Su Pingyan immediately judged from that punch, and a slight expression of satisfaction appeared on his face. The effect of refining his body with dragon blood surpassed his initial expectations. Indeed, by using the power of dragon blood seeping from the dragon pond, the results were remarkable. Su Pingyan's purpose in doing this was to enhance the strength of the War God Special Team as soon as possible. Only then could they truly deserve the name of War God Special Team. Commander, are you saying that I advanced directly from body tempering stage 6th rank, early phase to body tempering stage 8th rank, late phase? The soldier asked in disbelief. Correct, Su Pingyan nodded. Upon receiving confirmation, the soldier became even more excited. Now go meditate and consolidate your cultivation. Understand your own power and adapt to your new body as soon as possible, Su Pingyan instructed. Yes. In the following time, one soldier after another jumped out of the dragon pond continuously. The later they came out, the more energy they had absorbed, and the more terrifying their strength enhancement was, which actually had much to do with each person's talent and perseverance. When the 13th person came out, a slight smile appeared on Su Pingyan's face. Good. More than 30,800 kilograms. Body tempering stage 9th rank, early phase. Thank you, Commander, the soldier said excitedly. As time passed, soon everyone came ashore, leaving only Yi Xiao, the last one remaining. Finally, after waiting for about another hour, Yi Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, an excited expression on his face, and began laughing maniacally. What an eyesore, Su Pingyan thought to himself. Perhaps realizing the inappropriateness of the situation, under the collective gazes of the others, even Yi Xiao, usually expressionless, looked slightly embarrassed, coughing lightly twice to ease the awkwardness. How do you feel? Su Pingyan spoke first. Thank you, Commander. I feel great. Yi Xiao finally recovered. Give it your all, and punch me once so I can see how strong you've become, Su Pingyan said. Yi Xiao looked at Su Pingyan. Seeing the serious expression on the other's face, he nodded and suddenly threw a punch towards Su Pingyan's palm, causing Su Pingyan's arm to slightly retract. After all, none of the previous soldiers had ever managed to move him even a bit. Yi Xiao was the first. Very good. More than 10,100 kilograms. Body tempering stage 10th rank. Now you can confidently tell everyone that you are the second strongest person on Blue Planet. Su Pingyan nodded in satisfaction. Hearing that, Yi Xiao immediately felt extremely excited. He always pursued strength, but his joy only lasted a short while before he calmed down again. At the same time, he was even more astonished inwardly. He had improved so much, advancing to the early phase of body tempering stage 10th rank. Despite giving it his all, he still couldn't make the commander retreat even half a step, showing how terrifying the other's strength was. Thank you for your praise, Commander. Compared to you, I'm still far behind, Yi Xiao humbly replied. Su Pingyan simply smiled slightly, patted the other on the shoulder, and didn't say much more. Then he turned around, smiled, and praised everyone's performance. Now your strength has been greatly enhanced. The War God Special Team can finally be called what it is. Thank you, Commander. They all knew their progress was inseparable from the man before them. But you mustn't become arrogant because of this. Keep pushing forward and strive to become even stronger, Su Pingyan added. He didn't want them to become overly confident. Yes. Yi Xiao. Here. You will now lead the team down the mountain to find Deputy Commander Qin. He'll assign some combat missions to you. Keep fighting so that you can quickly and completely control your current body and fully unleash your power, Su Pingyan ordered. Yes. Yi Xiao accepted the command but still had some questions in his heart. Commander, what about you then? You've all trained. Now it's my turn to try, Su Pingyan said, pointing at the dragon pond. Yi Xiao suddenly understood. This place truly was a holy ground for cultivation. Suddenly, he thought of something and casually asked, Commander, can we come here to train again in the future? Also, can the brothers below come to train here? Su Pingyan shook his head slightly. The effects of training in the dragon pond are best the first time only. Later times won't be effective. Moreover, the energy inside is nearly depleted. After my training, this dragon pond will practically become unusable. Otherwise, how come the Titan Dragonmon has been here all these years yet still remained at the peak of grade 11? Yi Xiao considered it and agreed. I was just being greedy. Yi Xiao led everyone away, leaving only Su Pingyan and the Titan Dragonmon atop the mountain. Master, what do you plan to do next? White Suzu asked. Su Pingyan smiled slightly but didn't answer. Instead, he summoned the Yaowan cauldron from his consciousness and pointed it toward the dragon pond. With a thought, he uttered, Seal? He was only trying, not knowing whether it would succeed. After all, dragon blood was also part of Yao Sug, and failure wouldn't cost him anything. Success, however, would bring enormous gains. The instant the Yaowan cauldron appeared, the Titan Dragonmon sensed a tremendous threat, its face filled with horror. Even such a terrifying treasure exists with the master? If he had used this when fighting me earlier, hiss, I would have certainly died. But what it didn't know was that the Yaowan cauldron could only target dead Shingso. For now, it was impossible to seal a living Shingso inside. Yes, for now. Su Pingyan had a feeling that the reason he couldn't seal living Shingso inside was due to his cultivation being too low. Once his strength improved in the future, it might become possible. This, after all, was a Shantinlingbok, its power absolutely not so simple. After a while, a piece of golden glowing dragon blood crystal slowly flew out from the bottom of the dragon pond, seemingly struggling, but ultimately was still absorbed into the Yaowan cauldron. Success. Excitement showed on Su Pingyan's face. Separate the Saint Seal, refine the remaining energy. Under a single thought, the golden dragon blood crystal inside the Yaowan cauldron began to slowly melt. A golden dragon-shaped illusion floated inside the cauldron. It was the Saint Seal. Without the enhancement of the Saint Seal, the energy was instantly refined. 1 drop plus 5 grade low-level spirit liquid. Su Pingyan slightly frowned his eyebrows, or rather, looked somewhat disappointed. This was the blood of the Sheng Shou, 5-clawed golden dragon. Although just 1 drop, it should have been able to produce extremely high-grade spirit liquid. Unfortunately, things didn't go as expected. Probably because this drop of blood has existed for too long, it has already lost most of its energy over time, leaving just a tiny bit behind. Su Pingyan speculated inwardly. Anyway, being able to obtain this much is already very good. One must know when to feel content. Once he accepted this, Su Pingyan felt much better again. With a single thought, he reserved 1 drop of 5-grade low-level spirit liquid and directly allowed the excess to compatibly flow downward. Chapter 82. Purple chi comes from the east for 10,000 miles. 13 drops and more of top-tier 4th grade spiritual liquid. Holy crap, Su Pingyan couldn't help but blurt out a Chinese expletive. Only now did he realize there was a huge gap between the 4th and 5th cultivation stages. 1 drop of low-tier 5th grade spiritual liquid could replace 100 drops of top-tier 4th grade spiritual liquid, not just 10. He reserved 13 drops of top-tier 4th grade spiritual liquid, and the rest were downgraded further, resulting in 7 drops of mid-tier 3rd grade spiritual liquid. He reserved 7 drops of mid-tier 3rd grade spiritual liquid, and the remainder continued to downgrade further, resulting in 5 drops of top-tier 2nd grade spiritual liquid, 4 drops of top-tier 1st grade spiritual liquid, and 6 drops of low-tier 1st grade spiritual liquid. The effect of top-tier 1st grade spiritual liquid was similar to that of low-tier 2nd grade. Divine grade 1st tier was equivalent to mid-tier 2nd grade, and saint grade 1st tier corresponded to top-tier 2nd grade. As for the supreme grade, the spirit refining pot couldn't generate it, so there was no spiritual liquid of that grade. My current cultivation is at body tempering stage 11, so what I need is mid-tier 2nd grade spiritual liquid. The rest no longer work for me, Su Pingyan thought. He placed the lower grade spiritual liquids into a large bottle, intending them for the soldiers. They could still be sold for money anyway. This meant he now had 1 drop of low-tier 5th grade spiritual liquid, 13 drops of top-tier 4th grade spiritual liquid, 7 drops of mid-tier 3rd grade spiritual liquid, and 5 drops of top-tier 2nd grade spiritual liquid, enough to last him quite a long time of cultivation. Not bad at all. This trip to the Shenlong Pond turned out to be a huge success. I not only obtained the Zhugua fruit, but also this much spiritual liquid, not to mention a battle pet full of potential. I've definitely hit the jackpot. Help me keep watch, Su Pingyan said, and in his excitement, he didn't waste the remaining energy in the Shenlong Pond, immediately jumping into it. As you wish, master. True enough, a trace of dragon's blood power still lingered within the Shenlong Pond. Su Pingyan immediately closed his eyes and began cultivating by circulating his technique. As streams of dragon's blood power flowed into his body, his cultivation base rapidly surged. How much time had passed, he didn't know, but when he could no longer absorb the slightest bit of dragon's blood power from the water, he finally opened his eyes in resignation, glancing at the Shenlong Pond with a sense of regret. Without the dragon's blood crystal, it had now become an ordinary deep pond, no longer offering any cultivation benefits. More than 6.3 million gene, Su Pingyan clenched his fist, gaining a general awareness of his body. I'm much closer to reaching body tempering stage 12 now. Congratulations, master, on a major cultivation breakthrough. The Titan Dragon Python swam over to congratulate him. Now it's your turn. Su Pingyan smiled mysteriously. Master, what do you mean it's my turn? Baisuzu asked, confused. With a mental command, Su Pingyan summoned the spirit refining pot back into his hand. I'm going to release the Golden Dragon's Saint Mark immediately. You must fuse with it right away. Whether you can break through the bloodline restriction and advance to Saint grade bloodline hinges on this one opportunity. Upon hearing this, Baisuzu solemnly nodded her head. Rest assured, master, I will succeed. Su Pingyan nodded slightly and said nothing further. Carefully, he released the Saint Mark. As it emerged, a powerful pressure surged forth. Su Pingyan involuntarily bent at the waist, and the Titan Dragon Python nearly collapsed under the pressure. Hurry! Su Pingyan used the spirit refining pot to suppress the Saint Mark with all his might. Baisuzu quickly opened her mouth and swallowed the Saint Mark, then coiled up her body. Soon afterward, Su Pingyan noticed cracks forming on the Titan Dragon Python's body, from which blood began oozing out. Additionally, faint golden light started emerging from within her scales. Su Pingyan wanted to help, but he held himself back. Thinking back to his past life, since the Titan Dragon Python had succeeded back then, she was most likely to succeed in this life too. However, though he couldn't assist directly, he could still provide support indirectly. Thus, he poured a drop of top-tier 2nd grade spiritual liquid into Baisuzu's mouth. Indeed, with the support of powerful spiritual energy, her situation improved significantly. Therefore, Su Pingyan continued feeding her a drop of top-tier 2nd grade spiritual liquid every so often. After consuming all 5 drops of top-tier 2nd grade spiritual liquid, he transformed all 7 drops of mid-tier 3rd grade spiritual liquid into 700 drops of top-tier 2nd grade spiritual liquid, continuously supplying the Titan Dragon Python with life energy. As time passed and the sky grew dark, there was still no sign of the process concluding, so Su Pingyan could only continue guarding and providing Baisuzu with spiritual liquid support. At the Yanwang Legion headquarters, the command center, Yi Xiao and the War God Special Forces had been fighting outside for most of the day and didn't return until nightfall. Immediately upon returning, his first concern was Su Pingyan, Deputy Commander Qin. Has the Commander-in-Chief not returned yet? He hasn't come back yet, but don't worry. We just contacted him via drone, and he's currently guarding his battle pet. He probably won't return tonight, so he told us not to worry about him. Qin Meng said. That's good to hear. Yi Xiao sighed with relief. Yi Dui, how was your mission? Qin Meng asked. Excellent. This time we went out on a mission, and as long as we weren't fighting second stage beast, we used only cold weapons. It was really exhilarating. Our control over our physical bodies has improved greatly. If we go out and fight again the next 2 days, we should completely master our bodies. Yi Xiao replied excitedly. That's great. Huh? Where are the others? Haven't they returned yet? Yi Xiao looked around and noticed only he and Qin Meng were in the command center, so he asked in confusion. They came back 2 hours earlier than your God of War special team did. Right now, they're all gone to reflect on the battle experience. Qin Meng replied casually. Oh, I see. The next morning, The sun rose in the east, and purple chi came from the east for 30,000 li. On the summit of Shunlong Mountain, the Titan dragon python suddenly opened its eyes, shot into the sky, opened its enormous mouth, and swallowed all the purple chi across the 30,000 li in one bite. Its body then began to undergo violent transformation. Its head gradually changed into a dragon's head resembling the ancient Chinese mythological depiction, and there was even a golden vertical stripe between its eyebrows. Its body scales shifted from green to purple. Then, it landed in front of Su Pingyan. Suspended. Su Pingyan showed a trace of surprise as the Titan dragon python was floating about 30 centimeters above the ground. Master, you can speak now? Su Pingyan was even more astonished. Hold on, your mouth didn't move. Thank you, Master, for helping me break through the bloodline restriction and achieve Saint-tier lower-grade bloodline. This has surpassed my ancestors. The ability to speak comes from a secret technique of dragon language from the five-clawed golden dragon clan. It allows me to communicate through ventriloquism before full maturity, Bai Suzu explained. Wait, you just said Saint-tier lower-grade bloodline. What does that mean? Su Pingyan, focusing on the key point, immediately asked. Chapter 83, A New Race, Titan Divine Dragon. Master, based on some fragmented knowledge from the bloodline inheritance of the five-clawed golden dragon clan that I've obtained, I've learned that the Saint-level bloodline is divided differently than the previous ones. It's classified into 3 tiers, lower, middle, and upper. Right now, I only possess the lowest tier, Saint Lower. Also, in my inherited memories, the cultivation realm of the first stage 12 star is further divided into 9 ranks. Those at the initial 12 star are considered first rank, Saint Lower bloodline. They only need to reach the peak of the 3rd rank to break through to the 2nd stage. Those with Saint Middle bloodline must reach the peak of the 6th rank, while those with Saint Higher bloodline must reach the peak of the 9th rank. Bai Suzu explained once again. So that's how it is. Su Pingyan nodded slightly. This was new information that he had never encountered in his past life. The classification of the 12th star into 9 ranks was something he was hearing for the first time. It might be that the Wuji Xiangong didn't mention it, or perhaps the discoverer from his previous life simply hadn't disclosed it. When he obtained the complete version of Wuji Xiangong in Antarctica, he would naturally understand more. Moreover, a cultivator at the initial 12th star possessed a power of 10 million kilograms, while one at the initial 13th star reached 100 million kilograms. If so, this concept of 9 ranks wasn't hard to understand. Essentially, each rank increase required an additional 10 million kilograms of strength. Then what cultivation level are you currently? Also, how can you float in the air like that? Su Pingyan asked 2 consecutive questions. I am currently at 2nd rank of the first stage 12th star. As for floating, it's a flying secret technique of the five-clawed golden dragon clan, a divine ability granted automatically after awakening the saint-level bloodline. Bai Suzu explained, then added, Master, I can not only hover on my own, but also fly, and I can even carry you with me. Upon hearing this, Su Pingyan's eyes lit up. This divine ability was truly great. It would make future travel much simpler. Great. Then let's go down the mountain now. Carry me down. He couldn't help but try it out. Without waiting for Bai Suzu's agreement, he jumped directly onto her body. Titan Dragon Python. No, she shouldn't be called that anymore. Thinking about it, Su Pingyan asked, Susu, what race do you belong to now? Master, my ancestors were originally from the Titan Giant Python clan. It was only because of an ancient union with a dragon clan that a new race was born, our Titan Dragon Python clan. Now that I've advanced to the Saint Lower bloodline, I believe I have created a completely new race. Please, Master, give us a name. Bai Suzu's answer startled Su Pingyan a bit. Could it really be like that? Had he unintentionally created an entirely new race? No, he witnessed it. In that case, let me think. Your current appearance is more dragon-like, and your body is extremely large. How about we call you the Titan Divine Dragon? Here, this place is Divine Dragon Mountain and Divine Dragon Pond. You share a connection with it. What do you think? Su Pingyan, after all, respected by Susu as a battle companion and asked for her opinion. Originally, the Titan Dragon Python had reached nearly 50 meters in length. Now, Bai Suzu had grown to nearly 70 meters, making her extremely enormous. This was only the first stage. It was difficult to imagine how immense she would become in the future. Great. Titan Divine Dragon sounds perfect. Bai Suzu replied excitedly. As the founder of a new race, and with a starting point as high as Saint Lower bloodline, she had every reason to be proud. Let's go. Take me down the mountain. Su Pingyan raised his hand and shouted joyfully, looking just like a young boy. Master, hold on tight. With that, Bai Suzu soared into the sky, moving steadily. Su Pingyan tightly held her neck as she dived downward, swiftly descending the mountain. Beep beep beep, alarm. Enemy attack incoming. Suddenly, an alarm sounded at the foot of the mountain. Shit, I totally forgot about this. Su Pingyan immediately realized and shouted loudly, don't attack. It's me. Huh? That sounds like the commander's voice. Those below noticed the anomaly too. Seeing that the beast in the sky made no move to attack them, they merely pointed their weapons toward it, hesitating to fire. When their altitude dropped to about 200 meters, Su Pingyan leapt directly from Bai Suzu's back. Boom. A large, deep crater formed beneath his feet, and a cloud of dust burst outward, momentarily enveloping him. Fortunately, Yi Xiao and others had already witnessed similar scenes before. Seeing Su Pingyan emerge from the dust, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Disarm the alarm. Qin Meng gave the order. Commander, what was that thing in the sky? And where is the Titan Dragon Python? Yi Xiao was the first to react, stepping forward in curiosity. That in the sky is indeed the Titan Dragon Python, but its bloodline has evolved. It's now the Titan Divine Dragon. Su Pingyan explained briefly, then shouted upward. Susu, come down now. Soon, a gigantic ferocious beast hovered above the base camp, causing all the soldiers who were seeing by Susu for the first time to feel an overwhelming aura of pressure. They had hunted countless ferocious beasts over the past few days, but none this massive, especially one that looked so much like the legendary Divine Dragon. Susu, suppress your pressure. Don't release your aura here, Sui. These people are my comrades in arms. They are allies, Su Pingyan said gently, patting by Susu's lowered head. Yes, master. Should it can speak? Qin asked, completely bewildered. This was the first time he'd seen a beast capable of speaking human language. Bai Susu has a high bloodline level. However, she hasn't had her hyoid bone refined. What you heard was her ventriloquism, a technique to facilitate communication, Su Pingyan explained. Then, with a serious tone, he introduced her to everyone. Her name is Bai Susu. From now on, she is one of us. She won't harm you, and you mustn't harm her either. If danger arises and I'm not around, you may ask for her help. Su Pingyan hoped that Bai Susu could eventually become part of the Huaxia family. He hoped that over time, everyone would grow less fearful of her. He also knew, however, that this wouldn't happen overnight. Getting used to her presence would take time. After all, having such a terrifying beast nearby, saying that no one felt afraid at all would be impossible. Understood. Commander, what does she eat? Qin asked cautiously. As head of logistics, this was naturally a concern. What if the Titan Divine Dragon got hungry, had no food, and turned to eating people? This one can hunt for food by myself. No need to worry about me. Bai Susu replied in a commanding tone, following the way she referred to herself in the inherited memories. After all, none of these people were her master. Cough, good. That's good then. Qin coughed lightly. Susu, your body is too large to reside here comfortably. From now on, continue living in the Divine Dragon Pond at the summit. I'll call directly for you when I need you. With a few sentences, Su Pingyan made an arrangement for Bai Susu and handed her a small vial. Chapter 84, reporting the battlefield situation. There are 100 drops of high-grade second-stage spiritual liquid here. It should be enough to support your cultivation until you reach the third level's peak. If it's not enough, I'll give you more later. Thank you, master. Bai Susu had consumed quite a bit before and naturally knew how valuable this was. Unfortunately, previously she had relied on the power of the Sungyin to absorb so much spiritual liquid in a short time and achieve such rapid cultivation improvement. That was no longer possible now. She could only refine it slowly and gradually enhance herself. As for the high-voltage electric cultivation chamber, Bai Susu's body was too large to pass through the portal for now. Since she was a living creature, she also couldn't be placed inside a dimensional space box. Therefore, she couldn't go to Planet Lawn at the moment. Go. After Bai Susu left the base, everyone finally relaxed, and the pressure around them greatly lessened. Old Qin, and everyone else, come on. Let's go to the command center. Tell me how the current operation is progressing. Su Pingyan asked with concern. Yes. Everyone followed Su Pingyan to the command center. Su Pingyan's gaze locked on Qin. Old Qin, you update us on the Yellow Emperor Legion situation. Qin nodded and walked over to the map to begin briefing Su Pingyan and the others. At the moment, within a radius of 50 kilometers, all concentrations of more than 50 ferocious beasts have been completely cleared out by the Yellow Emperor Legion. We have eliminated a total of 2.14 million beasts of various levels. No soldiers of the Yellow Emperor Legion have been lost. 7 suffered minor injuries and are currently undergoing treatment. Additionally, we obtained 17 spiritual farms and medicinal herb gardens. Hearing the number 2,140,000 ferocious beasts, Su Pingyan couldn't help but take in a sharp breath. Indeed, there was great power in having many people. If it had been left to himself, who knows how long it would have taken to accomplish such a feat. Vice Marshal Gua, what about your field army? Su Pingyan, suppressing his excitement, turned to ask Gua Xiaotian. The time was too short. We only managed to complete one sweep within the radius of 50 kilometers. We eliminated a total of 4.41 million beasts of various levels. We discovered 73 areas suspected of growing medicinal herbs. However, we lack professional personnel, so we didn't harvest any herbs, but we marked their locations. That the field army had hunted more beasts than the Yellow Emperor Legion was normal, and fell within Su Pingyan's expectations. After all, the Yellow Emperor Legion specifically targeted beast gatherings. Across such a wide area, there were many beasts, most scattered individually. But when totaled together, the number became terrifying. As for our own losses, no one was killed. 5 were severely injured, and 143 suffered minor injuries. Everyone is receiving treatment and is in no danger, Gua Xiaotian said loudly. Although the Yellow Emperor Legion had impressive achievements, their field army was no less capable. General Gua, based on your experience in this cleanup operation, about how many ferocious beasts remain within a radius of 50 kilometers? Su Pingyan asked for advice. Gua Xiaotian thought for a moment before replying. There should still be no fewer than 100,000. No, during last night, even more beasts might have entered from beyond the 50-kilometer perimeter, since our defensive line is not yet completed. During the night, our forces were pulled back. On the other hand, many beasts might also have fled beyond this range. Anything is possible. Su Pingyan slightly nodded, falling into deep thought. After a while, he said, General Gua just mentioned an important point. We may have many soldiers, but we lack professional personnel. For instance, we cannot identify medicinal herbs or ores. Therefore, we also need some specialized talents. Commander, besides cultivating techniques, some soldiers gain knowledge of pill refining, weapon forging, and even identifying spiritual liquid through the heavenly monument of nothing. However, since we're all soldiers, very few have obtained expertise in these areas, Qin said. That's normal. Everyone has their own expertise. If we bring in experts from the outside, they'll likely have a much higher chance of acquiring skills related to these fields, Su Pingyan explained. Unless someone is extremely gifted and naturally suited to pill refining or forging weapons, most people can gain professional skills from the heavenly monument of nothing through sufficient expertise accumulation. Alright then, old Qin. Later you can first select soldiers from our ranks who already have these relevant skills, and send them to check the spiritual farms and medicinal gardens, and compile statistics about the medicinal herbs. I'll return to Planet Launch shortly, and have Shui Yong report this matter upwards. I believe it won't be long before we have enough specialized personnel. Okay, leave it to me. Qin nodded. This issue wasn't too big of a problem. Generally, when can your construction corps complete the third line of defense? Su Pingyan turned to ask Major Li Ming. Only after the third line of defense was fully connected could the beasts be completely kept outside the defenses, and only then could this area be considered a newly expanded territory, truly under Han control. We are building it in 4 phases, Li Ming began. In the first phase, we will start construction 50 kilometers away, utilizing favorable terrain to set up fortified strongholds with overlapping fields of fire. In some areas, we will also build city walls. At the same time, we need to deploy surveillance cameras within a 10-kilometer range beyond this line of defense. This way, if any ferocious beasts approach, we can detect them in advance and ensure the safety of the third defensive line. The scale of work for the first phase is quite large. It will take at least 5 days, though we can guarantee completion within a week. In the second phase, based on the third line of defense, we plan to construct a second layer of protection to prevent any breaches or overlooked threats. The second defensive line will be relatively sparse and is expected to be completed within 3 days. In the third phase, we intend to build artillery positions, anti-aircraft gun emplacements, and rocket launch sites on suitable terrain. We also plan to construct a small airstrip in each of the 4 directions and deploy some fighter jets to strengthen our defense. This third phase of construction will likely take around 3 to 4 days. Once the first 3 phases are complete, the area within a 50-kilometer radius will basically be under our full control. To get rich, one must first build roads. No matter whether we are planning for future economic development in this realm or ensuring military effectiveness, road construction is essential. The terrain here is very complex and unsuitable for large-scale armored operations, so the 4th phase of our construction will focus entirely on building roads. Li Ming detailed the full development plan of the construction unit. Su Pingyan listened carefully, and he found nothing particularly wrong with the plan. Still, he had a thought of his own. Generally, I have a humble suggestion you might consider. Commander, please speak, Li Ming said respectfully, clearly valuing Su Pingyan's opinion. Build a city, Su Pingyan said softly. A city? Everyone looked confused. Yes, locate a suitable site and construct a city modeled after ancient fortresses, Su Pingyan explained. Chapter 85, A Great Harvest. First, although we haven't yet made contact with this otherworldly civilization, the knowledge I inherited tells me that their societal structure resembles our ancient society. Building cities will help us integrate better should we come into contact with them in the future. Second, though we have successfully kept the fair beasts outside our defensive line, this is only effective within a radius of 50 kilometers. The 10,000 mountain range spans over 8,000 kilometers. How many military forts and soldiers would that require for full defense? Not to mention, there's even vaster territory beyond that. As our controlled area expands, it will be impossible to completely eliminate the fair beasts. Building cities will allow us to effectively defend against them. Third, cities can provide safety for our soldiers, future experts, and even civilians. They won't have to worry about beast attacks in the middle of the night. Fourth, cities will gather people in one place rather than living scattered in the wild. One city can become a center for economic development. In summary, there are many benefits to building cities. As General Li mentioned earlier, constructing roads shouldn't be abandoned either. First, we can investigate suitable locations for city construction, and roads can later be built connecting these cities. Each city will serve as a large military fortress and a strong rear base. Su Pingyan finished and looked at Li Ming, waiting for his reply. Li Ming, after hearing Su Pingyan's passionate explanation of the advantages of city construction, was slightly moved. Indeed, our previous thinking was still limited to Earth. We've forgotten that we're now in another world. I believe it's feasible. But, he paused slightly and frowned. You're worried about the higher-ups? Su Pingyan asked. Li Ming didn't hide his concerns, nodding as he replied. The previous plans were already discussed and finalized by the leadership before I came here. However, the plan for constructing cities was never brought up before. That's easily solved. I'll make a trip out later anyway and personally submit this proposal. I believe the leadership will make the right decision. Su Pingyan said. Alright then, since the first 3 phases of the project still require about 10 more days, it should be enough time for High Command to make a decision. Li Ming nodded in agreement. Actually, Su Pingyan could have made the decision directly himself, since he indeed held the highest authority here, but it was better to exercise restraint. The less often such power was used, the better, as giving the higher-ups a sense of participation would, in turn, be beneficial for his own position. Old Qin, are all the beast corpses stored with you? Su Pingyan asked. They are. Good. Everyone else, today's meeting ends here. General Li will continue to oversee the construction of the third defensive line, while General Guo will protect the construction troops to ensure the projects are not hindered by beast interference. The remaining forces must focus on clearing the wandering beasts within the 50-kilometer radius to ensure the absolute safety of our base. Su Pingyan commanded. Yes, sir. Everyone left, leaving only Su Pingyan and Qin Ming inside the command center. Commander, old Qin, just call me Pingyan in private. Su Pingyan corrected him. Qin Ming had never been a person of unnecessary formalities. He chuckled and immediately adjusted his tone. Pingyan, should I release the beast corpses for you now? No rush. There's something else I need to discuss with you first. As he spoke, Su Pingyan walked to the map, pointing at a location beyond the third defensive line toward the southeast direction. On the map, this area was marked as blank. Old Qin, there is an ancient ruin in this direction. We need to take control of it. I have a strong feeling that whatever's inside will be extremely important for our future development. Su Pingyan said seriously. This place? All right. Qin Ming nodded heavily. Give me a day and I'll prioritize the reconnaissance of this area. Not that urgent either. We just had a huge harvest. The warriors from the Yanhuang Legion who accompanied me can now go through training with the high-voltage electric cultivation chambers to improve their cultivation as soon as possible. With improved abilities, we can explore this world more efficiently. You can start the reconnaissance slowly. Ancient ruins are certainly dangerous, and the beast levels there will likely be higher than elsewhere. Don't send any people there for now. Just use drones for recon. Su Pingyan reminded. Rest assured, I'll be cautious. Any other questions, old Qin? Not at the moment. Then give me the beast corpses. Keeping them with you is quite a burden, and the warriors have completely run out of foundation building elixir already. They'll definitely need this new batch. Qin Ming said. All right, let's find an open area outside. Quickly, the two men went beyond the second defensive line, finding a large open space. While Qin Ming took the fair beast corpses out of his treasure bag, Su Pingyan immediately began classifying them. Su Pingyan stored the valuable fair beast corpses into his dimensional space box, while the ones with little or no value were all placed into the Yaneo pot to be refined into spirit liquid. The two men worked for almost 2 hours before finishing. Old Qin, take note. There are a total of 2,238 adult 3-flower ghost face pigs, 16 5-color Fincha beasts, 25 fortune-striped blood panthers, 66 jade-eye golden toads, and 3 crimson fire emperor dragons. In addition, there are 4,882 other beasts of various levels whose meat is delicious and nutritionally enriching. The rest I have all refined into foundation-building spirit liquid. The 5-color Fincha beast and the crimson fire emperor dragon were said to carry a faint trace of the sacred dragon and phoenix bloodline, making them the most favored prey for the gluttonous types. They were far more valuable and much rarer than the 3-flower ghost face pigs. The fortune-striped blood panther was rumored to be the main ingredient for the blood rage pill. Once consumed, the blood rage pill could enhance combat power by 50%, though it would result in a 3-day weakening period afterward. However, at critical moments, it could save one's life. Therefore, the blood rage pill was extremely valuable, and naturally, the main ingredient, the fortune-striped blood panther, was also highly valued. As for the jade-eye golden toad, it was believed to be the primary material for the myriad poison remedy, a pill capable of counteracting all worldly poisons. Though there was certainly exaggeration in that claim, it could neutralize most poisons, making it incredibly valuable as well. This species had already become very rare outside the 10,000 mountain range. In total, I obtained 581 drops of second-tier upper-rank foundation building spirit liquid, 2,886 drops of second-tier mid-rank, 10,923 drops of second-tier lower rank, 1,857 drops of first-tier supreme rank, 1,890,000 drops of first-tier upper rank, 15,440,000 drops of first-tier mid-rank, and 20,450,000 drops of first-tier lower rank. After finishing, Su Pingyan lifted his head and looked at Qin Ming, noticing the other man was staring blankly, so he quickly reminded him. Old Qin, hurry and write it down. Oh, right away. He finally reacted, having simply been stunned by the enormity of the harvest. Before this, they were only talking about fair beast corpses, so he hadn't quite grasped the scale. But with the foundation building spirit liquid, he knew. After all, he had personally distributed the spirit liquid the soldiers used before, and he understood exactly what this amount represented. Didn't expect such a massive haul this time, huh? After finishing the notes, Qin Ming couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 86 Good news. Yeah, I didn't expect there to be so many second-stage beasts either. That's really great, Su Pingyan said with a smile. After all, within a 50-kilometer radius, having 2,000 or 3,000 wandering second-stage beasts was completely normal. If those beasts had gathered together, they might have inflicted significant casualties, but since they were scattered, it made it very convenient to focus fire on them. The Jiping first-stage spirit liquid represented a 10-star first-stage beast, which was even rarer than the low-grade second-stage beasts. That was understandable, since only a few beasts had Yiping bloodlines. Too bad the soldiers hadn't reached the chi condensation stage yet. Otherwise, they could have captured some powerful beasts as battle companions. To form a contract bond, one needed either to reach the 11th level of body refinement, which was extremely rare, or to reach the chi condensation stage, which most people would eventually achieve, but not yet. Originally, Su Pingyan wanted to remind Qin Ming that in the future, if they encountered 10-star first-stage beasts, they could injure or disable them and bring them back. But upon second thought, he decided not to, since they currently couldn't distinguish beast levels. Time was short and Su Pingyan's resources were limited. He couldn't do everything. Pingyan, with so much foundation-building spirit liquid, How should we distribute it? Give me some guidelines so I can have a clear idea, Qin Ming asked. The low-grade first-stage foundation building spirit liquid is no longer useful for our Yellow Emperor Legion, but it's perfect for the Field Army and Construction Corps brothers. They can use it. As for the mid-grade first-stage spirit liquid, we Yellow Emperor Legion members won't be able to use it all ourselves. We can keep some and give the rest to them. Let's set a small goal first. Help the brothers in the Field Army and Construction Corps advance to the 6th level of body refinement. With this batch of foundation building spirit liquid, many of our Yellow Emperor Legion brothers should be able to break through to the 2nd stage. That will greatly increase our strength and will be very beneficial for our upcoming exploration into farther regions, Su Ping'an explained. 50 kilometers away, the number and proportion of 2nd stage beasts had already increased significantly. It wasn't impossible to explore beyond that point with body refinement cultivation, but the danger level rose sharply. Okay, I understand how to handle this now. In the central conference room of the capital city, the important figures were once again summoned by the Chancellor. Chancellor, judging from your happy expression, do you have good news to announce? Elder Tu said with a smile. I do indeed have good news, and more than just one piece. Today, calling everyone here is not only to announce 3 pieces of good news, but also to discuss 3 major matters, the Chancellor said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the others relaxed, visibly pleased. The first piece of good news is that Su Ping'an has led the Yellow Emperor Legion and other forces to expand an area of roughly 50 kilometers around the portal. In other words, our Huaxia now has a real foothold in this other world, a new territory for us, the Chancellor announced. That's excellent news. This is indeed the achievement of expanding our borders. Su Ping'an truly hasn't disappointed us, the group of leaders exclaimed in excitement. Expanding territory was something every leader pursued. If possible, they'd even take up swords and rush to the battlefield themselves to achieve eternal glory. 50 kilometers in diameter means about 8,000 square kilometers, an entire city's worth of territory. That's no small area and can be used for many purposes. Exactly. Previously, the 1st and 2nd defensive lines we built were too small, lacking strategic depth, and posing a great danger. Now, this issue has been significantly alleviated, although we still lack some depth. No, I've looked into it. The world facing our Huaxia is a vast mountain range. Though it's only about 8,000 square kilometers, within that range there may be many high mountains and dense forests, which have great strategic significance. We already have some defensive depth for safety. That makes sense. Chancellor, what is the second piece of good news? Elder Tu asked on behalf of everyone. The second and third pieces of good news are extensions of the first. That is, spoils of war. This time we obtained a large number of beast samples. Some have already been given to Su Ping'an to refine into foundation-building spirit liquid to improve the frontline soldiers' strength, while others have been sent back to the capital, the Chancellor explained. Do you know how many beasts have been transported this time? Someone asked curiously. Last time there were 79, all enormous, and they were all very curious. They had all gone to the site to take a look, which shocked them greatly. Moreover, everyone was fortunate enough to taste a small piece of beast meat. It was not only delicious, but also highly effective. Therefore, they all had a deep impression. Too bad. Although 79 beasts seemed like a lot, there were even more people in need within Huaxia, so the portions had already been given first to the elderly, prioritizing those national treasure-level talents. 4,882 beasts. The Chancellor announced with a smile, stating a shocking number. So many? That was beyond their expectations. According to reports from the front line, a total of over 600,000 beasts were killed this time. However, those most suitable for gentle nourishment were only this many. The Chancellor continued, not hesitating to stun the crowd further. 600,000 beasts, what an unimaginable concept. This is only within a 50-kilometer radius. Indeed, this other world is like a vast natural treasure trove. Remember, the 10,000 Great Mountains alone span over 8,000 square kilometers. How many more beasts could be there? Seeing the excitement among the people, the Chancellor didn't interrupt. Only after everyone calmed down did he speak again. The 3 issues we need to discuss today. The first concerns the distribution of this batch of beast meat. After research, we found that the beast meat contains very potent active factors. It can inhibit cancer cells inside cancer patients. Although it cannot cure cancer, it can halt the spread of cancer cells, prolong the lives of patients, and even provide life extension for the dying, delaying aging, among other benefits. This is practically a miracle medicine. Everyone was shocked. This may be related to the beasts specially selected by Su Ping'an. Not all beast meat would have such powerful effects. The Chancellor mused before adding. This was merely his hypothesis, as Su Ping'an had not mentioned this matter at all. Chancellor, do you mean that the beast meat should be given to these patients first? An elder quickly grasped the Chancellor's intention. Exactly. Our health is still decent, so we don't need to rush. There will surely be more than enough beast meat in the future. However, for those patients with terminal illnesses, a single day's delay could mean death. These are the people who need the beast meat the most. The Chancellor nodded. Chapter 87. The wind begins to rise. Chief Minister, I do support your idea, but there's one issue. Once we widely administer this to the patients, secrecy will no longer be possible. If news of China's possession of the portal leaks, it could cause great turbulence internationally. We are not yet ready to handle such consequences, a general rationally analyzed. Precisely. Therefore, this must be conducted in secrecy. Let's hear your suggestions. The Chief Minister nodded. If secrecy is a priority, we can justify the treatment as a trial of a new medication for these patients. It would be best to gather these people in one location, which would make management and care easier, while also preventing contact with too many people and thus avoiding leaks. In the nation as a whole, the number of such patients is not small. Some terminal cases are even in ICU. They can't be removed for centralized treatment. Is there any way to extract medicine from the beast meat to treat these patients? Wouldn't that be more convenient? A suggestion from an elder caused everyone to brighten. Foundation strengthening liquid. That was everyone's immediate reaction. Zhang Wei, Chief Minister. Secretary Zhang Wei hurried over. Contact Shui Yong and have him transport some foundation strengthening liquid back to the capital. Once it arrives, send it directly to the lab. I want the results as soon as possible, the Chief Minister ordered. I will handle it right away. Zhang Wei nodded and left. As for the matter of administering beast meat to patients, it will be postponed for now. For the time being, continue as before, prioritize providing it to elderly citizens and veterans who have contributed to the nation. Once their conditions improve enough that they can fly, send them to Kunlun Mountain. Cultivation is ultimately the fundamental way to extend their lives, the Chief Minister said. Chief Minister, aren't many cultivation techniques already copied from Kunlun? Can't we let them cultivate directly here? After all, sending so many people to Kunlun will certainly draw attention. The Chief Minister hesitated for a moment before replying. We can split them, some can go, while others cultivate right here in the capital. The wordless celestial tablet is in the other world, and one can only sense the most suitable cultivation technique for themselves from it. That makes sense. Alright then, let's proceed to the second matter. Shui Yong sent news. Su Ping'an suggested constructing a city in the other world. The Chief Minister then fully explained Su Ping'an's idea to everyone. What are your opinions? This is a good idea. In ancient times, cities gave people a sense of security. They also served as economic and transportation hubs. In wartime, they were vital military strongholds. I believe it is feasible. Building cities will be a major undertaking. It won't be just one city. Moreover, the other world consists of the 10,000 mountains. Constructing cities between those mountains will be even more difficult. Can it possibly be worse than the infrastructure environment in Yunnan and Guizhou? If we could conquer the natural conditions there, we can definitely conquer the 10,000 mountains in this other world. Also, building a city isn't like building bridges. There must be flat areas, or cities could be built according to the mountainous terrain. I also support city construction, but not too many and not too densely. After all, the other world is vast. How much territory can each city cover? We need to carefully calculate and plan accordingly. The best outcome would be achieving the greatest benefits at the smallest cost. Everyone offered their own views, each with his own thoughts. What everyone has said is good. From what I've heard, everyone basically agrees with constructing the cities, correct? The Chief Minister spoke. We agree. Indeed, no one objected. Then it's settled. Leave professional matters to professionals. Su Ping'an requested that we send over a batch of top experts from various fields. We can send more construction experts, perhaps even experts in ancient city-building techniques. I believe once they arrive, they can come up with the best plan, the Chief Minister stated. The purpose of this discussion was not to decide what kind of cities should be built, but rather whether they should be built at all. Now that an agreement had been reached, there was no need to waste further time discussing. Alright, next, we will discuss one final matter. The Western Coalition forces led by Sam and one country are already locked in extremely fierce fighting. The polar bear is also getting restless. Emperor has been contacting us frequently, hoping we will join forces and dispatch troops together. What do you think? The Chief Minister asked. It's too early to dispatch troops now. The Western Coalition led by Sam still retains much of its strength, and one country is not yet at the end of its rope. Dispatching troops at this moment might lead to heavy casualties, which is not in our best interests, an elder remarked. Indeed, Sam is still anxious because they haven't taken North Sea Island, and the battles are growing fiercer. Now is truly not the best time for us to deploy troops. Besides, we're not under that much pressure, we can afford to wait. What's the situation with the polar bear? If the Emperor wishes to send troops, we won't object, and we can provide massive logistical support, said a general. In that case, let's wait a bit longer, but we must also accelerate our military preparations. Whether it's the other world or the one country conflict, we need an army capable of winning battles, the Chief Minister said. As for the polar bear, we can give the Emperor a clear response. Regarding the war with one country, they will take the lead, and we will support. We can provide massive logistical supplies. As for the future capture of the portal, the split will be 6-4 in their favor, the Chief Minister added. I suppose the Emperor will have nothing more to say. Inside the polar bear's Kremlin, Your Majesty, the Eastern Power has replied. They said this campaign will be led by us, with them in a supporting role, and the benefits from the new world will be split 60-40 in our favor, the Foreign Minister reported. Just like before, they refused to take the front lines, wanting our soldiers to charge ahead and be cannon fodder. Truly despicable, the War Minister said in displeasure. They possess the most complete industrial system in the world, so they have the confidence to do this. We do not. If the campaign were led by the Han, militarily they surpass us, and logistics would be their responsibility. In the end, we would only become their vassal, gaining little benefit, a more level-headed official analyzed. Are you saying that Han is doing this for our own good? The War Minister sneered. Of course, they're not doing it for our benefit. But given the choice, would you really prefer to follow Han leadership? No one had anything to say. Although the Red Empire had long collapsed, they still carried its pride. If not absolutely necessary, they had no desire to submit to any nation. Han has pinpointed our weakness. To secure a greater share of the New World's benefits, to avoid becoming Han's vassal, and to revive the mighty polar bear once again, this time we must take the lead. This is an open strategy, the Emperor said firmly, gazing toward the east. How many soldiers have been mobilized? The Emperor asked. Chapter 88, 5th rank. 2 million troops, and we can mobilize 1.5 million immediately, replied the Minister of Defense. That's too few. Increase the mobilization speed. It seems 5 million won't be enough. We need at least 10 million soldiers. First, secretly deploy the 1.5 million force to the Far East region, under the justification of maintaining stability there, the Emperor ordered. Your Majesty, shouldn't we invite more countries to join our alliance? This is a rare opportunity, an opportunity to restore the glory of the Red Empire. The group's eyes lit up, and suggestions began flowing in. Yes, Your Majesty, this is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Those smaller nations would surely be eager to get a share of the spoils, but individually they're too weak to grasp anything. However, if they follow us, things will be completely different. You make a valid point. Go contact those countries friendly to us and ask for their opinions. If they agree, we'll immediately establish a coalition and have them gather in our Far East region, the Emperor commanded. Yes, sir. In no time, international circumstances shifted dramatically, as if a second storm were brewing. Many people even started stockpiling food and even weapons in hopes of protecting themselves and their families. Only in China did life seem largely unchanged. Although some crises appeared to loom on the surface, daily life continued on normally. Outside Death Valley, in the high-voltage training room number 0, a space reserved exclusively for Su Pingyan as his personal cultivation chamber. Inside, arc after arc of electric current surged through Su Pingyan's body, making him furrow his brows. Sweat poured from his forehead and all over his body, yet he stood completely still, allowing the electricity to course through him freely. At this moment, had anyone been able to see inside or check the instrument panel, they would have discovered that the electric current passing through Su Pingyan's body had already reached a massive 110,000 amperes. Suddenly, Su Pingyan opened his eyes, a streak of blue lightning forming within them, as if he had gained a pair of thunder eyes. Taking a deep breath, an arc of lightning burst from his mouth, filled with extraordinary power. 5th grade at the body tempering stage 12th layer, with a power capacity of 50 million kilograms, Su Pingyan muttered while tightening his fist, as if his body held a vast primordial force within. Indeed, he had been secluded here for a whole week, and his cultivation had greatly improved. Training through long-term electrical stimulation certainly brings rapid progress, but it also leaves the body quite exhausted. I should go outside for a walk and balance between work and rest, Su Pingyan murmured. There's still 1 drop of grade 5 lower tier spiritual liquid left, 13 drops of grade 4 upper tier spiritual liquid, and 62 drops of grade 2 upper tier spiritual liquid. I suppose this supply should be enough to support my cultivation for quite a while, he continued, then packed away the spirit refining gourd, turned off the electricity, and walked out of the training room. Commander, you finally emerged from your retreat. A surprised Yishao greeted him while passing by. Yes, it got too boring in there, so I came out to take a break. Su Pingyan nodded slightly, and then asked, and you? What's your situation now? Blood Qi stage 1st layer middle phase. Unfortunately, it seems high voltage training rooms don't help Blood Qi cultivators. Otherwise, I probably would have already reached the 2nd layer, Yishao replied helplessly. What's going on? Explain it to me. Su Pingyan asked curiously. He hadn't expected the high voltage training room to have no effect on those in the Blood Qi stage. In the Blood Qi stage, one mainly condenses the energy field from the blood's vital force. However, when the current flows through the body, it disrupts this energy field. As a result, not only does it not enhance cultivation efficiency, but it actually hinders progress, Yishao explained. What a shame. Then, Su Pingyan suddenly realized something. Wait a second. If training rooms are ineffective, how could you possibly reach the Blood Qi stage 1st layer middle phase in such a short time? Yishao chuckled. Commander, while high voltage training rooms might not help Blood Qi cultivators, gravity chambers do, and quite effectively too. Inside the chamber, gravity compresses the energy field, helping us better collect the blood's vital force and accelerate our cultivation. The only downside is that the maximum gravity level in current chambers is only 10 times normal gravity. Upon hearing this, Su Pingyan's eyes lit up brightly. Unexpectedly, what was once just a random act by Shui Yong turned out to be effective. Very good indeed. Yes, exactly. By the way, how is everyone else's training going? Su Pingyan inquired with concern. All members of our War God Special Forces team have advanced to the Blood Qi stage 1st layer. 5 of us have even reached the middle phase. As for the 2 battle battalions, rumor says they have all reached the Blood Qi stage 1st layer as well. Among the Guardians, 7 brothers remain at the peak of the body tempering stage 9th layer, but the rest have already broken through to Blood Qi stage 1st layer. It probably won't take more than a day or 2 before everyone has advanced, Yishao replied. Pity though, although the construction of gravity chambers is accelerating, there are only 11 built so far. Our War God Special Forces members are currently training in shifts. I'm actually here for training myself, Yishao added. Commander, a voice caught Su Pingyan's attention. He glanced at the newcomer and said to Yishao, you go train. Yes. Su Pingyan, you've emerged from your retreat? The speaker was none other than Shui Yong. In private, he still addressed Su Pingyan directly by his name. Yeah, training non-stop gets pretty dull. What brings you here? Su Pingyan asked curiously. Partly because I heard you were out, so I came to check in on you, and partly to return this dimensional space box. So saying, Shui Yong handed a dimensional treasure box to Su Pingyan. There had been more than 4,000 vicious beasts this time. Transporting them overland would have created too much commotion and been impossible to hide, so Su Pingyan had lent the box for the mission. I was starting to think you'd keep it for yourself, Su Ping'an joked, though his hands worked quickly, accepting the box and placing it in his pocket. What kind of person do you take me for? Shui Yong rolled his eyes. Well, that's hard to say. I should have really kept it then. Alright, I'll let it go this time. You previously asked me to monitor the battlefield situation in Hanbiyu, right? There's new developments. Do you want to hear them? Shui Yong dropped his teasing tone and became serious. Go on, Su Ping'an said, also turning serious. After the Sam Nation-led Western Coalition heavily bombed Hanbiyu, they stopped the aerial assault 3 days ago and have begun landing on Hokkaido. Moreover, Hanbiyu's Prime Minister Yamamoto, together with the Emperor and other high-level leaders, personally went to Hokkaido to command operations there. According to the latest intelligence, the Sam-led allied forces are encountering great difficulty advancing. They're still more than 70 kilometers away from the wormhole, advancing only 2 to 3 kilometers per day. That battlefield has become a meat grinder. Each day, at least 100,000 soldiers from both sides die. It seems the Western Coalition is running out of ammunition reserves. Otherwise, they wouldn't waste lives like that, Su Ping'an remarked, noting the situation closely resembled that of his past life. The only difference lay in the timing. How much longer do you think Hanbiyu can hold out? Su Ping'an asked. Shui Yong was taken aback for a moment, then pondered briefly before replying. According to the intelligence, the enemy nation suffered heavy casualties from the previous round of continuous bombing that lasted over 10 days. Based on our estimates, the total casualties might reach no less than 20 million. Furthermore, their major heavy industrial bases and big cities, including Tokyo, have been reduced to ashes and completely destroyed. Judging from their war potential, I'm afraid they won't be able to last much longer. 20 million casualties, not necessarily 20 million deaths. But even so, the death toll must be substantial, at least 5 million. How many enemy people remain on Hokkaido now? They've transported quite a number of people there through various channels. I reckon there are at least 20 million civilians, and probably still 3 to 4 million troops, Shui Yong answered with slight uncertainty. What about the Western Allied forces? How many troops have landed? At first, there was only about 1 million landing forces. But today I received information that nearly 1.5 million troops have already landed. They have logistical supplies, while the enemy has lost its industrial foundation. Their logistical supply will likely fail to keep up, Shui Yong analyzed. If that's the case, then this small nation has basically no chance to turn the tide? Absolutely no chance. From the very beginning, the outcome has already been decided. If there's any possibility of a surprise, it would only come from another world. That place is an uncertainty. Nobody knows what might happen. If they are cornered, they can retreat there. I think Yamamoto the dictator personally went to Hokkaido with the emperor and other high-ranking officials not merely for battlefield supervision, but because there's an escape route waiting for them there, Shui Yong said. That makes sense. Su Ping nodded. In his previous life, the small nation did exactly that. Unfortunately, there was a traitor among their high ranks. Yamamoto was assassinated by someone he trusted just as he was preparing to retreat to the other world. The traitor then led the small nation into submission to the United States, becoming their lackey. What about the other 3 islands outside Hokkaido? The Allied forces of the United States are attacking them too, although not as intensely as Hokkaido. Their aim is to completely wipe out the enemy nation's ability to wage war. Once the enemy completely loses control of the other 3 islands and is trapped in Hokkaido, their only remaining path will be total destruction, Shui Yong explained. This situation was clear enough for anyone to see. Could the enemy's high command not perceive it? No, they saw it clearly, but they had run out of choices. At this point, they had no other option but to fight to the bitter end for a slim chance of survival. Most importantly, they believed they had a fallback plan, moving to the other world. Sooner or later, there would be a chance for a comeback. After all, that world was huge, and the Allied forces would find it difficult to track them down there. You're right. This time, the small enemy nation is truly finished, Su Ping remarked cheerfully. In this reborn life, the one outcome he was most unwilling to change has remained the same. Now, seeing that, he felt reassured. Some things can be put into action now without worrying about the risk of exposure. By the way, what's our leadership's view on the current situation in the enemy nation? Any plans to dispatch troops? Su Ping asked curiously. Not yet. However, we've made contact with the polar bear country. The emperor will lead the operation, while we will provide logistical support. The polar bear country has already stationed 1 million troops in the Far East and is still amassing more. The Western Allied forces have also noticed this, which explains why the battle for Hokkaido is so intense. They're worried that the polar bear might enter the conflict and disrupt everything, Shui Yong said. That's fine. Let them exhaust themselves first. Then we'll make our move and amaze the entire world. Su Ping smiled. Absolutely. By the way, we've now more or less controlled an area of around 50 kilometers in diameter. What are your plans next? I heard from Captain Chin that you're intending to explore ancient ruins. Shui Yong asked curiously. He was also asking on behalf of the higher-ups. I originally did have such a plan, but I feel that the 4th portal is about to open soon, so I need to go check it out. Thus, my exploration of the ruins will have to be postponed for a while. Su Ping replied after a moment's thought. The 4th portal? Shui Yong was stunned. This might even affect the upcoming decisions made by their leadership. Where is the 4th portal located? And approximately when will it open? Shui Yong quickly asked. I only know its general location. It's somewhere on the Antarctic continent. As for the exact spot, I'll have to go there and find it myself. Regarding the opening time, it won't be more than a month, Su Ping said thoughtfully. That was right. Su Ping intended to travel to Antarctica and obtain the infinite Xian technique. What do you need us to do for you? Shui was perceptive. On previous occasions, Su Ping had always gone looking for portals by himself. There must be a reason for him to bring this up now. Prepare an airplane and airdrop me to the designated location, Su Ping said. If I go to the Antarctic continent by ship or find another way there, it would take too much time. Airdropping is the fastest way. I understand. I'll report this matter to the higher-ups as soon as possible, Shui said. Good. Several days later, on January 15, 2024, Su Ping boarded a special plane and flew thousands of miles, finally arriving above the Antarctic continent. Comrade in charge, the plane is about to reach the designated area, said the pilot. What's the lowest altitude the plane can descend to? Su Ping asked. In recent days, his cultivation had improved by 2 ranks, reaching the 7th grade of the refining body stage, 12th level, giving him a strength of 7 million kilograms. Yet, he still couldn't fly. Moreover, the parachute environment in Antarctica was extremely harsh, so he needed to be cautious. Comrade in charge, under these conditions, I can bring the plane down to about 500 meters above ground. Anything lower would be risky, the pilot assigned for this mission said. He was one of the most elite pilots in China. All right, safety first. Then drop me off at 700 meters, Su Ping said. Back in Kunlun, he had tested several times, and with his current cultivation, even jumping from 500 meters would pose no danger. At 700 meters, he might suffer only minor injuries, nothing significant. Roger, the pilot responded. He immediately started lowering the plane's altitude. When they reached the designated point in altitude, he shouted, Comrade in charge, we're here. I'm opening the cabin door now. All right, circle around for a while and wait for my signal to come back and pick me up, Su Ping said. Then, without hesitation, he jumped directly from the cabin door, without using a parachute. Gosh, no wonder he's the commander of the special forces, the pilot thought as he watched Su Ping jump. Even though he had been given some prior briefing, he still couldn't help but feel astonished. This was 700 meters high, over 200 stories. A normal person falling from that height would be crushed into meat paste. Whoosh, feeling the howling cold wind around his ears, Su Ping wasn't the least bit cold. He quickly activated his cultivation technique, pushing his physical energy to the limit. Accelerating rapidly, it wasn't long before Su Ping crashed violently onto the surface of the Antarctic continent, penetrating more than 10 meters into the ice layer. Whoosh. In a flash, he leapt out directly from the deep crater. Chapter 90. Opening the 4th portal, obtaining the infinite Xian technique. Not bad. The ice layer provided some cushioning compared to the ground, and I didn't even get slightly injured. Su Ping checked his body and realized he was completely unharmed. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Looking around, he pulled out a drone from his dimensional space box and began scouting the area. Soon, an aerial map appeared in his vision. He quickly compared this image with his memories. Here, in no time, he located the target. With a few quick leaps, Su Ping arrived at an icy cave on a slope, his face lighting up instantly with a smile. He hurried inside. After walking about 10 meters, a bronze door covered in verdigris suddenly appeared before him. This was the portal number 1 discovered by the adventure vlogger Chris. Thinking of that, Su Ping quickly removed the dimension stone attached to the door and opened it. Inside was only a ball of golden light. The next moment, the ball of light flew directly into Su Ping's forehead, and simultaneously, a stream of information entered his mind. Infinite Xian technique, an ultimate grade cultivation method, divided into 3 volumes: Mortal Realm, Divine Realm, and Supreme Realm. The Mortal Realm consists of 7 levels, with the first level being body tempering. These 3 volumes, the 7 levels of the Mortal Realm, correspond exactly from the body tempering to the immortal stages. Su Ping could see this clearly within his consciousness. However, only the body tempering stage's full technique was visible, while the remaining 6 stages appeared grayed out. As for the Divine Realm and Supreme Realm volumes that followed, they appeared as misty shadows, nothing readable beyond the names. The cultivation technique for the first stage of the Mortal Realm, the body tempering stage, was displayed in great detail within his consciousness. It aligned closely with the information Chris revealed in his past life, with only one exception. This method included finer divisions of the 12th and 13th substages of the body tempering stage. I wonder if Chris in my previous life omitted this intentionally or just forgot. Su Ping mused, but it was now impossible to confirm, nor did it really matter. 12th stage divided into 9 ranks, but I never expected the 13th stage to also have 3 ranks. The 12th stage corresponds to Saint grade bloodline or Saint grade Qi and blood quality. The 13th stage corresponds to Supreme grade bloodline or Supreme grade Qi and blood quality. The 12th stage is categorized into lower Saint, middle Saint, and upper Saint ranks. The 13th stage is divided into Supreme Sovereign, Supreme Lord, and Supreme Transcendence. Earlier, I thought reaching the 13th substage of the body tempering merely required a force of 1 billion kilograms. Now it seems I was overly optimistic. 1 billion kilograms is only the starting point of the 13th substage, barely reaching Supreme, Sovereign level Qi and blood quality. To go further, I need even greater accumulation. Su Ping furrowed his brow. Merely attaining the power of 1 billion kilograms would give rise to Supreme, Sovereign grade Qi and blood, but surpassing that required power levels of 10 billion kilograms. And to achieve the ultimate Supreme Transcendence grade Qi and blood, one would need a force of 100 billion kilograms. It was almost absurd, an endless Russian doll of requirements. Damn it, I knew the first cultivation stage was for establishing a supreme foundation, but this is simply too demanding. Can anyone actually endure it? If it weren't for joining the nation and gaining unlimited access to its reserves, I probably wouldn't have made it either. Su Pingyan thought bitterly, even giving himself a mental thumbs up for his past decision. He also thought of why Chris in the previous life had broken through at the peak of the 11th substage. Apart from handling crises, it might have also been out of fear upon learning what lay ahead. Speaking of which, how terrifying would the power of 100 billion kilograms be? Su Pingyan couldn't help but ponder, recalling his own cultivation level in his previous life and others' combat capabilities across different stages. He ultimately came to a conclusion, maybe not enough to defeat a 4th stage expert who has undergone the Transcendence transformation, but below that stage, I might become unstoppable. No wonder it's an ultimate grade cultivation technique. Amazing. After calming his mind, Su Pingyan couldn't resist glancing at the portal that had already opened. After some hesitation, he stepped through. In a swirl of dizziness, Su Pingyan arrived once again in another world, where snow fell from the sky, and everything before him was white. The northern wilderness ice forbidden land. Exactly the same as in my previous life. Seeing this, he breathed a sigh of relief and promptly withdrew back to Blue Planet. Although there was a safe zone providing a 3-day window, Su Pingyan now looked down upon such advantages. When it came to solo farming, the rewards weren't even comparable to group farming. Unless it was a rare treasure like the dragon blood crystals obtained from the dragon pool, but such situations were extremely rare. Walking outside the ice cave, Su Pingyan glanced around and took out his coiling dragon spear. He sliced off a large chunk of ice and used it to block the entrance of the ice cave. He was confident that, soon, the ice block would blend completely into the cave entrance. Even if Chris returned, he would find it hard to discover the portal. However, as the portal expanded, Su Pingyan glanced at the ice layer above the cave. He estimated that at the earliest in 8 months, or latest 10 months, such a portal would emerge from the surface. As for when it would eventually be discovered, that was impossible to predict. After finishing all this, Su Pingyan sent a signal, and the aircraft returned once again. Su Pingyan then leaped directly upward, soaring over 400 meters high, and precisely grabbed the 200-meter rope being lowered from the plane, quickly climbing up. Commander, you're amazing. Return to base, Su Pingyan smiled slightly. Understood. At the core meeting room in the capital, Su Pingyan's first stop after returning home was here. Xiao Su, tell everyone about the situation regarding the 4th portal, the Chancellor began. Su Pingyan nodded and said, the 4th portal is located on the Antarctic continent. The specific coordinates I've already given to the Chancellor. Additionally, I did some camouflage work there, but the portal continues expanding. I estimate that, assuming no unexpected developments, it can remain hidden for approximately 8 to 10 months. By then, the portal will surface and become visible to anyone who goes looking for it. 8 to 10 months. Enough time, not too short nor too long to affect our upcoming military operations, said a general with a sigh of relief. Xiao Su, how frequently do these portals appear? Is there any pattern? Asked one of the higher-ups. Su Pingyan shook his head. There's no pattern, at least I haven't found one yet. However, whenever a new portal is about to open, I can sense its location and approximate timing a little in advance. That complicates things somewhat. Without a pattern, nobody can predict when and where the next portal will appear. If the world finds out about the existence of other portals, the Western Coalition, Eben, and Beijiang too won't be in such a rush anymore, and won't insist on fighting so desperately. It seems we need to pick up the pace a bit. The room collectively felt a new sense of urgency. Chapter 91, The 9-Palace God Control Array. Wanting to pluck chestnuts from the fire, seeking maximum gain at minimal cost in this unprecedented international situation unseen in 100 years. This was China's opportunity, because they now possessed prophetic information that enabled them to strike with dimensional superiority. Xiao Su, if we're going to open another portal, you must let us know as soon as possible so we can prepare ourselves and avoid getting caught off guard, warned a senior official. No problem, Su Pingyan nodded. There were still 5 portals remaining. One was located within China's territory, which could be activated anytime. Another was at the deepest point of the Pacific Ocean, completely inaccessible for now, and Su Pingyan actually wanted to delay its activation as much as possible, fearing the potentially catastrophic consequences triggered by the 18-character mantra. Therefore, before activating this last portal, it was best to accumulate sufficient strength. As for the remaining 3 portals, one was in the Sam country, one in the Asen country, and another in the ancient Pyramid Kingdom. However, while those 3 portal locations could remain relatively unnoticed before activation, once triggered, they'd become as visible as the one in the book universe, making concealment difficult. Therefore, these 3 portals were better left unopened unless activated together in a short time frame, not allowing others sufficient reaction time. Otherwise, once they sparked a mass search for the Bronze Gate, discovery and cascading effects would be highly likely. So when exactly would the next portal be opened? That would depend on the outcome of the ongoing battle in the book world. Once the timing was right, those 3 portals would be opened in succession. Xiao Su, I've heard you're planning to explore an ancient ruin. Do you need any assistance from us? The premier suddenly asked. He had already learned this information earlier, but since Su Pingyan happened to be here now, he took the opportunity to ask. No need. With the current forces available in the other world, we should have more than enough power, Su Pingyan replied. Very well. Just remember to stay safe. Your life is far more important than any ruin. The premier expressed concern. Yes, sir. At the command center of the Yanhuang Legion in the other world. Old Qin, how's the reconnaissance going around the ruin? Su Pingyan asked immediately upon his return. We've completed the survey of the surrounding area. Not sure whether because the ling sheet around the ruin is denser, or due to other reasons, but there are no fewer than 9 large ferocious beast habitats here, and their ranks and numbers aren't low at all. Qin Ming frowned slightly. In that case, even without considering the ruin itself, we must eliminate them as soon as possible. Otherwise, they are like swords hanging over our heads, posing a constant threat. Precisely. We were waiting for your return. We wanted your guidance on what to do next. We've held off on taking any action yet because we're worried that heavy artillery might damage the structure of the ruins, Qin Ming explained. Good call. A large-scale bombing might damage the array structures there. Su Pingyan approved Qin Ming's cautiousness. In ancient times, perhaps such a concern wouldn't exist. But now, this ruins array was likely already severely damaged, and without protective arrays, strong bombardments might destroy potentially valuable relics, which would be a real shame. Then how do you suggest we deal with them? Qin Ming asked. First, tell me the details. He only knew the ruins' location and some of its most important treasures. As for the specifics, he still needed more information. Since he had decided to investigate, the more he knew, the better. Look, these 9 red spots are the locations. We've dispatched large numbers of drones to investigate. These 9 beast colonies are mostly second-tier ferocious beasts, with at minimum 6,000 per colony, and the largest colony has over 10,000. Add to that smaller clusters and wandering beasts. Within an 8-kilometer radius around the ruin, there must be no fewer than 300,000 beasts, with nearly 100,000 being second-tier ones. Unbelievable. Qin Ming's face darkened. As soon as he received this information, he had immediately taken the initiative to redeploy a large number of field armies to defend this direction, consulted with General Li Ming to explain the situation, prioritizing the construction of military fortresses and bunkers in this sector, even denser than in other areas. All of this was to prepare in case of a beast uprising, a beast tide from this place. The 9 palace god control array? Su Pingyan immediately recognized the array structure the moment he saw the layout of the large beast clusters. Oh, I see. Su Pingyan murmured after studying it a while longer. This ancient cultivation sect had a great protective formation, known as the 9 palace god control array. Normally, an array should retain Ling Qi within itself, but this particular array had existed for too long and had become extremely unstable. As a result, the Ling Qi inside had been leaking outward in large amounts. Ferocious beasts possessed an extremely keen perception of spiritual energy, so naturally they would settle wherever Ling Qi was strongest. And to compete for the best locations, those areas must be controlled by the strongest beast clans in the vicinity. Once he understood that, Su Pingyan's thinking became much clearer. Su Pingyan, do you have a way to deal with them without damaging the ruins? Qin Ming asked with concern. Yes. What method? Draw the snake out of its hole. Su Pingyan immediately replied with those 4 words. How? Hee, I've got my own methods, Su Pingyan said mysteriously with a smile. When it came to luring ferocious beasts, he was particularly skilled. In that case, call everyone for a meeting. We need to discuss our specific battle plan in detail. This time, we must annihilate all these beasts at once and eliminate the threat completely, Su Pingyan said. All right, I'll go get them right away. 50 kilometers to the southeast, a location with numerous fortifications had been constructed, including a small artillery base, a small anti-aircraft gun position, and also a city wall stretching 6 kilometers long, 30 meters high, and 12 meters wide. Commander, what should we do? Qin Ming asked. Is the ferocious beast blood ready? Su Pingyan asked in return. All set. A lot of it. In recent days we've hunted more than 200,000 beasts and haven't even had time to report to you. We definitely won't be short on beast blood, Qin Ming said. Su Pingyan wasn't surprised by Qin Ming's words. After so many days had passed, he suspected the 3rd defensive line had already been fully constructed and that the field armies had already conducted many rounds of clearance operations within the secure zones. Probably, there weren't more than 1,000 beasts left alive within the entire region. Good. Now, use drones to scatter this blood onto the nearest large beast cluster first, and then continuously spread blood along the route afterward. Use the blood to attract them out of their dens, Su Pingyan instructed. Do you think this method will work? These past few days we've already made quite a commotion here, yet they seem determined not to budge. Qin Ming expressed some concern. Chapter 92, a tough battle. It might not work during the day, but at night, things could be different. If we launch another surprise attack and provoke them enough, the situation might change, Su Pingyan said with a smile. At night, the beasts became more bloodthirsty and volatile. They were easier to provoke, and once enraged, they would lose their senses and fall right into their trap. Are you sure this will work? Well, how else are we supposed to find out? Do you have another idea? Su Pingyan asked. All right, I'll make the arrangements then. For the provocation part, should we send people out, or just use long-range artillery? Qin Ming asked. Hee, I'll go myself and pay them a visit, Su Pingyan said. No way, it's too dangerous. Don't worry, I wouldn't do anything reckless. You should know me by now, Su Pingyan replied seriously. His current cultivation level had already reached 13th rank, 1st grade of body tempering. Facing even a 3rd stage beast, as long as it wasn't above the 2-star level, he could probably kill it in one strike. As long as he didn't run into a 4th star or higher 3rd stage beast, he wouldn't be in danger at all. I trust you, but still, one man can't fight off many. I'm worried. Then here's what we'll do. Have the members of the God of War Special Forces stand by at 3 kilometers away, just in case. Also, ask General Gua to point the cannons and drones toward this location. If things really get desperate, I can get some firepower support. Plus, I'll call by Susu to come in as backup. Worst case, I'll escape upward into the sky, Su Pingyan added, giving himself 3 layers of safety. All right, this time, Qin Ming had no objections. Rumbling sounds filled the air as the drones arrived above the beast's gathering area, and began spraying large amounts of beast blood over the site. As the blood fell onto the bodies and the ground, the stench of blood filled the entire gathering place, growing stronger toward the northwest. Some of the beasts, stimulated by the smell, turned their eyes red and began roaring wildly at the drones in the sky. Kill. Immediately after the drones, Su Pingyan charged forward with his spear. A furious roar was followed by dozens of beasts rushing at Su Pingyan, sweeping the army. In a flash of spear light, 7 or 8 beasts collapsed at his feet. Then, Su Pingyan fought like a demon, and even second-stage beasts couldn't withstand a single strike. Soon, dozens of beasts were nearly wiped out. This scene completely triggered the rest of the beasts in the group. In an instant, all the beasts in the area went berserk and charged towards Su Pingyan, eager to tear this human apart. Upon seeing this, Su Pingyan neither retreated nor paused. Instead, he charged right back, entangling himself in a deadly battle with the beasts. Crack. Suddenly, a strange noise came from the Pulung spear. Su Pingyan was taken aback for a moment before he swore out of shock. Damn it! It turned out that after countless battles and his increased strength, the spear had snapped under the force he exerted unintentionally. However, even without a weapon, Su Pingyan's power alone was more than enough. As he moved swiftly left and right, he threw punches at the beasts. One landed with such force that it crushed a beast into a red mist. That's right. Nearly every beast he hit ended up with shattered bodies. Damn it, I have too much strength. No good. These are all spirit liquids, I can't waste them, he thought, and consciously started holding back a bit. But fighting like this, without being able to go all out, felt very uncomfortable. After a while, he lost interest in the battle and ran toward the city wall in the northwest. Come and get me if you can, Su Pingyan shouted, turning his head back to taunt. Whether it was because they understood his words or simply due to being completely enraged, the beast followed closely behind, relentlessly chasing him. Soon, Su Pingyan spotted Yi Xiao and others and shouted at once, "Withdraw." Understood. They immediately withdrew and ran toward the city wall. Su Pingyan leapt up onto the wall effortlessly, and Yi Xiao and the others followed suit. Have all the beasts been drawn over? Su Pingyan asked. All of them, Qin Ming said excitedly. Good. Now it's your turn to show what you've got. Su Pingyan turned and looked at the approaching beasts just below the city wall. Open fire. Guo Xiaodian gave the command, and the soldiers of the field army immediately became excited, raising their guns to shoot at the beasts. Rat-a-tat. Bullets grazed the beasts' bodies, sending out sparks. Indeed, the defense of these iron-thorn beasts was extremely powerful. Only bullets that hit critical points caused real damage, while shots that struck other parts barely affected them. Guo Xiaodian soon noticed this and shouted immediately. Switch to machine guns. Roger that. Boom. Fire. Boom. Several iron-thorn beasts were blown into the air by the explosive impact. Die. Su Pingyan saw an iron-thorn beast jump onto the wall. In a flash, he darted forward and smashed it to death with a single punch. All soldiers of the Yanhuang Legion, hold the city wall. Yes, the soldiers responded in unison. General, the beast's defense is too strong. Requesting rocket launcher attacks. Launch rockets at the beasts charging from the rear. Carry out saturation strikes, Guo Xiaodian quickly ordered. Understood. The rocket launchers certainly weren't exaggerated in their power. They were truly mighty. In an instant, they turned the tide of battle, cutting straight through the rear ranks of the beast army. Now, the beasts couldn't continuously charge forward, and the pressure on the soldiers, who were now only dealing with the front line, was greatly reduced. Meanwhile, Su Pingyan wasn't idle either. He had summoned by Susu. Master, she greeted. Susu, eliminate any iron-thorn beast that reaches the city wall. You'll take the other side, Su Pingyan loudly instructed. Understood, Master. With Su Pingyan and by Susu guarding the wall, it was extremely difficult for the beasts to climb up. As soon as any reached the top, they were immediately killed. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed, and a massive iron-thorn beast suddenly lunged straight at the city wall. Boom! The wall shook violently as a section collapsed entirely. Dozens of soldiers fell down with it. Die! Su Pingyan had also noticed the anomaly. Rushing over, he saw that this was a third stage, one-star beast, undoubtedly the Beast King leading this iron-thorn beast pack. Bang! With a heavy punch slammed into the iron-thorn beast king, its body suddenly emitted a blood-red energy barrier, blocking Su Pingyan's strike. However, this punch instantly shattered the energy shield. Su Pingyan immediately recognized it as the protective chi field unique to third-stage beasts. He naturally wouldn't waste such a great opportunity. Before the Iron-Thorn Beast King could regenerate its chi shield, his next attack was already on the way. Boom! Another full-strength punch. Without the protection of chi, the Iron-Thorn Beast King's body was instantly shattered into pieces. Goodness, 2 strikes to kill a third-stage, 1-star beast. Even if it had just barely entered the 3rd stage and 1-star level, it's still a 3rd stage, 1-star beast. Seems like I've underestimated my own strength. I should be even stronger, Su Pingyan thought in astonishment. Chapter 93, Terrifying Beast Tide. There was no time to think further. Su Pingyan quickly composed himself and went to the collapsed section of the city wall. He swiftly moved away the rubble to rescue the trapped soldiers. Are you okay? Su Pingyan asked as he helped one soldier up. Commander, I only suffered minor injuries, the soldier replied. That's good, Su Pingyan said and continued with the rescue efforts. Soon, all the trapped soldiers were pulled out. However, his mood darkened as he discovered one soldier had already passed away. He tried transferring his life force to the fallen comrade in an attempt to save him, but it was in vain. Carry him to the rear, Su Pingyan ordered. As the highest-ranking commander on the scene, he knew compassion had no place in war. Though deeply upset, He understood that this was a reality he would inevitably face. Expanding into this foreign world would not always be smooth sailing. Sacrifices were unavoidable. Today was only the first loss. Many more would follow. After regaining his composure, Su Pingyan resumed moving across the city wall. The battle lasted about an hour and a half before finally ending. Under the city wall, as well as atop it, the corpses of ferocious beasts piled up like mountains, evidence of how intense the battle had been. After the battle, an eerie silence fell upon everyone. What are our casualties? Su Pingyan asked with a grim expression. Although he, along with Bai Suzu and the soldiers of the Yanhuang Legion, had defended the wall, it stretched 6 kilometers long, and sometimes gaps were unavoidable. 1 fatality among the field army, 18 seriously injured, and 148 lightly injured. 1 serious injury and 13 light injuries among the Yanhuang Legion, Qin Meng reported somberly. Send the fallen soldier's body back to Lansing. The seriously injured should be sent to the rear headquarters for medical treatment. Treat the lightly injured on site. More battles are coming, Su Pingyan ordered. This time, the Ironthorn beasts were all second-stage creatures, especially including dozens of second-stage 9-star beasts, and even 1 third-stage 1st-star beast. Their higher-than-expected defense rendered many firearms ineffective in delivering fatal blows, a major oversight before the battle. Moreover, except for the Yanhuang Legion, the other soldiers were around the 6th stage of body tempering. Once the beasts got close, they had practically no chance of resistance. Fortunately, this battle had only drawn beasts from the nearest pack. If multiple groups had arrived, it could have been a catastrophe. Commander Su, you don't need to blame yourself. We were all ready to sacrifice our lives for our country the moment we entered this world. We are not afraid of dying, Guo Xiaodian said, noticing Su Pingyan's somber mood. In previous battles, we only faced scattered, low-stage beasts. This is the first time we faced such a massive group of high-stage beasts. It was the toughest battle we've fought since entering this world. But I know it won't be the last. From now on, these kinds of fights will become common. The only thing we can do is cultivate and grow stronger as quickly as possible. Guo Xiaodian, now a major general, had fought in the Sino-Vietnamese border war back in his youth. He had seen the brutal face of war and knew its horrors well. Thank you, General Guo. I'm fine, Su Pingyan replied, appreciating the man's intentions. Guo Xiaodian studied Su Pingyan carefully and confirmed he truly wasn't upset. Deep inside, he couldn't help but admire the young man's composure. Just as he was about to speak again, a soldier suddenly rushed over and reported loudly. Commander, a large group of beasts is charging this way. What? Su Pingyan immediately turned his gaze to the drone's live feed. It seems the commotion from earlier has attracted their attention, Qin Meng frowned. During the daytime, the noise might not have drawn them, but at night, with the overwhelming scent of blood in the air, the beasts were naturally stirred up. Realizing this, Su Pingyan quickly ordered, check your equipment. Prepare for battle. Yes. General Guo, don't hold back on ammunition. Begin immediate bombardment. Also, deploy more troops from the rear, Su Pingyan commanded. Understood. Boom. The rocket launcher unit, upon receiving orders, immediately targeted the beast horde and launched 5 rounds of heavy bombardment. The blast tore the beast army in half. Some continued charging forward, while others hesitated from fear of the explosions. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted from the back of the beast army. In the next second, the previously disoriented horde surged forward once more. Prepare the artillery. Begin saturation strike. Drones ready. Begin saturation strike. Learning from the last battle, Guo Xiaodian no longer hesitated to use large amounts of ammunition and began unleashing heavy attacks upon the beast army. Apart from a few high-level, lucky, and highly defensive ferocious beasts that managed to reach the city wall, most of them were blown to death before even getting close. Die! Su Pingyan and Bai Suzu led the Yanhuang Legion to eliminate the remaining stragglers. Master, this wave of beast tide seems to be commanded by a very powerful beast king behind the scenes, Bai Suzu suddenly said. How do you know? I can sense a trace of its aura. Although it has hidden itself well, I can still feel the suppression from its bloodline. The opponent's bloodline level should already be extremely close to divine rank, though it's still classified as top grade, Bai Suzu explained. After saying that, she added, judging from the opponent's aura, it should also be at the 3rd stage, much stronger than the Ironthorn beast before. The Ironthorn beast Bai Suzu mentioned was the beast king Su Pingyan had killed in 2 moves earlier. Commander Su, the situation is getting a bit tricky. This wave of beasts numbers over 200,000. I just checked the drone feed. Beasts from the other 8 large beast gathering areas are all converging toward here, along with those from medium and small clusters. This is obviously a planned attack. Qin Meng suddenly walked over and reported. Although they were eager to eliminate these beasts, they weren't foolish. Ideally, they had planned to deal with the waves one after another like flying a kite. Facing such a massive number of strong beasts all at once would put enormous pressure on them, since most of these beasts were 2nd-stage creatures, which were already very difficult to handle. Let's go find General Guo, Su Pingyan said, taking Qin Meng with him to where Guo Xiaodian stood. Commander Su? Guo Xiaodian looked slightly puzzled as he saw Su approaching. General Guo, there's a powerful beast king behind this wave of beast tide, and it also possesses a top-grade bloodline. Reaching the 3rd stage means it has awakened its spiritual intelligence and possesses wisdom not inferior to us humans, Su explained quickly. No wonder this attack seems more organized this time, not just a chaotic mad rush, Guo Xiaodian realized with sudden clarity. Chapter 94, Decapitation Operation. If we don't eliminate it, we're likely to suffer heavy casualties this time. Therefore, I'm going to personally kill it. The rest of the situation here is entrusted to the general. Su Pingyan explained his intention. Without the command of the Beast King, the army of beasts would be like scattered sand, much easier to deal with. Decapitation was undoubtedly the best course of action currently, and Su Pingyan himself was a special forces soldier, highly skilled in such operations. Commander Su, a man of high status, shouldn't risk himself unnecessarily. You are not who you were before. Now you are our supreme commander. How can you charge into battle yourself? If anything happens, no way, absolutely not. Guo Xiaodian shook his head repeatedly, rejecting Su Pingyan's plan outright. Don't worry, I'll be fine. There's no chance of anything going wrong. Su Pingyan replied confidently, though he couldn't tell others that he had the life source stone. No, General Guo, you just said I'm the supreme commander here, which means my orders are the highest. Now I command you to take charge of the entire army. If you can't resist, you may retreat to the next line of defense, or even to the second defensive line. Make sure to protect the soldiers' lives. As long as we preserve the people while losing territory, we will retain both in the end. Even if we temporarily abandon this defensive line, we can reclaim it after eliminating these beasts, Su Pingyan said. The third line of defense originally had 2 defensive layers, and this particular section, due to facing more beasts coming from the ruins, had been upgraded to 3 layers. Yes, sir. Guo Xiaodian wanted to say something, but in the end, he saluted Su Pingyan and accepted the command. Baby, carry me over, Su Pingyan said, jumping directly onto Bai Susu's back. Under the watching eyes of many, Su Pingyan flew toward the rear of the beast army. Soon, Bai Susu excitedly said, Master, I can sense it. It's among this pack of beasts, though it's very good at hiding. I'm not sure exactly which one. The night was pitch black, making it impossible for Su Pingyan to see the details below. He frowned tightly. Stop here. You return first and support the main forces, Su Pingyan said to Bai Susu. Master, I can fight beside you, Bai Susu insisted firmly. No, although you've advanced to the 2nd rank, this time we're facing a 3rd-rank beast king, and there must be other 3rd-rank beasts around it as well. Master, my bloodline is extremely attractive to this beast king. If it could devour me, its bloodline might even advance to divine quality. Therefore, as long as I release my aura, I can help draw it out. Even at the 3rd rank, is it still possible to elevate one's bloodline? Su Pingyan asked in surprise. Of course, though it's extremely difficult. It requires immense luck for even the slightest chance. My bloodline ranks below the saint level, 2 major levels higher than its own. Therefore, the likelihood is substantial, and the temptation to it is enormous, Bai Susu explained. That makes it even more dangerous then. Master, they won't be able to instantly kill me. If I truly get injured, all you need to do is give me some more of that energy you gave me last time, and I'll recover immediately. Don't worry about me. Bai Susu continued insisting on staying and fighting alongside Su Pingyan. Su Pingyan hesitated, nearly forgetting that detail. He looked down at the dark mass below. Searching on his own really would take a while. Finally, he nodded. All right. If you sense any danger, fly upward and be alert. Okay. After deciding, Bai Susu carried Su Pingyan down and landed. At the same time, Bai Susu released her aura, while Su Pingyan scattered several glowing sticks around. With the dim light from the glow sticks, Su Pingyan couldn't help but inhale sharply through his teeth. They had literally landed in the beast's nest, with creatures surrounding them on all sides. However, the beasts did not attack immediately. Instead, they all looked toward Bai Susu. Some beasts showed shock and fear on their faces, and even knelt down submissively. Other beasts stared with a wild glint in their eyes, and some had completely bloodshot eyes, emitting a deadly killing aura. Master, when I released my aura just now, the Beast King couldn't hold back and caused noticeable fluctuations in its energy. I've already located it, Bai Susu said. Where? There. Bai Susu directly shared her vision with Su Pingyan through mental communication. Instantly, Su Pingyan locked onto the Beast King's position. Chi Hua Di Long Shou, Su Pingyan immediately identified the beast, one that possessed a trace of dragon lineage. No wonder its bloodline was so close to divine quality. If it managed to obtain that dragon blood crystal, it would have a significant chance of upgrading to a saint-level lower bloodline. Who knew why it hadn't claimed it already? Was it because it hadn't sensed it? Or was there some restriction? Unfortunately for it, it was already Bai Susu's now. Roar, a sound resembling a dragon's roar rang out. The surrounding beasts, despite the pressure, crazily launched attacks toward Bai Susu. Fly up into the sky, Su Pingyan said to Bai Susu beside him. Yes, master. Soon, Bai Susu soared into the air. Seeing the meat slipping away from its mouth, Chi Hua Di Long Shou couldn't bear it any longer and let out another dragon roar. Suddenly, dozens of black shadows flew out from the sky not far away. Master, they're corpse vultures. Leave them to me, Bai Susu said, immediately launching an attack on the group of vultures. Su Pingyan wasn't idle either. With a leap, he quickly charged toward Chi Hua Di Long Shou. Roar at the sound of the dragon's roar, the surrounding beasts quickly surrounded it, while the remaining beasts rushed towards Su Pingyan. Damn it! Even a third-rank beast dares to act this cowardly, Su Pingyan secretly cursed. However, he had to kill these beasts first before getting close to the Beast King. Without the Panlong spear, Su Pingyan's combat efficiency had dropped noticeably, making him determined to find a suitable weapon as soon as possible. Weapons made on launching were definitely no longer sufficient. They had to be of spiritual artifact quality, which meant his only hope lay in the ruins. Or perhaps, once the reward from the Indian group's portal was obtained. The ruins belonged to an ancient weapon forging sect, and there was a high chance of finding spiritual artifacts there. But that was a matter for later. Right now, the most important task was to eliminate these beasts and kill the Beast King. Ha! Su Pingyan roared as he threw a powerful punch forward. Boom! A violent whistling sound accompanied the strike, creating a sonic boom that sent over a dozen nearby beasts staggering in disarray. Die! The next second, Su Pingyan transformed into a killing machine. Each punch took down at least one beast, all of them being beasts ranked above second-rank Shihin. After all, those guarding right before Chihua Di Long show must be of no low rank. Hey, you even arranged formations? Too bad in front of absolute power. All are just illusions. Although the enemy formations had slightly slowed his pace, they didn't affect his combat capability. Soon, Su Pingyan had fought his way to the last line of defense in front of Chihua Di Long show, where 13 beasts stood guard. Well, all of them are uniformly third-rank first-star beasts. Su Pingyan couldn't help but exclaim as he glanced around. He never expected that so many high-rank beasts would be gathered here. Chapter 95, Distracting the Beast King. Boom! Bai Susu suddenly plummeted from high above, landing not far from Su Pingyan, creating a massive crater on the ground. Su Pingyan looked up, only to see 6 corpse vultures remaining in the sky, all of them second-stage 9-star cultivations. Screech! The vultures dove straight toward Bai Susu. Su Pingyan dashed forward, arriving in front of her, and with 4 punches, just 4, he obliterated the 4 vultures. The remaining 2 immediately flew higher, too frightened to come near. Are you okay? Su Pingyan asked while transmitting vitality energy to Bai Susu. Master, I'm fine. Bai Susu quickly recovered thanks to the vitality energy. This entire scene was witnessed by the Chihua Di Long show. Its eyes flickered with a mix of suspicion, shock, and greed, as it seemed to be deep in thought about something. Roar. Master, it's asking what you injected into my body, Bai Susu suddenly conveyed mentally. Oh, you can communicate with it. Su Pingyan was taken aback. Of course I can. We're both fierce beasts. It possesses a supreme bloodline, and upon reaching the 3rd stage, it will gain wisdom and the ability to communicate, Bai Susu replied. Then tell it. If it's willing to pledge allegiance to me, I will grant it a path to survival, Su Pingyan said. Bai Susu's eyes blinked with confusion. Making a fierce beast submit was very difficult. Even she had only barely submitted herself in order to break through her ancestral limits and obtain a saint-grade bloodline. That's exactly how it was. Roar, though somewhat reluctant, Bai Susu still conveyed Su Pingyan's words as instructed. Roar, came a response filled with boundless fury. Immediately afterward, the Chihua Di Long charged forward, accompanied by its 13 third-stage subordinates. Susu, fly up into the sky. You won't be able to help in the battle that's about to come, Su Pingyan said seriously. Bai Susu nodded with her massive head and soared into the air. Just at that moment, the Chihua Di Long and its gang had already reached Su Pingyan. 14 fierce beasts, each surrounded by a powerful force shield, reduced trees and grass to ashes as they rushed forward. Su Pingyan was unafraid. Instead of retreating, he charged directly at one of the beasts and threw a punch. With a loud bang, the beast's shield violently shook, even developing a small crack. Indeed, the Taiji show earlier had only just entered the 3rd stage and 1st-star rank, which was why he had been able to shatter its shield with 1 punch. That wasn't the case this time. Still, upon seeing that the shield had developed cracks, Su Pingyan did not intend to let up. He continued attacking relentlessly. However, the beast wasn't foolish. Under the command of the Chihua Di Long, it quickly dodged aside, while another 3rd-stage beast took the opportunity to launch an attack on Su Pingyan. If 1 strike isn't enough, then strike again. Su Pingyan ignored all other attacks coming from the beasts and charged headlong into battle as if his life didn't matter. Boom! Crack this time. The shield finally exploded, but Su Pingyan also suffered a heavy blow from another beast. Poo blood splattered midair. Recover, Su Pingyan rapidly activated his vitality energy to heal his wounds, and using the force of the blow to propel himself closer, he instantly landed another punch on the beast whose shield had been destroyed. Roar! The beast barely had time to release a mournful cry before its body was directly smashed into countless pieces of flesh, varying in size. Completely dead. This brutal combat style, along with his remarkable resilience against attacks, stunned all the beasts, causing them to momentarily freeze. But Su Pingyan seized this opportunity and rushed to attack another beast without hesitation. As the beast attempted to escape, Su Pingyan leapt directly onto its back and smashed a fist straight into its head. Bang! Its head exploded like a watermelon. Roar! The Chihua Di Long hadn't expected this human to be so powerful. Growing even more furious, it simply ordered the other beasts to attack Su Pingyan en masse. This time, they were smarter. After each attack, they quickly retreated from Su Pingyan's proximity, not giving him any chance to counterattack. Even if Su Pingyan managed to land a hit on their shields, they would immediately retreat to recover at the rear. It was the failure to promptly restore the shield that had resulted in their comrades being beaten to death within 3 punches. Now retreating to the back allowed them to have other beasts stand guard while they recovered. Their strategy was simple. Since they couldn't kill Su Pingyan quickly, they chose to exhaust him. Roar! Master! They plan to wear down your stamina through rotation tactics, and the Chihua Di Long believes the energy inside you that heals injuries is not infinite. Eventually, they'll drain you to death. Bai Susu timely informed Su Pingyan of the enemy's plans through mental communication. Damn it! Fierce beasts with human-like intelligence are truly difficult to handle. They've even learned to use rotation attacks, Su Pingyan inwardly cursed. However, knowing the situation didn't change much, he had no other options. If that's the case, then let me completely let loose and have an all-out battle, Su Pingyan thought. Perhaps this was his chance. He had advanced too quickly before, and now this life or death battle could serve as the perfect opportunity to improve his combat abilities and fully master the power he had gained. Meanwhile, on the other side, although Su Pingyan hadn't killed the Beast King immediately, he had successfully held it and some of the senior fierce beasts in place. The rest of the fierce beast army suddenly became leaderless. On the city wall, the attack pattern of the fierce beast army has changed. Their attacks aren't as organized as before. Guo Xiaodian, as a general, quickly noticed the abnormality in the beast forces. Could it be that the commander's decapitation strike was successful? Qin Meng exclaimed with excitement. Not sure, but from the battlefield changes, the Beast King has temporarily lost control over the main army. Even if it's not dead, it's likely being controlled or contained by Commander Su. We must act quickly during this window and eliminate as many beasts as possible, Guo Xiaodian explained. General Guo is right. Increase firepower, use saturation attacks. Don't worry about ammunition consumption. After this, we'll resupply from Blue Planet, Guo Xiaodian ordered. Yes, sir. Instantly, the firepower became even fiercer. Countless fierce beasts were immediately engulfed in flames. Some with strong defenses and high cultivation barely managed to break through the artillery zone and charge to the base of the wall, only to be met with storms of bullets and heavy machine gun fire. The battle continued for over 2 hours. The wall no longer looked like a wall. Collapsed stones and broken ruins were everywhere, and destruction was severe. Guo Xiaodian looked at the battered wall, and then at the endless stream of beasts continuing their assault. He made a swift decision. Saturation strike 50 meters beyond the city wall. Establish an isolation net. The members of the Yanhuang Legion will remain to hold off the attack for 5 minutes. Everyone else should retreat to the second line of defense and use long-range fire to cover the retreat of the Yanhuang Legion. Yes, sir. Chapter 96, Slaying the Crimson Flame Emperor Dragon. The artillery fire drew closer. Although more ferocious beasts were charging from the distance, very few managed to reach the city wall. Though the pressure on the Yanhuang Legion increased significantly, they still barely managed to hold their line. 5 minutes passed in a blink, and the second line of defense behind the walls had been completed. Guo Xiaodian immediately gave the order, retreat. 30 meters beyond the wall, 50 meters inside, open fire. Guo Xiaodian intended to use the city wall like barbed wire, slowing the beast's advance. The effect was noticeable. The beast's speed was significantly hindered by the wall. This brief delay gave the second defensive line in the rear much more security. After battling for another 3+ hours, Guo Xiaodian, staring at the mountainous pile of beast corpses before him, wisely chose to retreat to the third defensive line. He immediately ordered the rear Zheyan forces to quickly establish a temporary fourth and fifth defensive line. From then on, each defensive line was spaced approximately 1 kilometer apart. The tactic was clear, trading space for enemy casualties. If the number of beasts were unlimited, eventually they would be forced out of this world. But were the beasts' numbers truly infinite? Of course not. With each gradual retreat, a large number of beasts were eliminated along the way, their corpses scattered across the hills and fields. When the retreat reached only 30 kilometers away from the second defensive line, the enemy beast numbers had dropped from over 200,000 to less than 30,000, a massive reduction. If the Crimson Flame Emperor Dragon hadn't been restrained, the enemy wouldn't have allowed the beast army to be led around so foolishly. There wouldn't have been such heavy losses, and certainly not so many dead continuing to charge recklessly. Commander was right as always. At night, especially late into the night, the beasts grow increasingly wild. In today's battle, they've completely lost all reason. They just keep charging ahead, Qin Meng remarked, watching the wildly attacking but disorganized beasts. That's true. Their numbers have already been significantly reduced, and it's still a long time until dawn. Victory is within our grasp. Now we just need to see how Commander Su is faring, Guo Xiaodian said, tired but cheerful. I just sent a drone for a reconnaissance check. Commander is fine. He's still holding the beasts back. It must be some powerful creatures to last so long fighting against him, Qin Meng replied. In that case, I feel relieved, Guo Xiaodian slightly nodded. At the rear battlefield. Die! Su Pingyan roared furiously, throwing a hard punch directly at a beast. Pung the beast exploded into a pile of meat chunks. Su Pingyan steadied himself and locked eyes with the Crimson Flame Emperor Dragon before him. It's just you now. This is your final chance to submit. Miss it, and it's gone forever. Su possesses a Saint-grade lower-level bloodline, yet she willingly follows me. Just from that, you can see how promising my future potential is. Your resistance is very unwise. Su Pingyan added more pressure. The Crimson Flame Emperor Dragon's eyes revealed a hint of fear, but more of anger. Master, it says it will never surrender, by Su translated. What a pity. This battle had lasted over 5 hours, during which Su Pingyan had slain all the other rank 3 beasts one by one. Actually, after 2 hours into the battle, he had gradually become proficient enough to quickly end each fight. He prolonged the fight deliberately to push himself further, testing his limits. As for the other battlefield, Su ran back and forth, updating him. Thus, he remained calm and confident enough to keep all focus on this battle. No submission, then death it is. Su Pingyan no longer held back nor attempted to reason. After all, Jiping bloodline or not, if it refused submission, he wouldn't even want it. Pung Su Pingyan was repeatedly knocked away by the Crimson Flame Emperor Dragon, while the beast's protective barrier was being weakened with each hit. The one-on-one battle between man and beast lasted almost an hour. Finally, Pung, F***CK, finally cracked your turtle shell? Su Pingyan smirked slightly, without forgetting to restore his energy with his life force technique to replenish his stamina. F***CK, trying to run away? Su Pingyan was constantly observing the Crimson Flame Emperor Dragon. The moment he sensed the dragon's intention to retreat, he quickly closed in, engaging it in combat again and not giving it the slightest chance to escape. Even if pushed back, Susu would intercept briefly, and then Su Pingyan would jump back into the fray himself. Like this, about another quarter of an hour passed. One final offer, submit or die? The Crimson Flame Emperor Dragon lifted its head high. Despite being severely wounded and immobile, it remained unbowed, choosing death over submission. Fine, your spirit deserves praise. In that case, I shall grant your wish. Su Pingyan didn't say another word, and with one punch, ended the Crimson Flame Emperor Dragon's life once and for all. He had never been a man to drag things out. He gave chances, but if the other side refused, then there was nothing more to be said. With the Life Source Stone acting as an unfair advantage, Su Pingyan achieved a remarkable turnaround. In this battle, he gained much, but also consumed heavily. His life force, for example, had been drained by nearly 5,000 units, far more than what was needed to revive himself from near death. However, compared to his reserves of nearly 10 trillion, 5,000 was practically nothing. Really exhausting. Su Pingyan sighed, hands on his waist, and taking a deep breath. Master, you're truly amazing. Susu landed and praised him. Even with the Life Source Stone as an advantage, Su Pingyan had faced a genuine top-tier peak bloodline level 3, 2-star beast. There was still a huge gap in strength between them. If it were an ordinary person, even with the Life Source Stone, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single attack from the Crimson Flame Emperor Dragon, let alone break its defense, much less kill it. Do I even need to say that? In high spirits, Su Pingyan took out the demon refining pot and absorbed all the nearby beast corpses into it. Beasts below level 3 were refined into spirit liquid, while the level 3 ones were kept temporarily. After all, such high-grade beast meat was still extremely rare for them now. Whether for consumption or research, it would certainly bring great benefits. Besides, even if refined into spirit liquid, they wouldn't be using it anytime soon. As for downgrading compatibility, a dozen or so level 3 beasts couldn't produce much level 2 spirit liquid anyway. It just wasn't worth it. Susu, let's head back, Su Pingyan said, leaping onto Susu's back. Master, hold on tight, she said, already launching into the air, flying toward the headquarters. Because it was night, from high above, Su Pingyan couldn't see the piles of corpses on the ground below, but he could smell the intense stench of blood, knowing the battle had been incredibly brutal. Boom, the explosion sounds grew closer. Soon, Susu carried Su Pingyan back to the main base. At this point, Xiaotian had already retreated his forces to just 3 kilometers away from the second defensive line. Chapter 97, Regaining Lost Territory. I feel relieved now that you're back safely, Xiaotian said, watching Su Pingyan land and finally letting out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Pingyan. Qin Meng didn't even call him commander anymore. He rushed forward and gave Su Pingyan a big hug. Commander. Yi Xiao and others were all visibly happy to see Su Pingyan return. Is everyone okay? Su Pingyan asked with concern. We're all fine. We retreated while fighting to ensure our safety. Although there were some casualties, they weren't severe, Xiaotian quickly replied. That's good, Su Pingyan sighed in relief. Then he asked, how many fair beasts are left? They had spotlights trained on the battlefield and could see the situation. With the flashes of artillery fire illuminating the area, Su Pingyan could see the endless waves of beasts charging in the distance. Unknown. Su Pingyan was slightly surprised. Qin Meng nodded, then explained, originally, there were around 30,000 fair beasts. But as we fought, we discovered more and more beasts continuously rushing out from the darkness. I think the noise and the heavy blood scent here must have attracted them from far away, possibly even from beyond 50 kilometers. In that case, it looks like we'll be fighting until dawn. Only after the beasts nearby are eliminated, or they gradually regain their senses and retreat on their own will this end. Su Pingyan analyzed. We had the same thought, Qin Meng nodded. Then we have no choice but to keep fighting. At least there are no third-tier beasts, so it's a bit easier, Su Pingyan said. Afterward, Su Pingyan stood beside Xiaotian, observing how he commanded the troops. Coordinating such a large, multi-division force wasn't something Su Pingyan had much experience in, and he realized he needed to learn carefully. As time passed, the Huaxiao forces gradually withdrew until finally settling within the second line of defense, where they dug in and refused to retreat further. Beyond that line, there would be no more room to fall back, and the area within the second defense line had already seen significant construction. If those were destroyed, it would take a long time to rebuild them. Even more importantly, the army's size meant further retreat would result in overcrowding and prevent them from effectively engaging in combat. Naturally, pulling the defense line backward meant the area needing protection became smaller, enabling more concentrated firepower coverage. Meanwhile, the attacking range available to the beasts was also reduced, diminishing their numerical advantage. Unless they broke through the second defensive line, additional numbers wouldn't matter much. Moreover, as the night wore on, the sky gradually lightened, and everyone could finally see the battlefield clearly. Seeing the mountains of beast corpses, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of shock. Drones, scout further ahead and check the situation, Su Pingyan ordered. Understood. Soon, the drone reconnaissance results returned. Report. Based on the drone's findings, there are no more incoming fair beasts in the rear. Additionally, many of the surviving beasts have stopped advancing and begun devouring the carcasses along the way. Approximately less than 10,000 beasts remain within 5 kilometers of our position. It's time for a counterattack. Su Pingyan exchanged glances with Guo Xiaotian, both reaching the same conclusion. Yellow Emperor Legion. Here. Are you tired? No. Good. Launch immediately. Eliminate the remaining beasts on the path, and advance 50 kilometers forward, Su Pingyan commanded. Yes, sir. Field Army, listen up, Guo Xiaotian bellowed. Present. Provide covering fire for the Yellow Emperor Legion. We're going in with them. Yes, sir. Everyone, hearing the order to counterattack, suddenly forgot their fatigue and wounds. The frustration from the entire night finally had an outlet. All of them felt their blood boiling. Then came an intense, massive counteroffensive. In merely 5 hours, all the lost territory was completely regained. Standing on the third defensive line, Su Pingyan gazed into the distance, deep in thought. Commander Su, what's on your mind? Guo Xiaotian approached, puzzled. I'm thinking about how last night's fierce battle already attracted beasts from far away. Maybe we should take this opportunity to advance even further, like 60 or even 70 kilometers ahead, Su Pingyan said ambitiously. Don't underestimate just 10 or 20 kilometers. The further out they went, the larger the newly expanded area became. Even a mere 20 kilometers extension outward would bring an expansion close to the entire territory they already controlled. Guo Xiaotian listened to Su Pingyan's words and frowned. He understood Su Pingyan's intention but didn't agree. Commander Su, your idea isn't bad, but you've overlooked one thing. The soldiers have fought the entire night and are extremely exhausted. Continuing to fight is possible, but advancing further ahead won't have any defensive lines. Building new lines takes a long time, and the further we go, the higher the fair beast levels will be. Our defensive pressure will increase significantly. I suggest we wait a little longer, until everyone's strength improves a bit. Once we replenish more ammunition from Blue Star, that'll be the time to launch an offensive. Actually, it's beneficial that there are fewer beasts outside now. It could buy us a long period of peace, which will help us consolidate our current achievements. After hearing Guo Xiaotian's words, Su Pingyan gradually calmed down. After thinking it over, he had to admit Guo Xiaotian's suggestion was more reasonable, and that he himself had been too hasty. Against second-tier beasts, ordinary firearms already had greatly reduced effectiveness, posing a much higher threat to the soldiers. Going further would likely increase defensive difficulties. Fine, I'll follow your suggestion, Su Pingyan nodded. Seeing that Su Pingyan accepted his advice, Guo Xiaotian smiled slightly and held him in higher regard. He wasn't a stubborn young man. Quickly get everyone to clean up the battlefield, have the construction corps repair the defensive lines quickly, and then let everyone rest well. Everyone's exhausted from the night, Su Pingyan shouted. Sure thing. Because the battlefield coverage was too vast, it took the entire field army 3 full days to finish clearing the battlefield within a 60-kilometer radius. The construction corps also finally completed the repair of the destroyed defensive lines. Beyond the third defensive line was also a battlefield, with fair beast corpses piling up like mountains, something they naturally wouldn't ignore. Though there hadn't been a large-scale advance of the defensive line, an operational range of about 10 to 20 kilometers beyond had already become the norm. During these 3 days, the Yellow Emperor Legion either rested or went hunting. They patrolled around, clearing out as many surrounding beasts as possible, especially near the ancient ruins. At this moment, there were no traces of beasts left around, completely wiped out. Pingyan, all the fair beast corpses are gathered here. Many of them are incomplete, Qin Ming said with some regret. Chapter 98. Ancient Ruins, Kashenzong. It's exactly what I expected. With such fierce firepower and the fierce beasts devouring each other, there probably won't be many intact corpses left. After careful selection, a total of more than 300 valuable fierce beasts were specially stored by Su Pingyan. Additionally, 150,000 beasts with relatively intact bodies and milder spiritual essence were kept aside for delivery to the capital. As for the rest of the beast corpses, they were all refined into spirit liquid. How much foundation-building spirit liquid did we get this time? Qin Ming asked eagerly. A lot. More than I expected. Su Pingyan was in an excellent mood, wearing a wide smile. Without any suspense, he directly announced. Over 370,000 drops of Grade 2 upper-grade foundation-building spirit liquid. Over 650,000 drops of Grade 2 mid-grade. Over 2.57 million drops of Grade 2 lower grade. Over 150,000 drops of Grade 1 supreme grade. Over 16.57 million drops of Grade 1 upper grade. Over 2.68 million drops of Grade 1 mid-grade. And over 380,000 drops of Grade 1 lower grade. Although it was unclear exactly how many fierce beasts had been killed during last night's battle, the number wouldn't be less than 500,000. In addition to the first 200,000 or so beasts, countless more had kept coming throughout the night until dawn. After daybreak, they pushed forward from the second line of defense to the third line, and after 3 days of clearing out an area extending more than 10 kilometers outward, they successfully hunted and killed nearly 200,000 fierce beasts. This battle likely eliminated at least 700,000 fierce beasts. Crucially, their average level was significantly higher than the last battle. This was clearly reflected in the quality and quantity of the foundation-building spirit liquid extracted. Holy, so much! Qin Ming exclaimed in delighted surprise. All right, how much foundation-building spirit liquid from last time is left? Su Pingyan suddenly asked. All the Grade 2 upper grade and Grade 2 mid-grade spirit liquid from last time remains unused, while all the Grade 2 lower grade has been used up by the Yellow Emperor Legion with not a single drop left. The other grades have also been completely consumed by the field army and the construction corps, Qin Ming reported. These usage records had to be documented clearly for reporting upward. With so much foundation-building spirit liquid consumed, how are the current strengths of the field army and construction corps? Su Pingyan asked concernedly. Before I came, I already inquired with Generals Guo Xiaodian and Li Ming. The field army warriors now have an average cultivation level reaching the late stages of body tempering 7th heaven. The construction corps, due to their heavy workload, currently have cultivation levels reaching the body tempering 6th heaven, Qin Ming reported. Combined, the field army and construction corps consisted of 8 divisions and hundreds of thousands of personnel. To have improved so much within such a short time was already very impressive. Good. What about our Yellow Emperor Legion? Su Pingyan asked with concern. This battle was also a significant boost for them. Their cultivation levels have generally stabilized in the mid to late stages of Qi gathering 1st heaven. A few especially talented ones have even advanced to Qi gathering 2nd heaven. They mostly need foundation building spirit liquid now. Once this new batch is supplied to them, combined with the increased number of external gravity cultivation chambers, they should see considerable improvement in a short time. Qin Ming explained thoughtfully. Not bad. Alright, give all the grade 2 lower grade foundation building spirit liquid to the Yellow Emperor Legion. I believe their strength will improve significantly. Assign the grade 1 upper grade spirit liquid to the field army and the grade 1 mid grade to the construction corps. As for the grade 1 lower grade spirit liquid, send it out to Shui Yong. Isn't the higher ups requesting some spirit liquid for experiments? Hoping to see if it can cure cancer? I think this idea is quite promising. Su Pingyan quickly distributed the foundation building spirit liquid with just a few words. What about the grade 2 mid grade and upper grade spirit liquids? They would first observe the improvement in the Yellow Emperor Legion's strength and assess the beast hunting outcomes over the next period. If needed, they could downgrade their use. If not, better to save them, as higher grade spirit liquids were more precious. Have the fierce beasts around the ancient ruins been cleared out? All cleared. We also constructed many blockhouses and military strongholds around the area, and drones can provide immediate support, ensuring no fierce beasts can get close, Qin Ming replied. It's time to venture in and investigate, Su Pingyan said meaningfully, gazing toward the direction of the ruins. The ancient ruins were so named because most of the area had long been worn down by time, leaving no traces of its former glory and prosperity. What remained was merely this one spiritual mountain protected by the 9-palace god control array. The fact that an ancient expert of such immense power had used this formation to protect it, and that it had barely survived countless eons, proved that this site must hold great importance to the ancient sect to be granted such special protection. Su Pingyan stood at the edge of the grand formation, lifting his head to gaze at the ancient stone steps worn by time. The steps wound upward, and at their base stood a stone tablet with 2 large characters nearly erased by it. Chiga. These were characters from another world, unreadable to others, but Su Pingyan understood them clearly. At the lower left corner of the stone tablet stood another stele, inscribed with small characters primarily detailing the entry and exit regulations for the Chiga Pavilion, the core treasure house of the sect known as Kishinzong, as well as the conditions required for access. Indeed, this ancient sect was called Kishinzong. Although the stele did not mention Kishinzong directly, within the Chiga Pavilion there were historical records about the sect. In his previous life, Chinese experts, after mastering the otherworldly script, had specifically researched the history of this ruin. From these historical records, they had also learned about the information regarding the Grand Formation, including its arrangement and the method to shut it down. Setting aside the details of the formation's construction, there was only one way to shut it down. Inside the Chiga Pavilion was a central control console for the formation, allowing manual shutdown. This required no cultivation level restrictions, only knowledge of how to operate it. But currently, they were all outside the formation, so naturally, this option could be ruled out. However, what Su Pingyan desired was not a complete shutdown of the formation, but rather to enter it, so other methods were indeed considered. First, internal shutdown, ruled out. Second, brute force destruction. He lacked the required cultivation power, so ruled out. Third, possessing a talisman granting access to the formation, unavailable, clearly ruled out. Fourth, reaching the exalted realm cultivation level and possessing master-level proficiency in formation techniques. Both were necessary to enter. Obviously, he met neither requirement, ruled out. Fifth, depletion of spiritual energy inside the formation, resulting in automatic shutdown. In his previous life, the 9-palace god control array had automatically deactivated after approximately 6 years, which precisely indicated that the formation's spiritual energy had been nearly exhausted, becoming highly unstable. This instability caused spiritual energy leakage, turning the 9 formation nodes into gathering places for 9 ferocious beasts. Therefore, the best method was to accelerate the depletion of spiritual energy in the formation. But Su Pingyan had already calculated, even with his active intervention, it would still take at least 1 or 2 years. That was time he simply couldn't afford. Thus, only one final option remained. Chapter 99 Guardian Puppet, The Trial. He raised his hand forward, feeling the air ripple like the surface of water. The entire Qishan sect was now wrapped in the Jiugong Yushan formation, its protective barrier impenetrable until the formation was broken. At this moment, Yi Xiao ran up to Su Pingyan. Commander, I've placed the most powerful explosives at the designated spots, as you ordered. Synchronize watches. Su Pingyan glanced at his wristwatch. 10 o'clock exactly. Time synchronized. Pass the order. Initiate the timer bombs in 1 minute. At exactly 10:03 a.m., all locations must detonate simultaneously. Su Pingyan commanded. Yes, sir. The order was quickly relayed, and Su Pingyan stared intently at his watch. As the final 10-second countdown began, he instructed Yi Xiao, "Wait for me outside. Don't try to force your way in." "Yes, sir." At exactly 10:03, a thunderous boom echoed. 9 unstable nodes of the Jiugong Yushin formation were simultaneously detonated by the bombs. The explosion disrupted the spiritual energy at these nodes, causing the formation to momentarily fall into chaos. In that split second, Su Pingyan forcefully pushed off the ground and charged toward the protective barrier. The next moment, Su Pingyan had entered another space. Indeed, the Jiugong Yushin formation had become extremely unstable and was on the verge of collapsing, but it was still beyond their current capability to break directly. Therefore, Su Pingyan used explosives to simultaneously destroy the formation nodes, briefly loosening the formation. He seized that brief moment to dash inside. It was a last resort. If the formation still possessed ample spiritual energy, this method wouldn't work. Only in its current state, like a dying breeze, was this plan barely feasible. Apparently, he succeeded. Upon entering the Spirit Mountain, Su Pingyan quickly surveyed the surroundings, immediately assuming a defensive and alert stance. With memories from his previous life, he knew full well how dangerous this place could be. Outside the formation, Yi Xiao helplessly watched Su Pingyan disappear into the formation. He couldn't help reaching out to touch the barrier, only to meet ripples blocking his way. Clearly, the formation had already stabilized again. Although Su Pingyan within the formation could see the outside, sound couldn't escape. He gave Yi Xiao a thumbs-up signal, then proceeded forward without hesitation, stepping onto the stone steps. He couldn't remember how many flights he climbed or how many turns he took until he reached a massive platform. Standing on it was a highly realistic humanoid figure. To someone unfamiliar with the situation, it would be terrifying. This was an ancient ruin, after all. If that figure were still alive today, what terrifying realm must it have attained? However, Su Pingyan knew it was merely a guardian puppet created by the Qixin sect. "You're here." The guardian puppet suddenly spoke, giving Su Pingyan quite a start, even though he had somewhat braced himself. "You know me?" Su Pingyan asked, surprised. "No, not at all. But it's been a very, very long time since anyone entered here." "How long?" "I can't remember anymore. You're the only human I've seen in all these endless years." The puppet seemed to be speaking to itself, yet also speaking directly to Su Pingyan. Could it have developed consciousness? Su Pingyan felt a tremor in his heart. If that were the case, it would be dangerous. No, wait. Future China had also entered, and though there was danger, there hadn't been mass casualties. This indicated the guardian puppet either bore no malice or had limited power. Thinking further, Su Pingyan felt slightly calmer. "Are you a guardian of this ancient ruin?" "An ancient ruin?" The puppet sounded confused, then slowly nodded. "Yes, so much time has passed. It might as well be considered ancient. I am the guardian of the Qixin sect's artifact vault, responsible for protecting it. During the sect's great calamity, our sect leader left final instructions. If the sect were ever destroyed, the artifact vault shall be given to a worthy heir. The only requirement is that they must continue the Qixin sect's lineage. Are you willing?" The guardian asked. "I am." Su Pingyan immediately agreed without hesitation. Even if he himself didn't want to become the sect leader, China had a massive population. There would be plenty of people willing to inherit the Qixin sect's legacy. Therefore, he wouldn't be lying. He would definitely find a suitable heir for them. "Good." The guardian nodded slightly, then its expression turned stern. "But mere willingness isn't enough. You must undergo 3 trials. Only by passing all 3 can you enter the artifact vault and inherit the Qixin sect's legacy. Are you ready to accept this challenge?" "I am." Su Pingyan had expected this. The guardian puppet before him, despite enduring endless centuries, didn't seem easy to deal with. If he attempted to use force, Su Pingyan had no confidence in prevailing. He decided to simply see what the trial would be. In the cultivation world, power determines status. The first trial tests your strength. Of course, this strength doesn't refer to cultivation level, but rather combat ability at the same level. "You don't need to take this test, you've already passed," the guardian puppet said. Su Pingyan nodded slightly, without speaking. Clearly, the guardian had already judged his true strength. Indeed, reaching the 13th layer of body forging. Throughout history, few cultivators had ever achieved such a level as Su Pingyan's. If even such talent couldn't pass the trial, then the Qixin sect would truly be terrifying. The second trial tests talent, not cultivation talent, but your innate talent for forging artifacts. Su Pingyan furrowed his brow. In his previous life, he had never delved into artifact forging. In that kind of environment, survival had been the priority, and cultivation was the most important concern. "Senior, how will this trial be conducted?" Su Pingyan asked. "Place your hand on mine." Su Pingyan hesitated slightly, but followed the instruction. The next moment, the guardian puppet looked at him in shock. "Your talent is Divine Grade Upper." "Divine Grade Upper?" Su Pingyan asked in confusion. There are 6 arts in cultivation: artifact forging, pill refining, talisman making, array formation, spirit farming, and pattern engraving. All require extremely high innate talent. Talent levels, from lowest to highest, are grade 1 through grade 7, and above them is Divine Grade. Divine Grade itself has 3 tiers: Divine Grade Lower, Divine Grade, and Divine Grade Upper. Divine Grade Upper represents the rarest and most exceptional talent in all history. The guardian puppet sighed slightly. If you had been born in ancient times, during the Qixin sect's prime, you would surely have received full support from the entire sect to help you grow rapidly. Now it's truly a pity. There's nothing to regret. Every era has its prodigies and legends. Since I was born in this era, I shall become the legend of my time. Su Pingyan was unfazed and extremely confident. Although an apocalyptic catastrophe loomed in the future, destruction often led to rebirth. Perhaps this upcoming era would be a fiercely competitive one, an even better time. What admirable ambition. The guardian puppet nodded approvingly. Senior, I suppose I've passed the second trial? Of course. Then what is the third trial? Su Pingyan asked. Chapter 100. The Jade Stairway to Heaven. Do you see these steps before you? The guardian puppet pointed toward the ascending staircase. At this moment, Su Pingyan finally noticed that compared to the steps below, this place was indeed somewhat different. The lower steps were made of stone, and they were winding and undulating, turning one bend after another. But here the steps were all made of white jade, extending straight upward all the way to the pavilion at the mountaintop. This is called the Jade Stairway to Heaven, with a total of 108 steps, 36 heavenly stems, and 72 earthly branches. Every 9 steps successfully ascended will grant you a reward. This was established by the sect long ago specifically for some inner sect and true disciples. They must accumulate a certain amount of contribution points to gain one opportunity to climb the Jade Stairway. As for how many levels they can ascend, it all depends on their own willpower. Willpower. Yes, willpower. Only with strong enough willpower can even an ordinary person reach the highest level. If one's will is weak, even someone with high cultivation may only ascend a few steps. This Jade Stairway to Heaven not only offers rewards and tests one's willpower, but also helps strengthen one's will. This is the main reason why elite inner sect disciples want to come here. The guardian puppet, whether due to having not seen a human in ages or because of Su Pingyan's exceptional talent, was willing to talk quite extensively and provided detailed explanations. Then what about the heavenly stems and earthly branches? Su Pingyan asked again. The 72 earthly branch steps correspond to one's own cultivation level, while the 36 heavenly stem steps require breaking past one's limits. Only a very rare individual with extraordinary willpower exceeding their own cultivation limits can ascend them. In addition, the rewards on the earthly branch steps are spiritual artifacts ranked below the 7th grade, while the lowest reward on the heavenly stem steps is at least a 7th grade spiritual artifact. Finishing his words, the guardian puppet looked meaningfully at Su Pingyan before continuing. Since the sect's founder personally created this Jade Stairway to Heaven, no one has ever managed to reach its summit. The current record stands at step 105. Spiritual artifacts are how powerful weapons are referred to in this world. The lowest are mundane artifacts, followed by spiritual artifacts, and finally divine artifacts. Mundane artifacts are ranked as inferior, middle, and superior grades. Spiritual artifacts are ranked from 1st to 7th grade, each level further divided into inferior, middle, and superior. In fact, between spiritual and divine artifacts exists a category known as semi-divine artifacts, the finest weapons below true divine artifacts, which are extremely rare. As for divine artifacts, they are ranked by stars, 1 star, 2 star, 3 star. Whether there are even higher levels beyond 3 star, no one knows. But he did know one thing. There were weapons even stronger than divine artifacts, called spirit treasures. Spirit treasures include earth-forged spirit treasures and heaven-forged spirit treasures. Mundane artifacts are merely sharp, durable, and heavy, suitable as weapons for cultivators below the 7th stage of the tempering body realm. Su Pingyan's dragon coiling spear was roughly at the level of a middle-grade mundane artifact. Given the current technological level of humans from Earth, crafting high-grade mundane artifacts wasn't particularly difficult and could be mass-produced. However, spiritual artifacts were a different story, as their entire manufacturing process was completely different. First-grade spiritual artifacts were suitable for cultivators from the 7th stage of the tempering body realm up to the 1st stage of the Qi manifestation realm. Second-grade spiritual artifacts were suitable for cultivators of the Qi manifestation realm, and so on, with 7th-grade spiritual artifacts being appropriate for heaven person realm experts. I don't expect a divine artifact, just getting a spiritual artifact would be fine. Without a proper weapon now, my combat power has been greatly weakened, Su Pingyan secretly mused. However, the guardian puppet's next words shattered Su Pingyan's hopes. In ancient times, if you were an official sect disciple, reaching the 9th step alone would grant you a reward. However, for you, this is the 3rd trial. If you wish to receive a reward and inherit the legacy of the Artisan God sect, you must at least ascend to the 73rd step. That is the absolute minimum requirement. What if I fail? Su Pingyan tested cautiously. Then stay here with me. When you're finally able to do it, you may take the inheritance and leave the mountain. The guardian puppet replied. What the hell? Forced selling? Su Pingyan didn't doubt the puppet's ability to enforce this. Precisely because of that, his expression gradually turned serious. He couldn't afford to stay here too long. If he did, and other portals were discovered by others, he would suffer a major loss. Even the reward from a single portal activation far exceeded the value of the entire Artisan God sect's inheritance. He was well aware of that. It seems I really have to reach the heavenly stem steps. Thinking thus, Su Pingyan inhaled deeply and, without wasting words, walked directly toward the Jade Stairway to Heaven, preparing to climb. Under the blue sky, the Jade Stairs were spotless, appearing so sacred and otherworldly. As soon as his foot stepped onto it, an invisible pressure surged toward him from all directions, making him feel as though a heavy stone was resting on his back. And this sensation affected his entire body, not just the back. The first step is manageable. Su Pingyan slightly nodded after sensing the pressure. To him, this level of pressure was nothing significant. After testing with the first step, Su Pingyan gradually quickened his pace. Striding forward with determination, he stepped onto the 9th level, as if the surrounding pressure had no effect on him whatsoever. Congratulations on reaching the 9th level. Reward: a randomly selected top-tier third-grade spiritual artifact, Ming Mountain Armor. It has decent defensive capabilities. Cultivators below the marrow washing realm cannot pierce its defense, and it can block 30% of an attack from a marrow washing cultivator. It is engraved with Ming Mountain defensive inscriptions and can be powered by spirit stones. When fully charged with spiritual energy, it can withstand a full power strike from a peak refinement realm cultivator without sustaining damage. A prompt echoed in Su Pingin's ears, then a set of armor flew from the treasure pavilion at the mountain peak, arrived before him, and hovered in midair. This item isn't bad. Among third-grade spiritual artifacts, it's quite a premium one. Su Pingin felt that his luck was fairly good. Do you wish to continue onward? Just as Su Pingin was about to take his reward, the voice prompt sounded again. Continue. The reward will be stored temporarily. When you exit this challenge, if you've obtained multiple rewards, they will all be issued to you at once. The voice spoke again. Su Pingin gave a slight nod, withdrawing his hand. He looked up at the jade steps and began climbing again. Congratulations on reaching the 18th level. Reward: a randomly selected mid-tier 4th-grade spiritual artifact, Luminous Storage Bag. It has no offensive or defensive properties, and contains an internal space of 800 cubic units. It can store inanimate objects, and time does not pass within. Not bad. Su Pingin nodded in satisfaction. Don't assume storage bags are low tier. In this other world, storage equipment is relatively valuable, because even the lowest grade storage bag is a 4th grade spiritual artifact. Of course, there are storage items below the 4th grade. These are made from naturally occurring spatial materials like Na stones. Such storage items generally don't have a quality ranking. In fact, natural Na stones themselves already possess internal spatial storage, but these spaces vary in size and are rather unstable, at risk of collapsing at any moment. Once a collapse occurs, everything inside will be destroyed. Thus, very few people use Na stones directly for storage. Unless, of course, one is storing food or items of little value. Things one wouldn't mind losing if they were destroyed. Higher grade storage items like storage bags are carefully crafted by artificers. Based on materials like processed Na stones, space silkworm threads, and other spatial materials, they create a stable dimensional space. The internal space is therefore highly stable. Continue. Chapter 101. Ascending the Peak, Unsealing Martial Techniques. At the 27th level, Su Pingin obtained a Grade 5 inferior spirit artifact, the Fire Heaven Saber. From the 36th to the 45th level, and continuing to climb all the way up to the 71st level, Su Pingin suddenly felt an intense pressure surrounding him. He staggered slightly, nearly falling over. Finally some challenge. Su Pingin steadied himself, his eyes flashing with a hint of excitement. For the previous 71 levels, whether it was due to his unique rebirthed soul, his naturally higher spiritual power and willpower than ordinary people, or the fact that he had already reached the 13th tier of body forging, his physical strength had surpassed that of others. In any case, the pressure from the heaven-reaching jade steps had not been as strong as he had expected. Su Pingin stepped onto the 72nd tier with one foot, and a voice echoed once again. Congratulations for reaching the 72nd tier. You have reached the peak of the earthly 72 layers. You have received a randomly assigned Grade 6 Superior Spirit Artifact, the Heaven Supporting Sword. Do you wish to continue challenging the limits? Note: if you continue and fail, all previous rewards will be taken back. If you give up now, you may keep all the previous rewards. Trying to intimidate me again? Without the third trial, maybe I would have backed off already. Unfortunately, I must reach the 73rd tier, Su Pingin thought with a cold sneer before declaring loudly. Continue. As he spoke, Su Pingin already stepped 1 foot onto the 73rd tier. At that moment, a massive pressure surged from all directions, pressing down on his body and soul. Su Pingin couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward with the other foot as well. I didn't expect you to reach the 73rd tier on your first attempt of the heaven-reaching jade steps. That's extremely rare, even by the ancient standards. Very impressive. You've passed the 3rd trial. Congratulations, you will inherit everything currently possessed by the Divine Forge Master sect. This voice was different from the previous one. It came from the guardian puppet. Thank you, senior. Su Pingin took a deep breath and replied. Standing at the 73rd tier, the pressure was immense. If the pressure on the first 72 levels mainly came from the physical body, the 73rd level was completely different. Not only was his body under tremendous pressure, but his mind was also under terrifying strain. Do you want to proceed further and test your own limits? Asked the guardian puppet. What's the difference? Su Pingin asked. Not much. If you stop here, I will send you directly to the highest level artifact pavilion. But if you choose to continue, the heaven-reaching jade steps can help solidify and strengthen your willpower. Although your current body is powerful and your spiritual energy is strong, it is not yet fully concentrated. The body is dead, the spirit is alive. Spirit, or willpower, is the container, and the strength of the body is like water. Ultimately, it must be controlled by your spiritual power. Otherwise, you'd be no different from me, a puppet. Su Pingin was slightly taken aback by the guardian puppet's words, but he was quick-witted and quickly understood their deeper meaning. The infinite Xian Gong improved both the physical body and spiritual energy together, but he had found various methods to rapidly enhance his body without fully unifying his spiritual energy with his flesh. I'll continue challenging, Su Pingin said, glancing at the steps above. Good. The guardian puppet simply replied, with nothing more to add. By the time he finished speaking, Su Pingin felt himself recovering. After slightly adjusting and adapting, he climbed onto the 74th tier. As expected, The pressure sharply increased. He bent his waist considerably, but this was still not yet his limit. As time passed, Su Pingyan gradually stepped past the 90th tier, and then the 99th tier. Even the guardian puppet below revealed a somewhat human-like expression of admiration. At the 100th tier, Su Pingyan was directly crushed to the ground by a massive pressure. Mustering all his strength, using his sheer willpower, he barely sat up, crossed his legs, and began to circulate the infinite Xiangong. Initially, the cultivation was extremely difficult and slow. However, as time passed, Su Pingyan gradually noticed that his ability to circulate the technique became faster and faster. Finally, in an instant, golden light flashed in his mind, and a beam of golden radiance completely enveloped his body. The unity of body and soul. The guardian puppet looked at Su Pingyan bathed in golden light and said in some shock from below the steps. When the golden light faded, Su Pingyan suddenly felt his body becoming unexpectedly light. What? How is this possible? Just a moment ago, he had been crushed so hard he could barely breathe, yet now he could stand upright again with ease. Congratulations, young man, the guardian puppet said with emotion. The unity of form and spirit. This is not something ordinary people can achieve. The puppet spoke with the purpose of clearing Su Pingyan's confusion. Before Su Pingyan could ask, the guardian puppet continued. Form refers to your physical body, and spirit refers to your mind, your willpower. When form and spirit are united, it means your body will be completely under your control. Your willpower will be able to command your body to perform many difficult movements and martial techniques previously impossible, allowing you to unleash 100% of your combat strength. Although Su Pingyan was somewhat confused, he understood it was extremely beneficial for him. Just from the significant relief of pressure he now felt, it was evident. Thank you, senior, for the explanation, Su Pingyan said respectfully. More importantly, at that very moment, the infinite Xiangong unlocked two martial techniques, Star-Breaking Finger and Heaven-Severing Sword Art. There were two conditions for unsealing: cultivation reaching the 13th layer of body forging, and the unity of form and spirit. The former had already been achieved before, and now the latter had been fulfilled, thus unlocking them. Star-Breaking Finger focused sharpness into the fingertips. As long as the sharpness was fine enough and strong enough to carry sufficient force, it could pierce through any surface with a single point. One finger could shatter stars, one finger could destroy all things, one finger could tear through the heavens. Nothing could resist it. Isn't that simply the physics concept of pressure? If the Star-Breaking Finger emphasized strength and physical attributes, then the Heaven-Severing Sword Art emphasized spirit and willpower. By condensing powerful will, as long as you believed in it, as long as your will was strong enough, a single sword strike could sever the heavens. Wow, this is incredible. No wonder in my previous life I never heard of Chris possessing such powerful martial techniques. It must be because he never reached the 13th layer of body forging. Su Pingyan mused inwardly. The guardian puppet remained silent, simply watching from below. Gradually, Su Pingyan calmed from his excitement, regained his composure, and refocused his gaze on the higher steps above. Level 101 to 105. Finally, he stepped onto the 106th tier, the new record for the Divine Forge Master sect since the heaven-reaching jade steps were built. Su Pingyan took a deep breath, feeling the pressure suddenly increase significantly, yet he still seemed relatively at ease. The 36 heaven steps represent transcending one's limits. But at my 13th layer of body forging, I've already surpassed most people's limits. Moreover, now that form and spirit have united, there's no reason I shouldn't be able to reach the highest step. Thinking thus, Su Pingyan did not pause and continued forward. Level 107. Eventually, he stood on the 108th tier, the topmost. At that moment, all the pressure upon his body vanished, and an aged voice echoed through the air. Chapter 102: Recognizing the Master, Resolving Doubts. Young one, you're quite impressive. To ascend to the peak, you must at least possess the potential of a world-class genius with Saint-tier lower-grade bloodline quality. You shall inherit the ultimate legacy of the Divine Artificer's Hall. After the voice ended, a surge of information forcibly flooded into his mind, but it was tightly compressed by the alchemy cauldron and life origin stone within his consciousness, forming a unique jade slip. The Divine Artificer's Manual, created by the Artificer God, one of the 12 celestial deities under the great god Pan Wu of the primordial era, contains the combined inheritances of cultivation techniques, artifact forging, and divine blueprints. From this legacy, Su Pingyan finally understood. It turned out that the Artificer sect was merely founded by a surviving disciple of the ancient Divine Artificer's Hall from the primordial era. The heaven-reaching jade steps weren't built by the founder of the Artificer sect at all. They originated from the Divine Artificer's Hall of the primordial era and were used to test its disciples. As the last inheritor of the Divine Artificer's Hall, he did not wish for the legacy to be lost, which was why he established the Artificer sect. Unfortunately, nobody had ever been found capable of inheriting the true Divine Artificer's Manual. Indeed, the inheritance of the Artificer sect was incomplete. The real core inheritance came from the Divine Artificer's Manual, and only those who reached the 108th step of the heaven-reaching jade stairway could qualify for the inheritance. That's how it is. This revelation surprised Su Pingyan greatly. The primordial era, the great god Pan Wu, the 12 celestial gods. What a glorious era that must have been, Su Pingyan thought longingly. Unfortunately, I've already cultivated the infinite mystic cultivation method, which cannot be practiced alongside other techniques. I've already tried that before, so I have to give up on cultivating the Divine Artificer's Manual, Su Pingyan mused inwardly. However, The manual's artifact forging techniques and diagrams of divine treasures were extremely precious. He could entrust them to some genius with talent for forging artifacts. At the entrance of the Divine Artificer's vault, the Guardian Automaton instantly appeared here, looked at Su Pingyan, and knelt on one knee. Guardian pays respects to his master. Elder, why are you doing this? Master, I was created by the Divine Artificer. I was the previous master's most accomplished creation. Before the previous master ascended, he left a message. If any future cultivator reached beyond the 73rd level, I was to hand over the Divine Artificer's vault to him, and I would be granted my freedom to go wherever I pleased. If someone of unparalleled genius ascended to the peak, I must recognize him as my master, the Guardian Automaton explained. Since the master has ascended to the peak, it is only natural for me to acknowledge you as my master. You. Su Pingyan wanted to refuse and offer the automaton freedom, but the words caught in his throat. This Guardian Automaton was capable of instantaneous teleportation, an absolute supreme expert. Having him guard his path and protect Huaxia was a tremendous blessing. Very well, I accept you, Su Pingyan said, then added, I know you have your own consciousness and thoughts. I propose this, you stay by my side for now and protect me. When I grow strong enough to defend myself, I will set you free, and you can go anywhere you wish. How about that? Thank you, Master. The Guardian Automaton replied excitedly. What's your name? Su Pingyan asked. My name is Guardian. In the old days, disciples of the Artificer sect used to call me the Divine Sovereign, the Guardian said. Divine Sovereign? What a majestic name, Su Pingyan joked lightly. That's because after the previous master ascended, I became the strongest existence in the sect, responsible for guarding the Divine Vault and the sect's legacy, so everyone gave me that respectful title. The Guardian said, slightly embarrassed. Then, what is your current cultivation level? Su Pingyan asked. It depends on the grade of spirit stones placed here, the Guardian Automaton answered. Suddenly, his chest opened, revealing a small compartment before Su Pingyan's eyes. Inside it was completely empty. He continued, my body is inscribed with powerful boon that allow me to absorb ambient spiritual energy automatically. Without spirit stones, my current power level is at Transcendent 9th Order. Wow, Transcendent 9th Order. Su Pingyan's eyes widened. In his previous life, he had died without ever reaching the Transcendent Realm, let alone the 9th Order. Even looking ahead 20-some years, he would still be among the rare experts on launching. Yet, an even greater shock followed as the Guardian Automaton continued. With top-grade spirit stones, my power reaches the rivers and mountains realm. With deeping spirit stones, it reaches the heavenly ascendant realm. With spirit crystals, I reach the half-god realm. And if I use divine stones, my power can peak at the 9-star divine ascendant realm. This truly was a great treasure. Su Pingyan, who had just calmed his emotions, felt his heart race with excitement once more. Curiosity piqued. He couldn't help but ask, Divine Ascendant, is that the divine realm? Just how much do you know about the divine realm? In his previous life, he had never encountered such a high-level expert. The divine realm is a general term. As for specifics, I don't know much either. All I know is that the first major realm in the divine realm is the divine human realm, followed by the divine general realm, then the divine spirit realm, and the heaven god realm. As for higher realms beyond that, I don't know, the Guardian Automaton explained. No problem. Knowing this much is enough. This filled in some gaps from his previous life. He didn't ask further about spirit crystals, assuming they were a special type of spirit stone between Jiping spirit stones and divine stones. Just because he hadn't seen them before didn't mean he didn't know about them. Oh right, since your power is so great, why was the Divine Artificer sect destroyed back then? And didn't the enemies try to come after this place? Su Pingyan asked the question that had puzzled him for a long time. This was a mystery across both his lifetimes. Unfortunately, in his previous life, the Guardian Automaton had already left and hadn't stayed, so there had been no one to explain the truth about the Divine Artificer sect to Huaxia. All he had been able to do was learn a little from historical records. There are many reasons for that. Don't rush. Take your time, Su Pingyan said calmly. He had no shortage of time now. First, the previous master issued a command. I could not leave the Divine Mountain. My task was to guard this place. Second, there's the 9 Palaces Divine Sovereign Grand Formation protecting this place. Only those reaching the 7th star Divine General level can break through it. The enemy tried for several decades here, but ultimately had to give up helplessly. At that time, hundreds of sect disciples fled here and were protected by me. But besides me, the Artifact Pavilion, and the heaven-reaching Jade Steps, there was absolutely nothing else here. Moreover, as the spiritual energy of the 10,000 great mountains gradually declined, they stayed for a few hundred years, and eventually, all of them left. None of them ever returned afterward. Third, for unknown reasons, the spiritual energy in the 10,000 great mountains had been continuously decreasing until recently, when the decline finally stopped and gradually stabilized. Perhaps because this place was no longer suitable for cultivation, many cultivators and sects left. Chapter 103. A mind-boggling revelation, the Spirit Vein. It has been over 600,000 years since I last saw a human, the Guardian Puppet mused. 600,000 years ago? That was just the last time you saw one. Then this Kashenzong must be a sect from an even more ancient era. No wonder it's called an ancient ruin, Su Pingyan exclaimed in shock once again. At the same time, the doubts in his heart were resolved. However, new ones arose. What exactly was going on with the weakening of spiritual energy? That's right, when exactly did the spiritual energy begin to stabilize? Su Pingyan thought of something and asked. About 20-some days ago, the Guardian Puppet wasn't entirely sure. It must be related to when I opened the portal. What's the connection here? Su Pingyan was filled with confusion again. Sigh. Solving one mystery only brought forth even more questions. The more one knows, the more ignorant one becomes. Never mind, let's not dwell on this for now. Everything will sort itself out eventually. The more pressing matter is the current Chiga right before me. Thinking this, Su Pingyan fixed his gaze on the Chiga. Just now, when he received the final inheritance, the reward from the Tongtian Jade Staircase had flown back inside the Chiga. Now the entire Chiga belonged to him, and he could freely enter and choose its treasures. Guardian, how do I open the Chiga? Su Pingyan stepped forward and tried to push the gate, but failed to open it. Master, just like the Tongtian Jade Staircase, the Chiga is also a divine artifact. It needs to recognize its master before it can be opened. As he spoke, two miniature versions, one of the Chiga and one of the Tongtian Jade Staircase, appeared in the Guardian's hands. Master, these are the core spirits of the Chiga and the Tongtian Jade Staircase. Just drip your blood onto them, and you will gain complete control. Alright. Su Pingyan immediately used his strength to force out 2 drops of blood, which he dripped onto the core spirits. Now that his cultivation was powerful, his body's defenses were strong, and even a needle couldn't pierce his skin. Only by forcibly circulating his blood could he make the blood come out. After the blood recognition process, Su Pingyan had a more comprehensive understanding of the Chiga. In short, the Chiga was a dimensional space capable of holding living beings. It was extremely vast. The founder of Qixinzong placed this treasure here to store treasures brought from the Qixin Hall and treasures collected by Qixinzong itself. Then, by using the Tongtian Jade Staircase, the system simultaneously tested for the true heir to Qixinzong's legacy, trained the willpower of Qixinzong disciples, connected with the Chiga, and distributed rewards to the disciples. The core spirit possessed consciousness. If the Chiga were to serve as China's strategic reserve center in the future, all kinds of resources could be stored within. Then, a contribution value system or merit system could be created. Members could obtain these merits based on their contributions and military achievements to China, and then exchange the merits for various resources within the Chiga. This would eliminate the need for complicated manual processing. It would not only be more efficient, but also prevent corruption in the intermediate stages and various storage problems. The more Su Pingyan thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. This was the signature imagination of Earth humans. In an instant, Su Pingyan looked at the Chiga as if gazing at a beloved person. What excellent treasure. As for the Tongtian Jade Staircase, it was also a fine treasure. It could be left here for talented citizens to come and train their mental strength, thus enhancing China's overall power. Of course, there would have to be restrictions on numbers. What would be used to control this? Also through merit points. It seems I need to visit the capital after returning and talk with Chancellor and the others about this. Su Pingyan quickly developed a rough plan. Master, the door is open. The Guardian saw Su Pingyan lost in thought and gently reminded him. Alright. Although as the master of the Chiga, Su Pingyan already had complete knowledge of everything inside, experiencing it in person was a completely different sensation. The Chiga was huge and divided into 5 levels. The first floor held spirit tools below the 5th grade. The second floor held 6th grade spirit tools. The third floor contained 7th grade spirit tools. The fourth floor held semi-divine artifacts, while the top 5th floor housed 3 items. No, rather, 1 item and 2 sets of divine artifacts. The first was the Heaven and Earth Ring, a 3-star divine artifact. The second was the Northern Dipper Sword formation, composed of 7 1-star divine swords and a corresponding formation diagram. The third was the 9 palaces commanding the gods formation, including 1 main control formation diagram and 9 formation banners. Currently, the banners were already placed around the divine mountain. Only the diagram was here, allowing activation or deactivation of the formation. Excellent treasures. The 9 palaces commanding the gods formation can be used in the future to guard the portal and ensure the safety of our headquarters. As for the Northern Dipper Sword formation, with both offensive and defensive power and enhanced by divine artifacts, I could choose 7 suitable sword wielders to become guardians of China. In an instant, Su Pingyan had already made plans for these divine treasures. As for the Heaven and Earth Ring, it was already on Su Pingyan's finger. Although the dimensional treasure box was also good, it wasn't convenient to carry around, so Su Pingyan preferred the Heaven and Earth Ring. Moreover, the Chiga was considered a 2-star divine artifact, the Tongtian Jade Staircase was a 3-star divine artifact, while the Guardian Puppet was a 1-star divine artifact. These were all the divine artifacts left within the Qixinzong ruins. There were still 16 semi-divine artifacts remaining, along with over 1,000 spirit tools ranging from 3rd to 7th grade. Anything below 3rd grade was simply not qualified to be placed inside the Chiga. From the semi-divine artifacts, Su Pingyan picked out a sword called the Kunwu, which would be sufficient for him to use for quite some time. Stepping out of the Chiga, Su Pingyan glanced at the Guardian and said meaningfully, the 9 palaces commanding the gods formation has managed to last this long even with spiritual energy gradually weakening. This divine mountain must be no ordinary place, right? Master probably already suspects the truth. Correct. Beneath this divine mountain lies a spirit vein, and not just any vein, it's a high-grade one. Back then, Qixinzong suffered its catastrophic disaster precisely because of this spirit vein, the Guardian replied. A high-grade spirit vein. Su Pingyan was stunned. Once a spirit stone mine was heavily exploited, it easily damaged its spiritual essence. Once that spiritual essence was lost, it would be nothing more than a common spirit stone mine, mined until it was exhausted and disappeared. A spirit vein was also a type of spirit stone mine, except that it contained spiritual essence and could continuously draw in spiritual energy from outside, forming spirit stones endlessly. Moreover, cultivation atop a spirit vein was extremely efficient. Nearly all powerful sects possessed their own spirit veins. Of course, spirit veins also had different ranks. They were classified as low-grade, medium-grade, high-grade, and supreme-grade. Mostly low-grade spirit stones were formed in a low-grade vein, with only a few medium-grade ones. Following this logic, supreme-grade spirit veins mostly produced supreme-grade spirit stones and would even give birth to small amounts of spirit crystals. Master, you might have been too hasty in your excitement. Over the years, maintaining the 9 palaces commanding the gods' formation has already drained the spiritual essence of the spirit vein. Also, the spirit stones below are nearly depleted. Once the spiritual energy in the remaining spirit stones is completely exhausted, the 9 palaces commanding the gods' formation will shut down automatically, the guardian explained. I understand, Su Ping'an nodded. He also knew that the 9 palaces commanding the gods' formation could last only for a few more years. Chapter 104. The War God Special Force ascends the Jade Steps. Guardian, you stay at the Divine Mountain for now and protect everything here. Later, I will shut down the 9 palace Holy God formation and entrust you with the formation's map. I will also bring some people here to undergo the trials of the Celestial Jade Steps. As for you, protect them. If you encounter enemies too powerful to handle, you may activate the 9 palace Holy God formation to resist them for a while, Su Ping'an instructed. Yes, Master, Guardian nodded. Staying here was nothing new to him. He was already used to it and didn't mind staying a bit longer. Moreover, the Master would bring more humans here. Having people to interact with would relieve his loneliness somewhat. That would be good. After giving Guardian his instructions, Su Ping'an packed up all the magical artifacts and divine treasures from the Divine Hall, taking them with him, leaving only the Divine Hall and the Celestial Jade Steps behind, exactly where they were before. The Guardian puppet was also left behind to protect everything. Outside the Divine Mountain, the Great Formation was sealed, and the surging spiritual energy at the 9 formation nodes returned to normal. Yi Xiao, who was outside the formation, immediately noticed the change. Just as he was about to enter and check, he saw Su Ping'an walk out from around the staircase. Commander! Yi Xiao rushed over excitedly, shouting loudly. Waiting outside the formation had been agonizing. Su Ping'an wasn't only their commander, but also his idol. Yi Xiao couldn't bear to see any harm come to him. So, when he saw Su Ping'an walking out confidently, his heart finally relaxed. Gather the members of the War God Special Force and bring them here to assemble, Su Ping'an said, glancing at Yi Xiao as he issued his orders. Seeing the concerned look in Yi Xiao's eyes, Su Ping'an felt deeply moved, but right now, there were more important things to attend to. Yes, sir. Yi Xiao stood straight and saluted. Gather everyone at the foot of the stairs. Yi Xiao ordered through the radio. Hung Kaif, Turajan Duri de 40 Ming Chengyuan, Zai Shrijia Chan Lir Duri Jifa, John de Zhongjing Chichi, Dong Dai Shirpingan de Drusher, Shirpingan John Zai Jieti Drisong, Sao Shi Yi Chen Zhongrun, Zhujizuji de Sun Ho, Long Shengdao, Zherga Songgu Yi Ji, Ming Zhao Qi Shinzong, Zherzoa Sun San, Nashir Qi Shinzong de Fuxin Jin Di, Mu Chan, Wei Jing Wan Chengla, Taman Liu Xia de Kaohe, Ji Chengla, Zherzoa Sun San Sang de Yi Chit. Shirpingan, Yong Zoijian Dan de Yuyan, Wei Zhongren Jirsha le Beiho, Zherzoa Yi Ji de Qingquang, Stiho, Ji Shir Sodao, Sun San Sang Manu Yijan To Su de Sun Cheat, Ming Zhao Tong Tan Yer Jie, Yongyo, Donlan Shou Xingzhe, Yidri Li de Zoyong, Niman Drichan, Jirju, Du Jing Yit, Shiwei, Ti Sheng Kar Kot, Jirdoi Niman Jin Ho de Shouxing, Hui Shri Fun Boli, Rugu Jirju, Tong Tan Yer Jie, Donlan Yifan, Yiding Hui Rong Niman de Shri, Gengjin Yibu. Zhihua Drijie So Ming Lut, Zuji Zhaoji Da Jia Guolai de Yanyin, Zhongren King Lut, Yishir, Yi Land of Xingfun, Doi Taman Lai Soa, Ti Sheng Shirli Shir, Taman Shanzai, Zoi Yo Shan de Dricho, Ling White, Ti Xing Niman Yisha, Zhizoi Yijith, Yo Yi Wei Shouhudra, Shirpingan de Hua Yin Gong Loa, Zhongren, Zhen Jinglut, Hao Zai Da Jia, Do Dri Dao Jilu, Suran Yilang Yihua, Dancher Bing Meyo Fachu Run He Shengshang, Zhishir Ding Jixing, Yifu Sheng Yao Dri Dao, Shang Shi Qingkong de Yanzit, Shirpingan Yamayo Rong Da Jia Shirwang, Qingla Qing Sangzik, Da Sheng, Jishir Dao, Zhiwei Shouhudra, Shir Sangu Danang Zhizao Chulai de Sohuguili, Buguo, Ta Yong Duji de Qinggan, Ye Yong Yo He Woman Yang de Zhihui, Hai Bi Woman Geng Jia Bo Xie, Da Jia Shangshir Zhiho, Yiding Yao Jin Zhong Ta, Ruguo Yo Xiu Xing Sang de Yihua, Ye Ke Yi Xu Xin Qing Jiao, Zhiwei, Chanbei. So Wan, Hai Da Sheng Bu Chong Yi Jir, Jiju, Yiding Bu Ke Daimon. Su, Zhongren Li Zheng, Qi Sheng Hui Da, Suiran Na Wei Chanbei Zhishir Yi Jir Kuilei, Dunshir Ren Jia, Kershir Chong Sangu Juchen Zaida, Kerjian Drisser, Yo Doma Yanbo, Zhongren Shenzai, Do Shrifu, Yinifudi Yanzik, Sheng Yao Tsung Chanbei Nali Chudua, Yixia Xiu Xing Sang de Drisset, Beijing, Taman Trichan, Do Shri Tungbo, Wuzu Tan Buri, Huodua Gongfa, Yi Dri Zai Xiu Xing, Gunban Mayo Lao Shridra Dao, Jan Zhongren de Yanzik, Shirpingan Man Yi, Di Dang Dento, Stiho Li Kailat Sun San, Fan Huila, Dabing, Daban Ying Zherban Yijing Tongguo, Wuren Ji Tong Xing, Tichan Laojila, Sun Sun Zherban de Qingquang, Galsing, Yado Jidi Dalan, Antong Jintan de Jujin Zhihui Chu, Dongdai, Shirpingan Guilat, Yikan Dao Shirpingan, Jiu Jing, Zhongren Limar, Ying Jiela Sanglat, Guo Xiaotan, Daito, Buzhang Dao, Gong Shichin Tanjiang Gongke, Shanggu Yiji. Gong Shijin Tanjiang Gong Ke, Shanggu Yiji, Zhongren Qi Shengdao. Bi Zhitao, Zhou, 我知道你们心里有疑惑，我今天就给你们解惑。另外，我也有些事情要与你们说。说着，视频都进了指挥处。众人你看看我看看你，最后也跟着进入了指挥处，等待视频案发布。That place is the ruin of the ancient sect Qishan sect. Unfortunately, most of the sect's territory has vanished into the annals of history. If you conduct archaeological searches around the ruins, you might still uncover some clues, Su Ping'an said, sitting down. But that's not the main point. The key point is that it is the core region of Qishan sect, containing the complete inheritance of the sect. It was a sect specializing in forging divine weapons. Although we are still using modern firearms now, after the last battle, you must have realized clearly that firearms will inevitably become obsolete sooner or later, or to put it more accurately, modern firearms are definitely destined for obsolescence. Therefore, developing our own weapon forging industry, drawing on the essence of techniques from otherworldly weapon forging arts, and combining strengths while compensating for weaknesses is not only necessary, but must be done quickly. Otherwise, we won't keep up with the rapid progress of our soldiers, Su Ping'an continued seriously. Everyone nodded upon hearing this. During their first large-scale outward expansion, they mostly faced off against first-tier ferocious beasts, many of which were scattered. Even when they gathered, the numbers rarely exceeded 10,000. Therefore, eliminating those beasts was relatively easy. They suffered little casualties, and modern firearms had proven extremely effective. However, in the last battle, they encountered second-tier and even third-tier one-star beasts. Second-tier beasts were still manageable. Though ordinary firearms had significantly reduced damage against them, more than half of the beasts could still be penetrated. Some could even be harmed if hit in critical points like the eyes. But clearly, the damage was much less, hardly lethal, often requiring multiple shots to bring them down. The hunting efficiency had greatly decreased. Only machine guns, artillery shells, rockets, and similar weapons could cause significant damage to these beasts. As for third-tier beasts, the first casualty China had ever suffered came from a third-tier one-star beast, an iron thorn beast. Even thinking about it now sent chills down their spines. If Su Ping'an hadn't personally killed it, the casualties would have been even worse. Chapter 105, the Qinling Portal. This is just one of them. If third-stage ferocious beasts were to appear in large numbers, most modern firearms would likely become useless. Only heavy artillery with large calibers, rockets, and missiles would still be effective. However, these weapons are inconvenient to carry and more suitable for defense rather than offensive operations. Therefore, they were extremely eager for the spiritual artifacts that Su Ping'an had mentioned, especially if they could draw inspiration from them, gaining insight into the techniques of crafting from the other world, perhaps even achieving industrial-scale mass production and integrating such techniques with modern weaponry. That would be perfect. Thinking of this, was Xiaodian and the others' eyes shone with infinite enthusiasm. Commander, you make the arrangements. We'll follow your lead. Qin Ming was the first to speak. Good. Su Ping'an readily accepted and nodded before continuing. Crafting spiritual artifacts requires many people with talent in artifact forging, as well as experts familiar with our modern manufacturing processes. If both can be combined, that would be even better. At this point, he looked toward Shui Yong and asked, have the experts I requested arrived yet? Originally, someone would have gone out to check about this matter, but since Shui Yong happened to be inside today, he simply asked directly. They have gradually arrived at the periphery of Death Valley. For everyone's safety, they're still staying outside for now, Shui Yong replied. Quickly let them in and have them go directly to the Silent Steel. See if they can gain some understanding of artifact forging techniques. This will save time instead of starting from scratch, Su Ping'an said. This might require you to send a strong expert to pick them up. Speaking of that, the lightning in Death Valley is a huge problem, Shui Yong began, clearly irritated as he continued. Although this lightning does help in strengthening the physical body, it's still too much for ordinary people to handle. We previously had a warrior at the peak of the 9th level of body refinement attempt to go through it, and ended up seriously injured because the lightning is too unstable, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. This issue is also taken very seriously by the higher-ups. Experts are evaluating a plan to demagnetize Death Valley to resolve the lightning issue. Su Ping'an was momentarily stunned and asked doubtfully, won't that project be massive in scale? Is it really necessary? When compared to the value of the other world, no effort is too great, Shui Yong said seriously. Su Ping'an hesitated for a moment before nodding. He understood what the country had in mind. Has the demagnetization project started yet? Su Ping'an asked. It's still in preparation, Shui Yong replied truthfully. Then have them stop immediately. It's absolutely unnecessary. Based on my estimation, anyone with a cultivation level reaching the 7th stage of body refinement will be able to predict where the lightning will strike and dodge in advance. Therefore, anyone reaching the 7th stage of body refinement should have no problem entering and exiting Death Valley. It wasn't that those at the 7th stage could withstand the lightning strike directly. Rather, their speed and reaction times were already extremely fast. Though the lightning within Death Valley formed rapidly, it was still possible to predict it in advance. Ordinary people simply couldn't react quickly enough or move fast enough to avoid it. After we assimilate what we've gained this time, there should be at least hundreds of thousands of warriors reaching the 7th stage or higher. We also have pocket dimension boxes for transporting supplies. So, Death Valley won't be a hindrance at all. Rather, it's a natural barrier. Even if someone discovers what's going on here, getting inside would still be extremely difficult, Su Ping'an said. Currently, secrecy was still important, wasn't it? Even if foreign powers noticed what China was doing in Death Valley and wanted to investigate what's inside, they would find it extremely difficult to gain access. It was a natural barrier. Commander, I understand your point, and the higher-ups have also considered this. But what about the future? We will definitely need to develop the other world on a large scale. At that time, many ordinary people will need to enter. Death Valley will greatly limit the scale of such operations, Shuiyong explained. After saying this, worried that Su Pingyan would still object, he continued with a supplementary sentence. Based on what we know, the country of Eben has already begun large-scale migration to the other world. The latest information indicates they have sent over 500,000 people there already, so the higher-ups are somewhat anxious. He used Eben as a comparison to China, trying to make Su Pingyan understand the concerns of their superiors. Su Pingyan nodded slightly and understood the higher-ups' concerns. However, instead of getting bogged down on this issue, he said something that surprised everyone and drew gasps. What if China had another portal? Truly, his words were shocking. What? Shuiyong stood up in shock, while the others also stared at Su Pingyan, stunned. You heard me correctly. China possesses 2 portals. One is located in Death Valley, which we can secretly develop, and the other is located in the Qinling Mountains, in the eastern region. With more convenient transportation, it's better suited for large-scale development. Su Pingyan said. Su Pingyan had mentioned this matter during his very first meeting with the higher-ups, though he hadn't revealed the exact location back then. In the Qinling Mountains, Shuiyong was even more shocked, and soon after, filled with delight. That's truly great news. Commander, may I ask when the portal in the Qinling Mountains will be opened? Shuiyong asked. Very soon. I was just about to settle things here before heading out for a trip. That trip was actually intended for that portal in the Qinling Mountains, Su Pingyan said, telling a small white lie. To avoid wasting manpower and resources, and to preserve the natural barrier of Death Valley, Su Pingyan had no choice but to activate the Qinling portal ahead of schedule. However, exactly how much earlier it would be still depended on him going out to learn more about the situation regarding Eben first. Therefore, the next portal to be activated had already been decided. It would be the one in the Qinling Mountains. That's indeed great news, Shuiyong exclaimed excitedly, clapping his hands together. All right, back to the main topic. Su Pingyan redirected the conversation. Old Qin, after this meeting, assign someone to go and escort those experts in. We need a large number of experts with talent in artifact forging. Hopefully, they can make use of the inheritance of the Divine Artificer sect and serve our purposes, Su Pingyan said, turning toward Qin Ming. Every warrior in the Yellow Emperor Legion had already reached the Qi blood stage. With their escort, those experts would definitely reach the other world safely. This point was something Su Pingyan, as well as everyone else, felt very confident about. No problem, I'll make the arrangements right after the meeting, Qin Ming nodded. Now moving on. I'll mention 5 things, Su Pingyan said, raising 5 fingers. Everyone listened attentively at once. First, in the ancient ruins left behind by the Divine Artificer sect lies a divine artifact known as the Heavenly Ascension Jade Steps. By climbing these Jade Steps, one can strengthen their willpower and eliminate the side effects of our rapid cultivation advancement, enabling the body and mind to integrate more quickly. Chapter 106 Guardian. I plan to open the heaven-reaching Jade Steps to all of you. However, since only a limited number of people can use it each time, and we have quite a large group here, those with higher talents and remarkable battle achievements will be given priority. Lao Qin, please come up with a feasible plan later. Su Pingyan entrusted this important task to Qin Ming. Everyone became excited upon hearing this. Anything that could enhance their cultivation was of the utmost importance to them. Alright. Although Qin Ming was also very curious about the heaven-reaching Jade Steps, he didn't ask further questions at this moment, simply focusing on carrying out the orders. Second, there is a guardian automaton inside the ancient ruins. Pausing slightly as he mentioned this, he continued. You can regard it as a robot, except that it has emotions and human-level intelligence. Unlike robots, it cannot connect to our network, existing as an independent individual. Su Pingyan shared more information with them, including the automaton's cultivation realm. After all, they were the high-level members of the Interdimensional Expansion Legion and deserved to know these details. At the moment, it has already submitted to me and agreed to guard the heaven-reaching Jade Steps. In the future, our soldiers must show it respect and never be disrespectful. Remember, its current battle power is at the peak of the Transcendent Realm, 9th stage, and for a long time to come, it will be the guardian deity of our Huaxia, Su Pingyan emphasized. Everyone couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. What? There's actually such a powerful being. A peak Transcendent Realm 9th stage? How mighty. It's fortunate that the Legion leader has subdued it. Otherwise, if it became our enemy, the consequences would be terrifying. They all nodded, showing their agreement. Legion leader, if it's so powerful, how did you manage to subdue it? Shuiyong asked curiously. Many shared his question, but felt it was inappropriate to ask outright. The founder of the Divine Weapons sect left behind a heritage task. If one could ascend to the 108th level of the heaven-reaching Jade Steps and reach its peak, the Guardian Automaton would have no choice but to acknowledge me as its master and remain to safeguard my path. I also made an agreement with the Guardian that once my strength surpasses his and I no longer need protection, I will grant it freedom, Su Pingyan explained. Oh, by the way, the Guardian Automaton's name is actually Guardian. The disciples of the ancient Divine Weapons sect called him Divine Master. All of you can address him this way too. I believe he would be quite delighted, Su Pingyan added. Alright, we got it. Everyone nodded earnestly. Someone of such strength deserved due respect. Third, we collected many fierce beast corpses in this battle. which have been refined into foundation-strengthening spirit liquids and are now with La Chen. I only have one requirement. Within the next half a month to a month, everyone must consume these spirit liquids and transform them into strength. Once everyone's power has improved, we will continue our expansion outward, Su Pingyan said seriously. He wasn't in a rush to expand quickly because the current situation in Huaxia was very stable. They could afford to sit back and take things steadily. A methodical and solid approach was the best strategy. Once their strength improved, the pace of expansion would also accelerate. Legion leader, if we're expanding next, how large an area are we planning to expand into? Qingming asked. He had an important task, to explore the exterior beforehand. Knowing the scope of the upcoming expansion in advance would greatly assist his work, allowing him to focus effectively. Do you have any knowledge about the fierce beasts in the outside world? Su Pingyan didn't answer directly, but instead asked a question. Yes. These past 2 days, our drones have generally surveyed the area within a radius of 100 kilometers. Although not a detailed reconnaissance, I already understand the general situation. Qingming nodded. Tell us about it. Within the 100-kilometer radius, the fierce beasts are primarily first tier, making up at least 70%. The second tier ones constitute around 30%, while we have yet to discover any third-tier fierce beasts, Qingming said. How come there are no third-tier fierce beasts? Didn't we hunt over a dozen of them 50 kilometers away? Xiaodian questioned, puzzled. Is it related to the ancient ruins? Su Pingyan seemed to realize something and asked. Qingming nodded. Indeed. The closer one gets to the ancient ruins, the stronger the fierce beasts become. Our previous battle had already eliminated most of the high-level second-tier and third-tier beasts in the area. So, within a radius of 100 kilometers, most of them are first-tier. Even among second-tier beasts, most are below the 4-star level. Fierce beasts above second-tier 4-star are now very rare. That's really great news. If that's the case, we can easily expand to 100 kilometers, no, even farther. Shuiyong exclaimed excitedly. Then continue to explore further outward, preferably determining the critical point where third-tier fierce beasts start appearing in large numbers, Su Pingyan ordered. To find this critical point doesn't necessarily mean that the next expansion will push the defensive line all the way there. Su Pingyan just wanted to know a safe reference point. The actual location for the 4th defensive line would definitely be set within this boundary to ensure safety. Most importantly, it would depend on how much the soldiers' strength improved in the following days before making any decisions. Alright, I understand. Qingming said excitedly. He thought Su Pingyan was planning to push straight to that critical point during the next expansion, and most people shared his assumption. Su Pingyan could tell from their expressions exactly what they were thinking, but he had no intention of dampening their enthusiasm at this moment. It was fine to set a lofty goal. It would encourage better preparations. 4th, Shuiyong, you should submit a request to higher-ups to transfer additional troops from the outside, Su Pingyan said. Legion leader, how many do you need, and what for? Shuiyong asked curiously. Was this in preparation for another major battle? There's another portal on the other side of the Qinling Mountains, right? Once that is activated, don't we need to dispatch a large force to conquer the region? Naturally, we must prepare the expeditionary forces in advance, Su Pingyan explained. Oh right, that shouldn't be a problem. Higher command will definitely agree, Shuiyong replied. As for the numbers, Su Pingyan fell into thought. Considering the special terrain beyond the Qinling portal, he continued after a moment. 5 field army divisions and 10 construction corps divisions. So many. Shuiyong's eyes widened in shock. Others reacted similarly, staring at Su Pingyan in astonishment. After all, at the Death Valley portal, there were only 3 field divisions and 5 construction corps divisions. This number was nearly doubling that. Unbelievable. What? Can't we muster this many troops? Su Pingyan asked in return. Not at all. Shuiyong shook his head. If this request had come before the portal's discovery, mobilizing so many troops at once would have been extremely difficult. Chapter 107, Supreme Sovereign. However, ever since the portal was discovered on the other side, we have already expanded our military forces, and after the portal appeared here in Death Valley, we expanded again. The current number of active military personnel in Huaxia has increased to 8 million. Not only can we handle just 15 divisions, but even if you wanted 150, give me some time and I can deploy them here, Shuiyong said confidently. That's good, but 8 million is far from enough. You can tell those above that at this stage, we at least need an army of 30 to 40 million, and in the future, every citizen must be a soldier, Su Pingyan said calmly. SSS, everyone let out a sharp breath after hearing this. Still, thinking about how vast the other world was, they felt it was natural. This was how it should be. With such an enormous world, even if the entire population of Huaxia were moved here, it would still be a sparsely populated place. That settles it. Just relay this directly to those above, Su Pingyan said. Fine, Shuiyong nodded. The 5th and final matter. Within a 50-kilometer radius, things have basically stabilized. With the Guardians present, even if high-level beasts appeared, we could handle them. Therefore, we can now begin large-scale construction, such as cities, Su Pingyan said. The matter of constructing cities had already been approved by the higher-ups. Only by building several cities could people gain a strong sense of security and truly feel a sense of belonging to this place. Alright, I'll immediately bring in the relevant experts to assess the existing terrain and determine suitable locations for city construction, Shuiyong said. Good, Su Pingyan nodded. After the meeting concluded, everyone returned to their respective duties, and Su Pingyan left the other world, entering the high-voltage electric cultivation chamber to begin a new round of training. He was at body tempering stage 13th tier, grade 1, and using 3rd tier inferior spiritual liquid. Though this great battle had allowed him to kill more than a dozen third-tier beasts, he had already handed all of them to Shui Yong to be sent to the capital for research purposes. After all, high-tier beasts were rare. As for the third-tier inferior spiritual liquid he used, it was naturally downgraded from leftover spiritual liquid obtained from refining the dragon blood crystal he previously absorbed. In total, he still had 1 drop of 5th-tier inferior spiritual liquid, 12 drops of 4th-tier superior, 9 drops of 4th-tier middle, 9 drops of 4th-tier inferior, 9 drops of 3rd-tier superior, 3 drops of 3rd-tier middle, and 5 drops of 3rd-tier inferior. This would be sufficient for a very long period of cultivation. Activating the current, he directly increased it to 150,000 amps. Instantly, a terrifying electric current surged through Su Ping'an's body, causing him to instinctively inhale sharply. The sudden surge took him by surprise. He hadn't quite adapted yet. If this were an ordinary person, such a powerful current would likely cook them alive. No, they might even turn to ashes. This showed just how powerful Su Ping'an's body was at this moment, and how terrifying the strength contained within it was. The cultivation chamber had been newly upgraded. Its maximum current capacity was now up to 100,000 amps. Going beyond that would be quite difficult. However, for Su Ping'an's current cultivation needs, this was sufficient. The pain intensified. Su Ping'an quickly focused his mind, converting all 3 drops of 3rd-tier middle spiritual liquid into 3rd-tier inferior spiritual liquid, then swallowed all 35 drops in one go. Boom! A massive surge of warmth rushed through him, instantly relieving much of the pain. Under the operation of his cultivation technique, vast amounts of energy coursed through his entire body, rapidly strengthening his blood vitality and accelerating blood circulation. Each drop of 3rd-tier inferior spiritual liquid could provide approximately 3 million kilograms of force for Su Ping'an, meaning 35 drops equated to around 100 million kilograms of power. As time passed, the energy from the spiritual liquid inside his body gradually depleted. Su Ping'an then downgraded 5 drops of 3rd-tier superior spiritual liquid into 500 drops of 3rd-tier inferior. Gradually, no one knew how much time had passed. Spiritual liquid supplies kept declining, and the current was gradually increased from the initial 150,000 amps to 190,000 amps. Naturally, Su Ping'an's strength was rapidly surging as well. Su Ping'an exhaled deeply and glanced at the remaining spiritual liquid. It's gone again. Indeed, all 500 drops of the 3rd-tier inferior spiritual liquid had been completely consumed. Just a little bit more remains. According to the growth rate of 3 million kilograms per drop, he theoretically wouldn't need 500 drops to reach 1 billion kilograms. Unfortunately, this was just theoretical. In reality, as his cultivation improved and his strength increased, the effectiveness of the spiritual liquid rapidly diminished. Thinking of this, Su Ping'an converted 1 drop of 3rd-tier superior spiritual liquid into 10 drops of 3rd-tier middle. This time, he did not choose to downgrade it further to 3rd-tier inferior. Instead, he directly consumed 1 drop of 3rd-tier middle spiritual liquid. Boom! A terrifying surge of spiritual energy coursed through his body. Su Ping'an's strength officially broke through 1 billion kilograms. His entire body's muscles began a unique kind of vibration, and streaks of impurities mixed with red blood oozed out from his pores. He could feel his blood seemingly emitting faint golden strands, radiating a sacred glow. Body tempering stage 13th tier, grade 2, blood vitality quality, supreme sovereign. Next comes the final step, transcendence. A trace of excitement appeared on Su Ping'an's face. Cultivating the body tempering stage had consumed a great deal of his efforts and countless resources, all to forge this unparalleled foundation. Otherwise, he would have already dug into the blood vitality stage, perhaps even nearly reached the bone marrow cleansing stage. Fortunately, heaven rewards those who strive. Su Ping'an sighed. Only one final step remained. Thinking this, Su Ping'an gathered his mind and continued cultivating. He directly increased the electric current to 40,000 amps and swallowed 9 drops of 3rd-tier middle-grade spiritual liquid. 1 drop can increase strength by 16 million kilograms. Quite satisfactory. Su Ping'an nodded in satisfaction. Soon, the remaining 2 drops of 3rd-tier superior spiritual liquid were converted into 20 drops of 3rd-tier middle spiritual liquid, which he quickly consumed. Su Ping'an's cultivation steadily advanced with the dual enhancement. Unknown to Su Ping'an, while he was isolated in cultivation, the world's balance suddenly changed. Something major had occurred. At a foreign power's base on a northern island. What's the situation outside? Prime Minister Yamamoto Dokufu asked in a deep tone. Judging from appearances, his physical condition had improved greatly. His muscular physique came from long-term consumption of beast meat. If Su Ping'an were here, he'd recognize that with passive enhancement from beast meat, Yamamoto's cultivation had actually reached body tempering stage 4th tier, truly impressive. However, although Yamamoto currently possessed strong physical condition, his expression was gloomy, his complexion poor, as if an immense mountain pressed upon his heart. This. Secretary Yoshizawa Akira hesitated. Speak. Yamamoto Dokufu slammed the table loudly. Recently, Yamamoto had become increasingly dictatorial, already considering himself the true emperor of Eben. He killed at will, so his subordinates greatly feared him. Yoshizawa inhaled deeply and said, aside from Hokkaido, our homeland has completely fallen. Civilian casualties have exceeded 30 million. The Sam nation has supported Watanabe Saburo, formed a new cabinet, and appointed him as prime minister to govern the 3 islands. What? Yamamoto Dokufu slammed the table and stood up. Chapter 108, Reverse Defense System. That traitor, the traitor of Dei Ben. Yamamoto Dokufu was nearly furious. Before the wormhole appeared, Watanabe Saburo had always been his political rival, the kind of person he wished dead. Unexpectedly, at such a critical moment, the other man still stabbed him in the back and betrayed the entire nation of Eben. Your Excellency the Prime Minister, please calm down. Our most important task now is to stabilize the situation, or else we'll be in danger, warned Ono Raji. How many people do we still have? After sitting down and taking a deep breath to calm himself, Yamamoto Dokufu asked. Recently, we've been transporting people from the 3 islands to Hokkaido. Combined with some patriots who have sneaked in through various channels, there are still more than 15 million people on the island. In addition, nearly 700,000 are already here in the New World, Ono Raji answered. As Yamamoto Dokufu's trusted confidant, he had already been promoted to the new Minister of Defense responsible for commanding the entire war effort. As for the former Minister of Defense, Yamamoto Dokufu had already executed him. What? Only this many left? Yamamoto Dokufu was shocked, his eyes wide. After all, from the very start of the Great War, the total number of civilians who had come over was at least more than 35 million. Now only about 16 million remained. What did that mean? It meant the other 19 million had either been killed, captured, or a small number had fled. When calculating the casualties from the other 3 islands as well, within just 2 short months, their losses in Eben had already reached nearly 50 million. This was the terrifying nature of modern warfare. Everyone fell silent. Yamamoto Dokufu composed himself for quite some time before asking, how much longer can we hold out? The Western Allied forces, led by the Sam Nation, are now less than 30 kilometers away from the entrance of the wormhole. If they weren't worried about damaging the wormhole with their bombardments, making it unstable, and causing it to collapse, we probably wouldn't be able to hold for even a day. Right now, we lack ammunition. Even under the current circumstances, they can probably advance to the wormhole within a week. Eventually, we won't be able to hold it. Ono Raji dared not lie at this point because it would be too easy to expose the falsehood, and then he would certainly be executed. Huh. Everyone involuntarily inhaled sharply, showing a hint of fear in their eyes. What are you panicking for? We still have more than 10 million people. We haven't lost yet. Yamamoto Dokufu shouted loudly, trying to vent his inner fears. What about the Polar Bear Nation? Why haven't they arrived yet? Yamamoto Dokufu continued. Forming an alliance with the Polar Bear had been their original plan, and now the time had come when they had no choice but to execute it. We've already contacted them. Their response is that they're still preparing, Yoshiyuki Akira replied. Humph. They want to see us embarrassed, and they want to use us to weaken the strength of the Western Allied forces, led by the Sam Nation. Dream on. Yamamoto Dokufu immediately saw through the Polar Bear's intentions. Immediately call the Emperor and tell him we can't hold out much longer here. If they don't deploy troops within 3 days, we'll abandon control of the wormhole. Let's see if they still dare not act then, Yamamoto Dokufu said. Prime Minister, are we really going to give up? Yoshiyuki Akira asked. Not unless it's absolutely necessary. However, we must be prepared for the worst-case scenario. Immediately accelerate the population transportation plan. We need to move more people through in a shorter period to seize the initiative, Yamamoto Dokufu replied. Although the entrances and exits of the wormhole were continuously expanding, there were still limits, and the speed of population transportation couldn't possibly be very fast. Added to that their awareness of the level of danger on this side, population advantages would become particularly evident in the New World. Especially considering his dozens of thousands of soldiers who had already become superhuman warriors far beyond ordinary humans. If it wasn't because of his intention not to reveal this prematurely and his concerns over labor shortages in the New World, he would have already deployed these super soldiers to battle and let all of humanity witness just how powerful the super warriors of the great Eben Empire were. Yes, sir. How are the defenses progressing on this side of the New World? Yamamoto Dokufu inquired further. They're being reinforced. 5 lines of defense have already been built around the entrances and exits of the wormhole. One could say that without our permission, even if they passed through the wormhole, they would find themselves on a path to death, unable to proceed any further, Ono Raji said excitedly. This idea had actually been his idea, the reverse defense system. Yes, facing the entrance and exit of the wormhole, constructing defensive lines not against monsters of the New World but against the humans of Earth. Even if they lost control of Hokkaido and the wormhole on Earth, they could still control the wormhole from the New World side. What could the Sam nations do, even if they controlled the wormhole on the other side? Anyone who comes in will die. The wormhole entrance and exit are just this big. They're completely unsuitable for large-scale military operations. Sending only small numbers inside is merely a strategy of adding oil to the fire, a suicidal act. Moreover, in order not to damage the wormhole structure, they wouldn't dare to conduct large-scale bombings. That was an unsolvable dilemma. Thus, in Ono Raji's mind, they had already achieved an unbeatable position. Of course, the longer they persisted, the more people they could transfer through. The only regret was they hadn't thought of this strategy from the beginning. Otherwise, millions more could have already migrated. Fortunately, it wasn't too late yet. As long as they controlled this side of the wormhole, they would maintain the initiative. If the Sam Nation wanted to acquire resources from the New World in the future, they would have to trade with resources from Blue Planet. In effect, Eben and the Sam Nation would each become gatekeepers and rulers of 2 separate worlds. Well done, Yamamoto Dokufu said cheerfully upon hearing the news, patting Ono Raji's shoulder. All thanks to your guidance, Your Excellency, Ono Raji replied excitedly. Inside the Polar Bear's Kremlin, how many troops have gathered in the Far East now? The Emperor asked this question every day. Your Majesty, our 5 million troops have all assembled, along with approximately 3.6 million coalition troops from 19 other countries, the Minister of Defense replied. The last time he had commanded such a large force had been during World War II. The minister was very excited in his heart. He would surely be recorded in the polar bear's military history. What about equipment and ammunition supplies? The emperor asked further. We obtained quite a bit of ammunition from the Chinese through trade using petroleum and other resources. However, given the current scale of our military, in a real large-scale battle, we probably can only sustain operations for about 10 days. The Minister of Defense's face looked somewhat grim. What exactly is the attitude of the Chinese? Are they going to join this war or not? Do they just want to sit and watch from the sidelines? Someone complained. Humph. They're just trying to emulate the Sam nation back then, wanting to profit from war, he replied coldly. Chapter 109. Su Pingyan enters the capital. If they want to get rich, fine. But they won't be involved. Once we take control of the wormhole in the future, they won't get a thing. But earlier we had agreed to give them 40% of the profits, someone questioned confusedly. Humph. With the minimal support they are offering now, still wanting 40%? They must be dreaming. 10% is already generous. It's just wait and see before making a move. That's truly despicable. Hearing this analysis, the people present became instantly indignant. Hee, nothing despicable about it. The emperor said, there are no eternal enemies nor eternal allies between nations, only eternal interests. If we were in their position, chances are we'd act the same way too. Your Majesty, Prime Minister Ichiban has sent a secret message saying that they can barely hold the wormhole anymore. If we don't send reinforcements within 3 days, they will abandon control of it. Suddenly one of the intelligence department personnel entered to report. It looks like Ichiban is genuinely anxious. The emperor's first reaction was, fighting against the Sam nation's allied forces alone and holding for 2 months, they indeed have some capability. Judging from Ichiban's current casualty situation, they're completely finished. Your Majesty, it's time we intervene. We cannot let Sam gain control of the wormhole, or it would be extremely difficult to reclaim it again, said the Minister of War. All right, reply to Ichiban. We will dispatch our forces tomorrow. The emperor stood up and declared loudly. In the core conference room of the capital city of Huaxia. This is a force that cannot be ignored. Just as the senior leaders were discussing affairs of state, the Secretary General walked in and whispered something into the Premier's ear. Immediately, the Premier's face broke into a faint smile, raising his hand to interrupt the discussion. Su Pingyan has arrived. A simple sentence that already carried too much meaning. Why is he coming to the capital at this time? One of the senior officials expressed confusion. He should be extremely busy with the massive development on the other side of the world right now. Unless something significant happened, he wouldn't come here. It must be some major matter. Didn't the Premier say before that Shui Yong reported back, our nation's second portal, the Qinling portal, is about to be activated? Is he here about this? Whatever the case may be, we will find out once he arrives. Soon, under the guidance of the Secretary General, Su Pingyan stepped into the meeting room. He saluted the senior leaders with a cheerful smile. Greetings to you all, leaders. Have a seat, Xiao Su. The Premier pointed at the chair next to him. Su Pingyan was momentarily stunned, still somewhat nervous. Sitting beside the Premier directly like this, wouldn't that be inappropriate? However, before he could even decline, the Premier smiled again. Sit. Thank you, Premier. Su Pingyan wasn't one to be impolite. He nodded and sat down. Xiao Su, we've just received news. What are your thoughts on this? Rather than asking about his visit, the Premier instead posed a question, subtly testing him. Su Pingyan blinked, but after a moment of thought, he answered seriously. The reason the Sam allied forces are advancing slowly on Bo Island is not because Ichiban is strong, but because they are concerned about damaging the wormhole. But facing the Polar Bear Coalition forces, it's a different story. They don't have that concern anymore, and I expect things will get quite brutal. The Premier nodded slightly, a hint of a smile on his face. Anything else? Thinking for a moment more, Su Pingyan continued. If I were commanding the Polar Bear forces, I'd divide my troops into 2 directions. One force tying down the Sam allies on Bro Island, while the other attacks the 3 islands of Ichiban. Taking control of those 3 islands would not only eliminate a significant threat here, but also establish a supply base, and forcing Ichiban into service would add substantial pressure on the Sam allied forces. As Su Pingyan listened to the discussions of the high-ranking officials, he secretly gave them a thumbs up in his heart. Amazing indeed. I hit you, yet you dare not say a word. Chapter 110. The marvelous uses of the artifact pavilion. I think there's no problem, said everyone, raising their hands in agreement. Even Su Pingyan raised his hand. Seeing this, the Prime Minister slightly nodded. All right, respond to the Great Emperor that we agree to bomb Hensen Island. Okay. The Secretary nodded and left. Xiao Su, when you arrived in the capital this time, did you have anything important to discuss? The Prime Minister asked after finishing the previous topic. This was also the point everyone was curious about. There are 2 things I'd like to consult with all of you. Su Pingyan nodded. The first thing, I believe all of you already know. The Qinling portal is about to open. I will head there later to locate the portal. Su Pingyan's words didn't surprise anyone, as they had already suspected it. However, no one knew what the second thing was. Xiao Su, how much do you know about the Qinling portal? How should we respond to it? An elder asked. Su Pingyan shook his head. Sir, I haven't entered it myself yet and have no idea about the other side. Only after I step inside will the ancient inheritance sealed in my mind unlock this information, giving me understanding of the world beyond the portal. They had already been informed about this ancient inheritance before. Su Pingyan had also told them that he already knew the size of the forbidden land on the other side and the location of the ancient ruins. His explanation now essentially patched up those earlier claims. I see. The information will only be unlocked after entering the portal. Everyone nodded in understanding. As for how much of it they actually believed, no one said. However, it wasn't really important. As long as Su Pingyan stood on the side of China, the rest of the details could be ignored. What is the second matter? The Prime Minister asked. I believe all of you senior leaders probably already know. We have already occupied the ancient ruin nearest to the Death Valley on the other side, Su Pingyan said calmly. Everyone nodded, choosing not to interrupt him. In that ruin, I obtained several magical artifacts and spiritual items, among which 4 would be extremely beneficial to our nation, greatly strengthening our foundation. Su Pingyan's words instantly drew their full attention. Artifacts. I've already heard from Shui Yong about the Heavenly Ascension Jade Steps. Supposedly, they can strengthen soldiers' willpower and eliminate the drawbacks from the rapid enhancement of cultivation. Indeed, this artifact benefits our nation greatly. Then there is the mysterious Master of Artifacts, and now we unexpectedly have 2 more, the Prime Minister remarked. Everyone grew even more curious. Clearly, these other 3 artifacts were unknown to Shui Yong, and thus couldn't have been mentioned to the Prime Minister. The other 3 I'm about to mention don't include Master of Artifacts, Su Pingyan explained. Oh, this sparked even more surprise. The first is a set of command flags from the 9 Palaces' Divine Controlling Array. As long as there's enough spiritual energy, this formation can withstand the attacks of experts at the God Realm. In the future, we can set this array around the portal to protect it, Su Pingyan said. Excellent. This is truly excellent. The portal is the most important thing. Once the portal is destroyed, everything else becomes meaningless, one elder exclaimed excitedly. Being able to secure an additional protective layer around the portal was naturally the best situation possible. Although they had already set up 3 defensive lines, with plans for a 4th and 5th, they felt that no matter how many layers they had, they would still not be enough. The portal must be safeguarded. Hearing this, Su Pingyan knew they misunderstood. The portal itself was extremely solid, something beyond human capability to destroy. Even in his previous life before he was reincarnated, powerful experts were unable to destroy it. His idea of protection was simply to prevent any strong figures from the opposite side from discovering the portal and entering Blue Star. After all, this was a bidirectional portal. If Blue Star people could come and go, so could people from the other side. Of course, there were limitations, apparently related to cultivation level, body size, and such factors. In his previous life, he hadn't cared much about these aspects and thus had done little research on them. But since the portal had always been located within a forbidden zone, over the short span of 20 or so years, few cultivators from other realms had ever come into contact with the portal. Only a small number of traders from Blue Star would lead disasters into their world. Another artifact I obtained is the Big Dipper Sword Array Formation, a set of sword formation arrays capable of both offense and defense. I intend to select 7 sword bearers from the Yellow Emperor's Legion to cultivate and master this formation. Once they fully understand it, they will be capable of defeating enemies far above their level. This will serve as another valuable card for us, Su Pingyan continued. 7 individuals differ greatly from 7,000. A massive amount of resources can be focused on these few people, nurturing 7 formidable sword cultivators. Combined with the sword formation array, their strength would surpass others within a short time, offering the portal yet another level of protection. The Premier and the other high-ranking officials were all extremely shrewd individuals who instantly understood the meaning behind Su Pingyan's words. The Premier nodded and said, "This is excellent. The selection of personnel will be left to you. We trust the soldiers of the Yellow Emperor's Legion. Resources for these 7 individuals will be supplied without limit. In this way, our Huaxia will possess 8 formidable elite combatants. Thank you for your support, sir." The last artifact is the artifact pavilion on that divine mountain, Su Pingyan said, which caused confusion among the senior leaders. The artifact pavilion? I heard a report from Shui Yong about this. Isn't it just a pavilion? The Premier asked with some puzzlement. When he first heard of the artifact pavilion, his initial thought was that it was a place to store treasures of ancient sects, but he had never considered it as an artifact itself. Su Pingyan shook his head. It only appears to be a pavilion from the outside, but in reality, it is an independent spatial realm. I believe, if used properly, it will become the greatest asset for our Huaxia. Please elaborate. The Premier became even more intrigued. First, the internal space of the artifact pavilion is vast, extremely vast. It can store countless supplies. If we use it as Huaxia's strategic reserve warehouse, nothing could be more appropriate. Because of its nature as a spatial realm, we don't have to worry about resources expiring or getting damaged inside. Second, the pavilion has a guardian spirit. It previously managed various treasures of the artifact god sect. The disciples of the sect could use contribution points from the sect to ascend the Heavenly Ascension Jade Steps. Then, based on how many steps they climbed, they would be rewarded with treasures. Based on this concept, I came up with a rather good idea. If we establish a complete contribution value system in Huaxia and entrust the spirit with its administration, then the contributions made by Huaxia soldiers or people in other realms can be recorded by the spirit. We can assign contribution values to the treasures stored in the artifact pavilion, and soldiers can fully exchange their earned contribution points for whatever they desire inside. Chapter 111. Su Pingyan's Thoughts, the Dragon God Vault. After all, in the future, there will certainly be more and more people entering the other world. We cannot keep supplying cultivation resources to everyone indefinitely. Everyone should strive with their own efforts. Only then can we stimulate their initiative. Third, the treasure pavilion can teleport treasures remotely as needed, with a maximum range of 10,000 kilometers. In other words, within a radius of 10,000 kilometers, as long as you have contribution points, you can directly exchange for the resources you want from the treasure pavilion. This function is extremely powerful, even beyond imagination. It was also the main reason why Su Pingyan personally came to the capital and hoped to make this happen. Just imagine, if you were injured in the wild, with no teammates nearby and no medicinal pills to heal your wounds. As long as you are within 10,000 kilometers of the treasure pavilion and have contribution points, you can obtain healing pills directly from it. Or for cultivation resources, and so on. It saves travel time, transportation costs, and more. Moreover, for some special materials like healing pills, there could be special handling. Even if the contribution points are temporarily insufficient, such supplies could be borrowed in emergencies, making the protection of soldiers' lives the highest priority. It can be said that the benefits are countless. There is another very important point. If we leave this task to our people, it would undoubtedly require a lot of manpower, and it is inevitable that some people might abuse their power and embezzle funds. But the treasure spirit is different. It can accomplish what would take many of our people to do. And because it is a spirit bound to the artifact, there will be no favoritism or corruption. Su Pingyan laid out all his thoughts. Not only no favoritism or corruption, just this one point alone could save a huge amount of human and material resources. After Su Pingyan finished speaking, the conference room fell silent. Everyone wore a look of deep thought, clearly considering the feasibility, advantages, and disadvantages of this idea. After a long silence, the premier spoke first. As for Xiao Su's idea, how feasible do you all think it is? Feel free to share your opinions. I have one question. How large is the internal space of this artifact, the treasure pavilion? Can it truly hold so many resources? One of the elders asked. Rest assured, Chief, the space is sufficiently large, approximately between 1,000th to 100th of the Earth's volume. At least for the foreseeable future, even for hundreds of years, we won't have to worry about space issues. Su Pingyan replied confidently. That big? The elder was shocked, then quickly added. Then I have no further issues. I have a question. Chief, please go ahead. The treasure pavilion's coverage radius is 10,000 kilometers. Can it penetrate through portals? For instance, if I am on Earth and want to use contribution points to exchange for supplies, would I be able to receive them? Su Pingyan shook his head. That won't work. The two sides of the portal are completely different worlds, and the distance between them is immeasurable. Then, he changed the subject slightly. However, this isn't entirely unsolvable. I have two plans here. Let me present them to all you leaders and see which you prefer. Tell us more. The elder was obviously very interested in the two plans Su Pingyan had mentioned. Without hesitation, Su Pingyan replied directly. The first plan is to separate the other world and Earth, each having their own contribution point system and warehouse system, with no interference between them. The second plan is to still share a single treasure vault. We set up a temporary transit station on Earth. People on Earth who want to exchange for resources can create an app, just like online shopping. They place their orders online. Then personnel will collectively retrieve the items from the other side of the portal and deliver them to the specified address via a delivery system similar to our current logistics model, an approach combining centralized procurement from the other world and our current mature logistics network. The only downside is that it might take longer to receive the items. This is great. I think the second option is quite feasible. Our current logistics system and online shopping platform are already very developed. They can easily support this, and it would even boost employment. The elder who had asked the question was visibly excited. The second plan is indeed slightly better. If we had two separate systems, problems might arise over time. What a genius idea. Xiao Su, this is really excellent. It seems Xiao Su thought deeply about all this before coming here. This wasn't something pulled out of thin air. I support making good use of the treasure pavilion. Another elder, convinced, agreed with Su Pingyan's plan. Well, that's enough. If you keep praising him, Xiao Su might get conceited. The premier noticed Su Pingyan becoming a bit uneasy and interjected with a smile. Does anyone else have any concerns? Bring them up now. The premier continued. Xiao Su, should we also consider security? Putting such an important treasure vault in the other world, wouldn't that be unsafe? Su Pingyan nodded. Chief, I plan to place the treasure pavilion right next to the portal. First, this place is our starting point. Second, even if there were truly some unexpected danger, unless our entire defense lines and systems were instantly destroyed all at once, we would still have time to retreat the vault back to Blue Planet. The elder chief nodded in satisfaction. As long as safety is ensured, there won't be a problem. Everyone else thought the same. If some powerful enemy could really destroy all the defense lines they would eventually build in one instant, leaving no chance for retreat, then not only the treasure pavilion would be in danger, the entire Blue Planet would be doomed anyway. Xiao Su, we have more than one portal within our territory. According to your information, how many portals does the entire Blue Planet have? So will this treasure pavilion be placed on the other side of the Death Valley portal? Or do you have other thoughts? An elder asked curiously. Su Pingyan was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't really thought about this question before, something he had completely overlooked. But since the question had been raised, he certainly had to respond. After thinking for a moment, he answered, Chief, for now, it's definitely better to place it on the other side of the Death Valley portal. After all, this is our starting point, already partially developed, and possesses a certain strategic depth. As for the Qinling Mountains portal, we still know nothing about the world on the other side. I'll have to personally investigate after it's opened before I can decide which side would be better. And as for the other portals, since they aren't located within Huaxia territory, we may participate in competing for control. However, currently, we only have one treasure pavilion type vault. There's absolutely no way we could move it to those places. It's simply too risky. Perhaps only when we obtain more artifacts similar to the treasure pavilion in the future might we consider this issue. The others were all sharp-minded individuals. They clearly noticed Su Pingyan had not previously considered this matter. However, they were still quite satisfied with his answer. Very well, then place it first on the other side of the Death Valley portal for now, and adjust accordingly based on future circumstances. The elder chief nodded in approval. Xiao Su, one of the high-level leaders, then asked the next question, voicing the concerns of others. There were various hidden risks, as well as smaller issues. Some were points Su Pingyan had already considered, others completely new problems he hadn't even thought of. After lengthy discussion, everything was eventually resolved. Chapter 112, Laojun Mountain. Alright, I've said all that needed to be said. Overall, the benefits outweigh the risks. How about this? Let's vote by show of hands, and the minority will follow the majority. After saying this, the premier raised his hand first, giving Su Pingyan tremendous support. I agree. One by one, people raised their hands. 1 vote was against, 3 abstained, and the rest were in favor. Alright then, the proposal is passed. The Shenlong warehouse plan will be led by Comrade Su Pingyan. We'll start with a localized experiment, and if there are no issues, we'll proceed with a full rollout. The premier concluded. The Shenlong warehouse was simply a renamed armory, just given a name more suitable for China. Plus, the warehouse would be located at the foot of Shenlong Mountain, so they simply called it the Shenlong warehouse. Thank you all for your support. Su Pingyan stood up and expressed his gratitude. This had been the most important mission of his trip to the capital, and it was now successfully accomplished, greatly lifting his mood. Are you going to need personnel support near the Qinling portal? The premier asked. Primarily, it's about the military. Su Pingyan nodded, then asked, Premier, did Shui Yong happen to mention to you how many troops I requested? He did. After discussion in the military committee, we approved it. The troops are currently training in Death Valley and can move to the Qinling Mountains upon your order, the premier replied. During this period, Su Pingyan had mainly been cultivating his skills. He had left the affairs in the other world to Qinming and had hurried straight to the capital after finishing his retreat, so it was understandable that he was out of the loop. Su Pingyan thought for a moment and said, Premier, please issue the order to have the troops leave Death Valley immediately and proceed to the Qinling region. I feel that the Qinling portal is about to open within the next 2 or 3 days. With so many troops involved, they'll need time to relocate. Fine, I'll take care of that. You focus on handling the portal. The premier nodded. For the premier, as well as the high-ranking officials present, and even for all of China, opening a second portal was an extremely important matter. Having 2 portals meant a safety backup, making the operation more secure and offering multiple strategic choices. Yes, sir. That same day, Su Pingyan left the capital and headed south directly. The Qinling Mountains stretched for 3,000 li. At its easternmost end lay a branch range known as the Funyo Mountains. Although many might not know the Funyo Mountains, there was one very famous mountain in the area, Jingsha Mountain, also known as Laojun Mountain, rising over 2,000 meters and famous throughout the nation. At Laojun Mountain, incense burned continuously and tourists constantly came and went. Looking at the steady stream of visitors before him, Su Pingyan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Who could have guessed there'd be a portal here? Inside a dilapidated courtyard at the foot of Laojun Mountain, Su Pingyan surveyed his surroundings. This courtyard was clearly quite old, at least dating back to the early 20th century. He walked straight toward a well sealed with a large stone. With a light wave of his hand, the stone moved aside, revealing a well less than a meter in diameter. Outside the courtyard, by this time, a squad of armed police had gathered. Secure this courtyard. No one approaches without orders. The man in charge commanded. Yes, sir. What's happening here? Why are there so many armed police officers? If it's serious enough to bring in the Wujing, it must be no small matter. Maybe counterterrorism, or an important fugitive escaped here. Holy crap, this is scary. Let's get out of here in case we get caught in the crossfire. Why worry? With the People's Army here, we're absolutely safe. There were many tourists here already, and with so many armed police suddenly arriving to cordon off the courtyard, people began to murmur among themselves. It's a typical Chinese trait to crowd around for a spectacle. Even if there's danger involved, they aren't afraid, and some even took out their phones to film the scene. Director, what exactly is going on up there? Why is this courtyard being protected? And who was that young man just now? There are a lot of civilians around now. Should we set up a cordon? Ask no unnecessary questions. The director replied sternly. He himself was quite curious, because higher-ups hadn't clarified the real purpose of this operation. They had only told him to ensure the young man's safety and follow his orders. At first, he had assumed this was part of a major operation, maybe to apprehend a high-value criminal. But why had they come to a ruined courtyard? Could the criminal be inside? Or was this site a crime scene? Or even some kind of criminal operation? Yes, sir. His subordinate didn't dare to ask more. There is one thing you said that's right, though. Put up a cordon right away, and have people persuade the tourists to leave, so no accidents happen if danger does occur. The director added. He was under tremendous pressure himself. There were simply too many tourists around here. If there really was an armed criminal or something, and casualties occurred, he might as well forget about keeping his position. Yes, sir. Director, there's a call for you. A Wujing handed the phone to the middle-aged man. Hello, this is Zhao Jun. The military will arrive shortly and take over Laojun Mountain. You will assist them by arranging for the orderly evacuation of tourists. A voice full of vigor came through the phone. Yes, sir. Although puzzled, the director followed the order without hesitation. What exactly was going on here? They had already deployed Wujing, and now even the army was involved? Unfortunately, His rank was too low for him to have access to such information for now. Inside the well, there was no water left. It had long since dried up. Using the light coming through the well's opening, Su Pingyan immediately spotted a bronze gate built into the wall. Regarding this portal, during his previous life, it had been discovered accidentally during a renovation project aimed at preserving old structures. But that should have been more than a year later. Now, it had appeared over a year early. The benefits this could bring to Huaxiao were self-evident. A treasure box was placed at the mechanism that opened the bronze gate. Su Pingyan grabbed it without hesitation. He knew this treasure box was, in fact, the key to the bronze gate. Once it was removed, the gate slowly opened, and a deep blue glow radiated from within. Fortunately, it was broad daylight now, and this faint glow would not appear unusual at the mouth of the well. However, once night fell, if proper cover wasn't arranged, the glow would definitely reveal the location. Looking at the deep blue vortex inside the well, Su Pingyan looked down at the treasure box in his hand and murmured, "I hope it's the same as last time." Then, with anxious anticipation, he opened the treasure box. Inside lay a long spear wrapped in blackish-red energy. "It really is you." Overcome with excitement, Su Pingyan quickly dropped a single drop of blood onto the spear. Upon recognizing its master, the spear transformed into a streak of light and entered his forehead. Inside his mind's eye, he already had several treasures. Fortunately, his spiritual sea was vast enough to store them all. At the same time, a wave of information flowed into his consciousness. Chapter 113, The God-Slaying Spear, Crescent Island. The God-Slaying Spear, a primordial supreme treasure, was formed from the main stem of the Chaos Green Lotus. It allows one to kill without being bound by karmic retribution. This was the main description. Besides that, the God-Slaying Spear also possessed other powerful abilities, which could be roughly translated as follows. First, Karmic Flame. During killings, it could absorb resentment and karmic burdens and store them. The spear itself contained 9 karmic storage chambers. When one chamber was filled, in times of danger, the stored karma could be released all at once, transforming into endless karmic flame, capable of easily killing any enemy below the transcendent realm. If 2 chambers of karmic energy were filled and released simultaneously, it could easily kill an expert at the Mountain Riverjing realm. If 3 chambers were released together, it could kill gods. Holy! How terrifying! Su Pingyan exclaimed in shock. Gods were something extremely distant and unreachable for him. He still didn't know how long it would take him to reach that level. However, accumulating karmic energy wasn't a problem for him at all. Good. Now I have another ace up my sleeve. Su Pingyan was extremely pleased. And this was only 3 chambers of stored karma. Remember, the God-Slaying Spear possessed a total of 9 chambers. Unfortunately, the next chambers required higher level karma and were currently sealed. He needed to reach the divine realm before he could unlock them, something not worth thinking about for now. Second, Bloodthirst. After defeating an opponent, it could absorb 1% of their vital energy, channeling it into the wielder's body. Not only would this help recover vitality, but it would also enhance cultivation, allowing the wielder to grow stronger with every battle. Truly an existence that could be called Wu-Di invincible. I was already invincible with the Life Source Stone, and now with this added bonus, I'm practically invincible beyond compare. Su Pingyan was thrilled. If it weren't for the fact that people were guarding outside, he would have liked to shout out loud to release his excitement. Third, Wei Shi Intimidation. Endless killing intent surrounded the God-Slaying Spear, capable of producing an immense suppressing effect on enemies. For young or inexperienced cultivators, it could even kill them on the spot without needing to attack, just by standing there. Even if opponents had strong willpower, they could still be affected by the spear's killing aura during combat, making them more prone to irritation and loss of reason. These were the 3 strongest abilities Su Pingyan found most impressive. Of course, there were other attributes such as extreme durability and sharpness, but those weren't even worth mentioning. After all, this was a primordial supreme treasure. Were these features not something that should come naturally? No wonder in my previous life, the Godslayer was so powerful and became the #1 cultivator in the world. This God-Slaying Spear is too overpowered, but now it belongs to me, Su Pingyan said excitedly. Thinking about this, Su Pingyan became eager to step into the other world for a battle. However, he kept his senses intact, and before entering the other world, he made a phone call to his superiors. Chief Minister, I've already found the Qinling teleportation portal. You must already know the location. It's at the bottom of the mine shaft. I'll go ahead to explore the other world first. You should organize personnel to guard and protect it, Su Pingyan said. All right, go with peace of mind. This side of Blue Planet will be handled by us. The Chief Minister responded joyfully, feeling relieved. They could only truly relax once the portal was confirmed. What they feared most was it all turning out to be an illusion. After the call ended, the Chief Minister began working busily and making arrangements. Xiaozhong, arrange a time for me. I need to visit Laojun Mountain, the Chief Minister said. Chief Minister, are you planning to go to the other world? The secretary asked, quickly understanding. The Chief Minister didn't hide anything and nodded slightly. Didn't Su Pingyan mention? When the portal just opens, there will be a 3-day safety period. This is a great opportunity, an opportunity to experience the other world. Once that safe period passes, if I go then, I'll only be adding chaos to the soldiers. This timing is perfect. If we miss it, who knows when I will have another chance to see it. All right, I'll arrange it immediately. Seeing the Chief Minister's determination, the secretary said no more. Su Pingyan was unaware of the Chief Minister's plans. At this moment, he had already stepped into the portal. After a dizzying whirl, he arrived at the other world. Before his eyes was a dense forest, with many high mountains surrounding it. If it weren't for his past life memories, he might have thought this world was the same as the other side of Death Valley, but actually, they were completely different. According to his memories, the other side of the portal was actually an island covering approximately 9.99 million square kilometers. You read that right, 9.99 million. More precisely, 999,999,999 square kilometers, implying eternal and long-lasting prosperity. Sea God's Forbidden Land, Crescent Archipelago, Su Ping'an murmured, as a long-forgotten memory quickly surfaced in his mind. According to legend, the Crescent Archipelago was specially created by the sea god for his wife, the Crescent Goddess. It consisted of one main island, Crescent Island, and 365 surrounding isles known as the Zhoutian Star Islands, which together formed a vast archipelago. Due to the sea god's restrictions, and later the Crescent Goddess's additional seals, the archipelago appeared from the outside as nothing more than a mass of mist, empty and uninhabitable. Ships passing by would instinctively veer away, yet once inside, one would feel as if there were no restrictions at all. This main island is Crescent Island where I now stand, covering 999,999,999 square kilometers. Surrounding me are 365 small star islands, each nearly 100,000 square kilometers in area. Su Ping'an's breathing became slightly faster. The total combined area of all these islands alone reached more than 40 million square kilometers, an enormous expanse. And this would soon become the possession of the Chinese nation. Crescent Island is wonderful, but it's too far from the mainland, Su Ping'an frowned. In his previous life, among the 8 forbidden realms accessed through known teleportation portals, the largest in range was the Crescent Archipelago, spanning over 40,000 kilometers. Within this area lay a total of 366 islands. But beyond the waters of the Crescent Archipelago still stretched an endless ocean. Reaching the mainland from here would require a very long voyage, and this information was obtained from foreigners from this other world. Because in his previous life, not a single person from China had ever traveled from the Crescent Archipelago to the mainland. Perhaps some had gone, but they had never returned, nor had they brought back any information about the mainland. Phew, why am I thinking so far ahead? Even conquering the Crescent Archipelago itself will take a very long time. As for the mainland, that's something to worry about later. There's no need to consider it for the next few years anyway. Su Ping'an shook off his wandering thoughts and felt much better. Looking around, he identified a prominent landmark. He walked in the opposite direction of the mark. It led toward the sea. The portal was less than 300 kilometers from the ocean, and he wanted to go check it out. Not for the scenery, of course. The ocean was home to terrifying aquatic beasts, just as dangerous as land-based beasts, if not more so. His purpose was merely to survey the area, to prepare defenses for the warriors who would arrive later. Chapter 114, King Sea Snake. After just a few steps beyond the safe zone, Su Ping'an encountered some fierce beasts, but their power levels were low, and he had no interest in them. Soon, he moved farther and farther away from the portal. 1 kilometer, 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached over 300 kilometers away and saw the boundless sea. This sea here was no different from the oceans on launching. Under the reflection of the clear sky, it stretched out in a brilliant shade of blue. The calm-looking waves crashed against the cliff walls below, producing towering waves over 10 meters high. On the white sandy beach, waves rose and fell, carrying small sea beasts onto the sand before dragging them back into the ocean with the tide. The long coastline had a variety of terrains. Looking at the footage sent back by the drone in his hand, Su Ping'an couldn't help but sigh. Without fierce beasts, this would be a perfect place for human habitation. But even if there were fierce beasts, so what? As long as humanity continuously improved their strength, when humans surpassed these beasts in power, this world, this ocean, would ultimately belong to humans, belong to the Huaxia people. Just as Su Ping'an was immersed in these thoughts, a figure appeared within his field of vision, drawing his complete attention. The Tier 3, 7-star sea beast, the King Sea Snake. A giant snake over 120 meters long with alternating black and white skin emerged from the sea, preparing to glide into the jungle of Crescent Island, when Su Ping'an immediately recognized it. The King Sea Snake was an amphibious beast, usually preferring to hunt in the sea and hibernate on land. Obviously, it had just returned from a hunt and was about to rest when it unexpectedly encountered Su Ping'an. Perfect. Let me test the power of the god-killing spear. After retracting the drone, Su Ping'an flipped his hand, summoning the god-killing spear into his grasp. Since Su Ping'an made no attempt to conceal the aura of the god-killing spear, instantly, the King Sea Snake, and even the surrounding beasts, felt the oppressive force and began to become alert to their surroundings. With a single leap, Su Ping'an jumped from above and landed directly in front of the King Sea Snake. Hiss hiss, as soon as it saw Su Ping'an, the snake flicked its tongue threateningly, warning him intensely. However, it didn't attack immediately. Its eyes locked tightly on the god-killing spear in Su Ping'an's hand. Clearly, it sensed a deadly danger from the spear and was extremely wary of it. TSK, trying to run. Su Ping'an noticed the King Sea Snake had no intention to fight. It hesitated briefly before immediately choosing to escape back to the sea, and couldn't help but marvel at its intelligence. But since it had already become Su Ping'an's target, how could he possibly let it go? Die. In an instant, Su Ping'an's figure turned into a stream of light, appearing directly in front of the sea snake. Its body quickly reacted. A pale blue barrier surrounded it, its Gangqi Jiao, or spirit shield. At the same time, it launched a counterattack, lashing its tail with tremendous force, aiming to smash into Su Ping'an. It moved extremely fast, its large body showing no sign of slowing it down. Su Ping'an, however, wouldn't simply stand still and let it attack. He moved even faster, thrusting the god-killing spear forward, striking precisely at the snake's weak point, the area directly behind its head. If this had been the dragon coiling spear before, such a blow would not have injured the king sea snake. It wouldn't even have broken through its defense. But now, Su Ping'an's weapon had evolved into the god-killing spear. The result was naturally different. It pierced straight through the beast's spirit shield and into its body. The king sea snake roared furiously and began violently thrashing its body. For any normal weapon, even if it could wound the beast, it wouldn't make much difference. After all, its body size alone made it difficult to cause serious harm. But this was the god-killing spear. When it struck, thick waves of killing energy poured into the creature through the wound, immediately affecting its movement and blood circulation. More than that, a powerful surge of vitality passed from the snake's body into Su Ping'an's through the god-killing spear, acting as a medium. The entire process was completed in an instant. Feeling the overwhelming power surge into his body, Su Ping'an inhaled sharply through his teeth. My goodness, no wonder it's a tier 3, 7-star beast. This 1% of its blood energy is incredibly immense. If an ordinary person, even a cultivator at the 10th level of physical refinement, had suddenly received such a surge of power, they would probably not only be in danger of their body exploding from the strain, but also rendered unable to fight properly, needing to stop immediately and refine the energy within. But Su Ping'an was different. After this enormous energy surged into his body, there was only a brief feeling of fullness, which he quickly absorbed and digested using his cultivation techniques. After absorbing and fully integrating the blood energy, Su Ping'an quickly sidestepped, changing positions, because the king sea snake had reacted and opened its blood-stained mouth, launching an attack at him. Again, Su Ping'an leaped to another location and thrust his spear straight into the beast's body once more. No blood energy being transferred this time. This time, he didn't feel any surge of energy through the god-killing spear, and he was slightly puzzled. However, he quickly figured it out. If every attack could drain the enemy's energy like this, then there was no need to fight at all. The advantage would always be on Su Ping'an's side. It's probably not that the beast can only be drained once, but rather that it can't be drained repeatedly in a short amount of time. If I let the king sea snake recover for a while and stab it again, I should be able to extract its blood energy again, Su Ping'an speculated inwardly. Still, for now, there was no way to verify this immediately. He didn't let up on the king sea snake, and after a few moves, the beast finally stopped moving completely. It's rare to get the corpse of a high-tier beast. I'll keep it for now. My spirit liquid should be enough for the time being anyway, Su Ping'an thought as he placed the corpse of the king sea snake into his Chinquan ring. Compared to the dimensional space box, the dimensional space box clearly outperformed the Chinquan ring in terms of internal space capacity and sealing function, but the Chinquan ring had the advantage of convenience. It could simply be worn on the hand. Therefore, Su Ping'an chose the Chinquan ring as his current main storage method. After sealing away the king sea snake, Su Ping'an glanced at the karma storage space inside the god-killing spear. There was a thin thread of special energy formed by a mixture of primordial energy and karma, but compared to the entire karma space, it was barely worth mentioning. I am currently in the 13th layer, 2nd rank of body tempering realm, with a strength of about 2 billion kilograms. Just now, I killed the tier 3, 7-star king sea snake in only 7 or 8 moves. However, due to the god-killing spear, the beast's combat strength was reduced by 1/10 from the very first strike, and I also received a slight boost myself, along with the suppression effect of the spear. If I didn't have the god-killing spear, I probably could still kill the king sea snake, but definitely not this easily. Most likely it would have taken me 100 or so moves. Su Ping'an wasn't arrogant about successfully killing the king sea snake. After the battle, he carefully assessed his true combat power. Chapter 115, Boost in Combat Power. With this speculation in mind, Su Ping'an fixed his gaze on another nearby beast not far away. Blood Sea Crocodile God, 3rd stage, 7 stars, renowned for its powerful defensive abilities. This was a fiercer and more formidable beast than the king sea serpent. Su Ping'an sheathed his Godslayer spear and, with several leaps, arrived directly before it. Let's fight. Saying this, Su Ping'an actively launched an attack, his figure moving like lightning to appear right in front of the beast. Bang! His fist slammed into the beast's energy shield, causing it to tremble slightly, but no cracks appeared, indicating that his strike had not managed to break through the Blood Sea Crocodile God's defense. Naturally, the Blood Sea Crocodile God wasn't someone to be trifled with. Seeing Su's attack, it quickly retaliated, its tail smashing down on the spot Su had just stood on. Fortunately, after delivering the blow, Su swiftly dodged aside, evading the strike. Boom! As the massive body of the Blood Sea Crocodile God rapidly moved, the ground shook and mountains seemed to tremble. Human and crocodile fought, on the beach, under the cliffs, deep within the jungle, sometimes attacking each other head-on, sometimes chasing each other. They exchanged blows for nearly 300 moves. Star-piercing finger. On the 13th use of the star-piercing finger, a bang sounded. The energy shield of the Blood Sea Crocodile God was finally shattered by Su Ping'an's star-piercing finger. Seizing the opportunity while the enemy was weakened, Su advanced rather than retreating, continuing his assault on the Blood Sea Crocodile God. Another several dozen moves passed, and every time the crocodile tried to re-establish its shield, Su would instantly use the star-piercing finger again, causing the beast's blood flow to grow increasingly chaotic until it could no longer mount an effective counterattack. Trying to run now? Isn't it a bit too late? The Blood Sea Crocodile god finally realized it might not be the match of this human, and tried to flee. However, due to Su Pingyan's deliberate maneuvering, they were already more than 10 kilometers from the coastline. It wouldn't be able to escape to the sea quickly. Whereas earlier the Blood Sea Crocodile god had chased Su Pingyan, now Su was the one relentlessly pursuing the crocodile, which kept retreating. Finally dragging its heavily injured body to the seashore, the beast even seemed to show a faint, almost human-like expression, relief after escaping death. Seeing this, Su Pingyan no longer held back and pulled out the Godslayer spear directly, stabbing it straight into the opponent's vital spot. A painful howl rang out as a mighty surge of blood force flowed from the spear into Su Pingyan's body. Su twisted the spear violently. Blood Sea Crocodile god finally had no breath left at all, undeniably and thoroughly dead. Almost 500 moves. Even without the escape route to the ocean, I should have been able to kill it within 500 strikes. Against ordinary 3rd stage, 7-star beasts, I could finish them off in around 300 moves. Su Pingyan assessed in his heart. There was some difference compared to his initial guess, but not by much. I wonder what the result would be against a 3rd stage 8th-star beast. Thinking thus, Su Pingyan searched for a while and indeed found a 3rd stage 8th-star beast. He came to understand something. Around this coastal area, almost all the beasts encountered were of the higher ranks of 3rd stage, so they weren't hard to find. After a 5-day and night-long battle, alternating between the Godslayer spear and unarmed combat, while also practicing the star-piercing finger technique, Su Pingyan drew several conclusions. First, by absorbing the beast's blood force, his strength had successfully surpassed 30 billion kilograms. He became stronger the more he fought. Combined with the life source stone continuously supplying vitality energy, whether it be injuries or fatigue, everything could be quickly restored. Only thus could he sustain such a high-intensity fight over 5 days and nights. Second, indeed, the same beast could be fed upon more than once. Once the beast recovered somewhat, using the Godslayer spear again would allow drawing more blood force from it, though in smaller amounts, likely proportional to the opponent's degree of recovery. Third, though unable to draw more blood energy at times, the damage inflicted by the Godslayer spear upon beasts was persistent. Besides emitting a deadly malevolent energy, it also caused the enemy to bleed continuously. Fourth, when unarmed, he could now last 30 to 50 moves against a 3rd stage 8th-star beast, still not its equal, though. However, by relying on the life source stone and simply wearing the opponent down, the ultimate victory would certainly be his. Fifth, when wielding the Godslayer spear, he could kill a 3rd stage 8th-star beast within 50 moves and eliminate a 3rd stage 9th-star beast within 300 moves. Moreover, he even encountered a peak 3rd stage 9th-star beast. With the combined power of the Godslayer spear and the life source stone, after fighting fiercely for more than 4 hours, he barely held the advantage. Had the beast not escaped in time and dove into the ocean, ultimate victory would have definitely gone to Su Pingyan. Unfortunately, with his current combat power and foundation, if his opponent truly wanted to escape, he couldn't stop them. This was indeed his current real combat strength, basically would be below the 4th stage. Earlier I thought I would have to wait until I reached the 13th level of the body tempering realm, at the 3rd grade perfect stage, with a strength of 10 billion kilograms, before I could become witty below the 4th stage. I never expected that with just 3 billion kilograms of strength, I could already achieve this. I have to say, the combat enhancement provided by the Godslayer spear is truly significant. Su Pingyan knew in his heart that all of this was due to the Godslayer spear. In between battles, he also felt some mental fatigue and wanted to take a rest. 5 days already. It's time to return and check on things. I wonder how the defense line at the safe zone is coming along. Thinking this, Su Pingyan decided not to linger and began heading back toward the portal. Jingxing, any news from Su Pingyan today? The Grand Chancellor basically asked this question every single day. There was no way around it. Su Pingyan was just too important. But since 5 days ago when he entered the portal, there had been no contact at all, and naturally, the higher-ups were extremely worried that something might have happened to him. Not yet, Chancellor. There's no need to worry, the Secretary-General replied. Su Pingyan's strength is formidable, and he possesses an ancient legacy. He understands this alien world well. Besides, he's calm and composed. It's been many days without contact, but there must be a reason. Inform me immediately if there's any news. The Grand Chancellor nodded. Though worry still lingered in his heart, he knew there was no use rushing. Just then, a secretary rushed in urgently. Chancellor, we've received news. Su Pingyan has returned. Good. The Grand Chancellor stood up excitedly and immediately asked, where did he go? Apparently, he went to investigate the coastal area. Specific information hasn't arrived yet. The secretary answered. They had rushed to report the moment they received the news. I see. Qinling Portal, within the first defense line. Chapter 116, Developing the Frontier. Commander Su. Everyone greeted him. In fact, more than 10 kilometers away from the portal, Su Pingyan had already met the soldiers who were exploring outward. Huh? General Li, why are you here? Su Pingyan asked in some surprise when he saw Li Ming. Previously, Li Ming had been in charge of the construction corps opposite the Death Valley. Su had not expected him to be transferred here. The situation in the Death Valley has now stabilized, and all that remains is to follow procedures step by step. Higher-ups recognized my experience, and seeing that this area is still in its initial development phase, they transferred me here to lead the construction of our defensive lines, Li Ming explained. That's great. Su Pingyan smiled happily. Working with someone familiar would definitely be more convenient, eliminating the initial costs of communication and coordination. I just came back for a quick look, and you've already started constructing the second line of defense. Su Pingyan asked concernedly. Yes, but it's not just started. The second line is nearly completed and should be wrapped up within a day, Li Ming replied excitedly. The first line of defense, just like in the Death Valley, was built on the edge of the safe zone, with a radius of 300 meters. However, the second line of defense here was much more ambitious than in the Death Valley. Its radius had been directly expanded to 5 kilometers, covering a total area of more than 70 square kilometers. This was not a small area. It was enough to accommodate 1 million people living inside. So fast, Su Pingyan was surprised. Commander Su, you must believe in the infrastructure speed of our great China. In the Death Valley, things went slower primarily due to the small number of troops at the beginning and the terrifying beasts in the valley. But here it is different. We have convenient transportation and, more importantly, a large number of construction units were dispatched from the very beginning. Therefore, our efficiency is much higher, Li Ming explained. I see, Su Pingyan nodded slightly, now understanding. Have there been any dangers? Su Pingyan asked about another concern. There are many ferocious beasts, but since we're close to the portal, their levels are not too high. Our combat capability has improved significantly since the opposite side of the Death Valley, and with the support of firearms, it's manageable, Li Ming replied seriously. There was one point he didn't mention, that this time, the higher-ups had also transferred an entire division of experienced construction troops and a division of veteran field troops from the Death Valley. These troops were very powerful and had combat experience against those fierce beasts. That was why things had been going smoothly here. Then, where do you plan to expand the third line of defense to? Su Pingyan didn't dwell on the issue, but instead moved to another question. Commander Su, do you have any instructions? It had already been announced that in this other world, Su Pingyan was the supreme commander. All of his orders must be obeyed without question. Doubts could be raised and reported afterwards, but as soon as an order was received, it had to be carried out immediately. This rule applied not only at the Death Valley, but here as well. Li Ming, having followed Su Pingyan for some time, was fully convinced of Su's strength and planning abilities. You have drones, right? I suppose you've already detected as far as the seaside? Su Pingyan didn't answer, but instead asked a question. Li Ming nodded. Yes. Today we received reports that we've spotted the ocean. It's about 316 kilometers away from here. It was only because they had discovered the sea today that they hadn't seen footage of Su Pingyan's earlier battles. Otherwise, they would have already known where he was, and wouldn't have been so worried. Commander Su, so you've gone to the seaside these days? Li Ming suddenly realized. Since Su was asking about the sea, it meant he must already know the situation there. Su Pingyan nodded. Yes, I paid a visit to the seaside. During the journey, I understood some of the conditions here, and I noticed that this place is somewhat different from the Death Valley. How so? Li Ming asked. First, this place is an island. Its exact area is approximately 10 million square kilometers. Su Pingyan raised one finger and explained. Li Ming was amazed after hearing this. Although he had his suspicions, he couldn't be sure. After all, seeing the ocean was only one side. Perhaps it was just part of the mainland near the sea. But Su Pingyan spoke with complete certainty, not only identifying it as an island but also giving its area. The implications of this were obvious. However, he also understood military discipline well. This was one of those questions he wouldn't ask. That Su Pingyan was their supreme commander was not without reason. Higher-ups definitely knew something. Second, this direction is coastal, as you said, 316 kilometers away. The opposite direction is naturally far from the ocean, Su Pingyan explained, pointing toward the sea. Due to the presence of sea beasts in the ocean, I discovered that the ferocity and rank of the beasts on the seaside are much higher. At the coast, I encountered many high-level third-rank beasts, and even a few fully matured third-rank 9-star beasts. At the moment, we're not equipped to handle those. Therefore, I suggest our expansion should primarily focus in the opposite direction, with secondary development toward the ocean, Su Pingyan advised. Li Ming nodded slightly, then asked, Commander Su, then what distance do you think we should expand in each direction? In the ocean's direction, we can extend the third defensive line up to 45 kilometers. Within that range, most of the beasts are first rank. From 45 to 60 kilometers, there may be a few low-level second-rank beasts, but if we do encounter them, we can handle them. As for the opposite direction, we can advance up to about 130 kilometers, Su Pingyan said. Although he had not personally visited that direction, he possessed memories from his previous life. This time, the reason he had gone to the seaside, aside from confirming whether it was the same as it had been in his previous life, was primarily to fight and train himself. What about the other two directions? Li Ming asked. The defense lines at the Death Valley had mostly been close to circular, making planning relatively easier. Su Pingyan paused briefly, then said, about 90 kilometers should be acceptable. You can make adjustments based on actual scouting data. You can utilize the terrain here and judge according to the danger levels of beast-infested areas. Please give me a detailed report as soon as possible. Before truly establishing the third defensive line, there would definitely be a battle in which the beasts within the designated range needed to be eliminated. Alright, I'll prepare a plan quickly. Commander Su, should we mobilize the Yanhuang Corps for combat? Li Ming asked. Su Pingyan considered it for a moment, then shook his head. No need for now. You will be enough. He had more thoughts on this. For now, neither the high-voltage electricity cultivation chambers nor the gravity cultivation chambers had been set up here yet. They were only available in the western regions. Moving them here would affect their training progress. It looks like we need to build those two major cultivation bases as soon as possible, Su Pingyan mused inwardly. Oh, Commander Su, headquarters is very concerned about you. This time you were gone for 5 whole days, and they basically asked about your status every day. You understand. Li Ming didn't spell it out, but the message was clear. I see. I understand. Generally, you should get back to work, Su Pingyan said. Okay. Li Ming nodded and left. Chapter 117. Learn the strengths of the barbarians to subdue them. After leaving the portal, Su Pingyan entered a huge workshop. It had completely changed from before. There was no trace of the well anymore. Obviously, this side of the passage had been rebuilt for convenient access and secrecy. In the core conference room of the capital city, Su Pingyan came here immediately after returning to Lone Star. He knew that although the leaders cared about his safety, what they were most concerned about was the situation on the other side. Xiao Su, you can't just disappear like that again. Don't you know that everyone was extremely worried about you? One elder said. I'm sorry to have worried all of you, sir. At the time, I wasn't really thinking much. I just wanted to further verify whether the information within the inheritance matched the reality on site. I lost track of time, Su Pingyan explained. And the result? The chief minister asked, concerned. The result was roughly as expected. Although countless years have passed, the terrain hasn't changed much. According to the inherited memories, across the Qin Mountains lies an archipelago known as the Crescent Archipelago, the dwelling place of the ancient Crescent goddess. This archipelago consists of one main island, Crescent Island, and is encircled by 365 satellite islands known as the Star Islands. The main island alone covers nearly 10 million square kilometers, while each of the Star Islands spans about 100,000 square kilometers. In total, the archipelago covers more than 40 million square kilometers, Su Pingyan said calmly. However, these words were absolutely shocking to the people present. Incredible, so vast. My goodness, just the main island rivals the entire area of our Huaxia. Are you certain these are islands, not continents? Well, given the size of the other realm based on past observations, it makes sense that the area is extremely vast. Having larger islands is actually good news for us. That's true. Even developing just the Crescent Archipelago will require a long time. How many resources must be hidden there? It's foreseeable that once Huaxia obtains those resources, we will soar. True. With islands comes proximity to the sea, and thus marine resources can be developed, which will be beneficial for our maritime endeavors. Vice Minister 5. The sea is dangerous, filled with sea beasts. Our current ships would face enormous risks on long voyages, Su Pingyan reminded. Xiao Su, didn't you ask us to send many experts into the Valley of Death? Isn't there a sect of craftsmen there? If they possess the skills to build ships suited for sea voyages in that realm, then excellent. If not, we could improve our own ships based on their technology. We should learn the strengths of the barbarians to subdue them, Vice Minister 5 said. Sir, you are absolutely right. That's actually a great idea, Su Pingyan nodded in agreement with the suggestion. Based on my inherited knowledge, the other realm does have special spiritual artifact ships, and even flying spacecraft, all of which are excellent modes of transportation. It's just unclear how long it would take for our scientists to adapt and use these technologies, Su Pingyan explained. This kind of thing cannot be rushed. We have plenty of patience. As long as we keep progressing steadily, success will eventually come, the chief minister said. Sir, your wisdom is admirable. Su Pingyan threw in a small compliment, internally in full agreement with this sentiment. They certainly had the patience and confidence. Do you have any plans regarding the Qin Mountains portal on the other side? The chief minister asked. Everyone looked at Su Pingyan with keen interest. This was clearly a question of widespread concern. It's an island over there, and because it's a restricted area, we are less likely to encounter human enemies from the other realm. Thus, the greatest threat would come from the sea beasts within the ocean itself, Su Pingyan said, prompting slight nods from the people around him. The ideal solution would naturally be to encircle the island entirely, protecting it completely. However, that would be too massive of a project and completely unnecessary. My idea is to build a number of cities along the coastline, with military strongholds constructed between each city, forming the outermost line of defense. Of course, that would be the last defensive line. At present, we are planning the third defensive line. Following my idea, there would also be a fourth and fifth defensive line, with the coastal defenses being the sixth. Once all are complete, the entire Crescent Island would be part of our territory. Once Crescent Island is secured, we can vigorously develop shipbuilding and maritime industries, conquer the surrounding 365 star islands, and then expand outward further, Su Pingyan elaborated. Expansion beyond that was a matter for the distant future and need not be addressed at present. In other words, step 1 is taking control of Crescent Island first, the chief minister acknowledged with a nod. Yes, as we all know, the closer we are to the portal, the weaker the monster ranks are. Though we don't know the exact reason. It could be the portal suppression or something else, but for us, it is advantageous, Su Pingyan explained. Su Pingyan had one more thing on his mind that he hadn't mentioned yet. He planned to investigate the other side of Crescent Island to find out what level the strongest beast there might be. This was extremely important. Prime Minister and Gerwei leaders, he continued, explaining his main purpose for coming here today. If we want to advance quickly, we need to rapidly enhance our soldiers' strength. With the beasts around, we won't lack foundation building spirit liquids in the short term. However, we do need a large number of cultivation chambers to accelerate our soldiers' progress. Are you suggesting building these cultivation chambers at Laojun Mountain? The Prime Minister asked. Yes. With 2 portals, we can establish 2 major cultivation bases. In the future, we can expand from these to build even more cultivation bases, Su Pingyan nodded. Director 7, what do you think? The Prime Minister turned to Director 7, as this was under his responsibility. Gravity cultivation chambers won't be a problem. However, the high-voltage electric cultivation chambers will be more difficult. While the western region has sufficient power, transporting it to the eastern region would result in some losses. Moreover, electricity demand in the east is high, and power supply is already insufficient. We may not be able to provide a stable electricity supply, Director 7 explained hesitantly. Could we vigorously develop photovoltaic power generation, wind power, or even nuclear power? Su Pingyan asked. We certainly could, but all of these require time. Clearly, you don't have the luxury of time, Director 7 replied. Indeed, Su Pingyan didn't have much time to spare. We could shut down some high-energy consuming industries that don't produce much economic value. Additionally, we can adjust the number of high-voltage electric cultivation chambers based on the peak and off-peak electricity demands. This way, we can maximize the use of available electricity, one of the elders suggested. This approach is feasible, especially during the initial phase when the number of cultivation chambers is still small. Our current power supply can fully meet the demand, Director 7 nodded. There are actually abundant wind, water, and solar resources in the other realm as well. We could also construct some cultivation chambers there, Su Pingyan added. That's acceptable, Director 7 agreed. Chapter 118, Stalling Tactics. Alright then, we need to act quickly on this matter, as it relates to our exploration progress in the other world, the Chief Minister declared. No problem. I'll personally form a dedicated team to focus on this issue and come up with a plan as soon as possible, said Elder Chi. Xiao Su, do you have any thoughts? The Chief Minister turned to ask Su Pingyan. Nothing more. Su Pingyan shook his head. We're about to discuss matters regarding the island war. If you're not in a hurry, you can stay and listen, the Chief Minister offered. Alright, Su Pingyan, instantly interested, readily agreed. Director Zhang, please brief everyone on the latest developments. The Chief Minister directed toward Zhang Guodong, the Director of Bureau 9. Yes, sir. Zhang Guodong stood up and began his report. First, the island nation's dictator Yamamoto regime is accelerating the transfer of its population into the portal. The allied forces of the Sam nation have advanced to within less than 10 kilometers of the portal. If there's no unexpected development, control of the portal will change hands within the next few days. Second, the Northern Bear Alliance has officially declared war on the allied forces of the Sam nation. 3 major fronts have been opened, one mainly around the main island and 2 surrounding islands of the island nation, one at sea and one at Bai Island. On the maritime front, the Northern Bear forces can barely defend, but have no power to attack. On the front around the main island and 2 surrounding islands, they've been achieving victories step by step. The soldiers under the Watanabe Saburo regime lack the will to fight. They would have already surrendered if not for the support from the Sam nation. As for the Brio Island battlefield, it is the fiercest. Practically every day for the past few days, casualties from all 3 sides have reached tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. The area has been split into countless smaller battlefields, now completely out of control. After listening to Zhang Guodong's report, even Su Pingyan couldn't help but feel astonished. Compared to his past life, things had taken a different turn. In short, without the intervention of the Chinese forces, this world's war has become much bloodier. Inside the portal at Brihal Island. Crack. Yamamoto the dictator slammed his palm onto the table in front of him, shattering it into pieces as he shouted angrily. A bunch of useless trash. And the Northern Bear allies are also incompetent. I was hoping they could turn the tide, but after a few days of fighting, they still couldn't break through. Please calm yourself, Prime Minister, Secretary Yashisada attempted to soothe him. All right, how is our population transfer going? Yamamoto asked more calmly. We have already completed the relocation of 3 million people. Now that the portal grows bigger each day, our efficiency has increased as well. We can transfer at least 500,000 people daily. The longer we persist, the better, answered Xiao Yilagi. How many people are left outside? Yamamoto continued. There are, Xiao Yilagi hesitated. Speak, less than 8 million remain. And since we've prioritized transferring the young population, the number of young people within that remaining 8 million is now less than 2 million, Xiao Yilagi explained. It was obvious that millions more had died in just a few days. It would be impossible for Yamamoto to remain unconcerned. Speed up the evacuation and prioritize the youth. Only with enough young people can we develop better here. Yamamoto gritted his teeth. Youth represented hope. They needed sufficient youth for future development. Hi. Although reluctant, Xiao Yilagi understood it was currently the best strategy. How many more days can our defenses last? Yamamoto questioned. The front lines are nearly collapsing. We can probably hold for only 1 or 2 more days. Xiao Yilagi replied helplessly. What about the Northern Bears? When can they break through? At least 10 days to 2 weeks. Damn it, that's not fast enough. Listen, send someone to contact the Sam nation. We're willing to hand over complete control of the portal intact in exchange for 10 more days, and also request some compensation from them. Yamamoto suddenly thought of something. Prime Minister, they probably won't be willing. Xiao Yilagi knew this was merely a delaying tactic. Won't they agree? Humph, just tell them directly. If they refuse, I'll destroy the wormhole altogether. Then no one will get it, Yamamoto said madly. Hi. Xiao Yilagi understood immediately. They were now in an invincible position. The Sam nation had no choice but to be cautious. Inside the Black House of the Sam nation. What? The island nation is sending an emissary to beg for mercy now? Why didn't they do this earlier? George sneered. Excellency, since we've advanced right up to the wormhole to prevent its destruction, maybe we should meet with them to find out what they're really planning, suggested Director James of the SHIELD Agency. All right, let's meet them. Soon after, George received the envoy from the opposing side. What did you say? You want 10 more days, and also 1 ton of ammunition, 1 million tons of daily supplies. Oomph, who's gone crazy here, you or me? Go tell that dictator Yamamoto, he's dreaming. George almost laughed in anger. Don't they see the current situation clearly? Daring to make such an unreasonable request, it's practically asking for death. Great leader, the wormhole is currently in our hands. If we choose to destroy it together, you won't get anything. An envoy directly threatened. You're threatening me? George said, his face full of anger. Not at all. We're merely struggling for survival. Oomph. Go tell that Yamamoto dictator, I'll give you a maximum of 5 days. Don't even think about asking for ammunition or supplies. George shouted. After a period of combat, the Sam nation itself had little surplus left. They had practically no remaining stockpiles of ammunition or materials. Before the war, they could still buy some cheap supplies from the Hua side with dollars. Even after the trade war started, they managed to purchase supplies from Hua through other countries. But now, Hua had basically stopped all exports, only importing. Indeed, Hua had started only buying all sorts of resources globally 2 months ago, and no longer sold anything outside. Except for the Northern Bear Alliance, which provided some support through oil and natural gas exchanges, that was it. It could be said that with the loss of Hua, the world factory, the entire globe was now suffering. Great. The envoy from the island nation tried to say more, but was immediately cut off by George. Go back and tell that Yamamoto dictator. If he dares destroy the wormhole, I will destroy the entire island nation. Upon hearing these words, the envoy from the island nation trembled slightly. He believed this elderly man before him truly capable of carrying out such a threat. Yes. Inside the new prime minister's residence within the Brihal Island portal. Damn old man, such a tightwad. Yamamoto the dictator received the envoy's report, clearly furious. There's no need to be angry, Prime Minister, Xiao Yilagi consoled him. Actually, this shows that the Sam nation is strong only on the surface, but hollow inside. They can't supply these things. How much longer can they continue fighting against the Northern Bear Alliance? Once they both are severely weakened, our super soldiers will emerge and surely clean up the aftermath. Chapter 119 Decision, Non-Participation. Those who have never witnessed a super soldier in action have no idea how powerful they are. Combined with modern weaponry, they are practically unstoppable, like gods or Buddhas who would be slaughtered if they got in the way. If not for the small numbers and the potential for further enhancements, Yamamoto Dokfu would have already led his army out to let them see what he was capable of. However, he remained reasonably rational and understood that the time was not yet ripe. To charge out now would be to announce to the entire world. It was likely that even the polar bear and the Sam nation would set aside their differences and join forces against them, not to mention the massive dragon lurking nearby, not yet moving. They didn't have the confidence to win decisively. 5 days then, Yamamoto Dokfu said. Inform George that during these 5 days, I do not wish for them to launch any offensive. If they do, we will destroy the wormhole. With 5 days, they could relocate a considerable number of personnel and supplies. Hi, Prime Minister, what about the polar bears? Onolokji asked. Give them the same message. I don't believe they aren't anxious. And China too, let them know as well. If they think they can stand by and watch, they're dreaming, Yamamoto Dokfu said loudly. Hi, Kremlin of the polar bear. Yamamoto Dokfu, this bastard, has colluded with the Sam nation at a moment like this. He is trying to force us into an all-out war, the Minister of Defense exclaimed. Can we reach the wormhole within 5 days? The Emperor asked. It's impossible, the minister responded. The Sam-led allied forces still have nearly 3 million troops on the North Sea island, and they continue to pour in reinforcements. 5 days won't do it. Even 10 or half a month, we still couldn't reach the wormhole unless... Unless what? Unless China intervenes. As everyone knows, China's army is #1 in the world. If they could dispatch 2 million troops in 5 days, it might be possible to advance to the wormhole position, the Minister of Defense stated. Though they were very confident in their own military power, China's ground forces were universally recognized as the strongest, and they had to acknowledge that. China, huh? I doubt they will take action. Immediately contact China, inform them of the situation, and see what choice they make. Let them know that if they take action now and capture the wormhole, we can split the benefits 50-50. If they don't, in the future, they will receive only 20%, the Emperor added with an unhappy expression. Everyone knows what China is thinking. They want to remain on the sidelines. Yes. Inside the core meeting room of the Chinese capital, the Secretary General hurried in and leaned close to the Premier's ear, as if wanting to say something. These are all our own people. Speak directly. The Premier interrupted the Secretary General. Just now, the governments of both Yamamoto Dokfu's country and the Emperor of the Polar Bear have contacted us. Dokfu's country has reached an agreement with Sam and will hand over the wormhole to them in 5 days. The Emperor hopes we will send troops to assist. He says if we intervene now, we can have 50% of future profits. If not, only 20%, the Secretary General reported loudly. The Emperor is really anxious, the Premier chuckled. They had just acquired another portal and were not even paying attention to the North Sea island anymore. His mood was very relaxed. Dokfu sending us this information is probably also a ploy to force us into a conflict with the Sam nation. That guy truly has no good intentions, humph. At a moment like this, still wanting to drag us into it? That little Japan is really asking for it. The other officials all expressed their indignation at the mention of Japan. What do you all think? Should we take action? The Premier asked while looking at the others. Premier, we had already established our strategy previously, to provide logistical support only and not to take direct action. I still think this is not the best moment to intervene. Although Japan is already weakened, the Sam and the polar bear are still formidable. If we send troops now, we will become a target and definitely suffer significant losses. It wouldn't be worth it. We already have 2 portals. We don't need that little extra share anyway. Getting 20% would be good enough. Let them fight amongst themselves. I think we should act. If we remain idle for too long, others will surely suspect that we have ulterior motives. Not to mention that our position as a leader of the Third World might become unstable. What does being a leader of the Third World matter? So long as our strength is strong enough, we can be a leader of the whole world. We cannot afford to be reckless now. We need to remain stable. As long as we stay steady, victory in the future will belong to us. As for any conspiracies, let them suspect all they want. Even if they do suspect, what can they do to us? Su Xiaoping, what do you think? Amidst the heated debate, the premier turned to ask Su Ping'an. Premier, honorable leaders, I do not suggest that we deploy troops at this moment. Su Ping'an began, clearly stating his stance. Tell me your thoughts, the prime minister said with a smile, clearly sharing the same opinion. First point. As Elder Wu just mentioned, the polar bear and the Sam nation haven't suffered significant losses. Their confrontation has barely begun. We are too visible. If we send troops now, the polar bear may retreat, and the Sam nation will most likely target us directly, which could result in an all-out war between us and the Sam nation. Of course, it's not that we fear them, but sustaining heavy casualties would not align with our long-term interests as Huaxia. On the contrary, if we do not deploy troops, the polar bear won't be able to back off either unless they abandon the wormhole, which is obviously impossible. The upcoming battle will intensify, and both nations will invest heavily. Once it turns into a protracted war, both sides will bleed constantly, depleting their strength. We possess 2 portals now, and our power grows stronger day by day. In such a shifting balance, Huaxiao is sure to become the strongest nation in the future. It would be far better to wait until then and clean up the mess, Su Ping'an explained. Second, both portals require a large number of troops right now. As we push forward, the manpower shortage will only widen. We simply cannot spare forces to deal with the matter in Eben. Everyone nodded, for this was a fact. Third, once we send troops, the national economy will certainly be affected, breaking the balance. It is more beneficial for us to focus our military resources on the other world rather than waste them on Eben, Su Ping'an concluded. Xiao Su, do you know what public opinion is like domestically? Everyone wants us to send troops to Eben and finally settle the score for what happened years ago, a general reminded him. Sir, the people's intentions are good, and we do want revenge as well. However, the people don't have access to all the information. They don't know that Huaxia has already controlled 2 portals. Therefore, we cannot completely follow their views. Once the information is eventually released, they will naturally understand our good intentions, Su Ping'an replied. Chapter 120, An Unsolvable Problem. Xiao Su is right. Now is definitely not the best time to deploy troops. We should at least wait until the polar bear and Uncle Sam are locked in a fierce battle, the chief minister said decisively. Chief minister, how should we respond to the emperor? The secretary asked. Just tell him that we can accept only a 20% share, but our current priority is economic development, and we don't want to get involved in the war, the chief minister replied. Yes. Receiving this reply from Huaxia, the emperor had no choice but to personally intervene and engage in fierce combat with the allied forces of Uncle Sam. Thus, a battle that involved dozens of countries around the globe erupted on the northern sea island. The fighting was extremely brutal, with hundreds of thousands of casualties occurring every day. Everyone was scrambling to gain control of the wormhole. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the wormhole, in the prime minister's office. How many people do we have now? Yamamoto Dokufu asked. After taking an accurate count, approximately 5.8 million people, and mostly young men, Secretary Yoshizumi Akira said happily. That's impressive. If these people can become an entire nation of soldiers, then they'll become 5.8 million super warriors. When we come out, the whole world will belong to us, Yamamoto Dokufu said excitedly. Mr. Prime Minister, time's up. Uncle Sam is asking when we will hand over control of the wormhole. How should we respond? Kobayashi Ragi asked. Have the defensive lines been completed? Yamamoto Dokufu asked. Mr. Prime Minister, don't worry. We have built 7 defensive lines in total. They won't be able to break through. Stepping inside will be nothing but suicide, Kobayashi Ragi said confidently. Good. Give it to them then. Now we just have to see if they can hold it, Yamamoto Dokufu said coldly. Hi. At the very moment the Sam delegation took control of the wormhole, the entire world fell silent. Immediately afterward, the internet exploded. Ha ha ha. Uncle Sam really is the lighthouse of the world, the strongest nation on Earth. Finally, we've secured the wormhole. In the future, we'll be able to travel to another world. Just thinking about it gets me excited. Damn it. Are you the second son upstairs? Your IP address is clearly within the country, yet you dare to say things like that. There are so many traitors walking around with 500,000 each. These people are truly disgusting. I wonder when our Huaxiao will finally take action. The wormhole has already fallen into Uncle Sam's hands. I'm so anxious. Unquestionably, the Emperor is impressive. He took immediate action. I support the Emperor. I heard that we're secretly supporting the Emperor. In the future, once the Emperor secures the wormhole, we can receive 20% of the proceeds. Yeah, you actually believe that promise? They said it only because they currently need our logistical support. Once they actually take control of the wormhole, what if they ignore us? Are we going to send troops to fight against the polar bear? Indeed. At that time, it would be difficult to claim the moral high ground. The best time for military action would have passed. I wonder what the higher-ups are thinking. You guys really are something. You earn a mere 3,000 per month, yet worry about national affairs. Don't you think our upper echelons have never made a move without reason? They have their own think tanks. There must be a plan in place. The wormhole remains right where it is. It's not about who currently controls it now, but who can hold on to it for the longest period in the future. Let's just wait and see. No matter how much we talk, it's useless. Leave it to time. By the way, is Bingwa considered a lost cause now? One netizen asked. Well, not exactly destroyed. But in this great war, they suffered the heaviest casualties. I estimate they won't recover for at least 100 years. They already lost 30 years before, so the next 100 will be even harder, perhaps even longer. I heard some people from Bingwa have already entered the new world. How envious. We still don't know what the new world looks like. Now that Uncle Sam controls the wormhole, I believe we will soon receive news from the other side. That was exactly what everyone in Uncle Sam believed. However, at the Black House in Sam, George even smashed his favorite cup. His dark face radiated anger, and the entire office was suffused with an unbearably tense atmosphere. Cursed Yamamoto Nijuichi. Such a sly guy. When I capture him, I will personally kill him with my own hands. George raged. Why the outburst? Just now, news from the front line arrived. They had taken over the wormhole, but in fact, hadn't really taken full control at all. They had only gained control on the Earth side. When they sent personnel across to investigate, they were immediately wiped out by the enemy Japanese soldiers, which made Sam extremely furious. They kept sending in more troops repeatedly, but without exception, they all perished. Finally, when a few survivors returned, they brought with them footage from the enemy side. The wall, towering over 40 meters high, stood like a natural barrier, an impassable river. Without destroying that wall first, crossing over would only make them sitting ducks with no chance of establishing a foothold. We never expected that little Bingwa would be so shameless, playing such a trick on us, James said, clenching his teeth. Now the whole world thinks we've taken control of the wormhole, and domestic public opinion is at an all-time high. If we can't solve this problem quickly and show the people what we've gained from the new world, they will certainly begin to doubt us. At that time, public outrage will be something we cannot withstand, George said. We've been tricked by those little Japs. Now, even if we explain the situation to the Emperor's side, they still don't believe us and continue to attack us full force. Enough. Is there any way to seize control on the other side? I want solutions, George shouted. The office fell silent immediately. We can use a few Japanese nationals as targets. I don't believe they would actually fire on their own people, suggested Bryn. That might actually be a good idea. Have you overestimated the Japanese people? In the face of such huge interests, they're most likely willing to go to deadly extremes. No matter what, in the absence of alternative solutions, this is the best option available. We can try it, Bryn insisted. Fine. Notify the front line immediately and give it a try, George reluctantly agreed. Don't forget, this matter must not be leaked under any circumstances, George added after a pause. Losses in war were inevitable, but such methods absolutely could not be exposed to outsiders, or it would cause massive public backlash. Yes. 5 hours later. Cursed Yamamoto Nijuichi. We still underestimated his cruelty and madness. They don't even care about their own people, George raged. He had just received reports from the front. No matter who they used as targets, they were all ruthlessly gunned down once they arrived on the other side. Those people had completely lost their minds. I suspected this all along. The Japanese are an inhumane and crazy race. Why would they care about the lives of others? Someone sighed. I don't want excuses. I want solutions. Are there any other ways? George shouted again. Once again, silence filled the office. Chapter 121. Breakthrough to the Blood Chi realm. Sam Country couldn't launch an immediate counterattack, but the Polar Bear Army paid no heed to that. The war continued relentlessly, with enormous casualties reported daily. Gradually, some smaller countries began to struggle under the pressure. In contrast, the situation in Huaxiao remained orderly, as if the world were still at peace. Daily routines continued unchanged, although numerous changes had indeed occurred in people's lives. For example, students now had significantly more physical education classes, learning martial arts, traditional Chinese medicine, and Taoist knowledge. In state-owned enterprises, armed departments were being established, and civilian military training had begun, gradually being adopted by private enterprises as well. Military-industrial companies started to intensify their efforts, with production bustling and thriving. Although ordinary people didn't speak much, they could all feel these changes and understood exactly why they were happening. We haven't officially entered the war yet, but by observing the government's recent actions, it's not hard to predict that we will eventually intervene. For now, everyone should focus on cultivating martial arts and enhancing our strength so we can reduce casualties when the time comes. I heard the Polar Bear and Sam Country are getting slaughtered out there. You can say that again. Some smaller countries are already preparing to withdraw. Many young people from these nations are getting wiped out entirely. Holy, that's serious. What do you think? With hundreds of thousands of casualties every single day, how horrifying is that? I heard an entire sea turned red. The Brihal Island is covered in blood and flesh. It's like a living hell. Such losses are unbearable even for major powers. Peace talks must be coming soon. After paying such a heavy price, you think peace will come? Peace won't happen unless one side achieves total victory. What I fear the most is whether nuclear weapons will be used in the end. If that happens, we'll be in real trouble. Outside Death Valley's high-voltage electricity room 0, Su Ping'an hadn't returned to the Qinling teleportation gate after leaving the capital city. Instead, he went west and entered closed-door cultivation again, hoping to break through to the Blood Chi realm as soon as possible and strengthen his foundation. 1 drop of 4th-grade inferior spirit liquid could downgrade to become 100 drops of 3rd-grade intermediate spirit liquid. Initially, 1 drop of third-grade intermediate spirit liquid could increase Su Ping'an's strength by 12 million kilograms. However, as time passed and his power exceeded 4 billion kilograms, 1 drop of third-grade intermediate spirit liquid could only provide around 10 million kilograms of power. At 4.1 billion, 4.5 billion, 5 billion, breaking through to 50 billion kilograms of power, each drop of third-grade intermediate spirit liquid could only enhance about 7 million kilograms more. Its effect had greatly declined. Let me try the third-grade superior spirit liquid, Su Ping'an murmured. He immediately used the remaining third-grade intermediate spirit liquid and switched directly to the third-grade superior quality. HSS. Such terrifying blood chi force. Su Ping'an felt a mighty wave of blood chi entering his body. He quickly focused his mind, rapidly absorbing the energy under the stimulation of high-intensity electrical currents. Good. It adds 48 million kilograms of strength. Seeing the effect, Su Ping'an's mood instantly improved. Thus, in the following days, Su Ping'an downgraded all remaining 6 drops of 4th-grade inferior spirit liquid into 60 drops of 3rd-grade superior spirit liquid. Soon, 6 billion, 7 billion, 7.6 billion kilograms. When all 60 drops of 3rd-grade superior spirit liquid had been consumed, Su Ping'an's strength reached 7.6 billion kilograms, another step closer to 10 billion. Glancing at his stock of spirit liquids, Su Ping'an thought this amount wasn't worth mentioning, since he still had 1 drop of 5th-grade inferior spirit liquid, 12 drops of 4th-grade superior spirit liquid, and 9 drops of 4th-grade intermediate spirit liquid. Let's continue. He downgraded 1 drop of 4th-grade intermediate spirit liquid into 2 drops of 4th-grade inferior spirit liquid and 80 drops of 3rd-grade superior spirit liquid. 7.7 billion, 8 billion. The effectiveness of the 3rd-grade superior spirit liquid declined again. 9 billion, 9.5 billion, 9.8 billion kilograms. Damn, already gone. All 80 drops of 3rd-grade superior spirit liquid were completely consumed. Just over 200 million kilograms left. Should I try a drop of 4th-grade inferior spirit liquid? Thinking this, Su Ping'an made a bold decision and swallowed 1 drop of 4th-grade inferior spirit liquid directly. Instantly, his body turned completely red. An incredibly immense force of blood chi surged inside him, spreading everywhere. Su Ping'an even increased the electrical current to 80,000 amps. Under this double stimulation, Su Ping'an's eyes turned blood red, as if they were about to explode. 10 billion kilograms. Finally, after enduring the pain, Su Ping'an's strength grew to 10 billion kilograms. At the same time, his body began vibrating with a peculiar, rhythmic tremor. The sky above planet Blue, even the deeper reaches of the universe, experienced some strange changes. Purple aura extended for thousands of miles from the east. The entire planet Blue seemed shrouded in purple mist. What the hell is going on? Is the apocalypse coming? The uninformed public became momentarily confused and at a loss. Could it have something to do with the wormhole? Could it be that the wormhole is about to explode? It wasn't just the general public that was confused. Sam Country, which had already gained control of the wormhole, also fell silent on Brielle Island. The great battle had stopped unexpectedly, and both sides were now observing the changes in the sky. Darkening might be understandable, but what kind of situation was this? Purple energy filling the entire sky. Who had ever encountered something like this? In the capital city, what's happening? Why is the sky changing like this? The Chancellor asked. Chancellor, should we ask Su Ping'an? He might know. The Secretary General suggested. Where is he now? The Chancellor asked with concern. He also believed that if anyone in the world could understand this phenomenon, it would probably be Su Ping'an. He's still in closed-door cultivation. Report to the Chancellor, we just received a message from the west. The purple energy in the sky is spiraling down like a tornado, pouring directly into Commander Su's cultivation chamber, came the news, instantly silencing everyone. So it's actually Xiao Su causing this commotion, the Chancellor said in shock. Then, after calming himself, he turned to the Secretary General beside him and said, once Su Ping'an finishes his retreat, have someone ask him what exactly is going on. All right, back inside room 0. Su Ping'an's body was undergoing a special rhythmic movement. At the same time, the endless purple aura from the heavens rapidly flowed into his crown, merging with the blood energy within his body. If he could observe his inner body at this moment, Su Ping'an would discover that his blood had already changed from red to purple, a truly miraculous transformation. From this moment on, he should no longer be considered a mere human. His blood energy had transcended all ordinary limits. As long as he remained alive, his future achievements would be limitless. Boom! A violent wave erupted outward, instantly shattering room 0 into ruins. Su Ping'an emerged into the sky, completely naked. Then, the divine purple energy from the heavens rapidly condensed, rushing into his body in an instant. A mysterious purple mark also appeared on his forehead. Breakthrough, Blood Chi Realm, First Ascension. Feeling the immense power surging inside, Su Ping'an couldn't help but slightly lift the corner of his mouth into a smile. Chapter 122. Farewell to Old Qin. Even before my breakthrough, I was already unbeatable among those below the 4th stage. Now, I should be able to rival any beast under the 4th star 4th stage. With the Godslayer Spear, even 4th star 4th stage ferocious beasts are not beyond my capabilities, Su Ping'an mused inwardly. The gap between the 3rd and 4th stages was immense, making it extremely difficult to challenge someone of a higher stage. Although it couldn't compare to the difference between the 4th and 5th stages, a 4th stage expert at a single star level could easily wipe out over 100 peak 9-star 3rd stage experts with just one finger. This demonstrated just how great the gap was. For Su Pingyan, who had just broken through to the Blood Chi stage, to now have the confidence to defeat an expert of the 4th stage, his recent improvement must have been tremendous. Huh? Why is it so chilly all of a sudden? Su Pingyan suddenly felt something was off after calming his mind and looked down. Damn it. He couldn't help but curse as he quickly took a clean set of clothes from his cosmic ring and changed. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. As a man who possessed a cosmic ring, naturally there were multiple sets of spare clothes inside. Nothing unusual about that. Su Pingyan, your assets are pretty impressive. As Su Pingyan descended from the sky and walked out of the crater, Shuiyong quickly ran over and said, "Beat it." Su Pingyan's face darkened. Clearly quite a few people had seen him like that just now. But whatever. He was a real man, and his assets weren't lacking. What was there to be afraid of? Others could only envy and be jealous. So what just happened up there? Shuiyong asked the question that had been bothering him, the same one assigned by higher-ups. Su Pingyan looked meaningfully at him before candidly answering. Just a breakthrough to the Blood Chi stage. What? A breakthrough to the Blood Chi stage actually caused such a massive phenomenon? Shuiyong was shocked. I can't help it. My talent is too high. You know what I mean. Su Pingyan kept it somewhat mysterious. Nobody knew that his breakthrough came only after reaching the 13th refinement of his body. Moreover, in this life, he had directly acquired the infinite Xiangong. While others might know the refinement stage has 13 levels, apart from Su Pingyan himself, the highest achievement among cultivators in China was only level 11. Did you reach the 12th level of the body refinement stage? Shuiyong guessed. Guess. Su Pingyan didn't answer directly. Shuiyong rolled his eyes and didn't press further. It wasn't important anyway. What mattered was that now he had a reason to report back to his superiors and complete his mission. This was good enough. Now that you've broken through, what do you plan to do next? Shuiyong asked curiously. First, I'll go to the heaven-soaring jade steps for some training, then head to Crescent Island. They're still developing it there and need me to take charge of the overall situation. Su Pingyan replied. What about the Death Valley front? Shuiyong asked. What about it? Su Pingyan asked, somewhat surprised. Aren't you the one who asked Qin Ming to prepare the follow-up battle plans for the 4th line of defense? He even asked me to ask you when we're going to launch the campaign, Shuiyong explained. Almost forgot. Su Pingyan sighed and rubbed his forehead. It was simply too much for him to handle with all the things on his plate. It seems I should delegate power back to the upper command, focusing only on leading the Yanhuan Legion. Otherwise, trying to cultivate while handling all these affairs is just too much for one person. Su Pingyan thought silently to himself. He had never been a man who craved power. In the future, as long as his cultivation was powerful, authority was insignificant in the face of strength. So long as he kept his combat strength strong, he could protect everything and everyone he wanted to protect. Then I'll finish up my arrangements here on Divine Dragon Mountain before heading to Crescent Island, Su Pingyan said after some thought. Then, he crossed through the Death Valley into the other realm and first went to the heaven-soaring jade steps for some training, merging his power and will together, truly emerging afterward. Master, your strength has improved greatly. Guardian wasn't surprised to sense Su Pingyan's enhanced power. It was a divine artifact after all. How are things going here? Su Pingyan asked, looking with concern at the warriors gathered on the heaven-soaring jade steps. These people all have extremely strong wills, even surpassing some inner sect disciples of the Divine Body sect from back then. In this period, more than 10,000 people have undergone trials here, and all of them have seen significant improvements in their strength, Guardian replied. Good job. I appreciate the effort, Su Pingyan said earnestly. This is the task assigned by the master. I didn't really have anything else to do anyway. Watching them is actually pretty interesting, Guardian smiled. In a couple of days, I'll take you out for a walk, Su Pingyan added thoughtfully. In preparation for the upcoming major battle, he was planning to bring Guardian along just in case. Though powerful alone, he might still have some oversight, just like last time when losses occurred. Though some loss was inevitable, the fewer the better. Alright, Guardian didn't object. At the Yanhuan Legion headquarters on Divine Dragon Mountain's base, inside the command center. Old Qin, it's been a while. You've been working hard, although it seems your cultivation hasn't fallen behind. Su Pingyan glanced at Qin Ming, whose cultivation level remained at the middle stage of the first level of the Blood Chi stage. This showed that he hadn't had much time for cultivation lately, and must have been busy with other matters. This is all part of my duty. Once I finish this busy period, I'll have time to cultivate again, Qin Ming said with a smile, clearly not bothered at all. You're back just in time. I have something to tell you, Qin Ming said, pulling out a stack of documents and handing them to Su Pingyan. What's this? Su Pingyan asked with a puzzled expression. These are various data and information I've gathered, sorted, and summarized over this period, along with the current status of all the battalions. Just tell me directly. I don't feel like reading all this, Su Pingyan said lazily. Alright. First, the foundation-enhancing elixir we currently have is almost completely used up. That's why I had Shuiyong contact you urgently. We need to prepare for the upcoming major battle. True enough, the front line could be pushed forward a little later, but without the foundation-enhancing elixir, the soldiers' cultivation speed would drop significantly, which would be highly disadvantageous. Second, the average cultivation level of the Yanhuan Legion warriors has already reached the middle stage of the 3rd level of the Blood Chi stage. The strongest have reached the late stage of the 4th level, and the weakest have reached the late stage of the 2nd level. This was already a formidable force. Third, the 7 individuals with sword cultivation talent you requested have already been selected. They're ready and waiting for your arrangement anytime. These 7 were talents destined for the Big Dipper sword formation. So long as they didn't perish or betray the country, their future potential would be boundless. Good. After this major battle concludes, I will personally train them. I hope they can grow quickly, Su Ping'an said. Oh, were they all selected from the Yanhuang Legion? Su Ping'an suddenly asked. Yes, Qin Ming nodded. Su Ping'an didn't say much else, and Qin Ming continued his report. Chapter 123, Latest Plans. Fourth, the field army has dispatched one division to the new portal. Then the High Command replenished this area again. Currently, the field army has a total of 10 divisions, among which 2 divisions are previous units. The average cultivation of soldiers has already reached the late 9th stage of body tempering. Some strong ones have even broken through to Qi blood stage, and the weaker ones are at least at the early 9th stage of body tempering. As for the 8 newly joined divisions, their cultivation levels are slightly lower, averaging only the 5th stage of body tempering. Unfortunately, all the low-level foundation strengthening spirit liquids have already been consumed. They now can only improve their cultivation by hunting and consuming shengshou meat. Although the last battle brought us many rewards, there are also so many mouths needing to be fed. With so many people sharing the resources and further consumption over these days, how much could possibly remain? Fifth, Construction Corps. One division has also been dispatched to the new portal, leaving 4 divisions behind. The High Command has transferred another 6 divisions over, so now there are 10 in total. The 4 older divisions have an average cultivation level at the early 8th stage of body tempering. The stronger ones have reached the late 9th stage, while the weaker ones are at least the early 7th stage. The newly joined 6 divisions are significantly lower, with average cultivation only at the 3rd stage of body tempering. Qin Ming reported. Before the portals appeared, China had already cancelled the divisional structure, moving primarily to army, brigade, and battalion structures. But because of the portal's emergence, the upper ranks recognized the need for large-scale military operations in the future. Therefore, apart from retaining elite combined arms brigades, other units had been restored to the divisional structure. According to the field army structure, each field division consisted of about 130,000 personnel, so 10 divisions totaled around 1.3 million soldiers. Each construction division consisted of around 150,000 workers, so 10 divisions were about 1.5 million, plus more than 10,000 experts, as well as the Yellow Emperor Legion. Thus, the current total at Shenlong Mountain was approximately 300,000 people, which was not a small force. Sixth, between the 2nd and 3rd defensive lines, several concrete roads have already been constructed. Furthermore, experts have planned 1 level 3 city for level 2 cities and 22 level 1 cities, sufficient to accommodate nearly 1 million people living normally, Qin Ming said. According to China's latest classification of city construction in other realms, level 1 cities are the smallest, capable of supporting the lives of about 10,000 to 20,000 people. Considering the mountainous terrain here, such a dispersed settlement pattern is quite suitable. Level 2 cities are larger, accommodating 5 to 8,000 residents normally. Clearly, these 4 cities would be distributed in 4 directions, with military units definitely stationed inside. Level 3 cities are even larger, supporting 30 to 40,000 residents normally. Currently, the main base at the foot of Shenlong Mountain included the portal inside. When necessary, this city would be expanded into a level 4 city in the future, and even level 5 or level 6 cities. According to the plan, a level 4 city would house at least 1 million residents. A level 5 city would accommodate at least 3 million residents. A level 6 city could accommodate at least 5 million people. Remember, these are ancient walled cities, not modern metropolises, so these scales were already very large. As for even larger cities, they weren't impossible to build, just unnecessary. In the future, cities under level 4 would dominate, with only a few level 4 cities built, let alone level 5 cities. Isn't that too few? Su Ping'an asked. After all, 50 kilometers in radius encompassed more than 7,000 square kilometers, a considerable area. 1 million people over that area meant a very low population density, especially considering this was the core base region. Not really. You must remember how vast this world is, and with mountains surrounding us, city construction is extremely difficult. Moreover, we're about to build the 4th defensive line, which will add a much larger area, and future expansion will also bring various new cities, Qin Ming explained, and after finishing, he added another point. Also, these cities are mainly for the civilian population. The army will be stationed outside the cities, in dedicated military strongholds. Su Ping'an nodded slightly. In that case, it does make sense. Old Qin, when will these 27 cities be completed approximately? Su Ping'an inquired, showing his concern. We haven't started construction yet. We've only just completed the preliminary planning. But once we start, the pace will be fast. After all, we aren't building high-rises, and the roads are already finished, making transportation convenient. According to the experts, the construction cycle would only take about 3 to 4 months, possibly even faster, considering the construction divisions are far superior to ordinary untrained civilian teams, Qin Ming said after thinking for a moment. Under the premise of ensuring quality and safety, the faster, the better. Once completed, we can bring in more professionals from the outside. Su Ping'an remarked. Yes, don't worry, I will personally oversee it. Qin Ming nodded in agreement. Old Qin, please continue. 7th, I'll report on the exploration outside the perimeter during this period. According to the actual exploration data, the approximate boundary between 1st and 2nd Grade Chengsug is between 76 to 80 kilometers, Qin Ming reported. Of course, this isn't absolute. For example, we previously encountered 3rd Grade Chengsug near ancient ruins at around 60 kilometers. I'm only saying that in ordinary areas, without ruins or Yao Gardens, 2nd Grade Chengsug are basically beyond 80 kilometers, Qin Ming added as an explanation. Actually, even if he didn't mention this point, Su Pingyan already knew. What about the boundary between 2nd and 3rd grade Chongso? Su Pingyan asked. Qin Ming looked at Su Pingyan with some surprise. Is the jump too big? Won't that pose too much risk? Haven't you investigated yet? Not exactly. We have completed the survey already, although we lost some drones. I've prepared this data for the future, Qin Ming replied. Go on. The main boundary between 2nd star and 4th star 2nd grade Chungsug is roughly between 110 and 115 kilometers. The main boundary between 6th star and 7th star 2nd grade Chungsug is approximately between 130 and 133 kilometers. And the main boundary between 9th star 2nd grade and 1st star 3rd grade Chungsug is roughly between 150 and 160 kilometers, Qin Ming said, then lifted his head to glance at Su Pingyan. You've gathered very detailed information. Su Pingyan acknowledged the data. You've investigated so thoroughly. Do you have any plans yourself? Su Pingyan looked at Qin Ming and asked. I think the Yellow Emperor Legion has already reached the Qi Blood Stage's 3rd layer. After this big battle, they will definitely obtain more resources, allowing their cultivation to advance further. Therefore, I suggest pushing the 4th defensive line forward to 110 kilometers. That way, when they go out to hunt Chongso in the future, it will be much more convenient. And at that distance, our long-range strikes can basically cover the area, Qin Ming explained. After hearing this, Su Pingyan fell silent. This was a distance that was neither conservative nor overly aggressive. It was quite reasonable. Chapter 124, Departure for Battle. With this arrangement, our territory will be vast. 30,000 people will hardly be enough, Su Pingyan said. That's right. So I suggest we mobilize more people to develop this other world. We can take bigger steps, Qin Ming replied. All right, I'll talk to Shui Yong about manpower. We'll proceed according to your plan, but even more boldly. Let's push forward directly to the 120-kilometer mark, Su Pingyan said. A radius of 120 kilometers covered an area of 450,000 square kilometers. That was huge. With such a vast territory, 30,000 people would not be enough to defend it effectively. More soldiers and more civilians would be needed to participate in building a new homeland. Qin Ming thought for a moment and nodded. That's acceptable. Then I'll proceed with that plan. Give me 3 days to prepare, and then we can march out, Qin Ming said. I can only give you 1 day, Su Pingyan said seriously. Qin Ming was momentarily surprised, but nodded. Fine, 1 day. I guarantee we'll be ready. The reason he agreed so readily was that much of the work had already been done in recent days, and he was very confident. The 3 days had only been for additional preparation to avoid mistakes. The next day was a day of intense activity. Inside Death Valley, many soldiers moved about, continuously transporting various supplies and ammunition from the outside, preparing for an imminent major battle. Meanwhile, Su Pingyan was in the command center studying the distribution map of ferocious beast clusters that Qin Ming had provided, pointing things out and assigning tasks accordingly. Soon enough, the day passed in the blink of an eye. The next morning, heads of the various divisions arrived at the command center. It's been a while since we've all been together. Su Pingyan greeted them with a smile. Greetings, Commander. After brief pleasantries, Su Pingyan turned serious. He pointed at the map and began assigning tasks. This time, our planned 4th line of defense will advance to 120 kilometers, 70 kilometers further than the 3rd defensive line. Of course, for our purposes, in order to ensure the safety and successful construction of the 4th defensive line, we need to push even further forward. My objective is 140 kilometers, Su Pingyan explained seriously. Beyond 150 kilometers, they would encounter 3rd-tier ferocious beasts, too risky. At 140 kilometers, there was still a possibility of encountering them, but in smaller numbers, manageable numbers. Everyone immediately grew serious. Earlier, Qin Ming had already distributed the reports about the ferocious beasts to them, and they had all read the information. It meant they would be facing numerous high-level 2nd-tier beasts, against which regular firearms had greatly diminished effectiveness. Commander Su, I don't oppose advancing to 140 kilometers, but with our limited forces and so many recruits who have never faced these beasts before, won't this be too risky? General Guo of the Field Army asked. These so-called new recruits weren't exactly green recruits. Many were re-enlisted veterans who lacked experience battling ferocious beasts. General Guo, feel free to share your thoughts, Su Pingyan said, hoping to hear suggestions to supplement his own. It's simple. If we have more people, we can bulldoze through. If we're outnumbered, concentrate our superior forces and defeat the enemy piece by piece. We can divide into several fronts and phases, pushing forward step by step, while simultaneously constructing and segmenting defense lines. This way, the pressure will be much lighter, Guo explained. General Guo, wouldn't this strategy allow the beasts to bypass our rear and attack us from both sides? Yi Xiao interjected. There aren't many intelligent beasts, and even fewer with the intelligence to think of such a maneuver. I actually support General Guo's idea. However, what Captain Yi fears isn't baseless. We need to prepare precautions to prevent an embarrassing defeat, Su Pingyan said. Wise decision, Commander, Yi Xiao flattered. He deeply admired Su Pingyan. We'll divide into 4 directions and proceed in 4 phases, starting with the eastern front and then proceeding clockwise. Does anyone object? Su Pingyan split the entire operation into 4 phases, which would significantly reduce their pressure. We have no objections, General Guo replied with a slight shake of his head. Good. Su Pingyan nodded and continued. The eastern quarter sector covers approximately 93,415 square kilometers. Within this area, there is one extremely dangerous ferocious beast cluster, one 6-star dangerous level cluster, 4 5-star dangerous level clusters, 9 4-star dangerous level clusters, 33 3-star dangerous level clusters, 69 2-star dangerous level clusters, and 155 1-star dangerous level clusters. Besides these, there are also scattered beasts, but they pose little threat to us. This extremely dangerous area will be handled by Master Qi, Su Pingyan said, pointing at a dark red spot on the map. As for this 6-star dangerous level ferocious beast cluster, the Huangdi Corps will deploy 2 attack sequence battalions, and the War God Special Forces will commit full forces. Commander Tong Guan will serve as the temporary commander. For additional security, after Master Qi finishes his mission, he must rush there immediately for reinforcement, Su Pingyan added. This was an extra layer of insurance for the Huangdi Corps. After all, the Huangdi Corps was precious to him. He would feel pain even at the loss of a single soldier. Fine, Master Qi slightly nodded. A battle of this level was too easy for him. Understood. Tong Guan also acknowledged his orders. After we've eliminated the 6-star dangerous level beast cluster, I will contact you to deal with the following beast clusters one by one. This was different from the previous mission. This time, with a guardian present, he didn't need to personally deal with those dangerous spots. He could stay at the central command and direct the entire campaign. During this period, General Gua, your field army must remain fully ready. We may need your fire support at any moment. Once the beast clusters are eliminated, your responsibility will be to lead the 2 veteran field divisions to clean up the battlefield. After the cleanup, leave 2 new recruit field divisions behind to assist in defense, and help the construction corps brothers build the defensive lines, Su Pingyan ordered. Yes, sir. I guarantee the completion of the mission, Gua Xiaodian loudly affirmed. Commander, what about us? A life named Alifu stepped forward to ask. So far, they hadn't been assigned any task, and he had grown anxious. Just like last time, you will be responsible for eliminating the beasts surrounding the wild spirit herb gardens. Then hand the positions over to the field army brothers for defense, Su Pingyan replied with a smile. Understood. All right, move out, Su Pingyan commanded. Everyone immediately left the command center and started directing the troops into action. The army moved swiftly. Less than half an hour after receiving the orders, the Huangdi Corps had already arrived at their destination. Chapter 125, The Mighty Qi Zun. Report the situation, Tong Guan said seriously. Sir, there are a total of 160,000 ferocious beasts gathered here. The Beast King is at the 3rd star of Stage 3 cultivation, with more than 200 high-level beasts of Stage 2, 800 mid-level beasts of Stage 2, over 2,000 low-level beasts of Stage 2, and more than 10,000 high-level beasts of Stage 1. They are definitely the main force, his subordinate reported the intelligence sent from headquarters. When will Elder Qi Zun arrive? Tong Guan asked. He wasn't worried about the other beasts. The only one that concerned him was the Beast King. With a 3rd star, Stage 3 cultivation and a powerful protective aura, it might not fall with a single strike. If it survived the first attack, things would get complicated afterward. I will take care of the Beast King. The rest are yours. Just then, Qi Zun's voice echoed in their ears. Hiss, Tong Guan couldn't help but inhale sharply. That fast, Xiao Li was equally shocked. After all, they had only been on the move for half an hour. Qi Zun had been heading to deal with another highly dangerous gathering of ferocious beasts, and yet had arrived so quickly. There was no doubt about the might of the transcendent realm. Their understanding of Qi Zun's power had once again taken a leap. At the Shenlong Mountain headquarters. Peace, Qi Zun is so powerful, Qin Meng said in awe. Others couldn't see it, but they had witnessed Qi Zun's battle firsthand through the drone feed. Facing nearly 20,000 ferocious beasts, including 3 at 3rd star stage 3, 1 at 2nd star stage 4, and over 600 high-level stage 2 beasts, Qi Zun had ended the battle in less than a minute. A transcendent truly lives up to its name, a complete dominance. Su Pingyan couldn't help but marvel. Even with his previous life's memories giving him a sense of how powerful a transcendent could be, he was still deeply impressed now. I still have a long way to go, Su Pingyan assessed himself. If he had been the one to deal with this extreme danger zone, how long would it have taken him? The answer was at least half an hour. No choice, the number of beasts was just too overwhelming. Outside the 6-star danger level beast gathering site. Well then, the Beast King is taken care of. It's up to you all now. Suddenly, as if descending from the clouds, Qi Zun appeared before Tong Guan. Tong Guan couldn't help but swallow hard. If he were the target, there would be no chance to fight back. At the same time, his desire to reach a higher cultivation level intensified. All right, thank you for your efforts, Elder Qi Zun, Tong Guan replied respectfully. With a flash, Qi Zun appeared on the summit of a mountain, overlooking the battlefield below. According to the plan, prioritize eliminating the high-level stage 2 beasts and disrupt their formation, Tong Guan ordered. Yes, sir. Everyone quickly identified their targets, and soon after, countless rounds of ammunition poured into the enemy ranks. At the same time, armed helicopters hovered above, providing air support. Any beast that tried to approach the Yellow Emperor Legion would be specifically targeted. Concentrated groups of beasts were struck with rockets. With such powerful firepower, within less than half an hour, over half of the 160,000 beasts had been eliminated. Report, all high-level beasts have been eliminated. Good, cease the ranged assault. Draw your blades, Tong Guan commanded. In the future, close combat with blades would be essential. They had long trained for such scenarios. Now that the threat of high-level beasts was gone, it was the perfect time for real combat training, an opportunity Tong Guan certainly wouldn't miss. Yes, sir. Thus, a brutal melee battle broke out within the beast gathering zone. While the field army continued to strike from afar any beasts attempting to flee. Those that didn't run faced the full wrath of the Yellow Emperor Legion. In no time, another half hour passed, and a group of blood-soaked warriors emerged from the battlefield, looking like grim reapers. The battlefield is yours now, Tong Guan told the field army's regiment commander. Got it. Back at the Shenglong Mountain headquarters. Peace. The 6-star danger level beast gathering has been cleared, Qin Ming said. Then deploy them to the 5-star danger zones. Su Pingyan pointed to 4 red dots on the map. All right. They had set out at 7 a.m., and it wasn't until around 4 p.m. the next day that the final battle report reached Su Pingyan. Not bad. Su Pingyan took a look and nodded with satisfaction. By the way, old Qin, how long will it take to build the eastern section of the 4th defense line? Su Pingyan asked. This time we're building the defenses around the mountainous terrain. Here, here, and here. We'll construct 5 key checkpoints. As long as we hold those 5 points, any large-scale invasion from the outside beasts will be absolutely impossible. And it won't take long to build. The first phase will be completed in just 3 days. Qin Ming confidently pointed out 5 locations on the map. Previously, the territory was small, and as the core area, it could not afford to let even a single ferocious beast slip through, so the defense lines were very dense. Either walls were built or countless fortified bunkers were stationed to guard the area. But now, with a much larger territory and the expectation of further expansion, it would definitely not be feasible to proceed with the old methods, as the construction workload would be too massive. Although this can prevent large-scale beast invasions, we'll still have difficulty defending against smaller numbers of beasts and flying beasts. After all, the border is too long. We'll need to install more cameras and set up some patrol teams, Su Pingyan said. A small number of beasts and flying beasts could enter through the mountains. This could be partially prevented through intelligent surveillance, using modern technology to detect and eliminate them early. Although this approach couldn't completely prevent beasts from entering the territory, it could reduce the risk to the greatest extent possible. Moreover, as the territory expands outward, these regions will gradually become the interior, so there was no need to rush. Progress could be made step by step. All right, how long will Phase 2 take? And how about Phase 3? Su Pingyan asked further. Phase 1 was only about building walls at the narrowest points to prevent beasts from entering through that route. This was the most basic stage. Phase 2 will take about 10 days, and Phase 3 will take roughly a month, Qin Ming replied. Phase 2 involved reinforcing and raising the walls, patching up all gaps, and constructing 3 layers of walls at each pass for better defense. Phase 3 was even more complex, requiring the construction of small cities or military fortresses at each key pass. After all, these locations would eventually be manned by troops guarding the border. In total, about a month and a half. Not bad, not too slow. Su Pingyan nodded in approval. Let the frontline soldiers rest for the night. Tomorrow, we begin the Southern Front campaign, Su Pingyan ordered. Understood, I'll make the arrangements immediately, Qin Ming nodded. In the following days, Su Pingyan commanded the battlefield operations from the headquarters while sorting through the ferocious beasts brought in from the front lines, keeping only the precious ones and refining the rest into foundation-enhancing spirit liquids. The remaining time was spent practicing martial arts techniques, such as the piercing star finger and the heaven-sundering sword draw. Phew, finally mastered it. Su Pingyan couldn't help but smile slightly on his face. Chapter 126. Sit in rows, share the fruits. After previous real combat and recent training, his martial arts skill Breakstar Finger finally entered the human stage, and his power took another step forward. The cultivation levels of martial arts techniques are divided into 8 realms: beginner, entry, minor mastery, mastery, major mastery, perfection, micro-understanding, and artistic conception. Right now, he had only just entered the entry stage with Breakstar Finger. As for the heaven-severing sword technique, he was still at the beginner stage, barely starting to learn it. As for spear techniques, it was the broken army 7 forms he had cultivated in his previous life. In that life, he had reached the mastery stage. In this life, after so much time in cultivation, he had already recovered to the level of his previous life, reaching the mastery stage. Omping, the Northern Front campaign is also over. The army is returning. Qin Ming ran excitedly towards Su Omping and said, "Don't return yet. First, continue clearing the dangerous beasts inside the territory, and second, assist the construction corps to accelerate the building projects." Su Omping immediately decided to prevent the army from returning. That works too. There are still at least several 10,000 dangerous beasts inside the territory that need clearing out. Qin Ming thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. 5 more days passed, and the field army had completely eradicated all the dangerous beasts within the territory. The first phase of the 4th defense line had been fully completed. The second phase projects on the eastern and southern fronts had already been completed ahead of schedule. Commander, this battle yielded abundant achievements. Tell everyone the details, so our people can also feel happy. Su Omping said. All right. In this battle, our army eliminated a total of 9 third-stage triple-star dangerous beasts, 27 third-stage double-star dangerous beasts, 112 third-stage single-star dangerous beasts, 290,000 second-stage high-rank dangerous beasts, 970,000 second-stage mid-rank beasts, 7.46 million second-stage low-rank beasts, more than 8,000 first-stage 10-star beasts, 3.06 million first-stage high-rank beasts, 18.23 million first-stage mid-rank beasts, and 4.82 million first-stage low-rank beasts. The third-stage dangerous beasts were mostly eliminated by experts at the artifact venerable level. Otherwise, so many third-stage beasts would have certainly caused considerable casualties to the army. In addition, we have obtained 39 medicinal gardens and discovered 846 locations with spirit herbs. Experts specialized in tending and alchemical inheritance have already been dispatched there for care and cultivation. The medicinal gardens obtained from the first battle had already become the research site for the experts. It was said that they were even considering trying to refine pills. Furthermore, based on where the dangerous beasts gathered, we discovered 3 spirit springs and 22 locations with denser spiritual energy than other areas. Relevant experts have been sent to survey these places to determine whether they possess spirit veins. I believe we'll soon have results. When Qin Ming reported this, Su Onping couldn't help but reveal a smile, even a hint of excitement appearing on his face. Because any place with a spirit spring had at least a 90% chance of containing a spirit vein. So long as it was a spirit vein, even the lowest rank of the inferior grade, it was extremely valuable for China. As for areas where spiritual energy was unusually dense, they weren't necessarily spirit veins. It could be an abandoned spirit stone mine, or because some spirit herbs had made the surrounding spiritual energy abnormally thick, or because these places held ancient array marks from ancient times. So when spiritual energy began to revive, these locations became birthplaces of spiritual energy. Of course, they might just be spirit veins. In short, the more of these locations, the better. Lastly, in this battle, not a single soldier of ours died. Only 4 were severely injured, and 57 lightly injured. The results were glorious, Qin Ming said excitedly. In such a major battle, having no deaths at all was really rare, far beyond his previous expectations. Su Onping felt deeply pleased in his heart. Mainly because everyone had already gained experience in fighting dangerous beasts, knowing when to go out, when to eliminate enemies from a distance, and resolutely avoiding close combat. You've all done exceptionally well, Su Onping praised, smiling. It's all due to Commander's capable leadership, Tong Guan bowed. Didn't expect our camp commander Tong to know how to flatter people now. That's rare, haha. Su Onping joked. Ha! Everyone burst into laughter. It was clear that everyone was in an excellent mood. As for the spirit herbs, I'll leave them to the experts. But regarding foundation building spirit liquids, I have finished refining all of them in these past few days. Su Onping paused slightly as he spoke. Everyone looked at him in anticipation, their breathing quickening. Commander, go on, don't keep us in suspense, Tong Guan impatiently urged. Yes, Commander Su, just tell us already. Gua Xiaodian also showed rare eagerness. Su Onping smiled gently and didn't disappoint them, saying, currently, we have a total of 255 drops of grade, 3 low foundation building spirit liquid, 8.12 million drops of grade, 2 high foundation building spirit liquid, 27.75 million drops of grade, 2 mid foundation building spirit liquid, 219.32 million drops of grade, 2 low foundation building spirit liquid, 272,000 drops of grade, 1 supreme foundation building spirit liquid, 869.06 million drops of grade, 1 high foundation building spirit liquid, 539.61 million drops of grade, 1 mid foundation building spirit liquid, and 190.74 million drops of grade, 1 low foundation building spirit liquid. SSSHH. Everyone inhaled sharply upon hearing the numbers. So much. King, unbelievable. With this much foundation building spirit liquid, our cultivation will skyrocket. This is awesome, haha. Commander, how do you plan to distribute all this foundation building spirit liquid? Qin Ming asked first. Everyone's attention instantly shifted towards Su Onping, also curious about how the allocation would proceed. Su Onping paused for a moment before replying. Naturally, it will be distributed according to everyone's current cultivation levels. At present, the contribution value system of China hadn't been completed yet, so for now, these resources were still directly distributed by him. Once that system was fully set up, everything would be allocated based on its rules. Captain Yi, how about you give me the current cultivation levels of each member in your War God Special Team? Su Onping asked Yi Shao. Commander, among our special team, 14 members have already broken through to the early stage of Qi Blood Layer 4, and the remaining 26 have all reached the ultimate stage of Qi Blood Layer 3. Yi Shao replied immediately, clearly very familiar with the status of his soldiers. In that case, allocate 130 drops of grade, 2 low foundation building spirit liquid, 140,000 drops of grade, 2 mid foundation building spirit liquid, 180,000 drops of grade, 2 high foundation building spirit liquid, and additionally 40 drops of grade, 3 low foundation building spirit liquid. Su Onping quickly calculated internally before continuing. I roughly estimated that given your War God Special Team members' foundations, with these foundation building spirit liquids, they should all be able to cultivate up to the marrow washing layer. Thank you, Commander. Yi Shao was excited. Marrow washing layer, a third cultivation stage. How powerful it was could be judged by observing the destructive power of third stage dangerous beasts. Others looked on with envy, as the War God Special Team only had 40 members but had received so many resources. However, they also understood that this elite team was being cultivated to become super soldiers and the foundation of China. Once they understood that, everyone calmed down. Captain Tong, Captain Xiao, Deputy Commander Li Fu, how about your soldiers' current statuses? Su Onping asked the two next, reporting to the commander. The three responded respectively, each accurately reporting the current state of their subordinates, equally as well informed about their troops as Yi Shao had been. These three represented the remaining members of the Yanhuang army. Chapter 127, Expansion of the Yanhuang Legion. Su Pingyan hesitated for a moment, mentally calculating rapidly before making his arrangements. I will allocate to you 310,000 drops of second-tier lower-grade foundation elixir, 3,850,000 drops of second-tier mid-grade foundation elixir, and 460,000 drops of second-tier upper-grade foundation elixir. With these foundation elixirs, your entire forces should be able to advance to the early stage of the 8th Qi condensation realm. The amount of remaining second-tier mid-grade foundation elixir was definitely insufficient. Therefore, Su Pingyan had to make some of the second-tier upper-grade foundation elixirs downward compatible to barely meet the demand. As a result, only 55,000 drops of second-tier upper-grade foundation elixir remained. Thank you, Commander. The three of them replied excitedly. Although it might be somewhat inferior compared to the War God Special Forces, they were already very satisfied. After all, given the current amount of foundation elixir available, the majority of high-grade resources had already been given to them. What more could they ask for? Subsequently, Xiaodian reported the situation of the field army. Su Pingyan thought for a moment before saying, "All right, the original 2 veteran field divisions will be allocated 290,000 drops of first-tier upper-grade foundation elixir, 120,000 drops of first-tier supreme-grade foundation elixir, and 520,000 drops of second-tier lower-grade foundation elixir. With this allocation, these 2 veteran field divisions should be able to reach the early stage of the second Qi condensation realm." As for the 8 new divisions, Su Pingyan added after a moment's thought, "I'll assign 8.3 million drops of first-tier mid-grade foundation elixir, 13.5 million drops of first-tier upper-grade foundation elixir, 120,000 drops of first-tier supreme-grade foundation elixir, plus 1,040,000 drops of second-tier lower-grade foundation elixir. With this, all the soldiers of these 8 divisions should be able to reach the early stage of the first Qi condensation realm." The first-tier mid and upper-grade foundation elixirs were insufficient on their own, so it was necessary to use second-tier lower-grade foundation elixirs to supplement. In the end, what remained in Su Pingyan's possession was just 215 drops of third-tier lower-grade foundation elixir, 55,000 drops of second-tier upper-grade foundation elixir, 99,910,000 drops of second-tier lower-grade foundation elixir, 32,000 drops of first-tier supreme-grade foundation elixir, and 190,740,000 drops of first-tier lower-grade foundation elixir. As for the construction corps, the 4 veteran divisions will be given 7.3 million drops of first-tier upper-grade foundation elixir, all of the over 3,200 drops of first-tier supreme-grade foundation elixir, plus 60,000 drops of second-tier lower-grade foundation elixir. With this allocation, the 60,000 personnel across these 4 divisions should all be able to reach the early stage of the first Qi condensation realm. Su Pingyan's arrangement was aimed at enabling everyone to raise their cultivation levels to the Qi condensation realm, which was still quite a large difference compared to the body tempering realm, making it significantly important for future development. As for the 6 new divisions, Su Pingyan said, entering a moment of contemplation before continuing after a long pause, "I'll allocate 405,000 drops of first-tier lower-grade foundation elixir, 1.26 million drops of first-tier mid-grade foundation elixir, 1.44 million drops of first-tier upper-grade foundation elixir, plus 100,000 drops of second-tier lower-grade foundation elixir. That should enable all the soldiers to reach the early stage of the first Qi condensation realm. Of course, with the amount harvested this time alone, it would definitely not be enough. Therefore, Su Pingyan had also personally contributed some additional reserves. However, he wouldn't suffer a loss from this contribution, as it would be truthfully reported and compensated accordingly based on the previously agreed price. After the calculations, he estimated he would personally contribute around 700,000 drops of second-tier lower-grade foundation elixir. Converted, this was only equivalent to 7 drops of third-tier supreme-grade foundation elixir. To him, that was but a drop in the ocean. All right, I'll hand over the foundation elixirs to Old Qin later. He will distribute them according to this plan. I hope everyone works hard at cultivation and raises their strength as soon as possible, Su Pingyan encouraged. Yes, everyone replied excitedly. To digest all these resources would clearly take quite some time, during which they would certainly need to go hunting and obtain more resources. These would then be distributed to the experts who also needed to enhance their power. Su Pingyan had all of this figured out. After the meeting, he briefly spoke with Qin Ming and mentioned it to Shui Yong, asking him to inform the upper echelons. Once everyone had left, Qin Ming approached Su Pingyan quietly and said, "This time, you ended up contributing quite a bit. It's fine. Anyway, there's monetary compensation for it. And once we digest these resources, we will have 40 marrow washing experts, over 2,000 experts at the 8th Qi condensation realm, 260,000 experts at the 2nd Qi condensation realm, and 2.54 million experts at the 1st Qi condensation realm. Can you imagine how grand that would be?" Su Pingyan replied excitedly. Qin Ming glanced at Su Pingyan, feeling immense admiration. He knew that Su Pingyan was not short of money at all now, and that the foundation elixirs were truly the most precious resources. To exchange the foundation elixirs for money, Su Pingyan was clearly at a loss. Yet he still did it anyway, showing just how deeply rooted Su Pingyan's patriotism was. Yeah, with so many powerful experts, if we were back on Lanshan and had modern firearms, we could sweep across the entire world, Qin Ming said with a confident smile. Su Pingyan slightly nodded. Discounting nuclear weapons and other ultimate weapons, that would indeed be enough. By the way, Old Qin, I'll leave things here in your hands for now. I need to go to Crescent Island, Su Pingyan said. Is the battle about to begin there? Although Qin Ming was at Shenlong Mountain, he already knew from Shui Yong that the Huaxia faction had already opened the second portal, with Crescent Archipelago on the other side. He was aware of this information. Su Pingyan gave a slight nod. Yes, the intensity there will be a bit lower than here. However, the soldiers' cultivation levels there are even lower. Higher-ups are worried about unexpected incidents during the major battle, so they want me to personally oversee operations to ensure absolute success. Mainly because they were afraid high-rank Xiong beasts might suddenly appear, causing massive casualties. You go ahead. When you return next time, I believe things here will have already undergone earth-shaking changes, Qin Ming said confidently. After all, city construction had already started. By then, the city would be extremely magnificent. I'm looking forward to it. Outside the Death Valley, just as Su Pingyan exited, he ran into Shui Yong, who had come rushing toward him. What's the rush? What's wrong? Su Pingyan asked curiously. Looking for you. Now that you're out. Perfect. Shui Yong's face displayed anxiety. What's happened? Su Pingyan asked, puzzled. There are two things. Shui Yong took a deep breath, holding up 2 fingers, his eyes filled with a trace of envy. First, the Prime Minister asked me to inform you that the Yanhuang Legion lacks manpower, and it's time to expand its ranks. The attack unit will temporarily be expanded to 2 battalions, the defense unit will also be expanded to 2 battalions, and the War God Special Forces will expand to 100 members. Additionally, the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper Squad will be newly established. Upon hearing Shui Yong's words, Su Pingyan's eyes lit up, almost tripling in size. His mood immediately became even better. Previously, the attack unit only had 2 companies, each company comprising 1,177 people. According to the 3-3 system, 1 battalion consisted of 3 companies, plus directly subordinated units. The number might reach nearly 4,000. Combined with 1 battalion of the defense unit, the Yanhuang Legion's total numbers would soon surpass 150,000. This was truly great news. Chapter 128, Return to Shenlong Mountain. Although expanding the force was a good thing, there was one major issue. New recruits might not match the cultivation levels of the existing members. Su Pingyan thought about the 2 veteran field divisions under General Xiaodian and wondered if he could find some solutions there. Xiaodian, who was in the middle of distributing foundation-building spirit liquids, suddenly shivered for no apparent reason and muttered, "It's not even cold today. Could someone be cursing me behind my back?" Oh right, what's the plan for the company-level organization? You need to submit a proposal soon, and then directly report it to the higher-ups. The Prime Minister said they won't interfere in principle. Shui Yong added, "Understood, I'll prepare the proposal shortly. Please give my regards to the Prime Minister." Su Pingyan replied cheerfully, "No problem. What's the second matter then? What is it?" Su Pingyan asked curiously. The top leadership believes that since there are 2 portals in Huaxia, we cannot favor one over the other. They want you to divide the Yellow Emperor Legion into 2 parts. One to remain at Shenlong Mountain, and the other to be transferred to Crescent Island. Both locations need elite forces stationed there for security. Shui Yong explained. That's fine. It makes sense, actually. Even Crescent Island might require more manpower. Su Pingyan nodded. It was a manageable issue. After all, Shenlong Mountain had basically stabilized, and the next major battle would take a long time to arrive. Speaking of this, I also have a request for you to relay to the top leadership. Su Pingyan recalled something. Go ahead. Send a group of people into the other realm. Not soldiers this time, but people from all walks of life, even ordinary civilians. That region already covers nearly 450,000 square kilometers, and stability is just around the corner. Development will come next. We need to integrate and utilize this land as soon as possible to provide new momentum for Huaxia's growth. Su Pingyan explained. This was not just about gaining 450,000 additional square kilometers. It was an entire other realm. The economic value of such a vast territory was beyond calculation. Huaxia's economic development had somewhat stagnated, and with the global conflicts intensifying and economic pressures mounting daily, finding new economic growth points in another world would be fantastic news for Huaxia. Shui Yong's eyes lit up after hearing this, and he nodded in agreement. You're absolutely right. In the past, because of instability, our main focus was exploration. But after 2 major battles, we've gained control of a large area. It's time for large-scale development. Rest assured, I'll raise this matter to the leadership as soon as possible. I believe they will make the right decision. Shui Yong said confidently. Great, I'll leave it to you. Su Pingyan nodded. Because of Shui Yong's visit, Su Pingyan, who was originally preparing to depart for Crescent Island, thought for a moment and decided to return to Shenlong Mountain first. Why are you back again? Qin Ming looked at Su Pingyan in surprise. The top leadership just issued new orders. Our Yellow Emperor Legion is about to be expanded. Su Pingyan shared the good news with Qin Ming as soon as he saw him. Really? Qin Ming became instantly excited. After calming down, he asked, how much will it be expanded by? Any other arrangements for us? You figured it out? Su Pingyan looked at Qin Ming. Of course. At this timing, although it's due in part to your accomplishments in the 2 battles, it's more likely related to Crescent Island, right? Qin Ming guessed. Su Pingyan nodded. Exactly. The upper leadership hopes to divide the Yellow Emperor Legion into 2 parts. One to remain at Shenlong Mountain, and the other to be deployed to Crescent Island. Both locations need powerful experts to oversee matters. And this time, the expansion will be quite large. 2 battalions for the offensive units, 2 battalions for the defensive units, and the God of War Special Forces will be expanded to 100 members. Su Pingyan added. How do you plan to proceed? I'll follow your lead. Qin Ming said. I need capable people to take charge in both places. You're more familiar with this region, so I'll leave you here, and I'd like to hear your suggestion for Crescent Island. Su Pingyan said. What about Old Wu? Qin Ming suggested. Commissar Wu is naturally a solid choice. He's very capable. Su Pingyan nodded. Let it be him. So quickly decided? Yeah, we've worked together for so many years now. We all know each other well. Collaboration will be smooth and easy. Working with someone new would require adjustment. Deep down, Su Pingyan had been thinking of Wu Kuei as well. Where do you plan to recruit the new soldiers from? New recruits or from General Guo's troops? Qin Ming looked at Su Pingyan with a knowing smile. Su Pingyan also smiled, and the two were on the same page. Naturally from General Guo. Haha, I wonder how General Guo will feel about this news. Qin Ming laughed joyfully. They're all for the good of Huaxia. I believe General Guo will certainly be willing. Su Pingyan said. Qin Ming simply rolled his eyes and didn't say anything further. Alright, what are your thoughts on the regiment-level organization? Qin Ming suddenly asked with interest. I do have some ideas. I was just about to share them with you, so you can help me review them. Su Pingyan thought for a moment and spoke openly. My plan is for each regiment-level unit to consist of 3 battalions, 1 regiment-level communication squadron, 1 regiment-level enforcement squad, the Xuanwu detachment, a logistics detachment, and a vanguard unit. As for the command structure, there will be 1 regiment commander, 2 deputy commanders, and 2 political commissars. The total will be 4,435 personnel. What do you think? Su Pingyan explained. The vanguard unit. Qin Ming asked with a hint of confusion. That unit will be composed of the most talented soldiers in each regiment. Those with the strongest combat abilities and cultivation techniques focused on killing and battle. We'll group all those battle-obsessed experts into this vanguard unit. Whether it's for launching attacks or breaking through obstacles, this vanguard will serve as our sharpest blade, Su Pingyan explained. Qin Ming nodded slightly. That sounds feasible. The Yellow Emperor Legion already has the God of War Special Forces as our elite strike unit. Having a vanguard unit in each regiment is acceptable. Then it's settled for now, Su Pingyan smiled. The Yellow Emperor Legion would eventually consist of 4 regiments, along with the God of War Special Forces and the Big Dipper Squad. Adding in Su Pingyan as the Legion commander and Qin Ming and Wu Kuei as the 2 deputy commanders, the total strength reached 17,850 personnel. This would be the Yellow Emperor Legion's total force size for the foreseeable future, an impressive jump in combat strength. Inside the Field Army Headquarters tent. What? You want to handpick the most talented elites from my field army? Guo Xiaodian almost thought he had misheard, and his face darkened noticeably. Even though it was the Legion commander Su Pingyan standing before him, his mood was still sour. General Guo, if you think about it, you should have seen this coming. The Yellow Emperor Legion will definitely expand in the future. Eventually, it would have to recruit capable and talented individuals from either your field army or the construction corps. After all, the Yellow Emperor Legion is aimed at building a high-end combat force, Su Pingyan explained. Then you should first pick some people from the construction corps. If that's not enough, come back to me later, Guo Xiaodian replied coldly. Chapter 129, David. Even if we select from both legions, the number still isn't enough, so it's the same either way. Su Pingyan shrugged. What do you mean? Guo Xiaodian had a bad feeling about this. I plan to prioritize warriors who have reached the 10th stage of body tempering. Second, we will choose based on the level of martial arts techniques they've acquired. Finally, we will pick a few soldiers who either possess strong fighting spirit or love combat. Su Pingyan replied honestly. Upon hearing this, Guo Xiaodian's expression turned even grimmer. Though he couldn't refuse, it was an order. Not just Su Pingyan's command, but also a directive from higher-ups. Guo Xiaodian let out a deep breath and said helplessly, don't take all the best ones. Leave me a few seats. This was all he could do now, hoping Su Pingyan would have mercy out of respect for their relationship and leave him some capable men. Su Pingyan nodded. Don't worry, I will. As for exactly how he would proceed with the selections, that remained to be seen. After finishing his conversation with Guo Xiaodian, Su Pingyan left the other realm and headed to Crescent Island. However, he didn't immediately expand the ranks. He needed to wait until everyone had absorbed the gains from their recent battle and could determine who among them had reached the 10th stage of body tempering, and who had advanced to the 11th stage. Those were the ideal candidates for the War God Special Forces. As for the Big Dipper Squad, Su Pingyan had already taught them the Big Dipper sword technique and the sword formation a few days earlier. What remained was for them to practice it. As for resources, they were certainly not lacking, and had the highest priority. Crescent Island. Commander, you finally arrived. I was starting to think you had forgotten about us, Li Ming said with slight resentment. Although previously he was only a general of the construction corps, due to his experience in both building and combat at Shinnong Mountain, plus his decent cultivation level and his familiarity with Su Pingyan, the higher-ups had conveniently promoted him to become the commander-in-chief of Crescent Island. He was not only in charge of 10 divisions of the construction corps, but also 10 divisions of field troops, significantly increasing his authority. However, because of this very reason, he felt as if walking on thin ice, fearing even the smallest mistake might make him a traitor to Huaxia. How could that be? The battle over there was just at its peak. Of course I couldn't leave in the middle as commander-in-chief. Anyway, I'm here now, right? Su Pingyan smiled slightly and explained. Then, Commander, how should we proceed here? Li Ming got back to business. How is the scouting situation here? Su Pingyan asked, concerned. Operations on Crescent Island needed to be adapted to local conditions, flexible and adaptable, unlike those at Shinnong Mountain. Based on scouting, combined with the strength of our soldiers, I think your previous plan was excellent, Commander. So this time, we propose expanding 45 kilometers to the east, 80 kilometers to the west, 65 kilometers to the north, and 60 kilometers to the south. That totals about 1.56 million square kilometers. Li Ming replied. 1.56 million square kilometers wasn't a small area, It was even larger than the land they first captured during the initial battle at Shinong Mountain. Are they all borders between first-tier and second-tier beastmen? Su Pingyan confirmed. Yes, and we've actually pulled it in a bit. For example, to the east, the rough border between first-tier and second-tier beastmen lies between 45 to 48 kilometers. Beyond 48 kilometers, the number of second-tier beastmen increases significantly. Within 45 kilometers, aside from a few places, second-tier beastmen are basically not seen. Li Ming explained. Good. Then proceed with this plan. Su Pingyan was very satisfied. Although there were 20 divisions here, their strength was still relatively weak. This was the safest and most reliable option. When can we launch the attack? Su Pingyan asked. At any time. We've long been prepared here. The ammunition reserves are sufficient. Moreover, these days, we've also been cultivating by consuming beastman meat. Everyone's cultivation has slightly improved. There are no ordinary humans left now. Even the weakest among us has reached at least the second stage of body tempering. Li Ming said proudly. Although without foundation building spirit liquids, their cultivation speed was much slower. But they had martial techniques and beastman meat. Under the same circumstances, their cultivation speed was much faster than normal cultivators. Su Pingyan estimated that normal cultivators without techniques, in these past few days, most likely hadn't even passed the fourth stage of body tempering. Those who had broken through to the fourth stage would be extremely rare. You've already scouted the beastmen gathering areas as well. Completed. Alright, then I'll entrust this battle to you. I'll stay at the center as your backup. Su Pingyan said. Li Ming understood the situation here the best, plus he had participated in the battle at Shinong Mountain, so he knew how to conduct warfare. Commander, that won't be appropriate. You're the Supreme Commander. Li Ming hesitated slightly. Since I am the Supreme Commander, I hereby appoint you as the commander of this major battle. I'll be in charge of overall control. Is that acceptable? Su Pingyan said. Yes, sir. I guarantee the mission will be completed, Li Ming replied, having no choice but to accept the order. Fortunately, he had already drafted many strategic plans beforehand, and now with Su Pingyan backing him up, he felt even more confident. The upcoming battle would be straightforward. The field army would eliminate beastman gathering points through long-range attacks. For any particularly stubborn beastmen, Su Pingyan would personally intervene. Even without the participation of the Yanhuang Legion, the soldiers still performed admirably. In addition to handling this major battle, Su Pingyan kept himself busy. While cultivating, he also refined the spoils of war he had brought back into foundation-building spirit liquids. At the same time, he sent some of the milder, nourishing beastman corpses to the capital. While the battles at Shinong Mountain and Crescent Island were underway, the outside world had not remained idle. The international situation shifted dramatically. At the Allied forces base on North Sea Island. Fools, a bunch of fools. David, the newly appointed 4-star general and supreme battlefield commander, stomped in rage, his only recourse being curses. He was already the 3rd supreme commander appointed during this period. There was no alternative. The previous 2 had failed to seize control of the wormhole. This put the Sam nation in a very disadvantageous position. The world believed they already controlled the wormhole, and George had campaigned heavily on this point. However, few knew they had only secured control from the Blue Planet side. The other end was still held by someone else. If they couldn't capture the other end, then controlling just their side meant nothing. George and his people simply could not accept that. Everyone knew that in the struggle for control of the wormhole, the Allied forces had already suffered over 10 million casualties. Even the Sam nation alone had already lost more than 3 million troops. Unimaginable and terrifying numbers. If they had paid such a high price but still couldn't access the new world, George could already envision his future fate. This was the very reason he kept replacing commanders, and why David was nearly driven mad with anxiety. Chapter 130 Ceasefire. General, the passage is too narrow. The enemy is well prepared already. We will become targets as soon as we move forward. Unless we can deplete their ammunition stockpile first, there might be some hope with hand-to-hand combat, the chief of staff said helplessly. Of course, they could also use high-intensity bombs, but they dared not for fear of destroying the wormhole itself, which would leave them with nothing. That's why they were so hesitant to act. Then let's use a mass assault to wear them down. They're only Japanese over there. They have limited manpower and ammunition. Eventually we can seize control over there, David said anxiously, starting to speak irrationally. The soldiers are afraid to enter the wormhole now. Nobody is willing to go in anymore. The chief of staff's words brought David back to reality, which was one of their main sources of anxiety. Everyone knew entering meant almost certain death. Only a fool would go in. What's the situation on the bear's side? David asked. They're still attacking nonstop. They have practically taken control of 3 islands. Takeda Saburo has declared submission to the bear, the chief of staff said with a grim expression. Japan, this useless country. Such a bunch of bastards, just like fence-sitters, David said, furious enough to kill someone. Do they still refuse to believe what we've told them? David asked after calming down. They don't believe us. David mimicked the former 5-star general, lit his pipe, and fell into deep thought. After a long while he spoke. All right, contact the homeland. We can't keep fighting like this anymore. If this dragging on continues, we cannot afford it. Nor can the bear, but we're giving the Japanese a chance to benefit from this. You mean a ceasefire, General? The chief of staff asked, startled. Yes. The most important thing now is seizing control of the other side, not wasting ourselves in meaningless battles. We can cooperate with the bear. They want control over the wormhole. Let them fight. I understand your meaning, General. I'll report the situation to the homeland immediately, the chief of staff nodded. Inside the Oval Office of Sam Country's White House, the atmosphere felt heavy. What do you all think about David's suggestion? The leader's words broke the silence. Mr. Leader, it seems we have no choice now. This is the option that best serves our interests. Bryn, being the confidant, spoke up first. That's right. We cannot keep being locked in stalemate like this. The daily cost is too high. Now the noblemen in Parliament are already quite dissatisfied, and the public is even more eager for the discovery of the new world. Some people online are expressing doubt about our claim of controlling the wormhole. Golden Hair is also constantly accusing us of deception toward the public, James said with a grim face. The bear won't believe us anyway. So ceasefire. Let them fight. That way, we can let the bear consume Yamamoto's troops and ammunition for us. Right? The most important thing now is seizing control of the other side, and cooperating with the bear makes sense. The bear has constant logistical support from Huaxia, but if we cooperate with the bear to jointly control the wormhole, we can completely exclude Huaxia from this, which serves our interest well. The bear is much easier to deal with than Huaxia. This statement directly swayed George's thinking. He immediately made the decision. Fine, proceed according to David's suggestion. Bryn, you go to the Kremlin to personally meet the Great Leader and express our willingness to cooperate. Yes, sir. At the Kremlin of the Bear. Great Leader, the Sam country sent us a message saying Bryn wants to visit us. Shall we agree? The foreign minister asked. Oh, they want to visit us now? Interesting. The Great Leader responded with interest. Although he had no idea what George was planning, he was happy to meet with him anyway. Agree to meet him, the Great Leader said. The next day, back at the Kremlin, Bryn hurried over. Good day, Great Leader, Bryn politely greeted. Mr. Bryn, it's quite a long journey from Sam country to the Bear. I wonder why you came here. The Great Leader asked. He didn't feel like talking much. For ceasefire. Bryn's words stunned the Great Leader, who stopped walking. Ceasefire? Haha, we have the advantage now. Why would I want a ceasefire? The Great Leader retorted. Great Leader, is the advantage really on your side? If Huaxia stops supplying logistics, how many days can you keep up with the current ammunition supply? Bryn countered. That's none of your business. Huaxia is quite reliable. They promised supplies and wouldn't break that promise at the last minute. The Great Leader replied confidently. Deep down, how much truth was there to that belief? He himself wasn't sure, but he definitely had to say that in front of Bryn. Great Leader, the more support Huaxia provides, the greater the cost you'll have to pay in the future. Right now, the control of the wormhole is in our Sam country's hands. If we call for a ceasefire and jointly develop the new world, Huaxia will no longer have a place in this matter. You wouldn't want to see your own neighbor rise, would you? After all, you're occupying a large portion of their territory. Don't be fooled by the good relationship now. It's hard to say what'll happen in the future. Don't you agree, Great Leader? Bryn's words greatly shook the Great Leader. Or rather, this had always been a deep concern in the Great Leader's heart. Previously, to counter Sam country's hegemony, they had no choice but to turn to Huaxia and cooperate more deeply with them. But that didn't mean they had no fear or hesitation toward Huaxia at all. It was just a case of choosing the lesser of two evils. This kind of petty divisive tactic won't work on me, nor is it worth mentioning. The Great Leader scoffed coldly. It's not divisive, it's the truth. I've come here with sincerity this time, genuinely wanting to cease fire and cooperate with you in developing the new world, Bryn said seriously. Why? The Great Leader asked solemnly. Although he had claimed the advantage before, deep down, he knew that if the conflict continued, the bear might very likely collapse again. Already, there were dissenting voices within the country. After all, in such a short time of fighting, so many lives had been lost, far more than the total casualties in the previous 2 years combined. If the war continued, how many more would die? As we've said before, Yamamoto Nijuichi controls the other side. We simply can't take it. This means even if we control the wormhole on Blue Star, we'll gain nothing. If we gain nothing anyway, why should we fight against you day after day? Wouldn't it be better to stop mutual destruction? Bryn explained honestly. So it's actually true. This tyrant Yamamoto indeed has a brilliant strategy, the Great Leader said gravely. If he hadn't believed it before, now he truly did. That's right. We now have two choices, Bryn said, raising 2 fingers. Chapter 131, Public Opinion Boils Over. First, we cooperate to defeat the enemy first, take control of the other side, and then decide the final outcome between us. Second, cooperate to take control of the other side, and then collaborate in developing the new world, Bryn said. If we take control of the other side, how will we cooperate, and how will future profits be divided? The Emperor asked. This was the core issue. We get 60%, you get 40%, and China gets nothing, Bryn replied. Split it 50-50, or forget it, the Emperor declared. Emperor, don't forget, we currently control the wormhole on this side of Blue Planet. We hold the greater advantage, so it's only natural that we receive a larger share. Plus, we have a lot of smaller allies under us. They're also going to take their cut, Bryn countered. We also have our own smaller allies, the Emperor replied. But the countries under your command, in terms of both national strength and population scale, can't compare with ours, can they? Bryn shot back. The Emperor fell into thought. After a long pause, he looked at Bryn and said, Fine, let's do it this way. Indeed, China couldn't afford to keep fighting anymore. This was currently the best solution. As for the 40% share, that was just now. Future allocations would depend on circumstances. Emperor, your wisdom is boundless. Bryn exhaled in relief, finally fulfilling his mission. With the bear and the Sam nation announcing cooperation, the entire world erupted. What the hell? Is the bear backstabbing China? How did they suddenly ally with the Sam? This is outrageous. With this, won't China end up with absolutely nothing? Too despicable. What is our leadership thinking? Now is the time to send in the troops. If we wait any longer, there'll be nothing left. Many netizens inside the country were outraged and anxious. The Chinese people were extremely envious of this new world beyond the wormhole. Originally, some had quietly expressed reservations about the upper echelon strategy. Now, things had only gotten worse. Their grievances no longer even attempted to be concealed, openly erupting online. It's probably already too late to get involved now that the bear has allied with the SAM, counting all their small allies. Unless China wants to take on the entire world, we can't afford to jump in. What's there to fear? Don't you all know how fierce the fighting has been on the other side lately? By now, all the other nations have suffered heavy losses. Meanwhile, we have been preserving our strength and haven't sustained any losses at all. We're perfectly capable of taking on the whole world. Speaking of which, the SAM already controls the wormhole. Why would they even cooperate with the bear? Don't tell me they're afraid of the bear. This situation is indeed suspicious. It's not just the SAM suddenly changing their behavior, have you noticed? The SAM has controlled the wormhole for a long time now, yet they haven't released any information about the new world so far. That's extremely unusual. Maybe they just want to keep it secret? Keep it secret? Come on, with their current difficult situation, only by announcing some information and potential benefits from the new world could they stabilize their position as the dominant power. Otherwise, their hegemony would be in grave danger. There's something even stranger. China has remained completely silent so far. Although we publicly talk about peace, you all have seen the domestic mobilization recently. It's clearly preparing for war. So why are we still not making a move? It's so confusing. I feel like I don't even recognize the world anymore. It feels too unfamiliar. Everyone should just focus on work. The upper leadership has definitely received more intelligence than we ever could. There are many smart people there. They wouldn't possibly ignore the new world completely. There must be deeper considerations. Just wait and see. In the core conference room of the capital, has the online public opinion been contained? The chancellor asked. It has been calmed down and subtly guided in the right direction. There shouldn't be any problems now, the Secretary General replied. The chancellor nodded slightly and said, just now, the Bear Emperor sent a formal note explaining the reasons for their cooperation with the SAM. All of you should read it. The high-ranking officials skimmed the note and instantly understood. That explains why the Emperor suddenly changed his attitude so drastically. That little country of Ichiban is indeed cunning. We never considered this before, but they actually set up multiple lines of defense over there in advance. Thus, even though the SAM controls the wormhole on the blue planet side, they can't pass through easily. That must be frustrating. No wonder they wanted to halt the fighting with the bear. Otherwise, continuing the conflict would only lead to mutual destruction. Just in case, we should also prepare some backup plans, building additional defensive lines on the other side. Although the likelihood might be low, it's still good to have another option. No one objected. Everyone took this as a lesson and learned something valuable from it. Although the online Yulun has been temporarily suppressed, controlling the people's voices is more difficult than controlling a river. As long as people keep thinking about it in their hearts, it will eventually erupt. How should we respond? The chancellor asked. We can only delay for now. Every day we delay is a good day. If things really go bad, we'll reveal one portal. Once the people know about it, they'll definitely understand our intentions, and there won't be any problems. My concern is that this could be exploited by those with ulterior motives. That's even better. Let these clowns jump out, and then we'll deal with them all at once, Zhang Guodong said excitedly. That's not necessarily a bad idea. We might as well clean up the mice inside the house before we announce anything. No one objected. At the command center on Xinu Island. How interesting. I didn't expect the bear to cooperate with the SAM, and even less so that Yamamoto would pull such a move. Su Pingyan, having just heard the news from the outside world, felt somewhat shocked. Because this time, things had diverged greatly from how they had been in his previous life. In the last timeline, Yamamoto was already dead, and Watanabe Saburo hadn't formed a new cabinet that quickly. Ichiban hadn't constructed any defenses on the other side of the wormhole either. Who knew what kind of inspiration this era had given them to come up with this? Perhaps it was just a burst of inspiration. Anyway, history had already changed. Still, for Su Pingyan, and for China, this didn't really make much of a difference. Outside the wormhole at Beihai Island, General Derevkovsky of the Bear furrowed his brow. They had already sent troops in to probe the situation. The SAM had not lied. The terrain inside was indeed difficult to conquer. General David, I have an idea. We might want to try something, Derevkovsky said. Please, go ahead, David said curiously. He was deeply troubled by this matter. We've always worried that powerful explosions might destabilize the wormhole. However, in all this time of intense fighting, Ichiban has launched many attacks against us, and some of those attacks have already hit the wormhole area. The wormhole still hasn't collapsed, which shows that its stability is stronger than we expected. Therefore, perhaps we should be more daring, Derevkovsky explained. You're suggesting we use bombs with a larger yield? David frowned. Chapter 132, Missile Attack. No, use missiles directly, and fire them toward the rear of Yamamoto's forces. The explosion behind them will be mostly blocked by the defensive walls they've built in front. This will minimize damage to the wormhole as much as possible. You must understand, to prepare for us, there must be a lot of ammunition depots and many personnel stationed at their rear. If we can significantly deplete those resources, victory will be within our grasp, said Derevkovsky. But David had considered this plan before, but he had always hesitated to act due to concerns about damaging the wormhole. If you're afraid to take responsibility, then let me do it. If anything goes wrong, I'll take the blame, said Derevkovsky. He certainly didn't want to see more of his soldiers dying. Moreover, they could precisely control the yield of the missiles. They could start with smaller ones, observe the changes in the wormhole, and gradually increase the yield. Fine, David replied helplessly. If they couldn't seize control of the enemy soon, he would eventually be removed from his post anyway. Now that someone was willing to take responsibility, what more was there to say? Inside the wormhole, behind the 7th defensive line, was the rear base of Yamamoto's regime. Mr. Prime Minister, the Samish offensive is too fierce. Also, according to the latest captured prisoners, they have already made peace with the Polar Bear Nation. The forces attacking now are actually from the Polar Bear, said Minister Jizaming with a very grim expression. Damn it, Yamamoto Dokufu slammed the table, his mood extremely dark. In recent days, their soldiers had encountered even stronger monsters while exploring outward. Although they had obtained many strong monster corpses and significantly enhanced their capabilities, they had also consumed much of their already limited ammunition supply and suffered heavy personnel losses. Mr. Prime Minister, please rest assured, whether they cooperate or not, they won't be able to break through our defenses. If they attempt to enter, they will only be signing their own death warrants, said General Ono Ragi confidently. General Ono, don't be too confident. Don't forget, the wormhole continues to expand every day. Who knows how large it might become? Once its width reaches a certain scale, and too many enemy soldiers rush in simultaneously, we may not be able to hold our line anymore. And during this period, our casualties have also been severe, and ammunition consumption has been high. Worse still, we cannot obtain any replenishments in the short term. This is very dangerous, Jizaming said. How many people do we have left? Yamamoto suddenly asked. This? Ono hesitated. Even he wasn't exactly sure. Mr. Prime Minister, we only have 5 million people left, Jizaming answered. What? How did our numbers drop so drastically? Yamamoto was shocked. After all, they had started with 5.8 million people when they first relocated here. In such a short time, they were already down to 5 million. Losing 800,000 people in such a short time. How long could they continue at this rate? Reporting to you, Mr. Prime Minister. We successfully held back the enemy's attacks at the wormhole entrance, but our casualties were over 200,000. However, most of the losses actually came from our exploration of the new world. The monsters there are extremely powerful. Many monsters' bodies cannot even be pierced by our weapons. Some even have an energy shield on their bodies. They are incredibly strong, Jizaming replied. Clearly, they had encountered grade 3 Shingso. They didn't have experts like Su Pingyan or the Artifact Sovereign. Although they could still kill grade 3 Shingsog, it came at a tremendous cost. What about the ammunition? How long can we hold out? Yamamoto Dokufu's mood was terrible. The situation seemed worse than he had anticipated. If we stop all external exploration and merely face the pressure from the blue planet side, we can hold out for another 6 months. We transported in a lot of reserves in the beginning. But if we continue our outward exploration, we probably can't last more than a month. General Ono Ragi said helplessly, his voice trailing off as he finished speaking. When can we become self-sufficient? When can our military factories begin production? Yamamoto interrogated sharply. They had brought in numerous industrial specialists and production lines when they first arrived. Mr. Prime Minister, the entire military-industrial supply chain is vast and requires a wide variety of raw materials. While this new world is rich in resources, our current access to raw materials is incomplete. Also, because certain industries are missing, we currently lack the capability to extract all the required raw materials, explained the Minister of Industry. You must make it happen no matter what. Without ammunition, we definitely won't be able to hold out for long. We have to find a solution somehow, Yamamoto growled, his eyes bloodshot. Mr. Prime Minister, perhaps we should consider cooperation with the Samish. Originally, we hoped the Samish and the polar bear would exhaust each other, allowing us to benefit from the conflict. Now that they've allied, we can no longer benefit as a third party. However, we still hold the advantage. We can use the resources here, and even the monster corpses, to exchange for ammunition and supplies from them, Minister Jizaming suggested. Yamamoto Dokufu was taken aback, then began pacing back and forth in his office, clearly giving the matter serious thought. Sigh. Eventually, Yamamoto let out a sigh. Unless they wanted to completely sever ties with the blue planet and destroy the wormhole, they had no choice but to cooperate with the Samish. After all, if they continued like this, they would still end up destroyed. They had already realized the new world wasn't as safe as they'd hoped. The deeper they went, the more dangerous it became. Plus, they hadn't encountered any inhabitants of this world yet. They didn't know how vast this world truly was. During the next attack, leave some survivors to carry the message out. Then we'll see how the Samish decide to respond, Yamamoto Dokufu said. Hi. However, just at this moment, a powerful explosion suddenly erupted not far away, shaking the entire ground. Boom. Boom. What's going on? Yamamoto Dokufu barked in anger. Mr. Prime Minister, it's terrible. The Polar Bear Nation has launched missiles at us. The first defensive wall has been destroyed, leaving a huge breach, and now their army is pouring in rapidly. A subordinate rushed in to report. What? Are they insane? They actually used missiles. Yamamoto Dokufu was shocked. The main reason they felt confident in their internal defenses was because they had assumed the enemy would never dare to use large-yield weapons. Yet now, they had used them. Not only the Samish, but also the polar bear forces, and Yamamoto himself, were worried that the powerful explosions might destroy the wormhole entirely, cutting them off permanently from the blue planet. Without the blue planet as their logistical base, could they truly survive and thrive in this new world? It would be very difficult. Although they had 5 million able-bodied men, there were fewer than 400,000 women. That number was far too low. Outside the wormhole. How is the wormhole doing? Did the explosions damage its stability? General Derikovsky shouted loudly, his heart also filled with unease. Although the decision had been his, he still felt extremely anxious. Reporting, General, the wormhole remains extremely stable. It was completely unaffected. Haha, excellent news. Derikovsky became ecstatic. Chapter 133, knowing the whole story. David, standing aside, wore a delighted expression though his face was grim, since it was he who had suggested allying with the Polar Bear Nation in the first place, aiming to reduce casualties. Unexpectedly, the wormhole turned out to be so stable. Had they known earlier that missiles could be used, they would have acted alone, avoiding the need to ally with the polar bear and share so much profit. Unfortunately, there's no remedy for regret in this world. Now, their priority was to seize control of the wormhole. In that case, fire again, and then our troops will charge forward and seize control of the wormhole, said Derikovsky. Yes. Boom. Before long came another explosion. The first defensive wall of Yamamoto Nijuichi, his pride and joy, completely collapsed, while the wormhole itself emerged unscathed. Witnessing this, all three factions finally realized the wormhole was far sturdier than imagined. From now on, they could act more aggressively. Deprived of the protective wall and struck by the explosion in the rear ammunition depot, Japan quickly lost its first line of defense under the assault of the allied forces of Polar Bear and Sam. Even the second line fell in less than a day. As a result, Yamamoto Nijuichi completely lost control inside and outside the wormhole, leaving him with limited options. Inside the Black Palace of Sam, the office of the Supreme Commander. Haha, excellent, simply excellent. We've finally taken it, George said cheerfully upon receiving the first report from the front line. Supreme Commander, besides this good news, David has also sent a message. Yamamoto Nijuichi has sent envoys contacting him, wishing to cooperate with us, James reported. Cooperate? Humph, where was he earlier? If he wanted to cooperate before, that would have worked. Now it's too late. Tell David to make sure he brings me Yamamoto Nijuichi's head. I'll use it as a football. Only his head can calm the anger at home, George bellowed, rejecting cooperation outright. After all, too many Sam citizens had died in this war. Someone had to shoulder the blame. Yamamoto Nijuichi was the ideal scapegoat, doomed to die. Outside the 7th line of defense within the wormhole, in the office of the new Prime Minister. Prime Minister, Sam has replied. They demand your death and total surrender from us. Otherwise, they'll kill us all, said General Onologi helplessly. You damned fool. Hearing that George had ordered his execution, Yamamoto Nijuichi expressed a mix of fear and fury. If they want us dead, then let no one survive. Do they truly believe that after they enter here, they can control us? Yamamoto Nijuichi became frantic. Deploy the kamikaze corps. Force them back to Blue Planet. No. Kill everyone who entered. We'll show them that without cooperation, they will never conquer the new world. Yamamoto remained extremely confident in his super soldiers. These were no ordinary troops guarding the defense lines. The kamikaze corps was an elite legion he had formed from the very beginning, warriors consuming nothing but monster meat every day. They were not only incredibly strong, but numbered up to 200,000. He held them as his greatest trump card. Even though everyone who entered had eaten monster meat and had increased their powers to various degrees, none could rival the kamikaze corps. Yes, sir. Onologi knew this was their last chance. If the kamikaze corps failed, then their only options would be surrender or advancing deeper into the unknown parts of the new world. There was no third path. Outside the wormhole. General, bad news. Suddenly, a wave of non-human entities emerged from the enemy's side. They're extremely powerful, capable of jumping dozens of meters high and firing while carrying artillery. When we attacked them, they evaded bullets with amazing speed. We are being pushed out. Urgent reinforcement is requested. The soldiers' report left David and Derikovsky flabbergasted. They had already started considering their separate agendas since capturing the wormhole, wondering whether the next move would be cooperation or confrontation, dependent on orders from above. Yet now, unforeseen trouble had struck. How is that possible? David couldn't believe his ears. Send in troops for immediate support. Discuss other matters later, Derikovsky reminded. Right? The control of the opposite side of the wormhole must not be lost. David regained clarity and quickly deployed reinforcements to the front line without delay. They had already informed their homelands of the progress. It was likely the public had already been notified. If control over the wormhole was lost at this point, they would certainly face reckoning. Thinking about this, David wished to personally lead troops inside to see for himself whether Japan truly possessed such a terrifying non-human army. However, soon soldiers arrived with clear video footage. After watching, both David and Derikovsky fell silent. For now, reinforce their defenses and hold the line, Derikovsky shouted. Yes, sir. The two exchanged a glance before sending the video back to their respective countries. In the Kremlin of the Polar Bear Nation. After watching the footage, the emperor frowned and fell silent. He then pointed at the others and said, You all take a look. Once everyone had viewed the video, they, too, fell into silence. Is this why Yamamoto Nijuichi was willing to risk the destruction of his nation just to maintain full control of the wormhole? The Minister of Defense whispered. It appears the new world is even more significant than we imagined. On the other side, it's not just about abundant resources. There's something capable of turning people into superhumans. This isn't about just a few individuals. In just a few short months, Japan managed to produce so many super soldiers. Evidence that such extraordinary resources are still plentiful. That's good news. Inform Derikovsky, no matter the cost, he must hold control of the wormhole. Absolutely no retreat, no being driven out again. The emperor, having considered something, issued the order immediately. Yes. Also, send this video to China. We've been bearing the brunt all along. With this video, I can't believe they won't be tempted into joining us, the Emperor added. Yes. In the Black Palace of Sam, the office of the Supreme Commander. No wonder Yamamoto Dokfu was determined to keep us out of the new world, even at the cost of going against us, George realized as he viewed the video, believing the content to be genuine. Firstly, David wouldn't dare to lie, and secondly, it finally explained Japan's bizarre behavior. Supreme Commander, do you remember how Yamamoto Dokfu originally agreed to let us share the new world, but then his secretary, Akira Yoshiwara, whispered something to him, and he immediately refused us? Breen interjected. He remembered that humiliation vividly. Back then, he had thought it was an insult by Yamamoto Dokfu, which motivated him to strongly urge George to take action. Now that I think about it, they likely discovered something special about the new world at that moment, some kind of resource or material that enables them to create super soldiers. That's why Yamamoto Dokfu grew overly confident, believing he could resist the Sam alone, Breen explained. George nodded, realization dawning. It must have been during that time. Chapter 134, Breaking Through Yamamoto Dokfu's Defensive Line. So, while rejecting us, they've been secretly making moves just to buy time. It's only been a short while since they started, and yet they still have to face our overwhelming military pressure. If we hadn't acted back then, giving them half a year, even a full year, they would surely have created millions, perhaps even tens of millions, of super soldiers. I really can't imagine what would have happened then, George said with a chill. This time, although nearly 4 million people had died, at least Japan's scheme had failed. Otherwise, this wouldn't have been something solved merely with numbers. It could have even resulted in Japan suppressing them. Notify David. No matter the cost, we must absolutely maintain control over the wormhole. The number of enemy troops on the other side is limited. Even if they have super soldiers, given the short time available, their power probably won't be too great. Otherwise, they'd have already launched a counterattack, George added, immediately analyzing the core issue. Outside the 7th defensive line within the wormhole, Yamamoto Dokfu's office had been completely trashed. Kyuso, damn it. Yamamoto growled in fury. Originally, he had thought that deploying the kamikaze core would be enough to seize control of the wormhole, forcing America and the others to compromise and cooperate with them. Instead, it only stirred up their enemies' fighting spirit. At the front lines, although the kamikaze corps, with their powerful abilities, had retaken the 2nd defensive line, they were unable to break through the first one. That was because the opposing side was fighting with equal determination, disregarding casualties and costs. Countless rounds of ammunition rained down, causing heavy casualties among the kamikaze corps, who were crammed into a confined battlefield. Within merely 3 days, their losses exceeded 50,000, more than a quarter of their total force. Although the enemy suffered even heavier losses, those were just ordinary soldiers. There was a never-ending stream of replacements ready to rush in. In particular, once the smaller countries caught wind of the super soldiers, they came alive again, dispatching even larger armies to join the battle and grab their share of the spoils. As a result, the American and Russian allied forces had ample troop supplies. When it came to attrition warfare, there was no way they could compete. Your Excellency, we must make a decision, advised Xiaoyulaji. Can we no longer hold the line? Yamamoto seemed to have lost the strength in his bones, slumping heavily into his chair. Continuing this fight is no longer meaningful. It will only result in greater losses, Xiaoyulaji stated. After a long silence, Yamamoto finally made his choice. Fight while retreating, we'll advance deeper. Since those high-tier monsters have already developed intelligence rivaling humanity's, there must be civilizations in this world. The further we advance, the higher the chance we will encounter this world's civilization. Then we will have another opportunity. They had been here a long time and had encountered many monsters. Even third-tier fierce beasts had shown signs of intelligence, so it was only natural that they had obtained more information. What followed became straightforward. Yamamoto led his troops in a gradual retreat, moving more than 100 kilometers deeper. Eventually, the American and Russian allied forces also encountered fierce beasts from this world, suffering massive casualties. This forced them to temporarily halt their pursuit. Once the pursuit was called off, they completely lost all traces of what remained of Japan's forces. Forget it. Let them escape. A couple million people at most. No way they can cause us serious trouble anymore. By now, they had completely secured control over both sides of the wormhole. However, encountering those gigantic fierce beasts forced them to halt their advance. In the White House, Oval Office. Unexpectedly, this new world actually harbors such terrifying and monstrous creatures, George said in shock. Mr. President, do you still remember that before, Japan obtained a monster, conducted research on it, and then rejected our offer to cooperate? Bryn reminded him. You're saying those super soldiers might be related to these creatures? George instantly caught on. High probability, Bryn replied, although he couldn't be entirely sure. Immediately mobilize relevant scientists. I need results within the shortest possible time, George ordered loudly. Yes, sir. In the Kremlin. Japan's super soldiers are definitely related to these beasts, the Tsar said confidently. By the way, can we eat these monsters? The Tsar suddenly asked. Well, not sure. General Derikovsky, for the soldiers' safety, did not permit testing by the troops. The defense minister answered helplessly. Immediately send a batch of monster corpses back and summon our top scientists. We must research these creatures and discover the method of creating super soldiers before America does, the Tsar commanded. Yes, sir. Your Majesty, should we inform China about this? The foreign minister suddenly asked. The Tsar fell silent. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Not yet. Let's wait for now. Understood. Inside the core conference room in Beijing's Zhongnanhai. Everyone, Take a look at this photo. It was just transmitted back by the satellite, the chief advisor said, passing around some images to the senior officials present. What was this, a corpse of a fierce beast? This must have been taken near the portal on Beihai Island, right? Why would the corpses of fierce beasts be transported out like this? Murmurs spread among the crowd. Earlier, since the Sam state couldn't break through, they made peace with the polar bear. Now they're transporting out the beast corpses, which means only one thing. They must have already gained control over the portal inside. One of the senior officials stated. Is it possible that they failed to capture it and ended up cooperating with the Hyben Kingdom? Another official speculated. It's possible. Yamamoto Nijuichi originally wanted both the Sam state and the polar bear to destroy each other. Now that they've ceased fighting, that scheme won't work. Considering the situation, it wouldn't be surprising if Yamamoto Nijuichi has now chosen to cooperate with them. After all, he and several million people in another world still need to survive. They lack sufficient supplies and ammunition, an elder analyzed. There are only two possibilities now. Either the Sam state and the polar bear have allied with Yamamoto Nijuichi, or the allied forces have broken through Hyben's defensive lines and Yamamoto Nijuichi has already lost. I believe it's the second. The first possibility is unlikely. Don't forget, the battle that recently took place within the Hyben Kingdom has been called, in some sense, the Third World War. It caused tens of millions of casualties, and Yamamoto Nijuichi was the main culprit behind all that. George and the Tsar need to provide explanations to their own people. They need a scapegoat, and Yamamoto Nijuichi is the perfect one. If the world finds out they still need Yamamoto Nijuichi to obtain the resources of the new world, how would they justify it to the global public? That makes sense. If that's the case, Yamamoto Nijuichi has already failed. But then why haven't we seen any news about his death being publicized? It's simple, he's not dead. The new world is vast, and they've already been exploring inside for several months. Like a fox with multiple dens. If the situation truly became unmanageable, he could easily escape with the others to somewhere far away. That must be exactly what happened. After thorough analysis by all the senior officials, the overall situation became clear. By the way, why hasn't the Tsar informed us about the situation this time? A general suddenly asked. Chapter 135, Unexpected, the Rat. Are they trying to hide something from us? The Prime Minister shook his head and said, Impossible. We have military satellites, and they do too. They know this is something that cannot be hidden, so they're just playing their cards face up. Second elder furrowed his brows slightly, thought for a moment, then brightened and said, Do you mean, Chancellor, that the Emperor isn't telling us, but he knows we'll definitely be able to find out about the Beihai Island situation ourselves? This is him putting the pressure on us, hoping that we'll reach out to them first, thus giving them the initiative in future negotiations. The Prime Minister nodded slightly. Exactly. If there's really only one portal in the world, we must get involved. In the current situation, we would appear very passive, having to rely on the polar bear. Otherwise, we'd be opposing the entire world. It's absolutely impossible. The Emperor is truly cunning. In international relations, there's only interests. This was something we had long anticipated. The Prime Minister wasn't particularly bothered. What should we do now? Approach the Emperor, or pretend we don't know? Someone asked. Just pretend we don't know. This way, we, the Huaxia, control two portals while they, the coalition, control just one. We also have martial cultivation techniques while they don't. So the longer we drag things out, the more advantageous it will be for us, the Prime Minister replied. Exactly. Now that they've just obtained control of the portal and just acquired the monster corpse, they'll definitely need to digest these gains quickly. There'll surely be internal competition among them. Various conflicts will emerge, and they won't have time to deal with us. So we simply need to wait, Second Elder concurred. However, events always tend to unfold in unexpected ways. You can't expect things to always go exactly as planned. In the director's office of Shield of the Sam Nation, James was handling intelligence regarding Beihai Island and the New World. He would soon be reporting to the Supreme Leader. Unexpectedly, at that moment, an agent pushed the door open directly. Director, there's an urgent intelligence report. More trouble from Beihai Island. James' heart skipped a beat. Not from Beihai Island. This is about Huaxia. Oh, Huaxia? What could possibly be happening there? James scoffed. In his opinion, Huaxia would eventually fall behind. Although they had unified now, fundamentally, they couldn't stir up much waves. Director, please look. This is video footage sent back by one of our core spies, the agent said. James casually took the tablet, glancing at the video, but immediately jumped up in shock. Monster corpse? And it's intact. Where was this video taken? James barked. They had just taken control of the portal only recently, and had only received a small amount of monster corpses. Except for a small portion airlifted back, most were still en route by ship and had not yet arrived at port. In a certain laboratory in the Huaxia capital, the agent replied. Impossible. James waved his hand dismissively, not believing it. Thinking of the polar bear, he couldn't help muttering inwardly. Could it be the polar bear gave it to Huaxia? They'd really be that stupid. However, the next sentence from the agent completely shattered all his assumptions. Also, the filming date was 4 days ago. Impossible, absolutely impossible. James became even more incredulous. 4 days ago, they hadn't even seized control of the side of the wormhole on Blue Star yet. They themselves didn't have any monster corpses. How could Huaxia have them? Director, it's been verified. It was indeed 4 days ago, the agent insisted earnestly. 4 days ago, there was already an intact monster corpse in the Huaxia capital? James repeated. Yes, Director. Although hard to believe, that is the fact. James fell silent, turning over all possibilities in his mind. Eventually, after much consideration, there seemed to be only one possible explanation. That was that, prior to their taking over control on the Blue Star side of the wormhole, during the period when Yamamoto's regime was in control, Yamamoto must have reached some secret agreement with Huaxia. Realizing this, his eyes lit up. It must have been this. The reason Huaxia didn't send troops, but only provided logistical support to the polar bear, is that Yamamoto bribed Huaxia with the monster corpse. This has to be it. James concluded firmly because only this single possibility could explain everything. Unfortunately, it couldn't currently be verified, as Yamamoto had gone missing. Immediately mobilize all resources in Huaxia. We must find out exactly how these monster corpses got there, whether they had previous agreements with Yamamoto, and just how many monster corpses Huaxia actually has. James ordered loudly. Yes, sir. Command Center, XINU Island. Commander, I'm glad to report that we have successfully completed our objectives. All ferocious beasts in the target area have been completely eliminated. The first phase of the four-direction defense system has been completed, and construction of the second phase is already underway, Li Ming said excitedly. The new defensive construction plan used here on XINU Island was the same as the one used at Shenlong Mountain, as it was the most cost-effective solution. Thank you for your hard work, General Li, Su Pingyan said with a smile. Oh, by the way, I've already refined the foundation building spirit liquids. I've placed them in the warehouse. You can distribute them later. Su Pingyan suddenly remembered and mentioned. Commander, how should the distribution be handled? Please give us your plan. Li Ming respectfully deferred responsibility. I've already sorted them. I've labeled them. Part of it is for the field army, and part is for the construction corps. I believe that once this batch of foundation building spirit liquids is consumed, the field soldiers should all be able to advance to the 9th peak of body tempering, and the construction corps warriors should reach the 7th peak of body tempering, Su Pingyan replied. The scale of battle here on XINU Island was smaller than at Shenlong Mountain, and this time the primary targets were Grade 1 ferocious beasts, with very few Grade 2 beasts. Resources were insufficient to support cultivation to the Blood-Chi realm. There wasn't much that could be done about that. Progress had to be gradual. There was no rush. However, even if he wasn't in a hurry, something urgent had now found him. Commander, Director Zhang from the 9th Bureau has an urgent matter and is asking for you. A soldier entered to report. Take him to the reception room. I'll be right there, Su Pingyan said. Yes, sir. I guess I'm about to get busy. I'll leave things here to you, General Li, Su Pingyan said with a chuckle. Commander, you go ahead. Inside the reception room at the XINU Island Command Center, Zhang Guodong anxiously paced the floor. When Su Pingyan entered, he immediately stepped forward and said, Xiao Su, something urgent has happened. The Prime Minister specifically wants me to speak with you. What's the matter? Su Pingyan frowned slightly. Whatever it was, it must have been serious if the man had come personally. Sigh. To be honest, it's my mistake at work. We've got a rat domestically who has taken some videos and sent them to the Sam Nation, Zhang Guodong said angrily. Chapter 136, The Qianquan Cauldron. Su Pingyan was startled at first, but soon calmed himself. This kind of matter couldn't be kept hidden forever. As the territory expanded, more personnel would be needed, which meant more people involved, and eventually the secret would be exposed. He just hadn't expected it to happen so soon. After all, the major powers of the world should have been focusing their attention on the North Sea Island. No one expected that something unexpected would happen on the Chinese side. Do you know what kind of videos they have? Are there any videos from the other world? Su Pingyan asked concernedly. No, nothing from the other world. Mainly some lab videos of the beast corpses. Luckily, we discovered it early enough, or else even more information would have been leaked, Zhang Guodong explained. Su Pingyan exhaled in relief. That's good. Yes, it's the least worst outcome, Zhang Guodong nodded. Now that you've told me the news, what do you think we should do? Zhang Guodong asked. Please give me passports for Sam Nation, Ancient Pyramid Nation, and White Elephant Nation. I need to go abroad, Su Pingyan said. Your safety is important. Going to the Sam Nation is probably not a good idea, Zhang Guodong replied. There's a portal there. I have to go. I can't leave it unresolved, Su Pingyan insisted. Zhang Guodong frowned and said helplessly, I'll report this to the premier. Whether or not you're allowed will depend on his decision. All right. Thank you, Director Zhang, Su Pingyan nodded. He believed the premier would agree. Even if he didn't, Su Pingyan was determined to go to the capital and persuade the premier himself. He had to go abroad. Now that the fact that China-possessed beast corpses had been exposed, the Sam Nation was sure to increase its investigation, which might inevitably lead to the exposure of the portal. Once they discovered that China also had a portal, they would definitely make further assumptions, and all kinds of unexpected situations could follow. He must secure the rewards from the other 3 portals before that happened. Only then could he feel at ease. As for the last 9th portal, there was no hurry. It was located in the Mariana Trench. In his previous life, it had only surfaced decades later, when the sea floor had shifted upward to become land. That was when Su Pingyan had seized the opportunity ahead of others. Moreover, activating all 9 portals, who knew what might happen? Therefore, he would delay activating the final portal until he had accumulated sufficient strength and preparation. Both Shenlong Mountain and Crescent Island had just experienced a major battle, and now required time to absorb and consolidate their gains. There was nothing urgent happening in the short term, giving Su Pingyan a perfect window to take care of unfinished business. Inside the premier's office in the capital city, the premier paced back and forth within the office, while Zhang Guodong stood silently beside him, waiting for instructions without uttering a word. After an indeterminate amount of time, the premier stopped pacing and looked at Zhang Guodong. Get his passports arranged. Premier, you're really allowing him to go abroad? Zhang Guodong asked with slightly furrowed brows. Xiao Su is smart and composed. If he has made a decision, it means he is confident. With his abilities, we should also believe in him. The premier smiled slightly. Okay, I will arrange it immediately. Zhang Guodong said no more. Watching Zhang Guodong leave, the premier walked to the window and gazed outside, frowning slightly. Let's hope everything goes smoothly. After 2 flight transfers, Su Pingyan arrived at the Ramillier Airport in Laramie, Wyoming, Sam Nation. Stepping out of the airport, he climbed into the car already prepared for him and drove straight toward the central area of the Yellowstone Grand Canyon region, with a clear objective. Yellowstone Canyon was indeed well known, and here were many waterfalls, its scenery grand and spectacular. Seeing such scenery could wash away any gloom in the heart. Before such great natural wonders, even life's biggest problems seemed insignificant. Since the Sam Nation was still in a state of war, its economy was deteriorating, and therefore there were not many tourists. Su Pingyan encountered very few cars along the way. Finally, he pulled the car to a stop in front of one of the waterfalls. After stepping out, he glanced carefully around. Finding nobody nearby, he cautiously took out an infrared detector from the Qinquan ring. It was the latest product developed in China, very wide in detection range and extremely accurate. Although the detector detected several red dots, none were around the waterfall vicinity, giving Su Pingyan a slight sense of relief. Standing in front of the waterfall, Su Pingyan took a deep breath, suddenly leaped forward, crossing more than 20 meters in one bound, plunging directly into the waterfall itself. From the outside, nothing could be seen behind the cascading curtain of water. It seemed as though Su Pingyan had simply vanished right through the waterfall. Yet, behind the cascade was a different world. There was no rain inside, just a not-so-large stone cave, somewhat resembling the legendary flowing water cave of Flower Fruit Mountain. Su Pingyan didn't hesitate. He strode inside, turned on the spotlight, did a quick search, and soon spotted an old, rusted bronze door. A smile immediately appeared on his face. The waterfall here wasn't large and experienced a dry season every year. The next dry season was about 7 or 8 months away and would last roughly 4 months. According to his past life's memories, it was during this dry season that someone from the Sam Nation had entered this cave and discovered the portal. Back then, because a live broadcast had shown the activation of a portal, most people worldwide already knew what the unopened bronze door looked like. With a clear target, searching became much easier. This was also one of the main reasons why, after the appearance of the second portal, the next 6 portals were found in a relatively short period of time. Su Pingyan wasted no time. He approached the bronze door, directly removed the dimensional treasure box on its surface, and then opened it. Inside, a golden 3-legged bagua cauldron appeared before his eyes. Seeing the item, Su Pingyan's expression turned even more delighted. Without delay, he let a single drop of blood fall onto it. In the next moment, the 3-legged bagua cauldron transformed into a streak of light and flew straight into Su Pingyan's forehead. It settled quietly within his consciousness, alongside his other treasures, coexisting without interference. The Qinquan Cauldron, one of the 10 supreme Shintan treasures of ancient times. It can reverse the Shinkan and the Gotan, refine treasures, concoct pills, attack, and defend. The introduction was brief, but after Su Pingyan refined and fully absorbed the Qinquan Cauldron, he received more detailed information. First, it can reverse the Shintan and the Otan. In other words, as long as certain sources of essence were provided, it could transform postnatal objects into prenatal ones. One must understand, the postnatal was normally postnatal, and the prenatal was prenatal. One's root quality generally could not be changed, but the Qinquan Cauldron could. Just how extraordinary it was could be imagined. Second, it could concoct pills and refine treasures. These referred to automatic refining and concocting. As long as blueprints for treasures, pill recipes, and materials were provided, the Qinquan Cauldron could automatically produce pills, and of extremely high quality too. Wow, Su Pingyan inhaled sharply and blurted out 2 words, awesome. Chapter 137, The Pinnacle Pagoda. This ability made those alchemists and artisans, who spent their entire lives in pursuit of refining pills and forging weapons, feel utterly helpless. After all their efforts, they still couldn't match the Shenrubak. No wonder it's a Shantenjruba, so powerful indeed. Su Pingyan couldn't help but sigh. And it didn't end there. Third, the Qinquan Cauldron contained 9 types of heavenly and earthly flames, including the Sanmei True Fire, the Nanxing Flame of the South, and the Primordial Chaos Flame capable of slaying sages, which could be unleashed for attacks, extremely terrifying. What a pity. To activate these flames requires a certain cultivation level. Otherwise, I'd already be invincible right now. Su Pingyan sighed regretfully. Sigh, one shouldn't be too greedy. Obtaining such a supreme treasure is already a stroke of luck from heaven. Su Pingyan was quite content by nature. Fourth, within the Qinquan Cauldron resided Jinteng Gongde, making one immune to all evil and offering powerful protective defense. Wow, this is good. Su Pingyan's eyes lit up. Fifth, this treasure could suppress the fortune of civilizations and gather merits. Hiss. Though there were only 5 main functions, each one was outrageously powerful. Su Pingyan nearly drooled watching them. Ha, this trip was truly worthwhile. A bit of risk was definitely worth it. Su Pingyan laughed heartily. After finishing with all that, Su Pingyan gathered his thoughts, glanced at the activated portal, then looked at the waterfall outside. Thinking for a moment, he took out a light-proof, waterproof cloth and wrapped it around the bronze door frame. Taking a couple of steps back and seeing that no light escaped, Su Pingyan nodded in satisfaction. The longer the delay in Sam country discovering this, the better. Walking toward the waterfall, Su Pingyan once again checked the area with his infrared detector and, seeing no one around, suddenly leaped forward, bursting through the waterfall and quickly arriving at his car. He opened the door, got in, started the engine, and headed to the airport without the slightest delay along the way. After transferring flights at Los Angeles International Airport, he headed straight for the White Elephant Country. This time, his purpose was very clear, to claim all the activation rewards from the 3 portals at once. After all, as the global situation evolved, events were deviating from the path he remembered from his previous life. That meant anything unexpected could happen. White Elephant Country was known for its abundance of temples, and Su Pingyan's destination this time was one particular old, run-down, and rarely visited temple. Legend said that temples in the White Elephant Country were extremely wealthy, fond of hiding treasures. In his previous life, a bounty hunter had followed a treasure map to locate this very temple. He not only found the portal, but also uncovered nearly half a ton of gold, instantly becoming famous around the world. Inside the temple, Su Pingyan located the correct spot, stomped hard on the ground with his foot, and heard a dull sound. But he knew, beneath it was hollow. After searching around and failing to find a hidden mechanism to open the underground chamber, Su Pingyan simply gave it a powerful kick. With a flung, a large hole appeared before Su Pingyan. He turned on the headlamp and directly jumped down. He walked approximately 10 meters through the passage when a golden light reflecting from the beam of his flashlight momentarily dazzled his eyes. Gold, Su Pingyan's eyes sparkled. Not that he was excited by the gold itself, but because finding gold meant he had found the bronze gate. If this were the old Su Pingyan, perhaps seeing so much gold would have made his legs weak, but for the current Su Pingyan, this amount of gold wasn't worth much. After all, the cash in his bank account had already reached nearly 150 billion yuan. Throughout all of China, no individual could claim to have this much liquid cash on hand at once, except perhaps a handful of people, himself included. Su Pingyan was referring to actual, on-hand cash, not total net worth. If considering total net worth, then taking all the resources and treasures Su Pingyan currently possessed, he would be unmatched even compared to the combined wealth of everyone on Earth. It wouldn't even be a contest. After seeing the gold, Su Pingyan strode forward, removed the headlamp, and swept the light across the area. I found it. When a rusty bronze door appeared before his eyes, Su Pingyan's breath quickened. Is it you? Pinnacle Pagoda. Thinking this, Su Pingyan quickly stepped forward to retrieve the dimensional treasure box, and opened it. Sure enough, a 9-storied bronze pagoda lay quietly inside. Su Pingyan hurriedly used his blood to establish a master bond. In the next second, the bronze tower transformed into a stream of light, entering his forehead, into his sank. Following the same familiar procedure, Su Pingyan had already become quite accustomed to this. At the same time, a stream of information flooded into his brain, information about the Pinnacle Pagoda. Pinnacle Pagoda, a chaotic supreme treasure, has 9 levels, each with its own secret mysteries, Taoist weapons, hidden weapons, awakening spirits, training warriors, cultivation, creation, trials, rebirth, and transcendence. Level 1, it is a Taoist arms factory. As long as the required materials are provided, it can produce puppet warriors that neither feel pain nor fear death. With enough materials, armies can be infinitely produced, an extremely terrifying capability. No wonder it's you. This function is simply too overpowered. It mustn't be revealed casually, or I might end up like that unfortunate fellow from my previous life, hunted down by a coalition force, Su Pingyan thought, excited yet continuously reminding himself not to become arrogant. In his previous life, the bounty hunter who obtained the primordial pagoda had created many Taoist soldiers, plundering others' resources. He even desired to unify the world, but ultimately incurred the wrath of heaven and humanity. Experts from many countries joined forces, setting up a trap to lure him in. Eventually, that bounty hunter was no match for them and was killed. Most crucially, after that, the whereabouts of the primordial pagoda became unknown. No one knew who ended up with it. Even until his reincarnation, no news regarding it had surfaced. Level 2, storing soldiers, in the literal sense. This level has vast space where Taoist soldiers can be stationed. It is not limited to Taoist soldiers. Even ordinary troops can be placed inside. To put it more accurately, the second level was essentially a small world where normal life was possible. Its true size remained unknown. No wonder it's a chaotic supreme treasure. Just these 2 functions are already this overpowered. Level 3, awakening spirits, in the literal sense. By slaying powerful beings, there's a chance of obtaining soul essence, which can then be used to awaken the spirits of the Taoist soldiers. Once the awakening ritual is completed, the Taoist soldiers gain their own souls, becoming no different from ordinary humans, yet remaining completely loyal to their master. Awesome, Su Pingyan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. With these awakened Taoist soldiers serving as commanders, leading endless waves of fearless Taoist soldiers, he could form a terrifying death legion, invincible and unstoppable. If the first 3 levels are this awesome, what about the rest? Su Pingyan continued checking the information. Level 4, training soldiers. Here, soldiers are not referring to Taoist soldiers, but cultivation armies. Within the 4th level, formations can be practiced and coordinated attacks can be refined, rapidly increasing combat coordination and effectiveness. Of course, achieving this wasn't without cost. Resources were required, such as spirit stones. The more people involved, the greater the multiplier effect, and thus the greater the consumption of spirit stones and other resources. Chapter 138, the final station. But thinking about it, even if it's expensive, it's still a good thing. At least with money you can achieve rapid progress. This kind of opportunity isn't available anywhere else. This is definitely well suited for Huaxia, especially the Yanhuang Legion. Their 3 talent sword formation, the Xuanwu Grand formation, and the Big Dipper sword formation are still too slow to cultivate. With the enhancement from this place, their progress should accelerate significantly. In that case, their overall strength will improve greatly. Su Pingyan mused silently. Once the Yanwang Legion and the field army completed their training in the three-talent sword formation, their strength would increase several times over. Some places would no longer require his personal supervision, as they would be capable of handling things on their own. Thinking of this, a faint smile involuntarily appeared on the corner of Su Pingyan's lips. 5th floor, cultivation. Easy to understand. It meant training on the 5th floor of the Hongmeng Pagoda. By consuming resources, cultivation speed could be increased manifold, even tens or hundreds of times faster. Of course, the prerequisite was still an enormous amount of cultivation resources. There was no way around it. After all, you couldn't create something from nothing. This is great. Huaxia still doesn't have enough gravity training chambers, and the gravity multiplier in existing chambers is still too low, greatly slowing everyone's cultivation progress, Su Pingyan thought. Especially himself. If he could use the enhancement of the 5th floor and resources were not a problem for him, then he would surely be able to elevate his cultivation rapidly in a very short time. Once his cultivation level improved, he would be able to explore much further, make contact with otherworldly beings sooner, communicate and trade with them, continuously increasing Huaxia's foundation. 6th floor, fate and opportunity. It was a common understanding among all cultivators that there are bottlenecks in cultivation. Breaking through bottlenecks was extremely difficult, requiring certain rare opportunities. But on the 6th floor, through the power of fate and opportunity, breaking through these barriers would become much easier. The prerequisite, once again, was consuming a huge amount of resources to transform them into wondrous power of fate and opportunity. Damn, everything requires resources. In that case, I must accelerate the pace of expansion outward, and also begin cultivating medicinal herbs and other renewable resources as soon as possible, Su Pingyan thought. Everything about the Hongmeng Pagoda was great, except it just cost too damn much. 7th floor, trial. As the master, Su Pingyan could construct countless trial spaces according to his needs. When cultivators entered the trial space for life and death training, even if they died in the simulation, they wouldn't die in the real world. However, any combat experience or martial skill improvements gained in the trials would be synchronized to the real world. Damn. Upon seeing this, Su Pingyan couldn't help but take in a sharp breath. Was this the legendary second world, a virtual game that synchronized with reality? Huaxia has enjoyed peace for a long time. The army is fine, but ordinary citizens lack courage. With this trial space, they can quickly improve their courage and real combat abilities, Su Pingyan thought. Don't be fooled by people's loud voices online, but put them on a battlefield, and few would be able to truly disregard life and death. If a person could remain calm, without trembling, that alone would already qualify him as a hero. 8th floor, rebirth, or rather, resurrection. So long as one left behind a soul imprint in the rebirth space on the 8th floor, one could resurrect using rebirth energy even after death. Of course, completely restoring without any loss after death consumed an enormous amount of energy. If the intent was simply to resurrect someone as a normal civilian before cultivation, the energy consumption would be relatively less. Even so, it was still astonishingly powerful. It was as if one had unlimited chances to be reborn. Moreover, anyone who left their soul imprint in the rebirth space would have their life and death entirely under Su Pingyan's control. However, this was something he could never reveal to a second person. He had to keep it buried within himself, or risk being targeted by those who would take advantage. 9th floor, hyperspace. The Hongmeng Pagoda could act as a signal tower connecting all realms. As long as someone was authorized by Su Pingyan, they could communicate from anywhere. Even if one person was in another world and the other on Earth, they could still make contact. Wow, this is incredible. Absolutely incredible. Su Pingyan became excited. Right now, one of the hardest problems to solve was communication between the two worlds. Each time, someone had to come out in person to make contact. Though it didn't seem like much of a hassle at first glance, direct communication would certainly make things much more convenient. After reviewing all the functions of the Hongmeng Pagoda, Su Pingyan was thoroughly convinced. Whether for a civilization or for himself personally, it was an extraordinary artifact that could solve countless problems. He took a deep breath, quickly calming his excitement. Then he took out a tarp and wrapped it around the bronze doorway frame. It was good to delay its discovery by even a single day. On his way back, he glanced at the gold lying on the ground, hesitated briefly, and still chose to store it inside his Chinkoan ring. Why shouldn't he take something that was practically free? Would he leave it for Brother San? As he exited the tunnel, he looked up at the huge hole in the ground, slapped his forehead, and sighed. Sigh. I really went overboard with that one. He then glanced around and used some wooden boards and other objects to cover the entrance of the cave. It should hold for a while, he muttered, patting his hands together, before leaving the temple and heading straight to the airport. The same day, he boarded a plane bound for the last destination of this journey, the ancient Pyramid Kingdom. The ancient Pyramid Kingdom was, without doubt, most famous for its pyramids. Within the Giza Pyramid complex stood the iconic Great Sphinx, which was precisely the final target of Su Pingyan's trip. Seeing many tourists taking photos, Su Pingyan slightly furrowed his brows. He knew this was not the right time, so he checked into a local hotel. That's right, the portal was hidden inside the Great Sphinx itself. Once activated, concealing it would be nearly impossible. It would likely be exposed to the entire world in the shortest amount of time. This was exactly why he had chosen this place as his final stop. Had he activated it first, once the world learned about the existence of a second wormhole, certain countries might have taken notice. That would affect his plans to activate other portals. But treating this as the last destination made things different. Even if discovered, it would already be too late. He would have long disappeared and returned to Huaxia. Once he returned to Huaxia, in this world, no one but Huaxiao itself would have any power over him. In his previous life, it wasn't until May this year, when a missile from Shaoyi exploded nearby during the intense Middle East conflict, causing parts of the Sphinx to flake off and reveal some bronze doorway frames, that it had finally been discovered. Sigh? Last time, I only activated 2 portals by May, but this time it's already February, and I'm about to activate 8 portals. The progress is way too fast. I hope this turns out to be a blessing, Su Pingyan silently prayed. He certainly didn't want to hasten the destruction of Earth due to his own actions. Activating the portal and claiming the reward was easy, but leaving the pyramid complex and returning to Huaxia wouldn't be quite as simple. Thinking about this, Su Pingyan took out his phone and made a call back to the homeland. Chapter 139, Going Online. My dear Commander Su, you finally called. You have no idea how anxious I've been these past few days, came Zhang Guodong's voice from the other end. After a long complaint, Zhang asked with concern, Are you okay? I'm fine. I had my phone inside the Qingquan ring, so it wasn't receiving calls or messages, Su Pingyan explained. Everyone at the upper levels knew about Su Pingyan's Qingquan ring. Back when Su Pingyan obtained the ancient ruins of Qishan sect, he had acquired numerous spiritual artifacts in the sect's artifact pavilion. Among them were storage items. He had gifted 20 storage artifacts to the state, including 1 storage ring, 1 storage bracelet, 1 storage box, and 17 different size storage pouches and storage belts, covering nearly all existing types. The reason was simple, to allow higher authorities to study them. However, due to their limited space, the dimensional treasure box borrowed from Su Pingyan was still primarily used for transporting materials like monster corpses. When will you return home? The Premier has been concerned about your itinerary and safety, Zhang Guodong asked. I'm currently in the ancient pyramid country. This is my last stop. I'll be returning home soon, Su replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang felt relieved but quickly caught on. You called me at this hour. What do you need help with? You're indeed the director, Zhang. So sharp, Su Pingyan chuckled. Save the flattery. Just tell me what's going on. Zhang rolled his eyes. This time, things might get a bit messy. Going through official channels poses some risk. I need you to help arrange a secure route back home, Su explained. What kind of mess? Zhang asked in confusion. A new portal has emerged. Su's words caused silence on the other end. Give me some time. I'll provide the safe route tomorrow, Zhang answered after a long pause. Great, Su said cheerfully. After hanging up, enjoying a rare moment of leisure, Su took out his phone to browse the news for a while to kill time. He came across several interesting news items. Each article had countless comments below it, making for entertaining reading. The New World is a vast realm. Even after several days of exploration, its edges remain undiscovered. Stop talking. It's got nothing to do with China. Right now, only Sam and the polar bear are feasting, while their followers are sipping from the bowl. We Chinese get nothing. You have to admit, China has been playing it way too safe. Could this excessive caution have caused us to miss a golden opportunity? Why did we fall behind back then? Because we closed ourselves off and missed the age of exploration. Are we really going to miss the age of new world discovery again? No one knows what the higher-ups are thinking or what plans they've got. It's beyond me, maybe due to my low IQ. My IQ is 180, and even I don't get it. Is the news real? Is the new world really that big? Given Earth's current technological level, even if it were as large as Earth, we should have figured out its size by now. How come we still don't know? It's odd. Some say that's not entirely logical. There must be something unknown to us. They say the new world isn't a planet. Therefore, existing measurement methods won't work. Well then, can't we use planes to survey it? Perhaps the new world is just too primitive. The range of airplanes is limited, and without mid-air refueling or airstrips, exploration is bound to face major constraints. Just wait. Regardless of its size, eventually, we'll know the truth. Just wonder how much territory China can get. Sam recently discovered countless giant beasts in the new world. The area's biodiversity and mineral resources are extremely rich. Mr. George announced that Sam would be great again. Damn, I'm actually drooling. Are those monster pictures real? Judging from nearby reference objects, their size is genuinely huge. Godzilla. With monsters this big, no wonder we can't figure out the new world's true size. These beasts definitely aren't pushovers. Hey, does anyone know if these beasts are intelligent? Just looking at the pictures, the dull, wild gaze. Obviously not intelligent, just animalistic. Dude, you're brilliant. I can't see any of that, man. Read the news. Rich biodiversity, abundant mineral resources. While China is blessed with vast territory and rich resources, many essential ones are scarce. What a pity. If only we had participated, maybe we could control the wormhole and dominate the entire new world. Indeed, considering China's population and our combat strength, Beihai Island is much closer to us than it is to Sam. The advantage should be on our side. What should we do now? Do we even need permission from Sam to go to the new world? You're dreaming if you think they would ever allow that, unless we offer them some benefits. By the way, is it still possible to emigrate now? I'm already on a plane, leaving to breathe that sweet, fresh air. Sock. Traitors, the earlier you leave the better. We don't need people like you. There are way too many sellouts walking around with 50,000 in their pockets, sigh. There are still too many people with weak knees. The country has stood up for decades now, yet these people still can't recover from their spineless illness. According to rumors, monster meat is edible, incredibly delicious, and can even turn people into superhumans. Seriously? Is that real? This can't be true, right? Why does it sound more and more like fantasy? Superhumans? Why not become cultivators while we're at it? I believe monster meat is edible, maybe even highly nutritious, but saying it can turn people into superhumans is clearly an exaggeration. Remember, one once controlled the wormhole and New World for several months. If eating the meat really granted superhuman abilities, wouldn't they have become superhumans already? Would the US-Russia allied forces even stand a chance against them? Is it possible this is an exaggerated metaphor? Maybe becoming a superhero just means the meat enhances physical strength to some degree, making people stronger, but it has limitations. Against modern weapons, such a small improvement wouldn't matter at all. That actually makes sense. Even if that's the case, isn't it still amazing? I wonder when this meat will be available for sale. Right now, only a few countries like Sam and Polar Bear possess monster meat. Aside from scientific research, the number of people who can actually eat it is probably very limited. If that's the case, it'll probably be ages before we Chinese can get our hands on any. Chapter 140 Greed, Leak. Breaking news proves that Huaxia actually possesses a monster corpse. Where did they get it from? King shocking, is this real? Didn't we not take any action? How could they have obtained a monster corpse? There are pictures, so it must be real, right? Don't forget we've been supporting the Polar Bear Nation significantly. Perhaps this corpse was given to us by them for research. Really? Then the Great Emperor is truly mighty. He'll be my idol from now on. Would the Polar Bear really be willing to part with something this valuable? Maybe we also paid a significant price. Wonder what they can discover from researching the corpse. I hope it helps cure cancer. Speaking of cancer, have you noticed that the country has gathered many cancer patients into certain hospitals? WTF, is that true? When did that happen? A month or two ago. Chilling thought. What's going on exactly? Have you ever wondered why our Huaxia leadership remains calm and composed? Think carefully about it. Scared to think about it. Don't our superiors understand that lagging behind means getting beaten? That they don't recognize the importance of the new world? So why haven't they made any moves? Think carefully again. WTF, I feel like the higher-ups are brewing something big. Inside the ancient Pyramid Country Hotel, Su Pingyan lay on the bed staring at the ceiling. He put down his phone and murmured, tomorrow, when the whole world knows there's a wormhole inside the Sphinx statue, what will their reactions be? And what about the world leaders? Thinking about this, a slight upturn appeared at the corner of Su Pingyan's mouth. With a mischievous streak in him, he had already imagined many possibilities and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Time never bends to human will. Soon, a day had quickly passed. Just as dawn lightened the sky, Zhang Guodong's phone call came in. It's already arranged. The route has been sent to your secret email, Zhang Guodong said. Director Zhang, your efficiency is impressive, Su Pingyan said, opening his email to check the secure evacuation route, slightly nodding. First by land, then boarding a private plane at a secret estate heading to a small smuggling port, taking a boat to see where a Chinese warship on patrol would be waiting. Once on the warship, things would get easier. They would escort him to the new country, and then he'd fly back home on a special aircraft already en route to the new country. Let's skip the overland route, it might leave traces. I checked the distance from here to that estate, is just over 50 kilometers. At my speed, I'd probably be much faster than a car, Su Pingyan thoughtfully suggested. Although you can run fast, wouldn't that make it easier to expose yourself? Zhang Guodong said, somewhat exasperated. Don't worry. At night, I can utilize the darkness to avoid people, Su Pingyan replied. Fine, do it your way. When will you act? Zhang Guodong asked. Tonight. All right, the estate will wait for you all night, Zhang Guodong said. Okay. He spent the day cultivating inside the hotel until night fell. Su Pingyan pulled open the curtains and glanced at the dark sky outside. He changed into all black clothing, left the room, checked out, exited the hotel, and headed straight toward the pyramid tombs. At this hour, the staff had already gone home, and tourists had left too. With the night as cover, Su Pingyan in black blended perfectly into the darkness, almost invisible. Soon, under the cover of night, he swiftly evaded several outposts and reached near the Sphinx statue. There are actually lights. There were lights and cameras around the Sphinx. If he just walked straight towards it, he would definitely be noticed. Thinking about this, Su Pingyan scanned the surroundings and picked up some small stones from the ground. Xiaxiuxiu. Zizibadot. As the stones flew out, several light sources were shattered entirely, and a few cameras were directly smashed. Didi. Immediately, alarms started ringing. Damn, just a pile of dirt, yet they have such strict guards, Su Pingyan muttered under his breath. However, having come this far, retreating would mean the enemy's future guards would become even tighter, making it hard to take anything unnoticed. If they then conducted an inspection and discovered the bronze door inside the Sphinx, took away the reward, then he would suffer a huge loss. This is the final stop anyway. Thinking this, Su Pingyan darted forward like lightning, quickly rushing to the front of the Sphinx and throwing a punch at it. Hong long long. Instantly, the dirt covering the Sphinx fell off. A bronze door flashed into view, standing silently in the desert. Without hesitation, Su Pingyan removed the dimensional space treasure box from the middle of the bronze door. He didn't even have time to open and examine it before hastily leaving the site. Beep, beep, beep. With the alarm, it wasn't long before several security guards arrived to check. Of course, they could no longer see Su Pingyan. With his speed, he was already far away. But what they saw instead was shocking. The Sphinx statue that once stood there had vanished, replaced by a dark blue glowing portal, with a bronze door frame around it. This. The guards were stunned, even speechless. A wormhole, another guard shouted in shock. A wormhole? Here? There's actually a wormhole here? Our ancient pyramid kingdom actually has a wormhole. One of the guards was now excited. Quick, report it. Right. However, as the guards were preparing to report, One of the newly arrived guards struggled inwardly for a moment, before his eyes filled with greed. Su Pingyan no longer cared about the guard's thoughts or reactions. He quickly left, heading toward the secret estate overnight. 50 kilometers would have taken a normal person a very long time to walk, but for Su Pingyan, it only took just over an hour. And that was even while avoiding people and all kinds of surveillance cameras. Otherwise, it would have been faster. Heaven covers earth like a tiger. Su Pingyan reached the secret estate and gave the secret code. A pagoda suppresses river monsters. Sir, your plane is already ready, the owner of the estate said. He didn't know Su Pingyan, nor his name. He was simply an undercover agent, following orders from above. Once this mission was completed, he would immediately leave, leaving behind not a single trace. Su Pingyan nodded slightly and followed the man's guidance onto the plane. Half an hour later, they landed at a small port, where he boarded a yacht and left the ancient pyramid kingdom. The entire process lasted just over an hour. Cairo, capital of the ancient pyramid kingdom. Bang bang bang, a series of urgent knocking sounds echoed, along with the anxious voice of the secretary. Mr. President, there's an urgent matter requiring your attention. Chapter 141. The second wormhole stirs up storms. While President Khufu was struggling with the tense situation in the Middle East, he had just fallen into a light sleep when he was awakened by a sound, immediately making his expression turn very dark. Putting on his clothes while muttering, he said, "If there's nothing particularly important, you're finished." Soon, he opened the bedroom door and saw his secretary, who looked extremely panicky, saying, "Mr. President, something big has happened." "What's going on?" "Did Little Y launch a night raid?" Khufu immediately became fully awake, showing signs of panic. When it came to what could be considered a major incident nowadays, it could probably only be that. "Mr. President, I'm afraid it's even bigger. Just now, someone reported that the Sphinx in the Giza Pyramid complex has been destroyed." The secretary explained. "What? Who did this?" President Khufu shouted furiously. This was their country's cultural relic, attracting numerous tourists every year. If it was destroyed during his term, he would definitely face heavy criticism. "That's not the key point, Mr. President. The key point is that after the Sphinx was destroyed, a wormhole appeared, just like the one at Beihado." The secretary quickly corrected. "A wormhole." Khufu widened his eyes, showing complete disbelief. How is that possible? He didn't believe it at all. You see, the occurrence of a stable wormhole on Earth was already extremely improbable. Initially, there were people wondering if there might be other wormholes existing on Earth as well. However, the experts said it was impossible. The probability of such an occurrence wasn't much higher than the chance of the universe being destroyed. "It's true, and there's also a bronze door frame around this wormhole. Please see for yourself." The secretary handed over his phone to Khufu, showing a video taken by the personnel on site. Khufu reached out his trembling hands, took the phone, and watched it. Indeed, there was a wormhole, and the surrounding environment clearly indicated this was not somewhere else, but their own ancient pyramid country, as pyramids appeared in the video. After confirming the truth of the matter, Khufu started breathing heavily, and he had to take several deep breaths before slightly calming down. Suddenly, he thought of something and hurriedly ordered, "Immediately dispatch troops to take over the wormhole. Control the site completely. Capture all people who have come into contact with it. Not a single one must escape. All the videos recorded must absolutely not be allowed to leak outside." After finishing, he thought of something else and asked, "When was the wormhole discovered?" The secretary thought for a moment before answering. "About 3 hours ago." "What? That long ago?" Khufu began to feel a bad omen. If they had controlled the wormhole and maintained secrecy right after its discovery, perhaps they could have succeeded. But now, so much time had passed. Who knew how many people were already aware of it? Why did it take so long to deliver this message? President Khufu became furious again. According to the explanation from the lower levels, the officials initially receiving the news also disbelieved it. Later, after watching the video evidence and personally going to the site for confirmation, they thought of sending the information upward, level by level. "Finally, it reached me, and I contacted you, Mr. President, immediately," the secretary explained. Hearing this, Khufu immediately felt a headache. "Forget the rest for now. First, take control of the wormhole. Also, monitor the internet and delete any related information immediately once discovered. Additionally, impose a traffic blockade. No one is allowed to enter or leave temporarily." After thinking for a moment, he added, "Send people to guard in front of each foreign embassy. I need to know their every move." "Yes, Mr. President." In a villa in the suburbs of Cairo. "A wormhole? You're not joking with me." The speaker, wearing an extremely ornate pajama set, showed complete disbelief. "Mr. Gill, I have a video, and I also know the exact location of the wormhole." The speaker was exactly a security guard who was responsible for guarding the Sphinx. He was very clever. Before the upper-level blockades were implemented, he had already run out and secretly filmed some videos. After all, back then there were few people around, and no one was paying attention to him. "Let me see," said the middle-aged man dressed in luxurious pajamas. "Mr. Gill, I think this piece of information is worth." The security guard hesitated and said decisively, "At least $100 million. He had originally wanted to ask for even more, but he knew that the information would soon be widely known, so he was merely profiting from the time gap. If he asked for too much, the other party definitely wouldn't agree, and delaying time meant losing the opportunity completely. $100 million? Are you out of your mind? Mr. Gill, this is a wormhole we are talking about," the security guard reminded him. "Okay, if the information proves true, I'll give you $10 million, and that's it. You can take that money and go wherever you want. However, if you're too greedy, I'm not sure whether you'll have the life to spend it," Gill warned. The security guard struggled for quite a while before finally biting the bullet, saying, "Fine. Transfer the money first." "How do I know you aren't deceiving me?" Gil replied. "Mr. Gil, I'm right here. If I were lying to you, wouldn't I be asking for my own death?" "Humph, a single life isn't worth 10 million, Gil sneered, then added, "I'll transfer 1 million first. Once you give me the video and the location, and if it proves genuine, I'll pay the remaining 9 million. "Fine." The security guard, having no other options, could only agree. After the money was transferred, he smiled slightly and handed his phone to Gil. As Gil watched the footage, his posture stiffened and his face turned serious. "Where is it located?" "Mr. Gil, you need to pay the remaining 9 million first." Gil's expression turned icy cold, but he said nothing. He simply initiated the transfer. "There. Done." "Mr. Gil, the location is the Sphinx at the Giza Pyramid Complex." The wormhole broke open from inside the Sphinx itself. Having received the payment, the guard revealed the information without hesitation. "In that case, I'll take my leave now." "Not so fast. Wait until I confirm everything before you go." So saying, Gil marched outside swiftly, signaling his guards to detain the man while he made a phone call. When he returned, his expression was more serious than ever. "Mr. Gil," the guard called out cautiously. "Deal with him. No traces left behind." Gil ordered his guards coldly. Realizing what was about to happen, the guard panicked and screamed, "Mr. Gil, you can't do this." "Mr. Gil." Unfortunately for him, the guards had already silenced him. Within just 2 hours of the incident, the leaders of several major world powers were shocked by the same sudden news. In the Oval Office at the Black House of the Sam Nation. Impossible, absolutely impossible for there to be a second wormhole. President George roared in anger. After all, what they had gone through to take control of the wormhole at Bejedo had cost them dearly. Only recently had they started to reap benefits from it. Now someone was telling him it wasn't unique. If it wasn't the only wormhole, why had they gone through so much just to seize the first one? Chapter 142, The Emperor's Guess. "Director General, it's confirmed. It's real, with video proof, and no tampering," James said. At first, he didn't believe it either, but the facts remained, whether one believed or not. "Where is it?" George asked after calming down. "The ancient pyramid country." "What? There." George's expression darkened further. "You must know that the Middle East is a powder keg. Previously, they had already suffered a great humiliation here. It was only because of the wormhole incident at the Northern Sea Island that they had managed to extricate themselves and gain enormous benefits. Now, they were going back there again. Director General, whether the other sides of these two wormholes belong to the same new world or even the same region remains unknown. But all are full of opportunities. We can't afford to let go," James said. George knew this too, but his expression turned grim. "You should know how many of our people died during that battle at Northern Sea Island. Domestic opposition against me is already huge. If not for the interests of the new world, I might have already been impeached." Though he said this, he also knew that since the wormhole had appeared, he couldn't possibly abandon it. "Immediately call over the Secretary of State and others. We need a meeting," George said. "Yes." "Oh, does that wormhole have a bronze door frame?" Suddenly recalling something, George asked. James nodded. "It does." "Tisk," George couldn't help but hiss in breath before asking. "Do you think this could be a coincidence?" "No way." James shook his head. George felt likewise. "Then you think, who might have done this?" "Not sure. It could be aliens or some ancient civilization. Either's possible." James thought for a moment before replying. "So then, if we now have 2 wormholes, could there be a third, or even a fourth?" George asked again. Tisk, this time, James didn't know how to respond. He thought to himself, "You've been half asleep the past few days. How come you're so alert all of a sudden? Could it be those shungshou meats you've been eating? Could it be that shungshou meat doesn't just enhance the body, but also the mind?" Whatever the case, he couldn't offer an answer now. As the self-proclaimed top intelligence chief on Earth, if even he didn't know, then no one else in the world would. "Go and call the people over first." George waved helplessly. In the Bear Kingdom's Kremlin, it was also deep in the night. "You know the consequences if there's nothing important," the Emperor said, wrapped in a coat, stepping out with a grim expression. "Your Emperor, the second wormhole has been found in the ancient pyramid country," Chief Kaberg reported. "What?" Instantly, the gloom on the Emperor's face vanished, his sleepiness completely gone. "Your Emperor, look at this video." The Emperor glanced at the video. His first attention was drawn to the inscriptions on the bronze door frame. "Notice anything?" "The inscriptions here are different from those on the bronze door frame on the Northern Sea Island." Though he didn't know the specific meanings of the inscriptions, nor did expert analysis yield any immediate results, he could still distinguish the appearance of the script. "Your Majesty is truly wise. It is indeed different." Chief Kaberg's face lit up. Could this script represent the name of the world on the other side of the wormhole, or perhaps numbers? The Emperor guessed. Previously, he'd thought it might represent the name of the world on the other side, the name of the craftsman who built the bronze door, or even a prophetic message. But now, upon seeing the second bronze door, an unusual idea surfaced in his mind. Could it be numbers? Chief Kaberg was startled, but soon nodded. "Highly possible. If what your Majesty suggests is true, perhaps there aren't just 2 wormholes in this world, but even more." Tisk, the Emperor couldn't help but inhale sharply. His eyes widened as he spat out 2 heavy words. "Huaxia." "Your Majesty, are you saying?" Chief Kaberg also seemed to have caught on to something, looking somewhat alarmed. "Huaxia may talk about peace, but how could they possibly remain indifferent to the new world discovered at Northern Sea Island? And also, remember the monster body discovered in their capital? It was a complete carcass. I had people investigate. So far we haven't encountered any monster like it." Previously, we speculated it could have been given by Yamamoto earlier to Huaxia. If our previous assumption is correct, then it's highly likely that Huaxia has its own wormhole. If Huaxia does have a wormhole, then all their unusual activity recently would make sense. The more the Emperor spoke, the more plausible he found this theory. Huaxia is indeed too crafty, making us fight on the front lines while secretly keeping a wormhole for themselves. Chief Kabur growled in anger. If I were them, I would do the same thing. I just didn't expect their secrecy to be this good, the Emperor said helplessly. Send people to Huaxia immediately. I need to confirm my suspicion, the Emperor ordered. Yes. Call all the senior officials over. We're having a meeting right away, the Emperor instructed his secretary. Although he had suspicions about Huaxia possessing a wormhole, he had no intention of giving up on the wormhole in the ancient pyramid region. After all, in his eyes, the Middle East was their polar bear territory, especially after the Sam nation withdrew its influence, making their polar bear nation more dominant here. In the presidential palace of Cairo, ancient pyramid country. Mr. President, it's confirmed. The information has already been leaked, the secretary said with a grim expression. Damn it, who the hell leaked it? Find them out. I want them dead, Pharaoh roared. Mr. President, the leak probably involved more than one person. At this point, holding anyone accountable is pointless. Since the major powers already know about the wormhole, they won't let go of control over it. Judging from their previous actions in Japan, we might not survive the same fate, the secretary reminded him. Do you have any ideas? Pharaoh asked, knowing this all too well. After all, their military strength was far inferior to Japan's. Look what had happened to Japan. They didn't want to follow the same path. The best solution is cooperation. We should cooperate with every major power. We provide the platform, but we must ensure certain benefits. Exactly how much will depend on negotiations, the secretary said. Anything else? Pharaoh nodded. It was indeed a good idea. By balancing the powers against each other, they could probably manage to get some scraps. No one would want a world war here again, and they couldn't afford one either. We should hurry and enter the new world first. 1. We can investigate and gain first-hand intelligence, which will benefit us greatly. 2. Isn't it said that eating the meat of legendary beasts from the new world can turn people into superhumans? Since we didn't have the chance before, we can now test whether this is true, the secretary added. Chapter 143. Activating 8 portals. What you're saying is based on the assumption that both wormholes connect to the same world. Let's hope our side isn't worse than that Beihai Island world, Hufu nodded. Wormholes were inherently science-fictional and bizarre. None had ever been seen before. Now, 2 had appeared all of a sudden. Who could tell whether the other side was the same world? Perhaps, the world on the other side of the Beihai Island wormhole was livable, while the one through their wormhole was a world of destruction where death awaited them immediately upon arrival. Anything was possible. Meanwhile, if it could be proven that both wormholes led to the same world, combined with the bronze doorframe, the underlying implications would be entirely different. Has the military arrived at the wormhole site? Hufu put aside his wild thoughts and worries to ask. They have, the secretary replied, nodding. He had just received this information from below. Good. Immediately dispatch elite forces into the new world, Hufu ordered, then added. First send a small unit in to explore. They should try capturing some videos and photos and confirm it's safe before sending in larger forces. Yes, sir. The secretary understood what the president was concerned about and nodded quickly. Inside the chief minister's office in the capital city of Huaxia, this young Su is going to stir up the world again, the chief minister said, setting down the intelligence report with a sigh. A single wormhole on Beihai Island had already drawn a confrontation between the 2 major global factions. It directly destroyed the previous world's 3rd largest economy, Japan, causing tens of millions of casualties. If something similar happened in the Middle East region, the chief minister couldn't help but feel melancholic. Where is he now? Composing himself, the chief minister asked. He has already boarded the private plane returning home and will arrive at the capital this afternoon, the secretary general answered, understanding perfectly who the chief minister was asking about. As soon as he lands, have him come see me immediately, the chief minister instructed. They had been unable to contact Su Ping'an for a while. Later, when Su Ping'an finally contacted Zhang Guodong, it was solely about returning home. One could say that during this time, whatever Su Ping'an had been doing outside was completely unknown to him. As the head of state of Huaxia, not knowing these things would significantly disadvantage the country's decision-making moving forward. Therefore, he needed to obtain that intelligence immediately. And there was no one else who knew these details besides Su Ping'an. Yes, sir, the secretary general nodded. Chief minister. The secretary general stepped out, then turned around and returned with a new urgent report. Director Zhang has sent a message. Russian spies inside our country have suddenly become very active. Abnormal occurrences always have a cause. He's asking for your instructions on how to proceed. After all, Huaxia's relationship with Russia was still officially very friendly at the moment. The chief minister paused, pacing back and forth inside the office for a few minutes before suddenly smiling slightly. Looks like the Tsar has probably guessed that there's a wormhole inside Huaxia territory. The secretary general was startled. We had extremely tight secrecy measures. How could they know this so quickly? Our actions and decisions over the past period have indeed been somewhat abnormal. With the Tsar's intelligence, if he calmly analyzes things and combines it with the emergence of a second wormhole in the ancient pyramid nation, it's very likely he's figured it out. Don't assume others are stupid, the chief minister said earnestly. Without the wormhole in the ancient pyramid country, no one would consider this possibility. After all, having just one wormhole appear was already unbelievable enough. Having 2 wormholes on the same planet seemed practically impossible. But now, the reality stood in front of them. If there were already 2, then 3 or 4 would actually seem much less hard to accept. So, they activated those spies to confirm the truth within our borders. The Secretary General suddenly realized. The Chief Minister nodded slightly. It's very likely. Then should we crack down on them? The Secretary General sought guidance. If these individuals truly discovered the portal within Huaxia territory, the Tsar might harbor other intentions, which would contradict their policy of quiet development. Arrest them all and send them back. I think the Tsar will be able to understand our attitude, the Chief Minister said. For now, the Chief Minister also didn't want the Tsar to learn about the existence of a portal within Huaxia territory. The longer this situation could be postponed, the more Huaxia's national strength would rapidly increase day by day. Once the time truly came when it could no longer be concealed, naturally, there would be solutions. They can stir things up in Beihai Island, or even the ancient pyramid country, fighting over control of the portals, will stay out of it. But if they dare to extend their hands into Huaxia, we will absolutely not tolerate it, the Chief Minister said sternly. Yes, sir. At about 4 in the afternoon, Su Pingyan's private jet landed at the international airport in the capital. Soon after, he was taken by the Secretary General to the Chief Minister's office. Su Xiao, this time the commotion you've caused is no small matter. Is there anything you'd like to say? The Chief Minister gave Su Pingyan a meaningful look, then personally poured him a cup of tea and handed it to him. Thank you, Chief Minister. Su Pingyan politely accepted the teacup, then sighed. I didn't want this either, but there was nothing I could do. The portal in the ancient pyramid nation is located inside the Sphinx. It's too conspicuous, impossible to hide. The Chief Minister wasn't asking to scold or blame Su Pingyan. He simply wanted to understand his thoughts. Upon hearing Su Pingyan's answer, he didn't dwell on the matter further and asked another question instead. This time, you visited Sam Nation, Baixiang Nation, and the ancient pyramid nation in succession. Have all 3 portals there already been activated? Su Pingyan nodded solemnly, yes. Then he took out a piece of paper and handed it to the Chief Minister, saying, these are the coordinates of the portals in the Sam Nation and Baixiang Nation. The Chief Minister accepted it without looking and put it away, though his expression grew serious. If that's the case, 8 out of the 9 portals have already been activated. Only 1 remains. I wonder when the last one will open. He hadn't forgotten the 18-character truth Su Pingyan had previously mentioned, nor had he forgotten the apocalyptic calamity Su Pingyan had warned of. Without even thinking, Su Pingyan said, Chief Minister, you don't need to worry about the great calamity after the last portal opens, because that final portal is currently very stable. It probably won't open for several decades, and its location is beneath the sea, an area currently off-limits to humanity. Upon hearing this, the Chief Minister relaxed his brows slightly and nodded, visibly relieved. All 8 portals have now been activated. The world is about to become unstable again. The Chief Minister couldn't help but sigh. At the moment, only 2 portals are publicly known. As for the remaining ones, what do you think we should do? The Chief Minister asked. Chief Minister, this is a matter for you and the other senior leaders to decide. I don't think I need to get involved, Su Pingyan replied somewhat hesitantly. Chapter 144, Abandoned Mine Shaft. Don't dodge the issue. I want to hear your thoughts now. Given your understanding of the situation beyond the portal, you can offer us more valuable insight, can't you? The Chancellor wasn't about to let Su Pingyan stay uninvolved. With no choice, Su Pingyan picked up his teacup and took a sip. He knew right away that coming here wouldn't be simple. After a brief pause, he spoke up. There are 8 portals in total. 2 of them belong to us, and their corresponding counterparts are the 10,000 great mountains and an island, both firmly under our control. So we can just steadily develop from there. Nothing much to discuss. The Chancellor gave a slight nod and remained silent, sitting beside Su Pingyan and listening attentively. The portal on Beihai Island leads to a forested area and is already under the control of Sam Country and the Polar Bear Nation. They won't relinquish any interest there. We can't interfere for now. The Chancellor remained non-committal. Although he said nothing, the expression on his face left Su Pingyan feeling as if he couldn't quite read him. Could it be that the Chancellor had plans to get involved with the portal on Beihai Island? Well, that wasn't his problem. If the leadership had ideas, there must have been deep considerations involved. Shaking off his wandering thoughts, Su Pingyan continued thoughtfully. That leaves 5 portals remaining. The portal to the ancient pyramid country has already been discovered. According to my inherited memories, its other side leads into an abandoned mine shaft, labyrinthine, full of countless passageways like a hive. It might take some time just to find a route to the surface. A mine shaft. The Chancellor showed visible surprise. This wasn't a terrain type he had expected. Yes, a mine shaft, a massive, ancient mine full of spirit stones. There are also some derivative spiritual minerals, quite valuable as well. Su Pingyan explained. Yet, there was one thing he left unsaid in his heart. To successfully extract these spirit stones and minerals, you must first possess the strength to fend off attacks from all sorts of subterranean beasts. Keep in mind, explosives and such high-powered weaponry couldn't be used freely inside the mines. Firearms were the absolute limit, otherwise the risk of cave-ins was too high. Therefore, for countries other than China, the risks associated with this place were enormous. You just said it's an abandoned mine. Does that mean there are no more spirit stones inside? The Chancellor asked further. As for what exactly spirit stones were, he didn't ask. Su Pingyan had already introduced them before, so the Chancellor understood these were a spiritual cultivation resource, as well as a currency widely used in other worlds, and thus held immense value. Su Pingyan shook his head and clarified. Firstly, the ancient times were rich in spiritual energy. Even an abandoned mine, if it had been a supermassive or vein, it's certain that there were still smaller branches of veins left behind. Admittedly, the extraction value wouldn't have been high back then. However, now that spiritual energy is recovering, there may already be new veins forming, generating fresh spirit stones. Though Su Ping'an made it sound like guesswork, he was in fact certain inside that this was true. There were numerous micro and small-scale spirit stone veins in the depths of that abandoned mine, as well as various other spiritual minerals, all possessing great value. But there was a condition. You must first have the capability to exploit and use them. Otherwise, even after great effort and at the expense of countless soldiers' lives to extract massive amounts of spirit stones, they would be useless. Some might say, extract the stones, go to the surface world, and trade with the people there. It wasn't that simple. Firstly, reaching the surface through the mine's entrance wasn't easy. In the last cycle, it took nearly 10 years for dozens of nations led by the Polar Bear Nation to finally reach the surface. When they finally emerged, they found nothing but an endless, barren desert expanse. The nearest human settlement in the other world was more than 3,000 kilometers away. The journey between was littered with dangers, ferocious beasts, deep pits, and traps of all kinds. It was extremely difficult to reach human settlements safely. In the previous world, even after reaching the surface, they had spent nearly 5 more years, at a cost of several million lives, to chart a relatively safe route. Of course, ignoring casualties and aiming simply to reach the human world settlements, that journey only took less than half a year. Secondly, without spiritual cultivation methods or forging techniques, even if they had spirit stones, they couldn't make proper use of them. In the previous cycle, they kept trying to apply modern technology to utilize spirit stones, but by the time Su Ping'an was reborn, they still hadn't figured out a way to extract spiritual energy from them. However, some other spiritual minerals did significantly enhance the performance of fighter jets and modern weapons. For example, spirit stone bullets and spirit stone bombs were among the most notable achievements. But these were merely superficial uses at best. For a very long time, these spiritual minerals were nothing more than a special kind of resource to them, similar to rare earth minerals. If there are spirit stones, then it seems we should get involved as well. The Chancellor's eyes lit up. Thanks to China's Middle East and Africa strategies, Huaxia still held great prestige and recognition in these regions. Moreover, Huaxia had always been fair and impartial. If Huaxia took the lead, many countries would rally around it in order to counter Sam country and the Polar Bear Nation. It's indeed appropriate to show our strength a bit. Otherwise, the entire world might really think we are weak and easy to bully. Su Ping'an nodded in agreement. Huaxia hadn't participated in the battle at Beihai Island previously, and various comments had already arisen from countries around the world. Even many foreigners believed that Huaxia was all show, outwardly strong, inwardly weak, timid and afraid of war, no longer possessing the strong fighting spirit it had decades ago. I understand the situation with the ancient pyramid country now. I'll summon a military meeting later to find an appropriate opportunity. You continue to explain the other portals, said the Chancellor. All right. Su Ping'an nodded and continued. The portal to the Antarctic continent leads to a frozen world, a vast icy wasteland. Some of the fierce beasts and ice races living there are extremely powerful. Even the beasts near the portal are mostly high-level first-tier creatures. I estimate third-tier beasts will appear around 30 kilometers in. Plus the extreme cold, it will be very unfriendly for initial exploration. After listening, the Chancellor slightly furrowed his brows. The Antarctic continent is too far from Huaxia. Combined with what you've said, it seems we should appropriately let go for now. At the very least, we don't need to invest in the early stages. Chancellor, you're saying we plan to abandon this portal? Su Ping'an asked. Who knew? The Chancellor shook his head. Abandon it. Chapter 145, Progress on the Contribution Value System. I was thinking about giving up, but still, if such a portal doesn't bring some benefits to our Huaxia, it'd be hard to justify, the Chancellor said with a smile. I plan to exchange the coordinates of this portal with the Emperor for some other benefits. What do you think? The Chancellor asked Su Ping'an's opinion. Su Ping'an's eyes lit up. I don't have any issues with that. His first thought was of the Polar Bear Kingdom's revenue share from the portal on the northern sea island. Since that island was closer to Huaxia, even a small share would be a gain for Huaxia. The Chancellor nodded slightly. This matter also needs careful planning. Let's talk about it after the meeting. You continue. Su Ping'an nodded and continued. The opposite side of the portal facing Yellowstone Park in Sam Nation is a desert terrain located deep in their core territory. We can't really reach it, so let's not talk about it. Don't think the desert is poor in resources just because it looks barren. Actually, it's the opposite. First, beneath the desert were previously very developed areas that later became restricted zones. However, there were many ancient ruins beneath the sand cover, which in fact preserved these ruins very well. Second, there were many oases on the desert surface, and those areas contained considerable cultivation resources and beast resources. Third, there were also many ferocious beasts in the desert. Although their numbers were relatively fewer, there were also various other benefits. In short, each terrain connected by the portals was different, yet each had its own value, obviously deliberately arranged. So there are only 2 portals left, Su Ping'an continued. One is the portal inside the Java Cave in Indonesia, which connects to grasslands. The other is the one in the White Elephant Kingdom, which connects to plains, and it's only slightly over 2,000 kilometers away from the nearest human settlement in the other world, the most convenient and fastest place to make contact with this portal. Needless to say, the White Elephant Kingdom was indeed lucky. Their own country already had vast plains, and the opposite side of the portal was also an endless plain. Though mineral resources weren't plentiful, it was an area very suitable for living and growing crops. If it weren't for a special toxic barrier over 2,000 kilometers away, such fertile land would never have become a forbidden zone. It would long have been cultivated by the people of the other world as a place for survival. The Chancellor couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy for the White Elephant Kingdom's portal. Were it not located on the Ganges River and close to the White Elephant Kingdom's heartland, he would have even considered military action to take it. Can we cooperate with the White Elephant Kingdom to develop the other world? The Chancellor asked. Su Pingyan shrugged. That's up to you and the bigwigs. I'm no good at political negotiations. Still, although the plains are nice, there are many ferocious beasts, numerous and powerful. Without good natural terrain barriers, they could cause huge casualties in the early stages. Maybe that could be a good breakthrough point, Su Pingyan suggested. The plains were suitable for humans to live, but equally suitable for ferocious beasts. The number of such beasts was particularly large here, and some beast kings with emerging sentience even gathered groups of beasts and occupied territories, forming clans and fighting for land. The Chancellor's eyes lit up, nodding slightly. That is indeed a promising breakthrough, though they'll need to suffer a bit first, before we can step in. What do you think about the portal in Indonesia, Chancellor? Su Pingyan asked curiously. That portal was quite hidden. Even if expanded to its maximum size over a year, it wouldn't reach the surface. In terms of concealment, it was second only to the undersea one. It could be secretly developed. I think the previous idea from Yamamoto of building a reverse defensive line was quite good, the Chancellor said. Can't we first send a small force into the portal to build a defensive line there? In essence, we'd then control this portal. Develop it ourselves? Su Pingyan questioned with surprise. Developing it themselves wasn't impossible, but the efficiency would be slower. The Chancellor shook his head. We do have many junior allies. We won't allow them access to domestic portals, but Indonesia is perfect. Letting them all get involved will mean that those with the way will have much support. Su Pingyan pondered for a moment and suggested. Chancellor, I have a different idea. I don't know whether I should say it or not. The Chancellor was momentarily taken aback, then said. In front of me, there's no such thing as whether something should or shouldn't be said. I invited you here precisely to hear your opinions. Go ahead. Su Pingyan nodded and said. Actually, we could secretly dispatch personnel into the Indonesian portal. One purpose is to build the reverse defensive line. The second is to develop that other world ourselves. After all, we possess unique treasures like the dimensional treasure box. Even if we gain a lot, we can still bring it all back. The Chancellor frowned slightly and fell into thought. After a long pause, he finally said, So you're suggesting we develop it first, and when the timing is right, we can share it with others? Su Pingyan nodded. Exactly. Right now, it's not hard to handle the allied nations. For instance, part of the revenue share we obtained from exchanging the Antarctic portal with the Polar Bear Kingdom for the Northern Sea Island portal, and the share from the wormhole in the Middle East can all be given away to secure the support of our allies. That way, temporarily, we'll be able to independently develop 3 portal-connected worlds. In that case, 2 portals will be inside Huasha territory, one in Indonesia, and the Middle Eastern portal could allow some participation, while the White Elephant Kingdom's share could be obtained through negotiation. In addition, there will be the revenue share gained through the Antarctic portal in exchange for the Northern Sea Island portal. That means Huasha's reach will extend to 6 portals. No, actually 7. The Antarctic portal doesn't have to be completely given up either. We can leave a small portion, say just 10%. I'm sure the Polar Bear Kingdom wouldn't refuse. In other words, only the portal inside Sam Nation would be out of Huasha's reach. For the other portals, Huasha could get involved one way or another. Considering they're all located outside the country, won't that affect development efficiency? The Chancellor expressed concern. Su Pingyan shook his head. Of course not. We can send some Yanwang Legion soldiers first as the vanguard, and later dispatch more forces secretly in batches through various channels. As for the harvest, only 1 or 2 loyal soldiers secretly shuttling back and forth will be enough. All right, I'll seriously consider your suggestion. Talking with you today has clarified my thoughts, the Chancellor said, getting up with a cheerful smile. Then he added, By the way, the contribution value system you previously proposed is nearly completed. As planned, it will be divided into 2 versions, one for the Otherworld and one for Blue Planet. The Otherworld edition mainly grants contribution points through exploring other realms, killing ferocious beasts, participating in warfare, submitting valuable resources, terrain maps, mineral distribution charts, and more. Chapter 146, Exploration Results. The Blue Star edition allows ordinary citizens to earn contribution points, similar to wages, by making positive contributions to national development, such as active tax payments. Anything beneficial to the nation can earn contribution points. The Chancellor briefly explained the contribution system. With contribution points, you can redeem cultivation techniques, cultivation resources, beast meat from other realms, and other extraordinary items. Even, the Chancellor glanced at Su Pingyan, you can directly exchange points for money. Of course, the exchange is one way only. You cannot exchange money back into contribution points. This prevents the wealthy from doing whatever they please. What do you think? The Chancellor asked. That's great. I don't see any problems here. Chancellor, you've really thought things through and improved the system. Su Pingyan nodded repeatedly, clearly without any objection. If you have no objections, then once the final version is ready, it will first be tested in the other realm, the Chancellor replied. The reason it would first be announced in the other realm is because on Blue Star, China had not yet revealed the portal to the general public. Su Pingyan had asked about this during a previous phone call, and the Chancellor's opinion was that it was better to stay low-key for now. Resources were limited, and while informing the public might strengthen national pride, it could also draw worldwide attention and hatred. making China a target for the entire world. Such a result would be highly unfavorable. It was better to wait until more portals appeared. Then, they could steadily announce the discovery to the world. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, the entire world seemed to fall silent. Wars all around the globe halted as everyone waited for something with tacit understanding. They were waiting for the exploration results of the first group of warriors sent into the other realm by the ancient Pyramid Nation. They were waiting for the positions of the 3 global superpowers, Sam, Polar Bear, and Huaxia. Smaller nations had no say in such matters. They could only tightly cling to their patrons and follow their leaders to get a piece of the pie. Inside President Khufu's office in Cairo, the capital of the ancient Pyramid Nation. Mr. President, the first group of warriors exploring the new world has returned. The secretary brought the findings to President Khufu at once. How did it go? Khufu quickly asked. There are several major discoveries. Tell me quickly, Khufu urged. Yes, Mr. President. The secretary nodded and began his report. First, on the other side of the wormhole, within approximately 300 meters centered around the wormhole, our soldiers encountered no monsters. That area seems to be safe. Additionally, when our troops were pursued by monsters outside, fleeing into that range ensured safety. Utilizing this safe zone, we have remotely killed numerous monsters. Their bodies have already been cut up, transported out, and delivered to the laboratories for study. Unfortunately, this safe area seems to have a time limit. Based on our calculations, it lasts about 3 days starting from the time the wormhole was initially discovered. The secretary's brow slightly furrowed as he mentioned this. Such an occurrence was highly peculiar. It definitely wasn't formed naturally in any ordinary way. There must be some unknown force behind it. A safe area? Khufu frowned and asked. If I remember correctly, there was never anything like this reported near Beidao Island. Was there? The secretary nodded. That's correct, Mr. President. I've confirmed with the intelligence department. The new world on Beidao Island doesn't have such a safe zone. Their analysis suggests 2 possibilities. Either such a zone simply doesn't exist there, or someone had already stayed in the other world there for more than 3 days. In other words, when the wormhole was discovered, it had already been open for at least 3 days. The head of the intelligence department believes the second possibility is the most likely. Khufu looked momentarily enlightened, then chuckled bitterly. You mean that mysterious individual or force that exposed the Beidao Island portal? Yes, Mr. President. To this day, no one in the world has found that mysterious individual. No one knows their true intentions or whether there's a hidden plot, the secretary said. The office fell into a temporary silence as Khufu pondered deeply for a while before shaking his head with a wry smile. Well, that has little to do with us. If there really is a problem, let those tall guys like Sam deal with it. Continue your report, Khufu said. Yes, Mr. President. Second, the new world on the other side of the wormhole differs somewhat from what we've previously heard about Beidao Island. According to the soldier's report, it seems to be a complex underground world, reminiscent of a massive mine. However, no special ores have been found yet, and further investigation is required to confirm the nature of the realm. The secretary slightly frowned as he spoke. When he had first heard the report, he was extremely surprised and troubled at the same time. Since they are both new worlds, why is the environment on Beidao Island so much better? Indeed, in his eyes, the new world on the other side of Beidao Island was highly suitable for human survival, whereas their own new world seemed far less hospitable. There must be more than just an underground world, right? Haven't they found a path leading to the surface? Khufu asked. No, the terrain over there is too complex, and we don't even know how deep underground it is. What if we drill upward using modern technology? That may be possible, but the exploration team only had 3 days, and the soldiers didn't bring such equipment, so it's hard to confirm for now, the secretary replied. Khufu nodded slightly. He still held high expectations for the new world and refused to believe that there was only an underground realm over there. There must be a surface world as well. The wormhole simply happened to open underground. Given Blue Star's current technological level, finding a path to the surface shouldn't be too difficult. Anything else? Khufu continued. Thirdly, many of the monsters in this new world have hard shells, somewhat different from those on Beidao Island, and they are quite difficult to deal with, the secretary replied. Considering they're subterranean creatures, it's normal for there to be differences, even among monsters, Khufu remarked, not finding it unusual. The secretary nodded slightly in agreement. Fourth, based on online rumors, we found volunteers willing to eat monster meat. After observation, we found that some monster meat greatly enhanced a person's strength and physical condition after consumption, while eating other kinds immediately resulted in death. Experts analyzed that some monster meat contains special energy that can enhance the body, while others have powerful toxins in their bodies, causing death. So what you're saying is, the so-called mysterious substances and resources rumored online that can turn ordinary people into superhumans are actually just the monster meat itself. Khufu's eyes lit up. The secretary nodded. That's very likely the case. Chapter 147, Balance of Power. Good. This is great news, Khufu said excitedly. Then, as if recalling something, he continued. Immediately increase our expedition efforts. We must kill more monsters in the shortest possible time and obtain more monster corpses. This is our opportunity. Mr. President, are you worried that the Sam Nation will intervene? The secretary asked. It's not a matter of worry, it's certain. They won't let go of this new world either. However, the Sam Nation has already withdrawn most of its forces previously, and it will take time for them to redeploy. The Northern Bear has also concentrated its forces in the Far East, and it would also take time to redeploy here. Huaxia has always advocated peace. Even if they want something, they might prefer cooperation instead. Perhaps, this is our chance, Hufu explained quickly. Only those 3 major nations had the power to make them hesitate to resist. As for other nations, they still had the capability to contend. Mr. President, you shouldn't forget about Husky and Persia either. They're not easy opponents. Previously, the wormhole near the northern sea island was too far away for them to interfere, but now, they might become interested. And we shouldn't neglect Japan either, the secretary reminded him. These nations' military power wasn't weaker than that of the ancient pyramid country, perhaps even stronger. If one of them comes, we might not even be able to withstand it. If all 3 get involved, the ancient pyramid country might face the same tragedy as Ichiban, he added. Then tell me, what should we do? Hufu asked. Didn't you just mention it yourself, Mr. President? Huaxia. If Huaxia is willing to cooperate with us and mediate, perhaps we can offer them a share. By doing so, at least we can retain the initiative and secure as much benefit as possible, the secretary suggested. Contact Huaxia's diplomatic envoy immediately. I want to meet him in person, Hufu decided without hesitation. This was the best solution available at the moment. Inside the office of the supreme leader of the Sam Nation. You're here? The supreme leader casually said as a group of his trusted advisors entered. If someone familiar were present at this moment and saw the supreme leader, they would be greatly astonished. Because the previously drowsy and gray-haired George not only looked wide awake now, but also appeared full of vigor and vitality. Even some strands of dark color had returned to his previously white hair. Supreme Leader, you're looking even more energetic now. I notice you have fewer wrinkles than before, James flattered. George slightly nodded, his face full of smiles. This monster meat must be a gift from God. I've only been eating it for a few days, and already I feel full of inexhaustible strength and energy. If we could keep eating it forever, I wonder if it could break the limits of human lifespan. The other high-ranking officials also looked excited and longing. At this early stage of developing the new world, the lower-level monsters had already been largely cleared out by the Japanese. They now had to go even farther to find monsters, where more powerful and higher-level ones dominated, causing them significant casualties. But what did it matter? To these elites and aristocrats, as long as they gained sufficient benefits, no matter how many people died below, it was acceptable. Supreme Leader, more and more people have already become aware of the effects of this monster meat. I'm afraid it won't be long before the truth leaks out. Then the common people will definitely demand access to it. We need to prepare for that, the Secretary of State said. Those lowly masses want to taste this treasure? Wait, once we have plenty of monster meat in the future and get tired of eating it, we may naturally allow them access. Since monster meat is currently scarce and highly valuable, why not use it to win over some wealthy merchants and even certain politicians who used to oppose us? In this way, we can maintain control over the Sam Nation's power. The next election is coming soon, and Supreme Leader here will stand a better chance of winning re-election, Breen suggested. Everyone fell silent. Yes, the election was approaching. If they couldn't secure re-election, these people would soon lose all they currently possessed. And once power was lost, regaining it would be as difficult as scaling the heavens, since the next administration would not let go of these precious resources either. To continue enjoying them, they would go to any lengths. In that case, they must strike first to secure everything. If money could not buy loyalty, then monster meat could. Very well. I'll leave this matter to you, Breen. I trust you will do it well. George looked at Breen and said, Please rest assured, Supreme Leader. I will secure even more votes for you. Breen said confidently. Oh, by the way, have there been any updates about the wormhole to the ancient pyramid country? What is the world like on the other side? Is it suitable for human habitation? Does it have resources like the monsters we've found? George asked. The portal at Northern Sea Island is too small, and they have to share it with many other nations like the Northern Bear, so they can't acquire large quantities of monster meat in a short time, which made them extremely anxious. If they could gain another source of monster meat, that would naturally be even better. We've just received a report from our agent. The other side of the wormhole near the ancient pyramid country leads to an underground world, apparently an abandoned mine that has been unused for a very long time. It's not suitable for human habitation, but there are quite a few monsters. Here are some pictures of those monsters. They look different from the ones we've seen near Northern Sea Island. We don't know yet whether they have the same effects, James said, pulling out several photos for everyone to view. After everyone had taken a look, George spoke up. What are your thoughts? Since it's an abandoned mine, that suggests it was once developed by humans, or at least by intelligent life. That confirms one thing. The new world does have intelligent life, at least on the side opposite the ancient pyramid country, the Secretary of State said. That makes sense. We don't fear the presence of people. If we can make contact with the intelligent beings on the other side, we can gather more intelligence about the new world. If it's a mine, then most likely we can encounter intelligent life once we reach the surface. On the Northern Sea Island side, we've already explored hundreds of kilometers, yet still haven't discovered any intelligent life. Perhaps the other side of the ancient pyramid country will be our breakthrough. We cannot miss this opportunity. All our current forces are concentrated at Northern Sea Island. Our forces in the Middle East have already been withdrawn. It would be somewhat difficult to redeploy there again, considering we only have 6 remaining aircraft carrier battle groups. Accounting for maintenance and inspections, at most we can deploy 2 at a time, and under extreme circumstances, maybe 4, a 4-star general said with a slightly concerned expression. We can let Little E get involved first. With their military strength, the ancient pyramid country won't be able to resist. A voice suddenly spoke up. Everyone's eyes lit up immediately. As for whether Little E would be attacked by Middle Eastern nations afterward, that was of no concern. Their job would only be to open a path, and once their main forces arrived, they'd have a foothold. Good, that's settled then. Contact Netta and have him deploy troops to the ancient pyramid country. We must seize the wormhole as soon as possible. Also, transfer 3 carrier battle groups from Northern Sea Island to the Middle East for support. Yes, sir. Chapter 148, Shenlong Manor. Polar Bear Kremlin. Great Emperor, the situation has been clarified. Shall we proceed? The Minister of Defense requested. Great Emperor, the Persian Empire has contacted us, proposing to cooperate in seizing the wormhole, the Foreign Minister said. What do you think? The Emperor asked. Persia is strong and holds a geographical advantage. If we don't bring them in, capturing the wormhole will likely cost us dearly, one general replied. What about the Han Empire? What's their stance? Their King-Chancellor seems to have gone to the ancient Pyramid Kingdom. They are probably going to take action this time. On the Northern Sea Island front, their movements have been slow, missing the opportunity. They have already lost the chance to share in the new world's resources. This time, they won't miss it. We might have a hard time taking control of this wormhole. The people present frowned unconsciously. The reason they could rival Sam country on the Northern Sea Island was because the Han Empire continuously supplied weapons and logistical resources from behind. Thinking about Han's current formidable military production capability, no one could afford to ignore its stance. Contact the Han authorities. We can cooperate. With us, along with Persia and the Han, we can stabilize the Middle East region, the Emperor said. Great Emperor, previously on the Northern Sea Island matter, we played a trick on the Han Empire. Will they still cooperate with us this time? The Foreign Minister expressed concern. Who says we tricked them? The Emperor's face turned serious. I promised Han that after we control the Northern Sea Island wormhole, we would give them 20% of the revenue. However, we did not actually control the wormhole, with Sam country involved as well, so technically, it's not a breach of our agreement. Additionally, the coalition led by us polar bears, consisting of more than 20 countries, received 40% of the revenue from the Northern Sea Island's new world. We polar bears alone secured 30%. According to the agreement, we can offer 6% to the Han Empire, the Emperor explained. Your Majesty, with the shortage of monster meat ourselves, giving away 6% might be too much, someone frowned. We may lose 6% here, but we can gain far more in the ancient pyramid area. If Han gets fully involved, we may end up with nothing, the Emperor replied earnestly. Everyone else fell silent at his words. Han had not gone through the previous war. Although the Polar Bear Empire had signed a peace treaty with Sam country, they knew the truth. They had lost nearly 4 million soldiers in the previous war, a devastating loss. They could not bear such losses again, or else the younger generation would face a critical gap. Moreover, they knew that Han had already mobilized close to 20 million troops, an extremely formidable force combined with their terrifying production capacity. One could say that Han was the only country capable of challenging the world on its own. All right, I'll go talk to Han. The foreign minister nodded. With such a gift to offer, he believed the Han Empire would still be willing to listen. After everyone left, the Emperor kept the head of the CIB, Keberg, and asked, how is the situation on the Han Empire side? Do they have a wormhole inside their territory? Great Emperor, Han has recently launched a nationwide purge of spies and traitors, removing many agents from various countries. Our many hidden agents have also been discovered and removed. Han even sent back those who held our citizenship while imprisoning their own nationals. Others can only remain hidden for now, Keberg reported helplessly. So coincidental? The Emperor slightly furrowed his brow. After thinking for a while, he finally relaxed. It seems they have guessed my intention, which prompted this purge. But their actions have already revealed the answer. Han must indeed be hiding something big. They must have a wormhole inside, the Emperor stated solemnly. Your Majesty, how certain are you about this? After dealing with Han for so many years, if I couldn't understand the implications of their actions, I would have lived these years in vain. Now that both the ancient Pyramid Kingdom and Han have wormholes, there might be even more wormholes out there. With our polar bear territory being the largest in the world, there's no reason why we wouldn't have one. Arrange for people to secretly investigate the entire country. If we find a wormhole, the Polar Bear Empire will rise permanently, the Emperor commanded. Yes. Unaffected by the external chaos, Su Pingyan did not want to and couldn't deal with it. As soon as he left the capital, he headed straight for the Death Valley and entered the other realm, heading directly for the peak of Shenlong Mountain. At the summit of Shenlong Mountain, beside the Shenlong Pond, a large manor covering more than 3,000 square meters had somehow appeared. Written on the mansion gate was the name, Shenlong Manor, in bold characters. Although the original Shenlong Pond had lost its dragon blood crystal and no longer promoted cultivation, the area had been transformed into the residence of the Titan Dragon God, by Sujin. This newly constructed mountain villa was Su Pingyan's new home, a place for future living and cultivation, and could not be considered as abusing his power for personal gain, because he paid for it himself. In Huaxia of Earth Blue, land was state-owned, but in this other realm, no related laws or regulations had yet been established. The higher-ups also had no time to consider such matters for now. After all, the other world was too vast. They still hadn't fully understood the situation here, nor had they even encountered any intelligent life from this world yet. They didn't understand the rules here. Master, you're back. The huge Baisujin floated in midair, and seeing Su Pingyan's figure, she appeared quite excited. How has your cultivation been lately? Su Pingyan asked, concerned. With the foundation-enhancing spirit liquid you provided, my cultivation has progressed very quickly. I'm about to break through to the second star of the 5th stage soon, Baisujin replied joyfully. That fast? Su Pingyan was shocked. After all, the higher the talent, the harder cultivation became, and the slower the progress. Bai Suzhen broke through with a sync-grade bloodline. Logically, she shouldn't have progressed this quickly, right? I didn't expect it either. I can only say that the effect of the foundation-enhancing spirit liquid you're provided is just too good. Bai Suzhen thought for a moment and said, "This is good news. Here, I'll give you some more spirit liquid," Su Pingyan said. He then took out 30 drops of mid-tier third-stage foundation-enhancing spirit liquid, 100 drops of high-tier third-stage spirit liquid, plus 1 drop of low-tier fourth-stage spirit liquid, and handed them over. "Cultivate diligently. Strive to break through to the third stage soon, so you can follow me and conquer the world," Su Pingyan said earnestly, full of expectation. "Yes, master." After Shuna the spirit liquid, Bai Suzhen returned to the Shenlong Pond and began another period of secluded cultivation. Looking at the vast, empty manor, Su Pingyan couldn't help but sigh. "I've been busy recently and somewhat neglected my cultivation. It's time for me to retreat and focus on my training for a while." Although he did occasionally find time to cultivate during this period, the results hadn't been that great. Even with an unlimited supply of spirit liquid, his cultivation base had barely advanced to the initial phase of the second stage of Qi bludgeoning. Although his combat power was immense, in terms of cultivation level, he had already fallen behind the first-tier cultivators of Huaxia. Chapter 149, 200 times accelerated cultivation. Oh, right, I almost forgot about another good thing. Saying that, Su Pingyan took out a dimensional space treasure box. It was exactly what he had obtained from the portal on the Sphinx statue in the ancient pyramid country, and he hadn't opened it yet. When Su Pingyan opened the dimensional space treasure box, a purple, crystal-clear seed lay quietly inside. At the same time, a stream of information entered his mind. World Tree Seed. After refining with a drop of blood, it can fuse with your dantian and open up a world of your own. Upon hearing this, Su Pingyan was visibly shocked and couldn't help but inhale sharply. Such a thing actually exists? This was different from what he remembered from his previous life. Either the person back then lied, or this time it's different. Su Pingyan thought for a moment and determined that the first possibility was more likely. After all, the rewards from the other 7 portals all matched what he had known from his previous life. It didn't make sense for just this one to be different. Definitely, that owner had lied to the entire world. Well, if he himself had obtained such a treasure, he probably wouldn't have revealed it either. Putting all that aside, Su Pingyan focused his mind and directly dropped a single drop of blood onto the seed. The next moment, the purple crystal seed flew out from the dimensional space treasure box. This time, however, it didn't fly into his consciousness sea, but rather straight into his dantian area, where it then remained motionless. That's it. As Su Pingyan was puzzled, another stream of information made him understand the reason. Holy crap, so it's because my cultivation is too low. I haven't yet opened my dantian energy reservoir, so I can't fuse with the World Tree Seed, Su Pingyan said helplessly. A crucial sign of breakthrough from Qi bludgeoning to marrow cleansing is opening the dantian energy reservoir. Thus, he would need to wait a while longer. Thinking of this, he temporarily set aside the World Tree Seed and turned his attention to the other 2 treasures. This trip had unlocked 3 portals, meaning 3 rewards. Jinko Cauldron? Looking at the golden little cauldron in front of him, Su Pingyan took out a military mobile phone and dialed a number. Don't be surprised. For convenient communication, China had already installed communication base stations around the Shenlong Mountains, building them on major mountaintops. However, for efficiency and cost-saving purposes, they currently only had 2G base stations. Internet browsing wasn't possible, but making calls was fine. They heard rumors that 5G base stations were under construction for direct deployment, though it would take some time yet. With communications in place, China's information warfare capabilities could truly shine in this region. "Hey, Pingyan, what do you need?" Qin Ming asked. "Old Qin, I really do have something. Gather all the elixir and weapon forging experts and collect all the elixir formulas and forging blueprints they have in their possession," Su Pingyan said. Then, as if he suddenly remembered something, he added, "Also, make a report for me about the types and quantities of or we currently have, along with the types and amounts of spirit herbs." "What do you need all of this for?" Qin Ming asked curiously. "Hee, don't ask, just wait and see. You'll get a big surprise," Su Pingyan replied with a grin. Of course, he would use the Jinko Cauldron for refining pills and forging weapons. The experts, who were currently in the process of transforming into alchemists and blacksmiths, were still too inexperienced, only capable of crafting the most basic ordinary weapons, which were practically useless for Chinese warriors. They needed time to grow, but his Jinko Cauldron didn't. As long as it had the formulas, forging blueprints, and materials, it could automatically craft these items, immediately compensating for the existing shortcomings and maximizing the efficiency of resource utilization. "Well then, how soon do you need it by?" Qin Ming, understanding the command, agreed reluctantly and kept his curiosity in check. Su Pingyan was momentarily stunned, then thought for a moment and said, "I'm planning to enter seclusion for a while. The shortest would be a week. Take your time, no rush." "A week? That's more than enough time." Qin Ming exhaled in relief. He had too many things to deal with now. If Su Pingyan had insisted on needing it urgently, he would have had to rearrange his current schedule. "Old Qin, thank you. I'm entering seclusion now. No more chatting." "All right." After hanging up, Su Pingyan put away the Jinko Cauldron and took out a small tower, the homing pagoda. Of its 9 functions, the 5th level's cultivation function is currently the most useful to me, Su Pingyan murmured as he stared at the Hongmeng pagoda. In the next instant, he flipped his hand and took out the large spirit stone he had obtained from the grassland opposite the cave entrance in Java Valley, then entered the 5th floor of the Hongmeng pagoda. Absorbing these spirit stones, Su Pingyan commanded. Absorbing 125,115 taels of low-grade spirit stones, the pagoda's spirit responded. How does the cultivation floor determine spirit stone consumption? Su Pingyan asked. Back to the master. It is determined based on a comprehensive set of factors including the number of cultivators, their cultivation realms, the desired cultivation acceleration rate, and their innate talent and potential. The spirit of the treasure replied. What about me then? If it's just me alone, and I want 10 or even 100 times acceleration, how much spirit stone would be consumed in about an hour? Su Pingyan thought for a moment and used himself as an example to ask. Based on your current cultivation level and natural potential, 10 times acceleration would require about 0.5 taels of low-grade spirit stone per hour, while 100 times would naturally consume 5 taels of low-grade spirit stone per hour. Additionally, as you cultivate and improve your realm, spirit stone consumption will also continuously increase, the spirit replied. 5 taels of low-grade spirit stone. Su Pingyan furrowed his brows, the number slightly exceeding his expectations. Don't think that just because it's low-grade spirit stone, it's not valuable. Spirit stones were extremely precious. Moreover, he was only at the early stage of Qi Bludgeoning second rank, and the consumption was already this high. What would it be like later? Master, this is mainly due to your extraordinary high talent and potential. An ordinary cultivator at the early stage of Qi Bludgeoning second rank wouldn't consume more than 0.01 taels of low-grade spirit stone per hour, even at 100 times acceleration, the spirit explained. Well then, if it's 5 taels for 100 times, would 1,000 times cost 50 taels? Not exactly. The higher the cultivation acceleration multiplier, the stronger the spiritual energy tidal force the cultivator must face. Going beyond the physical body's endurance threshold would instead damage the very foundation of one's cultivation. With your current realm, the maximum you can reach is 200 times. That would consume 10 taels of low-grade spirit stone per hour, the spirit said. I see. Su Pingyan fell silent for a moment. Then after thinking it over, clenched his teeth and declared, then go with 200 times. Though spirit stones were precious, they were still a resource, meant for cultivation. He couldn't deliberately slow down his cultivation just to conserve spirit stones. That would be putting the cart before the horse. Very well, master. Just one thought from you will start it, the spirit said. Su Pingyan nodded slightly, then took out 98 drops of 4-star grade low-level spirit liquid. With his current cultivation level, he could directly use 4-star grade low-level spirit liquid now. With the 4-star low-grade spirit liquid combined with a 200 times cultivation acceleration, Su Pingyan was confident his cultivation would quickly catch up with others. Chapter 150, 9th layer of blood and Qi. Start accelerating. As soon as the thought arose, spirit stones began to be consumed rapidly. At the same time, he placed a drop of 4th-grade inferior spiritual liquid into his mouth. In the next second, the spiritual liquid transformed into terrifying spiritual energy, which was quickly converted into blood and Qi energy that Su Pingyan needed through the cultivation method. It swept through his entire body, rapidly strengthening his own blood and Qi power until all of this spiritual energy was completely exhausted. Su Pingyan swallowed another drop. He repeated this process again and again. His cultivation level could be clearly seen rising. Second layer of blood and Qi, middle stage of second layer, late stage of second layer, then on stage of second layer, early stage of third layer. Very soon, all 98 drops of 4th-grade inferior spiritual liquid had been completely consumed. Su Pingyan frowned slightly. Already? That fast? The key was, after consuming so much spiritual liquid, his cultivation level had only increased to the late stage of the 3rd layer of blood and Qi. It was slightly lower than expected. He originally thought he could reach the 4th layer. Let's go again. So Su Pingyan downgraded another drop of 4th-grade superior spiritual liquid, converting it into 6 drops of 4th-grade intermediate spiritual liquid and 40 drops of 4th-grade inferior spiritual liquid. Unconsciously, quite a while had passed. Bang finally, as he cultivated the 37th drop of 4th-grade inferior spiritual liquid, his cultivation level broke through to the early stage of the 4th layer of blood and Qi. Keep cultivating. After using up the remaining 3 drops of 4th-grade inferior spiritual liquid, Su Pingyan directly started using the 4th-grade intermediate spiritual liquid to cultivate. Immediately, the effect of his cultivation improved significantly. Unfortunately, 6 drops couldn't last him very long. It was gone in no time. Looking at the remaining 11 drops of 4th-grade superior spiritual liquid, Su Pingyan, without hesitation, converted them all into 4th-grade intermediate spiritual liquid, yielding 110 drops. Now with spiritual liquid at his disposal, he began to cultivate again. As time went on, the spiritual liquid was consumed faster and faster. The rate of spirit stone consumption also increased quickly, from consuming 10 taels per hour before, to now requiring 13 taels every hour. Grass not enough? Seeing his cultivation level reach the middle stage of 6th layer of blood and Qi, but having already exhausted all 4th-grade intermediate spiritual liquid, Su Pingyan silently cursed. Then he looked at the last remaining drop of 5th-grade inferior spiritual liquid, gritted his teeth, and directly downgraded it. The gap between 5th-grade and 4th-grade spiritual liquid was huge. 1 drop of 5th-grade inferior spiritual liquid could be converted into 100 drops of 4th-grade superior spiritual liquid. Su Pingyan reserved 93 drops of 4th-grade superior spiritual liquid, then downgraded again, obtaining 70 drops of 4th-grade intermediate spiritual liquid before continuing his cultivation. No one knew how much time had passed. When Su Pingyan felt his entire body boiling with blood and Qi, with his blood and Qi forming an ocean, he had successfully broken through to the early stage of 7th layer of blood and chi. With this level of cultivation, both his battle power and realm had surpassed everyone else in the world. The cost, however, was that he had directly consumed 64 drops of 4th grade intermediate spiritual liquid. Continue. Soon, he consumed all 6 drops of 4th grade intermediate spiritual liquid and all 93 drops of 4th grade superior spiritual liquid, finally breaking through to the early stage of 9th layer of blood and chi. What a shame. If only I had 2 more drops of 4th grade superior spiritual liquid, I probably could have successfully broken through to the middle stage of 9th layer of blood and chi. Su Pingyan said regretfully. End cultivation. To save spirit stones, as soon as he stopped cultivating, the consumption of spirit stones immediately ceased. How much spirit stone is left? Su Pingyan asked. Master, there's still 118,094 tails of inferior spirit stones, the artifact spirit replied. That's not much cultivation time at all. Su Pingyan was taken aback. Without the acceleration layer of cultivation, with his current situation, refining so much spiritual liquid would have taken a very long time normally. But now, he had finished it in just dozens of hours. It couldn't be said enough. This Hongmeng Pagoda was really powerful, and this was just one of its 9 functions. No more spiritual liquid. Can't cultivate for now. Better come out of retreat early. I didn't expect it to end so early. I wonder how old Qin is doing. Su Pingyan murmured to himself. How long did my retreat last in total? Curious, Su Pingyan asked. Master, total time used was over 83 hours. Just 3.5 days? Su Pingyan once again praised the power of the Hongmeng Pagoda. I'll take a nap first. Continuous cultivation was also very draining mentally. He slept for 2 full days straight. After waking up, he felt refreshed and clear-headed. The world seemed different, and it had been a long time since he had rested like this. Su, I'll send you to a good place to cultivate. Thinking of the pagoda's power, Su Pingyan thought of Bai Susu as soon as he walked out of the cultivation chamber. He immediately went to the dragon pond area and shouted, Master, what kind of place is it? Bai Susu looked puzzled. Her huge head full of confusion looked quite odd, making Su Pingyan's face twist a little. It's definitely a good place, don't resist. Saying that, Su Pingyan brought Bai Susu into the 5th layer of the Hongmeng Pagoda. Assess its maximum cultivation speed acceleration. How many times faster is it? Su Pingyan asked. Master, it's about 65 times. What about the spirit stone consumption per hour? Approximately 0.032 tails of inferior spirit stones. Hearing this answer, Su Pingyan slightly relaxed. Bai Susu was a 2nd stage 5-star, not a 2nd stage 2-star. It was naturally going to consume more. Plus, it possessed a sank grade lower level bloodline. From this perspective, aside from himself, who was a huge consumer, the consumption for others should be quite acceptable. Su Pingyan murmured to himself. Good. Make the arrangements. When its cultivation level breaks through to 3rd stage, stop the acceleration. Understood, Master. Su, there's the best cultivation environment here. Cultivate here in seclusion, and you should soon break through to the 3rd layer, Su Pingyan said. Just Now, he had already sensed that Bai Susu's cultivation level needed just a little more before breaking through to the 2nd layer 6-star stage. With the acceleration effect provided by this layer, the upcoming breakthrough should be even faster. A 3rd layer Saint Beast with a Saint grade lower bloodline would bring tremendous strength to Huaxia. Then, he would place it at Crescent Moon Island. With Guardian Puppet stationed there, he himself could withdraw from both locations and travel elsewhere for a while, like the big grassland across from Java. Since the Grand Secretary had already accepted his suggestion, it wouldn't be long before troops were secretly dispatched there, and he'd feel more at ease leading the mission personally. Okay, Master. Bai Susu didn't know where she was, but she completely trusted her master and sensed no danger here. After leaving the Divine Dragon Villa, Su Pingyan didn't immediately look for Qin Ming. Instead, he went to the Tongtian Jade Steps and climbed them once again. His enlightenment was quite different this time, and his willpower had visibly strengthened. By the time he reached the 108th step, his entire being felt much more refined, and his control over his own power had significantly improved. Hongmeng, how much spirit stone would it cost to construct a trial area suitable for me? Su Pingyan asked out loud. Chapter 151, Trial Space, Xian White Tiger. Master, although your cultivation is only at the early stage of the 9th Qi Blood Jing, I can sense that your foundation is extremely profound. If you wish to use the trial land to train your combat abilities, you will need to face opponents at least at the 6th stage of Transformation Realm. That will be extremely costly. With the spirit stones you currently have, it's not possible to construct a large trial area. It is recommended to create an independent trial space, selecting various 6-star grade 4 fierce beasts or 6-stage transformation realm cultivators for battle simulations. Advise the artifact spirit of the Hongmeng Pagoda, also known as Hongmeng. Su Pingyan didn't think there was anything wrong with this suggestion and simply asked, how many spirit stones will this require? A complete and fully realistic 6-star grade 4 early stage fierce beast would require about 80 ounces of low-grade spirit stones, said Hongmeng. That's good that it's only an illusion. A real 6-star grade 4 fierce beast would certainly cost far more than that. Not to mention such beings would already qualify as creations, which the Hongmeng Pagoda probably couldn't manage. Alright, let's create such an independent space, Su Pingyan agreed without hesitation. The space has already been constructed. Master, please enter the 7th level, Hongmeng stated. That fast? Su Pingyan was somewhat surprised, but quickly shifted his focus and entered the 7th level trial space. Upon entering, he found that the space wasn't large, about the size of an arena. In the center, a white tiger with blazing eyes was glaring at him from the opposite side. At the same time, information about his opponent appeared before Su Pingyan, just like in a game. Name, Xian White Tiger. Cultivation, 6-star perfect grade 4. Description, entirely snow white in color, with purple flaming fur around each foot. When it runs, it ignites a trail of purple flames across its body, scorching enemies. Come, let's fight. Facing a fierce beast nearly 2 major realms stronger than himself, Su Pingyan showed not a trace of fear. He didn't even use the Godslayer's spear, choosing instead to fight barehanded against the beast. Boom! The tiger and human clashed head-on. The white tiger slid backwards 7 or 8 meters before stopping, while Su Pingyan was sent flying, crashing into the wall of the arena behind him before sliding down. F***ck, this feels too damn real. Feeling the pain from his body, Su Pingyan swore loudly. Of course, it was just a release of emotions. In his heart, he deeply appreciated the functions of the Hongmeng Pagoda. Fight again. Although that initial impact had disrupted the flow of his qi and blood slightly, it hadn't caused any fatal injuries. After a moment of circulating his energy, he calmed himself. So, human and beast continued to exchange blows in the arena-sized space. Initially, Su Pingyan was completely overpowered, but as the battle continued, his control over his own body increased significantly, and his combat strength visibly improved at a noticeable rate. Approximately 2 hours later, Su Pingyan was already able to fight evenly against the tiger. Another half-hour passed, and he was completely dominating his opponent. It's over. With a single star-piercing finger, Su Pingyan directly struck the tiger's forehead. A cracking sound was heard as a bloody hole appeared in the middle of its forehead. From there, cracks quickly spread outward. Finally, the entire Xian White Tiger disintegrated into a stream of light, vanishing entirely. It was dead. Hongmeng, can I now challenge a 7-star grade 4 fierce beast? Su Pingyan asked excitedly. Master, a 7-star grade 4 beast could easily wipe out 10 6-star perfect grade 4 beasts, Hongmeng replied, not answering Su Pingyan's question directly, but making another statement instead. Su Pingyan smacked his lips. Well, that was being very polite to his face. How long could I last against such an opponent? Su Pingyan asked again. If barehanded, not more than 3 moves. If using the Godslayer's spear, you might endure at least 100 moves, and even have a chance of killing it, Hongmeng simply assessed. It had data on Su Pingyan's Godslayer's spear and understood its functions. Create 5 6-star perfect grade 4 fierce beasts, different species, each with different skills, Su Pingyan said. After saying that, he added, oh, and also expand the arena space a bit. For battling a single beast, the current arena size was just fine. However, if multiple opponents were to appear, and he wanted to simulate a real battlefield, a larger area would be required. This will require a total of 320 ounces of low-grade spirit stones, Hongmeng stated. Oh, expanding the trial space doesn't consume spirit stones, and wasn't each 6-star grade 4 beast only 80 ounces of spirit stones? Su Pingyan questioned. The trial space itself doesn't consume spiritual energy. The Hongmeng Pagoda can distribute space as needed. As for the beasts, once created, even if killed, their energy will be reabsorbed by the pagoda. If you wish to release them again, no additional resources will be consumed, Hongmeng explained. That's great. Su Pingyan was pleased. This way, there wouldn't be any waste, saving many spirit stones. In high spirits, Su Pingyan said casually, deduct 320 ounces of low-grade spirit stones. The next moment, the space around Su Pingyan had already changed. It was now a much larger arena, with 5 fierce beasts lurking at 5 different directions. Among them was his familiar old opponent, the Xian White Tiger. Come on, let's fight. Su Pingyan immediately felt his fighting spirit surge and charged toward his old adversary first. Suddenly, a swift fierce beast appeared beside Su Pingyan's waist, launching an attack and interrupting his assault on the Xian White Tiger. He could only switch to defensive mode. At that very moment, a flying fierce beast swooped down from above. Boom! Su Pingyan was smashed directly into the ground, blood pouring from his body. Damn it! How can they be this well coordinated? This was obviously Hongmeng's doing. In nature, it was nearly impossible for different species of fierce beasts to achieve such coordination. After all, they didn't belong to the same tribe. Master, with their level of coordination, these 5 fierce beasts now have the capability to resist a 6-star grade 4 early-stage fierce beast for at least half an hour, Hongmeng reported promptly. Alright, Su Pingyan didn't bother responding to Hongmeng, because right now his battle was extremely difficult, though he himself was incredibly excited. In the beginning stages of the battle, Su Pingyan was in a very sorry state. Within less than 5 minutes, his body was already covered in wounds. By the 10th minute, due to severe injuries, he could no longer hold out and experience death for the first time. He'd received the ultimate death package. F***ck. Even the sensation of death felt this real? But this is really goddamn not something a normal person can handle. Su Pingyan muttered with lingering fear. In his previous life, he'd experienced death and reincarnation. He had undergone real death before, and now going through it again brought him new understanding about life and death. In an instant, his aura seemed to undergo a transformation. He still looked the same outwardly, but when he rushed back onto the arena to fight again, his combat strength had clearly improved. Hongmeng observed his master's battle while muttering, Master's soul and body have fused even more closely. The drawbacks brought by rapid cultivation enhancement are further decreasing. This time, Su Pingyan didn't die, though he remained at a disadvantage throughout. He managed to persevere. Chapter 152, Surge in Combat Power, Taking Stock. Breaking Star Finger. In an instant, as if aided by divine intervention, Su Pingyan's breaking star finger broke through directly, reaching the Chuji's stage of mastery, its power surging significantly. Boom Ziyanbai, who was killed once again in the first strike. With one fierce beast eliminated, the remaining 4 revealed weaknesses, and Su Pingyan ended the battle in just 3 minutes, killing them all. Again, the next second, the same 5 fierce beasts reappeared. This time, instead of eliminating one first, Su Pingyan adopted a fighting style of injuring all 10 fingers at once. This way, the battle became more meaningful. After fighting for about an hour, Su Pingyan had already gained a clear advantage and had some control over the 5 beasts. After killing the beasts and letting them revive, repeating this 4 times, Su Pingyan could now kill them all within 5 minutes. After the 10th time, he could kill his opponents within 2 minutes. Hongmeng, send me 24th stage, 6-star fierce beasts, different species, preferably cooperative in combat. Su Pingyan further increased the difficulty for himself. Isn't a 4th stage, 7-star beast able to easily massacre 10 6-star beasts? I'll go with 20 instead, and ones that work well together. After paying another 1,200 low-grade spirit stones, the arena expanded once more. Hongmeng, can you alter the terrain? Simulate a forest environment. Su Pingyan asked. Yes. With the current number of beasts, it will cost around 25 low-grade spirit stones. Deduct it. Soon after, the environment changed, transforming into a dense forest where 20 different kinds of cooperative fierce beasts were hidden. They treated Su Pingyan as prey, starting to hunt him. Roar. Die. Seeing a fierce beast attack, Su Pingyan prepared to counterattack. Unfortunately, before he could strike back, another beast charged forward. If he didn't want to die, he could only dodge, ducking to the side. Yet 2 more beasts attacked from the other side, giving him no chance to dodge or catch his breath. Fortunately, his strength had improved. If he were still the same as before, he probably wouldn't have lasted even a minute. Boom, the battle lasted roughly 10 minutes, and Su Pingyan successfully killed 7 fierce beasts, though he eventually, due to severe injuries, was swallowed whole by one of the beasts. Heck, overestimated myself. As time went on and the number of trials increased, Su Pingyan's command over his abilities grew stronger and stronger. After dying about 3 more times, he no longer perished, continuously dodging and weaving with his opponents for over 5 hours before finally managing a narrow victory, successfully eliminating all 20 fierce beasts. Once he had succeeded the first time, the second would inevitably follow, and as time passed, when Su Pingyan was able to kill 20 fierce beasts within 3 minutes, he ended this trial. Hongmeng, with my current strength, facing a 4th stage 7-star fierce beast should be no problem, right? Su Pingyan asked. Absolutely no problem. Hongmeng personally witnessed Su Pingyan's rapid growth. How many spirit stones for a 4th stage 7-star fierce beast? Considering the current abilities of the master, selecting a 4th stage 7-star full power beast is more suitable, costing about 85 low-grade spirit stones. Alright, bring one. Heaven-splitting sword draw art. Die, 1 slash was enough, and Su Pingyan easily killed a 4th stage 7-star full power fierce beast. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and only then did Su Pingyan stop his trials in the 7th level test space. Although he spent a large number of spirit stones, Su Pingyan felt it was completely worth it. Because compared to 3 days ago, though his cultivation realm hadn't improved, his practical combat capabilities had surged dramatically. If he encountered his version from 3 days ago, Su Pingyan was confident he could kill his former self in one move. Such was the terrifying level of improvement. In those 3 days, his breaking star finger had advanced to the Chuji stage of mastery, while heaven-splitting sword draw art had reached basic proficiency. Though the previous life's 7 styles of broken army didn't break through, it had advanced further and was now near perfection. Meanwhile, his spirit and flesh had perfectly fused. Without using the god-slaying spear and heaven-splitting sword draw art, he could kill a 4th stage 7-star full-power fierce beast within 10 moves. If using heaven-splitting sword draw art, he needed only 1 blow. With the god-slaying spear, he was already capable of killing a 4th stage 8-star mid-phase fierce beast. In other words, at his current strength, no fierce beasts below the 4th stage 9-star level could pose any lethal threat to him. Moreover, he believed that once his cultivation advanced to the 9th level of blood chi completion, fierce beasts under the 5th stage wouldn't even be able to threaten him. It was only upon reaching this point that his heart finally eased slightly. This life, now I finally have the ability to protect myself. Su Pingyan sighed. Below the Divine Dragon Mountain, in the Yanhuang Army's base, in the commander's office, which was also Su Pingyan's office. Although he rarely came here and didn't often stay inside, the office had always been reserved for him, and without his permission, no one was allowed to enter. Old Qin, have you finished organizing everything? Su Pingyan asked immediately with concern. It's already done, Qin Ming replied. Pointing at several documents on Su Pingyan's desk, he continued. This first one contains various medicinal formulas and prescriptions, ranging from common to 7th grade quality. The second one is a collection of forging blueprints, also from common to 7th grade quality, all kinds of weapons, with a wide variety. Then, pointing at the last 2 documents, he explained, these 2 record lists of various spiritual herbs, fruits, and ores. Su Pingyan slightly nodded, picked up the first document, and silently instructed in his heart, Qianquan, record all these medicinal formulas. Yes, master. The artifact spirit of the Qianquan cauldron responded. Next, he proceeded to the forging blueprints. It took nearly an hour and a half to go through these 2 documents, showing just how many pages there were. To Qin Ming, however, It seemed like Su Pingyan had only glanced through them briefly, not reading them thoroughly. Otherwise, this amount of time wouldn't have been enough. Pingyan, what do you need these for? Qin Ming asked when he saw Su Pingyan finally put the documents down. Just wait and see. I'll give you a surprise later. Don't ask for now. Su Pingyan replied with a mysterious smile, continuing to tease him. Then, he picked up the other 2 lists and began to look through them. Qin, record these 2 lists as well. Later, if I need specific pills or spiritual items, I will consult you. Yes, master. Soon enough, those 2 lists were finished too. Even disregarding the knowledge of alchemy and forging, just some of the spiritual herbs and fruits described in these lists made Su Pingyan drool just by reading them. Mei Shang Dao Jing Yo Joma Doa good things, Su Pingyan said excitedly. Indeed, I hadn't noticed before. After organizing them and adding annotations from the experts, I realized only now how much valuable stuff we've gathered over this period. Qin Ming nodded heavily. Those experts had accepted the inheritance of the wordless heavenly steel. Alchemists naturally had an easier time identifying medicinal ingredients, which was precisely where the wordless heavenly steel showed its power. This was also why Su Pingyan had previously said that this artifact was most suitable for a civilization. Chapter 153 Various Marvelous Pills. Once Qian Kuan finished recording, Su Pingyan began selecting the resources he needed. Qi Shui Pill, a precious pill suitable for cultivators at the Qi Shui stage. It requires materials such as second-grade top-quality Zhugua, second-grade top-quality Shuexing Chao, Baidang Shun, and 17 other spirit herbs. Shi Sui Pill, another precious pill suitable for cultivators at the Shi Sui stage. It requires 500-year-old ginseng, 1,000-year stalactite, 200-year-old tinja, cores of third-grade fierce beasts, and 33 other precious medicinal materials. As for the 2A fan pill, Su Pingyan took one look and immediately dismissed it because it required a 5th-grade beast core. That was the beast core of a transcendent stage beast. Where on earth could he get that? Therefore, the 2A fan pill was temporarily not under consideration. In addition, he also selected Golden Wound Pill for treating external injuries, Hui Chun Pill for internal injuries, Baidu Jia for removing poison, and some special pills such as Yin Shou Pill for extending life, and Bao Xia Pill for a short period burst of strength. Qian Kuan, take these pills. Let me know how many of each can be made with the materials we currently have. Su Pingyan asked. Originally, Su Pingyan expected he would have to wait a bit, but the response came directly. Following the minimum required material rule and under extreme conditions, it's possible to produce 41.68 million perfect quality Qi Shui pills, 895 perfect quality Shi Sui pills, 11.12 million perfect quality Golden Moon pills, 3.61 million perfect quality Hui Chun pills, 4.92 million perfect quality Baidu Jia, 8,623 perfect quality Yin Shou pills, and 4,522 perfect quality Bao Xia pills. Perfect quality. Su Pingyan questioned in confusion. From his understanding, pills were only classified into inferior, medium, and superior quality. My lord, pill qualities are ranked from lowest to highest as inferior, medium, superior, G-Fiend, and the legendary perfect quality. Perfect quality means unlimited usage, without any restrictions or pill toxicity. Otherwise, even the best quality pills still contain some level of pill poison. Once a certain quantity is used, you must stop until the pill poison within your body is naturally expelled before continuing usage. Moreover, long-term use of low-grade pills, which have a very high level of toxins, will cause irreversible harm to your body, affecting breakthroughs in later stages, or even resulting in poisoning-induced death. Then how come all of yours are perfect quality? Su Pingyan asked, puzzled. I am a primordial supreme treasure. If the pills I refine aren't of perfect quality, wouldn't that be really embarrassing? Qian Kuan replied matter-of-factly. Su Pingyan, isn't this Shi Sui pill a bit insufficient? What's it missing? Su Pingyan no longer dwelled on the previous issue and asked another question that concerned him. He was about to break through to the Qi Shui stage and would need the Shi Sui pill soon. The most missing is third-grade beast cores, and secondly the 1,000-year stalactite, Qian Kuan answered. Third-grade beast cores, this was manageable. Previously, they had killed many third-grade fierce beasts. Most of them had been refined into spirit liquid by Su Pingyan, but from now on, the cores could be retained, and the rest of the body refined. Even if it meant having less spirit liquid, it was worth it. After all, the Shi Sui pill was also a great item. The only real problem was the 1,000-year stalactite. That required mobilizing more personnel to go searching for it. Fortunately, they were in the Shirwanda mountain, an area rich in spiritual energy. And because it was a forbidden zone, few cultivators had entered. The mountains were likely to hold quite a lot still growing. Oh, by the way, among the perfect quality pills, do they also have ranks? Su Pingyan asked another question. Indeed, certainly. For instance, the perfect quality Golden Moon pills are divided into grades 1 to 4, and there are also 9 grade 5 pills. Different levels are suitable for cultivators of different cultivation stages. What about Yin Shou pill? Su Pingyan asked curiously. It is also graded. A grade 1 perfect quality Yin Shou pill can only prolong the lifespan of someone below the Qi Shui stage. One pill can prolong life by about 10 years. Following this progression, a grade 2 perfect quality Yin Shou pill can extend life by 30 years, and a grade 3 perfect quality Yin Shou pill can add 100 years of life. From this current batch, only 9 grade 3 Yin Shou pills can be refined. While hearing about the effects of the Yin Shou pill caused Su Pingyan to involuntarily suck in a breath. If this was revealed publicly, it would without a doubt become the biggest news in the world. Far more shocking than a wormhole. It would also become the target of the strongest figures across the globe. Should I release it to the public? Su Pingyan mused, momentarily lost in thought. After weighing the options, he decided that releasing it was the right move. Simply put, for protecting more national treasure-level figures, they deserve to see a better future for China. However, for now, only the Grade 1 Yin-Shou pill would be made available. 10 years was a long time, during which many things could change. Su Pingyan believed that 10 years later, Chinese people would no longer have to worry about lifespan limitations. After carefully considering this issue, his mind shifted to another question. Why are there exactly 9 Grade 5 Golden Moon pills and 9 Grade 3 Yin-Shou pills? Because in the case of refining to the absolute limit of the materials, the maximum number is 9. Su Pingyan nodded in realization. Makes sense. Very good. Oh, by the way, do we have enough materials to produce the Qing Ming series of spirit swords? Su Pingyan asked. Within a collection of spirit artifacts blueprints, Su Pingyan had immediately noticed the Qing Ming series spirit swords. First, it was a systematic series ranging from common weapons all the way up to the 7th grade. Such continuity was highly advantageous, as it prevented users from constantly switching weapons, which could lead to unfamiliarity. Second, the performance of the Qing Ming series spirit swords was indeed outstanding. It was considered top tier among all sword-type spirit artifacts. Third, most Chinese warriors currently practiced sword techniques, especially to maximize the power of the 3 talents sword formation. In the future, certainly other weapons would be developed, but for now, there was no such necessity. Yes, master. Based on the analysis of required materials from the blueprints, we can roughly produce 1,040,000 Grade 1 Qing Ming swords, 462 Grade 2 superior Qing Ming swords, and 2 Grade 3 superior Qing Ming swords. That few. Su Pingyan was taken aback. Then he seemed to understand something. Lately, they had either been out hunting, or involved in 2 major battles, or protecting some spirit herb gardens, but hadn't yet gotten around to mining various spirit ores. Under such circumstances, being able to refine so many Qing Ming swords already wasn't bad. Prepare 2 material lists for me. Su Pingyan ordered. No, 3 lists, he added. Also include the list for the Xianwu armor. Having weapons, of course, defensive equipment couldn't be left behind. Understood, master. They are ready. Qian Kuan was extremely efficient, completing the task in the blink of an eye. Su Pingyan nodded. Suddenly, he sat down, picked up a pen and paper from the side, and started writing. This puzzled Qin Ming, but he didn't interrupt. Chapter 154, Expansion of the Yanhuang Legion. After Su Pingyan finished writing, he divided the materials into 3 parts and handed the first few pages to Qin Ming, saying, Old Qin, get this batch of materials ready for me as soon as possible. I need them. Qin Ming glanced at the list. There were quite a lot of items, most of which he didn't recognize, but he still nodded. Give me half a day, and I'll get it all sorted out for you. There are quite a few ores missing on these 2 lists as well. Have the experts conduct prospecting operations within our territory. Once any spiritual or veins are discovered, deploy manpower immediately for mining. I will need them. Su Pingyan handed the other 2 lists over. Qin Ming took a quick look. Most of the items were unfamiliar to him, but it didn't matter. He only needed to coordinate the work, assigning the tasks to professionals. He simply nodded. All right. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something and asked, by the way, where should everything be transported to? To the Yanhuang Legion's base. Su Pingyan thought for a moment before replying. All right. Hey, don't rush off yet, old Qin. Seeing Qin Ming grab the list and prepare to leave, Su Pingyan quickly called him back. What else is there? Qin Ming asked, puzzled. I noticed there's more than 100,000 tales of low-grade spiritual stones listed here. Where did those come from? Do we have spiritual stone mines in our territory? Su Pingyan asked with concern. To be honest, he had been overjoyed when he first saw that figure, because his personal consumption of spiritual stones was growing rapidly. Hearing this, Qin Ming smiled and replied, yes, a total of 4 small low-grade spiritual veins and 3 small ore deposits without spiritual energy have been discovered within our borders. Discovering spiritual stone mines and veins in their territory was something Su Pingyan had expected, considering the large area they now controlled. However, due to a lack of manpower and because they haven't been needed yet, we haven't begun mining. The spiritual stones we currently have were mostly gathered from beast encampments or picked up by our soldiers during outdoor patrols. Hearing that there were already more than 100,000 tales of spiritual stones without any mining, Su Pingyan was still deeply shocked. But when he thought back to finding over 10,000 tales of low-grade spiritual stones on the grasslands himself, he understood. In that case, I'll trouble you a bit. Bring all of those spiritual stones over here as well. Also, begin mining those 3 small spiritual stone mines. If manpower is insufficient, deploy workers from outside. Su Pingyan requested. Su Pingyan had the authority to deal with spiritual resources, since he was the supreme commander. Besides being used by him personally, many would be allocated for the soldiers. Later, Su Pingyan would report the details and was sure the Chancellor and others would understand. But haven't we encountered people from other realms yet? Plus, spiritual stones are only needed for cultivation once one reaches the bone-washing realm. Is it really necessary to divert manpower from mining operations at this point? Qin Ming asked with confusion. It's absolutely necessary. I have an important use for them. Just go ahead and make the arrangements. Su Pingyan smiled. In that case, I'll handle it, Qin Ming said after seeing Su Pingyan's determination and didn't ask further questions. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Ming personally directed the army as they gradually transported various resources to the Yanhuang Legion's base, piling the training ground full of supplies. Pingyan, all the goods have been brought here. It's a huge amount. Nearly a quarter of our total stockpiles, Qin Ming said. looking at the towering mounds of treasures, clearly moved. You should already know about the Divine Dragon Treasury. The High Command has already approved it. To better protect these treasures, quickly mobilize specialized personnel to catalog and record all the supplies before sending them inside. Su Pingyan added thoughtfully. The Divine Dragon Treasury was another name for the artifact pavilion, chosen to better suit the Han cultural style. Because the treasure vault was located near the Shanlong Mountain teleportation gate, it was named the Divine Dragon Treasury. This process has already started and is nearing completion. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to transport everything here so quickly, Qin Ming replied. That's good. What are you going to use all these materials for? Qin Ming asked curiously. Making pills and forging weapons, Su Pingyan answered honestly, as he intended to use the pills for the soldiers eventually. What? Qin Ming was shocked. But currently, the level of alchemists and weapon forgers is quite limited. From what I understand, among the alchemists, only 3 of them can produce low-grade first-tier spiritual pills. As for forging spiritual weapons, it's slightly better, but still only 5 can produce low-grade first-tier spiritual weapons, and even then their success rate is reportedly quite low, Qin Ming said with doubt. Although they suffered serious losses, they still had to grit their teeth and bear it, because they knew such progress couldn't be achieved overnight. China needed alchemists and weapon forgers. Materials would have to be sacrificed along the way. Luckily, they could afford it. I have a magical artifact that can quickly produce pills, Su Pingyan said. Qin Ming's face lit up. Then do we still need to waste materials on those people? Of course we still need them. Although I have a magical artifact that can produce pills, first of all, the materials I require for Lendr are extremely strict. I'm producing only top-quality pills. The lower-grade materials I cannot use can still be given to them to produce lower-grade pills and spiritual artifacts. Secondly, Huaxia isn't just mine alone. I can't be the only one relied upon for everything. We must cultivate our own talents in every field so that we can flourish in diversity. If anything were to happen to me in the future, Huaxia must still be able to move forward, Su Pingyan said. Qin Ming realized that earlier, upon hearing the news, he had been too excited and made too many assumptions. He nodded. You truly think far ahead. Oh, by the way, how far along are we with the expansion of the Yanhuang Legion? Su Pingyan suddenly asked. The expansion has already been completed. Although General Guo was somewhat reluctant, he even grumbled a bit. He still carried out the order and didn't stop us from selecting talents from the field army. Additionally, some of the gifted individuals were selected from the construction corps. Qin Ming replied with a smile, clearly excited. What about their quality? Su Pingyan asked curiously. Extremely good, of course. This time, the talent pool for selection was much larger. Currently, the War God Special Forces unit is at full strength with 100 members, all selected as the best. Among the current 60 members, 17 achieved Qi Building Realm after reaching the 10th tier of Body Tempering Realm. Another 40 are still at the 10th tier of Body Tempering Realm, diligently cultivating, while 3 have already broken through to the 11th tier of Body Tempering Realm, Qin Ming answered proudly. That many, Su Pingyan said in surprise. After all, previously the Special Forces team only had 40 members, with only the captain, Yi Xiao, having broken through at the 11th tier of Body Tempering Realm. Among the remaining members, half had broken through at the 10th tier of Body Tempering Realm, and the other half had only broken through at the 9th tier. Still, their cultivation techniques were quite good. There had been no choice but to accept that in the early days, personnel were extremely scarce. Chapter 155, Merging with the World Tree Seed. It's even more than that. If the War God Special Team wasn't limited to only 100 members, I could still pick out 7 more who have reached the 10th stage of body tempering, Qin Ming said with a grin. Do you want to bring these 7 in as well? Qin Ming tempted. Of course. The strongest warriors naturally belong in the strongest team, Su Ping replied without hesitation. He didn't reject them because of the 100-person limit, nor did he remove those from the first batch who had slightly inferior talent. They hadn't committed any major mistakes, and their cultivation progress rate was also quite fast in the early stages, so they weren't far behind. All right then, I'll make the arrangements later, Qin Ming said, already having expected this answer and secretly delighted, as he also didn't wish to see these talents go to waste. What about the others? Su Ping asked again. Although the War God Special Team was powerful, their numbers were naturally limited. The other warriors were the foundation. For the 2 attacking division-level battalions, practically all soldiers have comprehended cultivation techniques of at least 6th tier mid-grade from the wordless Celestial Stone Tablet. The soldiers from the defensive sequence have basically comprehended techniques of 5th tier high-grade, Qin Ming explained. Don't think that comprehending 5th tier high-grade techniques is easy. In fact, the majority of people could only grasp techniques below the 4th tier. Being able to comprehend 4th tier techniques already marked one as above average in talent. The quality isn't bad, Su Ping nodded in satisfaction. Undoubtedly, they were slightly inferior compared to the War God Special Team. But there was no choice. After the Huangxia expansion, the Yanhuang Legion had over 10,000 soldiers. With such a large number, it wasn't easy to choose the best among the best. Old Qin, notify everyone to gather at the training ground tomorrow morning. I'll lead them to a special place for cultivation. Also, increase the mining of spirit stones on your end, Su Ping said seriously. All right. Although Qin Ming didn't know where Su Ping was going to take the soldiers, seeing the serious expression on Su's face made him become solemn as well. Shenlong Villa. What? So fast? Just back at the villa, Su Ping casually asked Qinkuan, only to find out that it had already refined all the pills and spiritual artifacts. Hadn't it been just a short while? Master, there's no need to be so shocked. I am a primordial supreme treasure. To be frank, The items you asked me to refine are nothing but trash. They don't require much effort at all, Qianquan replied. Su Ping, you're impressive. After a long silence, Su Ping finally uttered 3 words. Oh right, Hongming, how is Bai Susan doing now? Su Ping suddenly recalled there was someone else within the Hongming pagoda. Master, her cultivation has successfully broken through. She now possesses the initial stage of the 3rd star 1st grade cultivation level. Hongming responded. Not bad. Qianquan, can the marrow cleansing pill be used on beasts? Su Ping suddenly asked. No, battle pets have their own spirit beast pills. Qianquan shook his head. Spirit beast pill? He recalled checking those pill formulas just now. There was one for spirit beast pills, though he hadn't paid much attention to it before. Fine then, I'll ask old Qin to help me collect some materials next time, Su Ping mused silently. Once he made that decision, he stopped worrying. With a wave of his hand, Bai Susan appeared above the villa. Master, you finally let me out. I was almost suffocating in there. Bai Susan flew a circle above the villa and complained a bit. Then next time I won't bring you in, Su Ping said earnestly. What an opportunist, always acting as if she was wrong despite being the one who benefited. Master, please don't. I can sometimes tolerate loneliness, Bai Susan quickly pleaded. Master, where was that place? It was so amazing. It actually accelerated cultivation. If I had been outside, I would only be at the late stage of 2nd star 5th grade by now. Breaking through to the 3rd star would have required quite a bit more time, Bai Susan asked excitedly. Don't ask too many questions. You've progressed too fast this time. Go out and find some opponents to train with and get familiar with your newfound strength quickly. Then I'll send you back in and prepare some good things for you to improve further, Su Ping ordered. I've just reunited with you, Master, Bai Susan said with a trace of reluctance. If you want to stay by my side constantly, your cultivation pace must keep up with mine. Otherwise, your usefulness will gradually diminish in the future, Su Ping stated seriously. Half of what he said was truth, the other half was not. Even if he didn't need Bai Susan anymore, her talent, bloodline, and strength placed her above most people in Huaxia. Her cultivation speed would certainly surpass most people in Huaxia. So for the Huaxia faction, she would always be a guardian-like existence. Master, don't be angry. I know. I'll immediately go out for cultivation and will come back quickly. Seeing her master slightly angered, Bai Susan quickly changed her tune. Su Ping nodded slightly. Bai Susan, feeling helpless, could only fly into the sky and leave. Hongming Pagoda's cultivation level. Hongming, accelerate by 200 times, Su Ping commanded. Yes, master. Under the 200-fold cultivation acceleration, Su Ping directly took out and swallowed a perfectly refined blood chi pill. Boom, a massive surge of spiritual energy spread from the pill through all his meridians. No wonder it's a perfect quality blood chi pill. Its effect is quite good. Too bad it's almost useless for me now, Su Ping frowned slightly. It was a top-grade item, but unfortunately, Su Ping's foundation was too strong. Even with the perfect quality blood chi pill, its enhancement to him was barely noticeable. Let me try the marrow cleansing pill. Suppressing his slight displeasure, Su Ping made a bold decision. Ordinary blood chi realm cultivators daring to directly use the marrow cleansing pill would have no second outcome. They would explode from the inside. But Su Ping was different. As the marrow cleansing pill entered his stomach, he felt an even more immense spiritual energy spreading outward. Instantly, his eyes lit up. Not bad. The effect of one pill actually rivals a drop of 4th grade mid-tier spiritual liquid. Thus, Su Ping quickly calmed his mind, began circulating his cultivation technique, and continued cultivating. As time passed, the marrow cleansing pill was rapidly consumed, and Su Ping's cultivation level also slowly increased. Before long, he successfully broke through to mid-stage of 9th blood chi realm, followed by late stage, then long perfection stage. No one knew how much time had passed when the sky outside gradually brightened. Suddenly, Su Ping's eyes flew open. Now is the time. He quickly swallowed dozens of marrow cleansing pills in one breath. Then, countless spiritual energy from within his body surged toward his dantian area. At first, nothing special occurred. Gradually, the world tree seed inside his dantian began to tremble, emitting dazzling purple light. Not enough, still a little short. One more round. He swallowed dozens more marrow cleansing pills in succession. Boom. In an instant, dramatic changes erupted within the world tree seed. It seemed as if something were breaking through the soil. First came a sky-shattering and earth-destroying aura, followed by a surge of vibrant vitality. At this moment, unprecedented transformations also occurred in Su Ping's dantian. A massive dantian energy sea was born, resembling a newly created world, intimidating even to look at. If any high-level cultivator had been observing this scene, they would have been shocked beyond words, for since ancient times, no one's dantian had ever expanded to such an astonishing scale. Chapter 156, the number one in the world. After finishing his cultivation, Su Ping examined his dantian, but instead of joy, helplessness and worry showed on his face. Damn it, my potential is even greater now. While others' dantian is only about 9 zhang in size, mine has become a complete cave world. It's just not in the same league. If I want to improve further, the consumption would probably be 1,000 or even 10,000 times more than ordinary cultivators. Life is really hard for me. Su Ping lamented loudly, raising his head toward the sky. Of course, there was a positive side. He had an extremely strong endurance in battle. When others had exhausted their spiritual energy, he might just be warming up. Moreover, he could unleash a far more terrifying amount of spiritual energy at once, giving him much stronger combat power. Since things have come this far, I can only take it step by step. Su Pingyan no longer dared to imagine just how many resources he would need to break through to the Tuifan realm. To think, he had already consumed over 300 perfect quality Shisui pills just to advance from the early stage of the Chi Blood 9th tier to the early stage of the Shisui 1st tier. By contrast, for ordinary Shisui 1st tier experts, just one perfect quality Shisui pill might be enough for them to break through to the 2nd tier. One could only imagine how vast and terrifying this difference was. At least I have strong combat strength. At my current level, I'm unmatched below the Chao Fan realm. As for Chao Fanjing, thinking of that, Su Pingyan couldn't help but recall the Guardian puppet. I'll find time to spar with the Guardian and see exactly how big the gap between me and the Chao Fan realm is. Early in the morning, over 10,000 soldiers had already gathered in the training grounds of the Yellow Emperor Legion's base. Although they had been waiting for nearly 3 hours, they stood as straight as ever, without anyone whispering or talking. This clearly showed the discipline and elite quality of this army. Beside the command platform, Commander Qin, where is Commander Su? Tongguan asked, puzzled. After all, they had waited quite a long time and were starting to feel impatient. After all, this was a time when everyone's cultivation was advancing rapidly, since they hadn't yet finished absorbing the resources they already possessed. I don't know, just wait. That's the order, Qin Ming replied, equally confused. Su Pingyan had never been late before, and no one was answering the calls made to his phone. Qin Ming didn't know what to do, so he could only wait. If by nightfall Su still hadn't shown up, they would consider other actions. Before long, it was already noon. At that moment, Su Pingyan descended from the sky, wrapped in a cloak of purple thunder energy. When he landed, his feet touched the ground gently, without causing even the slightest damage to the surface. Everyone was stunned by the sight, their faces full of shock. Commander, you've broken through to the Shisui realm? Tongguan finally couldn't help but ask. They were very familiar with the energy cloak. It was what powerful beasts had, and they knew how difficult it was to deal with such opponents. This was the first time they had seen a human possessing such a protective energy field. Su Pingyan smiled slightly and nodded. I just broke through today. Sorry to have kept everyone waiting. Commander, achieving a breakthrough is a great blessing for Huaxia. What's a little waiting time compared to that? Tongguan immediately said. Yi Xiao, Xiao Li, Alifu, Qin Ming, and others also nodded in agreement. Knowing that he was late, Su Pingyan wasted no words. His energy field reappeared around his body. Slowly rising into the air, he hovered steadily at about 10 meters high. Reaching the Shisui realm meant one could fly briefly using energy if one's spiritual energy was sufficient. Su Pingyan certainly had no shortage of spiritual energy, so this was nothing for him. Seeing this, the soldiers were even more shocked and envious. Yet more than anything else, they felt excitement. Many among them had already reached the Chi Blood realm. There was only a single cultivation tier between Chi Blood and Shisui. They believed that in the near future, they would also reach that stage, which greatly boosted their motivation for cultivation. Of course, they didn't realize that even if they broke through to the Shisui realm, they wouldn't be able to achieve what Su had just done until at least the 7th tier, and even then only briefly, not more than 3 minutes at most. Welcome to the new recruits joining the Yellow Emperor Legion. Here, you will receive the greatest resource support and the best cultivation environment. In return, you will be the vanguard of Huaxia, the frontline soldiers facing the greatest danger. Are you afraid? Su Pingyan shouted to the crowd. No, I didn't hear you clearly. You're all cultivators. This is all the energy you can muster. No, no, no. Tens of thousands of voices roared in unison, shaking the clouds in the sky, as if causing cracks to appear in the heavens. The sound traveled far and wide, drawing countless warriors to look in this direction. Good. Su Pingyan nodded in satisfaction. I will now take you to a special place where you can accelerate your cultivation. Do not resist. Su gave his instructions. Yes. With a single wave of his hand, Su Pingyan pulled most of the people below into the cultivation layer of the Hungming Pagoda. Seeing that some remained in place, Su Pingyan frowned slightly and said, do not resist. This is an order. Likewise, I will only give you one more chance. Those who still refuse to enter will be expelled from the Yellow Emperor Legion immediately. It wasn't about whether they resisted, he didn't care about that. What concerned him was that if these people didn't enter the Hungming Pagoda for cultivation, they would definitely fall behind, and in turn become a burden to the Yellow Emperor Legion later on. Yes, understood. This time, no one resisted. In an instant, all of them were drawn into the Hungming Pagoda, including high-ranking officers like Qin Ming. Hungming, according to each person's specific condition, activate maximum cultivation enhancement. Let me know how many spirit stones will be consumed in just 1 hour, Su Pingyan instructed. Truthfully, no matter how many were consumed, he would use them. Spirit stones were meant to be used, and if it could accelerate their cultivation progress, that was a good thing. Yes, Master. Very quickly, within just 1 second, Hungming's voice sounded again. Master, altogether, they will consume approximately 9,846 lower-grade spirit stones in 1 hour, and as their cultivation levels rise, this number will keep increasing. It is expected to exceed 100 within an hour. One attacking division consisted of 3,890 soldiers, and the guarding division had 3,665. Together with 107 War God Legion members, 7 from the Big Dipper Squad, 260 from the Logistics Department, plus Su Pingyan and Qin Ming. The entire legion from top to bottom totaled 15,486 people. Not a small number. Not bad, Su Pingyan nodded slightly. It was actually less than he had expected. After all, his own personal cultivation consumption per hour alone was already close to that figure. In other words, his personal consumption was equivalent to the combined consumption of every single person in the entire Yellow Emperor Legion. Inform them to bring out all their resources for cultivation and enhance to the maximum according to their individual needs. Additionally, I'll hand over my blood chi pills to you for distribution. Those who run out of resources first will receive priority. When all the cultivation resources are exhausted, the session will stop, Su Ping'an instructed. The several million blood chi pills he possessed would be a waste if not given to the strongest warriors. He hoped they wouldn't disappoint him. Yes, master. Humming acknowledged the order. Chapter 157, Going 1,000 kilometers deep. When the warriors arrived at the cultivation level of the primordial tower, they became extremely tense. It was only after hearing a voice prompting them to sit down and cultivate that they finally felt somewhat calm. Especially after starting to cultivate, they realized that the speed here was surprisingly fast. Everyone became even more excited and didn't dare to waste a single moment, calming their thoughts and starting to cultivate. Suddenly, Su Ping'an found himself with nothing to do. Should I just wait here until they finish cultivating, or? No, waiting here would be a waste of time. I should head further ahead, hunt some beasts, and provide more spirit liquid for the soldiers so they can break through to the bone-washing realm sooner. That's what's important. Thinking about it, Su Ping'an couldn't help but feel a little sentimental. Now I've become their babysitter. Anyway, I should improve their cultivation first. Then, I can launch the third campaign to push forward the territory even further. This way, I can obtain more resources, and this is a win-win situation. Su Ping'an comforted himself. This action might seem like babysitting, but it came with many benefits. First, the strength and depth of China would increase rapidly. Second, the soldiers would be able to advance faster. Although killing beasts might only slightly drain Su Ping'an, with the territory expanding, he would gain access to more cultivation resources, which he could use with priority. For example, perfect-grade bone-washing pills were still useful for him, though he would need larger quantities. If he could kill some fourth-stage beasts and obtain their beast cores, then he could refine transcendence pills. Those would surely have a better effect. If he could obtain some rare spiritual herbs or treasures, those could be used directly. After considering all this clearly, Su Ping'an gave Guo Xiaodian a call and briefly explained the situation before quickly leaping away, leaving the territory of China at top speed and heading deeper into the 10,000 Great Mountains. When he had just crossed the border, the beasts he encountered were mainly first and second stage ones. Before long, he started encountering third stage beasts. Then, at about 300 kilometers from the portal, he began frequently encountering groups of third stage beasts. Faced with these third stage beasts, Su Ping'an would casually kill them all and collect them into his dimensional space box. He wouldn't stay in one place, but would continue deeper. If Qin Meng were here, he would surely be very curious. Su Ping'an had already advanced around 500 kilometers, yet all the beasts he had encountered were still only third stage. According to the previous pattern of advancement, it wouldn't be strange to encounter fifth stage beasts by now. But as a person who had reincarnated, Su Ping'an knew some secrets. This forbidden zone of the 10,000 Great Mountains was quite peculiar. Centered around the portal, it stretched across a vast area of about 8,000 kilometers in diameter. Such a massive place, filled with beasts and cultivation resources, could it not be of interest to people from other realms? Of course not. Cultivators from other worlds often entered here for adventures. However, the 10,000 Great Mountains had a barrier of beasts, making it extremely difficult for them to reach the portal. This was because near the area approximately 2,000 kilometers from the borderlands where the outsiders lived, there was a belt of 7th-stage beasts, forming a barrier seemingly designed to isolate the interior and exterior of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Also, it was rumored that there were divine beasts deep within the mountains. Although Su Ping'an had never seen any in his past life, rumors rarely come out of nothing, so it was quite likely to be true. On the other hand, according to humanity's explorations from his previous life, starting from the portal, if one advanced about 5,000 kilometers deep into enemy lines, one might occasionally encounter 7th-stage beasts. Advancing 4,000 kilometers in might yield 6th-stage beasts. Going 3,000 kilometers in could bring 5th-stage beasts. Advancing around 1,000 kilometers in occasionally yielded 4th-stage beasts. And going in about 200 kilometers would bring occasional 3rd-stage beasts. This was what had been explored, though the reasons were unknown, even to Su Ping'an. Perhaps it had to do with the arrangements of some hidden individual or faction. For now, these mysteries were not something he needed to investigate. Right now, the only thing he needed to focus on was strengthening himself. Knowing all this, Su Ping'an naturally didn't stop, but continued deeper. On the way, if he encountered a few scattered third-stage beasts, he wouldn't even bother to stop and attack. Only when facing groups of beasts did he stop to reap them in. Thus, when he reached 1,000 kilometers in, his dimensional space box already contained tens of thousands of dead third-stage beasts of various star ratings. It had been quite a decent haul. He had walked this far, plus the time spent in battle, in less than 7 hours because most of the time he flew straight forward using his essence energy, soaring high above. Although this method consumed a lot of energy, he could easily replenish it using his life source stones. Finally arrived here, Su Ping'an landed on the ground, a complex expression flickering across his face. In his previous life, his highest cultivation realm was the shedding mortal body stage, and the furthest he had ever gone was nearly 2,000 kilometers in. He exhaled deeply, calmed his mind, and then Su Ping'an took out the Tianzhan sword, a 7th-grade spiritual artifact. It was one of the treasures obtained from the Hall of Divine Instruments. The killing aura from the god-slaughtering spear was too intense, it might scare away the beasts. Moreover, He wanted to practice the heaven blade drawn from sheathing art and elevate his martial skill to a higher level. This was the perfect moment. As he continued deeper, suddenly, Su Ping'an's eyes turned toward the southeast direction. 100 meters away, a golden-furred beast known as the Ko emerged, staring at him with cold, merciless eyes. 4th stage, 3-star. Not bad. Su Ping'an slightly curved his lips upward, showing no fear at all, and immediately dashed straight toward the beast. The Golden Ko clearly hadn't expected this tiny little human to dare attack at first. It felt insulted by such audacity and roared furiously as it charged toward Su Ping'an. The moment slowed before speeding up in an instant. This all happened within just 1 second. Heaven blade drawn from sheathing art Hua. A golden sword beam shot out from the Tianzhan sword. The next second, the powerful Golden Ko hadn't even managed to cry out in pain. It only showed infinite terror on its face before being sliced clean in half. Moreover, the sword beam kept shooting backward, obliterating trees and plants in its path until it collided with a large mountain 500 meters behind, where it finally halted. The destruction it left spanned over 500 meters and appeared terrifyingly powerful. However, Su Ping'an showed no sign of happiness. Mumbling to himself, he said, "Not good enough. I still can't focus all the power into a single point. The damage appears impressive, but in reality, the force is scattered. It seems I still have a long way to go before mastering this sword art." Once the heaven blade drawn from sheathing art was perfected, all the power would converge into one place. The force should be fully focused on the Ko alone and terminate upon completing the strike, without any lingering energy flowing outward. Essentially, all strength would be entirely concentrated upon the Golden Ko itself. Chapter 158, The Moral High Ground. No need to rush. Take it slow. After encouraging himself, Su Ping'an collected the corpse of the golden-haired hound and continued searching for other ferocious beasts. Sky-cutting sword art. He slashed one sword, and dozens of 4th-stage ferocious beasts in the distance hadn't even reacted before their heads and bodies parted ways. Holy crap, that's truly damn brutal, Su Ping'an muttered involuntarily. Although the sky-cutting sword art wasn't yet fully mastered and the power wasn't restrained, it was undeniably powerful for group attacks. Of course, using this technique consumed immense energy, but Su Ping'an had an unusually thick mana bar. After using it over a dozen times, he still showed no sign of stopping. As Su Ping'an ventured deeper, he encountered more and more 4th-stage beasts, increasing his haul accordingly. At the same time that Su Ping'an was deep in the 10,000-mile mountain hunting, the international situation had also undergone drastic changes. Inside the presidential palace of the ancient pyramid country's capital, Mr. President, according to the latest intelligence, Sam has deployed 3 aircraft carrier battle groups and 100,000 troops to settle into Little E. Husky has also mobilized 300,000 troops along the border, ready for action anytime. Polar Bear has moved 500,000 troops from the Far East back to Europe, and European nations are also mobilizing their forces. Middle Eastern and African nations are all showing restless intentions. We don't have much time left, the secretary said anxiously. How did it come to this? What should we do? Pharaoh asked anxiously. Mr. President, our only option now is to seek help from Huaxia, the secretary reminded him. That's right, Huaxia can help us. Pharaoh immediately calmed down and asked, has Tracy returned? Did he convey my intentions clearly to Huaxia? Pharaoh had always prepared for 2 scenarios. If the other countries could give him more time, he'd seize the first chance to exploit the wormhole on the other side. If not, he would request Huaxia to intervene. The other nations had suffered massive losses recently, whereas Huaxia had been well prepared and was currently the world's strongest military power. Huaxia says they won't interfere in other countries' affairs, but if needed, they're also willing to host talks among all countries to negotiate a peaceful resolution, the secretary replied. Good, very good. It's best to resolve things through talks instead of war. Otherwise, things might become unmanageable. Pharaoh's eyes lit up as he continued. You must summon the Huaxia ambassador immediately. I want to meet him in person. Yes, sir. In the White House, Sam country. The ancient pyramid country has sent us an invitation asking to discuss the wormhole distribution at their place. What do you think? President George asked. I've heard they approached Huaxia first, and only after Huaxia's ambassador Wang met with Pharaoh did they send the invitation to us, Director James of S.H.I.E.L.D. said. That despicable Pharaoh thought of the Easterners first instead of us, an official fumed. Pharaoh's just a fence-sitter. He sees that our casualties were heavy in the Hokkaido battle and no longer takes us seriously. Humph. Even if we have sustained some losses, we're still incomparable to any Eastern power and definitely not someone he can afford to offend. Enough. Everyone knows our current situation. Most of our reserves have been spent. Rebuilding industry isn't something that can be done in a short time, and we still have the monsters in Hokkaido to deal with. I'm afraid we can't handle another large-scale war with Huaxia. George looked at the Pentagon's director and asked, right? He had barely managed to regain some domestic support thanks to the allure of the New World, and he was well aware of his own condition. Although they controlled the wormhole and the New World, the country was financially drained from the war and required time to recover. If they couldn't quickly profit from the New World to replenish themselves, they would collapse even without Huaxia's involvement. If they entered into conflict with Huaxia at this time, and a large-scale war broke out, Sam country might cease to exist. There were already many separatist factions within the country, and Goldie kept stirring up trouble, making the situation in Texas particularly hard to manage. He looked at the defense head. His intention was obvious. He hoped for his cooperation to give him a way out. Mr. President is right. We can barely deal with the situation in Hokkaido right now. We need time to recover and also need the Congress to allocate more budget. The defense personnel didn't forget to ask for money. Upon hearing this, George's face immediately darkened. Although this guy had given him an out, he took advantage of the situation to demand money, which infuriated him. No money. Although we captured the Hokkaido wormhole, converting the resources from the other side into profits will still take time. Your Excellency, President, if we use the New World as bait, we can certainly raise substantial funds from those financial conglomerates. They aren't short on money, the head of the Department of Defense reminded him. George was taken aback, understanding exactly what the other party had in mind. After a moment of thought, he realized it might not be a bad idea after all, so he slightly nodded his head. This is indeed a feasible plan. How much we can gain from the Middle East will depend on their performance. If they could secure the support of domestic financial conglomerates, they would gain much stronger leverage in the Middle East and obtain even more benefits. In that case, Bryn, you will represent our SAM country and travel to the Middle East. You must secure sufficient benefits, George said seriously, staring at Bryn. Yes. Bryn nodded but couldn't hide the uneasy expression on his face because he already sensed this trip might not go smoothly. The capital of the ancient pyramid country was bustling with activity that day. It was rare and lively because representatives from almost all nations across the globe had arrived, each wanting their own share of the spoils. Although the intentions of these countries were not entirely pure, in this fiercely competitive era, getting this many nations' representatives together at once was still extremely difficult. Inside the large conference hall, a round table stood at the center with 6 seats. Besides the 5 major powers, 1 seat was reserved for the host country. Around them were many other tables and chairs, each reserved for a nation's representative. Thank you all for coming to attend this important conference hosted by our ancient pyramid country. The emergence of the wormhole and the New World signifies a new age of great maritime exploration has arrived, an otherworldly version of the age of exploration. It is filled with risks and opportunities. Currently, globally known, there are 2 wormholes, one located at the northern sea island, and the other right here in our ancient pyramid country. Pharaoh stood up and began speaking as the host. This otherworldly age of exploration phrase had originally been coined by the Huaxia ambassador. However, now being spoken through Pharaoh's mouth, it had become the global consensus, a new milestone. I won't go into detail about the current situation regarding the wormhole at Northern Sea Island since everyone is already familiar. Pharaoh shot a glance at Bryn, subtly mocking him for a moment before continuing. However, our ancient pyramid country is willing to voluntarily share the wormhole located within our borders, contributing to the cause of all humanity. In other words, every sovereign nation across the globe will have the opportunity to participate in this grand occasion. Though Pharaoh spoke passionately on the surface, inside, his heart was bleeding. Chapter 159. Trying to steal a chicken but losing a handful of rice. Who would willingly share these resources with others if not for lacking the strength to keep them? Now this was the only option left. At least it allowed them to preserve a certain share and not be completely kicked out. After all, by doing this, they had placed themselves on the moral high ground. Good. The moment those words were spoken, the atmosphere in the venue instantly became enthusiastic, especially among the smaller countries. They had originally thought they came merely to make up the numbers, but now they saw an unexpected chance to at least taste the broth. Even a small sip was better than nothing. Thus, they all expressed support for Khufu's decision. Humph. A cold snort came from Bryn, his expression turning dark. He hadn't expected Khufu to say such a thing. With this, the ancient pyramid nation had gained a high moral ground. If their country, Sam, opposed it, they would essentially offend every nation on the planet. Originally, when they came to this meeting, they only thought the strongest few countries would divide the quotas among themselves, and at most, toss a few scraps to the ancient pyramid nation. Now it seemed the situation was spiraling beyond their expectations. Suddenly, he glanced toward the representative from China, Ambassador Wang. Seeing the faint smile on his face, Bryn furrowed his brows and instantly grasped the key to this situation. Khufu wasn't smart enough to come up with such an idea himself. It must have been orchestrated by China behind the scenes. This infuriated Bryn, but he couldn't show his anger. After all, being the #1 superpower still meant having a reputation to uphold. Finally, Khufu continued. Before we allocate specific quotas among the countries, I'd like to briefly introduce some basic details about the new world on the other side of the wormhole controlled by our nation. You all can then decide how much to contribute based on your own national capabilities. The allocated shares will correspond accordingly to the amount of contribution. Hardly had Khufu finished speaking when murmurs swept the room. What exactly does President Khufu mean? Do you understand? Several ambassadors from closely aligned countries discussed among themselves. I suspect it means the other side is not very safe. I guess it means countries must contribute either funds or manpower. They won't give us a share for free. That's to be expected. Ignoring the discussions in the hall, Khufu went on. The new world is somewhat like an underground realm filled with countless mines. In these mines, we have discovered some types of ores that do not exist on our blue planet. Moreover, there are many monsters inhabiting these mines, creatures with great power. Our advanced troops have already suffered more than 1,000 casualties there. As he said this, a pang of sadness hit Khufu's heart. However, he didn't mention the safe zones. Without those, their early death toll would have been even greater. All the country representatives were deeply shocked after hearing this. In just a few days, so many lives had already been lost. Indeed, this new world was perilous. Yet, despite the danger and loss, this revelation only stirred astonishment, not fear. Facing the lure of the new world, such dangers were not enough to make them back away. President Khufu, what exactly do you mean by underground world? Have you not yet found any tunnels leading to the surface, or is there some danger on the surface? One representative asked. Khufu shook his head. At the moment, we haven't found any passage leading to the surface. As for what kind of danger might exist up there, we also don't know. It will be something for all of us to explore in the future. Also, I hope whichever nation discovers it first will share this exciting news with the rest of the world. That's a given. Everyone verbally agreed, though what they actually thought remained hidden. Khufu next shared most of the available intelligence they had acquired, but he omitted some classified information, such as exact locations of rich mineral deposits or detailed types of resources. Alright, that's roughly the situation. Now, moving on to how the quotas will be distributed, we have a preliminary idea for everyone to consider. If you think it's feasible, we can proceed with this plan. If anyone has alternative suggestions, feel free to share. Everyone's expressions suddenly turned serious. After all, this directly involved their national interests. Firstly, since the wormhole lies within our ancient pyramid nation, as the host country, we claim a 20% share, and we will contribute an army of 300,000 troops. Secondly, each of the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council will deploy 500,000 troops and will receive a 10% share apiece. Thirdly, for countries outside the 5 major powers, the top 20 in military capability will each contribute 100,000 troops and receive 1% each. Lastly, the remaining 10% will be given to the rest of the nations. This 10% will be divided into 1,000 shares. Any country contributing at least 2,000 troops may claim 1 share. How many shares each country gets will depend on its strength. Additionally, I must emphasize that sending troops isn't just about sending bodies. These must be soldiers with proper military training and fully armed. If they don't meet the standards, we will not accept them, Khufu declared loudly. If implemented according to Khufu's proposal, a total of 6.8 million troops from around the globe would be deployed to explore the new world, an absolutely massive scale. I oppose this. Although your ancient pyramid nation is the host country, this world has always been ruled by the strong. Why should you get 20% just for contributing 300,000 troops? That's way too much. I think 5% for you would be fair enough. And our Sam nation, as the world's top superpower, only gets 10%? That's absolutely outrageous. Bryn stood up first in opposition. Yeah, how could you ask us to send 500,000 troops, Khufu? What exactly were you thinking? England followed closely behind. During the Battle of Bahar Island, England had participated most actively, suffering extremely heavy casualties, over 1 million soldiers already dead. Considering the limited number of young people in their nation, the loss was devastating. Now they were being asked to deploy another 500,000 troops, something that probably wouldn't even pass domestically. President Khufu, I hold you in great respect, but allocating only 1% to us is just too little, Gambia spoke up. Khufu was momentarily stunned. He opened his mouth, wanting to say, you're actually among the remaining countries meant to share that 10% portion. Who gave you the confidence to think you can rank within the global top 26? However, such a statement would be too humiliating and could cause unnecessary trouble. So he held his tongue, although everyone else understood the unspoken truth. I think this proposal is acceptable overall, but the percentage allocations are problematic. Aside from Ambassador Wang from China, who remained silent, everyone else voiced their opposition. Unable to settle the matter, Khufu turned his gaze toward Ambassador Wang from China, hoping he would speak. But Wang simply kept his eyes lowered and maintained a meditative composure, ignoring the pressure. MMP. Previously, they had agreed to allocate 20% to China. Now suddenly at the conference, it was changed to just 10%. To say that Ambassador Wang hadn't exploded on the spot was already him showing immense respect to Khufu. Trying to pull a fast one on China here. Really, they didn't know how to die. Chapter 160 Allocation of Shares. Ahem. Huff cleared his throat deliberately. Seeing the general opposition, he had no choice but to back down. He had originally stood on a moral high ground, with support from countries around the globe. However, offending the entire world over this would be like trying to steal a chicken only to lose a handful of rice. So he could only say, I was just giving an example. This can still be discussed. After speaking, Huff once again looked at Ambassador Wang, his eyes carrying a trace of plea. At this moment, Wang no longer pretended not to see. For the first time, he stood up, and seeing this, representatives from various countries fell silent, wanting to hear what China had to say. After all, every nation now knew that China, having not participated in the Battle of Bahar Island, had already become the strongest nation globally in terms of strength. What remained lacking was just one decisive battle, one that would defeat the United States and prove this status. Once the United States was defeated, China would officially be crowned the strongest nation on Earth. Given that the Kingdom of the Ancient Pyramid is the country where the wormhole is located, and President Huff, with great righteousness, is willing to share the development rights of the new world with all nations, we China highly admire and fully support this. Ambassador Wang began, affirming Huff's position, which made the latter visibly relax and feel grateful. However, there is only one new world here, and there are many countries worldwide, differing in population size and strength. Absolute fairness is simply impossible. Therefore, I believe that we should consider various factors comprehensively. Considering the Kingdom of the Ancient Pyramid as the host country, before our allocations begin, they can receive an additional 5% share. If they wish for more, they must also contribute resources and manpower, said Ambassador Wang, sending a chill down Huff's spine. He knew very well that initially, China had promised them an extra 10% share, but just now, unable to resist temptation, he had taken the initiative to reduce China's share by half, and quadruple his own, and now the retaliation came swiftly. Well, 5% is still acceptable. That makes sense. Considering so many countries are involved, 5% seems about right. 20% would be too much, and other countries wouldn't get their fair share, said Ambassador Wang, earning the support of nearly all nations. Brin wanted to say something, but seeing the circumstances, could only shut his mouth. Although there are the 5 permanent members, that's been the order since after World War II. Now World War III has already happened. 5 permanent members? I think it has long lost its meaning. For example, England, they've long lost the strength of a permanent member. Therefore, I believe it's sufficient to keep only 3 permanent members: China, the United States, and the Russian bear. Having said this, Ambassador Wang turned to the ambassadors of the US and Russia. How do the two of you feel about this? These words caused representatives from England and France to become visibly anxious. They hurriedly looked toward Brin, hoping for his support. Brin hesitated for a moment, and just as he was about to speak, Ambassador Wang gave him no chance. Of course, if any other nation objects, that's fine, but they must demonstrate real capability. We can have a test. If all 3 of us agree, then not only 5, but even 10 permanent members is acceptable. Upon hearing this, Brin closed his mouth. Within the 3 permanent members, 2 are already against them. Moreover, increasing the number would mean dilution of their share, which would sacrifice their national interests for the benefit of allies, a move sure to draw domestic criticism if made. This couldn't be allowed, or he'd be severely criticized back home. With Brin silent, the Russian representative voiced even less opposition and actually smiled happily, because under the new proposal, they would obtain a larger share. Our 3 permanent member states will each contribute 500,000 troops, giving each of us 20% share. Any objections? Ambassador Wang asked while scanning the room. Our Russian bear fully supports this. The Russian ambassador was the first to stand up in support. Doubling their share, only a fool would refuse. Seeing this, Brin could only nod with a darkened face. We, the United States, also support it. Other representatives wanted to say more, but seeing the 3 strongest countries already united, they knew it was now unchangeable. That left the remaining 35% share. That was what they should now strive for. Ambassador Wang, how then should this remaining 35% share be distributed? Asked one of the representatives. That depends on how many people each country contributes, said Ambassador Wang. This 35% share will be divided into 3,500 shares, each accounting for 0.01% of the total share. Contributing 1,000 soldiers will earn you 0.01% of the share. On this point, I agree with President Huff. These must be able-bodied young men, fully armed, and both soldier quality and weaponry must meet the standards we will set to be considered qualified. There must be no room for substandard troops. In this way, it would now depend on each country's overall national power, pushing every nation to strengthen its military forces in preparation for the upcoming apocalypse. As for why the standard was reduced from 2,000 to 1,000 soldiers. Firstly, it would be quite a strain for some smaller countries to field 2,000 fully armed troops, but if the number were reduced to 1,000, then almost every nation could participate and at least feel involved. Secondly, although the number would be smaller, they would raise the standards, so overall military strength might not necessarily decline. Our ancient pyramid kingdom will contribute 500,000 troops, President Huff declared, clenching his teeth. Originally, they had only been able to field 300,000 troops, but with such a small share, he wouldn't be able to explain it to the domestic leadership. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and plan to purchase additional equipment from China after the meeting. Fortunately, the armed forces required here only needed light infantry equipment, as heavy weapons couldn't be used in the underground mines. The cost of an additional 200,000 sets of equipment was manageable. Good, then the ancient pyramid kingdom will receive an additional 5% share. That brings your total share to 10%. As for other nations, you can register with President Huff, since they are the host country. Having said that, Ambassador Wang sat down. As long as China's interests were secured, they wouldn't interfere with the rest. President Huff, we will contribute 10,000 troops. We'll supply 100,000. We'll send 5,000. Thus, one by one, the representatives gathered around Huff, declaring the number of troops their countries would contribute. Based on the numbers they announced, the 35% share definitely wouldn't be enough to satisfy all requests. Therefore, President Huff made a ruling. Smaller nations would be guaranteed at least 1 share, followed by medium and mid to large countries, and finally nations just below the 3 permanent members in strength. In the end, the outcome left everyone relatively satisfied. Thanks to this meeting, a new world war had been averted, a great blessing for people across the globe, and also preserved the strength of Earth as much as possible. After the meeting, President Huff invited Ambassador Wang to be his guest, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Ambassador Wang. Thank you, China. Otherwise, our ancient pyramid kingdom would surely have faced great turmoil. It's nothing. We are all working toward world peace. Also, President Huff, integrity is very important. I hope our 2 nations can continue to cooperate more in the future. Ambassador Wang reminded him. Chapter 161. The fault of this generation, the merit of 10,000 years. Although this time Hu Fu had wanted to cause some trouble, in the end, everything was carried out according to their previously agreed upon plan, and China's interests remained completely unaffected. However, at that moment, Hu Fu's secretary suddenly rushed in and whispered something in his ear. What? President Hu Fu exclaimed, his face filled with shock. Mr. President Hu Fu, has something happened at the wormhole? Ambassador Wang asked. If it was an internal matter concerning the ancient pyramid nation, He wouldn't have interfered. It was China's policy to not meddle in other countries' affairs. But if it involved the wormhole, then China had no choice but to take interest, given the substantial stake they had in it. President Hu didn't hide anything from Ambassador Wang and directly told his secretary, "You tell Ambassador Wang the details. There's no need to keep it secret." Yes. The secretary nodded before explaining. "Just now, we received news from the White Elephant country. Another wormhole has been discovered within their borders. This is already the third wormhole discovered globally." "Oh, such a thing has happened." Ambassador Wang feigned surprise. As for wormholes, also known as portals, Ambassador Wang held a sufficiently high clearance. He knew that there were already 2 wormholes within China, and that globally, there were 8 altogether, one of which lay in the White Elephant country. He just hadn't expected the discovery to come this quickly. "It truly seems to be a time of great events," Ambassador Wang sighed. "Yes," President Hu agreed. "Now that the second and third have emerged, people will wonder whether there are still more wormholes on Earth, fourth, fifth, even more. I fear the competition among nations will become even fiercer." In the Prime Minister's office in the capital of the White Elephant country. "Ha, wonderful. I always knew it. How could our White Elephant nation, the great Eastern power and future #1 superpower in the world, not have a wormhole? Huh." Upon receiving the news, President Lao Xian grew ecstatic at the first moment. "Mr. President, there's currently a very troubling issue. The person who discovered the wormhole is a live-streaming host. At that time, over 100,000 viewers were watching online, and due to the immense attention on wormholes, the news spread rapidly across the globe. It's safe to say now that all nations probably know about our possession of a wormhole. We can't hide it anymore," his aide warned. President Lao Xian's smile immediately froze. He paced back and forth inside his office several times before his expression eased, and he smiled again. "If we can't hide it, then there's no need to hide. The Sam nation currently possesses the North Sea Island wormhole, so why shouldn't our Eastern great nation also be allowed to possess one? Furthermore, ours is independently owned. We're the only country in the world to independently possess a wormhole. Even China doesn't have that." "Regarding China, Mr. President," his aide reminded him again, "I suggest we strengthen security at the wormhole site to prevent China from making a move. After all, the North Sea Island lies far from China and separated by the sea, but we are directly connected to their territory. Everyone knows how strong China's army is." "Humph. The army might have been strong in the past, but now we White Elephant people have already surpassed China. We are now the most populous nation on this planet. Back then, China was only able to defeat us because we were unprepared. Now, they won't dare do anything." Though he said this aloud, his face showed evident worry. Still, he continued, "That said, to ensure the wormhole's security, we must make preparations. Immediately dispatch 300,000 troops to deploy along the border to prevent China's southern advance. Meanwhile, deploy 200,000 troops to guard the wormhole at all costs. Any mistakes will be held against you directly." "Yes, sir." Of course, the White Elephant country's actions did not go unnoticed by the high-level circles of major global powers. Inside a core conference room in Beijing, the heart of China. "Excellent work, Ambassador Wang. Successfully securing 20% shares of the wormhole in the Middle East is already quite a success." The premier praised Ambassador Wang, who had just returned. "It was mainly due to China's might. That's why I had the confidence when negotiating overseas," Ambassador Wang humbly replied. The premier nodded slightly, then looked toward the rest of the attendees and asked, "As for the situation with the White Elephant country, what are your opinions?" "Premier, I think we should proceed according to what Xiao Su previously suggested. We wait and watch." According to what Xiao Su mentioned, the alternate world on the other side of the White Elephant's portal is the one closest to the native humans of those alternate realms. It's also the most dangerous, with the largest number of fierce beasts. "I think the White Elephant country is likely to suffer greatly when dealing with it," Elderson said. "One can't deny the White Elephant country's amazing fortune. We've worked so hard for the opportunity to obtain so many fierce beasts, yet they're all found in plain fields. Once a portion of territory there is secured, future grain supplies will never be a concern," another elder remarked enviously. "True, but unfortunately, the portal is quite far from our border. Invading the White Elephant country would damage China's reputation. If you ask me, we should just go to war." "What reputation?" "The fault of this generation, the merit of 10,000 years, a general shouted loudly, clearly an impatient man. "It hasn't come to that yet. Right now, we already have 2 portals ourselves. The other world is so vast that we can't even fully develop it. To seize more territory from outside at this moment isn't a wise choice. If you ask me, the White Elephant country wanting to monopolize a wormhole, Sam Nation and the polar bear probably won't be okay with it either. Let's wait and see. Maybe there will be an opportunity." People voiced different opinions, their ideas colliding. Helplessly, the premier could only call for everyone to stop. "All right, for now, let's just observe what the White Elephant country does. But it's time we arrange for the portal on Antarctica. Leaving it untouched is just a waste. Minister Wang, you might have to go on another mission. You need to personally visit the Kremlin and see what the Tsar thinks." The premier turned to Ambassador Wang. "All right, I'll prepare and head over right away," Ambassador Wang nodded. "Remember, do everything possible to fight for China's interests. We can appropriately give up some of the Antarctic territory, but we must exchange that for an increased share of the North Sea Island," the premier reminded him. "Understood. The premier was about to say just dismiss the meeting first, when suddenly, the Secretary General walked in with a delighted expression and whispered something into the premier's ear. "Haha, Secretary Zhang, share this good news with everyone," the premier happily said. Everyone was stunned. extremely curious about what exactly could make the premier so joyful. Esteemed leaders, just now intelligence came back. The White Elephant country sent an initial exploration force of 3,000 soldiers into the alternate world. Within just half a day, fewer than 100 managed to escape back. The rest were all killed, suffering severe losses, Secretary Zhang said cheerfully. Although it was somewhat impolite to take pleasure in others' misfortunes, there was nothing they could do about it. Haha, so Minister Su was really right. That place is dangerous indeed. Wow goodness, within less than half a day, such massive losses. Those soldiers didn't even have time to escape. It seems the fierce beasts over there not only number in great quantity, but they likely aren't weak either, an elder remarked in astonishment. Chapter 162, The Credit of the Great Emperor. The newly opened portal was very small at first, only large enough to allow 1 or 2 people to pass through at a time. Perhaps when they entered, there were no ferocious beasts around. After they went inside and explored a certain area, they encountered the beasts, got defeated, and when trying to flee, were all blocked at the portal. That's why less than 100 people returned, one of the elders speculated. What idiots. They should have built a defensive line immediately after arriving. They missed the best opportunity. Now it will be much harder to get through again. This elder's speculation was quite accurate. At this moment, inside the Prime Minister's mansion of the White Elephant Kingdom, Old Immortal listened to his subordinate's report with a darkened face. Worthless. All of you are worthless. Didn't you know you should have built a defensive line around the wormhole first? Old Immortal roared in anger. It was practically common knowledge. Look at the 2 wormholes in the North Sea Island and the ancient Pyramid Kingdom. That's exactly how they handled them. Mr. President, when the soldiers arrived, they found the other side to be an endless plain, with no sign of any beasts. It was completely different from what happened at the North Sea Island and the ancient Pyramid Kingdom. So they wanted to explore the surrounding areas first. Unfortunately, they ran into a clan of beasts. One could only say they had bad luck, his close aide replied helplessly. Don't try to defend them. In the end, it's just their arrogance and recklessness. Old Immortal still hadn't cooled off. Send more people over immediately. This time, build the defensive line first, then explore further. He took a deep breath, trying his best to calm down before continuing. Mr. President, this might require a wait, his aide swallowed hard. What do you mean? The monster clan has already discovered the wormhole and is guarding the other side. Our second team was sacrificed there. Only 1 person escaped during the 3rd attempt. That's when we learned the other side has at least several thousand enormous beasts. If their bodies weren't so massive, they might have already charged through. Cursed. Upon hearing this, Old Immortal felt a surge of fear deep in his heart. There was both fear and relief. Fear because if those beasts stormed through, they would bring massive casualties. Relief because the wormhole was too small, the large beasts on the other side couldn't come through. No matter what method we use, no matter how many people die, we must seize control of the wormhole. If this spreads globally, won't the whole world be laughing at us? We possess a wormhole but can't get through it. We can't afford such embarrassment. Old Immortal disregarded reality entirely, determined only to gain control of the wormhole. Yes, sir. His aide knew the president had made up his mind. Persuasion was impossible, so he could only comply. At the Bear Krill Palace. Welcome, Ambassador Wang. I wonder what brings you to our Bear Kingdom this time. The Emperor welcomed Ambassador Wang with great ceremony. Your Majesty, I'm here on behalf of the Xia Empire. We'd like to cooperate with your nation, said Ambassador Wang, adding, cooperation in the New World. Oh, and what kind of cooperation might that be? Initially puzzled by the mention of cooperation, the Emperor suddenly became very interested when he heard the words, New World. He guessed the Xia Empire must also have a wormhole within its borders, but that they had hidden it so well it had yet to be discovered. Ambassador Wang didn't beat around the bush. He came straight to the point. Your Majesty, we've discovered a new wormhole, but its geographical location is somewhat unique. We want to cooperate with your nation to develop it together. Is it within your Xia Empire territory? The Emperor tested him. Ambassador Wang kept his expression neutral and pretended to be confused. Your Majesty, you're joking. Our Xia Empire doesn't have any wormholes. At least none have been discovered yet. There was no way they would ever admit it. Even if the other party suspected, unless they had concrete evidence, the policy was to deny everything. Seeing Ambassador Wang's expression remain unchanged, the Emperor felt puzzled. If it's not within your Xia Empire, then where is it? Could it possibly be in our Bear Kingdom territory? Suddenly, the Emperor seemed to have an epiphany. If it was located in their territory but they hadn't found it, yet the Xia Empire had, then it would make sense why they described its location as being special. No, not in your nation either. Then where exactly is it? The Emperor pressed eagerly. Your Majesty, we are here seeking cooperation, Ambassador Wang reminded him. Hearing this, the Emperor calmed his mind. So it was the classic, no carrots, no release of dogs situation. Please, Ambassador Wang, tell me specifically how you want us to cooperate. The Emperor asked. In his heart, he wasn't opposed to cooperation. After all, another wormhole could bring more benefits. If the Xia Empire didn't cooperate with them, they might cooperate with the Sam Kingdom instead. Don't say it's impossible. Didn't they already cooperate with the Sam Kingdom at the North Sea Island? There are no eternal friends between nations, only eternal interests. As long as the Xia Empire is willing to share one wormhole with the Sam Kingdom would never refuse such an olive branch. Similarly, we polar bears would be even less likely to refuse, said the Emperor. What share does your country hold at the North Sea Island? Ambassador Wang asked solemnly. The Emperor was taken aback, hesitated for a moment, then replied earnestly. This question, I have already told your country before. To tell the truth, Originally, we polar bears owned 36% of the share, and according to our agreement, 6% has already been given to your Xia Empire. It's just that you haven't sent troops over there yet. We polar bears have already made an agreement with Western countries like the Sam Kingdom. The first batch of people to enter the New World will total 1 million. Whatever each side gains there, and however much they gain, will depend entirely on their own abilities. There will be no interference or seizing by others. The Emperor continued seriously. According to this arrangement, the Xia Empire could station an army of 60,000 at the other side of the portal on the North Sea Island. Ambassador Wang already knew this, but he merely wanted to confirm the details clearly once again with the Emperor. As to why the Xia Empire had not yet dispatched personnel, it was because they were waiting for the wormholes in the ancient Pyramid Kingdom and the Antarctic continent to appear, and also waiting for their troops in Crescent Island to finish training before they moved in. Only sending 60,000 soldiers meant that they would need to dispatch only elite troops. Ambassador Wang nodded and said that the Emperor keeps his word makes you a man of integrity. With this, we now have a stronger foundation for cooperation. As for this new wormhole, it was discovered by us. Our suggestion is a 60-40 split, with us getting 60% and you 40%. May I ask what the Emperor thinks of this proposal? Ambassador Wang asked. In truth, the homeland did not care much about this particular portal because it was so far away. Even a mere 10% share would have been acceptable. All these words from Ambassador Wang were merely a way to negotiate better terms. The Emperor furrowed his brows, having thought of a question, and asked, Ambassador Wang, I would like to know where exactly this wormhole is located. Why don't you develop it yourselves? Considering your Xia Empire's current strength, I believe there isn't a single nation in the world bold enough to dare send troops to seize it from you. Chapter 163, Deploying to the Antarctic Continent. Is it at a special location, perhaps on the Antarctic continent? The Emperor cautiously asked. It must be said, the Emperor was indeed very intelligent, deducing the correct answer merely from the Ambassador Wang's brief remarks. Why would you say that, Emperor? Ambassador Wang had not expected the Emperor to actually guess it right. It seems I was correct, the Emperor chuckled. You guessed accurately. Yes, it's located on the Antarctic continent. However, the Antarctic continent is extremely vast. Without exact coordinates, anyone trying to find it would take a very long time. Ambassador Wang remained calm and unhurried. The Antarctic continent belonged to unclaimed territory, open for anyone to access, though Polar Bear was relatively closer to it, and therefore had an advantage. You're right. If you wanted to dispatch a large force here, it would be quite challenging, and it would be impossible to hide the movement. As soon as a large-scale military presence is deployed, there's no way to remain covert. Furthermore, since it's unclaimed land, the entire world would turn its eyes there. The pressure on your country would be tremendous. We can help you shield part of that pressure, but we want 60% of the share. The Emperor began negotiating. Absolutely unacceptable. After all, we were the ones who discovered it. Ambassador Wang firmly countered. In the end, after some bargaining, the two countries decided on a 50-50 split, so neither side would feel disadvantaged. Ha! Ambassador Wang. With the cooperation of our two nations, this wormhole is sure to become a new chapter in the friendship between our countries, the Emperor said joyfully. Oh, by the way, Emperor, our chief minister asked me to convey another message. Given the vast distance between us and the Antarctic continent, we'd like to exchange our share from that area for your share in other locations. Do you think that would be acceptable? Ambassador Wang asked. Oh, how exactly? The Emperor questioned. His mood was good at the moment. However, he wasn't stupid either. Having experienced two wormholes before, he already understood that the wormholes and their corresponding new worlds differed from each other. Although the Han Empire was far from the Antarctic continent, if that location were truly as good as it seemed, the Han Empire wouldn't have sought cooperation with them, nor offered such a large share. Something must be off. An equal exchange, of course, Ambassador Wang replied. The Emperor immediately shook his head. Then we'll have to wait until we send someone to explore the other side of the Antarctic continent before making a decision. Ambassador Wang tried to say something else, but was interrupted by the Emperor directly. Ambassador Wang, cooperation between two nations must be based on sincerity, wouldn't you agree? If we don't know what the other side truly looks like, we won't be able to make any proper assessment. Especially after the case of the White Elephant Kingdom. Their deployed army suffered great losses. Alright then, I will provide the coordinates right away. You can send people over to investigate, and after that, we can negotiate the shares again, Ambassador Wang said. Good, the Emperor smiled happily. To ensure the safety of the Antarctic wormhole, I think it's necessary for our two countries to issue a joint declaration. What do you think, Ambassador Wang? The Emperor asked. Of course, with a joint declaration from our two nations, I believe no country in the world would dare to harbor any ambitions for that place, not even the Sam Kingdom. Ambassador Wang replied confidently. Within merely 3 days thereafter, the Han Empire dispatched 10,000 vanguard troops to combine with Polar Bear's 10,000 troops, forming the Antarctic Joint Force, and officially deployed into the wormhole location. Subsequently, they entered the wormhole for exploration. Inside the office of the Sam Kingdom's White House President. Mr. President, both the Han Empire and Polar Bear have dispatched 10,000 troops into the Antarctic continent. We're unsure of their specific objectives. James, the intelligence head, immediately reported the newly acquired intelligence. What did you say? President George abruptly stood up in shock. George had long been consuming beast meat, which had completely cured his narcolepsy. His overall health was now improving steadily, and he was becoming more energetic and youthful. James promptly repeated the statement. The Antarctic continent. The Antarctic continent. President George muttered twice, before a sudden realization sparked, and he blurted out. A wormhole. Mr. President, are you suggesting they discovered a wormhole on the Antarctic continent? James expressed amazement, but quickly reasoned it could very well be the case. Otherwise, why would they form a joint military force? After all, the continent consisted mostly of glaciers. If they were mining resources or conducting research, they wouldn't need to dispatch such a large military force. Even if troops were required, 100 soldiers would be plenty. It's highly likely. Don't forget, several wormholes have already emerged on Blue Planet. Finding another would not be impossible. Beihai Island, the ancient Pyramid Kingdom, and White Elephant Kingdom alone account for 3. If the Antarctic has 1 too, that makes 4 wormholes, meaning it's likely Blue Planet has even more. Oh right, considering how vast our continent is in the Americas, there's no reason for it to lack wormholes. Immediately dispatch personnel to search everywhere. I want them to find it. We definitely will, President George exclaimed excitedly. Yes, sir. But Mr. President, what shall we do about the Antarctic continent? James asked. I'll have military satellites deployed for reconnaissance, George replied. Before they could finalize their plans on handling the Antarctic situation, someone rushed in urgently. Mr. President, just now the Han Empire and Polar Bear issued a joint statement. They've discovered a wormhole on the Antarctic continent. Just as I suspected, George and James exchanged glances. Indeed, they had discovered a new wormhole. Shit, why don't we ever get such good luck? George exclaimed in frustration. Mr. President, what should we do next? James asked. George frowned deeply. This is difficult. Our current strength has been greatly weakened. There's no way Polar Bear and the Han Empire will give up on what's already within their grasp. Damn, Mr. President, perhaps we can cooperate with the White Elephant Kingdom. They're currently stuck in a difficult position, James suggested. George's frown did not fade. Instead, it deepened further. The new world opposite the White Elephant Kingdom is likely extremely dangerous. Mr. President, although it's dangerous, according to intelligence reports, there are many monsters on the other side. That danger is actually a resource we need. Thousands of monsters, James continued. That's right. The monsters are the most important resource. In that case, though dangerous, the White Elephant Kingdom is practically a gold mine, an even more profitable location than the combined revenues of our Beihai Island and the ancient Pyramid Kingdom wormholes. Yes, Mr. President, James nodded. The only thing we need to solve now is how to eliminate the monsters on the other side, establish a solid defense line, and then deploy more modern weapons. Once we secure a foothold, the profits will surely be enormous, James added. You're suggesting we send our super soldiers over to control the other side of the wormhole? George quickly caught on. That was Sam Kingdom's advantage. Recently, they had already begun cultivating super soldiers, enhanced warriors far beyond regular troops. Equipped with modern weaponry, a single super soldier could take on hundreds, maybe even more. Chapter 164, a major discovery. Just because the soldiers of the White Elephant Nation weren't up to the task didn't mean their super soldiers weren't. There was even a chance they could gain control over the other side, and cooperating with the White Elephant Nation would help suppress China and further their Indo-Pacific strategy. Okay, I'll have Breen go to the White Elephant Nation as soon as possible, George said. China had allied with the Polar Bear, so they would form an alliance with the White Elephant Nation. In the Kremlin of the Polar Bear. Your Highness, I assume you've already investigated the situation on the other side of Antarctica. I wonder what you think about our proposal of exchange. Ambassador Wang asked. The other side doesn't have monsters guarding it, and is safer than the White Elephant Nation's side, but it's covered in ice and snow, making the living conditions terrible, the Emperor replied. Your Highness, snow and ice aren't the main problem. The real value lies in the monster resources, which are plentiful on the other side. Not to mention, there might be even more mineral resources under the ice, Ambassador Wang replied. And if you can control this wormhole exclusively through the exchange, wouldn't that make many things easier? After all, cooperative development and independent development aren't the same. It's like you'll possess an entirely new world, Ambassador Wang said with a smile. It was no secret around the globe that the polar bear had an insatiable appetite for land. If owning a whole world meant dealing with icy wastelands, so what? Wasn't Sibera a similar environment? Also, the super soldiers they had dispatched were able to endure the cold much better. And with stronger super soldiers, freezing temperatures wouldn't be a major obstacle anymore. The most important thing was that the other side of the wormhole, though icy and frigid, allowed them to roughly infer through monster hunting that all the other sides of these wormholes were likely from the same world, just at different locations. In that case, by traversing the icy lands, wouldn't they eventually find more suitable places to live? We would consider it if the exchange rate were 1 to 3, said the Emperor. Your Highness, if you put it that way, there's no need to continue negotiations. Our bottom line is at most 1 to 15, Ambassador Wang replied. After a while of back and forth, neither side could persuade the other. Helplessly, Ambassador Wang pulled out the backup proposal. Your Highness, what if we split the exchange? What do you mean? The Emperor asked, confused. The new world on the other side of the ancient Pyramid Nation's wormhole is underground, worse than Antarctica. However, the other side of the North Sea Island is a dense jungle, which is more suitable for living than Antarctica. In this case, we could offer a 1 minute and 0.8 seconds exchange for the ancient Pyramid Nation's wormhole and a 1/16 exchange for the North Sea Island, Ambassador Wang explained. The Emperor's eyes lit up momentarily, but he still shook his head. We can't calculate it like this. Although the underground world of the ancient Pyramid Nation might not seem impressive, it contains extremely rich mineral resources. Everything on Antarctica is unknown to us. I believe the exchange rate should be 1/15. The North Sea Island is far more suitable for human habitation, with more monsters than Antarctica, so I think it's worth at least 125. That's impossible. Ambassador Wang shook his head. More verbal sparring followed, and eventually both sides emerged from the meeting room with smiles, since they had come to a decision. The exchange rate for the ancient pyramid nation would be 1:1, and the North Sea Island's rate would be set at 1:2. Eventually, the emperor transferred 15% of the share of the ancient pyramid nation to China, keeping only 5% for himself, in exchange for China's 15% share in the Antarctic wormhole. Then, he used 175% of the North Sea Island share to exchange for the remaining 35% share of the Antarctic wormhole, held by China. With that, the polar bear now fully controlled the Antarctic wormhole. Although they lost a significant portion of shares in other wormholes, the emperor still considered the trade-off worthwhile. It was an entirely different concept whether a wormhole was developed through multilateral cooperation or independently developed by a single nation. In the former, keeping anything secret was practically impossible, but with sole control, everything could be kept under wraps. Back in China's core conference room in the capital, the Prime Minister and others received Ambassador Wang's report almost immediately. Haha, excellent. It's better to get rid of Antarctica since it was something of a useless asset anyway. Now, we completely control 2 portals domestically and hold a 35% share in the Pyramid Nation's portal, as well as a 23.5% share in the portal on North Sea Island. On top of that, we also have the hidden portal in the Java Cave, Indonesia. The future of China is bright indeed, the Prime Minister happily remarked. On Java Island, China had already sent over 2,000 people. It was said that 2 lines of defense had been established there. Without China's permission, entering was easy, but breaking through the defenses would be incredibly difficult. Coupled with China's current strength, one could say that portal was effectively China's now. Prime Minister, since these matters have temporarily come to a conclusion, should we recall the 10,000 troops stationed in Antarctica? One general asked. The Prime Minister shook his head. The Emperor hopes we can help them maintain a presence here until they have built up their defenses on the other side. Then we can withdraw our troops. We can all hear clearly what schemes the polar bear is plotting. HMPF, said one general, fully aware of the polar bear's intentions. This was a case of leveraging the power of Huaxia to serve their own interests. It's not like we're helping for free either. Once they complete their defenses, they will give us a 0.5% share of the North Sea Island as military funding, the Prime Minister added. In that case, the polar bear will only have 12% left in the North Sea Island? Exactly. Well, it could be considered both good and bad. Both sides felt they had gained something, so it was a win-win situation. Sam country, ironically, now has the least control among us 3 major powers. I wonder if they're panicking now, one elder joked. You can't be sure of that. They don't know that we have a portal domestically. In that case, we'd actually be the ones with the least, another elder responded. The door to Director James' office at the Sam Country Shield Agency was suddenly shoved open from outside, which immediately angered James. Oh, shoot, if you don't knock and walk in again, you can just get the hell out. Sorry, Director, but we've made a major discovery. I was just too excited and forgot. The person apologized. Oh, a major discovery? What kind of major discovery? James' anger vanished instantly, replaced by overwhelming curiosity. What he wanted to hear most was the discovery of another portal domestically. After all, he had only heard bad news recently and had been scolded by George. He needed a success as soon as possible. Director, do you remember the mysterious person, or perhaps the mysterious organization, we were previously tasked to find? The one who released the video of the North Sea Island portal? The subordinate asked. James paused for a moment before realization struck. What have you found? Chapter 165 Terrifying Guesses. We gathered as much surveillance footage as possible 1 month before the Beihai Island wormhole in First Nation was exposed. Then we filtered for people who entered that mountain, or possibly entered it, or came into First Nation from abroad during that period. We identified more than 70,000 targets. Due to the previous war and this round of screening, we have already eliminated most of them, leaving less than 2,000. Then it just so happened that an ancient pyramid nation exposed the existence of a wormhole. Our people bribed relevant personnel and obtained the surveillance videos near the wormhole, as well as a list of people entering and exiting the country in the past month. Using big data, we compared the information, and we found only one overlapping person, this one. As he spoke, the subordinate handed the tablet to James, displaying a photo of a person. If Su Ping'an were here, he would surely be shocked to realize that this person was none other than himself. You mean that mysterious figure is him? James said in astonishment. The man had an East Asian face. His first thought was that he must be a First Nation native. It must be him, the subordinate said firmly. So sure. Director, look further down. On the next page is this person's detailed information. Moreover, we specifically checked this individual's travel and social activity for the past 6 months. We really found a major clue. This person also visited by Siang Nation, Antarctica, Indonesia, and our own Sam Nation. His first recorded appearance in First Nation was at Beihai Island, and shortly afterward the wormhole there was exposed. Later he went to Antarctica, and soon after, the wormhole there was also exposed. He also visited the ancient Pyramid Nation and Siang Nation. The wormholes in those 2 locations were also exposed. Therefore, we have reason to suspect that there are likely wormholes in our Sam Nation and Indonesia as well. If that's confirmed, the situation will be extremely terrifying. The subordinate analyzed. He's actually a special forces operative from Huaxia, James said in surprise, staring at Su Ping'an's file. Then he thought of something and immediately ordered. Find out where he went in our country and investigate every spot along his route carefully. Check if there are any wormholes. Yes, sir. I need to go to the Black Palace immediately. Saying that, James took the documents and left his office. In the Sam Nation's Black Palace, the Supreme Leader's office was filled with silence after James delivered his report. This is simply too hard to believe. Someone finally broke the silence. If everything is true, this person is likely the mastermind behind the wormholes. He seems to know everything about them, and maybe it's even his plot. Another official said, "How could wormholes possibly be man-made? It's not something humans from this blue planet could create. At the very least, it would require aliens far more advanced than us, or maybe even God. If all of this was done by this young man, doesn't that mean he must be either an alien or God himself? God would never stand on the side of Orientals. He's always on our side. Therefore, this person must be an alien. A yellow-skinned, black-eyed alien with black hair? That's impossible. Could it be that they can change forms and merely appear to be a Huaxiao native? Could it be that Huaxiao is behind this? After all, that country has an extremely long history. Perhaps thousands of years ago, they had contact with extraterrestrials. Should we ask Huaxiao about this?" A four-star general's question caused everyone to fall silent again, each glancing at one another. No matter whether Huaxiao knows or not, they won't say anything. If this young man has the ability to control wormholes, why didn't they create wormholes in Huaxiao itself? George spoke. "Your Excellency, how do you know there aren't already wormholes within Huaxiao's borders? Perhaps they've just done a better job concealing them. Recently, they arrested many of our intelligence agents. Why have they been so aggressive lately? Isn't it possible that they're trying to cover up the existence of wormholes?" That's right. Logically, Huaxia couldn't have remained passive when the Beihai Island wormhole incident happened. If they had acted, we would have paid a much higher price to take control of the area, but they did nothing. Unless they already have wormholes of their own, and therefore didn't care. As the discussion progressed, the group grew increasingly gloomy and wary of Huaxia. If all these guesses are correct, then Huaxia's current power must be extremely formidable. You should all be aware of the power of super soldiers. If they had accessed wormholes years ago, imagine what kind of situation would arise. George said with a grim face. The room fell silent again. Even if Huaxia doesn't have super soldiers, they must understand their own situation. Right now, we wouldn't be able to wage a major war against them anyway. If Huaxia really has even more super soldiers, then we might as well surrender directly. Everyone, don't lose heart either. We still have chances. Besides, all of this is just our speculation. Even if that person appeared at every wormhole location, maybe he just knows about those places. Perhaps the wormholes were already there long before, and he simply followed some instructions to go there and activate them. If that's the case, we aren't really too far behind Huaxia. Let's stop here for now, George said, knowing this kind of discussion would lead to nothing for the moment. He turned to James and ordered, "Immediately investigate this person's movements and trace his entire route through our Sam Nation. I must know everywhere he went. We must find those wormholes. Your Excellency, I've already assigned people to look into it. I believe we'll have results soon. Also send some people to Java to investigate. There might be something there as well," George added as a reminder. "Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, is Breen back yet?" George asked. "Not yet, Your Excellency. Once he's back, let him come to see me immediately," George instructed. "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, in the Prime Minister's office of Baixiang Nation, Old Immortal listened to the report from his subordinate with a grim expression. "You useless fools, all of you. So many people, so many weapons, and you still couldn't break through." During these past few days, they had already committed nearly 20,000 troops, and although they managed to kill several thousand monsters, the monsters' massive bodies couldn't be transported directly through the wormhole. The creatures on the other side wouldn't even give them time to cut up and handle the corpses. Worse, the blood had attracted even more monsters. Now, the other side had practically become a monster nest. What's worse, some smaller monsters frequently came through the portal attempting to invade their side. Although all were eventually killed, how could Old Immortal possibly be in a good mood? Chapter 166, Chi Huijin Ni Beast. "Mr. President, this won't work. We can't keep throwing lives at this problem. The number of monsters on the other side isn't decreasing, it's increasing. If we can't eliminate those beasts soon, there's no way we're getting through anytime soon," the aide reminded anxiously. "Then tell me, what should we do?" Lao Xian truly had no ideas left. "There are only 3 options, Mr. President. Speak. First, we delay the advance for now and wait a while longer. After all, that area used to be a plain. When we first passed through, there were no monsters, which suggests their presence is transient. Once they realize there's no gain there, they'll naturally disperse. We can then rush through and construct our defense lines swiftly," the aide explained. What an absurd plan. There was no rift before, but now there is. Their curiosity will only increase. Haven't you noticed they already send smaller beasts to attack us intentionally? If they possess even the slightest intelligence, they won't disperse. Lao Xian immediately dismissed the idea. Second, Sam Country has sent Breen, right? We could accept their assistance and let their super soldiers secure a foothold for us. After all, if anyone dies, it would be their people, and the rift is on our soil. There's no way they could take permanent control of it, the aide suggested again. "No way. The Sam people are asking for 40% of the share. They're dreaming." Lao Xian shook his head firmly. "Mr. President, this is just negotiation. They started high, so we can counter lower," the aide reminded. Lao Xian frowned slightly and hesitated for a while before shaking his head again. "The Sam people have an enormous appetite. If we give them too little, they won't agree. If we give them more, we lose big. Tell me the third option." The aide hesitated before saying, "We ask Huaxiao for help." Bang, without a word, Lao Xian kicked his aide straight to the ground and roared. You idiot, suggesting such a ridiculous idea. Asking Hua Xiao for help? That's inviting a wolf into your house. Yes, it was my mistake. Please calm down, Mr. President, the aide muttered, inwardly sighing with resignation. Truthfully, in his opinion, Hua Xiao was relatively disciplined and less greedy compared to Sam, but he knew Lao Xian already had his choice in mind. Inside the Premier's office in the capital. Premier, Sam has recently sent a lot of people to investigate inside our borders and also sent people to Java Island, the secretary reported. The Premier looked out the window and smiled faintly. Looks like they've discovered Xiao Su's trail. Forget about them. Even if they found something and made assumptions, it's useless. How is the situation in White Elephant Country now? The Premier was uninterested in Sam's suspicions, but focused on White Elephant Country. That location was related to the humans from another world. They keep sending people inside, but the casualties are reportedly terrible, the secretary said. It seems old Lao has no intention of asking for our help. The Premier sighed slightly, showing disappointment. All right, have you heard? Breen went to White Elephant Country. How did his talks with Lao Xian go? The Premier asked again. Apparently the first negotiations ended unpleasantly, but Breen hasn't returned home yet. He's still staying in White Elephant Country, so it seems he's not giving up yet, the secretary reported. Fine. Have someone monitor White Elephant Country closely and inform me immediately if anything happens. The Premier knew this was a matter where haste would achieve nothing. He trusted Su Ping'an's judgment. This was also why they remained inactive until now. Understood. Oh, and what about Xiao Su? I heard he's ventured deep into the 10,000 mountain region. Hasn't he returned yet? The Premier slightly furrowed his brow, displaying a look of concern. Not yet. He's gone beyond communication range and is temporarily unreachable, the secretary replied. I heard he can make people disappear. What's going on with that? The Premier asked curiously. According to General Guo Xiaotian, Commander Su sends people to a special place for cultivation. Not even General Guo knows the specifics. We'll probably need to ask Commander Su himself once he returns. The secretary also looked confused. After all, none of them had ever encountered something like a spiritual cultivation space before. Once Xiao Su comes back, ask him to come to the capital. The Premier, realizing he wouldn't get any useful information now, issued the instruction. All right. The secretary nodded and immediately passed this instruction to Shui Yong stationed at Shenlong Mountain. As for Su Ping'an's situation, he was hunting fierce beasts, refining spiritual liquids to help the soldiers train inside the Hongmeng Pagoda, and simultaneously practicing his martial techniques. Before he realized, he had already advanced nearly 3,000 kilometers deep into the wild. ROAR, a deafening roar sent a jolt through Su Ping'an's heart. What a powerful aura. Su Ping'an felt this immense presence, but soon after, a hint of confusion crept into his mind. Why does this aura feel so unstable, fluctuating up and down like this? Driven by curiosity, Su Ping'an moved toward the source of the sound. After walking about 3 kilometers, a small valley appeared before him. He crouched low and looked down. The scene before him caused Su Ping'an to sharply inhale in astonishment, followed by an expression of excitement. Before him was a fierce beast completely wrapped in flames, with red fur and a golden horn. Its entire body was pitch black with occasional surges of mighty qi radiating outward. The beast appeared to be going through intense pain, wantonly destroying its surroundings as a way to vent its frustration. Qi Huijin Ni Beast. The mythical mount of the fire god, bearing divine beast bloodline. No, its aura is fluctuating strangely. This is, Su Ping'an began searching his memory. Suddenly, inspiration struck. It's undergoing rebirth from the ashes. Once it completes this final step of transcending mortality, it will rise from fire and evolve into a 5th-tier beast. In other words, it's currently transitioning between 4th-tier 9-star completion and 5th tier. Realizing this, Su Ping'an suddenly felt a surge of intense battle will. Challenging a 5th-tier beast head-on was likely a suicidal act, but below 5th tier, he was already invincible. Therefore, this Qi Huijin Ni beast was perfect, and it was also highly suitable to be tamed as a mount. Although Su Ping'an already had White Su Su as his battle pet mount, she was a flying beast, while this was a land-based mount. Each had its own uses. Moreover, having this beast around would surely create a mighty presence and greatly enhance his prestige. Thinking thus, Su Ping'an cautiously scouted the surrounding area. Finding no other 5th-tier beasts nearby, he directly pulled out the heaven-scorching sword and charged downward. Su Ping'an did not attack stealthily, but initiated the assault openly. Roar, the Qi Huijin Ni beast also detected an intruder in its territory immediately. Already in intense pain from its transformation process, it had now found a perfect target to release its fury. It rushed straight at Su Ping'an, eager to teach him a painful lesson. Chapter 167, The Chase. Blade art of severing the heavens, a flash of sword light shot forth, directly aimed at Qi Huijin Ni beast. However, the opponent reacted extremely fast, dodging swiftly with a quick sidestep. Still lacking a bit. I can't lock onto the opponent's soul with my sword technique. Su Ping'an assessed his sword skills. Although he had improved greatly during this period, he still had not reached the realm of mastery. Star-piercing finger. After dodging the sword light, the Qi Huijin Ni beast quickly closed in on Su Ping'an. While dodging, Su Ping'an aimed his left finger at the beast's neck. ZZ bang. The beast's protective qi was incredibly powerful. Su Ping'an's star-piercing finger had compressed the outer layer of its aura to the limit, but alas, his finger barely grazed the creature's neck, still unable to fully penetrate its defenses. What a shame. Unable to land the move, Su Pingyan immediately retreated before launching another attack. Thus, man and beast clashed fiercely within the valley. In the end, their speeds became so great that only streaks of light remained visible, their actual forms impossible to distinguish. An hour later, boom, the blade art of severing the heavens struck the Chi Huajin Ni beast directly. Unfortunately, the beast's protective barrier remained unbroken, but it was still hit with such force that it was slammed into the mountainside, carving a hole more than 10 meters deep into the rock. Roar! The next second, the Chi Huajin Ni beast soared out from the cavity, charging at Su Pingyan once more. Tsk tisk, it's gotten even stronger. Seems like its transformation was successful. Human, you're strong, but that's as far as you'll go. As thanks for helping me break through, I'll swallow you whole so you won't feel any pain. The Chi Huajin Ni beast appeared to be in a very good mood. Thanks a lot, really. Su Pingyan muttered with sarcasm. Chi Huajin Ni beast, I've heard that your ancestor was the mount of the fire god. I believe my future achievements will not fall short of fire gods. How about becoming my mount? I always treat mine very well. Su Pingyan smiled with an air of calmness, showing no trace of nervousness at all, as if the beast having broken through to 5th rank posed no concern to him. Ha ha ha, human, your stupidity is truly amusing. Don't you understand the situation? The advantage is clearly on my side now. The beast laughed loudly. That's not necessarily true. We'll find out when we fight. Su replied arrogantly. Asking for death. The Chi Huajin Ni beast didn't expect this human to be so bold in front of him. Anger flared within him. Let's go. This time, Su Pingyan unleashed all his power except for the power of the divine killing spear. Unlike before, this battle was no longer leisurely. Boom, this time it was Su Pingyan who was sent flying back, but thanks to the life origin stone, his wounds were quickly healed, and he charged into battle again. His extraordinary combat talent made him stronger with each passing moment. From initially being overpowered, he gradually gained some resistance. And as time wore on, the Chi Huajin Ni beast, exhausted by the intense fighting, began to show signs of fatigue. Monster. The Chi Huajin Ni beast could clearly sense his opponent's cultivation level, merely 3rd rank, 1 star. Yet, the human had fought him to this extent. He began seriously doubting whether he truly possessed the bloodline of a divine beast. In general, beasts with divine lineage were far superior in power to ordinary magical beasts. Though he had only just ascended to 5th rank, 1 star early stage, and hadn't completely stabilized his strength yet, he still had confidence defeating common 5th rank, 1 star peak beasts. At the 5th stage, the gap between every star rank was massive, nearly impossible to bridge. Yet, he never expected this human to be so monstrous. He was beginning to believe what the man had said. If this human weren't killed now, given his talent, he might indeed surpass the fire god in the future. The wise man doesn't take unnecessary risks. The beast's eyes flashed, and immediately it turned and dashed toward the valley's exit. Trying to escape? Su Pingyan had been keeping a close eye on the beast all along. As soon as he noticed its attempt to flee, he drew out the divine killing spear. If he didn't unleash his full strength now, he definitely wouldn't be able to stop the beast. Human, I'm not fleeing. I'm just going to take a short rest. Wait for me, master. When I meet you again, I'll definitely devour you. Saying so, the Chi Huajin Ni beast ran off. Su Pingyan quickly gave chase. Man and beast locked in a battle while running. As time passed, more and more wounds appeared on the Chi Huajin Ni beast's body, and it weakened further, while in contrast, Su Pingyan not only remained energetic, but his power had also increased slightly due to his bloodthirst ability, pushing him into the later stage of the marrow-washing realm. After all, the beast was a 5th stage magical beast. Its blood energy was indeed terrifying. Don't chase me anymore. We're about to enter the territory of another 5th stage beast, an old-timer. If you follow me there, you'll certainly die. Suddenly, the Chi Huajin Ni beast came to a stop, trying to reason with Su Pingyan. Looks like you're the one who's scared, Su Pingyan sneered coldly. The Chi Huajin Ni beast fell silent. Indeed, he was afraid of that other 5th stage beast ahead. You can't defeat me quickly, and I can't kill you either. How about we shake hands and call it quits? The Chi Huajin Ni beast, despite pride, knew when to bend. Be my mount, and that's enough. Human, don't push too hard. We, Shungsug, are never slaves by nature. The beast roared with fury. Then how come your ancestor became the fire god's mount? Su Pingyan shot back. That was the fire god. You may have great talent, but without becoming a god, you'll remain an ant, the beast snapped. Even if we enter the territory of other Shungsug, I have confidence to survive. I wonder if you have that confidence too. Su Pingyan replied with his usual smile, annoying the Chi Huajin Ni beast to no end. Damn, can't fight back and can't escape. This human clings like a piece of chewing gum. So infuriating. You don't lose anything with me. Besides you, I already have another war pet. She carries the bloodline of a Shungsou. Well, originally she was a Senshou, but with my help, she became a Shungsou. Su Pingyan dangled the bait of by Su. No way, you're only at 3rd rank, 1 star cultivation. How could you possibly elevate another beast to Sungfin bloodline? The Chi Huajin Ni beast didn't buy it for a second. Well, how come I, with only 3rd rank, 1 star power, am beating you so badly? What do you say about that? Su Pingyan countered. The beast hesitated for a moment. You should have sensed it by now. I don't really want to kill you. Otherwise, I would have had the chance along the way. If you're determined to be stubborn, then from now on, I won't hold back. Death, or becoming a Sungsog, which is really that hard to choose. Su Pingyan gave his final ultimatum. They had already gone deep, over 3,500 kilometers in. There were many 5th stage Xingso around, making it extremely dangerous. He couldn't afford to venture further. It was time to make a decisive move. Oh, suddenly, a cry rang out from not far away. Chapter 168, Newly Acquired Battle Companion. When the Chihuajin Ni beast heard the voice, its face instantly changed dramatically. Su Pingyan wasn't doing much better, but he still managed to stabilize his emotions well. You don't have much time left, Su Pingyan pressed again. Fine, I'll become your mount. I hope you won't deceive me, otherwise, even if it means self-destructing, I won't be your mount. The Chihuajin Ni beast threatened fiercely. Don't worry. Once you're my battle companion, you won't want to leave. Su Pingyan didn't waste time. Immediately lowering his god-killing spear, he quickly formed a hexagram seal, which then vanished into the Chihuajin Ni beast's forehead. Very soon, a connection was established between them. Su Pingyan could kill the beast with a single thought. Let's go, Su said, leaping onto the Chihuajin Ni beast's back. What the hell? You're so eager to ride me already? And I'm still injured, you know? The Chihuajin Ni beast grumbled. Don't talk so much. Just go. I'll heal you. Su replied, sending vitality energy to the beast through the hexagram channel. Soon, the Chihuajin Ni beast picked up speed, and its wounds visibly started to heal. Whoa, master, you're just too amazing. No wonder I fought you for so long, and you still had energy left. What kind of power is this? Can I learn it? The Chihuajin Ni beast asked in awe. Too many questions. Just hurry up, it's not safe here. Su Pingyan hadn't expected his newly acquired companion to be such a chatterbox, causing him to mentally facepalm. So you admit you were scared back then, meaning you were pretending just now. The Chihuajin Ni beast looked down on him. Su Pingyan immediately gave it a slap on the head. You really love to talk. Isn't there a saying that says, don't hit others in the face and don't expose their shortcomings? Of course, this was only a thought of Su Pingyan's, not something he actually voiced. Remaining alert to his surroundings, he rode the Chihuajin Ni beast quickly in the direction of the portal. On the way, the beast navigated like an expert, successfully avoiding many high-rank beasts and reaching within 3,000 kilometers in the shortest possible time. This brought a slight relaxation to Su Pingyan's tense nerves. From their previous intense fight, he now had a very clear understanding of his own strength. When he had just entered the 10,000 mountain range, he shouldn't have been able to defeat 5th-tier beasts. However, through these practical battles of late, although none of his martial skills advanced in realm, they had all improved significantly. Without using the god-killing spear or the life source stone support, he wouldn't have been a match for a 5th-tier, 1-star beast. However, with the support of the life source stone, he could outlast a 5th-tier, 1-star beast. With the god-killing spear, he could actually kill a 5th-tier, 1-star beast. So amazing, so powerful. Master, where are we heading next? The Chihuajin Ni beast asked, watching Su Pingyan lost in thought. Home, Su Pingyan smiled slightly. Home? The Chihuajin Ni beast looked as if he half understood, but still carried Su Pingyan in the direction he had specified. On the way, any 4th-tier or 3rd-tier beasts they encountered were killed by him, then stored into his dimension treasure box. Some were refined into spirit liquid and given to the soldiers for cultivation. Hey, master, I just realized something very strange, the Chihuajin Ni beast suddenly said. What is it? Su Pingyan asked in confusion. There was a power in here that has made us beasts, especially high-rank beasts, feel uncomfortable and resist. But now I'm able to come in, said the Chihuajin Ni beast. Oh, do you know when this started? Su Pingyan asked. He also wanted to learn as much as possible about the mystery. I don't know. According to my inherited memories, it's at least several 100,000 years ago, replied the Chihuajin Ni beast. When did you start feeling this power disappear? Su Pingyan asked again. Not sure. Probably after forming the pact with you, master. Not entirely certain though. I didn't pay much attention before. I just realized this just now, the Chihuajin Ni beast said blankly. Su Pingyan began to ponder. Was it because it had formed a pact with him and became his battle companion? Was it only after forming a pact with him, or would it also work for any blue planet human who formed a pact? I should try to find out in the future, Su Pingyan mused silently. Alright, let's not worry about this for now. Let's go, he said. With the Chihuajin Ni beast chatting endlessly, the journey was certainly not quiet. One person and one beast fought, talked, and continued on their way. Before long, they arrived back at the border of the newly captured territory of the Han race. Wang Jun was a soldier of a field army responsible for defending the new border. It was his turn to patrol and stand guard on this day. Suddenly, he sensed some tremors in the distance and immediately grabbed his binoculars, gazing into the far-off distance. Soon, a colossal creature over 5 meters tall appeared in the binoculars, causing Wang Jun to instantly react in alarm and immediately sound the alert. A ferocious beast is approaching the border. Beep, beep, beep. Master, why is there a strange sound ahead? The Chihuajin Ni beast asked in confusion. We're home. It must be that our people only see you and not me. Thinking a ferocious beast is invading. Su Pingyan guessed. He then patted the beast's head warningly. Later, suppress your aura. Don't scare our people. Got it, master. On the city wall. What's happening? A company commander shouted. Commander, a ferocious beast has been detected approaching the wall, and our unmanned artillery positions failed to identify it, a soldier reported. The unmanned artillery positions were the latest research achievement. As long as they encountered a beast without the Huaxia identification signal, they would automatically launch an attack. They were positioned 5 kilometers outside the border wall, which greatly reduced the patrol burden on the soldiers. How is that possible? The commander was shocked. Hurry, send a drone to investigate. Find out exactly what kind of beast it is, the commander ordered. Yes, sir. Soon, the drone feed appeared before the commander, causing his eyes to instantly brighten. What beast? Isn't that Commander Su? The commander lightly tapped the soldier's forehead. The soldier looked utterly confused, turning to look at the drone's screen. Indeed, there was a ferocious beast, but riding on it was a person, and who else could it be if not Commander Su? Could this be Commander Su's newly tamed battle beast? Someone wondered aloud. It must be. Commander Su is truly amazing. How strong this beast looks, and yet he still managed to subdue it. All right, turn off the alarm and welcome Commander Su back, the company commander shouted. Yes, sir. Crossing the border, they headed toward Shenlong Mountain. Along the way, they saw many soldiers from the construction corps. Some were building roads, others were mining, and some were constructing cities. In short, large-scale development had already begun in this foreign land, creating a flourishing and thriving scene. Chapter 169, The Two Living Treasures. Although at first some people reacted in various ways when seeing the fierce beast, once the news spread that Su Pingyan had returned, everyone also received notification that this warrior god had once again tamed a huge beast. Therefore, later on, when people saw the Chi-Huajin-eyed beast, they were no longer afraid, and instead felt more curiosity. Inside Shenlong Manor, Master, a voice came as soon as Su Pingyan returned, and then he saw Bai Susu. You're back. How was your training outside? Su Pingyan asked gently. I've fully adapted to my combat strength now, and I also found a spirit fruit. My cultivation has reached the 3rd rank, 2nd star, perfection. I only need to enter a closed-door cultivation for a while to break through to the 3rd rank, 3rd star, Bai Susu said proudly. Not bad. Keep it up, Su Pingyan encouraged. By the way, Susu, let me introduce someone. This is my new battle pet, called Chihua. You can just call him Xiao Chi-Chi from now on, Su Pingyan said with a slight upturn of his lips and a mischievous smile. Master, you weren't lying to me. You really have a battle pet with Saint bloodline. Chihua exclaimed in shock as he looked at Bai Susu. Although Saint bloodline and Divine bloodline appear to differ by only a small margin, in reality, they are worlds apart. Though his cultivation was at the 5th rank, 1st star, significantly stronger than Bai Susu's, he could still feel an overwhelming bloodline pressure from her. In an actual battle, he might only be able to unleash 70 to 80% of his full strength. This was the innate bloodline suppression between ferocious beasts. My name is Bai Susu. I was the first to follow the master. You should call me older sister from now on. Bai Susu spoke up. Why should I? I'm 5th rank, 1st star. You should call me older brother. Chihua objected. What a joke. He was a 5th rank, transcendent beast. How could he call a 3rd rank runt older sister? I have a saint bloodline. I've lived longer than you. According to seniority, I should be older, so you should call me older brother. I have a saint bloodline. My ancestor was even the steed of the fire god. I have a saint bloodline. Come on, can't you say something else? Chihua said helplessly. Master, he swore, Bai Susu tattled. Chihua, speak more gently to a girl. Su Pingyan openly favored Bai Susu without any concealment. Master, it's actually him who's bullying me. Chihua said pitifully. But she has the saint bloodline. Su Pingyan bluntly added the finishing blow, piercing Chihua's fragile heart. I don't want to live anymore. Chihua cried out, rolling on the floor, nearly setting the house on fire. All right, I'll take you both to a place for a good experience. Su Pingyan quickly stopped Chihua's destruction. With a wave of his hand, he brought the two beasts into the cultivation space. As for who would be called older brother and who older sister, Su Pingyan didn't care at all. Let them bicker it out themselves. Whoa, what place is this? It can accelerate cultivation. Chihua said excitedly. Call me older sister, and I'll give you an introduction. Bai Susu suddenly chimed in. Humph. Chihua was very sulky, simply refusing to call her that. Humph. Just wait until I surpass you, then I'll beat you up for sure. Bai Susu huffed angrily. That's not certain yet, who will beat who. Without bothering with the two of them, Su Pingyan found a spot for himself, quietly reviewing the battles from this period, summarizing his experiences, and consolidating his cultivation. Unexpectedly, he naturally broke through to the early stage of the 2nd level of the Marrow Washing Realm, an unexpected joy. Leaving the Hongmeng Pagoda, he went to the Yanhuang Legion's encampment. As soon as Su Pingyan waved his hand, over 10,000 Yanhuang Legion warriors suddenly appeared on the training ground. At first, they were slightly disoriented, but soon they noticed the changes around them and realized they had returned from that magical place. Commander, everyone formed ranks and shouted in unison. You've all made fast progress during this time. How is that place for you? Su Pingyan asked loudly. Great. It's a great place, but it consumed so many resources. Do you know that what you've used up in this period alone has surpassed dozens of times what you consumed previously? Su Pingyan's expression gradually became serious. The crowd also grew serious. This period had been the most comfortable cultivation time for them. They not only experienced accelerated cultivation, but also had unlimited resources. It had been awesome. Such a rare opportunity can't happen often. It might even be a one-time only deal. If you want to enter next time, you'll need to do it with battle merits, Su Pingyan explained. The Hongmeng Pagoda definitely needed to be utilized to its maximum potential. However, it couldn't be like this time, where Su Pingyan took care of everything like a babysitter. It had been more like an initial investment. Now that their strength had improved, it was time to go out and fight, collecting more resources for him. Lao Qin, please quickly tally up the cultivation levels of the warriors and then report to my office. Everyone else, dismissed, Su Pingyan said, then returned to his office. Yes. 3 hours later, Qin Ming arrived at the office. Lao Qin, have a seat. Su Pingyan stood up to pour him a cup of tea. Qin Ming began reporting on the warriors' cultivation progress. Recently, everyone has trained diligently and improved rapidly. The Big Dipper squad's current cultivation levels have all broken through to the Transcendent stage. Their leader, Xinyu, is now at the peak of the first tier of the Transcendent stage. The other 6 members are also at the early to late stages of the first tier of the same level. Their strength is formidable, but this is only their cultivation base. They still need to refine their coordination and enhance the power of the Big Dipper sword formation, Qin Ming reported. Su Pingyan placed a cup of tea in front of Qin Ming and spoke, "Call them over here later. I'll take them to another place. It should quickly improve their teamwork." The Big Dipper squad was being groomed as the second top asset of Yin Huang after Su Pingyan, with unlimited resource support. Su Pingyan also wanted to give them another push to help them grow faster. Another good place? Qin Ming's eyes lit up. Su Pingyan knew exactly what he was thinking. Yes, but it consumes a lot of spirit stones, so that's why I need you all to mine more as soon as possible. During this period, supporting your cultivation has already consumed all of the previous stock of over 100,000 spirit stones. Luckily, I found a lot more along the way, otherwise we would have run out long ago. Su Pingyan didn't forget to ask pointedly. Do you know how many spirit stones you've consumed during this period of training? In reality, there were still more than 30,000 left, but that would barely suffice for his personal cultivation, not nearly enough for such a large group. How much? Qin Ming asked in surprise. Over 750,000 low-grade spirit stones. Su Pingyan wasn't lying. If not for finding additional stones on the journey, it would never have been enough to support so many people for such an extended cultivation period. Of course, along the way, he had also gathered some spirit fruits and medicinal herbs, but there was no need to mention them in detail. Chapter 170, Terrifying Transformation. So many, Qin Ming said in shock. What do you expect? With increasing cultivation levels, each person's consumption increases exponentially. Su Pingyan took a sip of tea and said, I'll keep track of this debt. Once we start mining spirit stones, I'll reimburse you. Also, there's the foundation building spirit liquid used during this period, Qin Ming said as he started taking notes. Su Pingyan wanted to say it was fine, but thinking about it, he decided that business was business, and keeping accurate records was better, so he didn't stop him. You were talking about the Big Dipper 7 squad. Go ahead and continue, Su Pingyan said. The transformation stage was already extremely powerful. In his previous life, humanity only produced its first transformation expert nearly 10 years later. Now they had one so early, which showed just how extraordinary the Hongming Pagoda was. Okay. Qin Ming nodded and continued. The 107 members of the War God Special Forces team. Their captain, Yi Xiao, has advanced to the early stage of transformation 3rd level. Among the senior members, 9 have reached the early or mid stage of transformation 2nd level. The later recruits, due to their higher talent, have overtaken others and, apart from the aforementioned 10, 37 have reached transformation 1st level, and the rest have all achieved the peak of 9th refinement. Quite good, Su Pingyan nodded slightly. These were truly elite of elites, and he was quite satisfied with these results. It hadn't been in vain all his hard work these days. Continue. 2 combat squadrons total 7,780 people. 2 commanders. Tong Guan has reached the peak of transformation 1st level, and Xiaoli has reached the mid stage of transformation 1st level. As for the rest, 6 have reached the early stage of transformation 1st level. 384 have reached the peak of 9th refinement. 1,885 have reached the early or higher stage of 9th refinement, and the rest have all reached at least the early stage of 7th refinement, Qin Ming continued. Su Pingyan mused inwardly. Indeed, talent really mattered. At the beginning, Tong Guan and Xiao Li were about the same level as Yi Xiao, but now the gap between them had already widened significantly. 2 Guardian squadrons, total 7,330 people. 2 commanders. Alifu is now at the mid-stage of transformation 1st level, and Wu Kuei has reached the peak of 9th refinement. None of the other members have reached the transformation stage. 44 have reached the peak of 9th refinement. 367 have reached the early or higher stage of 9th refinement, and the rest have all reached at least the early stage of 7th refinement. And finally, the logistics personnel. This time, they really benefited, Qin Ming said with a cheerful tone. There are 260 logistics personnel in total, including me as the deputy commander. I'm currently at late 9th refinement. None of the others have reached the transformation stage or even the peak of 9th refinement. 13 have reached the early stage or higher of 9th refinement, and the rest have reached at least the early stage of 7th refinement. Qin Ming was very satisfied with his current cultivation level. Old Qin, you've worked hard, but you can't fall behind in your cultivation either. Now you've already fallen noticeably behind the others. How about this? When you get the time, I'll send you in for some private training, Su Pingyan suggested. But Qin Ming waved him off. No need. That would be showing favoritism. I can't set a bad example. Su Pingyan looked at Qin Ming seriously. Seeing that he still insisted, he could only shake his head in resignation. All right, I respect your decision. Don't worry. I'll work hard and won't fall too far behind you guys, Qin Ming chuckled. Oh right. Now that the Yellow Dragon Legion has undergone a complete transformation and greatly increased in strength, what are your plans next? Qin Ming shifted the topic. Divide the forces, Su Pingyan replied without hesitation. Send half to Crescent Island? Not just there. We also need to send some experts to the ancient pyramid country in the Middle East, Java Island in Indonesia, and North Sea Island. Before, their strength was limited, but now everyone can defend their own territory alone. I feel more at ease, Su Pingyan said cheerfully. Fine then. I'll follow your decision, Qin Ming nodded. When will you arrange their departure? Qin Ming asked again. Everyone has just recently increased their cultivation level, but advancement has been too fast, so there may be some side effects. Later, you should gradually send them to train on the Celestial Jade steps first. Then let each team's commander lead them out of the borders to gain real combat experience, matching their actual power with their cultivation level, Su Pingyan explained. Of course, Su Pingyan could also use the training space inside the Hongming Pagoda for their cultivation, but they were lacking spirit stones. However, these people had been restless recently. It was time for them to go fight some ferocious beasts to relieve their pressure. Cultivation inside a training space might be fast, but negative emotions would also accumulate rapidly, so an outlet was necessary. Alright, Qin Ming naturally had no objections. In fact, he himself felt the need to go out and gain some experience, since he could barely control his own power now. Then I'll go make the arrangements first. With that, Qin Ming was about to rise and leave. Don't be in a hurry. I called you here because there's still one more thing. Su Pingyan quickly stopped him. What thing? Qin Ming asked in confusion. While you all were cultivating, didn't I go deep into the 10,000 Great Mountains? I hunted a lot of high-grade ferocious beasts. Aside from some being refined into foundation-building spirit liquid for your cultivation, I still have many high-grade beast corpses left. I need you to assign someone to help me clean them up, Su Pingyan said. Clean up. Qin Ming was puzzled at first, but then thought of something Su Pingyan had previously mentioned. You mean you want to extract the beast cores? Old Qin, working with you is never tiring. So quick to catch on. Su Pingyan chuckled. That's no problem. Go ahead and extract them. Qin Ming replied. It might be quite a lot, Su Pingyan said while scratching his nose. How many? There are still over 30,000 fourth-tier ferocious beasts across various ranks, and over 40,000 third-tier beasts across various ranks, Su Pingyan answered. That many? Qin Ming couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. Back then, the cultivation of their 10,000-strong force had already consumed countless beasts. To still have so many left was almost unbelievable. Qin Ming stared at Su Pingyan as if seeing a ghost. Don't look at me like that. At a certain level, killing low-tier beasts really is that simple, Su Pingyan said casually. You're really showing off now. Are those really low-tier beasts? Qin Ming was practically rolling his eyes. After calming down, Qin Ming thought for a moment and said, Pingyan, now that the warriors of the Yellow Dragon Legion have greatly improved, ordinary food might no longer suit them. Unless they eat a lot, which would waste time. I suggest keeping some beast meat as rations. Of course, this will be accounted for. It will have to be paid back to you later when we develop further. Chapter 171, Returning to the Capital for a Report. As always, you've thought things through. I hadn't considered this point myself, Su Pingyan slightly nodded. Only when reaching the transcendent stage could one truly practice Biku, abstaining from food. Although the soldiers could go out and hunt monstrous beasts, thus never actually lacking food, they would soon separate, and in certain areas, there wouldn't be enough high-level beasts to hunt for some time. Therefore, they still needed to leave behind some food supplies, just in case. Then let's leave a little behind, Su Pingyan said. It took about a day, with the help of the construction corps, to complete the extraction of beast cores from more than 70,000 monsters. Afterward, Su Pingyan left behind 30,000 third-stage monsters as military rations, and the rest were refined into spirit liquid. In total, he obtained more than 8,000 drops of top-grade 4th-tier spirit liquid, over 12,000 drops of middle-grade 4th-tier spirit liquid. The rest were all converted into 1st and 2nd-tier spirit liquid, given to the soldiers of both the field army and the construction corps. These spirit liquids no longer had any effect on him. In fact, even the middle-grade and even top-grade 4th-tier spirit liquids weren't as effective as before, although it looked like more than 20,000 drops were used. Su Pingyan estimated that it would probably only help him advance his cultivation to around the 4th or 5th layer of the purifying marrow stage. The result was as expected. Within the cultivation space, after a full day and night, his cultivation reached the 4th layer of purifying marrow, and all the spirit liquid in his hands was used up once again. It really doesn't last long. Su Pingyan couldn't help but sigh. Suddenly, a ringing sound echoed through the room, ding-ling-ling. Su Pingyan checked, and saw it was Shui Yong calling. It had actually called 4 or 5 times throughout the day and night. Thinking something urgent had happened, he answered quickly. Wait, Nijirma urgently calling me. What's going on? Oh man, Commissar Su, you finally picked up the phone. Shui Yong exhaled in relief. What's up? Not really anything big. Just the Prime Minister hopes you can find time to visit the capital. The international situation has changed dramatically now. 8 teleportation gates have completely appeared in our world, Shui Yong explained. I see. I'll head to the capital as soon as possible, Su Pingyan replied. After leaving Shenlong Villa, Su Pingyan gave a few final words to Guo Xiaodian and Qin Ming before leaving the other world and returning to Blue Star. He immediately headed to the capital. Inside the Prime Minister's office in the capital, Mr. Prime Minister, Su Pingyan has arrived. The secretary entered and softly reported. Haha, great. Quickly let Xiao Su in. The Prime Minister joyfully put down the work in his hands at once. He already knew everything Su Pingyan had accomplished in the other world thanks to Shui Yong's updates. What Su Pingyan had done this time essentially raised the overall national strength of China by a tremendous margin. Producing so many experts overnight was truly wonderful news. Hello, Prime Minister. Su Pingyan immediately saluted upon entering the office. Good, a truly admirable comrade. The Prime Minister smiled happily. Xiao Su, your deeds this time will never be forgotten by the nation. Originally, we wanted to let you further expand the Yellow Emperor's Legion, but after thinking again, considering the recent expansion, everyone still needs time to adapt. Enlarging the force now might actually affect the combat effectiveness, so I temporarily postponed it. What do you think about this? The Prime Minister directly said without concealment. Su Pingyan slightly nodded. Prime Minister, you're absolutely right. Even maintaining the current number of more than 10,000 people is already a bit of a burden for me. If we had more people, for now, it'd really be too much to manage. There are benefits to having more people, but also advantages to keeping the numbers smaller. An army's value lies in its quality, not quantity. The current size of 15,000 is already nearly perfect. Although we haven't allowed expansion, your merits still require reward. What would you like? The Prime Minister asked. Prime Minister, if possible, I hope my family and girlfriend can enter the other world as well to cultivate, Su Pingyan said after thinking. That's all. The Prime Minister paused in surprise. Yes, that's all, Su Pingyan nodded earnestly. This isn't even worth discussing. With your contributions, a promotion to the rank of Major General is certainly deserved. Moreover, for what you've done for the nation recently, everyone can clearly see. I believe no one will object. I will bring it up in the next meeting, the Prime Minister remarked. Thank you very much, Prime Minister. This time, Su Pingyan did not decline the offer. After all, as the commander of an army over 15,000 strong, the current rank of senior colonel was indeed too low. He should have been promoted long ago, but he himself hadn't really paid attention to these matters before. Oh right, Prime Minister, may I ask why you've called me to the capital this time? Su Pingyan asked. Come, Xiaosu, sit down first. The Prime Minister invited Su Pingyan to sit, and then asked the secretary to pour a cup of tea for him. I called you here for 5 specific reasons. The Prime Minister became serious. Su Pingyan listened attentively with equal seriousness. The first matter, I heard from Shui Yong that you led the soldiers of the Yellow Emperor's Legion to a mysterious place for cultivation, and recently after they came out, their strength improved dramatically. Can you talk about this? If it's private, we can skip it, the Prime Minister asked directly. Su Pingyan shook his head and said, Actually, there's nothing I can't say. I was originally planning to find time to tell you about this, Mr. Prime Minister. Oh, that's great to hear. The Prime Minister didn't expect things to go so smoothly. It's a heritage treasure that contains a special cultivation space, which allows people to accelerate their cultivation inside. However, it consumes a large amount of spirit stones. Don't be fooled by how quickly everyone's cultivation has improved this time. First, they consumed a great deal of cultivation resources, and over 750,000 taels worth of spirit stones alone. If it weren't for the additional spirit stones I found in the 10,000 Great Mountains, we wouldn't have had nearly enough. Su Pingyan said this not to boast, but because that was simply how things were. Therefore, when he said it, he did so with complete confidence. I see, the Prime Minister suddenly understood. As for the consumption of cultivation resources and spirit stones, that was normal. Putting aside other considerations, people still understood the law of conservation of energy. A rapid improvement on one side must mean something else was being consumed. Then, may I ask whether that cultivation space can be used for future training sessions, and does it have a limit on the number of people who can enter? The Prime Minister asked. Especially the question of the number of people, it was particularly critical. Su Pingyan smiled and replied, There's no restriction on numbers. It's very spacious inside. Although the more people there are, the more resources will be consumed. Of course, people can continue to enter and cultivate in the future. In fact, this is what I was planning to speak to you about, Mr. Prime Minister. Going forward, people can exchange military merits for the qualification to enter the cultivation space. That's exactly what I told the soldiers of the Yellow Emperor's Legion as well. This time, they were just lucky, and this was a one-time opportunity only. Chapter 172, The Water Curtain Cave. The Chief Minister slightly nodded his head. This is good. Coincidentally, one of the matters I want to discuss with you is related to this. Oh, Chief Minister, what matter is that? Su Pingyan asked curiously. Earlier, didn't we set up a contribution point system? It has already undergone preliminary testing in the other realm and seems fine. We plan to widely implement it later. However, as more and more people will enter the other realm in the future, clearly distinguishing between civilians and the military will become necessary. Therefore, we've established a military merit exchange system, which we plan to initially implement within the army of the other realm. Good thing is, your cultivation space can also be integrated into this exchange system, the Chief Minister explained. That won't be a problem. My cultivation space doesn't merely accelerate cultivation. Inside, there's also a training space to improve coordination and teamwork, and a trial space for enhancing combat capabilities. Of course, all of these require spirit stones, but I've already set people to mine them. These spaces should gradually become accessible in the near future, Su Pingyan replied. Excellent. Ha ha ha, the Chief Minister happily responded. With these advantages, China's future prospects are promising. Now, the third thing I wanted to mention is this. I heard that this time you ventured deep into the 10,000 Great Mountains quite far. May I ask if you made any discoveries? The Chief Minister was curious. Yes, I reached as far as about 3,500 kilometers into the mountains, Su Pingyan said, without hiding anything. He then briefly explained to the Chief Minister what he remembered from his past life, and what he discovered during this trip. Very good. Acquiring a grade 5 ferocious beast means our nation's power has increased significantly. The Chief Minister said with pleasure upon hearing that Su Pingyan had tamed a grade 5 war beast as a pet. Fourth, regarding the other realm, we now control several wormholes, although some are partial shares. Yet, we haven't dispatched any troops there. What's your view on this? The Chief Minister asked. Chief Minister, I heard from Shui Yong that all 8 portals have fully appeared. If so, it's time for us to show our strength, Su Pingyan said proudly. Tell me about your thoughts. The Chief Minister showed interest. First, I plan to dispatch the Yellow Emperor's army as the vanguard to the various wormholes, tasked with expanding outward. Second, We can lead the construction corps into the other realm to build a city there, to establish a foothold, and then expand outward. If possible, we should negotiate expansion rules with other nations in advance to prevent unnecessary conflicts. After we build a city, we can expand further from that center. If the population increases in the future, we can send various experts and civilians inside as well. After all, the other realm behind each portal has a different terrain, which means different types of beasts and even various mineral resources. Chief Minister, this makes sense. I will bring up your suggestions at the conference, and I believe they will be approved. The Chief Minister replied affirmatively. Anything else? He asked. There's another thing. Since other nations have already begun large-scale developments, even if we now expose our wormholes, it wouldn't matter that much. I believe it's time to mobilize large numbers of civilians to enter the other realm, especially for the Shurlong Mountain wormhole. We have already claimed considerable territory there, and much development has been completed. With more civilians entering, these construction tasks can be assigned to them, thus freeing our military forces to expand further outward. The time has come to continue expanding outward. By now, all the beasts within the controlled area have been cleared, so it's quite safe and no longer requires so many soldiers for protection. Continuous expansion is absolutely possible. Agreed. The Chief Minister approved immediately. As I said before, I've given you full authority over matters related to the other realm, and you have the highest decision-making power, the Chief Minister added. But I'm still quite young. I still need you and the other elders to provide advice and guidance to prevent any oversight, Su Pingyan humbly replied. Tsk tisk. The Chief Minister shook his head slightly. He had grown to like this young man, Su Pingyan, even more. Now, finally, one last thing. The international situation has now drastically changed. The polar bear, having received from us the complete wormhole in Antarctica, has already sent most of its forces there, apparently intending to establish it as their primary base. In the ancient pyramid nation in the Middle East, the soldiers from various countries have mostly gathered. They're currently conducting final preparations in the ancient pyramid nation and queuing to enter the site. After all, it's an underground world with a vast and interconnected layout. It would be very easy to get lost, and with such a large crowd, it's impossible to have everyone enter all at once. The White Elephant Nation has suffered heavy losses, but according to the latest report, instead of coming to us, they have accepted the cooperation offered by the Sam Nation. They plan to wait for the so-called super soldiers from the Sam Nation to be dispatched from the northern sea island other realm to stabilize the portal's other side. Also, the Sam Nation has sent many people to Indonesia searching for wormholes, and they're also conducting searches domestically. Based on the routes they're investigating, it's clear they've already discovered your presence and are now following your trail, the Chief Minister said while glancing at Su Pingyan. They aren't completely foolish, but by now, it's already too late for them to discover me. If they had found me earlier, I might not have even been able to leave the country yet, Su Pingyan replied with a smile. By now, he'd already acquired all the good things he wanted, so it didn't matter if they discovered something. It wouldn't affect him at all. Moreover, his current strength, speaking bluntly, had already reached the point where he could stand against the entire world. Even nuclear weapons posed no threat to him anymore. First, he could dodge them instead of stupidly standing there letting them explode. Second, even if a bomb detonated right next to him, he possessed the life source stone, making it impossible to kill him. Therefore, on Earth, he was absolutely safe. As Su Pingyan and the Chief Minister were discussing matters, something major had also occurred on the opposite side of the planet. In the Oval Office of the Black Palace in the Sam Nation. Mr. President, big news, James said excitedly as he ran in. What is it? George was startled. Seeing the happy look on James's face, he assumed it must be something good. Mr. President, good news indeed. Just now, following the travel route of that Su Pingyan, we finally discovered a cave behind a waterfall. Inside the cave, there's a wormhole, James said with great excitement. It was precisely because the wormhole was behind the waterfall that they hadn't found it earlier. At first, they searched everywhere without luck. It was actually a Chinese American who, having read Journey to the West and familiar with the concept of the water curtain cave, suddenly suggested, could it be behind this waterfall? At first, everyone ignored the suggestion, but as they continued searching without success and grew increasingly anxious, they finally decided to send equipment in for a look. Sure enough, they really found it. Chapter 173, Different Intentions. Great. God is truly on our side. Now our Sam country will have independent control over a wormhole, which is extremely beneficial for us in developing the new world, George said excitedly. Among currently known nations, only their Sam country independently controlled a wormhole. As for the Huaxia Empire, they might also have one, although it hadn't been confirmed yet. The wormhole on Antarctica had completely come under the control of the Polar Bear Nation, though Sam country was still unaware of this. After all, Huaxia and the Polar Bear Nation had not officially announced the news. More importantly, Huaxia's 10,000-strong army had not yet withdrawn from Antarctica. Understanding all this made George even happier. He quickly asked with concern, what is the situation on the other side of this wormhole? Now that numerous wormholes had appeared, they had discovered that each wormhole connected to a different place. Hence, George was naturally quite curious. It's a desert on the other side, but fortunately there are no monsters guarding the entrance. It's relatively safe. I was worried our people there might attract monster attention, so I ordered them to withdraw first. I'm considering sending our army over directly to build defensive lines immediately, to prevent a situation like what happened to the White Elephant Country, James replied. You've thought this through quite thoroughly, George nodded in agreement. It was because the White Elephant Country hadn't built defenses in time that they had suffered total collapse and heavy losses, eventually having to ask them for help. Jenny, George called toward the door. Supreme Leader, what are your orders? A mature, blonde secretary with striking features and bright blue eyes walked in slowly. James cast a glance, then quickly lowered his head. Previously, George had been very old and lost interest in mature women. Instead, he'd had a particular preference for young girls. However, since consuming monster meat, his health had improved remarkably. The most obvious sign of this was that his male secretary had been replaced by this busty female secretary. Call General Mac over, George ordered. Yes. Oh, and how did the negotiations with the White Elephant Country go? George asked James during this brief pause. They're basically finalized. We'll send super warriors to help eliminate the monsters on the other side and assist them in defending the pass until they finish constructing their defenses. In return, they'll hand over all monster corpses killed during this battle and also help us curb Huaxia's further expansion, James reported. What does that mean? They refuse to give us a share. George's expression became somewhat unpleasant. Although monster corpses were important, they were a one-time gain, which couldn't compare to a permanent share. Also, their promise to help curb Huaxia's expansion was just an empty statement. They might very well turn their backs at any moment. Old Xian truly plays a clever hand, but is daydreaming. Tell Bryn, anything less than a 20% share, I absolutely won't accept. George laid out his bottom line immediately. James looked slightly troubled. Supreme Leader, Old Xian remains extremely firm on this point, insisting on exclusively occupying the wormhole. I'm worried that if we push too hard, they might seek help from Huaxia. Humph, seeking help from Huaxia? If he had been willing, he'd have done it already. Greedily trying to swallow a whole wormhole, doesn't he fear choking to death? George said with great displeasure. What if Old Xian still refuses in the end? James asked for final confirmation. George remained silent for a while before replying. We should negotiate as much as possible. After all, it's them who are in a hurry. If there's absolutely no solution, we must ensure our own interests anyway. We demand not only the monsters from this hunt, but they will also owe us at least 100,000 monster corpses in the future, or there will be no deal. George had made considerable concessions just to win over the White Elephant Country. Understood. Knowing his leader's position gave him clear direction when speaking to Bryn. After finishing his conversation with the Prime Minister, Su Pingyan immediately returned to Shenlong Mountain. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed, and the soldiers had basically adjusted and adapted. Although they might not be able to display their full fighting power, at least 90% of it wasn't an issue anymore. Su Pingyan received a call from Qin Ming, ending his period of closed-door cultivation and martial arts training. Not bad. I've advanced Star-Breaking Finger to the proficient realm, while Heaven-Severing Sword technique is only a tiny step away from proficiency. With more training, Breaking Mars 8 steps should reach perfection. Truly, Hongming Pagoda is a remarkable treasure. Despite already knowing its might, Su Pingyan couldn't help but praise it. Leaving Shenlong Manor, he wrapped himself in gongqi and leaped directly from the mountain top, landing in front of the office at the base camp. Commander, the soldiers on duty outside saw Su Pingyan and quickly saluted. Thank you for your hard work. Su Pingyan nodded with a smile, then entered his office. Soon, within less than a quarter of an hour, Qin Ming and other high-ranking officers of the Legion gradually arrived. Su Pingyan glanced around and gave a slight nod before speaking. I've gathered everyone here today to assign tasks. Tong Guan's face lit up with excitement as he eagerly asked, Commander, are we expanding again? Su Pingyan nodded slightly, yes. This world of Shenlong Mountain has already gone through 2 major battles, and we've gained considerable territory. However, compared to Huaxia's population, this area is still too small. During my recent visit to the capital, I discussed with the Grand Secretary, and large-scale development will begin soon. We must prepare enough space for the incoming population before that happens. Currently, this area only covered more than 40,000 square kilometers, and being mostly mountainous, it could only accommodate several million people, which would still be quite crowded, an outcome Su Pingyan wasn't willing to accept. Commander, just say the word. When do we set off? Tong Guan asked eagerly. Old Qin, have we received the scouting results yet? Su Pingyan didn't answer Tong's question directly, but instead turned to Qin Ming beside him. We had preparations already in place, and this time the Yellow Legion's strength has greatly increased. Personally, I think we should aim even further this time, Qin Ming replied. Usually quite steady, he was uncharacteristically enthusiastic, clearly emboldened by the Legion's newfound strength. Let's hear it, Su Pingyan urged. During our first expansion, we reached out 50 kilometers in all directions. During the second, we expanded directly to 120 kilometers. According to our scouting results and the intelligence you gathered this time deep within the 10,000 mountains, we've done a comprehensive analysis and reached a preliminary conclusion. The boundary between second and third stage fierce beasts lies roughly between 210 to 230 kilometers away. I'd say this time we push forward straight to 230 kilometers. Even if we encounter a few third stage beasts, they won't be much of a problem for us. Qin Ming spoke with great confidence. Chapter 174, Preparations Before the Great Battle. Commander Qin, I think your buncher is still too small. I believe we should advance at least 500 kilometers. Tong Guan spoke even more boldly. Qin Ming looked at Tong Guan speechlessly and said, Commander Tong, do you even know how large an area a 500-kilometer radius is? Tong Guan was taken aback for a moment, then thought for a moment and replied, it should be about 700,000 or 800,000 square kilometers. I think that's still manageable. Didn't the commander just say we need to relocate a large number of civilians here? Without enough space, how can we accommodate so many people? Remember, we Chinese have a population of 1.4 billion. That may be true, but we shouldn't take such a giant leap all at once. We might tear our balls off. Right now, we control only a territory of 45,000 square kilometers. Increasing it more than tenfold at once will not only bring us into contact with packs of 3-star level monsters, but also many high-tier 3-star level ones. These won't be problems for our Yellow Emperor Legion, but the ones mainly defending the borderlines will be our brothers in the field army. Facing monsters of this level will bring them heavy casualties, Qin Ming explained. I don't think so. Now our soldiers' strength has greatly increased. Even against many 3-star level monsters, we shouldn't be afraid. We can deploy our Yellow Emperor Legion soldiers along the borderline, leaving a squad every certain distance, which would be sufficient to handle the situation. Plus, being close to high-tier 3-star monsters will make it convenient for us to go hunting, Tongguan continued. What you're saying is, you want the Yellow Emperor Legion to guard the border? Qin Ming asked with some confusion. Not entirely. Our squad will lead as the vanguard specifically for dealing with high-tier monsters. The rest can be left to our comrades from the field army. As long as we cover a large stretch of the border, our numbers will be sufficient. Besides, this gives us good opportunities to fight high-tier monsters, so our strength and levels can better match. Tongguan nodded firmly. Commander, what's your opinion? Qin Ming turned to Su Pingyan, since the final decision lay in his hands. Su Pingyan listened to both sides' opinions. Both made sense. One was relatively conservative and cautious, while the other was more aggressive and adventurous. From ancient times until now, China has never lacked the spirit of exploration or the fearlessness of sacrifice. With the international situation changing rapidly and an enormous crisis still to come, it is necessary to adopt an appropriately aggressive approach. I support Commander Tong's suggestion. We should be more aggressive. Su Pingyan's words showed his stance. Since the commander thinks it's feasible, I support it. However, with such a significant expansion of scope, our previous preparations are insufficient. I'll need some extra time for reconnaissance. Qin Ming expressed his full support for Su Pingyan's decisions. That's acceptable. Su Pingyan slightly nodded and then asked, how long will you need? Thinking it over, Qin Ming replied. With our current equipment and strength, 1 week should be sufficient. All right, I'll give you 1 week. We can wait. Su Pingyan nodded in agreement. I issue the following orders. Immediately, everyone snapped to attention, waiting for Su Pingyan's command. The Yellow Emperor Legion's 1st Combat Battalion, the 1st Defense Battalion will remain in the Dragon Mountain alternate world to act as the vanguard, assisting Allied forces in preparing for the 3rd campaign and guarding the front line until Allied forces' strength improves sufficiently to defend the border independently, Su Pingyan commanded. Roger. Tongguan and Ali stepped forward to accept the mission. I appoint Deputy Commander Qin Ming as the overall commander of the Dragon Mountain 3rd campaign. Yes, sir. Qin Ming stepped forward and accepted the command. Now, let's discuss the situation at Crescent Island. From what I understand, they're about to begin their 2nd campaign. Aiming for a radius of 250 kilometers, Su Pingyan decided that since it was the same situation as here at Dragon Mountain, there was no harm in taking a larger step forward. The situation at Crescent Island was a bit different from Dragon Mountain. The portal was only about 330 kilometers away from the seashore. The strongest monsters near the coast could reach 9-star peak 3-star levels, and even 6-star monsters could be regularly seen at a distance of 250 kilometers. So pushing to this range would achieve an effect similar to a 500-kilometer radius at Dragon Mountain. Of course, the uniqueness of Crescent Island is that the sea-facing side has much stronger monsters, while the other 2 sides are relatively weaker, especially the side opposite the ocean, where 1-star 3-star monsters are just beginning to appear around 250 kilometers out. The defensive pressure there will be much lower. In short, as long as we defend the side facing the ocean properly, we will be fine. Commander, isn't this range a bit small? Xiaoli stepped forward and asked, because she was aware Tongguan had already been assigned to Dragon Mountain. Therefore, Crescent Island would likely be placed under her command, so she naturally had more concern. Not really small, because you won't be taking the entire battalion with you. Your unit must be divided up, Su Pingyan replied. No choice. Now that Huaxia has a considerable number of portal shares and quotas, we can't possibly abandon those places. I understand, Xiaoli nodded. Order. Yanhuang Jintan Jingong Shir, Yintan, Ding, Ging Chenwang, Xingerdao Zhujia, Shehushi, Ing, Yitang, Uje Xingerdao, Yu Chaoli Zin, Xingak, Ding, Yi Yongzhui. Su Pingyan issued the command. Roger that. Xiaoli answered, visibly excited. This was the first time she would lead as the highest commander of a campaign. Order. The 1st company of the 2nd Battalion of the Yellow Emperor Legion's assault formation and the 2nd company will be deployed to Crescent Island for stationing. The 1st company of the defense formation will remain there as well, under the temporary command of Qiao Li as the overall commander of Crescent Island's 2nd campaign. Yes, sir. Qiao Li responded with enthusiasm. Order. The 1st platoon of the 3rd company of the 2nd Battalion of the Yellow Emperor Legion's assault formation and the 2nd and 3rd companies of the defense formation will be dispatched to Indonesia's Caves of Java to carry out operations there. Wu Kuei will serve as the overall commander. Understood. Wu Kuei stepped forward to accept the mission. Commander, I'm currently not familiar with the situation in Indonesia at all. May I request some time before heading out for reconnaissance? Wu Kuei asked. Like Qin Ming, he was also a very prudent and steady person. Don't worry, our advance team has already been there for a while. Your role will be their backbone. However, it's overseas, and we are keeping it confidential to the outside. All deployments are done secretly, so the number of personnel is relatively small for now. This time, you also must move in batches, Su Pingyan explained. While your objective is to build a small military fortress, 1, to secure the portal, and 2, to hunt more monsters. No need to focus on border defense. Su Pingyan gave Wu Kuei different instructions. Yes, sir. Mission will be completed successfully. Wu Kuei stood straight and replied. Yi Xiao. Present. Yi Xiao stepped forward. You are appointed as the overall commander for the Battle of Beihai Island. Led all members of the God of War Special Forces team, along with the 2nd Platoon of the 3rd Company of the 2nd Battalion of the Yellow Emperor Legion's assault formation, to Beihai Island. Additionally, about 200,000 field troops will also join you there. You have 3 missions, Su Pingyan announced loudly. Chapter 175, Killing the 5-color Fengku Beast. First, ensure the safety of our brother units, Su Pingyan said, raising one finger. Second, help them build a city, which will be our main base in this other world of the Northern Sea Island. Third, hunt down fierce beasts to help our brother units rapidly improve their cultivation, Su Pingyan ordered. This was a classic case of leading the newcomers through experience, allowing the ones who prospered first to help lift others up. The Yanhuang Legion had soared under Su Pingyan's leadership, and now they, too, needed to learn from him and help even more Chinese warriors ascend. Yes, sir, Yi Xiao stood straight. Qinyu. Present, Qinyu replied. He was the leader of the Big Dipper Squad, an extremely powerful warrior. And after training in the troop training layer these past few days, the team's synergy had dramatically improved. Su Pingyan had personally tested them. When the 7 of them formed the Big Dipper Sword formation, their power nearly matched that of the 4th transformation stage cultivator. Even if they encountered a 4th star grade 4 beast, though they might not kill it, they could escape calmly. I hereby appoint you as the overall commander of combat operations in the ancient Pyramid Kingdom's otherworld. You will lead your team members and the 3rd branch of the 3rd Battalion, 2nd Regiment in the assault force. As for the brothers from the field army, higher-ups will assign them to you, and they will follow your command as well. However, considering you lack experience in commanding large-scale forces, I will request that headquarters assign an experienced Chief Tummo. I hope you will listen to his advice and work together to complete this difficult mission, Su Pingyan ordered. Yes, sir. Qinyu naturally had no objections. Originally just a platoon leader in the field army, he had risen straight to become the captain of the Big Dipper Squad due to his immense talent, and now was leading an entire force. Of course, he was thrilled. Su Pingyan understood each of them very well, and had made the most reasonable arrangements based on each person's mission and actual capabilities. At least, that's what he believed. Alright, everyone go prepare. Those who are heading to other battlefields will leave Spirit Dragon Mountain tomorrow morning, return to Blue Star, and follow the unified arrangements from above, Su Pingyan said finally. Yes, sir. After assigning tasks to everyone, Su Pingyan left behind a large amount of dinyao and briefly instructed Qin Meng before riding the Chihua Jin and I beast into the depths of the 10,000 mountains. Last time, he had been with a group. This time, he was setting out alone. After crossing the border, Su Pingyan rode the Chihua Jin and I beast rapidly into the deep 10,000 mountains, while Bai Sujin remained in the Hongming Pagoda cultivation layer, refining her cultivation. After all, her current cultivation level was too low to provide much help to Su Pingyan, so she needed to improve her strength quickly. With the help of Vingshou Dan and some high-leveling liquids, her cultivation level had now reached the peak of 3rd star stage 9th grade, and she was about to break through into the 4th stage. Chihua, let's go! Su Pingyan shouted enthusiastically. All the way, whether it was because of Chihua's presence or not, countless fierce beasts avoided him, so there was no opportunity for a fight. Soon, rider and beast had ridden over 3,000 kilometers into the mountains, a place considered the border between 4th and 5th grade beasts, where it was possible to occasionally encounter wandering 5th star, 1st grade beasts. As for beasts at the same level, they were not afraid of Chihua Jin and I beast. Chihua, this guy is yours. Can you handle it? Su Pingyan asked, looking at a fierce beast about 800 meters away. It was a blood shadow hell panther, a 5th star 1st grade beast known for its speed and unpredictability, although it possessed only supreme level bloodline. Don't worry, boss. Taking it down won't be a problem, Chihua said confidently. Although Chihua's current cultivation was still only the early stage of 5th star 1st grade, his strength had completely stabilized through training, and he was already close to the mid-stage. Moreover, being of divine bloodline, his combat strength was much greater than that of ordinary beasts at the same level. As for titles, Su Pingyan thought that being called Master wasn't quite right, so he had Chihua and Bai Sujin change what they called him. They now both called him Boss, which felt more natural and intimate. Then go ahead. I'll look for other prey, and we can meet up later, Su Pingyan said. They had already formed a soul-binding contract. Whether either of them encountered danger or wanted to know where the other was, they could sense each other mentally. It was magical and incredibly useful. Alright, boss. Su Pingyan looked at the nearby area, nodded slightly, and went on his way to hunt. Before, when he was only at the 1st phase of Bone Cleansing Realm, he could fight Chihua. Much less now, having reached the peak of the 4th phase of the Bone Cleansing Realm. Without exaggeration, he could kill Chihua in a single blow. As he went even deeper, the level of fierce beast Su Pingyan encountered also grew higher and higher. 5-color Fengku beast, 5th star 2nd grade. A beast wearing colorful feathers was resting on a huge branch, wide enough for 10 men to circle their arms around it. Die! Su Pingyan didn't choose to sneak attack. He drew Zhan Tian and charged straight at the beast, a killing intent instantly enveloping the 5-color Fengku beast. The creature immediately sensed danger and watched the human approaching warily. Jiao! Letting out a sharp phoenix cry, the 5-color Fengku beast swiftly flew off the tree trunk and dove sharply towards Su Pingyan like a streak of lightning. Die! The human and the beast clashed instantly. After dozens of exchanges, Su Pingyan roughly understood the opponent's strength, and at the same time assessed his own capabilities. Even without using martial techniques, his strength alone was enough to suppress a 5-star second-grade beast. Geo, realizing it couldn't beat the human before it, the 5-color Fonku beast attempted to flap its wings and flee. Su Pingyan, naturally unwilling to grant it that chance, placed his hand on his waist and shouted loudly. Zhan Tian's sword drawing art. A sword beam surged into the sky. When the 5-color Fonku beast sensed danger, its first instinct was to dodge, but the beam was just too fast. It barely managed to shift slightly aside. Boom. The 5-color Fonku beast let out an earth-shaking scream. One of its wings instantly severed. Die. Next, Su Pingyan cleanly beheaded it with a single sword stroke, ending its suffering. Not bad. Su Pingyan said contentedly as he collected his prey, then continued onward in search of more fierce beasts. Along the way, his hunting went very well, until he encountered a 5th-star 3rd-grade beast, which broke his streak of success. TSK, every star level in the 5th grade must be significantly different, Su Pingyan said, wiping a streak of blood from the corner of his mouth. Against a 5th-star 2nd-grade beast, he could kill it within 100 moves even without using martial techniques. However, when facing a 5th-star 3rd-grade beast, he had already used Breaking Star Finger and the Zhan Tian sword drawing art, yet still couldn't overpower it. If that's the case, then, come forth, Shirshin Spear. Su Pingyan directly switched to the Shirshin Spear, revealing his ultimate trump card. Kill. Su Pingyan charged forward once more toward his opponent. Chapter 176, accidentally entering the blood refining realm. After exchanging hundreds of blows once again, Su Pingyan seized the opportunity and used a rear strike maneuver, directly piercing his opponent. The bloodthirsty skill was activated. Instantly, a powerful spiritual energy surged through the Godslayer's spear into the opponent's body. Meanwhile, the foe, having its blood essence and spiritual power absorbed, weakened considerably. Die. While you're down, finish you off for good. Su Pingyan didn't waste this chance. With several consecutive deadly moves, he finally succeeded in eliminating his opponent. Huff. Taking a deep breath, he quickly restored all his injuries and energy using the life source stone before collecting the beast's corpse from the ground. Not bad. If I can hunt another dozen or so 5-star grade 5 ferocious beasts, the absorbed spiritual energy should be enough for me to break through to the 5th stage of marrow cleansing. Then my power will skyrocket, and grade 5, 3-star beasts won't even be my match anymore. Thinking about this, Su Pingyan's mood greatly improved. He began searching for other grade 5, 3-star beasts. As for Chihua, such a clever creature would be in great danger here, so he had already been sent into the cultivation level to accompany by Sujin in her training. As the hunting continued, Su Pingyan had become so absorbed in the thrill of power enhancement that he unconsciously wandered into a sinister and terrifying place. Boom break. Finally, after absorbing the spiritual energy of yet another grade 5, 3-star beast, Su Pingyan's cultivation successfully advanced, breaking through to the early stage of the 5th level of marrow cleansing. Die. After killing the beast, Su Pingyan suddenly froze. Huh? Where's this? Su Pingyan looked around at the eerie surroundings, somewhat surprised that he had unknowingly wandered into such a place. The ground all around was soaked entirely in the blood of various beasts, while the surrounding tree trunks were hung with all manner of creatures of different levels. He even spotted the corpse of a grade 6 beast. However, it was desiccated and completely devoid of life. Clearly, it had died long ago. F***CK, what kind of creepy place is this? Not even in my previous life did I ever hear of such a place. Su Pingyan grew increasingly shocked. As a reincarnator, although he himself hadn't entered so deep into the 10,000 mountain range in his past life, he knew that back then, China had people who crossed through it completely and made contact with beings from other realms. Of course, this didn't mean that the beasts here all clustered together. As long as one had luck, one could find a relatively safe path through. It could be said that several other restricted zones also made contact with beings from other worlds using similar methods. However, in his previous life, he'd never heard of such a place existing within the 10,000 mountain range. No way. Better to play it safe and get out now, and come back later after my cultivation is higher to investigate further. Su Pingyan immediately decided mentally. Yet just at this moment, a blood-red ring of light appeared, gradually expanding, resembling a blood-colored eye. Although it looked somewhat different from the crimson-eyed entity he had seen before reincarnation, it was similarly chilling. Su Pingyan didn't hesitate for a second and immediately gave his all, dashing rapidly outward. However, he hadn't run a few steps before a terrifying suction force erupted from the red eye. Damn! Su Pingyan's forward momentum was instantly frozen in place, and then, whoosh, drawn backward at high speed by the powerful suction force, flying straight toward the red eye. I'm done for. A surge of unwillingness flooded Su Pingyan's face. I wonder if the life source stone can help revive me under these circumstances. This was his second thought. In the next instant, Su Pingyan was sucked inside the red eye without any surprise. The next second, everything went black before Su Pingyan. As he thought he was about to die, he felt neither discomfort in his body nor unease in his spirit. After all, he had experienced death before and knew exactly what it felt like. Am I not dead? When this thought occurred to him, he realized that he really might still be alive. Hurriedly opening his eyes, he was instantly captivated by the scene before him. An endless blood-colored space, and nothing but a very sci-fi-looking blood-red phantom screen. Where's the red eye? He searched again and again, but couldn't find it. Could that have just been some special passageway, like a teleportation gate? just that these two looked different, but essentially served the same function. Su Pingyan couldn't help but speculate. So where am I now, and can I even leave? Thinking of this, he walked toward the blood-colored phantom screen, having a feeling there might be answers there. Indeed, when he approached the blood-red phantom screen, lines of crimson-colored text, in an alien script, appeared upon it. Fortunately, he had studied otherworldly scripts in his previous life, so he could understand the writing. If someone from present-day Blue Planet had come here, unable to read the characters, they would surely be helpless. The crimson words at the top displayed 4 large characters: Blood Refining Realm. Below was a slightly smaller line of text. This is the Blood God Ganesh inheritance and trial grounds. The rules are as follows. Then followed an introduction to the rules. First, the Blood Refining Realm consists of 9 underground floors. Only after clearing the first floor can one choose to continue the trial or leave with the rewards. Second, defeating blood puppets grants blood essence and soul essence. Clearing an entire floor grants additional floor rewards. F***CK blood puppets? Su Pingyan's eyes instantly widened when he saw those words, too stunned to continue reading. What the hell? Weren't blood puppets created by the bloodworm mother of the blood demon sect? Su Pingyan was in shock. It couldn't just be a coincidence in naming. Because although the bloodworm mother had brought catastrophe to the blue planet, turning countless people into blood puppets, killing these creatures allowed one to obtain blood essence and soul crystals, both of which were extremely helpful for cultivation. Blood essence was suitable for cultivators below the chi blood, marrow cleansing, and flesh transformation stages, while soul crystals were even more powerful, ideal for cultivators from the late flesh transformation stage onward, all the way up to the transcendent, mountain river, and even heavenly ascension realms. Of course, the higher the cultivator's realm, the better the quality of soul crystal required. The quality of the soul crystal was directly related to the rank of the blood puppet. The initial level of a blood puppet was 1 stage higher than the original cultivation realm of the corrupted being, and after becoming a blood puppet, it could keep absorbing life essence from other creatures to continuously upgrade. In his previous life, the strongest blood puppet king on the blue planet had reached the 6th grade, something the planet had been powerless to resist. However, even such a powerful blood puppet king had ultimately been slain by a single sword strike. This showed just how formidable the master of that flying sword emerging from the portal must have been. At the very least, he had reached the heavenly ascension realm, perhaps even a god. Chapter 177, Blood Puppet Battle. Inhaling deeply, Su Pingyan exhaled slowly, forcing himself to stay calm. No matter whether the Blood Spirit Hall is related to the Blood Spirit Sect, or how this blood puppet came to be, none of it matters much to me right now. My top priority is to leave this place safely, Su Pingyan thought. To leave, he had to clear at least the first level first. With that in mind, he continued reading the rules. Rule 3. The first level contains 100,000 common 5th rank blood puppets, and 10 elite blood puppets. There was a note beneath it. The common 5th rank blood puppet strength ranged between 5th star to 7th star, while the elites were 10th star to 13th star. F***CK, 10th star to 13th star? Su Pingyan's expression turned grim. Though he had full confidence in his abilities and was capable of fighting above his rank, he was not arrogant enough to believe he could defeat a 13th star blood puppet. Maybe, a 10th star was still manageable. But this was the blood refinement realm. There was no room for regret here. Before he could dwell further, the red phantom screen suddenly displayed new words. In the blood refinement realm, there is no retreat. Either you clear it, or become a blood puppet. Good luck. Shortly after, a countdown appeared on the screen. When the countdown ended, the phantom screen moved to the upper right corner, displaying only 2 lines. Common 5th rank blood puppet 0/100000. Elite 5th rank blood puppet 0 out of 10. For Su Pingyan, who had played many games before, the interface was immediately understandable. If there's no choice left, then let's fight. His fighting spirit flared. At the same time, countless blood puppets emerged across the endless blood refinement realm, aimlessly wandering about, as if searching for any flesh they could devour. Su Pingyan picked one of them, gripped the Demon Slayer spear tightly, and charged forward. There was no need to hide his strength anymore. Die. 8 techniques of Marquis of Death. Death. Bang. With a powerful swing of the spear, the Demon Slayer spear swept horizontally toward the blood puppet. Pum. The puppet was instantly smashed flying, crashing heavily into a distant boulder, shattering it into pieces. Not yet. Su Pingyan didn't wait for the puppet to rise again. He rushed forward and thrust the spear straight into its forehead. Twisting forcefully, the puppet's head exploded in the next second. A crystal emitting a faint golden glow appeared amidst the carnage, oddly out of place. Blood puppets were difficult to kill. Only by severing the head or completely shattering it would it be killed. The Wenjing was the command center of the blood puppet, and only by cutting off this connection could it be truly defeated. Su Pingyan gently scooped the pale golden soul crystal into his hand with the Demon Slayer spear. He examined it closely, then a slight smile touched his lips. Not bad. He collected the soul crystal and didn't abandon the corpse either. He plunged his spear into the area where its heart should have been, and soon, a blood-red gem, shining faintly, appeared. Once extracted from the puppet's body, the gem's glow slowly faded until it became an ordinary-looking crimson-red bead. Who would know it was actually the invaluable blood essence? Similar to spirit liquid, the blood essence was refined from the entire body's blood essence of the blood puppet, the very source of its strength and mobility. Thus, if one extracted the blood essence by piercing through the puppet's heart, even if the puppet wasn't dead yet, it would still be able to move, but its strength would diminish drastically, posing little threat. Congratulations, you have successfully eliminated a common 5th rank blood puppet. You have obtained 1 blood essence and 1 soul crystal. A red notice appeared before Su Pingyan. Huh, as if I didn't know that already, Su Pingyan muttered dryly, momentarily hoping there would be an extra bonus. In reality, the rewards were simply what he obtained through his own hunting. F***CK, I only killed 1. There are still 100,000 more, and even 10 elite blood puppets. When will this end? Su Pingyan felt a wave of frustration. No way around it. I must cultivate first and try to increase my cultivation level. Only then can I hunt more efficiently. Sharpening the axe doesn't delay cutting the firewood. But I wonder what will happen to the blood refinement realm if I enter the Hongming Pagoda. Su Pingyan began to consider his plan carefully. Doesn't matter anymore. I have to give it a try, or eventually I'll still have to face the elite blood puppets. If I don't increase my power, I won't be able to clear this trial in the end. Blood puppets could only provide blood essences and soul crystals. But when the Demon Slayer spear pierced them, it couldn't activate the bloodthirsty function. Their blood essence was already extracted into the blood essence. They no longer had any blood or chi left. Refining spirit liquid. Su Pingyan first refined all the 5th rank fierce beasts he had hunted during this time into spirit liquid. Total of 488 drops of 5th rank inferior spirit liquid, 16 drops of 4th rank superior spirit liquid. Su Pingyan didn't even bother to finish reading the rest, since it no longer held any real effect for him. If I had known there was a place like this, I should have hunted more 5th rank fierce beasts earlier, Su Pingyan sighed slightly. During his previous hunting, he had limited the number of 5th star 1st and 2nd grade fierce beasts he killed, focusing most of his energy on the 5th star 3rd grade beasts, which were most effective for cultivation enhancement and practical combat abilities. Unfortunately, he had only killed a dozen or so 5th star 3rd grade fierce beasts before accidentally entering this place, leaving him with a very limited stock of 5th rank fierce beast corpses. Forget it, as if there's such a thing as knowing too early. If I'd known earlier, I wouldn't have come now. I'd have waited until my cultivation was higher. Su Pingyan knew regretting now was useless. He could only focus on cultivation for now. Any improvement was better than none. Enter the Hongming Pagoda. With a thought, Su Pingyan's body vanished from the blood refinement realm, entering the cultivation layer of the Hongming Pagoda. Hongming, activate maximum acceleration, Su Pingyan ordered. Yes. Inside the cultivation space, Su Pingyan directly chose 16 drops of 4th rank superior spirit liquid, swallowing them immediately and refining them in a short while. Indeed, the effect is already quite weak, Su Pingyan sighed slightly. He could only continue cultivating using the 5th rank inferior spirit liquid. As 1 drop of 5th rank inferior spirit liquid entered his body, a powerful and vast spiritual energy spread from the liquid, rushing through his meridians before Su Pingyan circulated his technique, refining and channeling it into his Dantian energy sea world. With each drop of 5th rank inferior spirit liquid consumed, the spiritual energy within Su Pingyan's Dantian quickly increased. Afterward, the spiritual energy surged from the Dantian, wildly rushing through his meridians, broadening them, strengthening both meridians and body, and simultaneously unblocking many acupoints. Bone marrow cleansing stage 5th layer, middle phase, late phase, ultimate perfection. Boom. When the 166th drop of 5th rank inferior spirit liquid was consumed, Su Pingyan's cultivation successfully broke through to the early stage of the 6th layer of bone marrow cleansing. Not bad, slightly less than I expected. Su Pingyan's mood immediately improved. Chapter 178, The Big Boss. Although a single drop of 5th tier low-grade spiritual liquid could be transformed downward into 100 drops of 4th tier top-grade spiritual liquid, the effect of those 100 drops was far inferior to that of a single drop of 5th tier low-grade spiritual liquid. Especially for him at this moment. This was extremely obvious. No wonder they say it's best not to be downward compatible, otherwise it's not worth it, Su Pingyan now understood. However, even knowing this didn't matter much. When necessary, one still had to do it. After all, if one's cultivation wasn't sufficient, using high-tier spiritual liquid could cause one's body to explode. There are still 322 drops left. I wonder if I can advance even further, thought Su Pingyan, and without hesitation, he continued his cultivation. Washing marrow stage, 6th layer, middle period, approaching Bamon. Boom. How long had passed, he didn't know. All he knew was that he only had 2 remaining drops of 5th tier low-grade spiritual liquid left when this happened. At that moment, he successfully broke through to the 7th layer of the washing marrow stage. Then, he consumed the last 2 drops as well, consolidating his cultivation base. Now I should be able to handle those blood puppets. Su Pingyan felt a surge of confidence. This time, he didn't go to the trial space to improve his combat abilities because the blood refinement land already had 100,000 blood puppets waiting for him. This was much more useful than any simulated combat against fierce beasts, because this was real combat. When he reappeared in the blood refinement land, Su Pingyan cautiously observed the surroundings. Finding nothing unusual, he relaxed slightly, at least confirming that his entering the Hongming Pagoda had no effect on this place. I guess this must have been a sect from ancient times. Now the sect itself probably no longer exists, leaving only the ruins of this blood refinement land. Su Pingyan mused inwardly. What followed was simple. Constant fighting, constant hunting of blood puppets. With the life source stone continuously providing vitality to restore his strength, he didn't even know what fatigue was, like a humanoid combat robot. Die. Breaking the 8 forms of the Mars star. At first, it would take several moves to kill a single blood puppet, but later on, he was basically able to eliminate them in an instant. Unless facing a group, in which case things would get a little chaotic, though he quickly regained control. Damn it, this isn't good enough, it's too slow, Su Pingyan muttered to himself. Thinking thus, he released Qihua. Huh? Boss, where the hell is this place? As soon as Qihua emerged, he noticed the abnormality of the surroundings, a faint trace of fear appearing on his face. The Blood Refinement Land. Have you heard of it? Su Pingyan asked. His boss, how did you get here? Qihua exclaimed in fear. You know about this place? Su Pingyan was surprised. He had originally just asked casually, as a way to acknowledge the other's presence. But Mei Shangdao, Jingyolu Yasa. I've never been here myself, but many fierce beasts have mentioned this place before. The Blood Refinement Land is also known among fierce beasts as the Fierce Beast Graveyard. Any fierce beast coming within a certain distance of this place will be pulled in by a strange force and drained of blood. Most end up hanging on the trees around here. It's said that there are hundreds of thousands of fierce beast corpses hanging there, some even dating back hundreds of thousands of years as mummified remains, Qihua explained in fear. He never expected that his master would bring him to this damned place. He seriously doubted whether he'd survive and make it out. Boss, what do we do? Can we still get out of here alive? Qihua anxiously asked. Of course we can. I don't want to die here either. Don't worry. From what you just said, my guess is that the Blood Refinement Land is a graveyard only for you fierce beasts, but for us humans, it's a place of opportunity as well as danger. Su Pingyan responded after listening to Chihua's words, comparing them with his own current situation, and suddenly he wasn't so nervous anymore. What? Does this place's owner actually discriminate like this? That's truly unforgivable. Qihua became furious upon hearing this. Cough cough. Think carefully before you speak. We're on someone else's territory now. Su Pingyan reminded him with a light cough. Qihua froze, and quickly changed his tone. Of course, it makes sense that the master here is definitely human, so naturally favoring humans. That's perfectly reasonable. Enough chatter. I called you out to release your full aura, and even shed a bit of blood to attract all the blood puppets in the vicinity, Su Pingyan said. What? Boss, how could you do this to me? I've been completely loyal to you, and you want my blood? Qihua looked disbelievingly. Well, you're either willing or not. Su Pingyan softly asked, driving the Shirshin spear into the ground. I am. Well, I guess it's not impossible. But boss, I heard from the big boss that you gave her a spiritual beast pill. We're all your little brothers. You can't play favorites now. Qihua finally caved, but still hesitated slightly. She's only at the 3rd tier, so making a 3rd tier spiritual beast pill is easy enough, but a 5th tier one is quite difficult. Still, now that you're following me, when I find anything good in the future, I naturally won't forget you. Su Pingyan didn't care about the future. He just focused on drawing his big picture promise now. If something good came up in the future, he'd naturally keep his word and be a good boss. If not, he figured the other party had enough sense to not bring it up again. Why are you calling White Suzhen big sister now? Suddenly, Su Pingyan thought of something and asked suspiciously. A real man doesn't fight with women, Qihua declared proudly. Aren't you afraid she'll surpass you and beat you up later? Su Pingyan replied disbelievingly. How could I ever fear that? Big sister said once her strength improves, she'll find me a female red flame golden lion beast with Saint tier bloodline. Qihua lifted his head proudly. What the hell? Now White Suzhen is also making big promises. Su Pingyan inwardly complained. Leaving other things aside, the red flame golden lion beast only has divine tier bloodline. Trying to find a female with Saint tier bloodline would be almost impossible. It would be better to just find a way to elevate Chihua's bloodline to Saint tier. It might actually be easier. Forget it, whatever communication they had, as long as they get along well and obey, it's fine. Su Pingyan shook off his chaotic thoughts and looked at Qihua again, saying, Alright, let's do it. Good. Qihua gritted his teeth, squeezed out a bit of blood, then ran around wildly, fully releasing his aura. Instantly, he became like a small sun, illuminating the path for the surrounding blood puppets, and drawing them all in. Ha ha, this is perfect, Su Pingyan exclaimed joyfully when he saw his plan work. Hundreds of blood puppets were instantly drawn in, and his fighting spirit soared. Without hesitation, he was ready to charge forward and battle the blood puppets. Boss, first send me to a safe place. Seeing his master's intense battle intent, Qihua suddenly realized something and shouted loudly. I almost forgot about you, Su Pingyan instinctively muttered. Chapter 179, The Cultivation Effect of Blood Crystals. Qihua rolled his eyes dramatically, not even having the chance to complain about his unreliable master before being sent back to the cultivation level by Su Pingyan to keep by Susu company once again. Die. After recalling Qihua, Su Pingyan gripped the god-killing spear and charged straight into the blood puppet army, showing no fear of their overwhelming numbers. Although the sudden horde of hundreds of blood puppets initially caused Su Pingyan some trouble, after adapting, he fought with incredible speed. Within a few minutes, he had slain them all. Not only that, during their fierce battle, the commotion drew even more blood puppet armies from the surrounding area. Blood puppets relied on their sense of smell to locate prey. Their olfactory senses were extremely sharp, capable of detecting the scent of blood and flesh from far away. Strange. Why do these blood puppets all have such abundant blood crystals and soul gems? As he hunted, Su Pingyan noticed something abnormal. Although the blood puppets theoretically possessed longevity properties, as long as their blood crystals and soul gems didn't dry up, and as long as they could continuously absorb the essence of flesh and blood, they could remain alive. But this place was clearly an ancient ruin, at the very least hundreds of thousands of years old. Over such a long period of time, even if the blood puppets had survived, They should have become withered and desiccated, their blood crystals and soul gems dull and lacking luster. Initially, Su Pingyan thought the blood crystals and soul gems he obtained had luster by coincidence, but now he realized they were all like this. It looks like the beast graveyard that Chihua mentioned was likely used to sustain these blood puppets with sacrificial offerings. This possibility seems quite high. Recalling Chihua's words, Su Pingyan had some guesses in his mind. However, even knowing this was of little use. Blood crystals have an effect similar to spirit liquids. I might as well test this out. After clearing another batch of blood puppets, Su Pingyan looked at the translucent screen at the upper right corner and muttered softly. Displayed on the screen was Common 5th Tier Blood Puppet, 1628/100000. Elite 5th Tier Blood Puppet, 0 out of 10. After killing for so long, he had only eliminated 1,600 of them, still a very long way from reaching 100,000. Enter Hongmeng Pagoda. With a mere thought, Su Pingyan entered the cultivation level inside the Hongmeng Pagoda, sitting cross-legged upon a meditation mat. Hongmeng, activate maximum speed. Yes, master. Blood crystal, don't let me down. Saying this, Su Pingyan took out a blood crystal, placed it at the dantian area below his abdomen, and began circulating his cultivation technique. Soon, wisps of blood chi spiritual energy seeped from the crystal, directly entering his body. His technique guided the energy into his meridians, where, after refinement and purification, it flowed into his dantian sea of chi. Then, it transformed into his own spiritual energy, used to reform and fortify his meridians, cleansing his marrow, rapidly increasing his power. Although the blood crystal was 5th tier, its blood chi spiritual energy was only about twice that of low-grade 5th tier spirit liquid, so it was quickly depleted. Then came another. Through absorbing these crystals, Su Pingyan could distinctly feel his cultivation power rapidly growing. At the same time, he noticed a pattern. Each crystal contained varying amounts of blood chi energy, though this could roughly be judged from their physical size. This wasn't actually a unique observation of his alone. In his previous life, people directly weighed blood crystals when trading them. As one blood crystal after another was consumed, Su Pingyan's cultivation advanced quickly. He didn't know how long had passed, when suddenly, his sea of chi trembled violently. He had successfully advanced to the early stage of the 8th level of the cleansing marrow realm. Press on without delay. However, after reaching the 7th level, Su Pingyan clearly noticed that the demand for blood chi spiritual energy had sharply increased. After all remaining blood crystals in his possession were refined, his cultivation had only reached the peak of the 8th cleansing marrow realm, which was extremely unexpected. Damn, so many 5th tier blood crystals. It's enough for a cultivator at the early stage of the transcendent realm to reach the 3rd stage. Su Pingyan couldn't help but mutter a curse. Unfortunately, curses were of no help. He still needed to continue hunting more blood puppets to obtain more blood crystals and keep enhancing his cultivation. While Su Pingyan repeatedly cycled through slaying and cultivation, much was happening outside. In the command center of the Yellow Emperor army stationed at the foot of Shunlong Mountain. Commander Qin, hasn't the Supreme Commander returned yet? Tong Guan asked with evident concern. After all, their appointed time had already passed. Qin Ming had now circled the scope of the 3rd campaign and completed the scouting work. All the armies were fully armed and waiting, ready to march at a moment's notice. Qin Ming also slightly furrowed his brows, but recalling Su Pingyan's prior instructions before departure, he stepped forward among the crowd and spoke loudly. The Grand Commander has urgent matters to attend to. He has already appointed me as the overall commander for this battle. Many of you here witnessed his order firsthand, so there's no need to wait for the Grand Commander's return. We can proceed with the operation independently. But without the Grand Commander here, I still feel uneasy, Tong Guan said with concern. In the previous 2 major battles, Su Pingyan had been present both times, turning the tide of battle each time. Without him, there might have been significant casualties. What's there to be uneasy about? Do you think all the effort the Grand Commander invested in enhancing our cultivation was in vain? Do you think we cannot fight without him? Since when has our Huaxiao army become so weak? Qin Ming's words made everyone feel somewhat embarrassed. Commander Qin is right. Even without the Grand Commander, we're still capable of independent combat. Hua Xiaodian stepped forward to support. I was wrong. I've recognized my mistaken mindset. In the future, Huaxiao will face many battlefields, and the Grand Commander won't be able to be present everywhere. There will definitely be many campaigns he must miss. Even without the Grand Commander, we must still achieve brilliant victories. Tong Guan stepped forward and declared loudly. Good. Qin Ming nodded slightly, feeling a small sense of relief in his heart. In truth, without Su Pingyan present, he himself also lacked confidence, especially since this world was different from Lanxing. If this were Lanxing, Qin Ming would never fear any battle. But here, unexpected situations often arose, some of which they were simply unprepared for. But as Tong Guan had just said, the future would bring many battles to Huaxia, with various unpredictable situations. Avoiding all casualties was impossible. The only way was to constantly improve their strength, make thorough preparations, and reduce losses, nothing more. In that case, everyone come over here. I'll assign the tasks for the 3rd campaign now. Seeing everyone's fighting spirit ignited, Qin Ming seized the moment to push forward. Yes, sir. The soldiers all moved swiftly to stand in front of the map. First, report the number of troops deployed in this operation, so everyone can have a clear understanding, Qin Ming said as he turned to Tong Guan. Report, the 1st Assault Regiment was assigned 3,890 personnel, and 3,890 are present. Tongguan immediately stepped forward and reported loudly. Chapter 180, Yinshan Grassland. Then, Ali Fu stepped forward and reported. Report, the 1st Guardian unit was supposed to have 3,665 personnel, all of whom are present. This time, our field army is deploying 10 elite field divisions, 5 informatized mountain combined brigades, and 30 field divisions, Hua Xiaodian declared loudly. The so-called elite field divisions referred to the original 10 field divisions from the 1st and 2nd campaigns. Benefiting from the victories of these 2 campaigns, as well as strong support from Su Pingyan, the strength of these 10 elite field divisions had already become extremely powerful. The combat capability of all officers and soldiers had been elevated to the Qi condensation stage. That was the 7th elite field division. As for the informatized mountain combined brigades, they were originally the elite units of the mainland Huaxiao army. However, the terrain here was extremely complex, a vast range of 10,000 mountains. According to the characteristics of the local terrain, the military leadership had reorganized these 5 combined brigades. They were heavily equipped with modern heavy weaponry and could provide long-range fire support for the main force. The other 30 field divisions were specially organized by Huaxiao in preparation for their upcoming entry into the Yijie. After all, Huaxiao's current land forces had already increased to 12 million fully armed soldiers. Their short-term goal was to reach 30 million. Whether further increases were necessary would depend on future combat requirements. It could be said that currently, the country with the largest military in the world was Huaxia, unequaled by any other nation. This time our construction corps is deploying 10 elite engineer divisions and 50 regular engineer divisions, Yu Qian announced loudly. Yu Qian also commanded a corps-level unit of lieutenant generals. Since Li Ming had been transferred to Crescent Island, the High Command had assigned a new lieutenant general to lead the construction corps, as the construction corps had now grown significantly in size. The elite engineer divisions were also the original 10 engineer divisions from the 1st and 2nd campaigns, and their current cultivation levels had all surpassed the Qi condensation stage. If calculating average strength, the elite divisions of the field army were barely 3 cultivation stages above these engineers. Our professional association is deploying 30,000 personnel, including 5,000 spirit herb appraisers, 5,000 spirit ore appraisers, 5,000 spiritual cultivators, 5,000 prospectors, 5,000 formation experts, 4,000 cartographers, and 1,000 scientists covering various disciplines including biologists, said an elderly man with a head of white hair. Don't be fooled by his gray hair. He was full of energy and in no way inferior to young men. This old man was a national treasure-level talent of Huaxia named Qian Daqiang. Thanks to the beast meat provided by Su Pingyan, his health was excellent, and he was eager to contribute his strength in this year. So he became the head of the professional association. The professional association was a new department established not long ago in Huaxia, specifically for operations in this Yijie, including nearly every profession. In addition to those professions mentioned by Master Qian, alchemists and artifact crafter masters were also included. Good. Upon hearing the reports from each unit's leaders, Qin Ming's mood improved further. Just like the previous campaign, the 1st Assault Unit of the Yanhuan Corps will act as the vanguard, leading the charge to eliminate highly dangerous beast clusters. The 10 elite divisions of the field army will handle moderately dangerous beast clusters. Once all the large, medium, and small beast clusters have been cleared, the remaining 30 field divisions will conduct a full-scale cleanup of roaming beasts within the new territory. At that time, the 1st Assault Unit will serve as a mobile reserve force. If any unit runs into danger during the clearing operation, they can immediately send a distress signal, and our people will rush to provide rescue. Qin Ming began assigning tasks. Everyone naturally had no objection and nodded in agreement. Just like before, the 1st Guardian Unit under the Yanhuan Corps will be mainly responsible for cleaning out the spirit herb gardens within the new territory, as well as places rich in spiritual power like spirit springs and spirit veins. You must precisely eliminate those beasts while trying to protect the integrity of the spirit herbs. Qin Ming continued giving orders. Yes, sir. Ali Fu accepted the command. He had already handled similar tasks several times and had the experience and knew exactly how to proceed. After completing these missions, the 10 elite divisions of the construction corps will be responsible for building the border defenses of the new territory, constructing our 4th line of defense, which will also be the most dangerous line. Specific requirements have already been planned in advance. We'll follow that plan. The remaining 50 engineer divisions will handle the road construction within the new territory, as well as the construction of airports and heavy artillery bases. Qin Ming continued assigning tasks. Guaranteed to complete the mission, Yu Qian replied. Although he was a lieutenant general, he still obeyed the orders without hesitation. Once the construction corps completes the initial construction tasks, we'll need to trouble Master Qian. At that time, you will lead the team to conduct a comprehensive survey of the new territory. We need to know what we have above ground and what lies beneath, Qin Ming said. No problem at all, Master Qian nodded. Then, Qin Ming marked all the detected beast clusters and spirit herb gardens on the map, clearly indicating their danger levels. Move out, Qin Ming gave the order. The 3rd campaign had officially begun. Meanwhile, at Crescent Island's Combat Command Center, Xiao Li was making the same kind of deployment. Soon after, the army set out, beginning the 2nd Battle of Crescent Island. In a massive dark cave in Java, dozens of people were slowly advancing with flashlights. We're here. Wu Kuei looked at the bluish aura ahead and knew he had reached the destination. Come on, let's go in, Wu Kuei said. Yes. Who's there? Just as Wu Kuei and his companions were approaching the portal, a sudden voice emerged from the darkness. A powerful flashlight beam was directly pointed at them, momentarily blinding the group. Born under the red flag, Wu Kuei shouted. Raised in the spring breeze, the voice answered from the distance. Comrades, greetings. The flashlight beam lowered slightly. Two armed soldiers walked toward them with smiles of excitement on their faces. You must be General Wu Kuei, the chief commander, one of the soldiers asked. It's me, Wu Kuei nodded. Great. We've finally been waiting for you, the soldier said with great excitement. They had already received instructions from the homeland stating that a chief commander would be dispatched to them. Furthermore, this commander would bring the most powerful army of Huaxia to lead them into conquering the distant grasslands. Let's go over now, Wu Kuei said. Just a moment. One of the soldiers stepped through the portal first, seemingly doing something on the other side before returning. Chief Commander Wu, we can go now. All right, move out. With that, the group swiftly passed through the portal, which had been significantly enlarged. On the other side of the portal was an endless green prairie. Currently, a towering 5-meter-high wall had already been built about 100 meters away from the portal, encircling the area and appearing extremely magnificent and sturdy. Chapter 181, Yunshan Independent Battalion. On the city wall, there were still dozens of machine guns and cannons aimed at the portal location. Likewise, even more machine guns and artillery were pointed toward the opposite side of the wall, the direction of the vast grasslands. Below the wall stood a temporary military camp formed from hundreds of shipping containers, with many soldiers patrolling between the camp and the city wall. When Wu Kuei led everyone through the portal, a middle-aged officer had just come down from the wall. Seeing Wu Kuei, he quickly approached and gave a military salute, saying, Commander Wu, this is Luo Xiao, commander of the Yunshan Grasslands Independent Battalion. Yunshan Grasslands was the name of this forbidden region, as Su Pingyan had told them, and Luo Xiao was the commander stationed here. Commander Luo, you've had a hard time. Wu Kuei returned the salute. Luo Xiao and his small group had slowly infiltrated here, working under serious manpower constraints. Expanding their presence in such conditions had been extremely difficult. No hardship at all. Now that Commander Wu is here, we feel much more secure, Luo Xiao said sincerely. Before, their numbers had been too few, and their capabilities limited. They had to be wary of both possible discovery by people from Earth and the sudden appearance of powerful beasts from the grasslands. Soon, everyone passed through the city wall and entered the temporary military camp. Commander Wu, since we received the orders from the homeland, we have already prepared a room for you. It might be a bit crude, I hope you won't mind, Luo Xiao said, pointing to a larger container. Compared to our army's traditions, this environment is already immeasurably better. If soldiers can come here to risk their lives for the nation, why should I, Wu Kuei, make any exceptions? Wu Kuei replied seriously. You're absolutely right, Commander Wu. Luo Xiao and the others smiled even more. Secretly, they had worried what if a new officer arrived who didn't understand commanding troops and kept fussing over small things? That would have been miserable. Now everyone could rest at ease. Commander Luo, perhaps you could first give me a detailed briefing on the current situation here? After brief pleasantries, Wu Kuei quickly got down to business. This was his first time independently commanding a unit, and in a foreign land, an entirely different world. He deeply feared any mistakes that might result in casualties and cause him to betray the trust of the army commander and the country itself. So he took the assignment very seriously. Commander Wu, our Yunshan Independent Battalion has 12 companies, all of them overstrength units. Our total strength is about 2,600 men. On average, their cultivation level is only at the 4th tier of the body tempering stage. We have 150 missiles, 80 rocket launchers, around 200 artillery pieces, and 180 heavy machine guns. Luo Xiao gave a detailed briefing on the composition of the Yunshan Independent Battalion. 2,600 soldiers, enough not just for a battalion, but for a full regiment. However, this battalion was formed from elite troops temporarily drawn from various units. As for the equipment, just like the containers, they had all been transported here in one go using the dimensional storage artifact, and large quantities of food had also been brought over. Although here there were beasts they could eat, they couldn't live solely on beast meat. And if beasts were difficult to hunt temporarily, supply problems could arise. So basic supplies were definitely necessary. Well, the personnel and weapons are actually better than I had expected, so I feel even more confident now, Wu Kuei remarked in good spirits. Adding in the company Wu Kuei had brought with him, their total forces amounted to nearly 3,000 soldiers. Of course, his unit was arriving in batches. He himself had come in the first wave, bringing only dozens of people. The rest would arrive over the next week to 10 days, entering under various pretexts such as tourism and assembling here. What about the surrounding area? How much have you explored? Wu Kuei asked next. This was the matter he cared about most, because he was here to command the upcoming operations. He had to know both his enemy and himself. From what we've investigated over this period, we've basically mapped out the area within 100 kilometers. Previously, General Su visited once and told us that in Yunshan grasslands, the beasts often travel in packs. Our observations confirm this. Moreover, most of these beast herds are migratory. In other words, their gathering locations keep changing. They may stay briefly somewhere for several reasons, maybe for a few days, perhaps 10 days or more, or even a few months. Luo Xiao thought for a moment and replied. Wu Kuei slightly furrowed his brows. Sure enough, the situation in every region was different. This was entirely unlike what he had experienced in the 10,000 Great Mountains. He needed to adapt to this new environment as soon as possible. I've brought some foundation-enhancing liquids with me this time. They were all given by the Jintanjiang for the soldiers. In addition, the remaining members of our unit may still need 10 days or half a month before we are fully assembled. Therefore, the first large-scale hunting operation will be scheduled half a month from now. During this time, apart from patrol duties, everyone will take turns cultivating and improving their cultivation as soon as possible. After all, sharpening the knife doesn't delay the chopping of firewood. Wu Kuei said, taking out several boxes from his storage ring. Inside the boxes were numerous bottles, and every bottle was full of foundation-enhancing liquid. This was not exclusive to Wu Kuei alone. Xiao Li, who had gone to Crescent Island, and Yi Xiao, who had gone to Buidog, had both received large quantities of such liquid from Su Pingyan, all meant for enhancing the average strength of the teams they led. Even a slight improvement in strength could bring great benefits for Huaxia. Foundation-enhancing liquid? Luo Xiao was shocked at first, then overjoyed. This is truly excellent news. Su Pingyan had mentioned this during his last visit, and their own leaders had also spoken of it. Unfortunately, until now they had not yet had the chance to use it. Last time Su Pingyan came, he just happened to be out of stock, and he had stayed here for a very short time, only half a day. He gave them some quick guidance, and then left. But he had promised them that someone would later bring the liquids over. None of them had expected that it would happen this quickly. Do you think I'd make this up? Wu Kuei smiled. Really, thank you so much, Commander Wu, Luo Xiao said excitedly. These were all given by the Jintanjiang. If anyone deserves thanks, it's him. Wu Kuei waved his hand modestly. Of course we'll thank the Jintanjiang, but we also have to thank you, Commander Wu, Luo Xiao replied with a big smile. All right, the items are here, so please start arranging the cultivation schedule for everyone, Wu Kuei continued. Understood. The following period would be devoted to making full use of every moment for cultivation, adequately preparing for the upcoming hunting operation half a month later. Outside the Buidog portal, a massive transport city had already been built. If viewed from above, one could see endless streams of soldiers driving trucks in and out. The trucks entering the portal carried personnel and ammunition, while those exiting transported corpses of fierce beasts, various ores, plants, trees, and more. Chapter 182, Obstruction. These soldiers came from many different countries, and the trucks were either equipped with or painted with flags or emblems of their respective nations, easily recognizable at first glance. At the edge of this huge city, to ensure the security here, an extremely strict checkpoint system had been established. This is a military restricted zone. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering, shouted a young man with a western face while holding a rifle. I am a warrior sent by Huaxia to the new world of Beihai Island, Yi Xiao said calmly. A person from Huaxia? Entry for people from Huaxia is forbidden here, the rifleman replied, becoming even more arrogant upon hearing Yi Xiao's words. We Huaxia own 24% share here. How come we're not allowed to enter? One of the younger soldiers beside Yi Xiao said angrily. According to the initial agreement. OMG, 24%? Are you crazy? You people from Huaxia have never participated in any of the battles here since the beginning. Where did you get the 30% share from? The rifleman said with a look of mockery toward Yi Xiao and his team. In fact, he turned to speak to the other armed soldiers nearby. Did you all hear that? He actually said their country from Huaxia owns 30% of this place. How ridiculous is that statement? Yeah, that's the funniest joke I've heard this year. Are you people from Huaxia daydreaming? Indeed, if it were just a dream, then anything would be possible. Didn't I hear something before about Huaxia and the Polar Bear faction having some sort of agreement? Could it be possible that the Polar Bear faction allocated part of their share to Huaxia? A soldier from the Polar Bear faction casually mentioned. Leaving aside whether that story is true or not. Even if it was true that the Polar Bear gave 24% of the share to Huaxia, considering the Polar Bear faction only has 36% total, would they really leave only 12% for themselves? Are we the fools? Or are they the fools? The rifleman continued mocking. That does seem true. It doesn't make sense. In my opinion, all the previous rumors must be false. If the Polar Bear genuinely intended to give part of their share to Huaxia, then why is Huaxia only sending people here now? Don't forget, we have already been hunting here for days and killing countless monsters. That also doesn't make sense. There are plenty of things that defy logic. Anyway, we Huaxia indeed have a 30% share here. If you don't believe me, you can call someone from the Polar Bear faction in charge to confirm or call out your superior, the younger soldier continued to say. Enough. No need to waste more words on these people. We are going straight in, and I'd like to see who dares stop me, Yi Xiao said boldly. So saying, he swept his gaze over the armed soldier with absolutely no emotion in his eyes before heading inside, leading his group of soldiers. Stop right there. Take one more step forward, and I'll shoot. The rifleman immediately raised his gun in threat. I really hate it when someone points a gun at me. So saying, Yi Xiao's figure disappeared from his original spot and instantly appeared in front of the rifleman. He grabbed the rifle and with a gentle squeeze shattered it into pieces. Then with just a gentle palm strike, the young man was sent flying backward, crashing violently into the large door behind him before slowly collapsing onto the ground, breathing heavily but weakly. Although he wasn't dead yet, he had definitely sustained critical injuries, possibly even permanently incapacitated. Other gatekeepers present looked at Yi Xiao with stunned disbelief. A super soldier? One of the guards exclaimed. No, even super soldiers wouldn't be this strong. What's going on here? People from Huaxia haven't even entered the wormhole yet, and they certainly wouldn't have monster remains. How can he be so powerful? Could it be Kung Fu from Huaxia? While everyone had their own speculations, they all prepared to lift their hands and aim their rifles at Yi Xiao, who they now viewed as a dangerous individual. However, Yi Xiao wasn't afraid at all. He coldly glanced at them and in a calm, emotionless tone stated, If anyone wants to share his fate, feel free to point your rifle at me. Upon hearing this, the others hurriedly lowered their rifle barrels in fear. Come on, the example is right in front of us. They aren't fools. Besides, it wasn't their commander's orders that prompted their actions just now. That previous individual was just acting on his own prejudice against people from Huaxia. Now that this man from Huaxia was so formidable, they weren't eager to die. Just as things were getting awkward between both sides, a polar bear checkpoint commander came out with a serious expression, barely glancing at the young man lying on the ground, barely alive. Instead, he stretched his hand toward Yi Xiao and said, "Hello, I'm General Raymontovsky, the polar bear Paju on Beihai Island. Are you Yi Xiao, the overall commander sent by Huaxia?" "It's me." Yi Xiao nodded slightly, then reached out and shook the other's hand. After all, one does not strike at a smiling face that extends a hand in greeting. Although General Raymontovsky had already arrived and witnessed the scene earlier, he had chosen not to show himself. However, since Huaxia and the polar bear faction were still in a honeymoon period, Yi Xiao didn't want to openly confront the other party. After all, the other side could just claim he had just arrived. Of course, that was just how it was said. Right now, Yi Xiao was the second strongest person in all of Huaxia, only behind Su Pingyan, and had already reached the third stage of the Tuifan realm. Raymontovsky's aura, even his breathing, couldn't escape Yi Xiao's perception. "Mr. Raymontovsky, I'm here on behalf of Huaxia to take possession of our 24% share. According to the current personnel allocation, the total number has already reached 1 million, so Huaxia will be sending 240,000 troops," Yi Xiao said. Even though Raymontovsky had already known this in advance, his expression was still somewhat grim at this moment. Previously, when Huaxia hadn't sent any personnel over, the polar bear faction had dispatched 360,000 troops according to their maximum share of 36%. Their harvest during this time had been quite impressive. Now with the people from Huaxia arriving, it meant that they would have to withdraw 240,000 troops. This would be a tremendous loss. Well, Mr. Yi, you understand as well. According to this ratio, we would have to withdraw some personnel, but some have gone deep into the jungle, and it might take some time before they return. Therefore, I hope your people can wait just a little longer, Raymontovsky said, barely suppressing his anger. Hehe, Mr. Raymontovsky, we've already given you plenty of time. Also, keep in mind, there's an entire new world across the South Pole continent. If your polar bear faction still isn't satisfied, then I'll have no choice but to report back to our homeland and revoke your share in the new world on the South Pole continent. The consequences that follow will all fall upon you and your polar bear faction. I hope you can bear such responsibility," Yi Xiao threatened directly. If he could, Yi Xiao would really love to give the other a slap. Solving this problem with brute force would be extremely satisfying. However, in the arena of major international diplomacy and power struggle, such an action was absolutely not allowed. Chapter 183 King Off. "Mr. Yi, that's not what I meant. General Raymontovsky wanted to argue further, but unfortunately, Yi Xiao gave him no chance. "Make the call." Yi Xiao directly ordered the soldier beside him. "Yes, sir." "Mr. Yi, wait a moment. I just remembered that according to marching speed, our people should already be near the wormhole. I'll contact them. Please give me 3 hours. How does that sound?" Raymontovsky realized there was no way around it, and with no other choice, he had to back down. The emperor had clearly instructed that under no circumstances, unless absolutely necessary, should they oppose Huaxia. He was just reluctant to give up such a large share. At this point, he had no other option. The other side was simply too dominant. "Fine. We'll wait here for you for 3 hours. That's the final deadline. After 3 hours, I'll lead the troops in directly, and any unnecessary conflict that arises will be your responsibility," Yi Xiao said. "Fine." Raymontovsky gritted his teeth. Just at this moment, an angry voice came from not far away. "Who dared injure my country's soldiers?" Everyone turned their heads in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged bald man, nearly 2 meters tall, with arms as thick as another person's waist, approaching furiously with an intimidatingly muscular frame. Most importantly, the insignia on his shoulders showed that this was a major general. "Damn, General Off has arrived. Looks like the Huaxians are doomed," a guard exclaimed in shock. "Let's observe 3 minutes of silence for the Huaxians." It said that General Off has an extremely special physical constitution, allowing him to digest monster meat very efficiently. Add to that the fact that he's the highest-ranking military officer dispatched by Britain, meaning he practically has unlimited monster meat available, so his power is growing rapidly. Not just rapidly. Apparently, he's now the strongest among all super soldiers, known as King Off. So he's the legendary General Off. Truly amazing. I've also heard that his power has already reached the king tier. Is that true? Nonsense, of course it's true. Otherwise, how could he be called King Off? What exactly is king tier? What does that mean? A newly assigned guard asked with a confused look at the experienced soldier beside him. Nowadays, people all over the world already know that as long as we continuously consume monster meat and digest and absorb it, we can draw a special kind of super energy from it, making us stronger and younger. Based on the power level and physical changes in these super soldiers, each nation has established a simple ranking system, making it easier to directly compare their strengths, since there's a huge gap between different super soldiers. It said there are currently 3 ranks of super soldiers. The first rank is regular super soldiers, the second is elite super soldiers, and the third is the king tier. Furthermore, each rank is divided into 9 stars. So how many stars is General Off then? The young soldier asked curiously. Not sure, but probably only 1 star. You see, it was only 2 days ago that the news spread that General Off had broken through a certain limitation and entered an even stronger state, an advancement rank that many people had speculated might be king tier. Since it was only 2 days ago, it's unlikely he's already reached the second star, right? At first, the veteran soldier sounded a little uncertain, but toward the end, he sounded convinced. After all, 2 days was far too short, and the higher you went, the harder the progress. It was practically impossible for him to reach the second star yet. I see. King Off is currently the only king tier super soldier on our blue planet, with power beyond imagination. It's said the next strongest person is merely a 5-star elite super soldier, and the difference between them is enormous. This time, the Woxians have met their match. They're doomed. At the scene, no one except the Woxians themselves believed in them. Everyone thought they were headed for big trouble. Even Raymontovsky, who originally wanted to leave, revealed a trace of amusement on his face as he moved aside, without proceeding to arrange the withdrawal of his troops, or saying anything else. Clearly, he wanted to watch what would happen, hoping to use Off to suppress Yi Xiao and the other Woxians. Perhaps that was exactly what he had planned from the start. After all, he definitely knew that the young man earlier had been a British soldier, and that General Off existed. He likely even knew Off's temper. After all, these people have had an endless supply of monster meat for consumption. Even so, there's only one person, General Off, who managed to break through to king tier. What does Huaxia have? They just arrived, and probably haven't even seen the real appearance of a monster corpse yet. Off walked to the main gate, glanced at the soldier lying on the ground who was barely clinging to life, but showed no concern. He didn't move to help at all. Instead, he cast a cold gaze toward Yi Xiao and the others, then slowly stepped forward. I'll ask one more time. Who injured my country's soldier? If you're talking about that useless guy on the ground, it was me. Yi Xiao took a step forward. He wasn't intimidated by Off in the least. With his formidable perception at the 3rd level of the refinement realm, he clearly understood Off's current condition. His cultivation base was barely at the early stage of the 7th level of the body tempering realm. Furthermore, he hadn't learned any cultivation technique. His internal energy was in complete disarray. This condition was unsustainable and likely had a ceiling. The ultimate limit he could possibly reach was probably the perfection stage of the 9th level of the body tempering realm. Without any special spiritual fruits, opportunities, or proper techniques for recultivation to organize the chaotic internal energy, there was no way for him to break through to the Qi strengthening realm. In other words, Off wasn't an exception. Everyone who took this path would eventually face the same result. It had to be said, Yi Xiao's insight was indeed impressive. In his previous life, it was the same. Initially, people relied purely on consuming monster meat to enhance their strength. It wasn't until the portal on Antarctica was opened, and that YouTuber released the unlimited Xian Gong's body tempering chapter, that the world realized there were actual cultivation techniques. With these techniques helping to regulate the internal energy, countless people saw a tremendous improvement in their strength. Although some tried to reach the 10th level of the body tempering realm, people had different innate abilities. When most realized it was beyond their reach, they stopped forcing it, and simply broke through directly to the Qi strengthening realm. Because it was a powerful cultivation method like the unlimited Xian Gong, even without specific Qi strengthening realm techniques, they could still progress. Later, international exploration teams discovered a ruin in another world. Since it was a joint operation among multiple countries, secrecy was impossible, and information was heavily leaked. Only then did people once again realize that in this new world, there were not only monsters, but also cultivation techniques and ancient ruins. Chapter 184 Incomprehensible Chinese People. Through the study of the ruins, they discovered writing, an enormous amount of it. Although they couldn't read it fluently, language experts managed to roughly translate the meanings of most of the texts. Then, everyone learned that these monsters were called Xiong beasts, and what exactly the ancient ruins were. They also found many cultivation techniques and treasures inside the ruins. From that point on, humanity had truly entered a new era. And in this life, due to Su Ping'an's rebirth, China had embarked on this path much earlier and was already far ahead of all other nations globally. Even if China stopped advancing altogether, it would still take other countries at least 10 years to possibly catch up. Only possibly. That's putting it optimistically. After all, in this life, the reward for opening all 8 portals was concentrated in Su Ping'an's hands, meaning right here in China. Other countries lacked such powerful support, so naturally, their rate of progress slowed considerably. Brave, actually daring to admit it face to face. You are indeed a real man. Off expressed appreciation for Yi Xiao. Then, his expression changed as he roared loudly. However, since you dared to harm my nation's warriors, you must pay the price for it. Humph, I not only dislike having a gun pointed at me, but I also hate having fingers pointed at me. If this happens again, even if you're that so-called King Off they talk about, even if you're the Supreme Commander of England, I will cut off your fingers without hesitation. Yi Xiao coldly snorted once again. Off was stunned. He had seen arrogance before, but never such extreme arrogance. After regaining his composure, he felt an intense sense of insult. It was a feeling he hadn't experienced since becoming a general, since becoming the mighty King Off, utterly infuriating him. Kid, you've gotten to me. You've really pissed me off. Even if you're the chief commander sent by China, I'll still break all 4 of your limbs and make you beg me like a dog on the ground. Killing Yi Xiao? Though Off was arrogant and proud, he wasn't stupid. China's current national strength was undeniably strong. Although Off had an extremely high talent and immense personal strength, he couldn't directly challenge a giant like China. Even England behind him, or even the United States, would struggle. Therefore, he simply wanted to break all 4 of Yi Zhao's limbs, just teaching the other side a lesson. This way, China would lose face and likely couldn't complain much. It was clearly their lack of skill. We Chinese have a saying, to use one's own methods against oneself. Since General Off has spoken, naturally I should also comply with your requirements. Yi Zhao shot back directly. However, he didn't rely on his power and attack first. Damn that Chinese kid. He's looking for death? Off couldn't contain his anger anymore. Clenching a fist the size of a clay pot, he charged at Yi Zhao at a speed far beyond human limits. Finished. That Chinese guy is done for, said a soldier beside him. That Chinese boy is truly mad. He completely enraged King Off. Does he want to die? Or is he just an idiot? How could China's leader send an idiot here? Probably someone mentally disturbed who no longer wants to live. Why isn't that Chinese man moving? Someone noticed. Obviously, with Off's speed, it's normal that he couldn't react. He's probably already scared out of his mind. I wonder if he wet himself already, someone said, while others even glanced at Yi Zhao's lower body. Look, that Chinese man's expression hasn't changed at all. Isn't it possible that he's just not afraid? After all, his previous moves against Jack were quite formidable. Unsurprisingly, there were still some clever observers. After everyone's discussions, Off's fist was already approaching Yi Zhao's chest. Just as everyone thought Yi Zhao was finished, Yi Zhao's lips curled upward slightly. He gently raised his hand, easily blocking Off's punch, and effortlessly neutralized the tremendous impact force behind Off's charging attack. What? How is that possible? How could he possibly block King Off's punch? Oh my god, this is unbelievable. Am I seeing ghosts? What did I just see? The tank like Off was blocked so easily by someone, and that person didn't even move his feet. This defies logic. How is this possible? This is truly unimaginable. We all know that the inertia and impact of Off charging forward must be tremendous, enough to send a heavy truck flying back. How could he remain completely unmoved? Could it be that Off is putting on a show for us? Someone, unable to accept the idea that Off had been defeated, immediately came up with an excuse for Off. Off doesn't like Chinese people at all. How could he possibly pretend to lose to a Chinese person? Besides, his expression looks genuinely painful. It doesn't seem like an act. Just as some began wavering, others became confused, and a few still doubted. The next second arrived, and everyone finally understood the truth. This Chinese man before their eyes was truly powerful. So powerful that even King Off was not capable of withstanding a single move from him. After Yi Zhao blocked Off's attack, he moved swiftly. Off's limbs were shattered in an instant, and then Yi Zhao kicked him away. Off crashed onto the ground next to that severely injured young man. They should all be together as people of one country, Yi Zhao said coldly. Then, he turned to Rimontovsky, who was still beside him, watching in stunned silence like everyone else, and asked, Mr. Rimontovsky, you have less than 3 hours remaining. Upon hearing this, Rimontovsky shuddered all over. When he looked at Yi Zhao again, his face now bore an expression of deep fear. How could a human be this unbelievably strong? What other secrets was China hiding? How could they possess such powerful beings without even having access to the source of monster corpses? Was it really because of their long history? Because they practiced martial arts? Suddenly, a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. China has such a long history. The area around this wormhole contains bronze doors. Could it be that ancient China had already come into contact with the wormhole long ago? Could their martial arts techniques actually originate from this new world? At first, it was just a passing thought, but the more Rimontovsky thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Because this was the only explanation that could easily account for everything he was seeing now. No, this matter is too important. I must report it to the Emperor immediately. Our bear must prepare early. Mr. Rimontovsky, a soldier beside him whispered cautiously. The man immediately snapped back to reality. He turned to Yi Zhao and said, Mr. Yi, please wait a moment. It won't take 3 hours. We will evacuate very soon and won't interfere with your troops. Chapter 185, Investigate for me. Yi Zhao gave a slight nod, then turned to the guards from other countries and asked, Will we be allowed in later? They swallowed hard and nodded quickly. Of course. After all, Rimontovsky had already spoken, which was essentially proof that China had indeed obtained 24% of the share here. They all needed to report the situation here, and what they had personally witnessed, back to their respective superiors as soon as possible. As for how the leaders of various countries would perceive this and decide upon it, whether they should allow Yi Zhao inside or not, was beyond their concern. Right now, they only wanted to agree wholeheartedly and avoid offending this great demon king. It wasn't like there wasn't still time. Number 10 Downing Street, the British Prime Minister's office. Prime Minister, something terrible has happened. General Off has been beaten and disabled. The intelligence officer rushed in by pushing the door open, but upon seeing the disheveled state of the Prime Minister, quickly turned his head away, pretending to have seen nothing. The Prime Minister glanced down at himself, and his face darkened. A female secretary quickly fixed her clothes and then walked out of the office with a swaying stride. As she passed the intelligence officer, she even sent him a flirtatious glance, which made him involuntarily swallow hard. Joseph, if you don't have anything important to say today, you know the consequences, the Prime Minister said coldly. Prime Minister, we just received news. General Off has been severely beaten and left completely disabled. It will take at least a few months for him to recover, Joseph quickly explained. General Off? Which General Off? The Prime Minister asked in confusion. In his mind, it was impossible for it to be Off the king from the North Sea Island. After all, he was the world's strongest warrior. How could someone manage to disable him? But thinking about it carefully, there was no other general in the country named Off, so he became even more puzzled. Joseph hesitated for a moment before catching on and realizing what the Prime Minister was thinking. He sighed. Prime Minister, although it's hard to believe, the General Off I'm referring to is indeed the King Off stationed on the North Sea Island. That's impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He's the world's strongest warrior. Who could possibly cripple him? The Prime Minister shook his head in disbelief. After all, King Off was the pride of Britain. It was precisely due to Off's emergence that Britain had gained significant influence within the Western Alliance led by Sam. Sam even promised to personally set aside 0.1% of the monster's corpse for him. A true generous gift. Now you're telling the Prime Minister that this powerful figure has been disabled. It was like telling him that Sam's country had been completely destroyed. It was just as absurd and unbelievable. Prime Minister, I didn't want to believe it either, but it has been confirmed. It's true, Joseph said, his face also not looking too good. However, this was a major event that needed to be reported to the Prime Minister immediately. As the Prime Minister saw Joseph's expression, his already gloomy face grew even darker, like that of a corpse. After a long silence, he finally asked, "Have you found out who disabled Off? Did he use any underhanded methods?" Joseph replied helplessly, "Prime Minister, I wish that was the case. Unfortunately, this incident occurred under the watch of security troops from multiple countries. The one who disabled General Off was Yi Xiao, the Chinese commander stationed on the North Sea Island. He defeated Off with a single move. Is this Yi Xiao really that powerful?" The Prime Minister widened his eyes, even more shocked and disbelieving. One was the world's strongest, while the other was completely unknown. How could the latter defeat the former with just one move? Who would ever believe such a thing? Do we have any information on this Yi Xiao? The Prime Minister asked. To hide such a powerful expert, and for Britain to know absolutely nothing about it, was extremely dangerous. We have already investigated him thoroughly, Joseph said. Yi Xiao was previously the captain of the Northern Military Region's Eagle Special Force. Then, for reasons unknown, the entire special unit disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already on the North Sea Island and had become the commander of this deployment. From what we've learned, Yi Xiao's personal combat strength definitely wasn't that terrifying before. So you're saying that he became so powerful because of whatever happened during the time he disappeared? The Prime Minister asked. It's very likely that something unknown occurred during that period, Joseph nodded. Investigate, dig everything out. I want to know exactly where he went during that time, who he met, and where the other members of his entire special force are now. What are their current whereabouts? What is their strength? How did he become so powerful? Investigate everything thoroughly for me. The Prime Minister ordered loudly. Prime Minister, we have already begun the investigation. However, Huaxia has already introduced its new anti-espionage law and conducted several rounds of anti-intelligence operations within its territory. It said that nearly 1 million people have been caught. Most of our agents we had embedded before have already been compromised, and the remaining few are now extremely cautious. Joseph offered as a preemptive warning, not wanting the Prime Minister to expect too much too soon. Don't talk to me about this. I only want results. Regardless of the cost, I only want results, the Prime Minister roared. Yes, sir, Joseph replied helplessly. Compared to the furious British Prime Minister, the Oval Office in the White House of Sam's country was filled with silence at this moment. After a long pause, George finally spoke. There's something strange about this whole thing. It sounds absolutely unbelievable. What do you all think? Everyone present were the top-tier officials of Sam's country, decision-makers who held the power to shape not only their nation's fate, but also much of the world's direction. However, all of them now wore solemn expressions, as if a massive invisible burden weighed heavily on their shoulders. Honorable leader, could it be that Huaxia used some sort of trickery, like a magic illusion? Maybe it wasn't actually that Chinese commander who defeated Off, but rather they used some kind of advanced technology we don't know about. After all, if technology were involved, we still have plenty of ways to eliminate Off within a short time, one high-ranking official speculated. That's impossible. First of all, there were plenty of witnesses on the scene, and secondly, there was surveillance footage. I've reviewed the footage frame by frame, even slowed it down 100 times. There was absolutely no trickery involved. Off was genuinely defeated in one move by Yi Xiao. James immediately responded, since he was the one who had delivered the intelligence report. Before this, he had done a very thorough investigation because he himself had found it hard to believe at first. Now that someone was questioning his job performance, he needed to firmly reaffirm this fact. But, enough. I've also watched the video. You don't need to question its authenticity. George supported James' statement. Chapter 186, Losing the Bride in the Army. It's absolutely incredible. No one can figure out how the Chinese managed to do this. More people were greatly puzzled. However, Breen seemed to have realized something and said, Director General George, do you still remember that mysterious figure who revealed the information about North Sea Island? George first showed a puzzled look, then suddenly seemed to realize something and shot to his feet. Are you saying that Yi Xiao was able to defeat Alf because of that mysterious figure, Su Ping'an? It's hard to believe, but after eliminating all other impossibilities, this is the most likely possibility, Breen said seriously, nodding. Yes, those present knew about their previous speculation and drew a collective breath of cold air. Because if this speculation proved to be true, then China's current power was extremely mysterious, even incredible, perhaps far surpassing the sum of all other nations' strength on Earth, even greater than the total of Sam country and all other nations combined. Everyone fell silent again for a while before Breen spoke up again. Director General George and all of you, shall we send someone to test the Chinese forces and find out whether only Yi Xiao is a strong individual among the soldiers they sent to North Sea Island, or whether all of them are super soldiers? If it is the former, we can still handle it. That suggests China is most likely bluffing. However, if it's the latter, then we'll need to reassess our relationship with China from now on, Breen said heavily. How do we test them? Someone asked. Just as James suggested earlier, Yi Xiao and the main force are still waiting outside since they agreed to wait 3 hours with the polar bear, and the time hasn't elapsed yet. We can take this opportunity for revenge for Alf and fight them together. This way we can judge their real strength. Although this might result in some losses, the Chinese will likely hold back somewhat, considering the long time they'll need to cooperate with us in the future. They surely won't want to offend us completely. Breen briefly explained his plan. I think it's feasible. If we miss this opportunity, the next chance will be difficult to come by. Yes, once the massive Chinese forces enter the New World, it will become even harder to find a proper excuse to test their power. If this is a test, and also revenge for Alf, why should we send our own people to do it? The British would be the most appropriate choice. Even if the Chinese are angered by this, we will still have room for maneuver. Firstly, revenge by the British side sounds justified. Secondly, the British themselves are already harboring resentment and would like to test the Chinese strength too. Thirdly, there is no need for us to directly conflict with the Chinese. Should the situation escalate, we could still step in to mediate. Fourthly, in case the Chinese really have many powerful individuals, we won't have to sacrifice our own super soldiers, considering each super soldier is an important asset to the Federation, cultivated with massive resources and time. James stepped forward and explained. After hearing this, everyone lit up. George struck the table and said decisively, "Great idea. Contact the British immediately and make sure they handle this matter properly." Understood. North Sea Island Joint City was the common global name for the place. While the guards were on edge, worried about Yi Xiao forcefully barging in with his men and unsure of how to respond, a group of physically imposing British super soldiers clad in British military uniforms ran out. The leader briefly glanced at the wounded Alf, who was groaning in pain on the ground with nobody daring to approach for aid, and a trace of fear flickered on his face. But he still gritted his teeth, turned his gaze toward Yi Xiao, and spoke with an angry tone. "You Chinese always boast about being a land of etiquette, so why did you strike so ruthlessly? Our Chinese principle is, pour wine for friends, but offer hunting guns for enemies. You Brits have repeatedly provoked China. Tell me, do you wish to go to war with us?" Yi Xiao sneered. "You?" The leader was startled. This was indeed a heavy accusation. The modern UK had long fallen into decline. How could it possibly be a match for China, let alone declare war? However, orders had already been issued from above, and he had no choice but to fulfill the mission. Thus, he gritted his teeth and said to his subordinates, "The Chinese are bullying us beyond reason. We are not here for war, but only for revenge for General Alf. Beat them up. Charge. Go." Immediately, approximately 300 British super soldiers began charging toward the large Chinese force. They avoided Yi Xiao directly and went straight for the other Chinese soldiers behind him. Yi Xiao was momentarily surprised, seemed to have realized something, and a slight smirk appeared on the corner of his mouth. He didn't move to stop them deliberately and simply stood still in place. In the next instant, continuous screams of pain echoed, drawing the attention of many soldiers within the joint city. Soldiers from various countries stationed here swallowed hard, becoming even more terrified of the Chinese forces. If before they were already terrified just by Yi Xiao alone being an extraordinary powerhouse, now the dozens behind him had taken down the 300 British super soldiers within seconds, the implications were entirely different. It proved that China's power was not limited to just Yi Xiao, but that they had many elites, dozens, at least. However, when they looked at the massive army of tens of thousands behind these dozens of fighters, who all appeared eerily calm, as if such a scenario was perfectly normal, it became deeply unsettling and terrifying. Number 10, London's Fog City. Prime Minister, the report has arrived. The plan by Sam Country failed, and we've suffered another loss of 300 super soldiers. Although none died, they're all severely injured. It'll probably take at least several months to recover. By then, these promising men will be far behind. Joseph received the news and immediately reported it to the Prime Minister. Sam Country is truly despicable. They're using us as their testing stone. The Prime Minister, even if foolish, understood exactly what this meant. He had not spoken this way before for two reasons. First, he had also genuinely wanted to test China's strength. Secondly, the offer from Sam Country had been too tempting for him to resist. Now, suffering such massive losses to his own super soldiers, he could only blame himself. "No way. We cannot let this incident slide," the Prime Minister muttered, feeling increasingly swindled. "Prime Minister, what exactly are you implying?" Joseph broke out into a cold sweat, thinking the Prime Minister might want to provoke China again. If that were truly the case, what should he himself do? This loss was caused by Sam Country. They must compensate us far more. Otherwise we will inform the Chinese ourselves. "I'd like to see how Sam Country deals with China afterward," the Prime Minister said coldly. Joseph was stunned after hearing this, then let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, facing Sam Country was definitely preferable than facing China, in his opinion. Chapter 187, Pirate Origins. The Oval Office of the White House, Sam Nation. "What did you say? Unbelievable. England truly knows no bounds in its greed. How dare they make such a demand?" George was truly furious. Who would have expected that England would ask for 10 times the compensation? Although they shared the same origin, both being of pirate descent, now they were the top dogs, the ones dictating the global order. What was England to them? It was outrageous that England would dare to make demands. "Tell them this is all we're offering. This was agreed upon beforehand. Let them think carefully before talking to me again." If they dare to falsely accuse our country, they will lose all their shares in the North Sea Island and ancient Pyramid Kingdom, George threatened directly. Yes, sir, James responded, accepting the order. Mr. President, although England's insatiability is despicable, the results of our recent test are in. It seems to be our worst-case scenario. The Han Empire probably already has many powerful experts. Before we fully understand their capabilities, we must handle our relationship with the Han Empire with caution, James reminded him. I know. Right now, the one we should be more worried about isn't us, but England and the polar bear, George said meaningfully. The Kremlin, polar bear nation. The leader remained silent after reading the latest intelligence from the North Sea Island. It looks like the Han Empire really does have a wormhole, and has had it for quite some time, at least since before the North Sea Island discovery. Otherwise, they couldn't have trained so many powerful super warriors in such a short time. The leader finally spoke. Your Majesty, what should we do now? That idiot Remontovsky, I already told him earlier. Han used the Antarctic wormhole to exchange for part of our shares in the North Sea Island. All things considered, it was us who benefited the most. I told him not to bother the Han people, but he went on ignoring my orders. Now he has provoked an even more powerful Han Empire. Absolutely infuriating, the leader angrily declared. It wasn't just frustration about a subordinate failing to follow his commands. It likely also contained a subtle undercurrent of fear toward the unknown power of Han, one he probably hadn't even recognized himself. Tell Remontovsky to finish the handover with the Han Empire immediately and return. We need to reassign a new commander-in-chief over there, the leader declared. Clearly, this was a gesture to appease Han. Outside the North Sea Island United City, Director Yi, won't our actions expose the strength of the Han Empire? Won't we become a target of all nations? The deputy leader of the War God Special Forces beside him expressed concern. Haha, don't worry. Han is no longer what it used to be. We are no longer afraid of being exposed. Appropriately showing off a little strength is not harmful. On the contrary, it will make other nations fear us more. They will imagine things in their heads, and the more they exaggerate our capabilities, the better it works for us. This is called blending deception with reality, Yi Xiao replied with a slight smile. After the previous meeting, Su Pingyan had left specific instructions. The situation on the North Sea Island was the most complicated. On the surface, there were only two major powers, the polar bear and the Sam Nation. But in reality, there were two opposing camps. Before anyone knew about the second wormhole, many nations had already taken sides. One could say that the current North Sea Island had become a mini United Nations, hence the name United City. It gathered more than 130 sovereign nations. Perhaps only the ancient Pyramid Kingdom rivaled it, making this place a true United Nations where soldiers from all sovereign nations gathered. As Yi Xiao was talking with others, Remontovsky had already received instructions and rebuke from his homeland. His expression was dark and gloomy, yet he had no choice but to put on a fake smile and lead Yi Xiao and his people into the United City. Jinwei, per the established proportion and international custom, you will station 240 people here at the entrance, rotating shifts to jointly guard and inspect vehicles and personnel. You must also prepare ahead of time for reception work for subsequent troops. We cannot allow another situation like today's to happen again. Yi Xiao ordered a junior squad leader beside him. The so-called international custom was actually just newly established, yet Han Empire was willing to abide by it. Also, the full 240,000 troops couldn't possibly all be sent at once. It would be extremely difficult to provide logistical support. Therefore, the first batch numbered only 30,000. The second batch, about 50,000, would arrive after Han established its first city in the new world of North Sea Island. The final group of 160,000 would arrive approximately 1 month later. By then, they would likely have built several excellent cities capable of accommodating such a large number of troops. Understood, sir. Jinwei responded with a military salute. He then brought along a war god squad consisting of 10 people including himself, and selected another 230 warriors whose cultivation had reached the Qi blood stage to remain behind. In order to smoothly establish their presence on the North Sea Island, Yi Xiao not only brought the 107-member War God Special Forces unit, but also 3,000 warriors whose cultivation had reached the Qi blood stage. Yi Xiao's trip to the North Sea Island had caused such a huge commotion with many witnesses, so there was no way to hide it. He probably didn't even realize how much attention it would draw. Just 2 weeks later, a secretly recorded short video was posted online by someone with an agenda and quickly spread across the major global networks. Whoa, what did I just see? When did our Chinese people become this strong? A Chinese netizen exclaimed in disbelief. What do you mean, senior? Wasn't China always this strong? That's not what I meant. I'm saying we actually sent soldiers to the North Sea Island. Since when did we get a stake there? And from what Commander Yi said, our share isn't small, 24%. Who knows, right? Didn't a lot of people online say China was too timid to take part in the North Sea Island battle and ended up gaining nothing? What do you say now? Unbelievable. We barely participated at all, yet we've received the second largest share in the world, next only to Sam Nation. I don't get what the leadership was thinking. How did they pull that off? Hey guys, aren't you getting off topic? Isn't the real focus the commander named Yi Xiao and the strength of those warriors behind him? Right? What's going on here? Although the leadership strategy is indeed impressive, we just sent people over, right? So how come we already have so many powerful warriors? The most shocking part is that guy called off. There were rumors about him online before too. People called him the #1 genius of England in the past 1,000 years and said he was the beginning of England's return to global dominance. So isn't this a slap in the face now? By the way, does England even have a 1,000-year history? Chapter 188. Phase results. I don't know. but our Huaxia definitely has a 5,000-year history. Hey guys, have you ever considered the possibility that Huaxia might secretly cultivate these experts, which is why we didn't rush to participate in the major battles on the Northern Island earlier? How exactly do you cultivate them? I heard you need monster meat. Then how did we get it? Even if we bought them secretly, how much could we buy? It's not like we could catch up with opening our own mines. What if there's another possibility? What if Huaxia also has a wormhole, which we discovered long ago? What if we've been secretly exploring this new world and using its resources to train super warriors? That's why we looked down on the battle at the Northern Island. Dude, that's brilliant. Although the theory sounds unbelievable, if that were really the case, then all the inconsistencies we've observed would suddenly make sense. I now have the feeling that this theory might actually be correct. Agree. Haha. Our great Huaxiao is truly impressive. The crowd became ecstatic and thrilled, even without confirmation. This comment quickly gained over 1 million likes. At the core conference room in the capital city, senior officials had gathered. Chancellor, the public opinion has already been directed as intended. Now the general population believes we have a portal, in fact, a wormhole, and it was discovered even earlier than the one on the Northern Island. Many netizens, combining reports of our anti-corruption campaigns across the country and unusual local developments, are speculating that their hometowns might be the actual wormhole location. Director Zhang Guodong of the 9th Bureau chuckled. You've done well, the Chancellor said with a nod. Chancellor, does this mean we are preparing to announce the existence of the portal to the public? One elder asked. Almost, the Chancellor simply replied. Shuiyong, please come up and give everyone a report on the combat results from the major portals. The Chancellor suddenly called out to a young man sitting in the corner. Yes, Chancellor, esteemed leaders, good day to all. My name is Shuiyong, and I serve as a liaison between Blue Planet and other realms. Today, I will give a report introducing the current situation and combat results of our Huaxia presence in the other world. Shuiyong stood up and spoke seriously, clearly nervous. When the officials saw Shuiyong, they looked knowingly toward one of the elder men, his grandfather, though nobody voiced the connection. Everyone now listened intently, eager to learn about the outcomes from each portal. They already knew that significant operations had recently been carried out by Huaxia military forces at the portals, though they had yet to hear about the final results. First, currently, at the Northern Island portal, Huaxia controls a 24% share in the other world, the smallest proportion among all nations. We have now built a base camp 10 kilometers away from the portal, 2 level, 1 forward cities at 100 kilometers away, for level, 2 forward cities at 150 kilometers away, and 8 level, 3 forward cities at 200 kilometers away. To avoid early conflict among nations, there had been an agreement dividing the directions into 100 portions based on shares. Huaxiao occupied 24% of the arc. This meant that the deeper we ventured inward, the larger the area Huaxiao would control. The base city is visible to all nations. It serves as the city for international trade and storage of Huaxia resources. The city is a 3-kilometer square, covering a total of 9 square kilometers. Initially, it hosts about 30,000 troops, with numbers increasing depending on other countries' developments. With a current global force of only 1 million troops, Huaxia's share allowed for a maximum of 240,000 soldiers. Should the global number be raised to 2 million, Huaxia could then raise its troop number to 480,000. At that point, more people would be able to live in the city given the 9 square kilometer area. It's not small. The forward cities behind are for continuous exploration and expansion into the depths of the dark forest. The classifications, level 1, 2, and 3, are just simple rankings moving further along the fan-shaped pyramid. They don't indicate differences in city size. Except for the base city, all the other forward cities are built the same size. Each forward city is a 2-kilometer square, covering 4 square kilometers total, and can house 10,000 troops, functioning like a small military camp. If necessary in the future, these cities could also be expanded. Meanwhile, we've already deployed 80,000 soldiers into the dark forest realm. The remaining 160,000 soldiers have already departed and are expected to arrive in 3 days. Once all arrive, our total presence there will be 240,000 troops. During the city construction period, we completed our assigned exploration tasks and also hunted a large number of ferocious beasts. Apart from a portion used as rations for the soldiers, yesterday we just transported back a total of 3.5 million first-rank beasts, 800,000 second-rank beasts, 40,000 third-rank beasts, and 10 fourth-rank beasts using dimension space boxes, transport planes, and cargo ships. The third and fourth-rank beasts were practically all the work of the God of War Special Forces. It's not that there weren't more. Some had already been consumed by them. It was only because we knew we would be transporting some beasts back to the homeland that we'd kept a few aside, making the numbers a clean total. As for why multiple transportation methods were used, that was just to avoid suspicion. The beasts transported by cargo ships were all frozen, and they only carried a portion of the first-rank beast corpses. These were also the main targets of hunting for most nations around the world at present. Nothing too conspicuous about it. As for the transport planes, they carried a small number of second-rank beasts. For the current global standard, these were already considered high-level beasts. Other countries were also capable of hunting some, though encountering such high-level beasts often resulted in heavy casualties. In addition, the captain of the God of War Special Forces, whose rank was second only to Yi Shao, was responsible for carrying the dimension space treasure box, and he returned on the same transport plane. Nobody would notice this detail. Goodness, how long have they even been there? And they've already gathered this much. One elder was stunned. Keep in mind, The Dark Forest realm is the earliest discovered and most explored world by humanity. Originally, we thought the yield wouldn't be much. Who knew it would bring such a pleasant surprise? Based on the previous explanation, one could see that the reason for such a huge yield is likely because we have advanced very far. I heard that most foreign soldiers are still hunting within 30 to 50 kilometers, and very few have even gone beyond 100 kilometers. That must be it. Everyone nodded in agreement. The Chancellor chuckled and said, "All right, we can talk more about this later. Let's continue listening to Xiao Shui's report on the battle results from other portals." With that, the Chancellor gave Shui Yong an encouraging look. "Go on." Chapter 189, Stage Results. Yes. Shui Yong solemnly nodded and continued his report. In the ancient pyramid kingdom of the Middle East, we have fully taken over 15% of Bear's share. Currently, we control 35% of the share, ranking first in the world. According to the latest agreement, a global total of 10 million troops will be deployed in 3 batches. The first batch 1 million, the second batch 3 million, and the third batch 6 million. So far, only the first batch has been completed. Our country has dispatched 350,000 troops and controls 1 large mine tunnel, 4 medium-sized mine tunnels, 22 small mine tunnels, and 97 micro mine tunnels. First, the size of the portals is limited. Second, all countries need time to prepare, need to train warriors, and transport them from various parts of the globe. After all, not every country has the long-range deployment capabilities of SAM and Huaxia, and all these things take time. What exactly do you mean by large, medium, small, and micro mine tunnels? An elder asked curiously. Shui Yong quickly explained. The opposite side of the ancient pyramid kingdom is an underground world, which contains countless mine tunnels, varying in size. We have classified them based on spatial dimensions. The largest is called colossal mine tunnels, none of which have been discovered yet. Anything exceeding our definition of a large mine tunnel standard is considered a colossal mine tunnel, and it is similar for other classifications. Furthermore, through observation we've found that the wider and more spacious the mine tunnels are, the more fierce beasts they contain, and the higher their levels. Risks and rewards are proportional. Also, in addition to being categorized by size, these mine tunnels are further divided into active and inactive. An active mine tunnel refers to those whose ends have not yet been explored, thus remaining filled with infinite possibilities. Anything could be found deep within. Inactive mine tunnels, however, have relatively lower value. They are those where the end has been discovered, revealing a dead end. Of course, such so-called dead ends are merely temporary. If we continue digging deeper, anything is possible. And of course, many of these inactive mine tunnels have become gathering places for fierce beasts. We have begun clearing operations in these tunnels, not only acquiring a vast amount of fierce beast corpses, but also constructing our own underground cities inside these dead tunnels to provide housing and sustenance for some of our warriors. As for active mine tunnels, while exploring further into them, we also conduct fierce beast hunting and mine for spiritual ores. We have discovered that the mineral resources here are extremely abundant, with great variety and reserves. At this point, Shui Yong had a smile on his face. After briefly introducing the situation of the ancient world opposite the Pyramid Kingdom, Shui Yong continued. During this period, we have made significant progress in conquering the underground world, obtaining a large number of fierce beast corpses. Apart from reserving some as food, the beasts transported back yesterday through various channels included approximately 1.75 million level 1 beasts, 460,000 level 2 beasts, 2,000 level 3 beasts, and 100 level 4 beasts. This was led by the Big Dipper squad after all. United, their combat strength could rival a 4th order transcendent realm warrior, so their achievements were indeed quite impressive. We deployed more people and earlier to the ancient pyramid kingdom. How come we've obtained fewer fierce beast corpses instead? An elder questioned. Shui Yong explained. 7th elder, I've studied the conditions there. The number of fierce beasts in the underground world can't be compared with that of the Yunsanlin in Hokkaido. More importantly, the transportation situation underground is very poor, making it much harder for us to reach more distant locations. I see. Moreover, the types of fierce beasts in the underground world differ significantly from those in the Yunsanlin. Most of them are covered with thick armor, and the amount of edible meat is much less. Most beasts also carry some poison. Some meats are completely inedible, and their body sizes are much smaller compared to those in the Yunsanlin, Shui Yong said helplessly. This discovery disappointed many, as it meant it would be difficult to obtain more edible fierce beast meat here. Fortunately, spiritual or resources are abundant here. It's just a trade-off, I guess, one elder said. That's right. Spiritual ores may not be immediately useful to other countries, but for us Huaxia, they are extremely valuable. They can be forged into spiritual artifacts. Didn't Comrade Su mention last time that as long as we have enough spiritual or materials, we can create countless spiritual artifacts? Since countries around the world are now chasing after fierce beast meat, should we consider exchanging the fierce beast meat obtained from Alien or other places for their spiritual or resources? One elder suggested. Not only can we exchange for spiritual or, but we can also trade fierce beast meat obtained from other regions for the corpses of fierce beasts in their possession. After all, when refining into foundation condensing spirit liquids, it doesn't matter whether the meat is poisonous or not. It's solely based on the cultivation level of the fierce beasts. If I remember correctly, Comrade Su mentioned this before, right? A general said, turning to others. That's right. I also remember that clearly. This is actually a good idea. We can profit from the difference. The Prime Minister listened to the discussion and nodded slightly. He looked at Shui Yong and said, "Little Wang, this matter will be entrusted to you. Contact the representatives from various countries later and see if they're willing." Ambassador Wang nodded seriously. "Understood. Comrade Shui, please continue and introduce the situations at other portals," the Prime Minister said to Shui Yong. "All right." Shui Yong nodded slightly before continuing his report. On the Indonesian Java Cave Cloud Mountain grasslands, about 3,500 people have been sent so far. On the other side of the portal, 3 lines of defense have already been constructed. The first line is located 100 meters from the portal, 8 meters high. The second line is 500 meters from the portal, 10 meters high. The third line is 1 kilometer from the portal, 15 meters high. The main forces are currently living and cultivating in the area between these 3 defensive lines. Because of the small number of people, and since Commander Wu brought a large amount of Foundation condensing spirit liquids with him, they haven't been hunting much. Instead, they've mostly been cultivating. Only occasionally do they go hunting, and that is mostly done by the squad that Commander Wu brought along. Including the achievements they've already made before, yesterday they transported back a total of 1.2 million level 1 fierce beasts and 100,000 level 2 fierce beasts, Shui Yong reported. "You're saying that they haven't really left the fortress to hunt, yet they've achieved such results?" one of the generals asked, slightly puzzled. After all, among all the portal strongholds, this one had the worst conditions and the fewest personnel. Plus, they've been focusing on cultivation during this time. Achieving such impressive results was simply unbelievable. Shui Yong explained. "Elder, the Cloud Mountain grassland situation is different from other places. Here, most of the fierce beasts travel in groups, in numbers reaching thousands, even tens of thousands. When it comes to the resources of fierce beasts, among all the current portal strongholds, this place is the best." Chapter 190, Phase Results. Great. Judging from this, Yunshan grassland is practically a treasure land, a real gold mine. Everyone showed expressions of surprise and delight. To put it simply, this is a crime in our time, but a merit for thousands of years to come. We must have 100% control over this portal. Since everyone has their own opinions, let's vote. Those in favor of maintaining complete control over the portal, please raise your hands. Seeing everyone offering opinions, the Premier suggested seriously. Swish, instantly, everyone raised their hands, except for 3. "You 3 oppose this?" "No, I abstain." "I also abstain." "I haven't made up my mind yet." "I'll abstain." The 3 responded separately. "Fine. In that case, the resolution has passed by a large margin. We won't be sharing this portal with anyone later on," the Premier announced. After hearing this, everyone's mood improved significantly. "Premier, I'd say we need to increase manpower there. If just over 3,000 people could yield such great gains, how much more would 30,000 or 300,000 bring us?" One general recommended accelerating development in that area. "We're already at maximum capacity right now. If we increase the number further, we may risk leaking certain information, potentially leading someone to discover the portal along this line." Director Zhang Guodong of the 9th Bureau replied. "So what if they discover it? Are they daring enough to start a fight with us? If they do, HMPF, it'll be a good chance for them to witness our army of cultivators and let the entire world see our real strength." Another general said, clearly unafraid of war. In fact, he seemed to be looking forward to it. Maintaining the current peace is necessary and preferable. However, if it's absolutely unavoidable, we Chinese have never feared any forces or nations. The Premier stated. "I understand everyone's point. We'll discuss troop reinforcement separately later to determine a suitable number." The Premier considered thoughtfully. "Officer Shui, you continue." "Yes, Premier." Shui Yong quickly continued presenting to the group. "There are also 2 portals domestically. Recently, both have carried out significant military operations. The Shenlong Mountain Front has completed its 3rd campaign, expanding territory to 7.86 million square kilometers. Yesterday alone, we transported back 27 million grade, 1 ferocious beast corpses, 6.9 million grade, 2 ones, 530,000 grade, 3 beasts, and 1,200 grade for beasts. The Crescent Island Front has completed its 2nd campaign, expanding territory to 2.45 million square kilometers. Yesterday, they transported back 14 million grade, 1 ferocious beasts, for 0.5 million grade, 2 ones, for 180,000 grade, 3, and 7 grade for beasts." As soon as Shui Yong finished speaking, everyone drew sharp breaths in shock. "Incredible, so many. Did you notice? According to the expansion ratio, Crescent Island has an even higher density of ferocious beasts, especially high-grade ones." One elder commented. "Exactly. I seem to recall Comrade Xiao Su mentioning earlier that Crescent Island's total area is nearly 10 million square kilometers. Naturally, a 10 million square kilometer island would be ideal. However, even with such limited advancement, we've already encountered so many high-grade beasts. Advancing further might bring even more beasts," someone expressed concern. "Officer Shui, what about the losses on both Crescent Island and Shenlong Mountain this time?" a general asked. "General, the situation at Shenlong Mountain was relatively better. In this battle, 17 soldiers unfortunately sacrificed their lives. There were 2,426 lightly injured soldiers, most of whom have basically recovered and returned to their units. Approximately 112 soldiers sustained serious injuries or disabilities and can no longer remain in service. The situation on Crescent Island is more severe. In this battle, 39 soldiers sacrificed their lives, 168 were severely injured or disabled, and more than 5,000 suffered light injuries. Some have recovered and returned to duty, while others are still receiving treatment," Shui Yong explained. I didn't expect so many casualties from this campaign. The atmosphere in the meeting room instantly became more solemn. As soldiers, dying on the battlefield is our mission. There's nothing to be said about that, but we cannot be careless with providing compensation and support to their families. The general remarked. Indeed. Everyone nodded in agreement. These soldiers died gloriously, sacrificing themselves for China's future. Their country will never forget them. The new era is different from the past. Our military compensation system, especially regarding interdimensional warriors, needs updating. We must make changes. We'll discuss this later in a smaller meeting to formalize the updates. The premier spoke up. Yes. Naturally, there was no objection from anyone. After discussing these matters, everyone shifted their focus back to the current harvest. I've roughly calculated, said an elder, that this time we've obtained a total of 47.4 million grade 1 ferocious beast corpses, 12.66 million grade 2 ones, and 10.52 million grade 3 beasts. As for the grade, for beasts, well, with such an enormous quantity of corpses, how should we handle them? Should we ask Young Su to refine them all into foundation-enhancing spirit liquids, or should we just consume them directly? What do you all think? The premier asked, scanning the room. I believe the harvest this time is more than sufficient to support the entire population, one elder responded. Perhaps we should release a portion of the beast meat into the market first, using it to improve the physical condition of the people. Once everyone's health has improved, we can announce the cultivation techniques publicly. That way, mass cultivation can begin immediately. In fact, China had already made extensive preparations beforehand, such as promoting more traditional Chinese cultural knowledge, teaching traditional Chinese medicine, Taoist classics, and Chinese martial arts. Combined with the influence of the wormhole, the country had already entered an era of nationwide fitness. However, the results had been somewhat limited thus far. Chapter 191, The Pricing Power of Beast Meat. There were professional people who had made predictions that, if things continued like this, the physical condition of the Han people would improve significantly within a few years. This was because they did not know about cultivation techniques and hadn't foreseen a scenario where everyone in the nation could eat beast meat. If that were the case, the improvement would be even faster. I have no objections to this proposal, but we must pay attention to the pricing of the beast meat. It should be affordable for the majority of the population, and we must also impose purchase limits to prevent the wealthy from monopolizing it, reminded an elder in charge of economic affairs. Even with preventive measures in place, such things couldn't be entirely stopped. Without any prevention, the situation would inevitably become severe, possibly turning good news into bad and leading the public to question the government. Beast meat comes in different levels. Lower-tier beast meat can be sold at regular prices so that all citizens can taste it, allowing all Han people to share the benefits of opening up other worlds. Higher-tier beast meat can be sold differently, at higher prices, serving as a luxury. This satisfies those who have become rich first while also increasing our government's financial income. Recently, we have heavily invested in military industry development, and with the global economic recession, our finances are nearly depleted. If we cannot quickly turn things around, it will be very difficult later. Now, utilizing beast meat to increase government revenue is a two birds with one stone move, added the same elder in charge of economic issues. He had been really worried about the country's economy these days. Now that he finally saw an opportunity, he naturally wasn't going to let go. This idea is truly great. I think this will work, another elder said in agreement. In principle, I agree as well. So what level of beast meat can be considered affordable for the most disadvantaged in our population to taste? What price should we set? Which grades of beast meat should be targeted for the middle class? Which ones for high-income families? And which ones for the wealthy elite? These all must be classified based on domestic income distribution, since we must acknowledge that wealth disparity is very serious in our nation, remarked the second elder solemnly. Also, even among first-tier beasts, some meats are more delicious, others offer greater effects. Those should also be categorized accordingly. A group of leaders voiced their opinions one after another. In the end, they reached the following conclusions. First, first-tier beast meat would be divided into 3 main levels: basic, intermediate, and advanced. Each level would be further subdivided into 3 stars, making 9-star levels total, corresponding to 1 star to 9 star within first tier. Each star level would also be further divided into 4 quality levels: common, fine, special, and rare, based on taste, effectiveness, and appearance. The reason for such detailed classification was mainly because beast meat at 10-star level and above wouldn't be released to the public market for now. It would primarily be used as army rations and refined into foundation-enhancing spiritual liquid required for cultivation. Such detailed grading allowed wider price differences, helping implement differentiated pricing. Beast meats of different levels and qualities could vary greatly in price. Second, basic-level beast meat would be supplied to low- and middle-income households. Intermediate-level beast meat would target high-income families and even wealthy elites. Advanced-level beast meat would serve the top-most affluent class, with prices extremely high, helping the state to accumulate funding for national development. Third, basic level, 1-star, common quality beast meat would be the lowest quality affordable meat, priced at 20 yuan per gene. Though this was more expensive than pork, for the Han people who had already escaped extreme poverty, it was still affordable for the general public. Although it might not be possible for some struggling families to eat it regularly, buying some occasionally to taste wouldn't be a problem. This already marked an initial realization of the goal, allowing the entire population to share in the benefits obtained from the other world. After all, besides the Han people, the majority of people in other countries worldwide were unable to enjoy such a treasure as beast meat. Even many wealthy individuals with modest assets or weaker political influence couldn't even access it. Basic level, 1 star, fine quality beast meat would match the price of beef, set at 60 yuan per jin. For the Han people, many families could afford to consume it occasionally. This was also because currently, the supply chain of beast meat was not stable, and artificial breeding wasn't possible yet. Otherwise, the price could be even lower. Basic level, 1 star, special quality beast meat would be relatively expensive, priced at 200 yuan per jin. Even an ordinary middle-class family wouldn't be able to afford eating it daily, and they might feel some financial regret even eating it occasionally. As for basic level, 1 star, rare quality beast meat, or rather, all beast meats reaching rare level, only a very small amount would be made available to the public. Most would be reserved. Such meats were extremely valuable even in the other world, meant for future trades with beings from the other dimension. Basic level, 2 star, common quality beast meat would be priced at 100 yuan per jin, mainly targeting general middle-class families, most of whom could still afford it. Eating it 3 to 5 times a week wouldn't be a problem. Basic level 2 star fine quality beast meat would be priced at 300 yuan per jin, primarily targeting middle-class families. Basic level 2 star special quality beast meat would be priced at 888 yuan per jin. For general middle-class families, eating this once or twice a month wouldn't cause much financial pressure. Basic level 3 star common quality beast meat would be priced at 400 yuan per jin, still mainly supplied to middle-class families. Basic level 3 star fine quality beast meat would be priced at 1,200 yuan per jin, and basic level 3 star special quality beast meat would be priced at 3,888 yuan per jin. Only the very top tier among middle-class families would be able to consume it regularly. Middle-class families might feel some discomfort buying it once, and average middle-class families might only purchase it during festivals or when hosting guests. For them, the price was indeed quite high. Once reaching the intermediate level, the quality of beast meat took a significant jump. Even the lowest grade intermediate level 1-star common quality beast meat was priced as high as 3,000 yuan. Fine quality meat was even more expensive at 8,888 yuan per jin, and special quality meat reached 250,000 yuan per jin. Currently, the highest grade of beast meat available for public sale was advanced level 3-star special quality beast meat, priced at 28,880,000 yuan per jin. You read that right, per jin. This was absolutely the most valuable food in the world. Fourth, to prevent the wealthy from monopolizing beast meat, the state would introduce regulations specifying that families of different asset levels could only purchase beast meat corresponding to their social status, and they would not be allowed to buy lower grade options. This way, families with specific levels of wealth could only purchase corresponding levels of beast meat. They wouldn't be able to buy excessive amounts or stockpile large quantities since their financial resources were limited. To enforce this regulation, the nation had already begun the nationwide asset registration and census work in advance. Every individual's and every family's financial status would be connected to a national network. All wealth details and their sources and expenditures would be completely transparent before the artificial intelligence Pangu, holding no secrets whatsoever. Some might feel this approach was undesirable, but extraordinary times required extraordinary measures. Chapter 192, Harsh Measures in Turbulent Times. The previous counter-espionage operation had surprisingly easily uncovered over 1 million spies. The shocking data enraged the upper echelons, even causing a hint of fear. If these parasites were allowed to continue harming Huaxia, the consequences would be unimaginable. But was that million the full extent? No one believed so. Many more were likely hidden in the depths. Therefore, before the sale of beast meat, this census could serve as another nationwide cleansing of foreign spies, domestic corrupt officials, and those who had amassed wealth through various illegal means. Once these parasites were completely removed, the time would come for nationwide puji of beast meat, paving the way for Bagao exploration and development of other realms. Fifth, as the first country to classify and price beast meat, Huaxia will establish the global standards for its quality and pricing. In the short term, the prices set by Huaxia will already be the lowest possible. Competing countries will not be able to match those prices without operating at a loss. That's clearly impossible. If they set their prices higher, others will naturally turn to Huaxia to buy. Some may wonder whether Huaxia can even produce enough beast meat for domestic consumption without exporting. This leads to point 6. Sixth, Huaxia will conduct unified overseas sales of beast meat through the South China Sea Free Trade Zone, priced at 50% higher than domestic prices. However, this price will still remain the lowest globally. Nonetheless, Huaxia is no fool. Prices might be low, but purchases must be made with materials that Huaxia needs or paid in Huaxian currency. Foreign currencies will not be accepted. Brilliant. The capitalist world is profit-driven. Though they might have certain national and ethnic consciousness, when massive profits are at stake, they will naturally make decisions that benefit them. In this way, we can use beast meat resources to draw from the entire world whatever materials our Huaxia needs, one elder said excitedly after summarizing. Precisely. In the face of such huge benefits, even facing capital punishment won't stop a large group of death-defying capitalists from trading with us. We simply have to sit at home and collect resources that would otherwise be hard to obtain, even high-tech technologies. Let me add one more point. Can we possibly use the advantage of beast meat to attract more talents from around the world? That would be extremely beneficial for Huaxia's future development. Exactly. How come I didn't think about that earlier? Although cultivation will be our primary focus in the future, science and technology cannot be abandoned. On the contrary, we should increase investment in this field. If current weapons can kill third-tier beasts, What about even more powerful weapons? Science and technology can make our lives better. Therefore, technology is something we can never have enough of and should constantly improve. Yes, this is a crucial point. No matter which era we are in, talent always comes first. The Chancellor nodded slightly, tacitly accepting this suggestion. Comrade Shui, you need to promptly classify the beast meat based on our previous discussion. Also, check how much stock we have in each grade, the Chancellor asked. Though the number of beast carcasses is large, each species, even each individual beast carcass, varies in size, weight, and the edible portions differ from one another. Even the meat from the same beast might vary in quality depending on the cut, common, premium, or even supreme. Experts are required for evaluation and classification. Only when we know how much meat of each grade and quality we have, can we decide with confidence how much to release in the market, domestically or overseas. All these critical decisions depend on accurate data. Of course, the remaining inedible leftovers and unusable parts wouldn't be wasted. They'd be handed to Su Pingyan for refinement. Whatever quantity of foundation-building elixir could be extracted from them would be pure profit. Understood, Chancellor. I'll contact the professionals right away for classification and statistics. Shui Yong nodded heavily. This was a top priority mission from the leadership. He must complete it. How long will it take approximately? The second elder suddenly asked. Taken aback, Shui Yong paused to think. Considering the current number of available experts, time required for cutting and processing, statistics and storage, he quickly calculated in his head before replying. At the very least, half a month. If I have 20 days, I can be certain. No rush. Take 1 full month. Our nationwide census and large-scale cleansing actions will also require time, the Chancellor said. Thank you for your understanding, Chancellor. I promise to finish within a month, Shui Yong declared confidently. Elder Shun, how long will your team need to complete the national census? The Chancellor asked, turning to the elder in charge of economic affairs. If we proceed with conventional methods in a peaceful and stable manner, it would take at least 3 to 5 years. Even if we apply some relatively mild additional measures, no less than a year would still be needed. Elder Shin frowned, still feeling uncertain inside. After all, this was about uncovering people's private assets. Many would resist, possibly leading to large-scale disturbances or even riots. In turbulent times, harsh measures are necessary. Time is also extremely precious for Huaxia. If I permit you to use any means that do not endanger national security, even deploying the army for support, how long would you need then? The Chancellor said sternly. Give me 1 month. I guarantee it will be completed within a month. Elder Shin clenched his teeth and made a solemn pledge. After all, the Chancellor had already said earlier that Shui Yong would be given 1 month, which was a clear signal that only 1 month was available. The others fell silent upon hearing this. Naturally, they knew that if the upper echelons were truly determined, it would be possible to complete the task within a month given the current technological level. However, that 1 month would surely bring a bloody storm nationwide, and countless people were about to suffer misfortune. I will assign you 300,000 regular troops and 100,000 militiamen to support your operation. In addition, Bureau 9 will also coordinate with you for simultaneous arrests. If we decide to act, this time we must make up our minds firmly, strike decisively, and take a harsh stance once and for all, to create lasting peace for Huaxia. The Chancellor's words were filled with menace. This was likely the first major decision the Chancellor had made since taking office. One could say that if mishandled, the entire Huaxia could face serious chaos. Fortunately, a major war had just broken out between the Western Bloc led by Sam and the Northern Bear Bloc. Chapter 193, Thunderstorm Operation. Besides, they had suffered a great number of losses in the other world, greatly weakening their strength and leaving them unable to interfere in Huaxia's affairs. Otherwise, they would definitely have taken the opportunity to cause trouble while Huaxia was vulnerable. Yes, for the next month, Huaxia would be going through a painful process of scraping the bone to heal the wound. There would inevitably be a period of weakness. However, after this painful phase, Huaxia would definitely rise from the ashes like a phoenix reborn, stepping onto a completely new level, an unprecedented peak, leaving all the other countries of the world far behind. Director Zhang, do you have any problems with your part? The Premier asked Zhang Guodong. Please rest assured, Premier. No matter who is involved in this operation, no matter how high their position, as long as there is a problem, our 9th Bureau will take action without the slightest leniency, Zhang Guodong pledged solemnly. It could be said that this operation would inevitably earn him many enemies. One careless step might lead to death, or being targeted for revenge later on. However, for the future of Huaxia, he had to stand up. Excellent. If we are united from top to bottom, I believe we can definitely deliver a clean and decisive victory, the Premier said, standing up to encourage everyone. After the meeting ended, everything seemed as if nothing had happened. But merely 3 days of calm passed before a super hurricane swept across all of Huaxia. Li Cheng, 47 years old, was a key participant in Huaxia's nuclear industry, involved in numerous nuclear engineering projects. His future was extremely bright. However, he was unable to resist the temptation of foreign enticements during an overseas study opportunity. At first, the other side merely asked him to provide some publicly available data. He didn't feel this endangered the country, and besides, there was American money involved. When he received the first payment, he dared not spend it at first. He lived in constant fear every day, terrified of being discovered. But after nearly 6 months had passed, he realized that apparently nothing had happened. Neither the state nor his workplace had noticed his abnormalities. Nobody had inspected or reported him. Plus, his wife was somewhat vain, so they ended up spending the US dollars directly. As the saying goes, it is easy to transition from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go back. Having tasted the initial sweetness, when foreign forces contacted him again later, offering money for some crucial data, his demand grew bolder. Starting with data of minor importance, he gradually provided access to core information. He kept hypnotizing himself that revealing these wouldn't harm the country. In reality, though, he had already betrayed the nation. He was a traitor. Office of the Anti-Espionage Division, 9th Bureau. Director, we found a potentially big fish. A staff member rushed into the director's office quickly. The 9th Bureau was Huaxia's most important national security agency, with many departments under it, the Anti-Espionage Division being one of them, dedicated specifically to counter-espionage work. Recently, they had performed exceptionally well. The upper leadership already intended to elevate the Anti-Espionage Division half a rank above the other departments. Therefore, if they could achieve another major success now, this promotion would be certain. What big fish? The director asked curiously. Director, you can take a look yourself. In a short time, the director reviewed the information thoroughly and organized all the evidence mentally, arriving at a conclusion. Don't rush to move yet. Let's see if he has upstream or downstream connections. If yes, we take them all down together. Director, we have already investigated. His Delang is small. He hasn't recruited any underlings. However, his contact is still overseas. The two have been communicating through the internet. We've already obtained his online social records. The evidence is conclusive. We can arrest him at any time, one of the subordinates reported. Clearly, these were old hands at the Anti-Espionage Division, who had already considered all possibilities and completed the investigation. What a pity, the director sighed slightly, but was soon overtaken by anger. This traitor actually betrayed such core national interests. It seems that foreign hostile forces are getting bolder and bolder. If not for this thunderstorm operation and the great effort the country has put in, it would have been very difficult to discover this guy. Immediately contact the operations section. Make the arrest immediately, the director ordered. Yes, sir. In a seemingly ordinary community located in a certain county-level city along the eastern coast, an ordinary peaceful day was broken by the wailing of police sirens. Early in the morning, dozens of police cars entered the neighborhood and sealed off one particular building. What the hell happened? Why such a big commotion? A curious bystander pointed at the surrounded building and asked. How should I know? I just got here too. But this must be a big deal. Otherwise, so many police cars and officers wouldn't have been dispatched, said another resident nearby. Isn't that obvious? The first man shot back with an eye roll. Didn't you ask me? Replied the other man indignantly. I'm just speculating, mind you, but I think there must be a very dangerous terrorist hiding inside that building, said a curious onlooker. You're exaggerating a bit, aren't you? Do you even know where we are? This is Huaxia. Where would a terrorist come from? At most, it's just a dangerous criminal. This guy is talking nonsense. It's definitely not a terrorist. Judging by our country's usual practices, they'd only send the police for a criminal. If it were a terrorist, the military would be here. Could it be a major criminal gang hiding in our neighborhood? I always suspected something was off about that building. I heard it was bought entirely by a rich man. Plus, I've noticed only beautiful, young women coming and going from there. Tell me, could this be one of those places? Holy crap, tell us more. Everyone suddenly became interested. A friend of mine, mind you, a friend, he once came to my house, and after hearing about this place, he even came here to scout. He wanted to go inside and see if he could pay for some fun. However, he was too scared and kept hesitating, afraid of being caught by the police. Finally, after much deliberation, he decided to wait until he received his monthly salary before going in for some enjoyment. But look, the police came just in time. So inconvenient. As he spoke, the man wore a look of deep regret. Are you sure that was your friend? Everyone asked suspiciously. If it's not my friend, could it possibly be me myself? He quickly countered. Well, that's hard to say. Humph, how could you falsely accuse an innocent person? Everyone in this neighborhood knows I'm just a simple, honest guy. Hee hee, that's exactly the problem. You're too honest, and that's why you're too timid. Before he could finish speaking, a commotion arose from the crowd. Everyone turned their eyes toward the building. Police officers were escorting out one after another beautiful woman, each of different styles and wearing different clothes, some in loungewear, some in business attire, all attractive and curvaceous. Chapter 194. Everyone denounces him, yet everyone envies him. See, I told you so just now. The crowd member immediately became excited, his eyes almost glued to those women. Why are they all women? Where are the men? Someone questioned, puzzled. Yeah, that's really strange. Come to think of it, I don't remember seeing any man entering this building before. That's really odd. Only women, no men at all. What the heck is going on here? Everyone was confused. There are men. Look, here comes one. A sharp-eyed individual in the crowd spotted a man among the women. Holy crap, isn't that the vice county head of our county? Damn, it really is him. I've seen him on the news. He once inspected our company, and I saw him in person. Back then, he had a very strong aura. He clearly looked like an experienced official. Who'd expect him to be arrested now? By the way, what crime did he commit? Why would they arrest a vice county head? Hey, have you ever considered the possibility that this entire building was bought by the vice county head, and all the pretty women in this building are his mistresses? That explains why there are only women and no men. Well, except him. Only that way everything makes sense. Wow, upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but draw in a cold breath. Damn it, how can a guy be that damn lucky? So many beautiful women were ruined by this old man alone. Where's the fairness here? I'm still single, yet he's enjoying all of that. The drought-stricken die from drought, while the flood-stricken drown in floods. Everyone was now filled with envy and jealousy. As a man, you naturally despise this kind of man, yet at the same time secretly wish you could be him. Hey, what are those boxes the police are carrying? Someone noticed police officers coming down the stairs, each holding a large box. Well, obviously those are evidence items. Evidence. These boxes themselves must be the biggest evidence of all. They must be full of money. I used to work at a bank. These are exactly the kind of boxes they use to carry money, said a middle-aged man confidently. Seriously? If one box is fully stuffed with money, that's at least 1 million RMB. Not far from that. With hundreds of boxes like that, that's several hundred million. Wow, if I'm not mistaken, our county's GDP last year was less than 40 billion, yet this vice county head alone embezzled this much? Someone was shocked. You don't know which department he's in charge of. That area is extremely lucrative. Within less than a week, people throughout the country started sensing something was off. The government was thrown into chaos. Countless officials either tried to flee or desperately tried to cultivate good relations with the higher-ups. They even temporarily cut contact with many interest groups and warned their sons and daughters to keep a low profile for a while. After all, within just 1 week, over 1,000 officials and wealthy businessmen had already been investigated and arrested due to the reckless behavior of their second generations. In short, the whole of China was now filled with tension and fear. The Oval Office of the White House, United States. James was finishing up his daily report before mentioning, "Mr. President, there is some special news regarding China that I believe you need to know." "What is it?" President George asked curiously. "It seems China has begun another round of counter-espionage and anti-corruption campaign. Many of our deeply embedded agents have either been exposed directly through this campaign or were dragged into exposure because of others. The losses have been tremendous. If they conduct such operations every few months, all our sleeper agents would be at risk. Worse yet, many in the future may even be unwilling to accept our funding, as China can now, through interrogating those already arrested, likely have obtained comprehensive understanding of our methods and approaches in bribing their personnel. Using this knowledge, they've arrested numerous people," James reported, his expression extremely worried. "Didn't we previously suspect that there might be a wormhole in China? And speculated they might be concealing a lot of information we're unaware of, figures like Su Pingyan and Yi Xiao, for instance. In that case, such actions by them aren't surprising at all." President George wasn't particularly shocked. If it were his country, he'd likely do the same. "Mr. President, my gut feeling tells me that this campaign is extremely suspicious. It probably isn't as simple as it seems," James added. "Gut feeling?" George slammed the desk angrily and shouted. "You're telling me about gut feelings now? Is that how your office works? If everything relied on gut feeling, what would I even need you for?" Clearly, George was very furious. In fact, it wasn't even because of James that things were going this way. It was because Huaxia had been growing increasingly powerful lately, reaping more and more benefits, and remaining especially mysterious. Now, many countries across the globe had already begun to side with Huaxia. What troubled him most was that South Korea and some European Union countries had recently been flirting with Huaxia behind his back. Did they really think he was blind? But knowing this and being able to do something about it were two entirely different things. Now even a fool could tell what the future global landscape would look like. To change everyone's perception and bring things back to the previous course, there was only one way. Sam country must defeat Huaxia on the battlefield, letting all nations witness their overwhelming power and strength. Only then could this trend be reversed. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible to reverse the current momentum. But a full-scale war against Huaxia? Was that even possible? He was deeply worried that Huaxia had hidden away a significant portion of its real strength. If they truly went to war, especially on Huaxia's home ground, the likelihood of their defeat would be extremely high. That would be a lose-lose gamble. At least for now, maintaining the status quo, they could still enjoy a few more comfortable years based on their residual yuan. Once a major war broke out and ended in failure, not only would those good days be gone, but their own country might even collapse and disintegrate from within. "It's my fault. Please give me some time, Supreme Leader. I will definitely clarify the situation as soon as possible." James knew George was just venting frustration on him, but he had no choice but to endure. "How much time do you need?" George asked directly. 1 month. No, half a month. James quickly corrected himself. "Fine, I'll give you half a month. If the next time you come to me talking about intuition, you can just resign. Sam country doesn't need useless people." George's words had already gone very far. "Yes," James replied under enormous pressure and left the Supreme Leader's office. Soon after, he passed this pressure onto others, eventually transferring it into the territory of Huaxia. Some of the previously well-concealed assets were forced to activate and later captured. One could say that because of this unusual move, without any real intention, Huaxia benefited unintentionally by capturing many spies. Chapter 195. When heaven wishes to destroy, it first makes mad. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. That scale of operation was truly terrifying. I've never seen anything like it in my life. These past couple of days, nobody even has the heart to work. I wonder when this storm will pass. I heard our village's former local bully was also arrested. Rumor has it he's going to be executed. I wonder if that's true. It can't be that bad. Our country's legal system is relatively lenient. So how do you explain such a large-scale action recently? Inside the office of the director of the 9th Bureau of the capital city. Director, according to the latest information from the Information Security Department, some insects still want to put up a last-ditch resistance. If this continues, it will become extremely dangerous, the assistant said worriedly. This has been expected all along. Don't worry, it's just temporary pain. Once we get past this, there will be a vast horizon ahead. Inform the relevant departments to focus their efforts online, properly manage the public opinion, and steer it in a positive direction. Those deliberately inciting the masses shouldn't think they're safe behind their screens. Investigate them thoroughly, and once identified, arrest them together. This time, not a single tiger or fly will escape. Zhang Guodong said solemnly. Yes, sir. Oh, and we can release some of our achievements recently to the public, so people understand why we're arresting these people and what they have done to this country. The people's hearts are a fair measure. They know whom our actions benefit, Zhang Guodong added thoughtfully. Excellent idea, Director. The people of our Huaxia nation are very understanding, and they deeply despise these Jinsong and Tungan. They will surely see reason and support our decision, the assistant said confidently. Yes, if the whole nation unites as one, this operation will conclude faster, with better results, Zhang Guodong remarked. Soon after, news stories began to spread among the people through official media channels. Phew, wow, these corrupt officials are incredible. They embezzled so much money. This real estate tycoon is absolutely despicable too. So many incomplete construction projects. When the company is going bankrupt, his personal account still has hundreds of billions in cash, and he was planning to flee the country. God damn it, these people are terrible. They've really committed unforgivable sins. Support the government's decision. These corrupt businessmen and evildoers must be severely punished. Only then can our society be cleansed of filth and corruption. Sometimes, it's necessary to regularly clean the house thoroughly, or else it will be eroded and cause catastrophic consequences. SHIELD Headquarters, United States. Darn it. James smashed his cup angrily against the screen, clearly displaying the extent of his rage. Director, we have less than 100 agents remaining and hiding in Huaxia. Most of them have already been arrested. All the massive investments we've made in China over the years are practically gone, a subordinate reported. Damn it. Do you think I don't know that? Why are you rubbing salt in the wound? James almost struck the man for the painful reminder. What about our allies? How many useful agents do they have left? We must strike Huaxiao again hard, or otherwise this loss will be unbearable, James said, obviously descending into a final stage of madness. Losses on the British side have also been heavy, and they've been ignoring us lately. Other European Union countries have begun secret negotiations with Huaxia, or perhaps the Bear. We don't know what they discussed, but it's clearly showing a distancing from us. They definitely won't share their top secret information with us. As for Japan, although initially we had the largest number of operatives there, their national strength has seriously declined following their previous war losses. Many of their operatives in China are no longer willing to maintain contact with them, except perhaps a few with compromising evidence. But this round of Huaxia's actions dealt heavy damage, so I estimate no more than 500 agents left. Rally all remaining agents now. Instruct them to cause destruction, commit murder, and robbery in Huaxia. Let them do whatever they want. Tell them that there is no more space for them to survive there. Once they complete this last mission, we will find ways to extract them and guarantee their safety. If they refuse, we will directly expose them. They know how to choose life or death, James barked with wild eyes. This. Carry out the order. Seeing hesitation in his subordinate, as though he were questioning his decision, James immediately roared. Yes, sir. Inside the office of the director of the 9th Bureau of the capital city. Director, recently the rats have grown unusually audacious. They've been creating havoc nationwide and have already caused 23 deaths, 145 injuries, with direct economic losses reaching up to 19.7 billion, the assistant reported cautiously. When heaven wishes to destroy, it first makes them mad. This is merely their final desperate struggle. Follow these leads immediately and root out all these deeply hidden rats, Zhang Guodong said, slamming the table and issuing the order loudly. Yes. The subsequent operation turned into a violent storm. Military and police forces across the country cooperated and began the final cleansing of these out-of-control individuals. Director, we've captured quite a few rats this time, ones we previously had no leads on. Through interrogation, it turns out that the Sam Nation issued them a directive. It was precisely because of this order that they went completely fengong. A subordinate reported in detail. Chapter 196 Revision. These people really think too highly of themselves, actually trusting the Americans. Don't they know that Sam country has always valued only its own interests? Zhang Guodong sneered. There are still 5 days left before the 1-month deadline. Push harder, Zhang Guodong ordered. Yes. Old Shun, old Zhang. Tell everyone about the results of this thunderbolt operation, the chancellor said with a smile, though his exhausted expression was hard to conceal. Well then, let me speak first, said Shenelder, the one responsible for economic affairs, standing up first. This month, we finally completed this mission 2 days earlier than the deadline. Shenelder got straight to the point. According to statistics, as soon as Shenelder's voice ended, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. SSS so much. That's too exaggerated. How could there be so many? How could that possibly? Could there be some misunderstanding in the investigation? Someone found it really hard to believe. The data we have collected are all backed up with evidence. Although it's hard to believe, this is the fact, Shenelder answered seriously. To tell the truth, even he himself could hardly believe it when he first saw the statistics. He ordered multiple checks and reinvestigations non-stop for 2 days, but the final results didn't change. If it weren't for this thunderbolt operation, I would never have known it had become this serious, the group of elders said in anger. This number was simply shocking. Although they knew the situation was already very severe, they hadn't expected it to be this bad. What Shenelder said next stunned everyone even further. This is only the number we uncovered during this operation, and these are accurate numbers. Could there still be more hidden from us? Shin Elder asked rhetorically and then firmly replied, absolutely. But those are more deeply hidden and will require more time to gradually investigate and trace. After all, if the country could gain such a large sum of money, there would be so many things it could accomplish. Speaking of this, Shun Elder smiled slightly. This time, our Thunderbolt operation was extremely swift, redacted. Is there more? Someone asked concernedly. After all, this number was already big enough to greatly promote the development of military industries. With such a large sum of money, the next phase of development in the other world will be highly advantageous. Everyone should discuss it thoroughly later. The beast meat price isn't low either, and a significant amount could be allocated from here to benefit the common people, giving them more tangible gains, the Chancellor said. Indeed, with such a sudden increase in resources, we really need to carefully plan how to use it properly. If utilized well, our huaxia could rapidly soar. Everyone's mood was quite good. After all, 99% of the world's worries can be solved with money. For a country, this amount is also a huge sum, enough to propel the country toward great prosperity. After much discussion, half of this enormous sum already had designated uses. The remaining funds would be entirely devoted to the grand development of other worlds. Old Zhang, you speak next. Share with us the gains from your operation this time. The Chancellor looked at Zhang Guodong and asked. So much. Again, everyone fell into deep doubt. How could there be so many people? How large is our population in total? After the report ended, everyone was silent. Chapter 197, Redemption System. If all these people were placed in prisons, it would not only require more manpower to supervise them, but also be a huge burden. Old Qin, how many criminals do we currently have domestically? The chief minister suddenly asked another elder. Not counting those who have already completed their sentences or are on the run, and excluding those arrested in this past month, we currently have approximately 1.65 million inmates, Elder Qin replied. In that case, combined, we are looking at about 7.78 million inmates in custody. Everyone, tell me, how should we handle all these people? The chief minister asked the room. In ancient times there were concepts like the cannon fodder camp and death squad. Since some areas of other realms are dangerous, perhaps we could send these people there, allowing them a chance at redemption by contributing to our efforts, someone suggested. Russia previously exiled prisoners to Siberia, expanding its northern territory. England sent criminals to Australia, claiming vast land down under, although it eventually gained independence. Still, it's worth learning from. Are you saying we should exile these criminals to other realms? Precisely. However, we shouldn't just release them without order. Otherwise, it won't be punishment. It might become an opportunity for them instead. We're all familiar with the dangers of other realms. Let them lead the way in exploration. If they achieve merit, they can redeem themselves and reduce their crimes. If they die, it's simply what they deserved. This approach maximizes their usefulness. We still need to speak of human rights. Doing this would be too brutal. We shouldn't generalize. Decisions should be made based on their sentencing duration. First, traitors should be executed immediately as a warning. Second, those condemned to death for non-treasonous crimes can be sent to Crescent Island, given some small boats, and let them seek escape by sea. If they survive, it's just their luck, and they might even establish forward bases for us on nearby islands. If they die, it's their due. I think this idea is great. These people are special. They cannot be sent overseas, or problems are bound to arise. They must be kept within the country. That leaves only the other realms, Crescent Island and Dragon Mountain. We've been doing smoothly in Dragon Mountain, but we know absolutely nothing about what's outside Crescent Island. There's actually no need for them to leave Crescent Island. At the moment, our controlled area on Crescent Island is quite small. We can send them to explore the wild regions there. To survive, they would need to embrace desperation before finding hope. This would, in effect, help us map out the distant areas ahead of time. For example, we can even provide them with tools like drones. This is ultimately a risk. We could establish a redemption system, determine a crime score based on each prisoner's offense, and let them gain redemption points according to their contributions in the other realms. These redemption points can reduce their crime score and their sentences. Moreover, this isn't only applicable now, but also in the future, Elder Qin suggested. Old Qin, that's a brilliant idea. I suppose you didn't just think of it right now? The others appreciated the suggestion greatly. Correct. Back when I first learned about the number of criminals, I was already thinking about this. After all, there are just too many people. The existing prisons and police force are insufficient to manage so many people. Elder Qin nodded slightly. After a lengthy discussion, the group reached a consensus. They would create a redemption system that included all current prisoners, assigning different crime points based on factors such as the length of sentence and the nature of the crime. For example, for a 1-month sentence within a 1-year sentence range, 1 crime point. For a 1-month sentence between 1 and 5 years, 2 crime points. Between 5 and 10 years, 4 points per month. 10 to 20 years, 8 crime points per month. And life imprisonment, 16 crime points per month of an equivalent sentence. As for capital punishment, 7 major crimes, including treason, trafficking, rape, and crimes against humanity, would warrant immediate execution with no leniency. The remaining death row inmates would receive an additional 10,000 crime points. Only by earning 10,000 redemption points could their punishment be reduced from death to life imprisonment. These death row inmates would be allowed 1 year to appeal, 1 year to reflect, and a final 1-year confirmation period, a total of 3 years. If the verdict cannot be overturned, the execution would proceed. However, if 10,000 redemption points are earned within those 3 years, the death penalty could be removed and replaced with life imprisonment, thereby allowing even more time for atonement. Okay, for now, We'll proceed like this, the chief minister concluded. Recently, our various operations have stirred strong reactions among the public. We should take this opportunity to launch a thorough propaganda campaign to consolidate public support. Also, Xiao Shui, have you completed your mission? The chief minister turned his attention to Shui Yong. Chief minister, the mission has been fully completed. Moreover, during this past month, we've accumulated a large amount of fierce beast meat, enough for every citizen to share in a grand feast of fierce beast meat. As for the future, with the continuous expansion of our territories in other realms and further research on the fierce beasts, I believe we certainly won't face a shortage of fierce beast meat, Shui Yong said confidently. Excellent. This matter will be our most important task for the coming period. Everyone, prepare well. No matter who dares to interfere with this operation, cut their hands off directly, the chief minister said, standing up. After the meeting in the capital concluded, a massive propaganda campaign began. Immediately, the entire population became aware of the Thunder operation, including its purpose and outcomes. After learning the truth behind those staggering figures, everyone was stunned. K, 113.86 trillion yuan? How much is that exactly? It makes sense. Haven't you read the report? There's an additional estimated 20 to 30 trillion yuan in illicit funds hidden even deeper. This is just incredible. No wonder so many people were arrested this past month. Who would have imagined the operation would involve so many individuals? After this campaign, our Huaxia will become much cleaner. Aren't you guys focusing on the wrong thing? Didn't you notice the official announcement below? The fruits of exploration from the other realms will be shared by all citizens. Everyone will have the opportunity to purchase fierce beast meat. Fierce beast meat, which has been the stuff of legends. Never would I have thought we'd actually get a chance to taste it ourselves. Many people expressed their excitement upon reading the news. Consuming fierce beast meat can transform a person into a super soldier. This secret is no longer exclusive to any single country, but is widely known across the globe. After all, so many countries have been involved in this revelation, and an even greater number of soldiers. Not to mention, with the internet now ubiquitous, anyone can spread such information worldwide instantly. What exactly is this fierce beast meat? Shouldn't it be called monster meat? Does anyone know what's going on? A confused netizen asked. Chapter 198, releasing some of the news. Why don't you just go check the official reports yourself? Read them from top to bottom. There's a detailed explanation. These so-called monsters are actually called xiongshou. This is the term used by the intelligent beings from the other world for them. Moreover, the xiongshou are ranked, from the 1st tier to the 7th tier, with each tier divided into 9 stars. This is the first time I've seen something like this. It seems like similar information hasn't appeared online overseas before. How exactly did we come to know this? Someone raised a question. Obviously, the authorities aren't just making this up. Perhaps our Huaxia has already made contact with these intelligent beings from the other world, and that's why they know all this information. If that's the case, then Huaxia is the first nation to make contact with otherworldly beings. That's truly exhilarating news. Cough cough. Although I love my country, I still have a question I'd like to raise. How many people live in Huaxia? 1,400 million, right? Even if each person only eats a little, just half a tael per person, that's still 7 billion kilograms, or 70,000 tons. Do you understand what kind of number that is? What do you mean? Someone not sensitive to numbers asked. According to the information already released from the West, xiongshou vary in size, and quite a few of their meats are inedible. Let's just say one beast yields 1 ton of edible meat. We'd still need 70,000 xiongshou. And in reality, reaching a full ton is rare, so overall, we'd need at least 150,000 or more to meet this demand. And this is assuming an average of only half an ounce per person. How could it be average? The rich will certainly buy more, while those without money might not even be able to buy any. Guys, have you even looked at the reports? It clearly states that basic xiongshou meat costs only 20 yuan per gene. Can't you even afford that? Besides, the state already knows exactly how much money each family has. They have set regulations. Families at each wealth level can only purchase xiongshou meat corresponding to their rank. Of course, you don't have to buy it if you don't want to, someone reminded. Whoa, now that I've glanced at it, it really does say that. That's awesome. Now that the state has eliminated most obstacles, the only remaining issue is whether the supply will be sufficient. Now that the state is even pricing the meat by the gene and it's such a low price, tell me, can't we deliver this? Someone questioned rhetorically. That's true. Maybe we're worrying needlessly. Anyway, official sales begin tomorrow, so let's just wait. As the news of xiongshou meat becoming available to the general public spread, countless other online discussions were instantly overshadowed. Everyone was focusing on this single topic. You see, many people had previously doubted whether Huaxia might be lagging behind other countries in its exploration of the other world. Yet now, Huaxia is the first country to publicly sell xiongshou meat to its entire population. And considering that Huaxia is also the world's second most populous country, the implications are self-evident. Inside the Oval Office of the United States, at this moment, George was exceptionally angry. He directly hurled his cup at James's head. You stupid pig. If I didn't know your background, I'd suspect you were a spy for Huaxia. You've helped them so much on this matter that you've caused all our covert agents in Huaxia to be exposed. You really deserve to die. As George was about to continue cursing, his blonde secretary rushed in urgently, glancing at James before quickly stepping to George's side and whispering, Mr. President, bad news. Huaxia has just announced an important update. They're preparing to sell xiongshou meat nationwide, and at an extremely low price. Xiongshou meat? George asked, his face showing confusion, with James looking puzzled as well. Xiongshou is their term for monsters. Moreover, They've even classified the Xiongqiu into different levels. According to their classification standards, our ordinary super soldiers, elite super soldiers, and king-tier super soldiers correspond to the strength level of 1-star to 9-star beasts of the first tier. However, Huaxia does not use the term super soldier. They refer to them as cultivators. The first cultivation stage is known as the body tempering realm, which includes 9 sublevels, also corresponding to the strength levels of the 1-star to 9-star beasts of the first tier, the blonde secretary carefully explained. George remained silent after hearing this, whether he understood or not unclear. After a long pause, he asked, according to Huaxia's classification, what rank would Off be, and what about that Yishao? Off should be at the 7th sublevel of body tempering realm. As for Yishao, Huaxia hasn't released his level, so we can't know. The secretary helplessly shook his head. Has Huaxiao already made contact with the intelligent beings of the other world? George asked again. Their official statement doesn't mention anything about that. The secretary shook his head. They definitely have made contact. Otherwise, how could they know all of this? George stated, convinced. Just then, James's cell phone rang. He awkwardly glanced at George. Answer it, George said. James hurriedly picked up the call. After hearing the news, his expression changed, and then he hung up. What happened? George asked. Mr. President, we just received the latest intelligence. Many countries are sending inquiry letters to Huaxia, seeking clarification on certain announcements they made. Huaxia has just given a vague response, James said. What kind of response? George asked, concerned. They stated they haven't made contact with the intelligent beings from the other world. However, through other channels, they've gained some basic understanding of the other world. Due to limited information, they can't distinguish truth from falsehoods. To prevent misleading other nations, they've decided not to disclose anything for now and will inform everyone once they've verified the authenticity of the information, James replied. How cunning of Huaxia, George spat bitterly. Mr. President, what does this mean? The blonde secretary asked, puzzled. Huaxia is definitely certain about the information. They absolutely know a great deal. But they deliberately say it like this to publicly declare to the world that they've already moved ahead of the globe. It gives ample room for speculation. Everyone will imagine for themselves. Countries will not dare to offend Huaxia but instead draw closer, hoping to obtain some inside information. After all, any deeper understanding of the other world always offers a first-mover advantage, George explained. Mr. President is truly wise. The blonde secretary suddenly understood. Mr. President, what should we do next? Contact Huaxia directly? The secretary asked again. It's useless contacting them. They won't say anything. However, we can contact the countries that have good relations with us and offer them substantial incentives to relay information for us, George said. Chapter 199. This was then, that is now. Since China has already made some information public, they will definitely continue to release more news in the future. You must pay attention and collect all the information issued by the Chinese government. Regardless of its usefulness, you need to inform me the moment it comes out, George said to James. Yes, Mr. President. James slightly nodded. This was not a difficult task for him. Inside the Bear Kremlin, after listening to the report from his subordinates, the supreme leader said, just as I suspected, there is also a wormhole within China's territory. No, they call it a portal, and clearly it is man-made. Your Highness, based on the information China has released so far, I think it's safe to say that they've made contact with intelligent beings from the New World, or rather, another realm. Otherwise, they couldn't possibly have so much information, remarked a senior military official. Didn't we already send an inquiry letter? And China already replied. They said clearly that they have not made contact with any intelligent beings from other realms. They claim to have learned all the information through other channels. The foreign minister replied. And you actually believe that? Of course China won't admit it outright. But even a fool can tell they're just talking nonsense. Just because it's a lie that's easy to expose, I believe the Chinese wouldn't do that. From their usual way of handling affairs, if they didn't want to talk about it, they should have simply said no comment instead. The foreign minister remained confident in his understanding of Chinese diplomatic language. There's a saying in China, this was then, that is now. The current international situation is completely different from before. It's entirely possible that China has changed its approach. Otherwise, I really can't figure out what these so-called other channels they're referring to could be, another official added. Clearly, this wasn't merely a minority opinion, but rather the prevailing view among the leaderships of most countries around the world, that China had indeed already made contact with intelligent life from another realm, or rather, another civilization, and gained considerable benefits from it. Enough. There's no point in discussing this further since we can't force China to give us any answers. We can only wait for them to release more information later. The supreme leader ended the discussion on a topic that had no immediate resolution. Oh, by the way, how's the situation on Antarctica? This is the only portal we exclusively own as the Bear Nation. We must complete the construction of fully functional supply systems on both sides. He turned to General Moff, the project's chief director. Your Highness, the environmental conditions on Antarctica are extremely harsh. Transportation is the biggest challenge. The base construction on Earth's side is progressing quite smoothly and will probably be completed in about 6 months, at which time it can accommodate up to 30,000 soldiers. As for the other side, the portal size is currently limited. Some large machinery and equipment cannot pass through. We've only built a small outpost so far. If we want to establish a military base capable of supporting a 1,000,000-strong garrison as you previously suggested, it might take 3 years, General Moff answered helplessly. That long? Can't they make use of local resources there? The supreme leader frowned. It's difficult. There, it's icy and freezing. Although the environment is slightly better than Antarctica, it's still very harsh. We've explored a radius of 100 kilometers and have yet to find the edge of the icy plateau. Obviously, it's an extremely vast expanse of ice, Moth continued. That damn China. To exchange such a useless portal with us for a premium share of the North Sea Island portal, an angry official shouted. Yeah, we should hold China accountable and make them spit out what they've taken. Spit out? Humph. Then should we also hand over this Antarctic portal to them? Another official retorted. Giving it to them is fine. It's useless anyway. Is it really that useless? What do you think, General Moth? Several people looked toward Moth. Except for the icy environment, which is a bit harsher than expected, this place isn't exactly trash. According to our surveys, there are many dangerous beasts roaming the ice fields, and rich mineral resources have been discovered underground. It's actually a very valuable location with great economic potential. It's just the living conditions that are a bit harsh. Moth thought for a moment before offering a relatively balanced assessment. All right, this conversation must stop here. The agreement has already been signed. China won't simply spit out what they've already swallowed, unless we become far more powerful than them. That is what we must strive for in the future. For now, we cannot afford to antagonize China. On the contrary, we must further improve relations with them. The Supreme Leader decisively concluded the Bear Nation's foreign policy stance toward China. General Moth, the progress you mentioned earlier is too slow. I can mobilize the entire nation's resources for you. You must speed things up, especially the exploration. We need to find a suitable place for survival as soon as possible. This icy plateau can only serve as a forward base. The Supreme Leader addressed Moth. Yes, Your Highness. As for the other two portals, we still retain 8% shares in the North Sea Island and 5% in the ancient Pyramid country. Since our shares are relatively small, contact other countries. We need to increase the total shares. Now, 1 million troops are clearly insufficient for our needs anymore. We should raise it to 2 million, or even 3 million. Only in this way can we increase our total manpower. Your Highness, however, if we do this, other countries' troop numbers will also increase, which in turn would widen the gap between us and China, as well as the Sam Nation. In reality, we should try our best to hold back and prevent further expansion of troop numbers, while increasing our investment in Antarctica. Only this way can we close the gap with China, someone reminded. This is based on the assumption that China doesn't have portals. But since they do, those shares overseas are nothing but an extra bonus. Their core strength remains within their own territory. The Supreme Leader shook his head. Your Highness is wise and far-sighted. Number 10, the Prime Minister's office in London. Prime Minister, the Chinese ambassador contacted us, hoping we can trade or for Shungsho corpses. The secretary rushed into the Prime Minister's office. Or for Shungsho corpses. The Prime Minister was taken aback, but quickly realized, asking excitedly, You mean, Shungsho meat? The monster meat from the other realm? Yes, Mr. Prime Minister, the secretary nodded. The Prime Minister couldn't help but inhale sharply before saying, How is this even possible? This is Shungsho meat, the most precious thing in the other world. How could they use such a treasure to exchange for our Shungsho, otherworld, portals, cultivators? These specialized terms had now been accepted worldwide. This was another global standard exported by China. Oh right, did they specify what kind of, or they want? The Prime Minister suddenly thought of this key point. Chapter 200, Beast Meat for Spiritual Ore. Since beast meat was extremely valuable, and China was exchanging beast carcasses for ore, there could be only two possibilities. First, the beast carcasses provided by China were from creatures that were inedible or even poisonous. They had frequently hunted such beasts and, after testing, discovered that aside from a few having special uses, the vast majority were practically useless. At least for now, they hadn't discovered any valuable application. Perhaps further research and development would unlock future utility. Second, the ore China wanted to exchange for was extremely valuable and rare. More importantly, China must have already uncovered the use of this, or alternatively, it could be that China had established contact with an intelligent civilization from another realm, and these ores were highly valuable there. This situation was quite normal, too, because since their initial contact with the other realm, they had already discovered many minerals not found on Earth, and no one knew their true value, except China. Hearing the Prime Minister's question, the Secretary's expression showed hesitation. He had considered this question himself before, but the answer might differ slightly from what the Prime Minister imagined. What is it? Speak up, the Prime Minister urged. With no choice, the Secretary nodded reluctantly and answered, Prime Minister, what they want isn't just one type of, or they want every kind of, or we extract from the other realm. They've even provided a price list for purchasing ores, with beast carcasses as the standard currency. Oh, the Prime Minister was momentarily surprised, then asked, Where's this price list? Let me see. Just here, the Secretary said, handing over a copy of the list. The Prime Minister accepted it. What he saw wasn't a single sheet of paper, but an entire booklet. Every page listed 1 to 3 types of ore. Each entry not only had the ore's name and image, but also indicated the corresponding exchange price. Isn't there any information on the properties or effects of these ores? The Prime Minister frowned slightly, but quickly thought to himself that it was understandable. After all, that sort of information would be highly classified. China would never release it publicly. Prime Minister, should we agree to China's offer and exchange ores for beast carcasses? The Secretary asked. Is China contacting only us, or have they contacted other countries too? The Prime Minister carefully asked. I've heard they contacted all countries, and they all received the same price list, the Secretary replied. What about other countries? How did they respond? The Prime Minister quickly asked as a thought came to him. We haven't got the details yet, but I assume most countries are willing to make the exchange. Even if these ores may one day become valuable, right now they're just useless rocks. In contrast, the beast carcasses could help them quickly produce super warriors. With enough super warriors, they can expand their territory in the other world and gain more profit. It's a virtuous cycle. No country wants to fall behind, the secretary replied. The prime minister furrowed his brows. The more they trade now, the greater China's future gains will be, and the bigger the gap between us and them might become. China may be developing themselves, but they're simultaneously strengthening potential enemies. China may develop even faster because of these ores, and in the future, we may all become its slaves. Therefore, we must resist this. The secretary was clearly taken aback by the prime minister's words. Here's the plan. Immediately get me in contact with the Sam Nation and see what they think, the prime minister ordered. At once. In the Black Palace of the Sam Nation, in the Supreme Leader's office, several top-level leaders had once again been summoned by the Supreme Leader. Take a look at this price list, George said, pointing at several copies on the table. They looked at each other, hesitating to pick them up. Finally, Bryn directly said, Your Excellency, there's no need to look. We've already seen them before arriving. George nodded slightly. These people each had their own sources, so it was normal that they had already viewed the lists. He then spoke. Just now, the British Prime Minister contacted me, asking about our stance. After saying this, he looked at everyone and asked, What do you think about this matter? Should we make the exchange or not? Regarding ores, China might be the best on Earth, but the Sam Nation was definitely second, having accumulated a significant amount of exotic ores from the other realm. Your Excellency, we don't yet know the use of these ores. Scientists are researching them, but it might take a while before any results come out. Until then, these ores will simply collect dust in our warehouses. It would be better to exchange them for beast carcasses that could benefit us. At the moment, what we need the most are super warriors. As long as we have enough super warriors, in the future, we can obtain infinite quantities of various ores. James was clearly in favor of the exchange. Supreme Leader, I believe we must not make the exchange. Not only that, but we should raise prices and collect these ores from every country in the world. If there's one nation on this blue planet capable of rivaling China, it's us alone. Since China is willing to exchange beast carcasses for these ores, it clearly means the ores' value exceeds that of the beast corpses. If they want them, they'll have no choice but to buy from us, and at a higher price. Bryn wanted to take advantage of the situation, to use financial means to carve off a piece from China. This way, China's strength could be weakened, while simultaneously boosting their own Sam Nation's power. As one side weakened and the other strengthened, their nation would only grow stronger over time. What if China stops buying once they see us purchasing? We still don't know the real use or value of these ores. If we end up exchanging precious beast corpses for a pile of useless stones, we'll be the ones suffering the loss. Impossible. As long as these ores really have value, that won't happen. What if this is a trap deliberately set by China for us? Also, this price list booklet contains way too many ores. Some might truly be valuable, while others are practically worthless and only mixed in to confuse us. If we don't clarify this, China might achieve its goal of acquisition while we end up buying tons of useless rocks, which would be a huge loss. Someone commented, and this opinion was relatively insightful and balanced. Then all we need to do is watch China closely, to see which ores they truly want to buy, and which are just for show. Don't forget, China claims it wants to distribute beast meat to its entire population. This would cost a fortune. They still want to exchange beast carcasses for ores. How many beast corpses would they need for that? Wait a second. No. Suddenly, Bryn seemed to realize something. Bryn, what's wrong? George frowned, puzzled. Chapter 201. Clearing the first layer of the blood refining realm. Commander, I just thought of a question. China is distributing beast meat to its entire population and also exchanging it globally for ores. How much beast carcass inventory do they actually have? With just the shares from the ancient pyramid country and the other side of the North Sea Island portal, they could never meet these demands. After all, under our very noses, the amount of beast carcasses they've obtained. Although we can't get an exact figure, we could estimate a rough number, and it's absolutely impossible for them to fulfill both requirements at the same time. Even distributing beast meat among their entire population would be difficult unless every person only gets a single taste, answered Breen. That means our previous assumption was correct. There must be portals within China. Either there are multiple ones, or they discovered a portal much earlier. Given the amount of time that's passed, they've stockpiled enough beast carcasses. If that's the case, then everything makes sense, said George, building upon Breen's logic. Everyone listening and let out a sharp breath. No wonder China dares to exchange globally for ores. It looks like the quantity of beast carcasses they've accumulated is massive, which implies that their number of super warriors must also be astonishing. Then should we exchange then? James asked, bringing the conversation back to the original topic. There was a silence, as everyone looked at each other. No exchange, Commander George finally decided. Then he added, not only will we not exchange, we will also purchase even more ores at a higher price. Everyone was even more shocked. They hadn't expected such an answer. No matter whether there is a portal inside China or whenever they found it, they certainly have established contact with an alien civilization. That can be almost certain. This also means that we too can establish contact with this alien civilization. Then, we can compare. If they are primitive, we'll just attack and take everything from them. If they're more powerful than us, we'll remain humble and negotiate trade. Ores will likely be worth more in such exchanges, and we'll also learn their actual usage from them. In the future, we could process these ores into more valuable goods for a higher profit margin, George explained. Your Excellency, if that's the case, we will suffer an acute shortage of beast meat in the short term, which could affect the development of our super warriors, someone worriedly said. We need to look at this issue with a long-term vision. This is just a temporary impact. Looking into the long run, we are certain to profit greatly. Right now, our top priority is to increase our exploration efforts and make contact with this alien civilization as soon as possible, George stated. Moreover, England shares our viewpoint. We could cooperate with them and even form alliances with more countries. This way, not only can we alleviate our purchasing pressure, but we can also exert massive pressure on China. I'd like to see how they manage to break free from this situation, George continued, unconsciously a smile creeping on his face. How else could they possibly counter us? They can only raise the purchase price and wage a price war against us. Haha. This would certainly be a trap for China. If the prices are high enough, we can even sell to China, consume their existing beast meat inventory, and then buy it back at an even lower price. They started contemplating a form of financial warfare. A unique financial warfare focused around ores and beast meat. Unknown to all, Su Pingyan was still trapped inside the blood refining realm, unaware of any of these developments. Time passed swiftly, and before he realized, an entire 1.5 months had gone by. Half a month ago, within the Hongming Pagoda, Su Pingyan sat calmly on his meditation cushion before shouting loudly, "Break!" Boom. A powerful rumbling echoed from within his body, as though thunder was descending from the heavens. A mighty flow of spiritual energy surged through his meridians and flesh, quickly expelling impurities from his body, reconstructing his meridians, and regenerating his bone marrow. Tuo Fan Realm. Su Pingyan murmured to himself. In my previous life, it took me more than 20 years to reach the 5th layer of Tuo Fan Realm. This life, I've only spent less than a year to reach the initial stage of the 1st layer of Tuo Fan Realm, and all while cultivating the Wuji Xingong. Su Pingyan was extremely excited internally. After his cultivation breakthrough to the Tuo Fan Realm, Su Pingyan experienced a significant increase in combat power. He then began searching for blood puppets to eliminate. It took an entire half-month to nearly exterminate all the blood puppets on the 1st floor. It's only called nearly because there remained one elite 5th stage blood puppet, which Su Pingyan had just found after searching for a whole day. Common 5th stage blood puppet, 100,000/100,000. Elite 5th stage blood puppet, 9 out of 10. Grr. A low growl caught Su Pingyan's attention. Having spent this much time surrounded by these creatures, Su Pingyan was already quite familiar with the sounds of the blood puppets. Finally found you. Su Pingyan felt slightly excited. After being trapped here for over a month, Lao Qin and the others were probably already worried about him. Sky-cutting sword technique, kill. With a single slash, the elite 5th stage blood puppet was split in two. Only a blood essence and a soul crystal dropped onto the pool of blood, shining brilliantly. In the past half-month since breaking through to the Tuo Fan Realm, Su Pingyan had used a large amount of blood essences to advance his cultivation significantly. He had now reached the late stage of the 3rd realm of Tuo Fan. Not only had his cultivation improved, but his martial arts proficiency had also significantly increased. For example, the sky-cutting sword technique had finally reached the proficient level, while the Broken Army 8 moves had advanced to the great accomplishment stage. Although the star-piercing finger hadn't yet reached proficient, it was already very close. Overall combat power. Facing elite 5th stage blood puppets, he could kill them with a single strike. As for his exact combat strength, even Su Pingyan himself couldn't quite judge. After all, in his previous life, his peak combat power had only been the late stage of the 5th realm of Tuo Fan. This life, his current power was definitely stronger than that. That was a confidence he still had. Congratulations, Trialer. You have successfully eliminated all blood puppets on the 1st floor, completing the floor-clearing mission. Additional reward, 100 high-quality 5th stage blood essences, 100 high-quality 5th stage soul crystals, and a pair of blood-winged golden cicadas. The holographic screen suddenly displayed the rewards. Then, 2 slightly larger wooden chests and a specially made jade box appeared on the ground before Su Pingyan. Although he could guess what was inside, Su Pingyan still opened each one to check. As expected, the 2 wooden chests contained 100 high-quality 5th stage blood essences and 100 high-quality 5th stage soul crystals respectively, while the small specially made jade box held a pair of calm and motionless blood-winged golden cicadas. At that moment, the holographic screen once again displayed the attributes and effects of the blood-winged golden cicadas. Perhaps the person who designed this blood-refining realm behind it all was worried that the reward receiver might not understand what they were. Chapter 202, Blood-winged golden cicada. Blood-winged golden cicada, a very rare type of cicada found in the sea of Uming blood. It molts once every 100 years. If one consumes both the male and female cicada shells together, it can produce an extraordinary effect, enabling a cultivation practitioner at the peak of the 9th transformation of the mortal realm to transcend mundanity and advance into the immortal realm. After 9 molts, the cicada's wings will carry the essence of mountains and rivers. When combined with the fruit of enlightenment and the yin-yang divine water, it can be used to concoct a powerful nirvana pill. The nirvana pill allows the consumer to undergo 9 cycles of life and death transformation, thus breaking through to the realm of mountains and rivers. Wow, this is truly a precious item. In theory, this pair of blood-winged golden cicadas could help someone cultivate from the mortal transformation realm all the way to the realm of mountains and rivers. It's simply an incredibly powerful treasure, Su Pingyan said in shock. Then, as he looked at the blood-winged golden cicadas inside the jade box, he frowned slightly. It wasn't that the item itself was bad, but according to the introduction, this pair had only completed 5 molts. This meant that they still needed to go through 4 more molts before being used for refining the Nirvana pill, which would require at least 400 years. In his previous life, he thought it wasn't so bad to wait 400 years to reach the mountains and rivers realm. But in this life, his progress had been far too rapid. He felt that if he kept up with his current rate of cultivation, even he himself could not imagine what realm he would reach in 400 years. Forget it. I'll keep them for now. Consider it an ace in the hole. Just in case there's an emergency, or even if I eventually advance past this stage and no longer need them, I can always pass them to someone else, like Yishinran. Su Ping'an thought to himself. After all, this was a valuable treasure gained for free. If someone else had obtained it, they probably wouldn't stop rejoicing, but Su Ping'an was the kind of person who'd still feel regret. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Shinran for over half a year. When I leave this place, I should go and bring her to Dragon Mountain. It'd be better for her cultivation if she trained here. Also my parents, my younger brother and sister, they should all get some intensive cultivation too. Su Ping'an mused internally. He had already communicated this to the chief minister, who had also agreed. Moreover, now Su had sufficient resources to support his entire family's cultivation and enough time to personally guide them. Just as Su Ping'an was lost in his thoughts, the phantom screen flickered and changed again. Leave, or proceed to the next level. The next level? Su Ping'an's brow furrowed slightly. He knew that once he entered the next level, it would probably mean he must complete that entire level before choosing again to either leave or proceed further. But his experiences in the first level had left him reluctant to leave. After all, this place had allowed him to rapidly improve both his cultivation base and martial techniques. Most critically, if he left now, he had no idea whether he'd be able to return. Everything about that was uncertain. This time he entered due to a certain fortuitous opportunity. Hongming, how much longer can my remaining spirit stones support my cultivation? Su Ping'an asked. Master, at your current cultivation stage, your maximum cultivation multiplier can be set to 400x. The remaining spirit stones will support roughly 45 more hours of training, Hongming answered. Is there really so little left? Su Ping'an was taken aback. Yes, master. That's even after halting the cultivation of the 2 inside the cultivation space. If they continue cultivating, your remaining cultivation time will decrease even further, Hongming replied. Oh, by the way, what level are those 2 at now? Hearing Hongming mentioned by Susu and Chihua, Su Ping'an became curious. Master, Chihua, having received an ample supply of blood essence, has now broken through to the 4th star of the 5th rank, reaching the pinnacle stage of that level. Its actual combat capability is comparable to that of a 5th star beast of the same rank. As for Bai Susu, her cultivation has already risen to the initial stage of the 9th star of the 4th rank. Her progress has been very fast, Hongming reported. Hearing of the progress of his 2 battle companions and knowing that his time was limited, Su Ping'an wanted to stay here a bit longer. However, he worried that without Hongming Pagoda's assistance, he might be trapped in the 2nd level for a long time. Yes, his only concern was about getting trapped. He had never doubted his ability to clear the level, because he was very confident in his talent. Well, maybe next time. When I explore again, I'll bring more spirit stones to avoid facing the same problem. Su Ping'an had already made up his mind. I choose to leave, Su Ping'an declared decisively, never being one to hesitate or act indecisively. Then, before Su Ping'an even had a chance to react, a colorful ray of light enveloped him. When the light faded and brightness returned, he had already appeared outside the blood refining realm. He was right back at the spot where he had previously been sucked in by that blood red eye. As he looked around once more, there was no sign of the red eye anymore. It was as if it had never existed. However, just as he was frowning and lamenting the loss of such a rare opportunity, a black iron token appeared in his hand. At the same time, he instinctively understood its nature. This was a token for passing through the barrier. The blood red eye passage had appeared randomly. Besides that, the only way to summon the passage was through a token, and this black iron token could be used once. Enough, I'll come back next time, Su Ping'an said to himself as he stored the black iron token into his storage ring, then headed toward the direction of the portal. On his way back, Su Ping'an did not summon Chihua for transportation because the beast was at a crucial stage of breakthrough. Once it succeeded, it would become a 5th rank 5th star Shingso. As for Bai Susu, Su Ping'an did not summon her either for now. He hoped that she could break through to the 5th rank soon, which would be a great help to him. Otherwise, even at the 4th rank 9th star, she was still somewhat lacking. Along the way, Su Ping'an didn't rush back. Instead, he hunted Shungso while traveling, intending to stock up on some 5th rank and 4th rank spirit liquid first. The Yanhuang Legion's base at Dragon Mountain. Commander Qin, hasn't the Legion commander returned yet? Tongguan came to inquire. No. Qin Ming shook his head, also feeling worried about Su Ping'an. After all, in the past when Su Ping'an went out, he usually returned quickly, or at least they knew where he was. But this time was different. They only knew that he had gone deep into the 10,000 mountain range for exploration, and they all knew that place was extremely dangerous. Anything unexpected could happen. Unfortunately, they couldn't do anything to locate Su Ping'an because that was a realm far beyond their reach for now. Then when will the Legion commander return? Tongguan asked again. Tong commander, you've already come asking no fewer than 10 times recently. Not just you, Shui Yong and others have also been coming to ask me often. I also really want to know when the Legion commander will return. Qin Ming replied somewhat helplessly. Well then, when the Legion commander comes back, you must let me know immediately, Tongguan said. Don't worry, once the Legion commander returns, I'll request his permission to call a meeting, so that everyone can see him, Qin Ming assured him. Chapter 203 Returning to the Shunlong Mountain Camp. AI. Ping'an, where exactly did you go? and when will you return? Qin Ming looked out the window, murmuring thoughtfully. Old Qin, I've only been gone for a little over a month, and you already miss me this much? Su Pingyan's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Am I hallucinating? Qin Ming glanced suspiciously around the room, seeing no one. Don't look around. I'm using the secret sound transmission technique. Pretty impressive, right? With that, Su Pingyan slowly approached from a distance. Secret sound transmission was an ability possessed only by those who had reached the Tuifan realm. Su Pingyan had already reached the peak of the third stage of Tuifan, so naturally he was very familiar with this technique. You're something else. Disappear for such a long time. You're the supreme commander here, and yet you act like this. If you pull something like this again, I won't care about you anymore. Qin Ming let out a sigh of relief upon seeing that Su Pingyan had returned safely, then couldn't resist a light teasing scold. As for that secret sound transmission technique, Qin Ming didn't think much of it. In his opinion, Su Pingyan should naturally be at the Tuifan realm or higher. After all, quite a few members of the Big Dipper Squad and the War God Special Forces already had reached the Tuifan realm, so why wouldn't Su Pingyan be? Old Qin, you've really worked hard during this time. But believe me, I didn't want to disappear like that. Who made me get trapped in a special place and couldn't come out? Su Pingyan shrugged his shoulders, still slightly shaken. What? Trapped? Where? Are you okay? Qin Ming asked with concern. In the depths of the 10,000 mountains, very far away. We won't be able to explore that area for a while, so no need to worry. As for me, do I look like I'm hurt? Su Pingyan replied with a smile. I've only noticed one change. Qin Ming looked at Su Pingyan for a moment before pondering and speaking. What change? Su Pingyan asked curiously. If he had to name a change, probably it would be an improvement in cultivation. You've become more confident, more relaxed, and more cheerful than before. In the past, you wouldn't joke around with me like this. Qin Ming smiled. Then he added, but personally, I think you're better like this. Su Pingyan suddenly realized, Old Qin, you really are amazing. I didn't even notice this about myself, but you actually did. Although I was trapped for this period of time, my cultivation improved significantly, and I gained quite a few good things. Su Pingyan didn't elaborate, merely offering a brief explanation. By the way, how many spirit stones do we currently have in stock? When talking about cultivation, spirit stones were Su Pingyan's first thought. Over 14 million low-grade spirit stones, and more than 6,200 mid-grade ones. Qin Ming answered immediately. Coincidentally, he had just checked the inventory records of spirit stones about 2 hours ago. As far as spirit stones were concerned, he basically checked and tallied them once every week. After all, Su Pingyan had emphasized their importance, especially considering the matter of helping soldiers improve quickly. So much. Su Pingyan widened his eyes slightly in surprise. These were spirit stones, not spirit coins. Although only low-grade ones, such a huge amount would still rival the entire wealth of an average medium-sized power in another world. This isn't much. Qin Ming's words made Su Pingyan even more astonished. Explain. Are there things I don't know? Did you discover any ruins, a big treasure trove, or maybe a large vein? Su Pingyan became interested. Leaving aside potential future trading with the otherworldly beings, the mere fact that spirit stones could be used for cultivation clearly indicated their importance. More importantly, spirit stones also served as the energy source for the Hongming Pagoda, which could accelerate the overall power enhancement of Huaxia. Well, we didn't find any ruins, and a big treasure was never a thing. But we did actually discover a large vein. Qin Ming chuckled. Before you went into the 10,000 mountains, didn't you give us instructions regarding operations at each portal to the other realms? And besides, you outlined some battle plans. Well, during this time we've followed your plan, achieving the objectives you previously assigned. Qin Ming first offered a brief explanation of the preceding circumstances. Then he continued. After this large-scale operation, we not only obtained numerous fierce beast corpses, various spirit herbs, spirit fruits, and spirit ores, but we also acquired even broader territories. With increased territory, naturally the chances of underground spirit stone veins appearing increased accordingly. By this point, Su Pingyan had already understood what Qin Ming wanted to say, but he didn't interrupt, and let him continue. After this operation, we have altogether discovered 1 mid-grade small spirit vein, 1 low-grade large vein, 5 low-grade medium veins, and 69 low-grade small veins on this side of the Shenlong Mountain realm, naturally including the 4 low-grade small veins discovered within the previous territory. Additionally, we've discovered 2 mid-grade micro spirit stone veins, 1 low-grade large vein, 8 low-grade medium veins, 49 low-grade small veins, and 118 low-grade micro veins, all of which include the previous discovery of 3 low-grade small veins. Spirit veins, or spirit stone veins, are divided into 4 grades: low, mid, high, and supreme. Different grades correspond to spirit stones of matching quality. Spirit veins, or spirit stone veins, are also classified by the quantity of spirit stones they contain: micro, small, medium, large, giant, and super veins. The underground mine beneath the opposite side of the ancient pyramid kingdom was a super vein. The only difference between spirit veins and spirit stone veins is that the former possess spirit energy, capable of automatically attracting spiritual energy and forming new spirit stones. Usually, they serve as the headquarters of various factions. The stronger a faction, the higher grade and larger capacity veins they naturally occupy. The latter, spirit stone veins, have already lost their spirit energy and need special techniques to be detected. They can't absorb spiritual energy or generate new spirit stones. These are essentially dead, with resources decreasing as they're mined. 14 million low-grade spirit stones and more than 6,200 mid-grade ones. From how many spirit veins were these mined? Su Pingyan asked. Judging the grade of a spirit vein or stone vein was simple. It primarily depended on the majority of spirit stones being of a certain quality. But determining size required examining the total reserves. Veins with less than 100,000 taels of spirit stones were classified as micro veins. Those containing between 100,000 to 1 million taels were considered small veins. Medium-grade veins held between 1 million to 10 million taels. Large veins contained 10 million to 100 million taels. Giant veins ranged from 100 million to 10 billion taels, and anything above 10 billion taels was classified as a super vein, an extremely rare type of deposit. Based on Su Pingyan's past life memory, the abandoned spirit vein on the opposite side of the ancient pyramid kingdom was the only super vein he had known. A super vein didn't merely produce spirit stones. It also, due to its spiritual energy nourishment, transformed surrounding ores into various spirit ores, creating associated deposits. Chapter 204, Spirit Energy Bullets. Not that much has been mined yet. We've only fully extracted the 3 low-grade small spirit stone mines that were previously discovered. Additionally, we've mined 5 low-grade tiny spirit stone mines. Combined, we've obtained 2.9 million taels of low-grade spirit stones, and less than 500 taels of mid-grade spirit stones, Qin said. Su Pingyan was momentarily stunned, a possibility forming in his mind. Sure enough, Qin continued, the rest are basically the ready-made spoils we gained from this large-scale operation, especially from the ancient pyramid nation, where spirit stones are practically everywhere. We transported nearly 3 million taels of spirit stones back from there. So, the other few locations must have also yielded many spirit stone mines, Su Pingyan asked, concerned. Yes, especially within the mine world of the ancient pyramid nation. There, we've located 43 spots suitable for spirit stone mining. However, the actual reserves are still unknown. Plus, something strange was observed. Those veins don't resemble regular spirit veins. Yet, they are not ordinary spirit mines either, because they resemble spirit veins and can even gather spiritual energy, Qin said, still puzzled about it. Su Pingyan smiled and replied, I actually know why. That underground world itself is a super spirit vein. However, during ancient times, much of it had already been mined and basically abandoned. But since the spiritual power of that mega vein was extremely strong, over time it likely recovered. The reason we cannot sense the spiritual energy of those spirit stone mines is because the energy belongs to the entire super vein. What we found were only small branches, which naturally have no detectable energy. Plus, it's capable of gathering spiritual energy and even generating new spirit stones. Oh, I see, Qin said, suddenly understanding after Su Pingyan's explanation. Let me also brief you on the other 3 locations. In the dark forest of Hokkaido, we mapped 6 low-grade small spirit veins for low-grade small spirit stone mines, and an additional 7 low-grade tiny spirit stone mines. In Indonesia's Cloud Mountain grasslands, due to being mainly a hunting ground with limited manpower, we didn't have time for proper exploration. However, we accidentally found 1 low-grade small spirit vein and 2 low-grade tiny spirit stone veins. The situation was slightly better in Crescent Island. There we discovered 1 low-grade large spirit vein, 1 low-grade medium spirit vein, and 9 low-grade small spirit veins. Furthermore, we identified 2 low-grade medium spirit stone mines, 7 low-grade small spirit stone mines, and 21 low-grade tiny spirit stone mines. After listening to Qin report, Su Pingyan quickly did a rough calculation in his mind and was immediately astonished. Even by current standards, the amount of spirit veins and mines possessed by China had already surpassed the total accumulated over more than 2 decades in his previous life, several times over. Excellent. Very excellent. With so many spirit stones, China will certainly take another major step forward, Su Pingyan said excitedly. Qin, you first arranged for 14 million taels of low-grade spirit stones and 6,200 taels of mid-grade spirit stones to be sent to me. Also, increase mining efforts. Extract those spirit stones as quickly as possible. They're essential resources for rapidly enhancing our national strength. After all, spirit stone mines are stationary resources. Only after they're extracted can they truly be utilized. As for the spirit veins, Su Pingyan had no intention of mining them. Even if they were merely low-grade small veins, he had no plans to extract them. Instead, he intended to build cities atop them in the future, allowing people to live and cultivate directly on the spirit veins. Both excellent choices that would demonstrate the new face of China. All right, I'll immediately have them shipped over. Qin nodded, always ready to fully execute Su Pingyan's orders. You don't need to bring all of it, just the rounded numbers. Leave the remainders in the warehouse. Scientists will certainly need spirit stones for research as well, since they're used in formations, talismans, spirit plants, and can even be incorporated into modern equipment, such as spirit energy bullets. Speaking of spirit energy bullets, those mad scientists at the Academy have already made progress. Currently, spirit energy bullets for pistols, rifles, and sniper rifles have matured technically. I heard that they're modifying existing bullet production lines. Once completed, they'll be able to use spirit stones and some spirit ores to manufacture spirit energy bullets. I've also heard that they're developing such bullets for machine guns, and even researching spirit energy cannon shells, though reportedly those aren't quite stable yet, and still require more time. Qin quickly added, glad to share the information since Su Pingyan had brought it up. Already produced so quickly? Su Pingyan said in surprise, eyes widening. After all, in his previous life, China had taken nearly 10 years just to develop spirit energy bullets. But in this life, they had succeeded in less than a year. Truly unbelievable. Yes, first of all, Your previous suggestions and ideas motivated the scientists to invest great effort into researching spirit energy bullets. Secondly, they've inherited the techniques of artifact forging, so the difficulty was greatly reduced, Qin Meng said. That's indeed possible, Su Ping'an slightly nodded. Have these spirit energy bullets been tested yet? What about their destructive power? Su Ping'an asked. The power has increased significantly, especially against fierce beasts. Previously, ordinary bullets could only kill first-stage beasts and injure second-stage ones, but were practically useless against third-stage beasts. However, with spirit energy bullets, the damage to first-stage beasts is even stronger, nearly a one-shot kill. Even for second-stage beasts, the damage has increased at least 30-fold. The effect on third-stage beasts is the most noticeable. Previously, third-stage beasts possessed Gangqi Jiao that ordinary bullets couldn't penetrate. However, spirit energy bullets can pierce through that armor. Although the damage inflicted is significantly reduced, in group attacks, even third-stage beasts can only meet their end. As for fourth-stage beasts, the damage is greatly reduced, but still effective. However, due to the high speed of fourth-stage beasts, soldiers at the Qi gathering stage can no longer keep up with their reaction speed and cannot mount effective attacks. Only warriors at the marrow cleansing stage can barely hold their ground. However, since the current number of spirit energy bullets remains limited, there has been no successful precedent of killing a fourth-stage beast yet, Qin Meng explained in detail. Su Ping'an said, against fourth-stage beasts, regular spirit energy bullets won't work. We need rune-imbued spirit energy bullets. Ideally, the firearms should also be transformed into spiritual artifacts, converted into rune-firing weapons. When paired with rune spirit energy bullets, it won't just threaten fourth-stage beasts, even fifth-stage ones will face considerable danger. With sufficient numbers, even killing them might be possible. In his previous life, rune spirit energy bullets had only been developed around 18 years after the cataclysm. As for rune-imbued firearms, in his previous existence they had only existed as theoretical speculation. In the end, even until his reincarnation, no practical prototypes had ever been produced. Chapter 205, the Shengshou Meat Specialty Store. I hope the scientists can eventually develop it. Its significance for our Huaxia is immense, said Qin Meng with emotion. Yes, Su Ping'an nodded slightly and said no more. By the way, there's something else I forgot to tell you. During your absence, our Huaxia launched a Thunderbolt operation. Qin Meng gave Su Ping'an a brief summary of the Thunderbolt operation. Excellent, well done. These pests are nothing but termites clinging to our Huaxia. As long as they're not removed, the foundation of Huaxia will eventually be corroded. Now it's perfect. Without breaking, there's no rebuilding. Su Ping'an said passionately, wishing he had participated himself. Also, the premier and other high-level officials have decided to let the entire population share in the success of exploring the other realm. They're planning to open part of the market for Shengshou meat to the general public, Qin Meng continued, giving Su Ping'an more details. This approach is quite good. Su Ping'an nodded, fully endorsing the decision and actions taken by the leadership. I suppose the common people should now be able to buy Shengshou meat? Su Ping'an asked. Not sure exactly when it'll be rolled out, but it should be around now, Qin Meng said thoughtfully, also uncertain. Haha, I wonder what expression the Western countries will have upon hearing this news. It's so intriguing, huh? Su Ping'an laughed heartily. In the western part of a small county town, Hongshan County, a large storefront in the town center had been rented out by a mysterious person more than a month ago, followed by renovations being carried out under coverings that left passersby extremely curious. For such a small county town, this quickly became a popular topic among locals. It's already been over a month. I wonder what they're doing in there. Two young men walking by the storefront looked confused as they gazed at it. So mysterious. Probably some big company opening a branch here. Creating mystery is also a way of promotion. I've seen this trick on Douyin before. Just don't know what they'll eventually be selling. One of the young men, who considered himself somewhat knowledgeable, said. In our county town, making such a big show like this, it's probably not a regular retail shop. Might be a restaurant. Another young man guessed, shaking his head. A restaurant? That's a stretch. Have you looked around? This is the busiest part of the entire town. Rent must be sky high. And who would open a restaurant on such a bustling street anyway? Why not? Otherwise, why would they need such a big place? As the two were chatting, a group of police officers suddenly arrived and started to set up a perimeter. Then, workers began dismantling the coverings around the storefront. WTF? Why are there police officers here maintaining order? Don't know. It's still a mystery. And the background of this store must be very powerful to even get the police involved in security. Unbelievable. You're thinking too much. Perhaps in the past it might have been possible. There were certainly some powerful figures in the county. But considering the Thunderbolt operation just concluded, even if some managed to stay hidden, would they dare display such privileges so brazenly? It'd be like lighting a lantern in the toilet, asking for death. Then what do you think's going on? Well, they're already dismantling the covering now. It'll be known soon enough. This store is indeed interesting. It's clearly preparing for opening today, but hasn't advertised at all. I really don't know what to say. You say they didn't promote it? For over a month, they had all the local townspeople's curiosity piqued. And now they brought in the police for crowd control, appearing completely confident their shop will be a hit and perhaps cause jealousy. Call it no promotion? And now they're opening, but with no ads at all. At least a vehicle driving around playing ads or a banner outside could have helped, but they did absolutely nothing. As the covering was removed, the large store sign was finally exposed. Onlookers who had paused curiously all inhaled sharply when they saw the name. Particularly the younger generation showed more intense surprise. Amid the astonishment came surprise, even exhilaration. Many immediately pulled out phones to take pictures or called their friends and relatives excitedly urging them to hurry over. The name written on the storefront was Hongshan County Xingshu Meat Specialty Store. F***CK. Is this really what I think it is? Someone murmured. What's Xingshu meat? Why is everyone so excited? Some older people looked confused. Do you know what's hottest right now? Someone else asked. Wormhole, New World? The old man muttered uncertainly. Even elders who didn't use the internet much had learned about these things through various channels. It could be said that the information about wormholes, the New World, monsters, now known as Xingshu, had long been widely known across Huaxia. It was just that the younger and older generations differed in how much they cared. The young often learned the latest updates online, while older people might hear about it from their younger family members, through conversations with others, or from snippets on TV news. Although the amount of information they had was certainly far less than that of the younger generation. That's right. The government already released some official information before. This so-called wormhole is actually a portal, and the New World is also known as the Other Realm. What they call monsters are now officially termed Xingshu. Now look, this is labeled as a Xingshu meat specialty store. Tell me, how could everyone not be excited? A young passerby explained. Young man, you mean someone's actually selling Xingshu meat? The old man asked in shock. Not sure yet. We'll need to see the real thing to confirm. The young man shook his head with a furrowed brow. But if there really is someone selling it, it must be authorized by the government. That means this is a state-owned store. If that's the case, then the presence of the police here suddenly makes sense. The youth explained while seemingly convincing himself. Aren't these Xingshu meats supposed to make a person immortal, grant eternal life? If they're such a rare and precious thing, how come they're being sold publicly? The elderly man asked in confusion. Grandpa, who told you that? How could it possibly grant immortality? The youth couldn't help but hold his forehead, then continued explaining. Though, rumor has it that eating Xingshu meat can make you stronger, and that part actually seems to be true. I heard many super soldiers have appeared abroad. It's not just overseas. We have them here too. But we don't call them super soldiers. Here, they're called cultivators. Haven't you seen the video of Lord Yi Xiao beating the crap out of some guy named Alf at North Sea Island? That guy was supposed to be the world's #1 fighter, but he couldn't even last one move against Lord Yi Xiao. Our country must have been hiding its true strength all this time. Another young man chimed in. Chapter 206 Household Income Classes. Amidst murmurs and anticipation from the crowd, a middle-aged man dressed in a Zhongshan suit walked out from the store. He bowed to the people outside and said cheerfully, My fellow countrymen, my name is Wang Dafu, and I'm the store manager of the Ferocious Beast Meat Specialty Store. Manager Wang, is the ferocious beast meat you're selling from another world? Some brave young man asked while filming with his mobile phone. Wang Dafu nodded with a smile. Exactly, it is ferocious beast meat from another world. Can this kind of thing even be sold? Are you sure what you're selling is real? Someone in the crowd raised doubts. Do you see them? Wang Dafu pointed at the police. I think no one dares to pretend to be a police officer, right? Everyone shook their heads. In China, impersonating a police officer means you're practically asking for death, especially in broad daylight. It would surely result in spending the rest of your life behind bars. Before others could ask further questions, Wang Dafu chuckled and said, My fellow citizens, I understand your doubts, but seeing is believing. The goods are right in the store. Everyone can come in and take a look. This time, the crowd hesitated. They all looked at each other, unwilling to step inside first. Dachun, your family is rich. Why don't you go in first and see how much this ferocious beast meat costs? A young man nudged his friend beside him. Come on, my family being rich is only considered rich in town. We're only worth a few million, and for other kinds of meat, even Wagyu, I could afford it. But this is ferocious beast meat. I bet I'd have to sell my entire house to buy even a bit of it. Forget it. Dachun shook his head repeatedly. In his mind, if it were over 1,000,000 yuan per gene, there's no way he would spend that. If it were 10,000 per gene, maybe he'd get his dad to bite the bullet and buy a gene to see if it really is as amazing as they say. Seeing nobody made a move forward, and hearing their discussions, Wang Dafu suddenly understood and quickly ordered his clerk. Quick, display the menu outside so everyone can see. Got it, manager. Hearing this, the onlookers grew tense and excited at once. Soon they would finally see the price list. If they could afford it, maybe they could buy just a little piece to try. The first column of 3 prices was as follows. Soon after, a screen outside the store displayed numerous listed prices. Upon closer look, there were 3 columns altogether, listing prices for 9 types of beast meat. Level 1, Common Ferocious Beast Meat, 20 yuan per gene. Level 1, Premium Ferocious Beast Meat, 60 yuan per gene. Level 1, Superior Ferocious Beast Meat, 200 yuan per gene. The second column. Level 2, Common Ferocious Beast Meat, 100 yuan per gene. Level 2, Premium Ferocious Beast Meat, 300 yuan per gene. Level 2, Superior Ferocious Beast Meat, 888 yuan per gene. The third column. Level 3, Common Ferocious Beast Meat, 400 yuan per gene. Level 3, Premium Ferocious Beast Meat, 1,200 yuan per gene. Level 3, Superior Ferocious Beast Meat, 3,888 yuan per gene. Everyone, have you seen the price list yet? Ferocious beasts also have different classes. Level 1 beasts are divided into 9 stars. Stars 1 to 3 are Chuji levels. Our store in Hongshan only sells up to level 3, Superior Ferocious Beast Meat. Even if you can't afford the most expensive, you might still be able to buy some of the cheaper cuts to take home for a taste. It's not only delicious, but leaves you feeling warm all over, improving your physical condition. And if you've already been practicing martial arts following the national guide, Eating this meat will enhance your training results even more. Wang Dafu cheerfully explained while pointing at the screen. Some might wonder, why is he, a public servant, being so enthusiastic? It's not because he's selflessly serving the people. Rather, the government has set targets for them. Reaching a certain amount of sales earns them a bonus, and the bonus comes directly in the form of ferocious beast meat. Managers have performance reviews, and ordinary staff also have their performance checks, and the rewards come directly in meat. That's why everyone is so motivated. After all, it's all about their personal benefit. Manager Wang, if Hongshan County's highest grade is only level 3 superior, does that mean other places have higher level ferocious beast meats for sale? A curious young man asked. This young man was filming as well, and he looked quite professional, probably aiming to gain some attention for his livestream. Wang Dafu noticed this, but didn't mind. He nodded and answered, correct. In ordinary county towns, the highest grade available is merely level 3 superior. However, in the city centers of prefecture-level cities, you can purchase mid-level, star 3 superior ferocious beast meat. And if you head to provincial capitals or major municipalities directly under the central government, you will even be able to buy the highest level, high-level star 3 superior ferocious beast meat. Manager Wang, this seems to be only level 1 ferocious beast meat. Didn't the state recently announce that there are ferocious beasts up to level 7? Why isn't there any level 2 ferocious beast meat for sale? Someone asked curiously. Ferocious beasts are extremely powerful. Even at level 1, a level 1, 9-star ferocious beast could easily wipe out 1,000 or even 10,000 people without firearms. Even armed soldiers would be practically suicidal facing such terrifying level 1, 9-star beasts without a squad or more of troops and a favorable terrain for an ambush. Typically, military units of at least platoon strength, along with artillery support and terrain advantages, are required to successfully hunt such beasts, let alone level 2 beasts, which are far more terrifying. Wang Dafu explained briefly. He didn't directly answer why there was no level 2 ferocious beast meat available, but everyone already understood. It was because level 2 ferocious beasts were so powerful that even if they were successfully hunted, their numbers would be extremely limited, so the meat would surely be prioritized for military use first. Manager Wang, the prices don't seem as high as I expected. Why are they so cheap? Someone asked curiously, almost suspiciously, fearing it might be fake. This is a benefit provided by the state to its citizens, an opportunity to share in the fruits of interdimensional exploration, Wang Dafu replied, then added a reminder. Since this is a state-provided benefit for Chinese citizens, our store is only open to those with Chinese nationality. Everyone will need to present valid identification to make a purchase. Also, didn't we just finish the recent household asset census? You should already know your respective asset classifications. Have you noticed the small print next to the prices on the menu? That shows the eligible household asset classes. Different levels are only allowed to purchase corresponding grades of ferocious beast meat. Plus, there is a daily 1 gene purchase limit per household. Household annual income below 3,000 yuan, extreme poverty. Household annual income below 10,000 yuan, high poverty. Household annual income below 20,000 yuan, moderate poverty. Household annual income below 30,000 yuan, mild poverty. Household annual income below 50,000 yuan, subsistence level middle class. Household annual income below 100,000 yuan, 1-star middle class. Household annual income below 200,000 yuan, 2-star middle class. Household annual income below 1 million yuan, 10-star middle class. Household annual income between 1 million and 10 million yuan, from 1-star wealthy to 10-star wealthy. Household annual income between 10 million and 50 million yuan, entry-level wealthy families. Household annual income between 50 million and 100 million yuan, mid-tier wealthy families. Household annual income between 100 million and 1 billion yuan, upper-tier wealthy families. Household annual income between 1 billion and 10 billion yuan, top-tier wealthy families. Household annual income exceeding 10 billion yuan, super-rich families. These figures refer to household income, not family-wide income, and are based on legally recognized definitions of households. Everyone hurriedly turned their eyes back to the screen and indeed saw the small print beside each price, exactly indicating the corresponding household income classification. Chapter 207, Queuing Up to Buy Beast Meat. Oh, I see now. That's why the country did all this before. I thought it was just to uncover those corrupt officials. Turns out it was also preparation for the sale of beast meat this time. What do you mean? Someone asked in confusion. Families of different income levels can buy different grades of beast meat. This way, no one has to go bankrupt buying it, and the wealthy won't hoard it for profit. Plus, there's a purchase limit. This is true sharing among the entire population. Everyone can taste beast meat, just different grades, someone else explained. Oh, I get it now. Everyone said in realization. So Manager Wang, what's the price for mid-grade beast meat then? Someone else asked. All of our stores nationwide open at the same time. If you want to know, you can go check in the city area, or look it up online later. There should be related news reports coming soon. Wang Dafu didn't elaborate further, glancing at the time as it was about right. Then he loudly announced, alright, the Hongshan County Specialty Store for Beast Meat is now officially open. Those who want to buy may enter the store in an orderly manner and make your purchases. As soon as Wang Dafu finished speaking, some quick-thinking pedestrians immediately ran into the store. Others quickly followed suit, all running inside, afraid of being left behind and missing out on the limited supply of beast meat. With the rush of people pouring in, curious bystanders nearby also hurried over to inquire what was going on and then joined the frantic rush to buy. Please don't push. We have sufficient stock. Everyone will be able to buy some. Wang Dafu shouted quickly, calling for the police to help manage the crowd. Everyone line up properly. The store area is limited. We'll let people in only after some have exited. Safety first. The police started managing the crowd, and the atmosphere immediately calmed down as people started queuing with their assistants, waiting for those ahead to exit before stepping forward. Chen Xiaofei was an ordinary young man from Hongshan County who was out for a walk and just happened to be around when the beast meat store opened. He reacted quickly and became one of the first people to rush into the store. Sir, which grade of beast meat are you looking to purchase? A store employee immediately approached to ask as Chen ran in. Any details I should know? Chen Xiaofei asked in confusion. Our specialty store has several windows. Window 1 exclusively sells top-grade primary 3-star, premium primary 3-star, and top-grade primary 2-star beast meat. Window 2 exclusively sells regular primary 3-star and premium primary 2-star beast meat. Window 3 sells exclusively top-grade primary 1-star meat. Windows 4 and 5 handle regular primary 2-star beast meat. Windows 6 through 10 specialize in premium primary 1-star meat, and the remaining windows from 11 to 20 are selling regular primary 1-star beast meat, explained the shop assistant. So complicated? Chen Xiaofei thought to himself, his head spinning at the details. Sir, you can look up at the display screens above each window. They're clearly marked with not only the grades of beast meat available, but also their prices and the corresponding wealth requirements. The assistant pointed to the digital displays above the windows. Oh, these look pretty clear, Chen Xiaofei nodded. Accordingly, based on his monthly income and desired grade of beast meat, he lined up at window 6. His monthly income was just over 3,000 yuan. He could afford the highest grade, sure, but due to wealth level restrictions, he wasn't permitted to purchase it anyway. Plus, he just wanted to try something slightly better first before deciding. He wanted to see if the beast meat truly lived up to the hype. After all, if it wasn't as special as people claimed, spending such a large sum wouldn't make sense. Thus, he chose to buy premium primary 1-star beast meat. As one of the first customers inside, his turn came rather quickly. Sir, how many tails? The clerk asked. Since this window only offered one grade of meat, they didn't bother asking which kind, only how much. Beast meat was expensive, of course, and each household was limited to a maximum of 1 catty per day. Therefore, the clerk knew customers could only buy between 1 tail and 1 catty. 1 catty. Chen Xiaofei replied without hesitation. He wasn't buying thousands of yuan worth of high-grade meat, just premium primary 1-star meat. 1 catty cost only 60 yuan, slightly more expensive than regular beef, and even cheaper than some high-quality cuts. Here you go. The clerk quickly sliced and weighed the meat, then affixed a label. You can proceed to the checkout counter to pay. Chen picked up the meat, took another glance at the slabs of meat behind the counter, and frowned slightly. Hey, why does this meat look somewhat different in color? He asked curiously. Sir, they're all of the same grade of beast meat, but the types of beasts vary. There is a unified standard for this, you can rest assured. Chen Xiaofei thought about it, and realized it made sense. This wasn't like pork or beef, which were just one type. From what he had seen online, there were many different types of beasts, so of course their meat would differ too. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Then can I get a bit of every kind? After all, it's all 1 catty total. Sorry sir, it's random. We can't give you a little of everything, because there may be many people waiting in line afterward. However, when you come back to buy again, you can choose other beast types and let us know in advance, the clerk explained. Chen Xiaofei looked puzzled. Then how am I supposed to know which beast type it is? Sir, the name of the beast meat is printed on the label. Today, our premium primary 1-star beast meat only comes from 3 different beasts, the clerk replied. Chen Xiaofei looked at the label and saw that it read, first rank 1-star beast, red-eyed hare. Rabbit meat. Chen Xiaofei frowned slightly and glanced at the other 2 types of beast meat behind the window. Each also had a label. Iron-beak chicken and jumping frog. Whoa, there's even frog meat this much. Although he didn't know what a jumping frog looked like, judging from the meat, its size must not be small. First-rank 1-star beasts were very common in the other world, but they were essentially at the bottom of the food chain, preyed upon by hunters. Fortunately, they reproduced extremely fast, or else they would have gone extinct long ago. Although he was surprised, the purchase was already done, and the impatient people waiting outside were urging him, so he could only leave temporarily. As he stepped out the door, many pedestrians in the line curiously turned to look at him. Don't misunderstand. He wasn't handsome or anything. They were just staring at the bag he was carrying. Hey bro, is this really beast meat? One passerby asked. Real or fake, I don't know, but it does look different from regular meat. Besides, there are so many beast types, and their meats differ in appearance too. It's hard to be certain, Chen Xiaofei replied. Chapter 208, Celebration, Preparations before the nation embraces cultivation. At this moment, another satisfied customer walked out and interrupted, saying, it must be true. This is a state-run store. Would the country ever deceive ordinary citizens like us? Makes sense. This concerns the credibility of the nation itself. They wouldn't deceive us. That's reassuring. Everyone said, feeling relieved, and continued queuing up. Back home, Chen Xiaofei immediately handed the shengshou meat he had bought to his mother. Mom, look what great stuff I brought back. What is it? The middle-aged woman asked, puzzled. Shengshou meat. Chen Xiaofei replied excitedly. Shengshou meat. His mother still looked confused. Well, Chen Xiaofei then briefly explained the situation regarding the shengshou meat and the special store in Hongshan County to his mother. Really? Can this really be purchased now, and at such a low price? The middle-aged woman was astonished. Initially, she hadn't quite understood what shengshou meat was, but after her son's explanation, She finally understood what it was. And precisely for this reason, she felt even more shocked. They say it's a national welfare benefit. Doesn't matter now. Mom, this is the meat from a red-eyed hare. I think it'd taste best braised. Mom, your cooking skills are good. Dad should be coming back soon, so we can try it together later, Chun Xiaofei said, looking forward to it. He himself wasn't very good at cooking, and with something this special, he certainly wouldn't dare try his hand at it. He could only rely on his mom to show off her culinary skills. All right, I'll start preparing right away. I just wonder if it'll be tender enough in such a short time. The woman murmured to herself while taking the bag and walking toward the kitchen. It seemed like she was speaking to herself, yet also as though speaking to Chun Xiaofei. Meanwhile, the entire nation of Huaxiao was in a state of celebration and excitement. Streets and alleys everywhere were filled with joyous energy. Online, the internet was exploding with excitement, with the top 10 trending topics all about shengshou meat, and each one going wildly viral. Do you have a shengshou meat special store in your area? Had already become a common greeting online that day. Another common phrase was, have you eaten shengshou meat today? Nowadays, almost every place has a specialty store. Clearly, the country had planned ahead. The stores became super popular as soon as they opened. In our area, the line stretched out for several kilometers. It was insane. Smaller towns are a bit better, but in big cities, the lines are truly frightening. Why don't they open more stores? Yeah, and there's a purchase limit too, not to mention level restrictions. Way too many restrictions. They should remove the restrictions entirely. One family can only buy 1 jean per day, which is way too little, someone complained. Hey, upstairs fellow, don't be so ungrateful. This isn't just regular pork, it's shengshou meat. Just look at other countries worldwide. Does any other nation sell it openly? Apart from China, can you buy it anywhere else? Let me tell you, you can't buy it even with money because corporations monopolize it. Those rich folks can't even split it among themselves. Exactly. You're just spoiled and don't appreciate the good fortune around you, like those spoiled modern giants. Don't you realize the shengshou meat doesn't come from farming, but from brave soldiers risking their lives in battle to hunt them down? There are many soldiers who have made the ultimate sacrifice. Although the government hasn't released the exact numbers, there must be a considerable number. Just check the media reports from Western countries to see the truth. I heard Samguo's losses in the other world have already exceeded 10,000. Hehe. That's still the censored number they released. They claimed they lacked experience at first, but improved later. But I suspect even this number was manipulated. It might have already surpassed 20,000. Hey everyone, let's just chat normally without all the complaints. Have you guys tried shengshou meat? How effective is it? Someone tried to ease the tension. You know what? This shengshou meat is truly just like the legends say. Incredible. I ate the primary level 2 star grade premium shengshou meat today. After consuming it, my whole body felt warm within a while. And after practicing the 8-fold Diamond Sutra, I even noticed a noticeable improvement in my physical constitution. I guess my strength alone has improved by several gene at least, one netizen said, excitedly. I feel the same. I also feel much stronger, and my previously sub-healthy condition seems to have improved dramatically. This is much better than any legendary pill or elixir. I think after just a few more days, my sub-healthy problems will be gone. I also practice martial arts, and I can feel it enhances progress somewhat. Only regretfully, I don't have a proper cultivation method. Cultivation method? You don't have that? One netizen asked, confused. Bro, didn't you see the official announcement? Since cultivators exist, there should be corresponding cultivation methods naturally. Otherwise, how would you improve? Do you think you'd improve just by eating meat, like foreigners do? That's just your guess. Brothers, quickly check the official accounts. The government just released new information. What? I'll go take a look, and I'll come back and report, another replied. I can't wait anymore. I'll go check it myself. Soon after, the online atmosphere became even more heated as everyone finished reading the information officially released and instantly grew excited. So that's how it is. No wonder the country sold shengshou meat to us first. It turns out that Xiuling Gongfar requires our bodies to be in excellent condition before we begin cultivation. Otherwise, it could damage our foundation. Unless someone powerful can protect you during cultivation. What Huaxiao may lack, it makes up for in population. Obviously, having someone to protect you during cultivation isn't feasible for most people. That's why it's essential first to strengthen our bodies and improve our physical constitution before starting actual cultivation. This is amazing. So we're finally going to start cultivating? Are we finally becoming cultivators? I wonder how long this conditioning process will take, someone anxiously asked. Just wait. There must be a plan, but surely it'll take some time. Once everyone has eaten shengshou meat for a while and improved their physical conditions, then will come the era of mass cultivation. What an incredible time to be alive. This is our good fortune and happiness. Not necessarily. Exploration of other worlds will be the mainstream of the future. I believe that as time passes, everyone will eventually have the chance to enter other realms. It's extremely dangerous, though. I think the reason the country is promoting nationwide cultivation is precisely to prepare for that step. That makes sense, but it doesn't matter. As long as we can cultivate and become stronger, it's fine. I just wonder if we'll be able to achieve immortality. That would truly be perfect. Considering Shengshug have 7 levels, maybe it's not impossible. Unlike the celebratory mood in Huaxia, the countries outside Huaxia were initially plunged into a brief silence. Soon afterward, masses of people took to the streets in protest demonstrations. Outside the Black House in Samgua, tens of thousands of demonstrators had already gathered. We want freedom. We want fairness. We want shengshou meat. Countless protesters raised giant banners and shouted loudly. Besides the protesters, many reporters could also be seen moving through the crowds. Excuse me, what are your demands in this protest? A reporter asked. Chapter 209, Betrayal. Our demands are simple. We want fair treatment. We've been in the BC Island for a long time already. Obviously, we've hunted countless fierce beasts. So why can't we buy this beast meat, while those conglomerates get to eat it every single meal? That's not fair. This is a free and democratic nation. The Black Palace can't treat us like this. We need justice. A protester shouted toward the camera, unafraid, as if he were a hero. After the man finished speaking, a younger man nearby chimed in loudly. China entered the wormhole later than us, yet now they're sharing beast meat with their entire population. Remember, they have 1.4 billion people, more than triple our population. The Black Palace is utterly despicable. They no longer represent the people of Sam Nation. They are mere spokespeople for those corporate conglomerates. They should all resign. An even more radical individual shouted toward the camera, fearlessly. Step back, all of you. If you come any closer, we will take action. The guards protecting the Black Palace immediately raised their guns, threatening the crowd. Don't be afraid of them. Everyone, follow me and charge. Someone led the way by throwing stones and tear gas at the guards, forcing them to retreat. Inside the Black Palace, the president's office. George looked out the window at the scene beyond the glass pane, frowning deeply. Damn it. At that moment, the blonde secretary entered, accompanied by James. Did you find out anything? Who exactly is inciting this crowd outside? George asked. Although protests were a common occurrence in Sam Nation, demonstrations in front of the Black Palace itself were relatively rare, especially ones that were this sudden and this intense. He would never believe that there wasn't a ringleader behind this. Mr. President, we've figured it out. It's that golden hair behind all this. He's the one encouraging people to cause trouble here at the Black Palace, James replied, his expression serious. Again him? *T. He's like a pile of crap. You just can't shake him off, George said, clearly angry. If possible, he really wished he could just shoot golden hair on the spot, but he knew he couldn't. If he did, it could tear the entire Sam Nation apart. Mr. President, what do we do now? James asked. Isn't this your job to solve? If all you want are solutions, then what do I need you for? George's irritation flared even more. Mr. President, the only way to calm them down right now is to do what China did. We need to release a certain amount of beast meat to the public, James said. This is your brilliant idea? George shot back, staring at James as though he were an idiot, then yelled. We wouldn't even be having this conversation if we had enough beast meat already. James remained calm as he explained the plan he'd already prepared in advance. Mr. President, we don't have to copy China exactly. We can release a certain portion of beast meat and open several high-end beast meat restaurants across major cities. We sell it at premium prices, giving them an avenue to access the meat. Whether they can afford it or not is their problem. We would at least have made it available. The most important part is that it would help quell their anger temporarily. Once they scatter, we can arrest some of the key leaders. Without their ringleaders, they won't be able to keep making trouble like this, James said calmly. George fell into a thoughtful silence after hearing that. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot from outside startled them both. *T. George's face twisted in anger. At a time like this, they should focus on appeasement. If the situation escalated with gunfire, the consequences would be unimaginable. In just a few minutes, a man entered the office. Before he could even speak, George immediately lashed out. Who fired the shot? Do you people even understand the situation out there? Mr. President, someone sprayed pepper spray on our soldiers. They couldn't help but fire back, the man replied nervously. What's the situation like outside now? George quickly asked. The conflict has intensified, but we temporarily deployed the elite super soldiers guarding the Black Palace, and they have temporarily pushed them back, the man said. Hearing that, George slightly relaxed and turned to James. All right then, go with your suggestion. Do it now. Yes, sir. The scene in Sam Nation was not an isolated incident. In the streets of Gaul country, an even more serious gunfight had broken out, causing nearly 100 deaths. Han's Nation and British land had fared somewhat better, but were still facing countless protests and demonstrations. Ultimately, they could only choose to compromise, deciding to release a certain amount of beast meat to pacify their domestic populations. Inside number 10, London's foggy capital. Prime Minister, we barely have enough beast meat to begin with, and we've been using it to purchase those unknown ores from Sam Nation. Now we're expected to distribute part of it to the public? Our soldiers are already struggling, and the super soldiers are extremely unhappy, the Minister of Defense said anxiously. Ask them to endure it for now. We have no other choice, don't we? We can't possibly let the public grow even more chaotic outside. No one can predict the consequences if things escalate further. The Prime Minister replied helplessly. I understand, but what I mean is, shouldn't we stop purchasing ores with beast meat altogether? It's obvious we can't compete with China in this area. The minister continued, revealing his true intention for seeking the Prime Minister out today. These ores will definitely be valuable in the future. If we let China take them all, our gap with them will only widen further. The Prime Minister replied with a grim expression. But if we continue buying them, we'll collapse even sooner, let alone the future, the minister reminded. The Prime Minister fell silent, fully aware of the truth behind those words. Then go ahead and inform Sam Nation. We will no longer purchase these ores. Let's see if they want them. If they do, we can sell them part of our supply. The Prime Minister reluctantly gave in. Right now, beast meat was their most urgent shortage. Everything else would have to wait. Prime Minister, I suggest we not inform Sam Nation yet. The purchasing price for the ores is still quite high now. We should sell immediately, sell them to China instead, and make a small profit. Sam Nation's situation isn't stable either. If they dump their stock before we do, we'll be the ones suffering, the minister advised. The prime minister paused for a moment, suddenly understanding. Given Sam Nation's nature, they absolutely could pull off such a betrayal. After all, in their eyes, their own interests were always the most important, and when necessary, even allies could be sacrificed. Fine, follow your suggestion. In the capital city of China, inside a secret office. Sir, there's abnormal trading detected from the underworld, a broker reported. Chapter 210, Short Selling. Figure out what's going on, Xu Yong ordered. Because Xu Yong had the clearest understanding of the current inventory of beast meat in China, as well as the demand for ores, he was temporarily put in charge of using the beast meat to purchase ores. Yes. Soon, one of his subordinates reported again. After our investigation, we found that the British were using the ancient pyramid country's hands to sell large amounts of ore, trying to exchange it with us for beast meat. How much have they exchanged? Xu Yong was stunned, and then seemed to realize something and hurriedly asked. Not much. We are monitoring all related transactions worldwide in real time. They've just started this. They probably also worry that selling too much at once would raise our suspicions, so they're probably doing it in batches. Although the British side had been extremely cautious, they still hadn't managed to escape the watchful eyes of China. Starting now, lower the purchase price, decrease it by 10% first, Xu Yong instructed. Yes. Has the UK stopped purchasing? Xu Yong asked. No, but our people checked it out. Although they're still buying, the deals haven't been finalized, meaning they can be broken at any time on the contractual level. What about the US? Xu Yong continued. They are still purchasing, but after seeing our price reduction, they seem a bit hesitant. I estimate they will soon adjust their price too. However, he hadn't finished speaking when another trader interrupted. Chief, the US has already lowered its purchase price, also by 10%. Continue to reduce it by another 10%, Xu Yong said again. 10, Downing Street, London. Prime Minister, it's bad news. The Chinese have lowered their purchase price twice in a row, each time by 10%. Now many countries that want to sell ores are turning to us. What should we do? The official in charge of the transaction looked anxious. How much, or have we sold? The Prime Minister asked. Less than 1/20th, the official said helplessly. Because apart from the first batch which was successfully sold, the Chinese side had directly reduced the price afterward. To maximize their profits, they could only sell some ores to the United States, but then the US also lowered their price soon after. Then China continued to cut again. By now, the purchase price had already dropped below their previous average purchase price, meaning that selling now would result in losses. Therefore, the trading officer hesitated to make decisions and came to seek the Prime Minister's instructions. Do you think the Chinese have already found out that we're dumping the ores? The Prime Minister asked. The official in charge was startled and after thinking for a while, shook his head. That should be impossible. We've been very careful, and compared to what the Chinese might see, the volume isn't significantly large. Then why did they lower the price twice in a row? The Prime Minister asked. After thinking for a while, the official replied. There are two possibilities. First, China, due to internal distribution of the beast meat, their inventory has become critical, so they had no choice but to cut the purchase price. Second, they've already bought nearly enough ores and are preparing to stop purchasing. Stop purchasing. The Prime Minister was stunned. No way. Immediately intensify the sales, sell even at a loss. The Prime Minister immediately commanded. They originally planned to use this opportunity to drive up the price and make China take the fall. If China gave up now, the burden would fall onto them instead. After all, they wouldn't need these ores anytime soon. Yes. Unfortunately, things didn't go their way. Right when they were about to intensify their dumping, China reduced the purchase price again by another 10%. Sell it to the Americans. Sell it to the Germans. Sell it to the French. Upholding the principle that better a friend lose than oneself, Britain quickly offloaded the ores in their hands to their allies. These allies weren't as well prepared as China. Without much attention, they actually accepted nearly half of Britain's ores. Lower the price again. After several cuts, the purchase price had nearly halved. How is it going? Xu Yong asked. Chief, today's purchase or quantity has already caught up with the total from before. Many countries are worried that we will stop buying, so they sold their inventory to us at low prices. Now there are less than 10 countries remaining that can still hold out. What about the US? Xu Yong asked. They seem to have temporarily shut down their purchasing channels. Probably they can't bear it anymore. The White House, Oval Office. Mr. President, bad news. Bloomberg entered with a grim expression. What happened? George asked in confusion. Huaxia has continuously lowered its purchase price for ores from the dungeon side several times, and now the price has been halved. We followed suit earlier and purchased a lot of ores, but our inventory of beast meat has already run out. I had no choice but to temporarily stop the procurement, Bloomberg said. He was the one assigned by George to handle this matter. After all, anything related to beast meat was no small matter, and George trusted only his close aides. Exactly what's going on? Why did they suddenly lower the price? George realized the seriousness of the situation. According to our investigation, Britain first used the ancient pyramid country to sell a large amount of ores to Huaxia. It seems that Huaxia discovered Britain's intention, which is why they decided to continuously lower their purchase price. So these past few days, Huaxia has acquired a lot of ores at very low prices, Bloomberg explained. What did you say? Britain was selling at a high price. George's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, not only did they not inform us before selling at high prices, but they also sold most of the ores to us. We didn't pay attention at first, and by the time we realized, it was already too late. They seem to have less than 1/5 of their inventory left, Bloomberg added. T, that be *starred, he's asking for it. George exploded in rage. It was always them taking advantage of others. When had others ever dared to take advantage of them? And to think it was their ally Britain. Absolutely unacceptable. Immediately contact the British side. I demand an explanation from them, George shouted. Soon, George received feedback from Britain. The British side emphasized that they were a sovereign nation, and the sale of ores was a normal act. That sent George's blood pressure skyrocketing, and he angrily smashed everything on his desk. Mr. President, please stay calm. Our biggest problem right now is that we have no beast meat left in stock, but plenty of ores, Bloomberg reminded him. Can we replenish the beast meat supply soon? George turned to his blonde secretary. Mr. President, there are very few beasts left within our territory now. To hunt more, we'd have to go into much more dangerous areas, which would increase our losses, the blonde secretary replied. Bloomberg, contact Huaxiao and see if they're willing to take over some of the ores, George said helplessly. Chapter 211. Wound the enemy 800, yet lose 1,000 ourselves. Mr. President, the price they're offering now is much higher than our cost. If we sell at this price, we'll suffer a loss, Blaine said. It's obvious that China is intentionally short-selling. Just contact them directly. We can sell at our current cost price. George had accepted reality already. China must possess a massive stockpile of beast meat. Otherwise, it couldn't have possibly withstood all the dumping by various countries previously. Mr. President, this might be difficult, Blaine frowned slightly. Fine, we can sell a bit lower. Exchange our ores for their beast meat. I know they have a lot in storage, but I don't believe they have an endless supply of beast meat. George's plan was quite underhanded. It was wound the enemy 800, yet lose 1,000 ourselves. Inside a secret office within the Chinese capital city, Mr. President, Samuel's Secretary of State, Blaine, personally went to ancient Pyramid Nation and contacted our personnel responsible for or acquisition, hoping to sell their ores to us, a subordinate reported. What about the price? Shuiyong asked. We assessed it. It should be their average acquisition price. Even if we profit, it won't be much, the subordinate said. Tell them we can accept the deal, but only at half of the current price. Otherwise, forget it. We've already acquired quite a lot recently and are preparing to halt purchases anyway. Shuiyong was ruthless, directly having the price. Yes. After several days of negotiations, with purchase prices steadily declining and the United States facing a beast meat shortage, they had no choice but to accept reluctantly. Blaine personally came to ancient Pyramid Nation. Mr. Blaine, prices have been dropping continuously these past few days, so the previous agreed price is no longer feasible. We can only accept 40% of the original price. Shuiyong lowered the price again. What? Blaine could hardly believe his ears. There's nothing we can do. We must respect the market. With or prices plummeting, we can't do anything about it either. Shuiyong pretended helplessness. Blaine wanted to scream curses inside. Worldwide acquisition of otherworldly or was dominated by China. Whether prices dropped or surged, it was China that decided. And now they had the audacity to claim they were respecting the market. Absolutely infuriating. Unfortunately, China currently held the initiative, and they had no choice. Mr. Shui, you must realize that these are otherworldly ores, extremely precious, Blaine argued insistently. Mr. Blaine, you said it yourself, it's otherworldly, or, to be honest, we still don't even know exactly how to use it properly. The reason we acquired some previously was merely for future reserves. However, our current stock of beast meat is also running low, so limitless stockpiling isn't possible. Moreover, if you don't want to sell, we won't insist. However, if you wait a few more days, the buying price might become even lower. Shuiyong directly issued a threat. Blaine was so angry he wanted to punch someone, though he managed to hold back. Please wait a moment. I need to communicate with my superiors. Blaine restrained his anger. That's not a problem. A long time later, after intense discussions inside the White House, they ultimately decided to sell off 80% of their existing or reserves based on the minimum beast meat required over the next month, still retaining 20%. They believed that with 1 month's buffer period, they would eventually achieve balance and no longer have to sell ores to acquire beast meat. Deal. Shuiyong smiled slightly and stretched out his hand, pleased to cooperate. Humph. Though the deal was done, Blaine felt extremely upset, not only with Samuel, but after this round of shorting, China had acquired, at very low prices, various types of spirit ores accumulated globally over this period. Of course, they couldn't buy everything, but they probably acquired 70 to 80% overall. That alone was a very impressive haul. Inside the core meeting room of the Chinese capital, the country's top officials gathered. This time, even Su Pingyan had been invited to attend the meeting. Everyone, the reason I've gathered you all here today is because our country now stands at a crucial turning point. We need collective input and effort to decide on the best course of action for China moving forward. The Prime Minister spoke first. In the past 2 months, much has happened. We carried out a major operation into the otherworld and then shared beast meat with the entire population domestically. After this period of gradual nourishment, our statistics show that the physical conditions of the Chinese people have entered a new level, ready to step into an era of universal cultivation anytime. Families of middle-class status and above already had the physical quality necessary to begin cultivation. However, lower-class citizens consumed lower-grade beast meat and therefore had seen a relatively slower improvement in their physique. However, to enter the era of universal cultivation, having cultivation techniques alone isn't enough. We also need an endless supply of cultivation resources to support it. The Prime Minister began his speech with a lot to say. Everyone in the room had a rough understanding already and could even guess the real purpose behind this meeting. The meeting today mainly covers 3 topics. Let's start with the first one. The Prime Minister raised one finger as he spoke. First, our previous actions have expanded our territory significantly in the other world. Currently, all the dangerous beasts within these newly acquired territories have been cleared, and basic infrastructure work has already begun. It's time for us to begin large-scale migration of our people into this other world. However, this migration process is very complicated. Who should go first, and what should they do once they're there? After all, these are two different worlds, so we need to have a discussion on this matter, the Prime Minister explained. Does anyone have any ideas? Please feel free to speak openly and honestly now. Mr. Prime Minister, although we have significantly expanded our territory in the other world, most of it is still concentrated around Shanlong Mountain and Crescent Island domestically, especially Shanlong Mountain. I believe this migration should focus mainly on these two areas. As for those 3 other territories abroad, I think we should mainly deploy military forces there, focusing on hunting beasts and mining, or, an elder spoke first. I recall Shanlong Mountain occupies more than 70 square kilometers and Crescent Island has over 200,000 square kilometers. Combined, they're nearly 1 million square kilometers. With such a vast area, we can absolutely accommodate a large population. I suggest migrating 100 million people there directly, said a senior official, shocking everyone present. Although China had a population of 1.4 billion people, moving 100 million of them into the other world was by no means a simple task. 100 million people is too many. Shanlong Mountain is a range of 10,000 mountains, not flat plains. Supplying basic necessities for so many people would become extremely problematic. I believe we should first explore the land conditions on the other side and check whether staple crops from that world can be grown there. If not, we must determine whether our blue planet staple grains can grow there. Then we could build cities, develop fertile fields, and decide the final migration numbers based on city capacities and food supply, another person suggested. Yes, that sounds more reasonable, agreed someone else in the room. Chapter 2:12 Spirit Rice. Xiao Su, does the other world have staple food? Or, can our crops grow there? The Chancellor asked, looking at Su Ping'an. Obviously, this was a very important question. After all, food was vital for the stability of a nation. If too many people were migrated to the other world without sufficient food supplies, serious problems would arise. Even if there were plenty of fierce beasts, one couldn't keep eating their meat forever. Who could endure that? A balanced diet was essential. Su Ping'an thought for a moment and nodded. There is a staple food in the other world, and there are quite a few varieties. Collectively, they are called spirit rice, which is rich in spiritual energy and especially suitable for consumption by cultivators, capable of replenishing vitality and spiritual power. We have already discovered 3 types of wild spirit rice, Shuiyao rice, Lingjing rice, and Inyang rice. China had already occupied a vast territory, and those forbidden zones were once inhabited by humans in ancient times, so the existence of some wild spirit rice was expected. Among them, Shuiyao rice has the simplest growing conditions. It only needs to be watered with fierce beast blood every 3 days. We discovered it in a valley where fierce beasts often fought. According to our records, its growth cycle is 4 months, and the yield per acre per season ranges from 600 kilograms to 1,500 kilograms. This depends somewhat on the frequency and grade of the fierce beast blood irrigation, though the exact relationship is still under study. The good news is that this rice can be harvested 3 times a year. Additionally, we have already started selective breeding and planting of Shuiyao rice, but the current supply of wild Shuiyao rice is limited. There are currently less than 100 acres under cultivation, and we expect it to mature in about half a month. At that time, using these seeds, the next planting season should be able to cover at least 10,000 acres, of course, assuming we have sufficient supplies of fierce beast blood, Su Ping'an said. Though Shuiyao rice was excellent, the availability of fierce beast blood remained a major limiting factor. After all, no one knew exactly how many fierce beasts existed in the other world. If the other world was vast and the fierce beasts endless, then there would be no problem. Alternatively, if these beasts could be farmed, then the large-scale cultivation of Shuiyao rice would become possible. But in Su Ping'an's view, at the very least, it should be possible to supply the future needs of China's population. Also, Shuiyao rice is particularly suitable for cultivators at the body tempering stage, providing excellent nourishment for their vitality. Once cultivators reach a certain level of attainment, or rather, reaching the 4th stage of body tempering, the consumption of ordinary grains such as rice from Blue Planet would be enormous. If the entire population were to reach this cultivation level, China would face a terrible crisis, famine. Even importing grain from abroad wouldn't fill such a huge gap, let alone the fact that the outside world also had cultivators who themselves needed food. It wouldn't be long before all countries would discover this problem, and none would foolishly keep exporting food. Even if grain was exported, the price would be extremely high. Excellent. This is wonderful news, everyone exclaimed, feeling greatly encouraged. This was definitely the best news they'd heard all day. With food at home, people wouldn't panic. Xiao Su, does it absolutely have to be fierce beast blood? Could the blood of our domestic animals on Blue Planet work instead? One of the elders asked. Su Ping'an was taken aback. He hadn't actually considered this question or conducted related experiments. Then he chuckled bitterly. I don't know yet. I will ask the relevant personnel to research this matter. If possible, that would be even better. In his heart, Su Ping'an thought that even if possible, the yield probably wouldn't match that of Shuiyao rice irrigated with fierce beast blood. What about the other 2 types of spirit rice? The Chancellor couldn't help asking, and the others also turned their gazes towards Su Ping'an. One type of spirit rice already had such a high yield. What about the other 2? Lingjing rice is special. It can only grow on spiritual veins and requires an abundant supply of spiritual energy. Otherwise, it won't grow properly. Lingjing rice is suitable for cultivators at the body tempering, blood tempering, and marrow washing stages. Its effectiveness is far superior to that of shuya rice. Moreover, its yield is directly related to the grade of the spiritual vein. For lower-grade spiritual veins, the yield per acre is about 800 kilograms per harvest, with 1 harvest per year. Medium-grade spiritual veins produce 2,000 kilograms per acre, with 2 harvests per year. High-grade spiritual veins yield 5,000 kilograms per acre, with 3 harvests per year. As for Jiping spiritual veins, the production is even more terrifying, 20,000 kilograms per acre, with 6 harvests per year. Su Pingyan explained seriously. These details were all gathered from ancient texts. Oomph! Everyone sucked in a cold breath. If that's the case, spiritual veins are extremely important for us, one elder remarked. There's no doubt about the importance of spiritual veins. Not only are they good for living and cultivation, but also for farming. Unfortunately, our current number of spiritual veins is limited, especially high-grade ones. From what I remember, we only have 1 medium-grade spiritual vein, and the rest are all low-grade ones, right, Xiao Su? One elder asked, looking at Su Pingyan. Su Pingyan nodded. Yes, we only have 1 medium-grade spiritual vein, covering approximately 16 square kilometers. As for low-grade spiritual veins, we have quite a few. The total area already approaches 4,000 square kilometers. 1 square kilometer equals 1,500 mu. That means we have 2,400 mu of medium-grade spiritual vein land, plus nearly 6 million mu of low-grade spiritual vein land. Chancellor, should we allocate all this land for planting Lingjing rice? Another elder asked the Chancellor. These are just theoretical figures. The actual cultivable area might not be that much, right? The Chancellor turned to ask Su Pingyan. Su Pingyan thought for a moment and replied, yes, the cultivable area on the medium-grade spiritual vein should not exceed 2,000 mu. As for low-grade spiritual veins, I'm not entirely sure, but the cultivable area probably won't surpass 4 million mu. That's still not bad. Even if we only harvest 1 crop per year, with just the low-grade spiritual veins, we could still produce 32 billion kilograms of Lingjing rice annually. However, the average Chinese person consumes about 425 kilograms of grain each year. If we calculate based on our population, our annual food demand would need to be at least 600 billion kilograms. There's still a massive gap. The elder furrowed his brows. Third elder, you forgot, the Lingjing rice is only one type of spirit rice. Not to mention the shuya rice we already have. There's also the Yinyang rice to consider, another elder reminded. Oh right, I almost forgot about those. Xiao Su, how about this Yinyang rice? The third elder asked. The Yinyang rice is somewhat unique. It's a very precious type of rice seed. It is born from absorbing the yin and yang energies of the world. Whether it's day or night, it remains transparent and completely invisible. Only during the 2-hour period around dusk and dawn does it become visible. During that time, it absorbs the unique energy created by the alternating yin and yang forces to grow. According to historical records, the Yinyang rice has a very long growth cycle of 6 full years. When mature, the rice grains are half black and half white, and are especially suitable for cultivators at the 2A fan stage, rivaling refined pills in effectiveness. The yield is approximately between 400 to 500 kilograms per acre. Su Pingyan explained. Chapter 213, Population Relocation Issue. In Su Pingyan's heart, the Yinyang rice was something worth cultivating, but not as a staple food, only as a supplementary grain, due to its long growth cycle and low yield. However, for those cultivators in the other world with incredibly long lifespans, this time factor seemed trivial. After all, it had only been about a year since China had made contact with the other world and learned about cultivation. Upon hearing this, everyone slightly frowned. One elder spoke up. In that case, this Yinyang rice doesn't seem suitable as China's staple grain. However, this rice strain is extremely valuable and can be planted on a large scale. Part of it can be supplied to our Chi-renewal warriors, and part of it could be used for trade with civilizations from the other world. I'm sure this strain is also very precious in their eyes. That makes sense. Others nodded in agreement. From what I've heard so far, only bloodfang rice is suitable for large-scale cultivation and can be used as a staple grain. It could even potentially replace our current food sources one day. Spirit crystal rice requires us to possess much wider territory and more spiritual veins. It might one day become one of our staple crops. As for Yinyang rice, forget it. Xiao Su, is there any special requirement for using beast blood for irrigation? Does it have to be fresh, or can it be stored? Are there any storage requirements? The Chancellor thought of a crucial question. Su Pingyan immediately understood what the Chancellor was thinking. He replied, Chancellor, there are indeed certain requirements for beast blood. It doesn't necessarily need to be freshly obtained, but it cannot be exposed to air for more than 3 days. Naturally, using fresh blood would yield better results. My suggestion is to build specialized slaughterhouses. First, to collect and supply beast meat to the public. Second, to collect beast cores for pill refining. Third, to collect materials from beasts suitable for forging tools. Fourth, to store the collected beast blood in dimensional space immediately after collection. Fifth, to use the remaining waste to refine foundation building spirit liquid. Excellent idea. It seems we'll need to build some modern slaughterhouses in the other world then. Why not build them directly here in the modern world? Our technological environment is more suitable. Don't forget, we have spatial equipment. We can completely handle things here and take them out when needed. We could build factories in different locations and process things in batches. Beast meat can be directly distributed to different areas while other materials are collected. This is a great suggestion, but won't this cause the foundation building spirit liquid to become insufficient? Someone voiced concern. Su Ping'an nodded. Certainly it will have a major impact, but there's no alternative. After all, the situation is different now compared to before. Back then, only a portion of our soldiers practiced cultivation, but now everyone is doing it. We can't supply everyone with foundation-building spirit liquid anymore. Beast meat would definitely be the best option. Later, we can identify those with higher talent and reward them with the spirit liquid to enhance their abilities. That makes sense. After extensive discussion, they eventually adopted and further refined Su Ping'an's suggestions. In summary, first, construct modern slaughterhouses on Earth, using assembly line processing for beast carcasses. Second, Bloodfang rice will become China's main future staple crop and will be sold at reasonable prices. Spirit crystal rice will be treated as a high-end commodity. Inyang rice will be cultivated on a large scale, but not publicly sold. Third, various types of grains, fruits, vegetables, and other food sources found on Earth will be transplanted to the other world to see if they can grow better in that environment. Okay, getting back on topic, we're actually talking about the population relocation issue. Does anyone have further thoughts? The Chancellor redirected the meeting back on course. Well, it hadn't really gone off topic since the issue of food was always the most critical. Chancellor, it really depends on how many cities we have built in the other world. After all, people can't just live in the wild, even if the dangerous beasts are gone. There may be other risks as well, someone pointed out. As for Xinzhou Mountain, though it's vast in area, it consists of 10,000 mountains. There likely aren't that many ideal locations for city construction, and its population capacity may not be as large as on Crescent Island. Everyone started speaking in turn, until finally, all eyes turned towards Su Ping'an. The reason he had been called to this meeting today was precisely because he understood the other world better than anyone else. It was necessary for him to guide these important policy decisions. Before Su Ping'an's arrival, the Chancellor had already hinted at the topic to him, so he could prepare. Thus, when faced with the questions from others, he calmly answered. The preliminary survey of Xinzhou Mountain has already been completed. Based on statistics, there are only 2 suitable locations for building level 6 cities, 3 suitable for level 5 cities, and several more for level 4 cities, at 7 locations. There are 22 suitable locations for level 3 cities, 87 for level 2 cities, and more than 300 for level 1 cities. Su Ping'an said after some thought. Of course, these are just suitable locations for city construction. In reality, not all of them will be used for building cities. After all, some areas will be reserved for military forts, some for rocket launch sites, artillery positions, airports, and other facilities. Overall, approximately 1/3 of these locations will eventually be developed into cities. How many cities have already been built, and how many people can they accommodate? How many are currently under construction, and how many more people can they hold once completed? And how many more cities are planned for the future, along with how many more people can they support? Someone asked concernedly. These 3 questions were exactly what everyone else was also concerned about. After all, Xinzhou Mountain was the first otherworld they had developed, and so far, it remained one of their largest territories and one of their core strongholds. Su Ping'an thought for a moment before answering. At present, there are 71 level 1 cities, 28 level 2 cities, 10 level 3 cities, 3 level 4 cities, and 1 level 5 city already completed. Under normal comfortable living conditions, I recommend accommodating between 9 to 10 million people. In an emergency situation, up to 30 million people could be supported, but conditions would be extremely cramped, greatly affecting the quality of life. It should be noted that the current population of Xinzhou Mountain alone had already approached 3 million. Of course, most of them were soldiers. At present, there are 128 level 1 cities, 35 level 2 cities, 9 level 3 cities, 4 level 4 cities, 2 level 5 cities, and 2 level 6 cities under construction. Once completed, they will comfortably support a population of 32 million people. After clearing the dangerous beasts from the territory, they had immediately begun building roads and cities, since it was widely expected that a large-scale population relocation was coming soon, and infrastructure needed to be prepared in advance. As for future city construction, there are currently no such plans for Xinzhou Mountain, because the remaining suitable locations either already have other designated uses or are too close to the borders and thus pose some risk. This would only change if the territory expands further in the future, Su Ping'an said earnestly. Chapter 214, Population Relocation Issues. In other words, under normal circumstances, the current population that can live in Xinlong Mountain is suitable for about 42 million people. Everyone nodded slightly. Although this number was smaller than expected, it was still acceptable. Because there are already nearly 3 million people there, we can still relocate about 39 million more, Su Ping'an reminded them. Relocating 39 million people won't be easy either. Everyone frowned slightly. What about relocating people from the western regions nearby? Someone suggested. The western population is already low. Moving more people would make it even lower, wouldn't it? The eastern population should be relocated instead. I think the relocations shouldn't be forced. We should focus on the will of the people and allow them to volunteer, especially prioritizing young adults at first. No, we should prioritize elderly people and children. Elderly individuals would benefit from the spiritual energy in the other world and could live longer, thereby reducing the annual mortality rate. As for children, since they are still developing, nourishment from the spiritual energy may make them more suitable for cultivation. Young adults are better. After all, the people who enter first will definitely need to work, whether it's building roads, various infrastructure projects, constructing factories, or going out hunting. They are the main workforce. Speaking of the mortality rate among the elderly, considering that everyone is now eating monster beast meat, This issue should have been greatly alleviated already. Nowadays, fewer and fewer people are getting married, and even fewer are having children. This is a very serious issue. Previously, it was just about aging populations, but now, with the other world being so vast, even if our population increased tenfold, it probably still wouldn't be nearly enough. We should start encouraging childbirth early on. One elder suddenly brought up a very important point. This might be difficult, as we all know that ordinary people currently face three major burdens: healthcare, education, and housing, none of which are easily resolved. And recently the economic situation hasn't been good either, with many people losing their jobs. Now that we are relocating people to the other world, this will perfectly resolve all the problems you mentioned. Unemployed individuals can go to the other world first, where there's no lack of job opportunities. Additionally, there's plenty of housing there. As long as they come in, we can offer the houses at very low prices. Healthcare is now a thing of the past, because everyone is cultivating now. Hospitals probably won't be needed in the future. As for education, perhaps that is the only remaining burden. However, considering the many benefits we've gained from the other world, we can certainly allocate some resources to education development and help ordinary people overcome this last great burden, said one elder. This is a good idea. In a while, the marriage rate and birth rate will surely gradually rise, especially with the mortality rate significantly lowered. The population of Huaxia will likely increase rapidly once again. Why don't we encourage childbirth? The state could support children from birth until adulthood. People just need to give birth. That would be much better. Moreover, we could offer rewards like monster beast meat or cultivation methods from the other world. Few people could resist such temptations, so childbirth won't be an issue anymore. Cough, cough. Let's get back on topic. Although they had deviated slightly, the population issue was indeed a major one requiring immediate attention. Therefore, they continued discussing briefly before ultimately deciding to draft a childbirth encouragement plan and implement relevant policies as soon as possible. Alright, for the population relocation, the top priority will be the unemployed who volunteer to relocate, followed by young adults who volunteer as well, the Chancellor stated. Chancellor, don't forget there are also large numbers of militiamen, a military leader reminded him. That's right, almost forgot about the many militia troops nationwide. With them included, the relocated population will be sufficient, the Chancellor nodded. Oh, right, Xiao Su, how about the situation on Crescent Island? How many people can it accommodate? The Chancellor turned and asked Su Ping'an. Chancellor, although Crescent Island occupies a smaller territory, it can support a larger population. After surveying, we found there were too many suitable places to build cities. Considering that the population shouldn't be too dense, we've already constructed 1 level, 5 city, 20 level, 4 cities, and 70 level, 3 cities, without building any level, 1 or level, 2 small cities yet. For now, it can comfortably accommodate about 44 million people living normally, Su Ping'an answered carefully. If it weren't for the concern about Crescent Island being too vast and needing future population dispersal, they could have built even more cities. Not just level 5 cities, level 6 ones would also be feasible. This was mentioned earlier. As for building higher level cities, that wouldn't be considered for now because after all, they were not modern cities, and having too many people would bring enormous challenges regarding transportation and supply of daily necessities. Therefore, the plan was to primarily construct level 4 cities and below, with level 5 cities serving as major regional centers. Currently, there are already nearly 3 million people there, so about 41 million more can be relocated. Combining Shinlong Mountain and Crescent Island, this time we're looking at relocating approximately 80 million people in total, Su Ping'an stated earnestly. 80 million was by no means a small number. It wasn't just about moving people in. It involved taking full responsibility for their daily lives afterward, including food, clothing, housing, transportation, employment arrangements, and more. There was a tremendous amount of work involved. Certainly, such a large population can't be relocated all at once. Removing so many people at once would significantly impact our side of the Blue Star as well. The relocation must be conducted in batches. Once we determine the required number of people needed on the other side, we must prepare jobs and essential supplies, then transfer a batch. Afterward, we should vigorously promote artificial intelligence here on Blue Star, replacing human labor with mechanization as much as possible to minimize disruption to production and daily life here, the Chancellor concluded. Chancellor, how many people should we relocate in the first batch? Someone asked. For Shinlong Mountain, we'll relocate 3 million people first, and similarly for Crescent Island. Once the first batch of 6 million is settled, we will proceed with the second batch. We must ensure everything is done systematically and without any mistakes, the Chancellor replied and reminded them earnestly. 6 million is acceptable. It's just the right number to accumulate some experience, which will benefit future large-scale relocation efforts. Everyone slightly nodded in agreement, believing this number was reasonable. Chancellor, what about Bihав Island, the ancient pyramid country, and Indonesia? Do they need more personnel deployed? A military official inquired with concern. Forbtel Island, since it's where 2 major powers, the Sam country and the Polar Bear country, are located, we will send regular military forces there. For the ancient pyramid country, things are relatively better. We can send militiamen. As for Indonesia, we should still adopt the elite soldier strategy and advance gradually, the Chancellor explained. Understood, the officer responded. Chapter 215, Specific Plan for Nationwide Cultivation. Then, moving on to our second agenda item, Universal Cultivation. Does anyone have any ideas? The chief advisor asked, looking around at the group. Everyone has already completed the process of body conditioning by consuming monster meat, right? So shouldn't we just announce the cultivation techniques now? One leader suggested. We can't release them directly. If we do that, won't the entire world learn them too? Someone objected. Not necessarily. Even if the techniques are released, it'll take them a lot of time to understand meridians and actually learn the techniques properly. During this time, we've already popularized the related knowledge in schools. So many students are already at least ready to start cultivating. Another person supported the idea of direct release. Aren't we in possession of the wordless divine steel? Let people cultivate from it directly. That way, they can immediately learn the most suitable cultivation techniques for themselves. This would be most beneficial for China. Someone mentioned the wordless divine steel, and everyone nodded in agreement. But the wordless divine steel is located in the Shanlong mountain realm. That means everyone would have to enter there first. That would take a tremendous amount of time, not to mention the logistical challenges of transporting people. Although the wordless divine steel is the best option, it comes with many practical issues. Besides, we have already collected quite a number of techniques, so we could simply release them directly. After all, they aren't that important to us. That's right. When it comes to secrecy, once the entire population begins cultivation, secrecy is practically impossible anyway, with so many people involved. How could we possibly keep it secret? It's better to release the techniques directly. At least this way, we can maintain some control. For instance, by first releasing only the physical cultivation section of a single technique. Even if others find out, they'd only know about that one part. They'd still need time to study and learn the related knowledge before beginning cultivation, which would significantly slow them down compared to us. People discussed back and forth, each with their own opinion, making it difficult to reach a consensus. The chief advisor, after listening thoughtfully and hesitantly, turned to Su Pingyan. Xiao Su, what's your opinion? Everyone turned their attention to Su Pingyan, also eager to hear his thoughts. Chief advisor, esteemed leaders, I've listened to everything you've said just now, and your views are all very reasonable. Based on my understanding of the wordless divine steel and cultivation techniques, I'll briefly share my thoughts. If there are any errors, please feel free to correct me. Su Pingyan humbly responded. Please share your thoughts, the chief advisor eagerly encouraged. I think everything everyone mentioned can actually proceed simultaneously. Su Pingyan's statement instantly piqued everyone's curiosity, wondering how it could be done. Firstly, aren't we relocating 80 million people this time? These people will definitely be able-bodied adults. I believe they can all cultivate from the techniques on the wordless divine steel. Even though we don't have Shenlong Mountain, on Crescent Island I can use the dimensional space to move the wordless divine steel over there. Secondly, we can publicly release the physical cultivation sections of several fundamental techniques nationwide. That way, our student population can quickly begin cultivation through these techniques. Lastly, we can establish evening cultivation training schools throughout the country. Members of society can come to study cultivation knowledge during their off hours, which would help them quickly understand cultivation and thus begin their cultivation journey. Su Pingyan briefly explained his ideas. However, after he finished speaking, people raised several questions. Xiao Su, can the wordless divine steel actually be moved? One leader asked. Yes, Su Pingyan confidently nodded. Why don't we just transport it directly here to Blue Planet then? That way, everyone in our country can come here to cultivate from the techniques on it. Wouldn't that be better? The leader continued questioning. Su Pingyan shook his head. That probably won't work. Although the wordless divine steel is a divine artifact, it requires spiritual energy, and Blue Planet lacks spiritual energy. In other words, once the wordless divine steel arrives on Blue Planet, it would become nothing more than an ordinary stone steel with no usefulness whatsoever. Have you tested this? The leader had barely finished speaking when the chief advisor interrupted. If Xiao Su says so, there must be a reason behind it. So let's proceed as he suggested. It'll be hard work for Xiao Su to transport the wordless divine steel to Crescent Island. Seeing this, the others, all highly perceptive individuals, quickly understood the chief advisor's intention and refrained from further questions on the matter. Although the wordless divine steel appeared to be an unclaimed object located in the Shenlong Mountain realm, none of them were foolish enough to truly believe it was so. Otherwise, why would only that portal possess such a divine artifact while the other portals didn't? Therefore, the wordless divine steel was very likely something belonging to Su Pingyan, even if he didn't explicitly say so. They didn't need to push further to get the truth. As long as it benefited China, that was all that mattered. Su Pingyan gratefully looked at the chief advisor and replied, not at all. Xiao Su, I still have one concern here. If students and others start cultivating with basic cultivation techniques, wouldn't that limit their talents and potentially waste the potential of those who are truly gifted? An elder expressed his concern. They all understood how important talent was on the cultivation path. Higher talent meant the potential to go further, and these individuals would become the future pillars of Huaxia. Naturally, the more such people, the better. Commander, there's no need to worry about this issue. The reason I chose the basic cultivation method is precisely because it allows for seamless transition to other techniques at any time. We can actually use this basic method to conduct a large-scale screening across society. Those who can cultivate with the basic method and rise ahead of others are very likely true prodigies. We can then bring these people into the other realms to sense and comprehend the techniques most suited to them personally. The prerequisite is that they don't break through into the chi reinforcement stage. As long as we don't reveal the chi reinforcement techniques and the methods for breaking through from the body tempering stage, this will not be a problem, Su Pingyan explained. The basic cultivation method can only be cultivated up to the 9th stage of body tempering, and without methods for breaking through, it would be practically impossible for anyone other than absolute freaks of nature to advance beyond that. Moreover, with Blue Planet lacking spiritual energy, people could only rely on 1 pound of monster meat per household per day. Reaching the 9th stage of body tempering would take a long time. This buffer period would provide enough time for Huaxia to completely relocate into the other realms. I see. Since you've already considered this issue, Xiao Su, I can now rest assured. The elder smiled with a nod, visibly reassured. Xiao Su, regarding what you mentioned last, setting up evening cultivation training schools, I think it would be better to change the approach. After all, we're not in the same situation as decades ago. With such a developed internet, why not just post the teaching materials online? That way, everyone can access them. Another elder suggested. Su Pingyan immediately brightened upon hearing this. He truly hadn't considered this himself, realizing he'd overlooked the obvious. Chapter 216. Preparing in advance, cultivation resources. Putting it online, won't it easily leak overseas? Someone worried. What era are we in now? Even if we run night classes, is there no one to record and spread it overseas, causing leaks? That's true. Times have changed, and using the night school method, we don't have that many teaching instructors either. As long as we aim for nationwide cultivation, leaking overseas is something inevitable. It's just a matter of time. Actually, everyone need not worry. Don't forget what Xiao Su mentioned before. Before cultivation, one needs to condition the body with beast meat. Currently, only our Huaxia has achieved nationwide access to beast meat. Other countries, although also forced to sell externally, offer quantities and prices that don't compare to ours. They simply cannot popularize it nationwide. Therefore, even if they obtain the cultivation techniques, it will be extremely difficult for them to cultivate. Just think how cheap it would make the so-called super soldiers from various countries. With the techniques, they can switch to cultivation, and once their countries concentrate beast meat on them, they might improve very quickly. There's no need to be so narrow-minded. Let's widen our perspective. We have the cultivation methods, foundation establishing spirit liquids, pills, and a population of 1.4 billion. We've already far surpassed all other nations globally, and this isn't a disaster only targeting Huaxia. It's a global apocalypse. We need others to help share the pressure, so increasing their strength benefits us as well, the premier said with a smile. After hearing this, everyone brightened. Indeed, the premier's vision is much broader. Su Pingyan also slightly nodded, acknowledging that compared to the premier, his own vision was limited. Spreading cultivation to more people was a good thing, as long as Huaxia could maintain its edge. I think it's feasible, the people said in agreement. Good. Since everyone agrees, let's proceed with Xiao Su's proposal, just changing night classes to online courses. If no one objects, let's vote by raising hands, the premier said, raising his own hand first. Everyone followed, dozens of hands rising nearly unanimously. Good. That's settled then, the premier finalized. Next, let's discuss today's last agenda item, the premier continued. With the start of nationwide cultivation, our demand for cultivation resources will increase exponentially. Relying solely on our current beast hunting methods won't sustain us for long. We need to make changes to increase our resource reserves. Any ideas? The premier asked. However, this question caused a collective silence among them, because although this was a critical issue, none of them could produce something from nothing. At the moment, other than continuous expansion outward and hunting more beasts, it seems we have no better way. Someone said helplessly. Not necessarily. Didn't Xiao Su just mention spirit rice? Spirit rice also contains spiritual energy, which helps cultivation. It can be considered a kind of cultivation resource. We only need to expand its planting area and increase production to eventually solve this problem, another senior figure said. No good. Although spirit rice does contain spiritual energy, at the end of the day, it's still food. It might maintain a cultivator's daily energy consumption, but hoping to improve cultivation through spirit rice alone would be extremely difficult, someone voiced concern. What about spirit herbs and spirit fruits? I remember we've discovered many such herbs and fruits in other realms. Some have even better effects than foundation-establishing spirit liquids, and can definitely be cultivated. Right, and refining pills. We should start cultivating pill masters in large numbers right now, since this profession requires time to develop, and we've just started promoting cultivation, so we're still in time, an elder suggested. Oh, what about spirit stones? Spirit stones won't work. Xiao Su said spirit stones can only be used for cultivation after reaching the Qi Jing, Jing Jing Jing, Jing, Jing Jie, Jing Jit, Jing Jie Jing, Jing Jit, Jing Jit, Jing Jit, Jing Jie, Jing, Jing Jie, Jing Jie. Also, we should research beast farming technology. After all, if we continue expanding the way we are now, it may seem like we can obtain endless beasts, but everyone knows this has its limits. Once we reach the edge of forbidden zones and make contact with civilizations in other realms, will there still be beasts there for us? Or more importantly, can we hunt beasts on their land? These are all questions we must prepare for in advance. If possible, contacting other realm civilizations might not be a bad thing. We can trade with them. After much discussion, everyone finally turned their attention back to Su Pingyan. The premier asked, Xiao Su, what do you think of the suggestions everyone just made? Which are feasible, which are not? And do you have anything to add? Speak your mind. Yes, premier. Su Pingyan nodded slightly and began. First, spirit rice can not only meet the daily energy consumption of cultivators, but also help accelerate their cultivation if consumed in larger amounts. It won't be extremely fast, of course, but it will still be much faster than solitary cultivation. After all, spirit rice contains a large amount of spiritual energy and vitality, especially the blood tooth rice, which is particularly suitable for body tempering stage cultivators. Second, spirit stones are extremely useful. Apart from serving as currency for future trade with other realm civilizations, they can also be used by Qijing, level cultivators, and above for cultivation. Additionally, they can be used to accelerate cultivation within the cultivation space, Su Pingyan reminded them. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Oh right, how could we forget about that cultivation space? An elder exclaimed in delight. They were already aware of how the Yellow Emperor Legion had greatly improved their cultivation levels in a short time through that space, and they were deeply amazed by it, though they hadn't dared to ask too many questions. Xiao Su, where exactly is this cultivation space? Are there any restrictions for entering? How many people can go in at once? And how much does the cultivation speed increase? Also, how many spirit stones does it consume? Elder Qin, who was in charge of economics, asked with concern. Chief, the entrance and exit of the cultivation space are under my control. It's actually my innate treasure. The only limitation is me. If I'm willing, anyone can enter. As for the number of people, there is no limit because the cultivation space is infinitely large. In theory, even if all the people on Earth entered for cultivation, it would be possible. However, the consumption of spirit stones would be astronomical. Moreover, spirit stone consumption depends on each individual's cultivation level and the speed-up multiplier they request. The multiplier itself varies depending on each person's realm and talent. It's quite complex, but to summarize, it's all about spirit stones. As long as there are enough spirit stones, none of the above issues will be problematic, Su Pingyan explained. Chapter 217. Su Pingyan's suggestions. If that's the case, spiritual stones are indeed our top priority going forward. It seems we'll need to reclaim more spiritual stones from other countries, Elder Qin said. A while ago, they had acquired a large number of spiritual stones and various spiritual ores from countries around the world by trading with beast meat. That's right. Besides purchasing from them, we also need to mine on our own. In the future, we can even trade spiritual stones with civilizations from other dimensions, Su Pingyan said. Oh, by the way, Xiao Su, I heard we already have tens of millions of taels of spiritual stones, and more are still being extracted on a large scale. Do you think it's time to allow soldiers from the field army to enter and cultivate for a while? Only after improving their strength can we expand outward more quickly, a military leader suggested. Su Pingyan smiled slightly. General, that's definitely not a problem. But besides spiritual stones, we also need a large amount of cultivation resources. With the resources we obtained after the last great battle, shouldn't there still be plenty left? Can't we use this batch of resources? The general asked. Although beast meat is meant to be shared among the people, don't forget that this only applies to the meat of grade 1 Shungsuk. The corpses of beasts higher than grade 1 have all been preserved. Other than some being consumed, a large amount remains. Moreover, the soldiers in the field army have already reached the Qi cultivation stage and no longer need grade 1 Shungsuk meat. Su Pingyan had learned about the harvest from the last battle from Qin Ming. After a moment's thought, he replied, we do have quite a bit of resources, but they can probably only support the cultivation of part of the field army. If we use them for all the troops, the improvement may not be significant. That's not a problem. Just tell us the number and decide which personnel should go, and we'll organize it. Any improvement is better than none, the old general said happily. All right, I'll work on this matter once I return. Su Pingyan nodded without refusing. Good. Thank you for your hard work, Comrade Xiao Su. It's my duty. Xiao Su, please continue your suggestions. The Prime Minister looked at Su Pingyan, as he had been interrupted earlier. Yes, Prime Minister. Su Pingyan nodded and continued. Third, cultivation of medicinal herbs, fruits, and similar items. We've already begun. As previously discussed, a large portion of the spiritual veins will not be used for growing spiritual rice, because part of it will be used to cultivate various spiritual herbs and fruits, which can accelerate their growth. The remaining areas will be used to build small towns with various cultivation rooms inside. After all, even a slight increase in cultivation speed helps, and when accumulated in large quantities, it can make a significant difference. Furthermore, the herbs we grow will be carefully selected based on our needs for alchemical ingredients, thus providing more raw materials for future pill refinement, Su Pingyan added. Currently, spiritual herbs are random and wild. Often, during alchemy, one might find that certain ingredients are plentiful, while one or two others are completely unavailable. This can be quite frustrating. By selectively cultivating the scarce ingredients, we can significantly increase pill production. Fourth, training alchemists. Actually, not just alchemists, but also blacksmiths, formation masters, and others, are all talents that China needs. Therefore, I'm planning to take a two-pronged approach, Su Pingyan continued. First, in the other world, gather together alchemists and other talented individuals. Provide them with abundant herbs to refine pills and improve their skills. Moreover, when these people gather, they can communicate and learn from each other. The more they refine the same pill, the deeper their understanding will be, resulting in both higher quality and greater output. So, for key pills, we can assign specialized teams to handle just one type each, thereby maximizing benefits, Su Pingyan explained, prompting everyone to nod approvingly. Second, we also need to offer alchemy courses on Earth. Not necessarily for people to start making pills here directly, but at least to understand the basics. What they learn won't go to waste. In the future, it may even help us cultivate more excellent alchemists. Fifth, we're also trying to integrate Earth's science and technology with cultivation techniques from the other world. We want to see whether grafting and other methods can be used to cultivate new breeds or increase production. We're using formations to artificially create areas with rich spiritual energy, creating environments similar to spiritual veins, Su Pingyan spoke at length, causing the listeners to breathe more quickly. Once these things are achieved, the nation's power would take another major step forward. Xiao Su, can these ideas really be realized? The Prime Minister asked. Su Pingyan nodded. I believe that as long as we keep investing, we can definitely make them happen, completely or partially. After all, haven't we already created something as useful as spiritual energy bullets? Upon hearing this, the Prime Minister smiled and said, Indeed, some things can only be known after we start doing them, and we Chinese are never short of the spirit to take on challenges. We believe that we will definitely succeed. Do you have more points to raise? The Prime Minister asked. Yes. Sixth, we should invest more in the research of raising Shengshou. Once we achieve a breakthrough in this area, it will be the greatest gain for China. That's true. However, until now, scientists have not made any progress. Those Shengshou seem all very fierce and difficult to tame. The Prime Minister frowned. Prime Minister, I've already thought of some solutions, Su Pingyan said with a slight smile. Oh, tell me more. First, search for relatively gentle Shengshou and try to domesticate them. Second, crossbreed Shengshou with animals from our blue planet. It might result in a new species of Shengshou that can be tamed. Third, let a few high-grade Shengshou acknowledge their masters. These high-level Shengshou possess intelligence no less than humans. Then, we can help these Shengshou become the kings of their races and assign them specific territories to breed. We can apply scientific intervention to improve their reproduction efficiency. Once they mature, they become ready to use Shengshou. The first point was already being carried out by China, so the people present didn't feel it was unusual. Regarding the second point, they found it quite novel. They had never considered this before, but it was worth trying. As for the third suggestion, everyone found it very feasible. Xiao Su, the third point you raised sounds very feasible. Though not complete domestication, it's an indirect method. It can provide us with a large supply of Shengshou meat, an important leader said excitedly. Pity that this method can only increase the population of Shengshou to a certain extent, but not on a large scale. Another leader frowned. Mass, scientific breeding on the blue planet is the real solution to the shortage of Shengshou. Unfortunately, the method just mentioned is not realistic. Chapter 218, Between a Rock and a Hard Place. Su Pingyan spread his hands helplessly. This is the best approach before we find a scientific method for breeding them. Additionally, he continued, we could designate certain areas, enclose them, and capture some fast-reproducing Shengshou to release inside. That would also be an effective way to increase their numbers. At this point, we don't have much choice, the Chancellor nodded. It was better than having no solution at all. Actually, there's no need to rush this matter right now. After all, we've only conquered a tiny portion of the other world. When we truly face this issue in the future, we might have already found solutions. So this isn't an urgent problem, Su Pingyan said optimistically. Xiao Su is right. There's no need to rush. Let's set this issue aside for now. We will continue increasing our investment, but we shouldn't stop our military expansion because of this. The Chancellor agreed completely. Xiao Su, do you have anything else to say? The Chancellor looked at Su Pingyan with anticipation. Su Pingyan nodded. There's one last point. We should establish contact with the civilization from the other world as soon as possible and initiate communication and trade. Upon hearing this, everyone sat up straight. The Chancellor, filled with anticipation, asked, do you have any idea how? Of course, they wanted to make contact and communicate with the foreign civilization. Naturally, the first step was to understand the foreign civilization's nature. If they were warlike, then for now, contact would be avoided while they focused on strengthening their own capabilities. However, if the civilization was more approachable, then it would be worth attempting contact. After all, having lived in this world for countless years, they would certainly have accumulated far more knowledge and understanding of this world than they did. Therefore, making contact would be beneficial to Huaxia, whether it was for gaining knowledge about the other world or establishing mutual trade. Su Pingyan continued, the 10,000 Great Mountains are vast. As I mentioned before, this forbidden zone spans over 8,000 kilometers in diameter. I've already advanced nearly 5,700 kilometers into it before. In the future, I will continue to push further inward, and I will also look for relatively safe routes. Eventually, we can establish a secure trade passage to make contact with the civilization from the other world. His idea sounded simple in theory, but putting it into practice would be complicated. First, they would need to locate paths that were rarely visited by Shengshou, minimizing encounters with them and thus reducing risks. Then, they could construct small military strongholds around these routes, clearing out the Shengshou nearby to establish relatively safe pathways. Certainly, finding a completely safe passage all the way to the 8,000-kilometer mark would be nearly impossible. Hence, the final step would involve constructing underground routes through the most dangerous areas. That is, modern machinery would be used to dig underground tunnels, creating safe underground passageways through the most perilous zones. In this way, a relatively safe passage could be created. Even if the path wasn't absolutely secure, it would still be far better than recklessly charging through the wilderness as they were now. After all, based on Huaxia's current strength, directly crossing the 10,000 Great Mountains would cost countless lives. That would not be wise. After Su Pingyan thoroughly explained his ideas to everyone, excitement immediately filled the room. This plan is feasible. We should give it a try, no matter how much effort it requires, one senior official said excitedly. It would be great if the Baixiang nation would cooperate with us. As Xiao Su previously mentioned, their nation has the closest portal to the foreign civilization. Unfortunately, they chose to ally with the Sam nation, another official said regretfully. Their choice of the Sam nation was predictable. However, they won't be able to make contact with the foreign civilization anytime soon. After all, the number of Shengshou there is extremely high, Su Pingyan said. In the capital of the Baixiang nation. Any progress? Has the portal still not been cleared? The old immortal asked darkly. They had already agreed to cooperate with the Sam Nation, and the Sam Nation had already sent their super soldiers. However, they still lacked the ability to safely pass through the portal. How many days had passed already? This situation frustrated the old immortal and the entire Baixiang Nation as well. While the known portals around the world were already being developed, even though it was dangerous on the other side, development wasn't affected. They were stuck due to early operational mistakes. Now they were blocked by the Shengshou on the other side, unable to proceed. Mr. President, the super soldiers from the Sam Nation have gone through the portal but suffered heavy casualties. It seems over 3,000 of them have already died, but the number of Shengshou on the other side is simply overwhelming. The Sam Nation's suggestion is that we wait a little longer until the portal becomes larger. Then they can send in even more super soldiers at once, which should allow us to finally clear the way, his trusted aide reported. What? Wait longer? If we still need to wait, why should I even bother with the Sam Nation? The old immortal said in disbelief. You go tell Bryn, I'm giving them 5 more days. If they still can't clear the portal, then the previous agreement is off. We won't need their help anymore. The old immortal clearly showed his frustration. After all, the domestic election was just around the corner. Although his approval ratings were high, if his political opponents continued to use the portal issue as a talking point, it would definitely affect his chances in the upcoming election, something he wanted to avoid the most. Mr. President, 5 days might be difficult, unless they are willing to pay a huge price. But clearly, the Sam Nation is already very reluctant now, his aide replied. I don't care about any of that. If they can't do it in 5 days, we'd rather ask Huaxiao for help than accept their assistance, the old immortal stated firmly. Yes, sir. Office of the Supreme Leader of the Sam Nation, the Black Palace. Supreme Leader, the Baixiang Nation has already given a final deadline. If we fail to clear the portal within 5 days, they won't cooperate with us anymore, Bryn reported urgently. What? No cooperation? We've already sacrificed over 3,000 super soldiers for this. Does he think he can just quit the partnership like that? In his dreams, George was nearly enraged. Not to mention super soldiers. Even if they were regular soldiers, losing over 3,000 men was a massive loss for them. There were already many opposing voices within the country. If they could at least secure a portion of the portal from the Baixiang Nation, it would be worth it. But if they received nothing in return, it would become a stain on his political record. Supreme Leader, they are very firm. If we fail within 5 days, they might actually break the agreement. And right now, we definitely can't go to war with them. That would complicate things, Bryn reminded cautiously. George fell silent. He knew the actual situation of their own country well. They were clearly overstretched. After a long pause, he asked, what exactly is going on over there? How come so many super soldiers still can't clear the portal? Right now, their situation could only be described as being caught between a rock and a hard place. Chapter 219, Extreme Pressure, A Battle of Wits. Mr. President, you don't know the situation on the other side of the portal opposite Baixiang Kingdom, said Breen. The portal there has already been swarmed by a massive number of fierce beasts. Among them, at least one is a super-level beast with intelligence. Therefore, the beasts have not dispersed and instead remain clustered right at the other side of the portal. When the portal first opens, it's still very small and cannot allow many people to pass through at once. The people we send over are killed by those beasts before they can even establish a foothold there. George felt even more headache now. So what you're saying is that if we want to clear the way within 5 days, we must first have powerful super warriors to establish a solid foothold on the other side, and then continuously send more super warriors to reinforce them? Breen nodded. Yes. Only after we stabilize our presence there can we steadily deploy more super warriors, gradually eliminate the beasts, and clear out a space around the portal. Then we can build a wall, set up some firearms, and finally gain control over the portal. After that, we proceed to exterminate the massive number of beasts surrounding the portal. To be honest, based on our warriors' preliminary investigation, there are at least tens of thousands of beasts on the other side. If we can hunt them all, it will be a huge gain. However, we might also suffer serious casualties, Breen continued. What about using high-casualty weaponry? George asked. Breen shook his head. Baixiang Kingdom won't allow that. After all, nobody knows how much explosion the portal can withstand. If it's destroyed, it would be a loss greater than the gain. Even during the earlier fight for control of the Hokkaido portal, they used high-yield bombs on the other side. However, such explosives are more threatening to humans than to the beasts. They would probably need more powerful missiles, but Baixiang definitely would not want to take the risk. George felt even more headache after hearing this. Though he understood Old Xian's concerns, he had no better solution at the moment. Unless, suddenly, a thought struck him. George asked, how many people are in the Thunder God Legion right now? When Breen heard that, he seemed to have guessed George's intent, his eyes widening in shock. Mr. President, are you thinking about sending the Thunder God Legion there? Can't we? George asked in response. But Mr. President, the Thunder God Legion is the strongest legion we, the Sam Nation, has invested huge efforts in building. According to the cultivation realm classification provided by the Huaxia, every warrior has reached at least the early stage of the 6th layer of body tempering realm. They are our strongest trump card, the crown jewel of the Pentagon. They won't agree to send them there for sure, Breen replied. Don't think that the 6th layer of body tempering is weak. It's only considered weak in comparison to Huaxia standards. You have to understand, other nations don't have any cultivation techniques globally. They only enhance themselves through consuming beast meat, which makes the process much slower. And the higher one's cultivation level, the slower the progress. That's why Oph, the former king of kings, was considered the strongest man in the world. He barely reached the 7th layer of body tempering realm. and he was considered the only one who had achieved that realm at that time. Just tell me how many people there are. If we send them, will it be enough to secure the portal? If we fail in Baixiang Kingdom, the golden hair guy will definitely use this as an issue to create trouble for me, which will affect my re-election, George said. If he isn't re-elected as the next president, no matter how strong or numerous the Thunder God Legion becomes, it wouldn't mean much to him anymore. On the other hand, if getting re-elected is ensured, even if the entire Thunder God Legion perishes, he can always rebuild them later. Breen finally sensed George's determination and replied, as far as I know, it already has 2,000 members. The numbers are increasing rapidly recently. As for whether there are hidden members, I can't be sure. The Sam Nation had close to 2 million super warriors, while Huaxia had about 6 million. At first glance, there's a difference of 4 million. However, most of Sam's warriors are only at the first or second layer of the body tempering realm, whereas Huaxia's 6 million warriors have basically all reached at least the 9th layer of body tempering realm, with a large portion already in the Blood Chi realm. That was the gap. As for other countries, their numbers fell far behind even that of Sam Nation. Now, globally, only 3 nations have more than 1 million super warriors: Huaxia, Sam Nation, and the Arctic Bear Kingdom. Moreover, each country concentrated resources on developing their elite super warriors, like the Yan Huang Legion of Huaxia, the Thunder God Legion of the Sam Nation, and the Blood Wolf Legion of the Arctic Bear. Then, if we send them over, will we be able to secure the portal? George asked again. Using the specialized weapons we designed for the Thunder God Legion, I think it's possible. But the sacrifice will definitely be enormous. Breen thought for a while and replied. Deploy the Thunder God Legion through the Pentagon, and additionally send 10,000 super warriors as support. This time, at all costs, seize control of the Baixiang Kingdom portal, George said. Also, since we are paying such a huge price through Baixiang Kingdom, the previous agreement must be revised. We want a bigger share. Otherwise, let them just wait, George added. Now Sam Nation was in a hurry, and Baixiang Kingdom was just as anxious. If it was only for that small amount of beast corpses originally agreed upon, they definitely wouldn't agree. After all, the moment they decided to deploy the Thunder God Legion, they had already suffered a loss. Only through a greater share could they hope to recover it. Yes, I'll go to Baixiang Kingdom right away. Breen immediately accepted the mission. Sam Nation also had portals, but on the other side was only a vast desert, filled with many venomous fierce beasts. Compared to the Hokkaido Dark Forest, the numbers and density were much lower. The Baixiang Kingdom portal, however, was currently the one with the most fierce beasts gathered at its other side. No other portal had such a massive accumulation of tens of thousands of beasts. This made Sam Nation extremely envious. In the secret meeting room of the Prime Minister's mansion in Baixiang Kingdom's capital. Greetings, Mr. President. Breen bowed slightly. Mr. Breen, your time is limited. I wonder when you will be able to secure control on the other side of the portal. This time, Old Xian did not bother with politeness. He got straight to the point. Mr. Breen, the situation here has already been reported to your supreme leader. To be honest, this situation in your country is extremely unique. It is the most unusual among all global portals. We would rather face an army of tens of thousands of humans than face tens of thousands of fierce beasts at the same time. Under the current circumstances, seizing the other side will be extremely difficult. Breen clearly stated the difficulties up front. Mr. Breen, you need to understand. If it weren't difficult, why wouldn't we have done it ourselves? We wouldn't have needed to seek your country's assistance. We've invested heavily in this, Old Xian reminded. Breen was furious, but he still suppressed his anger and said, I have already reported this to our supreme leader, who is willing to deploy our nation's strongest super warrior legion, the Thunder God Legion, and send another 10,000 super warriors to assist your country in clearing the path. This time, success is our absolute objective. That's truly excellent news. Old Xian's tone softened slightly. However, Breen's next sentence immediately made Old Xian erupt in anger. Chapter 220. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the sparrow behind. But you see, the action we're talking about here is not commensurate with the sincerity your country has shown. Our side hopes your country will show even greater sincerity. After all, our soldiers are risking their lives for your nation. Before Breen could finish his sentence, Old Immortal interrupted directly. Integrity is the foundation of a nation. How can you go back on your word? We had a clear understanding previously, said Old Immortal. Mr. President, circumstances change over time. Now the other side not only has more fierce beasts, but also, based on our investigation, intelligent ones have appeared. You should understand what that means. These beasts are now coordinated and commanded as a unified force. If we fail to eliminate them in time, once the portal expands further, stronger beasts will come through to Blue Planet, and that will be a catastrophe for your White Elephant Nation, Bryn threatened. Haha, Mr. Bryn, perhaps not necessarily a catastrophe. Just like the current situation, if only a small number comes through, we just need to secure the portal side. Whatever comes through, we'll kill them off. No need to waste energy searching for fierce beasts ourselves. For us, this is actually a benefit, Old Immortal reminded. Of course, although it appeared powerful on the surface, there were also many hidden dangers. Truly controlling the portal for free access was the greatest benefit. After a round of verbal sparring, both parties knew that continuing the argument would bring no resolution, and thus the meeting adjourned unpleasantly. Inside the capital office of the Han Dynasty. What's the current situation at the portal on the White Elephant Nation's side? Have they taken control of the other side? The chief minister asked with concern. Not yet. It said that intelligent beasts have appeared on the other side, and their numbers have already reached tens of thousands. With their current strength, it will be difficult to break through, the Secretary General reported. They would rather remain in a deadlock than ask us to intervene? The Chief Minister slightly frowned. The White Elephant Nation's portal was simply too uniquely advantageous. If possible, they also wanted a share, even if it was very small. As long as there was some access, it would suffice. The beast's resources there were plentiful, and the proximity to other civilizations was also ideal. According to the latest reports from the White Elephant Nation, the situation has changed. The agreement they previously signed with Sam Nation has been abandoned, and discussions for a new agreement are underway, the Secretary General said. Have our people contacted Old Immortal? They have. They still gave us warm hospitality, yet when it comes to the issue of the portal, they refuse to talk. The Secretary General helplessly replied. Never mind. There's no forcing these things. Let's just watch and wait. The Chief Minister waved his hand dismissively. However, just at that moment, the Secretary General's mobile phone rang. You go ahead and answer it. Yes, sir. Soon, the Secretary General returned with a smile on his face. Chief Minister, negotiations between Old Immortal and the Sam Nation have hit a deadlock. Old Immortal insists on offering only a 5% share, while the Sam Nation is insisting on 20%. Therefore, Old Immortal has summoned our ambassador again and mentioned this situation. The Chief Minister smiled slightly, his mood notably improved. It seems Old Immortal is in a hurry and wants to test our position. Chief Minister, if they're willing to accept our help, how much of a share should we ask for? The Secretary General asked. As long as there's a share, any is acceptable. Of course, the more, the better. The Chief Minister stated. You send a message over. What we require is always 3% less than what the Sam Nation receives. Moreover, we can guarantee 100% certainty that once our forces move in, we will eliminate all beasts on the other side within 3 days. If we fail, we will not only take no share, but we will compensate them with 10,000 beast corpses. The Chief Minister added, offering a tempting bait to the White Elephant Nation. He was not worried that Old Immortal wouldn't bite. Understood, I'll immediately convey that to their side, the Secretary General replied excitedly. This time, in his view, things looked promising. First, the Sam Nation had invested heavily in this. If they couldn't obtain the share they wanted, they absolutely wouldn't act, since it wouldn't be worth the cost. Second, Old Immortal of the White Elephant Nation was indeed in a hurry. Though they considered themselves a global superpower and a major Eastern nation, their share in Hokkaido was only 0.3%, and their share in the ancient Pyramid Nation was merely 0.8%. For such a long time, their harvest of fierce beasts had been very limited, completely unmatched to their current position as the world's most populous nation. Thus, they were extremely eager to take control of this portal within their territory. Inside the President's office of the White Elephant Nation's capital city, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Because this time, Old Immortal deliberately invited both Bryn from the Sam Nation and Ambassador Wong, who had just arrived to handle the negotiations, for a tripartite meeting. This was clearly an attempt to use the Han Nation's hand to force the Sam Nation to concede. If that failed, then use the Sam Nation's power to pressure the Han to give way. By letting the two quarrel, the White Elephant Nation would emerge the winner, gaining the maximum benefit. Welcome, Mr. Bryn and Ambassador Wong. I suppose both of you already know what we're here to discuss. The matter of the portal has become urgent and can no longer be delayed. Today, I hope we can reach a resolution. Old Immortal got straight to the point. There was immense domestic pressure. He could no longer afford to stall. Bryn glanced at Ambassador Wong, who appeared completely calm, and took a deep breath. Mr. President, we only asked for 15% share. This is our bottom line. It was clear he had made an enormous concession. Wong Ambassador, how about you? Old Immortal turned to Ambassador Wong and asked. Actually, the conditions offered by the Han Nation were the best, but Old Immortal, along with the entire White Elephant Nation, really didn't want to give up this opportunity to the Han. If the Sam Nation would make just a little more compromise, even if the terms were slightly worse than those offered by the Han, he would have accepted it. But 15% was still too high. Old Immortal couldn't quite accept that. The terms have already been stated by us previously. We won't change them. Ambassador Wong replied calmly. Old Immortal was slightly taken aback, then nodded faintly. Inwardly, he felt some admiration for the Han's boldness, which strengthened his confidence further. Smiling, he turned to Bryn and asked, Mr. Bryn, I wonder if your side could further lower your request. It doesn't need to be as low as 5%. We are willing to offer a 10% share, which is the absolute bottom line for our White Elephant Nation. We won't go lower than that. If you cannot agree, we will proceed with cooperation with the Han Nation. After saying that, Old Immortal looked toward Ambassador Wong and asked, Ambassador Wong, I imagine 7% share would also be acceptable to the Han Nation. Although Ambassador Wong felt displeased inside, he had come with the goal of securing at least some share. Even if it was only 7%, or even as little as 0.1%, it would be acceptable. At that point, they would simply deploy elite troops here to hunt. Their efficiency would not be any worse than 99.9%. Yes. Without hesitation, Ambassador Wong nodded. What? Are you Han people insane? Is such a small share even worth your effort? There are tens of thousands of fierce beasts over there, including intelligent ones, whose power is extremely formidable. Ordinary missiles can't even kill them, and they are capable of commanding other beasts. They're extremely difficult to deal with. Bryn stood up, pointing angrily at Ambassador Wong. Chapter 221, Ace. However, Ambassador Wong remained calm and composed, not even glancing at him, which only made Bryn more furious. Was this a deliberate disregard for him? Mr. Bryn, I need your answer, Elder Xian said sternly. I need to report this to the President. This quota is beyond my authority to decide. Breen replied helplessly. It was way below their expectations. Please do so. Breen stole a glance at Ambassador Wang, slightly furrowing his brows. He found it strange. Why was the Han Empire so unperturbed even after realizing they were being manipulated? That wasn't how he expected them to react at all. About an hour later, Breen returned to the meeting room, clearly enraged. Mr. President, we accept the 10% share. Good. Elder Xian smiled. Yet, when his gaze shifted to Ambassador Wang, who remained serene, his good mood vanished immediately. What did that mean? Didn't they care at all? Shouldn't the Han Empire have been desperate to obtain the portal? They had approached him several times previously, so why did they still seem so composed even after he had already agreed to continue cooperation with the Sam Union? Ambassador Wang, I'm truly sorry, Elder Xian said. President, no problem. If this cooperation doesn't happen, we can cooperate next time, Ambassador Wang said cheerfully. Then, his tone subtly shifted. But, I would like to remind you, President, that if you choose to cooperate with us this time, the terms are still the same. 7% share, and we guarantee the portal will be cleared within 3 days. If we fail, we will compensate you with 10,000 level 1 beast corpses. If you don't cooperate with us and fail, then if you seek us out again, our conditions won't be the same. We'll ask for 15% then, or we won't accept it at all, Ambassador Wang reminded them. After hearing that, Elder Xian's face darkened, and Breen beside him was no different. Ambassador Wang, what exactly are you implying? Do you think our Sam Union is incapable of clearing the portal passage? Have you underestimated us too much? Breen said, angry. Ambassador Wang, this time, your Han Empire is somewhat overstepping propriety, Elder Xian added. Hee, then I shall offer my advance congratulations to both of you. I'll take my leave now, Ambassador Wang said, not paying any further attention to the two as he walked out alone. Elder Xian wanted to stop him, but recalling how powerful the Han Empire had become, and considering that if they obtained even more shares here, with their proximity to White Elephant Country, the Han Empire could easily send their troops over, an enormous threat to them. Thinking this through, Elder Xian withdrew his hand and looked at Breen seriously. I hope your country doesn't disappoint us this time. Don't worry. This time, we've dispatched our strongest legion. We will succeed, Breen said confidently. Good. Inside the Chancellor's office in the capital, Ambassador Su, do you really think the Sam Union can't clear the portal? The Chancellor asked with some concern. Originally, according to his idea, Han could have pushed a bit further and settled at a slightly lower share just to secure a portion, but he had been stopped by Su Pingyan, who had coincidentally come to visit. Unless a miracle happens and the beasts on the other side retreat by themselves, otherwise, it's absolutely impossible, Su Pingyan replied confidently. It wasn't because he had secretly gone over to observe. Rather, in his previous life, the same thing had happened in White Elephant Country. They had waited until the portal fully opened, with the beasts continuously pouring through. Only then had they used their advanced weaponry to eliminate many beasts, though it came at a tremendous cost. Once the pressure from the other side was reduced and the portal widened, they could dispatch more troops and armored divisions over at once, thereby finally conquering the other side and seizing control of the portal. In that case, I can breathe easy, the Chancellor sighed in relief. Moreover, unless the Sam Union fully tries and fails, they themselves won't be satisfied, and the White Elephant Country won't either. They don't want our help. But when they fail again this time, as long as Elder Xian wishes to take action, we Han will become their only choice. Then, the initiative will be completely in our hands, Su Pingyan added. That was exactly his plan all along. Yes, even better this way, the Chancellor smiled. After resolving that issue, the Chancellor became concerned about another matter. He asked, by the way, have you completed the resource tally? How many field armies can we currently support in cultivation? Yes, I've finished. Part of the reason I came to see you, Chancellor, was about this matter, Su Pingyan replied. Please explain. Firstly, I plan to recall all the warriors from the Yellow Emperor Legion back for training and enhancement. After this recent period of combat, they should now be fully adapted to their current cultivation levels. This time, my goal is to elevate all of them to transcending mortal realm cultivation. At present, the majority of the Yellow Emperor Legion had already reached the peak of purifying marrow realm cultivation, standing merely one step away from the transcending mortal realm. Of course, this one step was like an unbridgeable chasm. Without his help, it might take 3 to 5 years, or even a decade, before many could finally break through and advance. Second, instead of raising the cultivation levels of the entire field army all at once, it would be better to first enhance a portion of them. Once they become stronger, their efficiency in hunting will significantly increase, allowing them to acquire more resources, Su Pingyan explained. At present, most of the meat from level 1 beasts was already being supplied for daily consumption by the general population, leaving only scraps for refining into foundation-strengthening spirit liquids, which was not enough to support the entire field army. After all, the nation's field divisions had already expanded to 400 in number, an enormous scale. How many field divisions do you plan to enhance? The Chancellor asked. This question alone already indicated that he had more or less agreed with Su Pingyan's proposal. The Shenlong Mountains have 10 elite field divisions. This time, I will enhance those same 10 elite divisions. I believe these 10 elite divisions can become the Han Empire's top 10 elite forces in the future, Su Pingyan said. And what cultivation level can you raise them to this time? The Chancellor asked, clearly concerned. All 10 elite divisions will be raised to the purifying marrow realm, Su Pingyan replied confidently. Hiss, the Chancellor inhaled sharply in astonishment. Really? You can actually do that? Yes, Su Pingyan nodded firmly. Previously, these 10 elite divisions were all composed of experts at the Qi blood realm. However, They still had a long way to go before reaching the purifying marrow realm, a realm not easily hooked. Even among otherworldly civilizations, this level could be considered the peak of a small power. Good, I agree. The Chancellor immediately nodded. As for the Yellow Emperor Legion, since you're their commander-in-chief, you make the decision yourself, the Chancellor added. All right. As Su Pingyan discussed these cultivation matters with the Chancellor, things were also heating up in White Elephant Country. After the Sam Union and White Elephant Country signed the new agreement, George used all his influence to push the Pentagon into dispatching the full strength of the Thunder God Legion. In addition, there was a unit of 10,000 elite warriors, all at the physical tempering realm 4th stage or higher, who were originally part of the Thunder God Legion's reserves. In short, this time they had truly gone all in. Chapter 222, Difficult Advance. In addition, a large number of high-end modern weapons had also arrived. The determination to break through the portal was unprecedented. On a high platform 3 kilometers away from the portal, Lao Xian and Bryn stood side by side. After lowering the binoculars, Lao Xian turned to Bryn and said, Mr. Bryn, it's time to begin. Indeed, Lao Xian himself had come to the battlefield to supervise the operation. They could no longer afford to wait. General Raymond, begin, Bryn said as he picked up the phone. At the front line, by the entrance of the portal, Raymond, the commander of the Thunder God Legion, was in overall command of this battle. First squad, enter. Soon, a 10-man squad, divided into pairs, quickly rushed into the portal with their weapons. As soon as the squad appeared on the other side, they were immediately attacked by fierce beasts, but they were well prepared and promptly fired their weapons. The 10-man squad was divided into 5 groups, each group firing its weapons in different directions. Boom. After a series of explosions, many fierce beasts were directly killed, but it also attracted the attention of even more beasts. Roar, the fierce beasts were not to be trifled with. In the end, only 3 out of the 10 squad members returned safely, the remaining 7 having perished inside the mouths of the beasts. Continue. Raymond watched the sacrifice with an unchanged expression and continued to issue orders. Over a dozen squads entered one after another, and casualties quickly approached 100. Just then, a soldier approached Raymond and reported, General, the set objective has been achieved. Good. The Thunder God Legion will depart immediately, Raymond ordered without hesitation. Yes. The mission of the first phase, sending in a dozen squads, was to detonate high-energy bombs at different points, clearing an area hundreds of meters from the portal so that the beasts from the back would need time to rush in. Then why not bomb around the portal itself, which would make entering more convenient? That was because the White Elephant Country forbade it. What if the portal was accidentally destroyed? They could not afford such a loss. Even though the United States repeatedly insisted it wouldn't be a problem, Lao Xian absolutely refused to take the risk. Unless compared to China's military power, the Thunder God Legion's strength wasn't bad at all. Moreover, they were equipped with the United States' most advanced personal combat gear. Without exaggeration, each soldier now possessed combat capability equivalent to, or even exceeding, that of a body-forging expert at the 9th level, possibly even entering the blood chi stage. As the Thunder God Legion's soldiers surged into the portal, many fierce beasts on the other side were immediately killed. However, this also greatly enraged the beasts, who soon flooded in even greater numbers. The battlefield instantly turned into a brutal slaughterhouse as the beasts clashed violently with the soldiers of the Thunder God Legion. With the passage of time, the Thunder God Legion gained a temporary advantage and managed to push the army of fierce beasts forward by over 40 meters. Outside the portal, General, we've advanced 45 meters. More beasts are approaching from behind. If we attempt to push further, it will result in even greater casualties, the frontline aide reported. Tell them to hold their ground. Start building the first defensive line immediately at the 50-meter mark, Raymond commanded loudly. Yes. Then, the prefabricated materials, which had been prepared in advance, were quickly transported to the other side, beginning the construction of the first defensive line. 3 kilometers away, on the grandstand, Lao Xian saw the materials being transported and relaxed slightly. He smiled and said, No wonder they are from the United States. Impressive. I wonder how long it will take to build it. Lao Xian asked. Bryn replied, It will probably take some time. It mainly depends on the size of the first defensive line on the other side. Additionally, the portal is too small, which will slow down our construction speed. One sentence summed up that even he couldn't be certain. The White Elephant Country's affairs were already known worldwide. Many countries had even sent people to watch, including China. Inside the Chancellor's office in the Chinese capital city, Chaosu, we just received news from the White Elephant Country. The Americans have already begun transporting materials and preparing to construct the first defensive line. The Chancellor had a slightly troubled expression as he spoke. This is only the beginning. Whether they can finish building it, and whether they can hold it after it's built are still questions. But the real issue is the tens of thousands of fierce beasts outside. Until they are eliminated, the portal can't be considered truly under control, Su Pingyan said calmly, still full of confidence. The Chancellor nodded slightly, and said nothing more. Oh, Chancellor, I actually came here to bid you farewell today. Shui Yong has sent word that all the warriors of the Yellow Emperor Legion have gathered at Shenlong Mountain. It's time for me to return, Su Pingyan said. Good. Once this matter is settled, I welcome you to come over for a cup of tea, the Chancellor replied cheerfully. Great. Leaving the capital city, Su Pingyan no longer focused on the specific situation in the White Elephant Country, because something far more important awaited him at Shenlong Mountain. At the Yellow Emperor Legion's military camp on Shenlong Mountain, inside the commander's office. At this moment, the senior officers of the Yellow Emperor Legion and the 10 division commanders represented by General Guo were all gathered here. After discussing with the Chancellor, we have decided to use all resources of second grade and above obtained from the last major operation to enhance the strength of the Yellow Emperor Legion and the 10 elite field divisions led by General Guo. The reason I gathered everyone here today is to handle this matter. Later, I will send you all into the cultivation space for training. Su Pingyan got straight to the point, clearly stating his purpose. Upon hearing this, everyone's face broke into smiles. Great, we can enter the cultivation space again. Tongguan exclaimed excitedly. Commander, wasn't it you who said last time that from now on, accessing the cultivation space would depend on merits earned? How come everyone can enter this time? Qin Ming asked curiously. Su Pingyan nodded slightly and said, what you said is all correct. After the last battle, the soldiers earned great merits. We hadn't given them any rewards yet, and now is exactly the time to do so. I will determine how much resource each person gets and how long they can train in the cultivation space based on their merits, instead of allowing unlimited access as before. This was all planned in advance with Qin Ming. When Qin asked the question, Su responded, and their coordination was seamless. In that case, old Qin, please compile the merits points for all the soldiers as soon as possible and send me a copy. I will allocate the resources according to those merits, Su Pingyan said. As long as there was a detailed list, he only needed to set a rule, and then everything else could be handled by Hong Meng, which was extremely convenient. Once time was up, he would just send them out directly. All right, this is easy. Just give me a few minutes, Qin Ming nodded. He had already prepared this in advance. Later, the Yellow Emperor Legion will enter the cultivation space first, followed by each of the field divisions one by one to the training ground, and I will send each of you inside one by one. Su Pingyan looked at Guo Xiaodian as he spoke. Good, that's a bit of work for you, Commander Su, Guo Xiaodian said excitedly. Chapter 223, Advancing to the 8th Perfect Ascension Stage of Metamorphosis. It took more than half a day before Su Pingyan finally sent everyone into the cultivation space. Hong Meng, according to this rule, allocate the corresponding cultivation resources, cultivation multiples, and time for everyone. Remember, maximize the improvement effectiveness. Su Pingyan handed a detailed document to Hong Meng. Yes, Master. For the spirit of the Hong Meng Pagoda, this was an extremely simple task. It wasn't difficult for it, even if there were 10 times or 10,000 times as many people as this 100 million. Do we have enough spirit stones? Su Pingyan asked with concern. Master, if we distribute according to the rules you provided, it will cost approximately 16.6 million low-grade spirit stones. In addition, since we prioritize using foundation-building spirit liquids, some pills will remain. Hong Meng replied. This time, Su Pingyan had given Hong Meng all the low-grade spirit stones he previously accumulated and mined recently, totaling nearly 22 million taels. Judging from this, there was still quite a surplus. Extra pills? How many are left? Su Pingyan asked curiously. Replying to the master, there are 3.2 million perfect quality qi and blood pills remaining, Hong Meng answered. As for the marrow cleansing pills and the transcendence pills, there's no need to mention. Those will only be insufficient and never surplus. More or less, just leave them for the soldiers in the construction corps to use. All right, then arrange it this way, Su Pingyan said. The construction corps also has 10 elite divisions. Their strength cannot be underestimated. They are stronger than all other field divisions except the 10 elite field combat divisions. Yes, Master. By the way, how are Chihua and Susu doing? Su Pingyan asked with concern. Since returning, with abundant spirit stones, these two had entered a frenzied cultivation mode again. Chihua's cultivation has reached the peak of the 6th star of the 5th stage. Without special opportunities or higher grade resources, he won't be able to break through to the 7th star in the short term. I've already cancelled his accelerated cultivation mode because that would only waste spirit stones. As for Susu, her cultivation has already reached the peak of the 2nd star of the 5th stage, and she is currently still cultivating, Hong Meng reported. Wow, how did their cultivation levels get so high? Su Pingyan exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, Master, but their consumption is also huge. Currently, you have 630,000 grade 5 ordinary blood crystals remaining, more than 61 grade 5 ordinary soul crystals, and 10 grade 5 refined soul crystals. As for the grade 5 spirit liquids, they have both been completely consumed by those two, Hong Meng explained. Do we still have enough soul crystals and blood crystals left to support Susu's cultivation until she reaches the peak of the 6th stage of the 5th realm? Su Pingyan suddenly thought, not really caring about the resource consumption. If needed, he could always go back to the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains again. Yes, approximately 160,000 grade 5 ordinary blood crystals and around 20,000 grade 5 ordinary soul crystals would be required, Hong Meng replied. After hearing Hong Meng's response, Su Pingyan felt assured. All right, then send Chihua into the trial space for some training to enhance his practical combat abilities. Once Susu reaches the peak of the 6th stage of the 5th realm, send her there for training as well. Su Pingyan made arrangements for his two battle companions. After all, his spirit stones were abundant now. Additionally, I also plan to retreat into seclusion for some cultivation for a period of time. Saying this, Su Pingyan chose an independent cultivation space. With a wave of his hand, more than 1,600 perfect quality transcendence pills appeared before him. This was all he had, and not a single one was distributed to others. Unfortunately, the materials for the transcendence pills were still quite difficult to collect. In addition, there were 470,000 grade 5 ordinary blood crystals, 410,000 grade 5 ordinary soul crystals, and 10 grade 5 refined soul crystals. These were all the cultivation resources he currently had available. He wouldn't need soul crystals until he reached the 7th stage of transcendence. Currently, his cultivation level was already at the peak of the 3rd stage of transcendence. Begin. As soon as he gave the order, the spiritual energy around Su Pingyan surged violently, as if time itself had twisted. Swallowing a transcendence pill, soon after, endless spiritual energy surged out, beginning to cleanse Su Pingyan's physical body from the inside out, gradually elevating his form. Since he had already reached the peak of the 3rd stage of transcendence, he used only 4 transcendence pills to successfully break through, achieving the 4th stage of the transcendence realm. Then, after refining more than 300 perfect quality transcendence pills, his cultivation advanced to the 5th stage. With more than 800 transcendence pills refined, he broke through to the 6th stage. After consuming all the transcendence pills, his cultivation reached the middle stage of the 6th level of transcendence, already nearing its limit. Indeed, after refining a dozen more blood crystals, he successfully broke through to the late stage of the 6th transcendence stage. After refining nearly 5,000 of them, he successfully advanced to the early stage of the 7th level of transcendence, thus entering an entirely new state. Is this my Yuan spirit emerging from my body? Su Pingyan's soul floated above, gazing down at his body, murmuring to himself. After reaching the 7th stage of the metamorphosis realm, some supernatural abilities began to manifest preliminarily, such as the Yuan spirit exiting the body, spiritual consciousness, and so on. Additionally, one could now control a certain domain around oneself and perceive the laws and patterns of the world. Although they belonged to the same metamorphosis realm, there was still a significant difference between the 6th and 7th stages. The first 6 stages focused on physical transformation of the body, whereas the 7th stage was transformation on the level of the spirit. Only when body and soul became unified could one surpass the mundane and achieve the transcendence realm. Let's continue. Filled with excitement, Su Pingyan became even more eager for the transcendence realm. Therefore, each time he cultivated, he used both blood crystals and soul crystals simultaneously, allowing for balanced cultivation of both his physical energy and spirit, which was far more effective for improvement. Ordinary cultivators lacked such an ideal cultivation environment. They typically focused on strengthening the body first, then searched for spiritual treasures to enhance their mental power to balance their physical cultivation, repeating this process to slowly progress. After consuming nearly 150,000 blood crystals and 150,000 soul crystals, Su Pingyan's cultivation finally broke through to the early stage of the 8th stage of the metamorphosis realm. Again, as time passed, the blood crystals and soul crystals in Su Pingyan's possession were rapidly consumed. By the time all resources were completely exhausted, he had no choice but to stop cultivating and took a moment to sense his current cultivation level. What a pity! It was almost enough to break through to the early stage of the 9th stage of the metamorphosis realm. Indeed, his current cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th stage of the metamorphosis realm. As for why he didn't reserve more resources for himself and instead gave them to Baisusu, Su Pingyan wasn't particularly concerned. After all, Baisusu was also a part of his fighting strength. Their strength enhancement was, in turn, strengthening himself. Moreover, even if he had kept those resources, he would have merely cultivated to the 9th stage of the metamorphosis realm, definitely still insufficient to break through to the transcendence realm. Therefore, giving the resources to Baisusu and the others resulted in greater overall benefit. Hongming, send me to the trial space. Su Pingyan said. With an improved cultivation base, naturally, his practical combat abilities also needed to be strengthened. Master, based on your current combat strength, I estimate you can now face an expert at the peak of the 6th stage of the transcendence realm. Once you fully control your power, you might be comparable to someone at the 7th stage of the transcendence realm, Hongming responded. Great, then first let me fight a 5th tier 6-star peak grade Chungsuk. Su Pingyan said excitedly. Yes, master. Chapter 224 Total Annihilation. During the time Su Pingyan was in retreat for cultivation breakthrough, Hongming continuously sent warriors who had exhausted their resources out of the cultivation space. At first, it was only a few people. Why are only a few of us? Someone asked in confusion. Didn't that voice say? This time the resources were allocated based on the merits we previously established. We came out first because our merits are relatively fewer. This matches our situation perfectly, a nearby soldier speculated. Ah, what a pity. My cultivation reached the peak of purification stage, first ring. If I could get just one more drop of 3rd grade inferior foundation strengthening spirit liquid, I could break through to the 2nd ring of purification stage. Too bad, one soldier sighed. There's nothing we can do about it. It's based on our merits, and everyone is the same. In the next major battle, we must work harder to earn more merits and advance faster. The era of unlimited resources like before is gone. We've passed through the initial period of crude development, and from now on things will become more standardized, a lieutenant reminded. Indeed, the lieutenant is wise. Alright, everyone has just improved their cultivation. Find a place to consolidate your gains. Also, wait for the other comrades to return. Among those who came out first, this lieutenant had the highest rank, and everyone followed his orders. Yes. After the first batch, the following groups came out quickly. Every moment, more soldiers were sent out from the cultivation space. Seeing that more and more people were coming out, the training ground was becoming too crowded, so a senior officer with the rank of colonel had to step forward and shout, "Everyone, form lines from the 1st division to the 10th division, and then leave here in an orderly manner to return to your respective bases. Don't all crowd here." Yes. All of them were well-trained soldiers, and they quickly lined up in order before running back to their respective bases. With batch after batch of soldiers coming out and then leaving, the training ground always maintained a certain number of people but was never too crowded. Soon, everyone had left the cultivation space. Huh? Where's the army commander? Why isn't he at the base? Yi Xiao asked curiously. The army commander must have his own matters to attend to. Everyone, just return and organize your soldiers for now. Also, take a census of everyone's cultivation progress. We'll meet here tonight and go over everything. Qin Ming instructed. Everyone understood that with Su Ping away, Qin Ming was the acting commander, and so they obeyed his orders. Yes. Unlike the excitement of the soldiers at Divine Dragon Mountain over their cultivation advancement, the atmosphere was extremely tense at the distant White Elephant country. In front of the teleportation gate, seeing a super soldier return to Earth in terror, Lamont suddenly had a bad premonition and quickly stepped forward, shouting, "Who allowed you to retreat back?" "Go, General, it's terrible. The enemy is terrifying. They are all dead, all dead. Everything is dead." Lamont's heart became even heavier. Just then, his adjutant also returned from the battlefield, but he was missing an arm, and his body was covered in blood. Lamont immediately went in front of him. What's the situation on the battlefield? Wasn't everything going well just now? Indeed, things had seemed to be going quite smoothly before. Although they had lost nearly 300 Thunder God Legion soldiers and over 900 reservists, they had finally managed to stop the beastmen at the border. The first line of defense was almost completed, with many modern weapons already transported there. "General," the adjutant started speaking. "Ah!" A scream suddenly pierced the air as a soldier came running out of the teleportation gate. Unfortunately, he was missing half of his body. Screaming in pain, he crawled across the ground, fear mingled with a desperate hope for survival. Unfortunately, he barely lasted for a moment before he stopped breathing. No other soldiers came through from the other side, and Lamont could already imagine the outcome. "General, they are all dead. All the soldiers on the battlefield are dead." The adjutant was almost in tears. "Tell me exactly what happened." Lamont wanted nothing more than to know the truth at this moment. As for personally going to check it out, that would be sheer insanity. Just by looking at the state of the survivors, he could tell how devastating the battle had been on the other side. Going over now wouldn't be reconnaissance, it would be suicide. After calming down slightly, the adjutant finally began to explain. "General, everything was going very smoothly originally. But just now, hundreds of flying beastmen descended from the sky, entering our defensive line. Moreover, a super colossal beast, over 100 meters tall, was commanding dozens of extremely defensive beasts charging toward us. We were completely caught off guard, and our attacks had almost no effect on them. It was a one-sided slaughter, and we were utterly powerless to resist." "What?" Lamont was stunned. Although they had known beforehand that there were intelligent beastmen on the other side, due to the lack of major movements from the enemy and the smooth progress they had experienced at North Sea Island, along with their own strong forces, they had become somewhat arrogant. This overconfidence had led them to lower their guard. Because of all these factors, they had become careless. "What about our soldiers? Didn't I say clearly? If danger arises, retreat immediately to preserve our fighting strength. How come only a few of you returned?" Lamont questioned again, his eyes bloodshot. Everyone knew that this time he had sent the entire Thunder God Legion along with 2,000 reservists. Now only a few had returned. If things had turned out exactly as he feared, he couldn't even bear to imagine the consequences. He would not be able to handle the aftermath. Demotion might be the least of his worries. The flying beasts rushed into our defense line and immediately blocked the entrance to the teleportation gate, cutting off our channel. Only after fighting desperately and killing several of those flying beasts did a few of us barely manage to escape, the adjutant explained. "What about the others? Are they all dead?" Lamont asked unwillingly. "We don't know. There may still be some survivors, but whether they can break through and reach us is unclear," the adjutant replied helplessly. Damn it, Lamont was furious enough to kill someone. 3 kilometers away at a high platform, the atmosphere was also quite heavy. They had not only seen the situation at the teleportation gate through telescopes, but also heard the sounds from the battlefield through the video feed. Old Immortal and Bryn were both silent. After an unknown period of time, Old Immortal finally spoke. "Mr. Bryn, you need to give us a result." After saying that, Old Immortal turned and left. "Give us a result?" Bryn wanted to spit blood. At this point, he didn't even know how to report back to the homeland or how to explain things to George. This matter had grown far too big. One small mistake, and even he might end up in ruin. After all, he was the leader of this operation and could very likely be made the scapegoat. Chapter 225. Intrigue and Calculations. He didn't even bother arguing with Old Immortal. He quickly took a vehicle to the portal's location. He waited for more than 5 hours. Eventually, no more soldiers returned from the other side. When the last returning warrior said that there were practically no survivors left over there, they finally gave up hope. "General Raymond, how many have we lost, and how many remain?" Bryn inhaled deeply and asked. 2,216 have fallen from the Thunder God Legion. Survivors, huff. Raymond exhaled heavily and continued. Only 45 survived. Bryn fell silent. Our Hobai forces lost 2,722 altogether, with 89 who managed to return. We've failed. There's absolutely no way we can take this portal in the near future. We'll have to wait until it expands to a certain degree before attempting again, Raymond said seriously. As the commander-in-chief of the Thunder God Legion, he had personally led troops through the portal to North Sea Island, and entered the ancient pyramids portal as well. They had also entered their own country's portal, but none of those had been as deadly as this one. The White Elephant Kingdom is truly stupid. As soon as they arrived, They should have built a defensive line immediately. If it wasn't for them drawing in large numbers of fierce beasts, especially intelligent ones, this place wouldn't have become so difficult to break through. Raymond angrily cursed the White Elephant Kingdom. But he didn't stop to consider one thing. If the White Elephant Kingdom had constructed a solid defense from the beginning and managed to hold it, what need would there have been for Sam Nation to come over here at all? There's nothing we can do now. Let's just return home. Bryn didn't know what else to say. Continue? Are you kidding? Even if the entire Thunder God Legion was buried here, continuing now would likely be futile, no matter how many more lives were thrown into the battle. Inside the Oval Office of the Sam Nation's White House, an atmosphere of suffocating tension filled the room. Everyone could tell George was barely holding back his rage, and no one dared provoke him at this moment. How many fierce beasts are left on the other side? George finally asked, turning his gaze to Raymond. At least 70 or 80,000, Raymond answered. So, what you're saying is that after these few days, our entire Thunder God Legion has been wiped out, thousands upon thousands of lives lost, yet the number of fierce beasts hasn't decreased at all. It has actually increased. George slammed his hand on the table, shouting furiously. In fact, during this period, we've definitely killed no fewer than 20,000 fierce beasts. However, there are several intelligent fierce beasts over there. We've noticed that numerous other fierce beasts are gathering from all directions. It seems they've also detected something unusual about the portal. I believe they're planning to settle here, or perhaps even launch a counter-invasion into Blue Planet. Raymond swallowed hard, explaining further. *T. George didn't know how to deal with the situation. Do we still have any chance of opening the portal channel? George asked in the end. There's absolutely no possibility in the short term. We can only wait until the portal expands further. Then, once the fierce beasts begin crossing over, we will use the same strategy, overwhelming them with greater numbers, wearing them down continuously until we get the chance to counterattack. Only then do we have a shot at taking full control of the portal, Raymond said confidently. Mr. President, there's also one urgent matter. We've received a message from Old Immortal. As previously agreed, we must open the portal within 5 days. 3 days have already passed, so we only have 2 days left. He's asking whether we have any plans for the next 2 days, Bryn nervously added. What? He still wants us to keep throwing lives away? Damn it. How come I never noticed how despicable that Old Immortal is before? George was almost bursting with rage. Mr. President, we've suffered massive losses in White Elephant Kingdom. We cannot simply let them off the hook like this. They must give us substantial compensation. Otherwise, we won't be letting them off easily, one of the generals declared. It was pure bandit logic, but on Sam Nation's part, it somehow didn't feel out of place. After all, they were descendants of pirates. That's right. We must extract compensation from them, or we'll suffer a huge loss. The Thunder God Legion was completely destroyed, putting us far behind the Polar Bear Nation. Even our position as the world's third might be in jeopardy. Although they still had nearly 2 million elite warriors, most of them were at the body tempering stage, 1st or 2nd degree. This time, the most elite troops had been dispatched to the White Elephant Kingdom, suffering terrible losses. Perhaps numerically, they still held a massive advantage, but in terms of elite forces, they had definitely dropped several tiers in strength. That Old Immortal only seeks benefits for himself. It will be extremely difficult to gain anything from them, someone wisely pointed out. After years of dealing with the White Elephant Kingdom, they knew the country too well. If it weren't for needing the White Elephant Kingdom to tie down Huaxia previously, how could they have possibly tolerated the kingdom pulling wool over their eyes, profiting from both sides all this time? If they don't offer some form of compensation, we'll show them the true power of Sam Nation. Haven't they benefited from their shares in the North Sea and the Ancient Pyramid? They must compensate us and give us an even greater share of their own portal too, someone said. General, since we're no longer capable of securing the portal for White Elephant Kingdom, they might very likely seek help from Huaxia. We need to plan ahead and make sure Huaxia doesn't gain an advantage, Bryn warned. General, I have a different opinion. Since this portal is so dangerous and there are so many fierce beasts on the other side, why don't we just let Huaxia take it? If they want to break through the portal, they'll definitely pay a huge price. If Huaxia also suffers heavy losses, it will be extremely beneficial for the global balance of power, James said with a glint in his eyes. Everyone immediately caught on. That's right, let Huaxia handle it. I don't believe they won't suffer great casualties. Huaxia is strong. Do you think they could easily break through the portal? Someone suddenly interjected. Impossible. George waved his hand immediately. He admitted that when it came to cultivation in other realms, Huaxia was definitely more powerful than them. But how much more powerful could they be? Twice as strong? 3 times? Even tenfold? Even if they really could break through the portal, it would definitely cripple them, which would in turn narrow the gap between the 2 nations. At the White Elephant Kingdom's presidential palace, Old Immortal's expression was also extremely grim. Their leadership was holding a meeting too, and had considered the very same issue. Mr. President, since the Thunder God Legion of Sam Nation was completely destroyed because of the portal, perhaps we should invite the Polar Bear Nation's Blood Wolf Legion and Huaxia's most mysterious Yellow Emperor Legion. If these 2 ace forces also suffer great losses here, it won't only significantly reduce the number of fierce beasts, but also drag the world's top 3 nations down from their high positions. By the time we truly seize the portal, we'll be able to catch up quickly. After all, our portal connects to the richest source of fierce beast resources, one of the strategists suggested. Chapter 226. No fools here. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. The Old Immortal immediately spoke out. Contact the Tsar immediately. We hope they will intervene. We are willing to offer them a 15% share. There was no choice. as Sam's disastrous defeat was clear for all to see. If they didn't raise the share offered, the polar bear would have no reason to get involved. Mr. President, why contact the Tsar? Why not directly approach China? Someone asked in confusion. Although the Yellow Emperor Legion of China is mysterious, its strength is probably even greater than the polar bear's. And considering the polar bear's strength is likely on par with Sam's, if Sam couldn't resist at all, it's likely the polar bear would meet the same fate. So having them step in first wouldn't make much of a difference and might even cause the Tsar to suffer a major setback. In that case, we can close the gap with the top 3 permanent members, the old immortal explained. President, your wisdom is unparalleled. Mr. President, it's bad news. The foreign minister suddenly ran in with a panicked expression and shouted loudly. I'm fine, calm down. What happened? The old immortal frowned slightly. Sam has just declared they are taking over our shares in the North Sea Island and the ancient Pyramid Kingdom, and our soldiers have already been driven out. In addition, they're demanding that we compensate them with 100,000 grade 1 Shungsug corpses, 10,000 grade 2 Shungsug corpses, and 10% of our shares, the foreign minister said. What? Have they gone mad? The old immortal couldn't believe it, his face full of disbelief. Tell them absolutely not. We must strongly condemn them. Contact the Tsar and also China and ask them to mediate in this matter, the old immortal ordered. Mr. President, to get the polar bear and China to intervene, we may need to offer something valuable, someone reminded. Nations only pursue interests, otherwise, why would others help you? After hearing this, the old immortal paused, then nodded. Indeed, it seems they would have to give something valuable. The Kremlin, Polar Bear Nation. You're saying what? That we should send the Blood Wolf Legion to help you secure the portal? The Tsar listened to the envoy from the White Elephant Nation, feeling as though his ears had deceived him. Your Majesty, we are willing to offer you a 15% share, the envoy of the White Elephant Nation said. Does old immortal think I'm stupid, or do you think we don't know Sam's Waterloo in your White Elephant country? The Tsar asked, staring at the envoy as if looking at a fool. Your Majesty, although Sam suffered defeat, they also eliminated quite a few monsters on the other side of the portal, which has significantly reduced the pressure for you. Now is the time for you to step in and reap the benefits, with much less danger than before, the envoy reminded. Humph, if I hadn't had some information channels in Sam, I might actually have believed your nonsense. The Tsar actually already knew the details of this terrible defeat. Perhaps not as thoroughly as Sam knew about itself, but he had grasped the general situation. After all, this event was huge and had shaken the world, with every nation investigating it. Furthermore, due to this major defeat, Sam had lost much of its authority within the Western Bloc, and many Western countries now refused to listen to it. The White Elephant envoy immediately looked awkward after hearing this, but still stubbornly continued. Our president has said that if the Tsar sends troops to assist us, we will not only offer you a 15% share, but also give you all the monster corpses we eliminate. Alright, you can go back and tell old immortal that if he has the ability, let him secure it himself. We aren't interested in his shares either. The Tsar bluntly issued an order to have the envoy shown the door. After the envoy from the White Elephant Nation had left, the Polar Bear's Minister of Defense said, Your Majesty, we rejected the White Elephant Nation's request, and they probably now only have one choice left, China. Isn't that great? The Tsar smiled mysteriously. Your Majesty, if China secures the portal, they will gain a huge profit this time, the Minister of Defense reminded. Then tell me, if we went there, could we secure the portal? The Tsar countered. The Minister of Defense hesitated and then shook his head. Although our Blood Wolf Legion is somewhat stronger than Sam's, if they were completely defeated, even if we succeeded, we would likely suffer heavy losses. This is an era where the first step is crucial. Even if we obtain the benefits from White Elephant Country, we'd still need time to turn those benefits into real strength, and by then, we would fall even further behind China. The Tsar nodded slightly. Exactly. The other world is vast, and even without that 15%, we're already short on manpower for our current territories. Why would we need an additional share? As for China, perhaps this time we can get a rough idea of their real strength. The Tsar chuckled with satisfaction. Minister of Defense was momentarily stunned, then quickly regained his composure. Your Majesty is wise. If China gets involved this time, we will indeed get a rough idea of their real strength. The White Elephant Nation had now become a touchstone. All the clever politicians across the world were paying close attention to this incident, eager to test China's true capabilities. At the presidential palace in the capital of the White Elephant Nation, after hearing the reply from the Polar Bear Nation, Old Immortal's expression turned gloomy. It was obvious that the Tsar had already seen through their intentions. What about China? Had they figured it out too? If they had, would they still send troops? If not, what would they do? Could they only wait as the portal continued to expand? You had to understand that all their other shares overseas had already been seized by Sam. They couldn't really go to war with Sam, leaving only useless bickering. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became for them. They feared that, in terms of exploring the other world, they would soon be surpassed even by smaller nations. But if they did send troops, did it mean China was confident in taking the other side? Did it mean China was truly powerful? And what price would they have to pay to convince China to deploy troops? Would 15% be enough? In an instant, countless questions flooded Old Immortal's mind. Still, at this point, they had no other choice. Immediately contact China. We agree to their terms. As long as they send troops, we are willing to give them 15% of the shares, Old Immortal said helplessly. Yes, sir. In the capital, the Chancellor's office. Ha ha ha. Hearing the request from the White Elephant Nation, the Chancellor laughed joyfully. Oh, by the way, where is Xiao Su? Is he still in seclusion? Still in high spirits, the Chancellor turned to the secretary beside him and asked. He wanted to ask Su Pingyan's opinion again. Yes, Chancellor, the secretary nodded. Then forget it. I can't disturb his cultivation. The Chancellor knew how important Su Pingyan was to China. What about the 10 elite divisions from the Yellow Emperor Legion and the Field Army? Have they completed their cultivation? He asked again. An hour ago, Shui Yong sent the latest update. They've all come out of seclusion, the secretary replied. What level are they at now? The Chancellor immediately asked with concern. Chapter 2:27. Choose one. The Secretary General shook his head. Chancellor, I heard they are still counting. The result hasn't come out yet. Once there's a result, inform me immediately, the Chancellor ordered. All right, Xiaozhong, tell me, Baixiang country is asking for our help this time. How much do you think we should ask for? If Xiao Su were here, do you think how much he would ask? The Chancellor suddenly asked. This startled the Secretary General. After thinking for a moment, he replied, at least 15%. If it were Commander Su, I'd estimate he'd ask for 20%. After hearing this, the Chancellor simply smiled and then shook his head. No, he would ask for 25%. Chancellor, that's impossible, right? A quarter already? Baixiang will never agree. According to the situation of the portal on Beihai Island, within a year the portal's width will expand to 10 meters, and then it will stop growing. With a 10-meter width, probably not even needing the full 10, just 5 meters would allow many hostile beasts from the other side to pass through. If they just defend this side, they can hunt many of the beasts. It's estimated that waiting 2 or 3 more months would suffice. The Secretary General considered it from Baixiang's perspective and thought it was absolutely impossible. What if we abandon all those tens of thousands of beast corpses we've hunted this time? The Chancellor spoke again. The Secretary General was stunned once again. He never expected the Chancellor to offer such a generous condition. Don't be fooled by the fact that Huaxia can kill millions of beasts in one big operation and think beasts are easy to hunt. In this world, most countries would already be happy if they could kill more than 10 beasts a day. Even strong nations like Sam Country and Bear Country usually can only hunt 100 or 200 beasts daily, occasionally a few hundred. They would pay a high price for that, and even exceeding 1,000 kills probably happened only a few times. Considering that, tens of thousands of beast corpses were incredibly valuable. Not to mention, some of these beasts had already gained spiritual awareness, meaning at least grade 3. Getting so many beasts at once would save Baixiang an enormous amount of time to catch up. It was difficult not to be tempted. In the presidential palace of Baixiang's capital city, is your country really willing to give up the beast corpses acquired in this battle? Master Lao couldn't help swallowing hard. Huaxia might not know the exact number, but Master Lao knew it. The beasts had been gathering increasingly on the other side, and now there were at least 80,000, or even more. Plus, the corpses that Sam had killed previously hadn't yet been retrieved. If not eaten by other beasts, quite a few might still remain. One word from a Chinese person equals one spit equals one nail. Of course, we aren't coming empty-handed. We want 25% of the exploitation share. Ambassador Wang said with a smile. What? 25%? Master Lao stood up in shock. Ambassador Wang nodded. That's right. Impossible, absolutely impossible. President Lao refused without hesitation. Right now, they had only one portal remaining inside their country. Globally, currently known, both Sam and Bear countries each possessed one portal alone. Although Huaxia always kept it a secret, other countries around the world were well aware that they certainly also had one portal. Naturally, Baixiang, eager to become a superpower, wanted to enjoy this privilege as well. Previously, since the portal wasn't within their territory, they couldn't extend their reach far. Now that they finally had an opportunity, they certainly weren't willing to let go. Unfortunately, their initial operational mistake had led them into a dilemma. Allowing 15% was already their absolute limit. Mr. President, please don't rush. Our country won't force you to accept. We're offering 2 options, and you may choose for yourself. Ambassador Wang said calmly. Which 2 options? President Lao asked. First, as previously discussed, a 15% share, but the beasts hunted on the other side belong entirely to our country. We are willing to accept that. Second, what I just mentioned, 25% share, but we'll break through the portal and help you build a defensive perimeter of a 200-meter radius and 8 meters high. Furthermore, we will give you all the beasts hunted during this operation. We don't want any of them, Ambassador Wang continued. Then he added, Mr. President, you should know that you're already far behind the major countries. If you get these beast corpses, you can catch up in the shortest possible time. Keep in mind, globally, only our country, Huaxia, can offer this kind of deal. Also, according to our understanding in Huaxia, those beasts with chi shields on their bodies and possessing intelligence are at least grade 3 beasts, and possibly even grade 4 beasts, extremely terrifying. Of course, the effectiveness of these beast corpses is also very powerful. With these corpses, you could build a top-tier ace legion, not inferior to the polar bear's blood wolf legion. Is that true? Lao Xian's breathing quickened. This temptation was simply too great. Of course, Ambassador Wang nodded. Please wait a moment, Ambassador Wang. I need to think about this, Master Lao said seriously. All right. In another meeting room, Master Lao had summoned the senior officials and his advisors, and explained the 2 options from Huaxia. Then he asked, which one do you think is better? In another meeting room, Master Lao had summoned the senior officials and his advisors, and explained the 2 options from Huaxia. Then he asked, which one do you think is better? President, are they really confident that Huaxia can deal with those beasts on the other side? Someone asked in shock. Yes, according to your previous description, the beasts on the other side are likely grade 3 or even grade 4. Obviously, Huaxia is aware of that. Despite knowing, they they still have confidence, which means they probably already have a way to deal with such powerful beasts. How strong are grade 3 and grade 4 beasts? Someone unfamiliar with them asked. A general, who had been driven back from Beihai Island by Sam, spoke, beyond your imagination. Even when facing a grade 2 beast, we would need at least a force of over 1,000 people. As for grade 3, we haven't encountered one yet, but England did once. A group of 2,000 people barely escaped with less than 600 survivors, and they didn't even kill the beast. That's how it is on our side. Sam's Tsambath is still fresh in our memory. As for grade 4, we've never encountered one. They must be unimaginably powerful. It seems the entire world has underestimated Huaxia. They're even more powerful than we expected, someone sighed. If Huaxia gets our 25% share, wouldn't they become even stronger? I think we absolutely cannot give it to them. At most, we wait again. It's estimated that in another 2 or 3 months, we ourselves will be able to take full control of the portal, someone suggested. That's impossible. We can't wait that long anymore. The public opinion in our country has already exploded. Probably before 2 or 3 months pass, we'll all be forced to resign. And even if we manage to stabilize things for those 2 or 3 months, do we really believe we can take control of the portal? If those powerful beasts come out, it would be a disaster if we can't stop them, someone warned. Everyone inhaled sharply upon hearing this. Chapter 228, The Powerful Big Dipper Squad. Yeah, what if we can't stop them? The consequences would be too terrible to bear. It's beyond their capacity to handle. We must keep the danger on the other side. Mr. President, can we offer something else to China in exchange? Their requested share is simply too high, someone asked. No way. Nothing in the world today can rival the other world. The president shook his head directly. Mr. President, I think we should choose the second option. It's currently most beneficial for us. To be honest, discussing how much share we get now is meaningless. No one knows how vast that other world really is. Perhaps even if our entire population went in, it wouldn't even make a ripple. If that's the case, what's the difference between owning 100% share and 75%? That 25% share we're giving up will make China even stronger, someone countered. Do you think without that 25%, China has no other way to acquire more beast corpses? They likely have a portal of their own domestically. This is completely meaningless. To be honest, all nations are still at the starting phase. Our planet's firearms can still fully suppress cultivators. The global order remains unchanged. Everyone is racing against time to cultivate their own super warriors. It's foreseeable that the future of Earth will be dominated by these super warriors. The nation with the most elite super warriors will possess the strongest national power. If we could obtain those 8,000 beast corpses, do you know what that means? Mr. President, I also believe the second option is better. With these 8,000 beast corpses, we can cultivate an elite legion in the shortest time possible, catapulting us to becoming at least a top 5 global power. Also, according to existing information, the other world on the opposite side of our portal has the highest density of ferocious beasts. Therefore, our hunting efficiency will be higher, allowing us to progress faster than other nations. Additionally, if we want to quickly hunt beasts, we must possess an army composed of powerful super warriors. Those 8,000 beast corpses will also help us solve this issue. Otherwise, even if we seize the portal, without a strong force to guard it, the portal might be recaptured, which would cause significant trouble, someone said. Everyone was taken aback. They hadn't considered this issue previously, solely thinking that capturing the portal and establishing a defense line would give them an endless supply of beast meat. Now upon careful consideration, the ferocious beasts on the other side were indeed formidable. Could they really defend effectively relying only on the defensive line? The answer was uncertain. In fact, it was highly likely that without the defense of super warriors, they couldn't hold it at all. However, if protected by a strong team of super warriors, it would become much more feasible. After such an analysis, everyone realized their white elephant nation seemingly had 2 choices, but actually only had one, except China's second proposal. Alright, I know what choice to make. Elder Xian waved his hand. In the capital of China, the Chancellor's office. Chancellor, White Elephant Nation has made its decision. They've agreed to grant us 25% of the share in exchange for 6,000 level 1 ferocious beast corpses. At least 150,000 must be 7-star or higher level 1 beasts, 2,000 level 2 beasts, with at least 100 of them being 7-star level 2 beasts, and 30 level 3 beasts. For these, they didn't set specific requirements. The secretary immediately reported the good news to the Chancellor as soon as it arrived. Oh, they've converted it to specific numbers? The Chancellor was somewhat surprised. He had granted full authority to Ambassador Wang, so he hadn't known the specific details. Yes, they claimed there were 8,000 beasts on the other side of the portal, but we didn't agree. Eventually, after prolonged debate, fixed numbers were established, the secretary explained. It's our turn to act now. The Chancellor nodded thoughtfully. After a pause, he added, the beasts on the other side of the White Elephant Nation's portal are quite formidable. It would still be risky to deploy regular field armies there. By the way, how cultivated have those warriors become who previously entered the cultivation space for training? Have the results been compiled yet? The Chancellor asked. Chancellor, I was just about to report this good news to you. They just submitted their report a quarter hour ago, the secretary said excitedly. Judging by your expression, the results must be impressive. Tell me about it. The Chancellor put down his work, clearly intrigued. Yes, the secretary replied. According to the latest report, the most powerful unit in the entire army right now is the Big Dipper Squad. Their squad leader, Chun Yu, has already reached the 6th heavenly ascension stage of the transformation world, 2 of the other 6 members have reached the 6th transformation stage, and the remaining 4 are all at the peak of the 5th transformation stage. Once they activate the Big Dipper sword formation together, with their semi-divine artifacts, they can already stand up to an expert at the peak of the 9th transformation stage. That means, even without General Su's presence, we can now withstand beasts up to the 5th rank. The secretary said excitedly. This was the most powerful force in China besides Su Pingyan. It was a hidden ace, a trump card. Good, very good. They're all doing an excellent job, true pillars of the nation. The chancellor nodded, clearly pleased. Of course, he understood just how powerful the 5th rank, or the transformation world, really was. He also knew such a huge obstacle was not easy to cross. But once it was, China would step into an entirely new level, opening up boundless horizons. What about the other soldiers? The chancellor continued. Next to the Big Dipper squad is the War God Special Forces led by Yi Xiao. Their squad leader, Yi Xiao, has already reached the early 7th transformation stage, making him the most powerful individual in our country besides General Su. Among the remaining 106 soldiers, 17 have reached the 5th transformation stage, 79 have reached the 4th transformation stage, and the last 10 are at the peak of the 2nd or 3rd transformation stage. The secretary continued his report. No one had reached the 6th transformation stage. The strength difference among the War God Special Forces is this big? The chancellor asked in surprise. Chancellor, the War God Special Forces originally only had around 40 members. At that time, they were handpicked from the top 5 Special Forces units, so some of the warriors weren't as talented as those who joined later. During the early cultivation stages, these differences were not apparent, but once they reached the transformation world, the gap became very clear, the secretary explained. He himself had been curious when he first saw these numbers and had asked Shui Yong, learning the reason only later. The chancellor remained silent for a moment before saying, "This won't do. Although these soldiers have all made great contributions to China, the War God Special Forces must maintain an elite combat advantage. Such a huge gap simply won't work. We must implement a survival of the fittest system." After a brief pause, he continued, "Here's what we'll do. You'll send an order to the Yellow Emperor Legion later. The War God Special Forces will temporarily be reorganized to 81 personnel. Those lagging behind in cultivation will be transferred into the Yellow Emperor Legion's combat units and form the 3rd Regiment." The Chancellor had previously said he would not interfere with this side of the world or the Yellow Emperor Legion, so now that he had intervened, compensation naturally needed to be made. By forming a 3rd Regiment, these eliminated warriors would be fully capable of serving as officers, which wouldn't be unfair to them, while also making up for General Su Pingyan's loss. Understood. The secretary nodded in agreement. Chapter 229, The Path Forward. You continue, said the chief minister. The Yanwang Legion has 2 offensive sequence battalions, a total of 7,780 people. The 1st battalion's commander is Tong Guan, whose cultivation has broken through to the early stage of 4th transformation of the Rebirth Realm. The 2nd battalion's commander is Qiao Li, whose cultivation has advanced to the ultimate stage of the 3rd transformation of the Rebirth Realm. Among the rest of the members, 7 have reached the 3rd transformation of the Rebirth Realm, 422 have reached the 2nd transformation, and the remaining members have all advanced to the 1st transformation. However, most of them are only at the initial stage of the 1st transformation, said the Secretary General. Upon hearing this, the Chief Minister immediately understood. It was clearly intentional on Su Wanping's part. There must have been some behind-the-scenes manipulation. However, he didn't voice any comment on this. Before the Chief Minister could speak further, the Secretary General continued his report. The Yanwang Legion has 2 Guardian Sequence battalions, totaling 7,330 people. The 1st battalion's commander is Alifu, whose cultivation is at the late stage of the 3rd transformation of the Rebirth Realm. The 2nd battalion's commander is Wu Kuei, whose cultivation is at the ultimate stage of the 2nd transformation of the Rebirth Realm. Among the rest, 3 have reached the 2nd transformation of the Rebirth Realm, 1,066 have reached the 1st transformation, 3,845 have reached the ultimate stage of the 9th transformation of the Purification Realm, and all remaining members have achieved the 9th transformation of the Purification Realm. Not bad. During the next mission, the Yanwang Legion will probably have all its members reach the Rebirth Realm. 10,000 Rebirth Realm experts will become one of the strongest foundations of our nation. This is indeed great news. Ha ha ha, the Chief Minister laughed heartily. Yes, the Secretary General agreed. You continue. How are our 10 elite field divisions? Still smiling, the Chief Minister asked. Yes. The 10 elite field divisions total about 130,000 troops. Their commander is General Guo Xiaotian, whose cultivation has reached the middle stage of the 7th transformation of the Purification Realm. As for the other members, those below the 7th transformation include over 300 at the 6th transformation, more than 4,000 at the 5th transformation, over 10,000 at the 4th transformation, over 40,000 at the 3rd transformation, and over 60,000 at the 2nd transformation. The remaining soldiers have all advanced to the 1st transformation of the Purification Realm, the Secretary General reported. Guo Xiaotian used to be a major general, but due to his accomplishments in past battles, he had already been promoted to a senior general. Not only does he command 50 field divisions stationed at Shenlong Mountain, he also leads the 10 elite field divisions as their supreme commander, making him one of the powerful military figures in the nation. The Chief Minister nodded with satisfaction. It seems that Comrade Su's goals mentioned earlier have all been achieved. Excellent. Not only were the goals met, but the results exceeded his expectations. Has Comrade Su come out from seclusion yet? The chief minister asked. No. The secretary general shook his head. When is the agreed-upon date for our military action with Baixiang Kingdom? Their condition is not tied to our exact timing. As long as we hand over a completed first line of defense and the agreed-upon corpses of fierce beasts within half a month. If we fail to complete within that time frame, we will have to compensate them with 100,000 corpses of first-stage fierce beasts, the Secretary General replied. The half-month deadline was due to Baixiang assigning the construction of the first defensive line to China as well. On top of that, China needed time to mobilize troops domestically, among other things. Understood. Tell Shui Yong to notify Qin Ming and Guo Xiaodian to make preparations. This time, it requires the joint cooperation of the Yanhuang Legion, the Field Army, and the Construction Corps. If Comrade Su can emerge from seclusion within 5 days, the mission will be under his command. Otherwise, Guo Xiaodian himself will lead a force of 5,000 troops to Baixiang Kingdom, the chief minister said. 5 days was the absolute limit. Any longer, and unexpected incidents might occur. Even if they managed to open the portal on time, disputes might arise regarding contract violations, and he didn't want such situations to give others a chance to criticize China internationally. Yes. Inside the trial space of the Hongming Tower, Su Onping, looking cold and fierce, pulled the god-killing spear out from a fierce beast corpse. He inhaled a breath of thick air and knelt down on one knee, clearly exhausted. His body was also covered in wounds, appearing horrifying. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully killed a 5th grade 8-star early-stage fierce beast, came Hongming's voice, bringing a faint smile to Su Onping's face. When he first entered the trial space, Su Onping faced 5th grade 6-star ultimate stage fierce beasts, which he quickly adapted to. Then came groups of 3, 5, 10, 30, and finally 100 5th grade 6-star ultimate beasts. Only after he had mastered fighting that many did he move on to face 5th grade 7-star beasts. Frankly, even that small step increased the pressure he faced tenfold. He had to give it his all just to barely survive their attacks. It wasn't until his martial art, Piercing Star Finger, broke through to the proficient stage that he was finally able to defeat the enemy. After who knows how long of fierce battles and training, his martial arts technique, 7 forms of Pejuan, had also broken through to the consummation stage, greatly enhancing his strength. With gradual integration of his cultivation realm and power, and the improvement of his movement techniques, his combat abilities increased rapidly, until he could barely match a 5th grade 7-star ultimate stage fierce beast. However, after using the god-killing spear, his combat power had increased significantly again. Just now, he used every technique he had access to and managed to kill a 5th grade 8-star early-stage fierce beast before collapsing from exhaustion. That was already his current limit. Master, your martial cultivation realm may not improve in the short term unless your cultivation realm advances. Continuing this training here will not offer much benefit anymore. You may temporarily leave now, Hongming reminded him. I see. Su Onping murmured, then nodded slightly after a pause. All right, I understand. Inside the Yanhuang Legion's headquarters, in the Legion Commander's office, Su Onping sat quietly listening to Qin Ming's work report for the past period. Old Qin, we have already controlled about 7 to 800,000 square kilometers of territory. The border lines have become very long. If we expand further to 7 to 8 million square kilometers, how many soldiers will we need to protect such a vast border? It's time we change our previous method of expansion, Su Onping said earnestly. Some might argue, isn't Huaxia controlling a much larger territory with a longer border, and yet they defend it well? That concept was entirely different. On Blue Planet, if no wars broke out between countries, border lines were mostly peaceful, requiring only a small number of soldiers to guard. Even so, there were many long stretches of uninhabited regions. But here in this other world, every inch of territory along the border required warriors to protect it, or else walls similar to the Great Wall had to be constructed. Otherwise, some fierce beast would definitely slip through the defenses. Right now it was still manageable. However, once China began large-scale migration and extensive construction here, fierce beast invasions would bring tremendous economic and human losses to China. Moreover, the further outward they expanded, the higher the cultivation stages of the fierce beasts became, making expansion increasingly dangerous. This was a problem that China, and even all the nations of the world, would have to face in the future. Chapter 230, Old Qin's Perfect Plan. Qin Ming was taken aback, not expecting Su Pingyan to have thought so far ahead. After a moment's thought, he said, Actually, I've considered this issue too, but since it's not something we need to worry about for now, I didn't mention it to you. Oh, then do you have any good suggestions? Su Pingyan asked curiously. I do have a few simple ideas. Whether they're feasible or not still depends on your judgment. Let's hear them. First, using our current territory, or perhaps an appropriately expanded territory as the core zone, we can build city walls between the vast mountain ranges, surrounding this area completely to prevent any ferocious beasts from entering. This would serve as our base camp, the safest zone, where future factories and the like can all be located. Qin Ming didn't beat around the bush and directly laid out his thoughts. Second, beyond the core zone, across a much larger territory, we can construct cities, which I call the suburbs. By controlling the surrounding areas through these cities, we can periodically dispatch troops to clear out the surrounding ferocious beasts. This way, our civilians can only live within the cities, and factories must also be located inside the cities. Outside the cities, we'd only build transportation roads without large-scale construction. Finally, beyond these suburbs, we should establish a risk alert zone. Here, we need to build several military fortresses at key locations and station soldiers there. These soldiers will primarily monitor the movements of the beasts. Once any anomaly is detected, the suburbs can quickly respond and prepare accordingly. Additionally, they can frequently venture out from the fortresses for training, given that the surrounding areas are all filled with ferocious beasts. That's roughly my idea. Qin Ming finished, looking at Su Pingyan expectantly for his response. After listening, Su Pingyan's eyes lit up, and he gave Qin Ming a thumbs up. Old Qin, impressive. I think this plan is really good. Do you think this plan is feasible? I think it's feasible. From my reconnaissance, the boundary between level 3 and level 4 ferocious beasts is about 1,000 kilometers away from the portal. We've expanded outward to 500 kilometers already, and I believe the core zone can definitely push forward another 300 to 400 kilometers, leaving 100 to 200 kilometers as a buffer zone, ensuring the absolute safety of the core zone, Su Pingyan explained. There was a big difference in threat level between level 3 and level 4 beasts, so he felt the edge of the core zone shouldn't be placed within the area where level 4 beasts roamed, and a buffer zone of 100 or 200 kilometers should be sufficient. The boundary between level 4 and level 5 beasts lies around the 3,000 kilometer mark, so we can designate the suburban zone to extend to around 2,500 or 2,600 kilometers. Beyond that would be the risk alert zone, Su Pingyan continued. Level 5 was a critical threshold, and very few among the Chinese people would be able to cross it, so he felt there was no need to expand beyond 3,000 kilometers. Leaving another 400 or 500 as a buffer zone should be more than enough. Should we report this to the chief minister? Although he and the others have entrusted you with the management of this world, not consulting with the higher-ups on a matter of this magnitude may still harm you politically, Qin Ming reminded him. At a certain level, one must have a certain degree of political sensitivity. Su Pingyan pondered for a moment, then nodded. All right, I'll mention it to the chief minister next time I go to the capital. It looks like we're about to start the next major war, Qin Ming said with a smile. Yes, once the chief minister and the others approve, the next war will directly push our borders to the future boundary of the core zone. Su Pingyan agreed with a nod. But before that, we have an even more important task, immigration. The upper echelons will soon initiate a nationwide mobilization. At that time, our main focus should be on relocating people. After completing this immigration effort, we can begin the next wave of military campaigns, Su Pingyan said. He had just returned from the capital and was already aware of the central government's intentions. Immigration. Qin Ming nodded slightly. Indeed, the timing is right. However, with this, we'll be completely exposed. We possess a portal, Qin Ming said, showing some concern. Do you think if we don't relocate people, they wouldn't know anyway? That's something we can't hide. Having concealed it for a whole year is already remarkable. I'm sure the nations of the world have long suspected, and now they're probably certain, that we have a portal, Su Pingyan replied with a relaxed smile. Yes, you're right. Now, we've already become giants, especially after the battle in the White Elephant Kingdom. At that point, we won't be able to hide anymore. Qin Ming nodded in agreement. The battle in the White Elephant Kingdom? Su Pingyan asked, showing a hint of confusion. Oh, I was just about to tell you. You've been in seclusion, and we didn't know when you'd come out. Our Xiaohu has reached an agreement with the White Elephant Kingdom, and there are only 11 days left. If you don't come out tomorrow, General Guo will lead the team and depart directly. Qin Ming quickly updated Su Pingyan. Following the chief minister's instructions, if you come out, this matter will be handed over to you for handling. What do you think? How should we arrange it? Qin Ming asked. This is something I didn't expect. I never thought the White Elephant Kingdom would agree to a 25% share. It seems they are really desperate, Su Pingyan said with a smile. They're definitely desperate. Other than their own portal, all the other shares they had in other regions have already been taken over by the Sam Nation, Qin Ming said contemptuously. All right, notify Tongguan. We'll let them take the lead with the 1st Battalion. Also, assign one company from the construction corps, bringing along the necessary machinery and equipment. That should be sufficient, Su Pingyan decided after some thought. Won't you take any soldiers from the Yanhuang Legion? Qin Ming asked, surprised. Just a mere 80 to 90,000 ferocious beasts? Besides, they are close to the portal. Even if the situation there is somewhat special and some third-stage beasts appear, how many could there possibly be? Not to mention our field battalions are capable of handling them independently, but even if they couldn't, there's always me. Su Pingyan replied casually. Are you going there yourself too? Qin Ming was even more puzzled. I do need to go there. After all, it's only about 2,000 kilometers from the border of the alien civilization. I want to check it out first and see if I can find a safe trade route. If we can establish one, it would be extremely beneficial for us Xiaohu, Su Pingyan explained. The Dashi Mountains are over 8,000 kilometers away, too far to develop into a trade route for now. As for the Crescent Island, it's even more distant and definitely not under consideration at the moment. Only the White Elephant Kingdom was the most suitable option. Should I prepare some resources for trade in case you meet the alien civilization and want to trade with them? Qin Ming asked. You know, that's actually a great idea. Better safe than sorry. After all, storing things in a dimensional space won't spoil them, Su Pingyan said brightly. All right, give me 2 hours. I'll get everything ready for you, Qin Ming said. Chapter 231. Is this all the troops you're sending? All right, I'll lead the troops out in 2 hours, Su Pingyan nodded. Oh, by the way, once we open the portal to White Elephant Kingdom, we'll need to send a large army over. Do you have any plans for that? Qin Ming asked. First build a city, then expand outward. However, we need to define the territories with White Elephant Kingdom first before making any decisions. I'll take the chance to explore the land and figure out which area is more advantageous. Su Pingyan thought for a moment and replied. That works, but I suggest sending the Yellow Emperor Legion over. After all, it's more dangerous there with a greater number of ferocious beasts. Sending them will maximize our returns, Qin Ming reminded. Yeah, no problem with that, Su Pingyan said agreeably. He was always ready to humbly accept good suggestions. By the way, there's one more thing. The chief minister learned about the War God Special Forces unit. Qin Ming then gave Su Pingyan a detailed account of the Taotar members of the War God Special Forces and the plan to establish a third regiment. The chief minister's suggestion makes sense. Truth be told, I had considered this earlier too, but was still hesitating. If that's decided, we'll go ahead. As for forming the third regiment, Su Pingyan fell into thought. Here's what we do. Directly promote the Guardian Sequence 1st Regiment to become the 3rd Regiment, with Ali Pu as its commander. I had promised him this before, and now it's the perfect chance to fulfill that. Meanwhile, reorganize the Guardian Sequence 2nd Regiment as the 1st Regiment. Split off a company as the backbone and recruit elite soldiers from the Ace Field Division to complete both Guardian Regiments, Su Pingyan said. Looks like General Guo is going to swear again, huh? Qin Ming joked openly after hearing this. Don't worry, I'll make it up to his field division later. I won't let them suffer any losses. Su Pingyan was confident he could convince Guo Xiaodian. Although he was the supreme commander in this world and could simply issue a command, he didn't want to be so blunt and make people feel upset. With your word, I can rest easy. Qin Ming nodded slightly. His earlier comment was partly meant to remind Su Pingyan. All right, I've told you everything. I'll go prepare the resources first, and you should go talk to General Guo, Qin Ming said, then turned and left the office. Inside General Guo Xiaodian's office. Commander, rare guest indeed. Welcome, welcome. Seeing Su Pingyan at the door, Guo Xiaodian stood up with a big smile on his face. General Guo, I wouldn't come without a reason. I have a matter that might inconvenience you. Su Pingyan got straight to the point. Is it about the expedition to White Elephant Kingdom? Guo guessed. Su Pingyan shook his head. It was on orders from the chief minister to expand the Yellow Emperor Legion by adding an offensive regiment, so I need to select a batch of elite soldiers from your Ace Field Division. This. Guo Xiaodian hadn't expected this, and his expression changed, clearly feeling some discomfort. General Guo, I'm pulling elite soldiers from your Ace Legion, but you can promote talented individuals from other field divisions into your Ace Division. Plus, once I return from this expedition, I can arrange for the 1st Division to enter the training space. I believe after such training, the coordination between the soldiers of the 1st Division will be elevated to a new level. The Heavenly Trio Sword Formation and the Xuanwu Formation will become even more powerful. Then you'll truly possess an elite unit among elites. What do you think? Su Pingyan framed this as a kind of quid pro quo. No problem at all. Absolutely no problem. You are the supreme commander of this world. We're all under your command. Guo Xiaodian smiled broadly. He had heard about the magical training space before. So far, only the Big Dipper 7 team had been allowed inside. Even the War God Special Forces had never had such a privilege. The 1st Field Division was getting such a precious opportunity. Of course, he wouldn't dream of turning it down. Besides, as he just said, Su Pingyan was the supreme commander. A simple order from him would have been sufficient. Guo himself wouldn't have been able to object anyway. The fact that Su had come in person and brought such generous benefits already showed great respect. Then I'll take my leave, said Su Pingyan after finishing the discussion. 2 hours passed quickly. Once the army was fully assembled, Su Pingyan placed them into the training space temporarily as a sort of reward for the upcoming expedition. Then he went to the capital alone. After briefly informing the chief minister of his plan for the future development of Shenlong Mountain and gaining the chief minister's approval, he took a plane to the border. Upon reaching the border, he found a secluded spot and summoned the expedition forces. Commander, Tongguan quickly came forward. How is everyone's training going? Su Pingyan asked with concern. The coordination level of the Heavenly Trio Sword Formation has reached the 1st stage, and the Xuanwu Formation isn't far from reaching the 1st stage either, Tongguan said cheerfully. The maximum coordination level of the Heavenly Trio Sword Formation could reach the 3rd stage, while the Xuanwu Formation could reach up to the 2nd stage. Military formations also vary in strength, ranked from the lowest 1st grade to the highest 9th grade. The maximum compatibility level for a 1st grade formation is level 1, for a 2nd grade it's level 2, and so on. A 9th grade formation can reach up to compatibility level 9. Reaching the 1st level of compatibility means doubling the combined combat strength of the soldiers in the formation. At the 2nd level, their strength is quadrupled, and so on. At the 9th level, the total strength can be multiplied by 512, which is astonishingly powerful. Since this is a multiple of the overall strength of the soldiers in the formation, it means the more warriors involved and the stronger they are, the greater the total power becomes. Imagine if the combined strength of all humans on Earth were amplified by 512 times. How overwhelmingly powerful would that be? Of course, that's just the most ideal scenario. In reality, the more soldiers involved, the harder it is to achieve synchronization. So don't underestimate Tongguan's 1st Regiment for having only reached the 1st level of coordination with the Heavenly Trio Sword Formation. It's already a rare achievement, especially considering the regiment consists of over 2,000 soldiers. Good. With your current strength, once you activate the Heavenly Trio Sword Formation, you should be able to easily defeat beasts below 5th order. Even a 5th order level 1 beast might not be safe, Su Pingyan said. Of course, this was just a guess. After all, there had been no actual combat, so he couldn't be certain. In his previous life, he had never seen any faction manage to raise synchronization to even the 1st level with such a large number of soldiers, so he had no real reference. Normally speaking, it's easier to train and improve the synchronization for groups of 3 or 9 people. If the Legion commander says it works, then it definitely does, Tongguan flattered with a grin. Alright, let's move out. Since they were all cultivators, their marching speed was very fast. By early that afternoon, before 3 o'clock, the army had already reached the portal entrance to the White Elephant Kingdom. They still stood on the platform 3 kilometers away. This time, it was Elder Xian and Ambassador Wang taking the stage. Is this all the troops your country is sending? Elder Xian frowned slightly, his tone somewhat displeased. Chapter 232, Intimidation. Haha. We Chinese have an old saying. It's better to have a small but elite force than a large but undisciplined army. Just watch, Mr. President. Ambassador Wang said calmly. You still have 10 days, Old Immortal reminded, but Ambassador Wang didn't respond. He kept his eyes fixed on the portal entrance. Commander, the portal's width has now expanded to 28 meters. A little cramped, but enough to allow 7 or 8 people to enter at once. Tongguan said after glancing at the portal. Our Yellow Emperor Legion will take the lead. Follow the 3-man group formation, the 3-talent sword formation, and pass through quickly. The construction corps soldiers will remain on Luanstar for now. Once we carve a path through on the other side, we'll come back and notify them. Su Ping'an ordered. I'll personally lead the vanguard. Tongguan volunteered. No need. Believe in our soldiers. Send the teams with high coordination first. They'll be sufficient. Once all the elite squads have entered, you can go in and take command. Su Ping'an replied calmly. Although for the entire regiment, the synchronization level of the 3-talent sword formation had only reached the first tier, at the level of a 3-man squad, it was a different story. Several squads had already achieved the 3rd tier, which multiplied their combat effectiveness 8-fold. Even 3 cultivators at the late 3rd stage of Transcendence Realm, using the 3-talent sword formation at 3rd tier, could kill a late 4th stage Transcendence Realm expert. After calculation, their combined combat strength was equivalent to 24 times that of a single late 3rd stage cultivator. Yes, sir. Tongguan accepted the order and immediately selected 5 squads from the 1st Battalion, squads that had already reached the 3rd tier of synchronization. You'll be our vanguard. Break through all obstacles at the other end of the portal. Any fear? Tongguan shouted. No fear. Good. Move out. Soon, fully equipped with top-grade level 2 spiritual artifacts, the 5 squads swiftly passed through the portal and entered the foreign world. The Yellow Emperor Legion had now fully upgraded and equipped top-grade level 2 spiritual artifacts across the board. It wasn't that Su Ping'an didn't want to equip them with level 4 spiritual artifacts. It was simply a matter of insufficient materials. Currently, only the Big Dipper 7 squad and the War God Special Forces had complete sets of level 4 or higher spiritual artifacts. This foreign world was a vast plain, boundless in all directions, with a massive group of nearly 100,000 vicious beasts living around a glowing blue circle that had become their new home. Yes, they had settled here and intended to make it their permanent lair. Zhang Quan was a soldier of the Yellow Emperor Legion's 1st Battalion and the leader of a 3-man team. He and the 2 soldiers under him got along very well and had always worked together on missions. Thanks to their recent training within the training space, their squad had finally reached the 3rd tier of synchronization in the 3-talent sword formation, which thrilled them greatly. The trio stepped through the portal into the foreign world and instantly drew the attention of surrounding vicious beasts, which immediately charged at them without hesitation. The 3 had already prepared themselves, and with rich experience battling vicious beasts, they reacted defensively in an instant. Leader, they're only level 1. One of the soldiers sneered contemptuously. Kill. Zhang Quan gave the order. The trio moved as one, like an arrow, quickly breaking through outward. Along the way, no vicious beasts could even slow them down. Within just a few seconds, dozens of vicious beasts lay dead beneath their swords. And that wasn't all. Within those few seconds, another squad entered the foreign world and joined the killing spree. As all 5 squads arrived, Tongguan also entered the other side shortly after and quickly spotted that all 5 teams had already pushed forward more than 200 meters, leaving a battlefield littered with corpses. That's all. I feel like one squad, at most a company, would be enough. Why does a whole regiment need to be involved? Tongguan surveyed the area, most of which were level 1 vicious beasts. Occasionally there were a couple of level 2 beasts mixed in. Soon, however, the commotion drew attention from the rear. Tongguan quickly spotted a level 3 vicious beast, surrounded by a layer of gongcheat, running toward them. Now that's more like it. Tongguan hadn't even finished speaking when a streak of sword light flashed. The level 3 vicious beast hadn't even had time to display its power before being struck down by one of the soldiers. It wasn't that these vicious beasts were weak, it was simply that the Yellow Emperor Legion was too strong. If it had been any other country outside of China facing a level 3 vicious beast, any nation would have suffered massive casualties. As the soldiers from the 1st Battalion rapidly entered the foreign world, Su Ping'an remained stationed at the entrance on Luanstar, without entering himself. 3 kilometers away, in the VIP viewing stand. Ambassador Wang. Don't you think something might have gone wrong with your men? It's already been several minutes. Why hasn't anyone come back out? Old Immortal worriedly asked. Though he secretly hoped China would suffer major losses, preferably with its most elite forces wiped out here, he also wished that China could help them clear the passage. In short, his heart was filled with inner conflict. Maybe they're just too excited from the battle and forgot to come back and report? Ambassador Wang mused, saying something that nearly made Old Immortal trip over. There's no one more arrogant than you. However, soon someone did come out to report the situation. A young soldier, perfectly clean except for bloodstains on his boots, stepped out of the portal and reported to Su Ping'an. Commander, according to the latest scans from our aerial Shinso detection equipment, there are approximately 960,000 vicious beasts on the other side. Among them are one 3-star Beast King and nearly 200 other 3-star Vicious Beasts. Around 5,000 2-star Vicious Beasts, and the rest are all 1-star Vicious Beasts. Our forces have already killed about 20 or 30,000 Vicious Beasts and advanced 2 kilometers forward. The Beast King has realized the danger and is leading the Vicious Beast army to retreat. Captain Tong is currently leading the pursuit. He sent me to inform you that the construction corps can now move in and start building. The soldier finished, then stood still, waiting for Su Ping'an's orders. All right, leave this side to me and return to battle, Su Ping'an replied. Upon hearing this, the soldier's face lit up with joy, immediately rushing back through the portal to continue hunting vicious beasts. With this kind of efficiency, who needed Zhongshu? They were nothing but merit. Everyone else, follow me inside, Su Ping'an said, leading the soldiers of the construction corps to line up and enter the foreign world, entering last himself. 3 kilometers away at the VIP stand, Old Immortal stared wide-eyed, mouth agape, wanting to say something but at a loss for words. Only a few minutes had passed, 10 at most, and already 20 or 30,000 vicious beasts had been killed, the enemy army in full retreat. How could the Chinese soldiers dare to chase them? It was simply unbelievable. Had the Chinese soldiers become this powerful? Or was this all just an act, meant to frighten them intentionally? On this side where Old Immortal stood, besides having telescopes that could see the entrance of the portal, there was also real-time video transmission, with simultaneous translation. Therefore, Old Immortal understood everything the soldier had reported. As for the other side of the foreign world, of course, there was no one there filming. If they had that ability, they would have taken control of the portal long ago. Chapter 323 Exaggerating Achievements? Haha, Mr. President, it seems we'll soon hear good news, Ambassador Wang said with a cheerful tone. He, who was well aware of the Yellow Dragon Legion's strength, felt no concern at all. Still, he hadn't expected things to move so quickly. In fact, he even felt slightly regretful for not telling Su Ping'an beforehand to tone things down a bit. Thank you for your country's assistance, Lao Xian awkwardly replied. He had already lost the mood for conversation with Ambassador Wang and continued, I'm not feeling very well, so I'll take my leave first. After saying that, he instructed those nearby. Take good care of Ambassador Wang. Yes. Ambassador Wang nodded slightly without saying a word, understanding Lao Xian's current mood. At the portal exit in another world. Commander, you've arrived. Tong Guan ran over excitedly. Weren't you chasing the ferocious beasts? Su Ping'an asked curiously. Hee, I heard you were coming, so I let the guys handle the pursuit. After all, even the Beast King is only at the 9th star of the 3rd stage of perfection. They can handle it, Tong Guan smiled. Then leaning closer, he asked, Commander, I remember you mentioned earlier that this place is about 2,000 kilometers away from the civilization in this world. So, does that mean there are high-ranked beasts nearby? Su Ping'an was momentarily taken aback before nodding slightly. Yes, the fact that a 3rd stage, 9th star, peak stage beast could approach the portal is very abnormal. This portal must be special in some way, and considering that this place is the closest to the foreign civilization, your guess makes sense. In his previous life, it was through this portal that humanity had first made contact with the foreign civilization. Then can I lead some men to scout around and find out where the boundary between the 3rd and 4th stage beasts is? Tongguan asked. Fine, but be careful. The boundary here might not be very clear. It's better to use drones for scouting, Su Ping'an reminded him. After all, if a peak 9-star beast of the 3rd stage could appear near the portal, how far away could a 4th stage beast be? Although the Beast King hadn't dared to come close to the portal, it was still less than 10 kilometers away, which was telling enough. All right, I'll make the arrangements immediately, Tongguan said excitedly. Commander, the people from Baixiang want to come in and take a look? At that moment, a soldier ran over and reported. We agreed on 15 days, no more, no less. Let them come and take over on schedule. Su Ping'an frowned and replied directly. He perfectly understood Baixiang's intentions. However, HMPF, they could only dream. Yes. Commander, can we begin building defenses? Wang Tao, the head of the construction platoon, walked over and asked for instructions. How long do you need approximately? It's just building a 200-meter radius of defenses. We have all the machinery and materials ready. Besides, we've brought only the best troops over this time, all strong and very efficient. I'd say at most 3 days, and that's including waiting for the cement to set. Otherwise, we could finish in half a day, Wang Tao thoughtfully answered. All right, you have 3 days. Guaranteed to complete the task. After briefly handling some local affairs, Su Ping'an left this world and returned to Lanxing. Inside the office of the president of Baixiang. You've all seen China's military power. Now tell me, how should we interact with them going forward? After all, they own 25% of this place, and we can't avoid them. Lao Xian's face wasn't very pleasant. Mr. President, I don't believe they could have resolved the battle within 10 minutes. They must be exaggerating their achievements deliberately to scare us, someone confidently stated. Exactly. We sent someone to enter the other world just now, but the Chinese actually claimed our agreed time hadn't come yet and refused to let us in. That's absolutely unreasonable. This is Baixiang territory. They think way too highly of themselves. Also, if they hadn't exaggerated their achievements, why would they dare refuse to let us in? I think they're still fighting over there. Another person chimed in. Enough. Regardless of whether or not they exaggerated their achievements, judging from the current situation, they're probably capable of completing the task within the scheduled time. After all, up to now, we haven't seen anyone coming out to ask for help, nor have we seen anyone fleeing. This at least indicates that the situation is temporarily stabilized on the other side. I called you here today mainly to discuss how to deal with them next rather than debating whether they're exaggerating their achievements, which is meaningless. Lao Xian had to interrupt the discussion. Mr. President, since this portal is so important to us, should we drive out the Chinese? Someone tentatively asked. Have you lost your mind? Do you think Huaxia is made of clay? If we dare to do something like this, they will definitely declare war on us, and they'll be on the moral high ground. We'd be in the wrong, and countless people would lose their lives. Can you take that responsibility? Someone immediately retorted. Of course, Huaxia had utterly crushed them before. Although they always claimed themselves as a great Eastern power, the results of the conflict from a few years ago were still fresh in everyone's memory. That encounter had slapped them in the face again. The gap had not only failed to narrow, it had likely widened. In case of a full-scale war, how long would it take Huaxia's army to reach their capital? A month? Half a month? A week? It was too terrifying to even imagine. At this point, Sam Nation was no longer reliable. The polar bear was clearly not going to risk offending Huaxia for their sake. If they dared to provoke Huaxia, it would be a suicide mission. Humph, you're so afraid of Huaxia that you're embarrassing our white elephant nation. At least embarrassing ourselves here is better than being disgraced on the international stage, causing countless deaths. Enough. How come you all are fighting again? Lao Xian interrupted once more, feeling his head swelling from frustration. At that moment, one of his trusted advisors spoke up. Mr. President, compared to Sam's dishonesty and robber logic, Huaxia has always valued face. They rarely start wars on their own. As long as we maintain friendly and mutually beneficial relations, they won't harm us. Instead, getting closer to Huaxia and strengthening cooperation with them is the most beneficial choice for our nation. Su Jiefu, you traitor, are you suggesting that our white elephant nation should surrender to Huaxia? Someone immediately jumped up and yelled at him. Shut up, Lao Xian roared. Continue. Lao Xian motioned to Su Jiefu. Right now, Huaxia already owns 25%. That fact can't be changed, and we certainly don't have the strength to change it. Since it's already become reality, we should try our best to develop things in a direction beneficial to the white elephant nation. For instance, learning from Huaxia and living peacefully with them. Once we coexist with them frequently, we can conveniently gain their essential knowledge. For example, why are they so powerful? I believe the whole world is curious about this. So, if we can master such knowledge, won't we become strong quickly too? Su Jiefu's words caused everyone's breathing to quicken slightly. Chapter 234, Stimulated, Crazy Idea. Mr. President, I support what Su Jief has said. The reason why Huaxia has become strong is something we, as the ones closest to them, can more easily access. This is a matter of global concern, and also the key to our becoming strong. Someone immediately stepped forward to support Su Jief. I also support it. Dong dong dong. Just at this moment, the secretary knocked on the door. Then, the secretary pushed the door open and came in front of Lao Xian, saying, Mr. President, Ambassador Wang from Huaxia requests to see you. Lao Xian was taken aback, not expecting Ambassador Wang to come looking for him at this time. After thinking for a moment, he said, take him to the foreign guest meeting room. I'll be there shortly. Yes. After the secretary left, Lao Xian stood up and said, I understand your ideas already. I also know how to deal with Huaxia now. Everyone is tired. Go back and rest. In 10 more days, we will usher in a new era for White Elephant Country. Yes, Mr. President, everyone said excitedly. In the foreign guest meeting room. Nice to see you, Mr. President. Ambassador Wang stood up and smiled. I wonder what business you have with me, Ambassador Wang. Lao Xian came straight to the point. Mr. President, according to the allocation practices for the other portals, shouldn't we establish the border lines for the two countries in the other world earlier? Ambassador Wang didn't beat around the bush either and directly explained his purpose. Lao Xian suddenly understood, then smiled and said, it seems your country is already confident about this. Naturally, Ambassador Wang didn't pretend to be modest either. I wonder what your thoughts are. Lao Xian inquired cautiously. Ambassador Wang smiled slightly and pulled out a simple map. There were very clear lines on it. He said to Lao Xian, according to international practice, the area around each portal is divided into 360 degrees, with the portal as the center. Our Huaxia claims 25% of the share, meaning we'd occupy a 90-degree sector. Lao Xian naturally knew about this practice, since they had also participated in the distribution of the Northern Sea Island and the ancient pyramid country. He asked, and which sector does your country want? Ambassador Wang glanced at Lao Xian, who wouldn't understand the other's intention. He was trying to test Huaxia, to see if Huaxia really understood the situation in the other world. If Huaxia really rushed to choose a sector, Lao Xian might not necessarily agree, and then the matter would drag on. This was also something Su Pingyan had only just realized. Originally, they had planned to investigate first and then choose whichever direction looked better. But after arriving in the other world, he thought of something else. Instead of dragging things out, it would be better if neither side knew much and just chose randomly. After all, as long as one was powerful, any direction would work. Besides, this area was a big plain, so there wasn't much difference among the sectors. There was just one requirement. The region obtained by Huaxia had to be adjacent to the nearest civilization in the other world. That was the only condition. This is your country's territory. We're just here to help. So naturally, your country gets to choose first, Ambassador Wang said naturally. This time, it was Lao Xian's turn to be puzzled. Curious, he asked. I wonder how much your country actually knows about the situation in the other world. Mr. President, you're joking. Our two countries have only recently entered the other world. As for understanding the other world, we probably haven't caught up with your country yet, Ambassador Wang smiled. Helplessly, Lao Xian just stared at the map for a while. then drew a line and said, "We'll take this sector. What do you think, Ambassador Wang?" As he spoke, his eyes were fixed on Ambassador Wang, trying to detect anything unusual, but there was nothing. Ambassador Wang simply nodded slightly and said, "Fine, we have no objections." In his heart, he thought, "Excellent. As long as it meets the requirements of Commander Su, everything is okay." After hearing this, Lao Xian slightly frowned his eyebrows, but since it was already agreed upon, he couldn't say anything else. He nodded. "Okay then, it will be done this way." Great. After the two had agreed on the demarcation of territories, they gathered the relevant personnel to sign the agreement and made it public globally. After that, Ambassador Wang found Su Pingyan and handed him the documents. "Commander Su, my task is complete. What happens next is up to you. Thank you for your hard work, Ambassador Wang." Su Pingyan smiled as he accepted the documents. "You're the ones who are working hard. You're the ones expanding the country's territory. If possible, I also hope to become one of your soldiers to fight in the other world," Ambassador Wang said longingly. "Soon, everyone will start cultivating spiritual energy, and migration will begin too. Ambassador Wang, you will certainly have many opportunities to fight in the other world, and even interact with the civilizations there. That is the key part, and also where you, Ambassador Wang, truly belong," Su Pingyan revealed in advance. "Oh, Commander Su, I heard earlier that White Elephant Country is the closest to the other civilization. I wonder when we might come into contact with them." Ambassador Wang asked softly. "I can't say for sure, but this time, I will scout the way. If conditions are suitable, it shouldn't be too far off," Su Pingyan replied. "That's truly great. I'll be waiting for your good news back on Blue Star," Ambassador Wang said with a smile. "No problem." Su Pingyan didn't know that since the joint declaration by Huaxia and White Elephant Country, the entire world had fallen silent. In the Oval Office of the Sam Country's White House, George was so furious he smashed everything in the room. His face twisted in rage and horror. "That despicable fence-sitter, that stinking piece of crap," George cursed furiously. "Mr. President, now that Huaxia has obtained 25% of White Elephant Country's share and opened the portal in such a short time, it seems we've greatly underestimated Huaxia's strength. They've hidden themselves well. We must react in time, or how will other countries view us?" Bryn whispered cautiously. "React? How can we react? The Thunder God Legion has been completely wiped out. What do we have left to react with?" George scoffed bitterly, looking disheartened. "Regardless, Mr. President, we are still the strongest military nation in the world. I think we were too restricted before. We should loosen our grip further, or even entirely, so there's a chance we can catch up and surpass Huaxia," Bryn advised. "Do you have any idea how?" George asked. "It's simple. Fully open access to the other world for civilians. Let the entire population participate. With so many people involved, their power will grow through their own efforts. We can also collect more monster meat from them via taxation and use it to rebuild the Thunder God Legion, instead of relying solely on our military to support everything while also having to appease the public," Bryn said, a trace of cruelty flashing across his face. "What? Are you insane? They're ordinary people. Going to the other world would be suicide. Those monsters aren't something they can handle." George stared at Bryn in disbelief. "Mr. President, other countries may not be capable of this, but we are different. Don't forget, we are a nation where every citizen owns firearms. We can even release military-grade weapons for them, equip them with advanced arms. Also, various financial conglomerates, for their own benefit, will surely spare no expense to establish their own exploration teams. In this way, we can activate the entire country's strength," Bryn explained. Chapter 235, Encountering a Fourth-Stage Beast Pack. Actually, after hearing these words, George fell into deep thought. It really was feasible. Previously, in Sam Country, there were beautiful landscapes everywhere, and zero-yuan shopping was common. Those lower-class vermin were indeed a serious threat to national security. Arming them and sending them to another world wouldn't just bring more peace to Blue Planet. It could also bring in more tax revenue. Why wouldn't they do it? As for those people refusing to pay taxes after arriving there, humph, don't even think about it. Don't bullets and weapons cost money? Isn't food expensive? They certainly wouldn't want to return, right? There were plenty of ways to control and restrict those citizens. Go call everyone over. This is something we must seriously discuss, George said to his blonde secretary. Obviously, he had already become interested. Yes, Bryn replied excitedly. The Polar Bear's Palace. The foundation of the Han Dynasty is unfathomable, the Emperor sighed. Your Majesty, it's only because our Blood Wolf Legion didn't participate. Otherwise, we could have captured that portal too, said a middle-aged man with a heavy beard, his voice deep and muffled. He was Khazar, the commander of the Blood Wolf Legion. Confidence is fine, but arrogance must not be tolerated. The Thunder God Legion of the Sam Country is no mere showpiece. You've already fought them on Northern Sea Island, haven't you? Don't you understand their power? The outcome was total annihilation. Yet according to what we've heard, the Han side only deployed 5,000 soldiers, engineers included, and they captured the portal in less than a single day. That's the gap we must recognize, the Emperor said sternly. But that's just their own propaganda, right? To this day, people from the Elephant Country still haven't been allowed inside, nor has any video evidence emerged. Who knows what the situation is like over there? Khazar muttered softly. Enough. How is the Blood Wolf Legion doing now? Can it become even stronger? The Emperor shifted the topic. At present, the Blood Wolf Legion has expanded to 3,000 members. As for strength, following the Han's classification standards, all are at least at the 6th level of body tempering realm, including myself. Recently, 6 of us have broken through to the 7th level of body tempering realm. That is, the King Tier Super Warriors, Khazar said proudly. Previously, only O from the British had achieved the 7th level of body tempering realm. However, since then, considerable time had passed, and across the globe, excluding the Han, quite a few 7th-tier cultivators had emerged. Yet at this level, without proper cultivation techniques, advancement would be extremely difficult. Up to now, there hadn't been any reports of someone breaking into the 8th level of body tempering realm without cultivation methods aiding them. Even in the last life, before proper techniques appeared, the fastest one had taken 1 year and 7 months to reach the 8th level. Not enough. Far from enough. After listening, the Emperor showed no hint of excitement and said, "Forget Northern Sea Island and the ancient pyramid for now. The number of people allowed is limited, and with constant surveillance among nations, things can't be done in secrecy. But Antarctica, however, is solely ours, where numbers aren't restricted and chanting is more convenient. We must accelerate the conquest and commit greater forces. We need to obtain more fierce beast carcasses faster to forge a more powerful super legion. Only then will we be able to compete with the Han in the future." Yes. Khazar finally grew serious. After Khazar left, the Emperor summoned his foreign minister. "You go visit the Han. Say that we wish to trade various mineral resources from Blue Planet for fierce beast corpses." After a short pause, he added, "If they are interested in big black fish or similar items, we can sell those too, as long as they can provide sufficient fierce beast meat. Everything is negotiable. Your Majesty, in recent years the Han have rapidly advanced their military might. They've already surpassed us in many high-end weapons. If they completely fill in their few remaining small gaps, it's likely that no country on Earth would be able to match them," the foreign minister said, voicing his concerns. "Do you think that if we refuse to sell them, they won't be able to develop these things themselves? It's just a matter of time. Meanwhile, which country on this planet dares to go to war with them? Under these circumstances, we might as well give them a favor while also reaping benefits. Most importantly, the future undoubtedly belongs to the cultivation era, and supremacy will lie in other realms. If we can gain even a little advancement in this aspect, any price would be worth paying," the Emperor said. He looked far ahead. His vision had long gone beyond this blue planet. There were too many nations and too little space here. The other realms were the true grand stage. Very few countries on Blue Planet would have the opportunity to step onto that grand stage, but the polar bear would certainly be among them. Certainly, the Emperor thought firmly. "I understand. I will depart for the Han immediately," the foreign minister said, quickly grasping the Emperor's intentions without further objection. The only concern in his mind now was whether the Han would truly be willing to exchange fierce beast meat for these technologies. He didn't have the answer. Su Pingyan had no idea how much his actions had changed this world. At this moment, he was hovering high above the foreign plains, looking around with a wide, open view. Below, the construction camp was busy building fortifications near the portal, while the soldiers of the Yellow Emperor's Legion had long vanished. They had already set out in batches to hunt fierce beasts and scout the surrounding terrain. After briefly giving a few instructions to the leader of the construction camp, Captain Wang Tao, Su Pingyan soared straight into the sky and flew toward the direction of the civilization in this other world according to his past memories. His flight was smooth and unimpeded. Occasionally, he encountered some flying fierce beasts, but they could sense the powerful aura from Su Pingyan and quickly avoided him from a distance. After flying roughly 280 kilometers or so, Su Pingyan encountered a 4th stage flying beast, which he casually eliminated. Fierce beasts of the 4th stage already within 200 kilometers. Su Pingyan was quite surprised, slightly furrowing his brows. In his previous life, when he entered this world, more than 10 years had passed. Within a radius of 300 to 500 kilometers around the portal had already become standard human habitation zones, with very few fierce beasts remaining. He hadn't bothered to check related information, naturally, since he hadn't known he would be reborn. After flying another 400 or 500 kilometers, roughly 700 kilometers away from the portal, Su Pingyan encountered a massive pack of fierce beasts, all ranked above the 4th star level, numbering at least 50,000 or more. Wow, so many. Can't possibly let this go. Su Pingyan couldn't resist the temptation. He immediately descended from the sky. With a wave of his hand, Chihua and Bai Susu were pulled out from the trial space. How did I suddenly end up here? Bai Susu exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 236 Hellish Quinyu. Huh? Boss, this isn't the trial space anymore, right? Chihua spotted Su Pingyan first and quickly ran over with a grin, lowering his head to match Su Pingyan's level before asking softly. This is the outside world. Ahead there's a horde of over 50,000 vicious beasts. This is your chance to test yourselves after all this time of training. Su Pingyan replied calmly. Don't you worry, boss. Leave it to me. It's definitely no problem. 500,000. I'll take them all down effortlessly. Chihua boasted proudly, patting his chest. Boss, though these vicious beasts are only 4th tier, their numbers are huge. I've sensed at least over 100 that have reached the peak of 4th tier 9th star. As for the Beast King leading the herd, it's probably just one step away from reaching 5th tier. Bai Susu spoke up after scanning the horde with divine consciousness. Big sister, whether it's not quite 5th tier or even 5th tier, it's still nothing but an ant to us. Chihua scoffed without concern. After all, he not only possessed divine grade bloodline, but had also reached the peak of 5th tier 6th star. Combined with the intense training in the trial space recently, he believed he could kill even a 5th tier 7th star vicious beast. Chihua, even a lion should give it its all when hunting a rabbit, as our boss taught us. You didn't forget, did you? Bai Susu shot him a glance and asked. I certainly didn't forget. I'm just showing my confidence. Chihua wouldn't admit that he indeed felt a bit arrogant and looked down upon these vicious beasts. While these beasts are far weaker than you, they are numerous. If they fight fearlessly and cooperate well, and attack just one of you, they might actually drain your strength and cause you to fail in a pitiful way. Su Pingyan warned. Then his tone shifted as he revealed his objective. However, since we have 3 here, I expect the outcome to be the complete annihilation of this army of vicious beasts. You can count on me, boss. Jiwa said. I can do it too. Bai Susu nodded. Good. Let's go. Su Pingyan smiled slightly, waved his hand, and, with the 2 beasts, charged into the nearby horde of vicious beasts. In an instant, it was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Su Pingyan swung his demon-slaying spear powerfully, a beautiful arc cutting through the air, a flash of red light, and dozens of vicious beasts above 4th tier, 7th star collapsed dead. What? Vital energy. Then, in the next second, dozens of streams of vital energy quickly gathered from the corpses of the vicious beasts into the demon-slaying spear, then transferred into Su Pingyan's body. Not strong, but the effect is pretty good. Su Pingyan's eyes lit up immediately. As he started killing more beasts, he became even more energized. Initially, the vicious beast army tried to resist fiercely when facing Su Pingyan and his companions. However, upon witnessing their overwhelming power, the Beast King immediately considered retreating and began commanding the army to withdraw in order. But Su Pingyan wasn't about to let such an opportunity slip away. He left Chihua and Bai Susu to continue battling the main army and flew directly toward the Beast King. As soon as he arrived, he met resistance from the elite guards of the Beast King. These guards were all at the peak of 4th tier 9th star in unison, numbering nearly 500. Even an ordinary expert at the 9th ascension stage would likely fall here. Su Pingyan, with his 8th ascension peak cultivation alone, was able to tear through them. In a short while, he had chased the enemy over 40 kilometers and finally reached the Beast King. Human, why must you push so far as to eliminate us completely? The Beast King realized escape was impossible and confronted Su Pingyan, his expression very grim. Hellish Quinny of Beast? Su Pingyan spoke, somewhat uncertain. That's right. I am the Hellish Quinyu, a divine beast. Since you know who I am, you must also know our clan isn't easily provoked. If you kill me and my elders find out, you will definitely die as well. But if you let me leave today, I'll pretend nothing ever happened. The Hellish Quinyu said. Pretend like nothing happened? Su Pingyan gave a sarcastic chuckle before saying, after all, I've already killed 50,000 of your troops. Can we really just pretend like nothing happened? Why not? Those were just 50,000 ants anyway, not members of my clan. The Hellish Quinyu shrugged indifferently. Su Pingyan nodded slightly. Indeed, as the beast had said, except for the king himself, all the other creatures in the horde were different kinds of vicious beasts. Due to his superior cultivation and divine bloodline, he became their ruler. Such circumstances were quite common in other realms, something Su Pingyan already understood. Perhaps there's some truth in what you said, but there's an old saying. If you don't uproot the weeds, they'll grow again with the spring breeze. If I let you go today and you come after me later for revenge, wouldn't I suffer a huge loss? As you said, your clan has powerful elders. I can't afford to take that risk. It's still safer to kill you. Su Pingyan pretended to think for a moment, giving the Hellish Quinyu a glimpse of hope. But the words he spoke afterwards stunned it once again. So everything I just said was pointless? You're still going to kill me? Facing death, although its name was Hellish Quinyu, that was only to describe their terrifying nature. It didn't mean they were beings from hell, nor did it mean they feared death any less. No one truly faces death without fear. Human, you better think clearly? The Hellish Quinyu swallowed hard and said in a forced calm tone. I've already thought clearly. Su Pingyan nodded heavily. Human, if you spare me, anything goes. Anything you want, I'll do it. I can give you all the treasures I've collected over the years. These treasures are extremely valuable. They're worth more than just killing me. The Hellish Quinyu dangled another tempting offer. Although their clan, like the Dragon Clan, loved collecting treasures, with many valuing treasures more than life itself, it wasn't the case for him. Oh, Su Pingyan's eyes lit up immediately, reminded of some legends he had heard in his past life. To be honest, this was indeed tempting. However, his original purpose wasn't these treasures, but the Hellish Quinyu itself. It was a divine beast after all. Otherwise, how could he have wasted so much time talking to the other party? He would have just killed it without a word. Seeing that Su Pingyan seemed interested, the Hellish Quinyu quickly nodded earnestly. Yes, there's a lot. A whole cave full, filled with my collection of treasures. Pity, I still can't afford the risk, unless. Su Pingyan said, pretending to fall into hesitation. Unless what? Tell me, human, whatever it takes, as long as you don't kill me. The Hellish Quinyu urged anxiously. Chapter 237, Gaining Another Powerful Ally. You can really do anything? Su Pingyan asked in return. I can swear on behalf of our Murky Kuei Bull clan in hell. The Murky Kuei Bull replied. If I go back on my word, may our entire clan be struck down by heavenly lightning and meet a terrible fate. Inwardly, however, it quickly added, Ancestors, please don't take that seriously. It was just talk and doesn't count. After listening, Su Pingyan couldn't help but twitch his lips. He could only imagine how members of the Murky Kuei Bull clan would feel upon hearing this, likely furious enough to want to kill it themselves, effectively doing some good for the clan. Fine. As long as you acknowledge me as your master, you're one of us, and naturally, I won't kill you. Su Pingyan said straightforwardly. That's true, but what? The Murky Kuei Bull's eyes widened in disbelief. It shook its head repeatedly and even took a few steps back. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Our Murky Kuei Bull clan would rather die than become anyone's slave. Oh, so Bull, Without another word, Su Pingyan released his aura and instantly shot forward, striking the murky Kuei bull and sending it flying. Hiss, struggling to rise from a deep crater. The murky Kuei bull's expression was filled with horror. Given its strength, while it wouldn't stand a chance against a 5th stage expert, it should have been able to withstand at least one move. Besides, the human in front of it clearly wasn't a transcendent realm expert. It was simply too baffling. A genius. No, a monster had appeared among humans again. If you're not willing to become one of us, then I'm sorry. Su Pingyan spoke slowly and clearly, raising the Godslayer's spear as he approached. The murky Kuei bull couldn't help but shudder, its forehead breaking into a sweat. When Su Pingyan came within 5 meters and raised his spear, the murky Kuei bull dropped to its knees. Master. Its movement might not have been perfectly smooth, but it definitely didn't look like its first time doing so. Oh, so you've changed your mind. Su Pingyan retracted the Godslayer's spear and asked playfully, "You are an extraordinary prodigy. It's my blessing to follow by your side. Even among my clan's powerful existences, many have followed great deities. Based on your talent, Master is surely destined to become a mighty deity in the future." The murky Kuei bull flattered, its tone full of admiration. "What about never becoming a slave? Only if you're strong enough. Serving an ordinary human is disgraceful, but serving a god is an honor, one that most creatures can only dream of. Those who recognize the situation are truly the smart ones. You're quite a capable one," Su Pingyan said with a satisfied nod. He then added, "Open your mind." Soon, a hexagram-shaped mark flew out from Su Pingyan's forehead and entered the murky Kuei bull's body. In a short time, a special connection was established between them, and Su Pingyan smiled slightly. Good. He had gained yet another divine beast ally, another major reinforcement for himself and the foundations of Huaxia. "I'll heal your wounds a bit." Saying so, Su Pingyan transmitted a bit of vital energy using the life source stone. Instantly, the murky Kuei bull felt itself enveloped in a warm current, and soon its body had completely recovered. "Master, you're amazing," the murky Kuei bull exclaimed joyfully, feeling that it had made a great choice in masters. "You saw that I have 2 other battle companions already. Also, I don't like being called master by others. From now on, just call me boss, like they do," Su Pingyan explained. "Yes, boss." The murky Kuei bull nodded enthusiastically. After accepting the murky Kuei bull, Su Pingyan didn't ask it to attack his original subordinates. He merely told it to wait aside while he returned to the battlefield. After more than an hour, tens of thousands of 4th-stage vicious beasts had fallen under the hands of Su Pingyan and his 2 beast companions. Su Pingyan took out the Yaoyan pot. Automatically flying into the sky, the magical artifact released a powerful suction force across the area. Tens of thousands of 4th-stage beast corpses, even their flesh and blood, floated up from the earth and were sucked into the Yaoyan pot. With Su Pingyan's cultivation enhanced, the magical artifacts like the Yaoyan pot had become increasingly powerful. "Huh, boss, there's still one left alive." Chihua raised his hand, ready to kill. "Don't. He's one of us, really one of us." The murky Kuei bull was so frightened it hurried behind Su Pingyan and begged for mercy. "All right, don't scare him," Su Pingyan couldn't help but say. He clearly saw that Chihua was just messing with him, likely wanting to claim the new arrival as his own subordinate. After all, Chihua had once tried to take by Sujin as his subordinate, but instead ended up being suppressed and becoming her follower, calling her Big Boss Sister. That didn't mean he had given up his desire to lead, though. Now that another chance had come along, he naturally wanted to show off his authority, to properly establish himself as the boss. "Boss, is this your newest subordinate? He's pretty big, though looks like he's all bark and no bite." Chihua scrutinized the murky Kuei bull, critically appraising it from head to toe. "Do you have your own name?" Su Pingyan ignored Chihua and turned to ask the murky Kuei bull. "Boss, when I was just born, the ancestor took a liking to me and gave me a name, Qingyang." The murky Kuei bull answered quickly. "Qingyang? Any particular meaning behind it?" Su Pingyan asked, puzzled. "Ah, our home is in the Qingyang Mountains," the murky Kuei bull replied in a small voice. Su Pingyan gave a helpless look. "All right then. Oh, by the way, this ancestor you mentioned, what kind of strength does he have, and where is he?" Su Pingyan asked with concern. He had taken one of their clan members as a subordinate, and if an old expert came seeking revenge, things could get troublesome. He needed to know what he was dealing with. The ancestor is at the 9th star of the 7th stage, fully perfected in cultivation. However, most of the time he remains in seclusion and deep sleep within the Void Mountains. He occasionally emerges. Last time was when I was born, and he happened to be visiting our branch, Qingyang answered. "Void Mountains? What's that place?" Su Pingyan asked, confused. Su Pingyan knew about the Qingyang Mountains. Although this area was a vast plain, plains have their limits. Approximately 140,000 kilometers south of here stretched continuous mountain ranges. The closest range to the plain was the Qingyang Mountains, marking the furthest point humans had reached to the south in his past life. Beyond that lay dangerous territory, home to 5th and 6th stage vicious beasts. As for the Void Mountains, he had never even heard of them before, assuming they must be even farther south than the Qingyang Mountains. "Boss, I don't exactly know where the Void Mountains are either. But from what the elders in my clan mentioned once, the Void Mountains are a barrier lying between the 10,000 Kingdom continent and the Divine State continent. That place is filled with experts of the 7th stage everywhere, and even divine beasts that the outside world has never seen are common there," Qingyang answered seriously. Restricted Void Mountains. A name suddenly appeared in Su Pingyan's mind. Chapter 238, Jade Slips, Transmission Array. The location of the portal, as well as the place where the foreign civilization more than 2,000 kilometers away was situated, were both on the Myriad Nations continent. On this continent, countless kingdoms stood side by side. In ancient times, there might have truly been over 10,000 nations, which was how the continent got its name. However, according to what Su Pingyan had learned in his previous life, after hundreds of thousands of years of warfare, larger nations had swallowed smaller ones. Thus, the name Myriad Nations no longer matched reality. Now only a few hundred countries remained. Even so, the Myriad Nations continent was still an extremely vast land, with an unfathomable population. It was said that in the northwest of the Myriad Nations continent, there existed a bottomless abyss. Strangely, flying above this abyss was impossible. Even Skyrealm cultivators couldn't do it. Yet 7-stage Xingshou could still fly above it. Thus, the people of the Myriad Nations continent had named the area the No-Fly Mountain Range. As for what lay beyond the No-Fly Mountain Range, there were numerous legends across the continent regarding this, but what was the truth? Su Pingyan himself didn't know. After all, in his previous life he hadn't been able to access such high-level information. His knowledge had been extremely limited. He only just began to suspect this after hearing Qingyang's words. However, now he knew exactly what lay beyond the No-Fly Mountain Range. That should be the Divine Land continent that Qingyang mentioned. As for the situation in the Divine Land continent, he knew even less. In his previous life, he'd never even heard of such a place. Probably due to his low status, or because humanity had not yet expanded that far during his lifetime. Never mind all that for now. The Myriad Nations continent is our destination this time. Let's just get there first, Su Pingyan mentally resolved firmly. Qingyang, your ancestor won't come back so soon, right? Su Pingyan asked. Boss, probably not. According to our clan members, the old ancestor may not visit our area even once in 1,000 years. Su Pingyan nodded slightly, feeling somewhat more relaxed. Given a little more time, even if it was a 7-stage, 9-star peak powerhouse, or even a god, with the god-slaughtering spear in hand, he really wanted to see what killing a god would be like. Oh, by the way, didn't you say you had a hidden treasure location? Where is it? Take me there, Su Pingyan said. Be boss. Qingyang immediately looked pained. What's wrong? Reluctant. Su Pingyan chuckled. No way. My loyalty to the boss can be witnessed by heaven and earth. Whatever the boss sets his eyes on is naturally his. Whatever he doesn't want, just give me scraps. Qingyang quickly declared his loyalty. Then let's go. Though Qingyang said he wasn't pained, inside he was already sobbing blood. He dragged his feet all the way until Qihui gave him a harsh beating, which finally sped him up. Before long, the group, a human and 3 beasts, arrived at a small hill. A great plain didn't mean entirely without mountains, only that mountain ranges weren't very high. The highest point of this unnamed hill was around 400 meters. That wouldn't count for much on Lanying Star, and even less here. Boss, it's this cave, Qingyang said after leading them around the small hill several times, finally arriving at a massive cave about 40 meters high. The entrance was partially hidden by rocks and vegetation. This cave is so high. This was me widening it. At first, it wasn't even half this tall. I couldn't even fit through, Qingyang explained. The hellish Kuei ox stood nearly 40 meters tall on 4 hooves, its body length over 60 meters, truly a colossal monster. Even this huge cave would become cramped once Qingyang entered. From the 1st to the 4th stage, most Qingshou increased in size as their cultivation advanced, except for a few special cases. However, the extent of this increase varied. But once reaching the 5th stage, their bodies gained the ability to control their size, freely shrinking or expanding, because by then, their physical forms had already transcended the mundane. It was said that upon reaching the 6th stage, they could even take human form. However, having lived 2 lives, Su Pingyan had never seen such a transformation. It was always just a legend. After all, even if such a beast had transformed into human form and stood before you, you probably wouldn't have recognized it. Those from Lanying Star who had witnessed such a change were likely few and far between, surviving through extreme odds, and only the accounts from foreign civilizations had passed on such information. Alright, let's go inside and take a look, Su Pingyan led the way. Bai Susu and Qihua immediately shrunk their bodies and swiftly entered through the cave opening. At this point, Qingyang appeared somewhat embarrassed. Unable to shrink, he could only follow last, instantly blocking out all the light entering the cave, plunging the interior into darkness. Fortunately, given their cultivation levels, even in pitch-black darkness they could see clearly, so it wasn't a big issue. Whoa, quite the treasure trove here. Su Pingyan surveyed the surroundings, noticing that not only did Qingyang love collecting valuables, but he also loved being neat and organized, categorizing everything with surprising tidiness. Ores were neatly separated from spirit stones, while spirit fruits were piled together, alongside various beast cores from Xingshou and other rare treasures. Almost a third of the cave was already filled to the brim. A jade slip. Suddenly, something caught Su Pingyan's attention. It wasn't that the object itself was particularly valuable, but rather that it shouldn't have appeared here at all. Su Pingyan stretched out his right hand, and instantly a suction force surged outward. From a distance, an object resembling a jade slip transformed into a streak of light and flew straight into his palm. Qingyang, why do you have a jade slip here? Where did it come from? Su Pingyan asked, holding up the jade slip. This was clearly not naturally formed jade. It was definitely a man-made jade slip used by cultivators to record techniques or information. I picked it up not far to the south, Qingyang replied after thinking for a moment. Other than this jade slip, what else is over there? Su Pingyan asked with concern. Just a pile of randomly placed stones. That's it. That's all. With no other choice, Su Pingyan could only place the jade slip against his forehead and release his spiritual sense to read its contents. This was the standard method for reading jade slips. Moreover, jade slips were invented by human cultivators and generally had restrictions placed on them, making them difficult for Xingshues, even divine beasts, to decipher. Instantly, a surge of information poured into Su Pingyan's mind, causing him to break into an expression of wild joy. A transmission array. Exactly. The jade slip contained instructions for constructing and operating a low-grade transmission array. Don't underestimate a low-grade transmission array. It was actually extremely rare and precious no matter what grade of transmission array it was. Also, the rank of a transmission array referred to its transmission distance, not its quality or other aspects. According to Su Pingyan's memories, transmission arrays were divided from lowest to highest as low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. As for whether there were any ranks beyond top-grade, Su Pingyan didn't know, because in his previous life, he hadn't even seen a low-grade transmission array before. The transmission distance of a low-grade array ranged from a minimum of 100 kilometers to a maximum of 1,000 kilometers. Chapter 239, Repairing and Activating the Transmission Array. The actual transmission distance depends on the distance between the two lower-grade transmission arrays being constructed. This can be arranged according to need. A middle-grade transmission array covers a minimum distance of 2,000 kilometers and a maximum of 10,000 kilometers. An upper-grade transmission array covers a minimum distance of 20,000 kilometers and a maximum of 100,000 kilometers. As for the supreme-grade transmission arrays, they cover a minimum distance of 200,000 kilometers and a maximum of 1 million kilometers. 1 million kilometers. Surely, even in other realms, that would be considered an incredibly vast distance? Qingyang, take me to that pile of rubble over there, Su Pingyan hurriedly said. Although he had never seen a real transmission array before, based on the description within the jade slip and what Qingyang had just said, that pile of rocks was most likely an abandoned transmission array. Boss, come on up, I'll take you there. Qingyang noticed Su Pingyan only cared about the rubble pile and paid little attention to his treasures, so his mood immediately improved. Su Pingyan nodded slightly, but before mounting Qingyang, he still remembered the treasures in the cave. With a wave of his hand in front of Qingyang, he collected all the treasures into a storage space, which made Qingyang feel quite Qing. Don't feel Xintong. Though you have plenty of things here, truly valuable treasures are rare. They're just nice to look at, they'll be more useful to me. Of course, I won't let you take a loss either. I will help you break through to the 5th stage, maybe even match Susu and Chihua's cultivation level. Su Pingyan mounted Qingyang and patted the soft fur on his head, soothing him. Thank you, boss. Qingyang, who had been feeling down just now, immediately felt better after hearing Su Pingyan's assurance. Both magical beasts and cultivators value advancement in cultivation above all else. The 5th stage, a critical threshold. Although he was already very close, he had been stuck at this stage for over a decade. Without a rare opportunity, advancing through sheer persistence would require at least several hundred more years. This place was Qingyang's territory, and he was very familiar with the surrounding terrain. In a short while, he brought Su Pingyan to a location about 100 kilometers away, a spot behind a hill no taller than 300 meters. Boss, this is the pile of rubble, Qingyang said. But actually, even without Qingyang saying anything, Su Pingyan had already spotted the rubble pile. Cross-referencing the information in the jade slip, he confirmed already, it was indeed an abandoned lower-grade transmission array. Su Pingyan studied the pile of rubble for a while, and then walked around its perimeter, cross-checking what he saw with his accumulated knowledge. The foundation of the formation is still mostly intact. The left side is relatively complete as well. However, the right side has suffered considerable damage and requires void iron and starlight stone for repairs. Void iron. Suddenly, a spot that absorbed light and looked pitch black caught Su Pingyan's attention. There was no reason for a place to be completely dark. It didn't look like an ordinary hole. Indeed, when Su Pingyan picked something up, the black hole-like depression on the ground vanished, and instead, his hand disappeared. That fully confirmed it. It was void iron that had fallen here after the destruction of the transmission array. Qingyang, there's void iron here. Also, I remember we do have some starlight stones in our possession, right? See if you can restore it according to the pattern described in this jade slip. Su Pingyan entrusted the important task to Qingyang Cauldron. In no time at all, a thin, semicircular shield-shaped object made of void iron and starlight stone appeared before Su Pingyan. It's even more perfect than the wing on the left side of this transmission array. Su Pingyan, realizing this was the work of the Qingyang Cauldron, understood immediately. Next, following the knowledge from the jade slip, he carefully removed the rest of the parts of the entire transmission array and asked the Qingyang Cauldron to perform repairs and renovations, while also taking the opportunity to upgrade and improve the formation. With the newly created transmission array modules, Su Pingyan started building the transmission array on site, following the instructions from the jade slip. Initially, despite knowing how to proceed, his hands were not yet accustomed to the process, so it took Su Pingyan quite a while before the work was finally completed. However, after finishing everything, Su Pingyan slightly furrowed his brows and fell into deep contemplation. There's an abandoned transmission array here, which can't possibly be without reason. Therefore, it must be connected to at least one other transmission array. Is that other array still intact today? If only I could find that other array, even if it's ruined. As long as there is the necessary material, I can smelt and reconstruct an even better one. With the Qingyang Cauldron present, the only limiting factor preventing Su Pingyan from building a transmission array was the availability of materials. All other materials were manageable, but void iron was truly rare. At least before acquiring the jade slip, Su Pingyan had never heard of it. Previously, he had taken a few glances at the materials collected by China and hadn't seen any of it. Whether they currently had any or not wasn't certain, but the likelihood was that they didn't. Forget it, thinking too much won't help. Since I've already repaired this transmission array, I might as well activate it to see if the other end is still functional. Thinking this, Su Pingyan took out a piece of low-grade spirit stone and placed it into the spirit storage box of the transmission array. Instantly, a string of numbers appeared on the surface of the spirit storage box. 113 taels remaining. Activating the transmission array would consume 100 taels of low-grade spirit stones in one go. Once activated, as long as it remained open, it would only cost 1 tael of low-grade spirit stone per day to maintain the activated state. As for actual usage, each person would consume 0.001 taels of low-grade spirit stones per 100 kilometers, which equated to just 1 silver spirit coin. A low-grade transmission array's maximum range was 1,000 kilometers, which cost merely 1 gold spirit coin. An ordinary person in another realm could manage one usage if they gritted their teeth and used up 1 or 2 years' worth of savings. For cultivators in another realm, this could certainly serve as their main mode of transport. Of course, this price was merely the cost price. Constructing a transmission array, maintaining daily operations, and covering other management expenses all required significant costs. If priced according to the above rates, they would end up losing every last stitch of clothing. The actual usage price would definitely be higher. Unfortunately, all of this was just Su Pingyan's imagination. In fact, in his previous life, he had lived in a city of another realm civilization for nearly a year total, yet he had never once seen a transmission array. This indicated that even if such things existed, they were extremely precious, and average cities absolutely wouldn't have them. Activate it. Thinking more won't help. Trying is better than imagining. What was a mere 100 taels of low-grade spirit stones? At most, it'd just be wasted. But with Su Pingyan and China's current wealth, they could afford to lose that amount. Very quickly, as Su Pingyan activated the transmission array, the 2 arc-shaped wings began rotating around the formation's base. They spun faster and faster until a green beam of light shot straight into the sky. At this point, the 2 wings slowed down and hovered on either side of the formation base, motionless. The column of light shooting skyward disappeared in an instant, as though connecting to something. Immediately, a dim and starless star map appeared above the transmission array. Chapter 240. Does he prefer the new to the old? Su Pingyan stepped into the formation and looked up. There were only 2 stars across the entire star map. According to the Jade Slip's description, each star represented a current teleportation formation or one that had previously been connected. One of the stars was white. That was the teleportation formation beneath his feet. The other star, however, appeared dim and lifeless, indicating that the teleportation formation it represented had once been connected, but had either been destroyed or no longer existed. Whether it was destroyed or simply no longer exists, since there's a clue, I must investigate. Su Pingyan decided he would visit the location of the other formation. If he could locate any surviving materials, especially Lingshu iron, there might be a chance to reconstruct another teleportation formation. With the help of a teleportation formation, extremely dangerous areas could be crossed directly, which would be more convenient for communication between Huaxia and other civilizations. I never imagined this expedition, originally meant to explore paths to other civilizations, would lead to such a great discovery. Qingyang truly brings me good fortune. Su Pingyan couldn't help but sigh. If it's useful for the boss, then it's all good. Qingyang had just recovered from his shock. Seeing the boss turn a pile of random stones into something so amazing truly widened his eyes. You're simply too amazing, boss, Chihua chimed in with flattery. Boss, what is this exactly? Bai Susu asked curiously. This is a teleportation formation. It can transport us over long distances from one place to another, Su Pingyan explained. So miraculous? The 3 beasts were even more shocked. Although they possessed the bloodlines of divine and sacred beasts, inheriting ancient knowledge, these were mostly limited to their clan or cultivation-related traditions. Ordinary knowledge, such as teleportation formations, was unknown to them. Otherwise, if they could inherently know endless information through inherited knowledge, that would be too absurd. That's also why issues such as broken inheritances arose. It is indeed amazing, but now it's useless since there's only one formation. Su Pingyan sighed helplessly. Chihua, I'm giving you an important mission. Stay here and guard the teleportation formation until I return, Su Pingyan ordered. Boss, you aren't taking me with you, Chihua replied, wearing a look of grievance. Then he glanced at Qingyang and said, Boss, this is Qingyang's territory, and he's more familiar here. It'd be better to leave him behind to watch over it. Upon hearing this, Qingyang roared furiously at Chihua to express his displeasure, though he dared not speak out loud. Qingyang's cultivation level is still low. I brought him along to help improve it. You will stay here, and you don't have much to say about it, Su Pingyan said, then kicked Chihua lightly. Boss, you really prefer the new to the old, Chihua muttered, looking wronged. What did you say? Su Pingyan dug his fingers into his ear and glared with an ominous expression. Nothing at all. I meant, leave it to me. I'll guarantee the safety of the teleportation formation. Chihua took a couple of steps back. Su Pingyan nodded with satisfaction. Good. As long as you're confident, I'm satisfied. I've always believed in persuading through reason, and I don't like to force anyone. If in the future anyone doesn't wish to do something, feel free to say it out loud. Whether or not he'd listen was his own matter. Okay, understood. Chihua blinked, slightly nodding. Let's go. After this brief teasing, Su Pingyan felt even better. Without lingering any longer, he set off toward the dim star. Along the way, Su Pingyan was not only searching for the path, but also hunting ferocious beast groups along the way. Especially when encountering 5th grade beasts, he always personally killed them, both to enhance his own cultivation and because Qingyang needed some grade 5 spiritual liquid to ascend to the 5th tier. Therefore, over the next few hundred kilometers, they spent more than 2 days, 4 times longer than before. In that time, they hunted 7 4th grade beast groups with more than 20,000 members, and 1 5th grade group with over 10,000 beasts. Most beasts within the 5th grade group were at the 1st star level, and the Beast King itself was only at the 3rd star level. Other small or scattered beast groups were left for by Susu to deal with. Later, although Qingyang successfully ascended to the 5th tier, most of the beasts they faced had already been 5th tier, so he couldn't intervene and could only keep cultivating within the cultivation space. Supplied by Su Pingyan with abundant lower-grade 5th tier spiritual liquid, his cultivation increased rapidly, which satisfied Su Pingyan greatly. Even Su Pingyan himself had gradually progressed from the early stage of the 2A Fanjing 9th level to the middle stage, approaching the final step toward full mastery thanks to the feedback from the demon slaughtering spear. Die. Just as Su Pingyan killed the Beast King with a single spear strike, he suddenly felt his inner spiritual energy surging out of control. Breakthrough. Boom inside his consciousness. His divine soul violently trembled and then solidified further. Su Pingyan's cultivation had successfully broken through to the 9th level of the 2A Fanjing, reaching its pinnacle. Good. One more step, and I'll reach the Chao Fan stage, Su Pingyan said joyfully. Boss, something feels off. The number of ferocious beasts is decreasing, and there's a powerful, awe-inspiring aura near our destination. Bai Susu suddenly descended from the air and whispered to Su Pingyan. Su Pingyan nodded slightly. He too had sensed something unusual. Be careful, Su Pingyan warned, then proceeded cautiously toward the teleportation formation ruins. Bai Susu nodded and shrunk her body significantly, beginning to move forward in stealth. Before long, the two arrived near the teleportation formation ruins. Up close, Su Pingyan noticed a 3-headed serpent coiled beside a pile of rubble. Su Pingyan carefully surveyed the surroundings and silently observed the aura here. Boss, the spiritual energy here is extremely dense. It's likely a spirit vein, and at the very least a mid-grade one, possibly even high-grade, Bai Susu sent in thought. Su Pingyan nodded slightly. He had noticed this as well. No wonder this 3-headed creature chose to settle here. It was an ideal place for cultivation. And what's more, it was at least a mid-grade spirit vein. Even though Huaxian now controlled quite a few spirit veins, those reaching mid-grade levels were still rare. What cultivation level is it at? Su Pingyan asked. I'm not sure. It seems to be asleep. Its aura fluctuates in strength. It must be at the threshold of a cultivation stage. Likely the pinnacle of 5th tier, 8th star, and on the verge of breaking through to 9th star. Bai Susu thought for a moment before replying. Chapter 241, Transcending to the Extraordinary Realm. After saying that, he couldn't help but remind Su Pingyan, Boss, he's likely the legendary triple-headed Zhao, extremely dangerous. If he were only at the late 8th star of 5th grade, I could still manage, but now, it's uncertain. Su Pingyan listened and evaluated his own strength. Back when he had reached the pinnacle of the 8th stage of the refinement realm, he could barely kill a 5th grade beast at the early 8th star stage. Now, having just broken through to the refinement realm 9th stage's pinnacle, he estimated that he could hold his own against a beast of the mid-8th star stage. In that case, even if he and Bai Suzu work together, they might not be a match for this creature. Here's what we'll do. We'll retreat to the Hongmeng Pagoda first. We previously hunted 5 7th-star 5th grade beasts. I'll give you a high-grade Yit of the 5th grade later. Try using it to break through to the 7th star. I'll also go into seclusion to see if I can improve further, Su Pingyan said. Yes, boss, Bai Suzu replied excitedly. She even accidentally leaked some energy, drawing the attention of the triple-headed creature. Quick on the uptake, Su Pingyan immediately sealed Bai Suzu into the Hongmeng Pagoda and followed her inside. Just a second later, a 3-headed Zhao-like beast appeared at the exact spot where Su Pingyan had stood moments before. It sniffed around, showing a rare expression of intelligent confusion. After waiting for a while without sensing anything unusual, it returned to its previous position, coiled up again, and fell back into slumber. Inside the cultivation space of the Hongmeng Pagoda. That was close. Nearly got discovered. Su Pingyan exhaled, patting his chest in relief. Then, after keeping the core essence of the 5th grade beasts, Su Pingyan refined all the remaining beast flesh into it. He eventually obtained approximately 430,000 drops of low-grade Yit, 6,411 drops of mid-grade Yit, and 14 drops of high-grade Yit, all 5th grade. He gave the entire 14 drops of high-grade Yit to Bai Suzu and handed over 3,000 some drops of low-grade and 411 drops of mid-grade Yit as well to Qingyang. The rest were all for himself. 1 drop of low-grade Yit entered his body, transforming into a torrent of terrifying energy. Unfortunately, it was completely absorbed and neutralized by Su Pingyan in less than a single breath's time. No good. Too weak, Su Pingyan frowned, immediately giving up on using the low-grade Yit and swallowing a drop of mid-grade Yit instead. This was slightly better, yet still insufficient. Only a few breaths later, it was already consumed. 1 more. Then, Su Pingyan took 100 drops of mid-grade Yit in 1 gulp. This time, the tidal wave of terrifying energy finally brought him a long-missed feeling of joy from cultivation progress. As time passed, Su Pingyan's cultivation base grew increasingly stable, his soul essence more solid, as though he were nearing the point of cracking out of his shell. Almost there. Sometime later, when only over 1,000 drops of mid-grade ring yate remained, boom, his body and spiritual sea resonated together. What little impurities were left in him were expelled outward, then dissipated into nothingness by his gong cheat. Break. Instantly, Su Pingyan felt his body and soul fuse into one, undergoing a kind of elevated transformation. Transcending. Is this what transcending feels like? Su Pingyan marveled at the changes happening within. His blood turned purplish golden, sacred and extraordinary. His physical body became like golden muscles and jade bones, perfectly attuned to the ambient spiritual energy of heaven and earth. His mind merged with the cosmos, interwoven with it completely. Transcendence. This really is an entirely different experience. Su Pingyan couldn't help but smirk slightly. Reborn twice, he had reached, for the first time, such a high cultivation level and the sensation of transcending. Even the world he saw now seemed different, exceptionally clear, no longer blurred and vague. Barely resisting the urge to immediately rush out and fight the triple-headed Zhao, Su Pingyan continued consuming mid-grade ring yate of the 5th grade to stabilize his newfound strength. When all the ling yate was completely assimilated, not only was his foundation stabilized, but his power had also progressed further, now nearly reaching the middle of the initial stage of the Transcendence realm. Hongmeng, how strong am I right now? Su Pingyan asked. Master, your current base battle power should be on par with a late 9th star of 5th grade. Once you fully master your strength, you will be able to rival a full 9th star being of 5th grade. With all your techniques, you'll be invincible below 6th grade, Hongmeng answered. Oh, so I cannot defeat a beast of the early 1st star of 6th grade. Su Pingyan said in surprise. Master, if the difficulty of breaking through from the 1st to the 3rd star is rated as 1, then the difficulty of advancing from the 3rd to the 4th star is at least 5. The challenge of progressing from the 4th to the 5th star would skyrocket to at least 2 or 300. Breaking through from the 5th to the 6th star would be at least 5,000, and the difficulty of advancing from the 6th to the 7th star would be no less than 100,000. The higher you go, the more exponentially difficult the breakthroughs become. Not only does the difficulty increase exponentially, but so does the power gap between realms. If the gap between a late 9th star 4th grade and an early 1st star 5th grade is 1 kilometer, then the gap between a late 9th star 5th grade and an early 1st star 6th grade would be at least 7 or 8 kilometers. The distance between a late 9th star 6th grade and an early 1st star 7th grade would be exaggerated to over 100 kilometers, or even more, Hongmeng explained. With such a vivid description from Hongmeng, Su Pingyan gained a general understanding of the power level of the 6th grade. After all, in his previous life, he had never encountered such powerful beings. That flying golden light sword and the giant red eye, he didn't know their exact cultivation levels, but they were definitely more terrifying than his current strength. At the very least, they were at the 6th grade, or even 7th grade. The divine realm was not impossible. Never mind all that for now. Take it slow. I will eventually catch up to them. Su Pingyan calmed himself and then ordered, Hongmeng, prepare some 5th grade late 9th star Hisog for me. I'm going into the trial space to cultivate. Yes, master. Inside the trial space, on a massive platform, stood a triple-headed Zhao right in front of Su Pingyan, an even more powerful beast, reaching the level of late 9th star 5th grade, stronger than the creature outside. Breaking star finger. Instantly, Su Pingyan transformed into a streak of light and vanished from his spot. The triple-headed Zhao was no pushover either. The moment Su Pingyan attacked, it moved as well. Though it had 3 heads, it was extremely fast, narrowly dodging Su Pingyan's attack. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out a sword chi, shooting towards Su Pingyan. F***CK. Su Pingyan hadn't expected the triple-headed Zhao's attack and almost fell into its trap. Fortunately, his reaction speed was quick. He sidestepped just in time, and the sword chi barely missed him, passing through his hair and nearly wounding him. After this experience, Su Pingyan became more cautious, but his fighting spirit hadn't dropped in the least. In fact, he grew even more determined. About 20 minutes later, Su Pingyan landed a breaking star finger on one of the beast's heads. Boom, a loud noise rang out, and one of the heads exploded instantly. When one is weakened, strike decisively. Su Pingyan naturally did not miss this opportunity. Soon, he replicated the same technique, shattering the remaining 2 heads and killing the beast completely. With this experience gained from battle, in the following rounds, Su Pingyan grew faster and faster in his ability to kill the triple-headed Zhao's. After about a dozen rounds, he had already mastered the ability to kill an opponent within 3 minutes. Chapter 242, Leaving the Tower. Hongmeng, assign me some other types of late-stage 5th grade 9-star fierce beasts, Su Pingyan commanded. The reason he could kill the 3-headed Zhao more and more quickly was not only because of his increasing control over his body, but also due to his growing familiarity with this particular opponent, understanding its weaknesses, strengths, and so on. Okay, master. Following that, Su Pingyan engaged in battles with dozens of different types of late-stage 5th grade 9-star fierce beasts. At first, it would take him more than 10 minutes to defeat an unfamiliar beast, but eventually, even against new foes, he could end the fight within a minute. Hongmeng, send 10 at once. Su Pingyan waved his hand. 10 minutes later, F***K, he muttered after being ambushed and killed in the last fight. Again, dying truly felt awful, but it also calmed him even more. The battles continued, and Su Pingyan's practical combat abilities visibly improved. Late-stage 5th grade 9-star fierce beasts gradually became obsolete to him, easily crushed under his might. Facing late-stage 5th grade 9-star peak fierce beasts, he also evolved from an initially flustered performance to eventually handling them with effortless ease. Just as Hong Meng had initially stated, once he completely mastered his body, he could stand up against peak 5th grade 9-star fierce beasts. However, that only meant he could resist them. He couldn't yet kill them. Breaking Star Finger Break. Not sure how much time had passed, Su Ping'an's Breaking Star Finger breakthrough again, with its power significantly increasing. Boom! An Emperor Dragon Beast, at the peak of 5th grade 9-star, exploded instantly before his eyes, undoubtedly dead. Ha ha ha, it's perfected. Su Ping'an laughed aloud to the sky. In his joy, Su Ping'an pulled out a 7th grade spiritual artifact sword and deliberately trained his heaven-cutting sword technique until reaching its perfected level, and later he enhanced the Break Army 8 formulas to ultimate perfection as well before finally stopping. His combat power soared dramatically after upgrading all 3 martial techniques, and even the peak stage 5th grade 9-star fierce beasts were now crushed effortlessly before him. Hong Meng, do you have any fierce beasts equivalent to half a step into 6th grade? Su Ping'an asked. Master, there's no concept of half a step, but there are those that have 1 foot already in the 6th grade without a complete breakthrough. Their combat power is at least half of an early 6th grade 1-star fierce beast. Moreover, some extraordinary sacred beasts in this stage can reach nearly 80 or 90%, almost approaching true 6th grade might, Hong Meng replied. Good, set me up to fight one such opponent. Let's call it half-step 6th grade from now on in my case, Su Ping'an said. All right, master. Hong Meng did not object. After all, Su Ping'an currently had an ample supply of spirit stones. Although they were only low-grade spirit stones, as long as there wasn't extensive battlefield transformation or deploying a large number of 5th grade fierce beasts, it was manageable. The next moment, on the golden arena, a terrifying Qiongqi appeared before Su Ping'an's eyes. Fight! Clutching his spiritual artifact sword, Su Ping'an initiated the attack himself. Heaven-cutting sword technique. Breaking Star Finger. Human and beast moved as streaks of light, so fast that ordinary eyes couldn't see their battles, as if both had vanished from the arena. In reality, they had already exchanged hundreds of moves. Die. Boom. Finally, the two separated, and Su Ping'an couldn't help himself, coughing out a mouthful of blood. This brought him some relief. He had been injured in the fight, and quite severely. Certainly, his opponent wasn't in good shape either, marked with several sword cuts, and missing a claw, looking quite pitiful. Again, the beast and man kept fighting continuously for 2 days and 2 nights, and finally, Su Ping'an gained a slight upper hand and successfully killed the beast, though he himself was practically on the verge of total exhaustion. Without the miraculous life source stone, he likely would have died too, making this a mutual destruction scenario. Is this my current combat limit, excluding the God-slaying spear? Su Ping'an murmured softly. No, absolutely not. Immediately, Su Ping'an's fighting spirit surged. After recovering, he challenged again, fairly switching opponents to another fierce beast. Not sure how much time passed, but he fought endlessly and ferociously. His comprehension of Breaking Star Finger, Heaven-Cutting Sword Technique, and Break Army 8 formulas deepened further, and he gained new insights into the understanding of the laws of the world, gradually capable of mobilizing his full power and harmonizing all martial techniques perfectly. His combat ability improved again, not drastically obvious, but enough now to kill a half-step 6th grade fierce beast possessing 50% of 6th grade might within 2 hours. A major progress indeed. Let me try using the God-slaying spear now. This time was even easier. He killed his opponent in less than 100 moves. Facing a half-step 6th grade opponent with 80% of 6th grade combat power, he could kill it within half a day. Facing an opponent with 90% combat power of half-step 6th grade, he fought for 5 full days and nights before barely defeating it. 6th grade, huh? Su Ping'an shook his head, not planning to continue challenging true 6th grade fierce beasts. Not that he couldn't beat them. If he continuously used the vitality energy from the life source stone to recover during battle, and used the God-slaying spear's bloodthirsty ability, he could resist an early 6th grade 1-star fierce beast. Of course, that was just resisting. He definitely couldn't kill it, because the opponent would run away. This was the arena, where beasts were set to fight to the death. But the outside world was different. When facing a life or death crisis, fierce beasts might flee for survival. Therefore, for now, he could only stand his ground against an early 6th grade 1-star fierce beast, without falling into a disadvantage. Just as Su Ping'an had thought, Hong Meng spoke up at this moment. Master, you may exit now. Continuing the trial will not bring much benefit. Currently, you have already reached the strongest combat power achievable at this realm. Su Ping'an nodded slightly. He had thought the same. Oh, by the way, how are Suyu and Qingyang doing? Su Ping'an asked. Reporting to Master, Suyu has successfully advanced to the early stage of 5th grade 7-star, and has completed the trial in the training space. She has reached the peak of cultivation, with her current strongest combat power being 5th grade 8-star peak. Qingyang's cultivation has advanced to the late stage of 5th grade 4-star, and he has also completed the trials inside the training space. His current strongest combat power is the late stage of 5th grade 5-star. Hong Meng reported. Not bad. Su Ping'an nodded with satisfaction, though he did not summon them out. After all, facing the 3-headed Jiao, even if they came out, they wouldn't be able to handle it. It still had to rely on Su Ping'an himself. Leaving the Hong Meng Tower, Su Ping'an reappeared at the original place. He didn't hide his aura, and in an instant, the 3-headed Jiao was startled awake again. It opened its eyes, staring viciously at Su Ping'an, and the next second, had already appeared before him. Chapter 243, ruins of an ancient city. Su Pingyan quickly moved even farther away, with the beast chasing closely behind. Man and beast, one pursuing and one fleeing, soon left the pile of rubble about 50 kilometers behind. Su Pingyan had no intention of damaging the ancient teleportation formation in their battle. It would be a loss, not a gain. Even though he was confident he could defeat the opponent in one move, he still chose the most cautious method. Die. Su Pingyan hissed, stretching out his finger. Before the three-headed Zhao could react, he pressed it against the beast's forehead. There was only a small hole, no explosion, but the beast was dead, for the star-piercing finger had shattered its soul directly. With a hunglong sound, the giant body of the three-headed Zhao collapsed onto the ground, instantly lifeless. What a pity. You're only of top-tier bloodline. If you had been a divine beast, I would have kept you. Su Pingyan shook his head slightly and immediately absorbed the corpse on the ground. Divine and saint-level bloodlines were extremely rare and not easily encountered. Su Pingyan understood this well. He glanced toward the direction of the teleportation formation ruins, his body vanishing instantly. When he reappeared, he was already over 10 kilometers away. After 3 more consecutive teleportations, he returned to the pile of rubble at the ancient teleportation array site. Physical cultivation strengthens the body, chi cultivation enhances internal energy, and marrow cleansing refines the essence and marrow. These were the first 3 foundational stages, all still considered human. The transformation into immortality stage marked the first hint of transcendent power, such as projecting one's spiritual sense via voice or brief flight. At the immortal stage, every movement displayed supernatural power. Within one's spiritual perception range lay one's domain. Transmission of voice and flight were the most basic skills. One could control objects, like flying swords, or teleport, summon wind blades, manipulate fire or water, each effortlessly achieved. At this level, one was completely separated from ordinary mortals and could no longer be considered the same species. Currently, Su Pingyan had reached the early first layer of the immortal realm. His domain spanned about 13 kilometers. Within that range, he could teleport at will and effortlessly strike down someone even 10 kilometers away. It was like a light source. The core area was the brightest, while the light grew dimmer with increasing distance until it vanished completely. Spiritual perception was much the same. The central zone was one's domain. Beyond that, the spiritual sense could still have some effect, vague detection or voice projection, but the ability to manipulate objects or kill from afar, let alone teleport, was no longer possible. After expanding his spiritual perception, Su Pingyan tested his limits briefly and found they reached about 60 kilometers. Beyond that, everything became hazy and undetectable. Standing before the pile of rubble, he released his spiritual perception, scanning the entire surrounding area. This should be the ruins of an ancient city. A pity it's been so long. Most traces have already been erased by time. But, from his spiritual perception scan, Su Pingyan gained a rough understanding of the place. Underneath the pile of rubble about 10 meters down lay an ancient city ruin. What lay within remained to be seen after excavation. If that's the case, the area beneath the earlier teleportation formation ruins may have been a city as well. Only, I hadn't advanced far enough before, and my spiritual perception hadn't solidified to this degree. That's why I couldn't detect it. Su Pingyan mused inwardly. Even now, though his spiritual perception could cover 13 kilometers above ground and in the sky, underground its range diminished significantly, reaching less than 20 meters, and even that was exhausting. I wonder if this is a limitation of this world, or whether the Earth itself possesses some special quality that weakens spiritual perception so drastically. Su Pingyan furrowed his brows slightly. But this was not the time to ponder such things. He simply reached out and pulled all the teleportation formation materials out from the pile of rubble, then carefully examined the base formation. The damage wasn't too severe, and he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Heaven and Earth Cauldron, this is up to you now. See if you can reforge them. Su Pingyan handed all the materials to the Chinquan Cauldron. Master, we're still missing some starlight stones and orichalcum. Heaven and Earth Cauldron replied. Will this be enough? Su Pingyan took out some materials and asked. Enough. That's good. Su Pingyan finally smiled slightly, his mood improving. Shortly after, Heaven and Earth Cauldron had reforged several damaged modules. Su Pingyan then made modifications to the teleportation array. About half an hour later, the formation was completely restored. If you ask why Su Pingyan didn't simply collect all the formation modules and build them elsewhere, it wasn't that simple. Firstly, teleportation arrays couldn't be constructed just anywhere. One had to choose an appropriate location, a place where space was inherently weak, and also a node where spiritual energy gathered. Only by meeting both conditions could one set up a teleportation formation. Therefore, the correct procedure is to first have the teleportation formation and then build the city around it. That was how it should be done. Though inconvenient, that was exactly what the Jade Slip had stated, and Su Pingyan could do nothing about it. Nor did he know whether there might be any alternative methods. Activate. Su Pingyan inserted an irregularly shaped low-grade spirit stone, displaying a remaining balance of over 146 tails, then activated the formation with a thought. Boom. Just as before, after the Ringshu shields on both sides began spinning rapidly, a column of green light shot up into the sky and then vanished. The shields stopped spinning, and the teleportation formation was officially activated. Su Pingyan stepped onto the formation and raised his head to look at the star map floating above the sky. Just as I expected, there are 2 more dim stars. It seems this teleportation array was originally connected to 3 other arrays, making it a small node. No wonder there were city ruins nearby. Su Pingyan mused inwardly. If that's the case, then the previous teleportation formation only showed one star, meaning it was only connected to here. That must be the edge of the network. There probably won't be city ruins there anymore. Forget it, thinking about it won't help. I'll find out when I go back. He looked at the star map again, memorizing the positions of the two faint stars, and finally had time to think about other matters. Come to think of it, how far am I from the alien civilization now? How far am I from the portal? A sudden thought struck Su Pingyan. Since he had met Qingyang, his route had changed. Su Pingyan quickly recalled the path he had taken in his mind. Soon, a new route map formed in his mind and compared it to the original path toward the alien world he had remembered. He quickly figured everything out. The first teleportation formation is about 620 kilometers from the portal. The difference shouldn't be more than 3 kilometers. The second teleportation formation is over 800 kilometers away from the first one. However, since this place is slightly off the route I had originally planned, the straight line distance from here to the portal should be approximately. Chapter 244, Divine Demise Mountain Range. Around 1,350 kilometers, approximately that distance. Distance to the alien civilization? If it's the Wei Kingdom from my previous life, it's roughly around 1,100 kilometers. However, the nearest restricted zone edge should be only more than 800 kilometers away. Su Pingyan made a few calculations and fell into deep thought. Now 2 choices lay before him. Continue to the familiar Wei Kingdom, or head to another unfamiliar location. Compared to my previous life, I've come back at least 10 years earlier. By this time, the Wei Kingdom might no longer be the same one I once knew. So whether or not I go there isn't the key issue. Moreover, my current strength has improved drastically. I've already reached the superb realm, unrivaled below the heaven and earth stage. Even in the Wei Kingdom, there are very few people capable of threatening me now. Those ancient immortals usually won't come out unless something extreme happens. As long as I don't draw too much attention to myself, I should be fine. Also, the neighboring countries surrounding Wei Kingdom seem to have comparable strengths. Unless something unexpected happens, no matter which country I go to, I will be safe. After considering these factors, Su Pingyan felt much more at ease. In the 10,000 Kingdoms continent, the Wei Kingdom was merely a small country, its strongest known expert only at the first stage of heaven and earth realm. As for whether there were hidden old monsters, that remained uncertain. In his opinion, it was very likely. Oh right, what about the other 2 teleportation array ruins? Thinking of this, Su Pingyan overlapped the positions of these teleportation arrays with the map in his memory and immediately showed a delighted expression. They're both on the edges of the 2 teleportation array ruins. One was about 850 kilometers away, and the other was about 900 kilometers. The one located 850 kilometers away was closer to the Wei Kingdom, only about 200 kilometers from the kingdom's border. The teleportation array 900 kilometers away could be on the Wei Kingdom's border or in other countries. Since Su Pingyan had never visited that area in his previous life, he couldn't be certain. Besides, it had already been a long time since he last remembered this information. Whether wars had broken out between these 2 countries or their territories had changed, he didn't know. These were all unknown variables. After contemplating for a while, Su Pingyan gradually made a decision in his heart. However, just at that moment, a green light flickered from the teleportation array, and a figure appeared before him. "Boss, I missed you so much." It was Chihua, who immediately ran towards Su Pingyan with excitement. "Stay." Su Pingyan immediately froze him in place and prevented him from getting closer, then asked, "How did you get here?" "Boss, weren't you saying this was a teleportation array, capable of long-range transmission? And you weren't searching for the next teleportation array's location? When I saw another star lit up on the star chart on the array, I guessed that you must have already secured this place, so I came over to take a look." Chihua said nonstop, completely unaffected by being immobilized. "Aren't you afraid of the danger?" Su Pingyan was at a loss with him. If it were himself, he would never dare to use an array to teleport to an unknown location without verification. If someone had set up a trap on the other side, as soon as he entered, they could shut down the array and he'd be caught like a fish in a pond. "With you around, how could I ever be in danger?" Chihua replied excitedly, completely unaware of the potential danger. "Boss, where are the big sister and that little brother?" Chihua looked around and asked. Although Chihua talked a lot and had an overly bold personality, his arrival indirectly proved the teleportation array was stable and functional. With a wave of Su Pingyan's hand, Bai Susu appeared beside him. "Susu, you stay here and guard this teleportation array." Su Pingyan directly gave Bai Susu a command without engaging Chihua further. "Yes, boss." Bai Susu obeyed obediently, much less talkative than that Chihua fellow. "Chihua, return to the previous teleportation array site and guard it properly. If anything goes wrong, I'll hold you responsible," Su Pingyan said sternly. "Boss, why don't I just stay here with big sister? Anyway, I can easily return through the array." Chihua tried to negotiate. "If a real problem occurs, how will you come back?" No discussion. Su Pingyan flatly refused. Although hundreds of kilometers was not a big distance for them, capable of being traversed in a short time if rushed, they still required some time. Who knew what kind of situations might arise? Su Pingyan was always quite cautious by nature. "Well then, I guess I'm pitiful," Chihua muttered, but seeing Su Pingyan's unfriendly look, he immediately chose to teleport away. "At least you ran fast enough." Su Pingyan chuckled with a light curse. "I'll be right back," Su Pingyan said to Bai Susu before turning and quickly walking away. As for why he didn't use instantaneous movement or fly, because he had already entered the most dangerous part of this restricted zone. All around were high-level 5th stage ferocious beasts, and he might encounter 6th stage or even higher-level beasts at any moment. He had to suppress his aura and proceed with extreme caution. Moving forward in secrecy, whenever he encountered fifth-stage beasts or packs of beasts, he would end the battle swiftly. If things seemed unwinnable, he would immediately detour and avoid confrontation altogether. When sensing danger, he would reroute. Like this, after traveling for more than a day, a massive mountain range towering over 10,000 meters appeared before his eyes. At the sight of the mountain range, Su Pingyan didn't show fear or surprise. Instead, excitement surfaced on his face. I'm finally here again. Indeed, the alien civilization lay beyond this mountain. This enormous mountain separated the alien civilization from the restricted plain. Since this mountain range could isolate two regions, it was obvious that it wasn't an ordinary place. Within it were not only countless venomous insects and fierce beasts, but also toxic miasma that would terrify humans from the other world. It was known as the Divine Demise Miasma, rumored to be deadly even to cultivators at the Divine Realm who inhaled it, which made this place a forbidden land for humans. This massive mountain range also had a grand name in the other world, Divine Demise Mountain Range. Legend told that a great battle of gods once took place here, with numerous deities perishing. Some claim the entire mountain range was formed from the divine bodies of these fallen gods. Of course, these were just legends. The truth remained unknown even to Su Pingyan. I wonder how dangerous the Divine Demise Miasma is now. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Su Pingyan couldn't help but sigh. The Divine Demise Miasma had begun gradually dispersing when the teleportation portal was activated, and its threat was steadily decreasing. In his previous life, when the Blue Star humans explored this place, it was nearly 10 years later. By then, Divine Demise Mountain only posed a threat from venomous insects and fierce beasts. The danger of the miasma had almost completely vanished, so much so that even body-tempering cultivators could survive within the mountain for 2 or 3 days before being poisoned. As for cultivators at the Qi cultivation stage, it had practically no effect at all. Chapter 245, Retreating. I have the Life Essence Stone protecting me. I should be fine. Thinking this, Su Pingyan released his Gongqi Jog and stepped into the Godfall Mountains. He took a path that, in his previous life, had been relatively unexplored by others, with lesser threats of toxic miasma, venomous insects, and ferocious beasts. As soon as he entered the Godfall Mountains, Su Pingyan didn't feel much, but after walking less than a kilometer, he began to sense toxins corroding his Gongqi Jia. Fortunately, the corrosion wasn't too severe and had minimal effect on him. Nonetheless, he didn't quicken his pace. His main purpose this time was reconnaissance, to search for the most suitable passage, not to rush through. Following his danger senses, he left markers along the way as he ventured deeper. After walking nonstop for 2 full days and nights, killing numerous venomous insects and beasts during that time, his Gongqi Jiao remained steady due to his profound Gongqi and the Life Essence Stone continuously replenishing his spiritual energy. ZZ. However, the next moment, the surface of Su Pingyan's Gongqi Jiao, nearly solidified from its density, began bubbling like water droplets hitting a hot pan. Shit, why did the toxicity increase so drastically here? Su Pingyan silently cursed, then took a few steps back, which immediately made things better. It looks like I'll have to take another path. After just a few seconds of contemplation, Su Pingyan decided to turn back and pick another route. Unfortunately, after walking a distance, the ZZ sound came again. Su Pingyan immediately retreated a few steps. After repeating this several times, he quickly discerned the pattern. It's the altitude. No matter which path I take, once I reach a certain elevation, the toxicity suddenly spikes. I've just passed the halfway point of the mountain, around 8,000 meters above sea level. This must be the threshold. Su Pingyan mused inwardly. The Godfall Mountains had an average elevation of over 10,000 meters, with the highest point reaching about 150,000 meters. Of course, Su Pingyan wouldn't go to the absolute summit. Even in his previous life, when the toxicity had lessened, people still chose a lower elevation path, and he was no exception. The route he was taking had a maximum elevation of about 11,300 meters, not the lowest possible, but close, just under 100 meters higher than the lowest point. It wasn't that he didn't want to go lower. The lowest elevation area was inconvenient to pass through, so it was better to stick with the current path. It's a shame I can't use spiritual perception here. The Godfall miasma corrodes spiritual energy even stronger, polluting the soul and damaging one's foundation. Otherwise, I could have teleported across the entire mountain range in the blink of an eye. Su Pingyan muttered in his mind. Teleportation belonged to the category of spatial abilities, requiring spiritual perception to open a space passage. Without being able to extend his perception, he couldn't teleport at all. This was a huge limitation. And spiritual perception, especially for cultivators at the transcendent body realm, was quite weak, much more fragile than physical strength. If even the physical body couldn't pass through normally, spiritual perception naturally couldn't either, considering the physical body at least had the protection of the Gongqi Jiao, while spiritual perception had none. But precisely because it can corrode even the soul of an expert at the divine realm, this barrier exists to separate the two sides. Otherwise, with such a vast plane on this side, it would have already been developed by outsiders. For humans of Blue Star, this situation had both advantages and disadvantages. There are still more than 3,000 meters left to the peak, and that's not even counting the other side of the mountain. It's quite a distance. At this moment, Su Pingyan hesitated. Should he go ahead or not? Maybe he should wait a while longer, until the toxicity subsides further, before making contact with the other civilization. Through these 2 days of scouting, he had already gained a much better understanding of the current Godfall Mountains. For example, the toxicity at the foot of the mountain has decreased the most. As long as one has reached the marrow-washing realm and possesses a Gangqi Jiao, one can come here, although they can only endure for a few breaths at most. Only cultivators at the Transformation Foundation Realm 9th Star, True Perfection stage, can survive here for more than a day. To live unimpeded by the toxins here, one must at least be at the Transcendent Body Realm. This was Su Pingyan's current assessment of the foot of the Godfall Mountains. And cultivators who had reached the Transcendent Body Realm were already extremely rare, even in the other civilizations. At the mountain's waist, cultivators would need to be at least at the 9th Star True Perfection stage of the Transcendent Body Realm to barely survive for an hour or two. I estimate only those reaching the Mountain River Realm could survive for more than a day here. To be completely unaffected by the toxicity, one would likely need to be at the Advanced Mountain River Realm or even the Celestial Ascension Realm. Su Pingyan guessed inwardly. Only guesses, because his current cultivation hadn't reached that level. Without the support of the Life Essence Stone, even though his spiritual energy was abundant, more enduring than ordinary transcendent body experts, he wouldn't be able to survive here for long either. Also, the location where he currently stood was a little above the waist of the mountain, yet still some distance away from the summit. I was only able to reach this point because the Life Essence Stone continuously replenished my spiritual energy. Ordinary people wouldn't have time to recover their spiritual energy before their Gangqi Jiao were corroded away. Once the Gangqi Jiao is gone and the physical body comes into direct contact with the toxic miasma, survival would be impossible. Su Pingyan mentally made this assessment. The portal to the White Elephant Kingdom had only been open for 2 or 3 months, and already the toxicity of the miasma had dropped to this level. If given another 1 or 2 years, experts with Mountain River Realm cultivation, or even those at the Transcendent Body Realm, would likely be able to cross the Godfall Mountains. Forget it, there's no need to rush right now. It's unnecessary to take such a risk at this time, and it would also waste too much life energy from the Life Essence Stone. After thinking things through, Su Pingyan wasted no time and quickly retraced his steps back. In less than half an hour, he had already exited the Godfall Mountains and reached a safe zone. Climbing the mountain had mainly been for reconnaissance, which consumed a lot of time, but returning was unnecessary. The most important thing right now is to continue improving my cultivation. Only by enhancing my strength can I deal with any unknown threats. Su Pingyan couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection. Thus, Su Pingyan arrived at the area most active with 5th-tier fierce beasts and began his own hunting. After all, cultivating to a higher level required a vast amount of resources. Originally, he had intended to obtain a large amount of resources through trading with the foreign civilization, but now he could only obtain them from fierce beasts, the fastest way currently available. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, the half-month deadline agreed upon between China and the White Elephant Kingdom had already arrived, and China no longer had any reason to continue blocking the citizens of the White Elephant Kingdom from entering the portal. In a large conference room beside the President's office of the White Elephant Kingdom, designated for receiving foreign guests. At the moment, Old Immortal and Ambassador Wang sat across from each other inside, their expressions extremely serious, seemingly discussing something important. Ambassador Wang, the half-month period has already ended, Old Immortal reminded solemnly. Chapter 246, True. Infrastructure Mega Man. Ambassador Wang nodded his head. Mr. President, please rest assured. I just received news that the defense line on the other side of the portal has already been completed. We just inspected it, and there are no issues. Your country can smoothly pass through the portal later to receive the section that belongs to you. What do you mean? What do you mean by our section? President Xian frowned slightly. Mr. President, haven't we already divided it up previously? We occupy 25%, which starts from the portal itself. Therefore, 1/4 of it belongs to us. Ambassador Wang reminded. President Xian was about to argue when he was interrupted by Ambassador Wang. Mr. President, your country wouldn't possibly be trying to back out on the agreement? President Xian took a deep breath. He knew that at the moment, the portal was still under Huaxia's control. If Huaxia refused to let them pass, they couldn't proceed at all. Domestic public opinion had already become inflamed. They couldn't afford to wait any longer. The original half-month deadline was already known domestically, and had already stretched their patience to the limit. If they continued with such petty arguments and still couldn't gain access, he could resign immediately. It would be impossible to maintain control any longer. How could that be, Ambassador Wang? Rest assured. Our White Elephant Nation has always honored its word. President Xian changed his expression and smiled broadly. You honor your word? Ambassador Wang inwardly muttered in mockery. Nonetheless, outwardly he smiled and said, Good then. Mr. President, today's main purpose is to discuss how many people each of our countries should arrange to enter the other world. I imagine this is also the matter most important to your side, right? Ambassador Wang said smiling. That goes without saying. President Xian nodded and continued. We plan to mobilize 3 million troops to enter the other world. Ambassador Wang furrowed his brow slightly. That many? Although the other open portals were also increasing their manpower continuously, up until now, the Beihai Island portal had only sent in 5 million people total into the conquest of the other world, while the old Pyramid Nation's portal had even fewer, only 3 million people who had entered. This had been achieved after a long period of accumulation. He hadn't expected that the White Elephant Nation would have such a big appetite, wanting to send so many people all at once. Our White Elephant Nation may not have much else, but we have plenty of people. President Xian smiled as he glanced at Ambassador Wang. This was a subtle reminder to Ambassador Wang. The White Elephant Nation was now the most populous country in the world. Huaxia was merely a thing of the past. Furthermore, as time passed, the the population gap between the two countries would only widen further. Although Huaxia had already begun encouraging childbearing, it would take time to see results. Meanwhile, the White Elephant Nation, which had ceased population controls, had also begun encouraging larger families. None of the global leaders were fools. Facing such a vast other world, they all understood that population would be the most critical factor moving forward, and policies encouraging childbirth were already being implemented in their respective countries. However, whether these policies had any effect remained unknown. For now, it was simply too soon to tell. All right, we have no objections. We will soon arrange for 1 million of our people to go through, Ambassador Wang said. Upon hearing this, President Xian's expression stiffened, visibly displeased, as though he had swallowed a fly. Despite expecting this result, hearing it made him feel quite unwell. In their eyes, Huaxia was a threat. Allowing 1 million of Huaxia's troops to openly march into White Elephant Nation territory was something they couldn't even dream of before. Very well. Your country can make the arrangements gradually. However, our people must have priority entry, President Xian replied. As the host nation, naturally you have the right of priority entry. However, it cannot be that you have completely entered before we can start. It should be arranged that your country sends 3 groups while we send 1 group alternately, Ambassador Wang suggested. Your country will require time to mobilize your troops here. Are we simply supposed to wait idly by? President Xian countered. Naturally not. During the current transition period, your country can enter, but once our people arrive, things must proceed this way. Moreover, your country cannot under any pretext prevent our people from entering your territory, otherwise it will be considered a breach of contract. Ambassador Wang reminded him. President Xian took a deep breath and said firmly, fine. At least they could enter first. They had already been waiting impatiently. Their 3 million troops were already assembled and stationed by the portal, ready to enter at any moment. At the portal's entrance, White Elephant Nation's designated inspectors had already arrived. All right, the agreed-upon time has arrived. Your side may now enter to inspect our construction work, said the portal personnel in charge. Humph. The White Elephant inspection team responded with obvious dissatisfaction. However, when they reached the portal entrance, they hesitated slightly, swallowed hard, and began to sweat slightly, clearly showing signs of unease. After all, they still remembered what had happened to themselves and the Sam Nation, who knew whether Huaxia had been truthful with them or not. If there were vicious beasts on the other side, their slim arms and legs wouldn't even last 1 bite. Esteemed representative, the time has come. The staff member couldn't help but remind them. The White Elephant Nation's inspection team knew that the president was watching them via video. They absolutely couldn't appear too afraid, or else they would lose face for the entire White Elephant Nation, and his political career would come to an end. Letting out a deep breath, the group quickly stepped through the portal. Upon arriving on the other side, it felt like they had entered an entirely different world. Everything appeared completely new and unfamiliar. First, the inspectors implemented some defensive measures. However, when they saw that there were no vicious beasts on the other side, only some Huaxia personnel, they finally relaxed, adjusting their uniforms slightly and straightening their backs. Only now did they have time to carefully examine the surrounding environment. Weren't they supposed to build a circular defense line? What are these 2 walls? The inspector questioned in confusion. Esteemed representative, don't forget, this 1/4 of the area belongs to Huaxia. These 2 walls on either side mark the boundary line. It's for preventing accidental border crossings later on, explained Commander Wang Tao of the Huaxia Construction Corps. Though slightly displeased, the inspector said nothing. He wasn't in a position to manage such matters. His job was simply to truthfully report what he saw. Everything else was none of his concern. Then, he led his team to inspect the defense wall. It was constructed remarkably well, just as they had agreed upon earlier, leaving him unable to find any faults whatsoever. When he climbed atop the city wall and looked outward, his gaze met an endless plain with no sign of vicious beasts anywhere. He was genuinely surprised. Could it be that there were never so many vicious beasts here in the first place? Had they been deceived? But that couldn't be right either. They had sent their own people in earlier, and people had died. To kill tens of thousands of vicious beasts surrounding the portal in such a short time, and to now present an outward appearance of complete safety without any sign of beasts, it already spoke volumes about Huaxia's might. After all, they had only dispatched 5,000 soldiers to accomplish this. Esteemed representative, is there any issue? Commander Wang Tao smiled and asked cheerfully. Chapter 247, The Inspector's Shock. The infrastructure level of your country indeed lives up to its reputation. Everything checks out. I will return immediately to report, the inspector said, almost impatiently. Although he also wanted to stay and enjoy the scenery of this other world. After all, it was his first time here. He had a mission to complete, and every additional moment spent here meant significant losses for his country. However, just as he turned to leave, something caught his attention out of the corner of his eye. Looking up, he suddenly inhaled sharply, pointing toward the distance in shock. What is that? It looks like there's a city over there. Does this mean there's another civilization in this world? The inspector's face flushed with excitement. Oh, that's the city we built. Since we'll be living here for a long time, we couldn't just sleep in the wilderness, right? Plus, with so many fierce beasts around, we needed a city with walls to feel safe enough to sleep peacefully at night, Wang Tao explained. They had completed the defensive line in under 3 days, and afterward, it was only a matter of letting the walls dry faster. They certainly wouldn't waste the remaining time. Later, after the 2 countries defined their territories, they started constructing cities within their respective domains. The city the inspector saw was merely the one closest to the portal. only a few kilometers away. Because it was near the portal, and to prevent the border walls from crossing into the other side, they had only built a level 1 city, capable of comfortably housing around 150,000 people, or up to 30,000 to 40,000 at maximum capacity. Beyond this city, further away, approximately 20 kilometers from the portal, a level 3 city was under construction and nearly completed. Once done, that city would be able to accommodate nearly 400,000 people. Wang Tao had just recently learned that White Elephant had already dispatched 3 million people for the first time. To avoid being at a disadvantage, China would need to send 1 million people, an unexpectedly large number even compared to their original plans. Otherwise, they would have built a level 4 city right away. Fortunately, it would still take time to mobilize troops and pass them through the portal, so they still had time to build more cities. When more construction units joined them, the pace of construction would accelerate even further. This place was a vast plain. Not only was it convenient for soldiers to build, but also many machines could be used here, making the efficiency extremely high. After all, it wasn't about constructing high-rise buildings, so the foundation work was very fast. SSS. The White Elephant inspector stared at Wang Tao as though he had seen a ghost, at a loss for words. The speed of China's development was just too terrifying. Still, to avoid embarrassment for his own country, he held himself back and continued. Everything checks out for the inspection. I'll go back and report now. He needed to hurry up and report the situation here. Please, feel free. Wang Tao replied cheerfully without further comment. In the presidential office of White Elephant Country, Old Immortal sat quietly listening to the inspector's report, surrounded by other high-ranking officials. They say China is an infrastructure maniac. Truly, their speed is extraordinary. One person remarked with emotion. Admitting another's strength takes courage, and that was rare. Mr. President, the Chinese have a point. When we go to the other world, we must occupy territory there. The soldiers cannot possibly go there in the day and return at night. That's simply unrealistic with such a large number of people. Therefore, we absolutely must build bases there. That's right. The area inside the defensive line is too small to accommodate many troops. Plus, we need space to place weapons like missiles. The space will be even tighter. We must expand outward as quickly as possible. Did Nanan say that there aren't many fierce beasts outside the defensive line now? It must be that the Chinese have already cleared them out. We should seize the opportunity to expand outward and build camps as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the beasts come back, we will face trouble. I think the Chinese city plan is a good idea. Since fierce beasts in this world remain a threat, no one would sleep peacefully in the wilderness. A few days may work, but in the long run, no one could endure that. But with cities, as long as someone stays on night watch, others can rest in peace. Building cities takes time. But the Chinese have already built one so quickly, and they didn't even have that many people. Why can't we do the same? Seeing the arguing crowd, Old Immortal finally had to intervene. Enough. People must go through, and cities must be built. There's no contradiction here. Since China is mobilizing troops within their country, we must hurry and send more people and machinery through. First, send the engineers in and prioritize city construction. Mr. President, what about the fierce beasts? Shouldn't we focus on hunting them? Someone asked. Have you all forgotten? According to our agreement, Huaxia still owes us a lot of fierce beast carcasses. It's time for them to fulfill their promise. Old Immortal reminded. President, you're brilliant. Everyone immediately brightened. It would also take time for them to process and utilize the fierce beast carcasses provided by Huaxia, so they might as well use this time to build cities as quickly as possible. Mr. President, the portal is still too small. Some large construction machinery probably cannot be transported through it. Someone voiced a concern. How did Huaxia manage without any machinery? Old Immortal frowned, clearly displeased. Wasn't this implying they couldn't keep up with the Chinese? That was exactly what he found most unbearable. Mr. President, the people Huaxia sent over are probably all super warriors. Their strength is great enough to replace the function of machinery, someone explained. What about our own super warriors? Send them over first to help out. As for machinery, send through whatever can fit through the portal for now, Old Immortal said, having no better solution to the issue. Of course, they didn't know that Huaxia actually possessed a treasure like the dimensional space box. Oh, right. Did you see the fierce beast carcasses on the other side when you went there? Old Immortal suddenly turned to the inspector, Anan. That's right. So many days have passed. Don't the carcasses start to rot by now? Someone else raised a concern. No, there are none inside the defensive line. But since they built a city, maybe they stored them there. The inspector replied somewhat uncertainly. But those carcasses are so massive in size, and there are about 80 to 90,000 of them. Does their city even have enough space to hold them all? Someone questioned. Anan swallowed hard and shook his head. I don't know. I didn't see them. Maybe, just maybe, they have underground storage facilities. Enough, you may go now. Old Immortal waved his hand dismissively. Anan instantly felt like he had been granted a pardon and quickly left the office. After obtaining a better understanding of the situation on the other side, White Elephant Country began mobilizing its forces. They started by sending over the few thousand super warriors they had domestically through the portal first, then prioritized the deployment of weapons along the first defensive line. Afterwards, under the guidance of engineers, they began constructing cities outside the defensive line. However, the occasional fierce beasts that slipped past still caused them some losses. Chapter 248: A choice between two options. Naturally, this kind of loss was acceptable for the current state of White Elephant Country. After all, it had already been cleared by Huaxia. It was difficult to find packs of fierce beasts near the portal, at least in the short term, unless they migrated from other areas. Inside the chief minister's office in the capital of Huaxia. Has the personnel mobilization been completed? The chief minister asked with concern. The first batch of 200,000 troops has already assembled at the border, replied a general. Never expected White Elephant Country to have such a big appetite, actually sending so many people at once, said an elder with a frown. If they had known in advance, they would have prepared more troops. Previously, they had only prepared 200,000. No worries, even if there are more people, they cannot all enter at once. Just now, we received news from the other side. The city is still under construction. By the time our people arrive, it can probably only accommodate 400,000. So for now, we'll send this number ahead. Once the rest of the cities are built, the remaining people can move in. There's no rush, the chief minister explained. Oh, by the way, how is Su Ping'an doing? Has he returned yet? The chief minister inquired with concern. No news yet, the secretary general said helplessly. Inform me the moment you receive any update, the chief minister ordered. Understood. Just at that moment, someone entered to report. Chief Minister, White Elephant Country has sent an official note, urging us to fulfill our promise and deliver the corpses of the fierce beasts. Ha, didn't expect them to be in such a hurry. One general laughed heartily. It's understandable. After all, White Elephant Country currently has very few cultivators, and their power level is rather weak. Without these fierce beast corpses from us, it would take them a very long time to make any significant progress there. Chief Minister, should we directly give them the corpses? Someone asked. Just give it to them. Huaxia does not stoop to such petty actions. The chief minister waved his hand dismissively. A few fierce beast corpses meant little to Huaxia. Their total hunting output had long surpassed that number. Ask them whether they want us to transport them from our homeland, directly through Earth here, or whether we hand them over directly in the other world. They can choose either way, the chief minister added. Yes, sir. Inside the president's office of White Elephant Country. What did Huaxia say? Old Immortal asked urgently. He was worried that Huaxia might stall with various excuses. In fact, he had already prepared contingency plans. If Huaxia deliberately delayed, they would set up obstacles to temporarily prevent Huaxia citizens from entering. Huaxia has presented two options. One is to transport the corpses from their homeland directly through Earth here, and the other is to hand them over directly in the other world. SSS. Everyone inhaled sharply upon hearing this, because from Huaxia's tone, they sensed an underlying implication. That Huaxia could gather such a large number of fierce beast corpses domestically at ease meant that Huaxia possessed even more of these corpses. It further meant that Huaxia had formidable reserves and strength. Seeing the fear in everyone's eyes, Old Immortal had to speak. It's okay. Huaxia is just a step ahead of us. The future remains uncertain. We have time and confidence to catch up. President is wise. Now what do you think of these two options? Which one should we choose? Old Immortal finally asked. President, I believe it is better to proceed through Earth here, since transportation methods here are plentiful, and we can get the fierce beast corpses quicker. We can use some for consumption while refrigerating the rest temporarily. As for transporting them directly from the other world, given how long it's been, those corpses may already have spoiled. Even if not, once we obtain them, we will have no way to preserve them, and they will inevitably spoil over time. If fierce beasts attack, we might be unable to protect all the corpses, since space within our defensive line is limited and cannot accommodate so much material, someone advised. I also agree with transporting through Earth. This way, we can observe the different species of fierce beasts provided by Huaxia. After all, once we reach the other world, we'll be able to hunt the local beasts ourselves, but it is difficult for us to obtain samples of beasts native to Huaxia. Precisely. This can also help determine whether any of these beasts do not originate from the known portals, further verifying whether there are any other portals within Huaxia's territory. Very true. I think we could proceed with both options. We could take a portion from the other world to serve as rations for our soldiers and enhance their strength. It will also reduce our transport burden, while the majority can still come through Earth here, someone suggested. That's a good idea. Let's tell Huaxia accordingly and see what they say. Old Immortal nodded. Yes, sir. Just as the two nations were discussing these important matters, spies from Sam Country already had wind of the news. In an instant, the High Ruler's office in Black Palace of Sam Country fell silent. The senior officials simply could not believe the information at first, but they knew this report could not be false. What do you think? George finally spoke up. White Elephant Country has already sent inspection personnel into the other world, and they've started deploying large troops to queue up for entry. All of this has been captured on video. It's obvious that Huaxia has truly activated the portal. The fierce beasts on the other side should have either been killed or driven away, Breen said helplessly. We already suspected how powerful Huaxia was. But what should we do next? George asked again. Hi, Commander. The cooperation between White Elephant Country and Huaxia cannot be changed anymore. This time, White Elephant Country directly sent 3 million troops into the other world. Obviously, they've bet heavily on this too, wanting to use the advantage of the large number of fierce beasts there to catch up with us nations, James stated. Don't they fear that all 3 million might be lost in there? Don't forget, White Elephant Country is currently the most populous country in the world. 3 million people may cripple other nations, but probably won't have much impact on White Elephant Country. Similarly, 3 million troops entering the other world can accomplish a lot. We shouldn't underestimate White Elephant Country. They will likely play a significant role on the international stage in the future. Judging from the situation we observed previously in White Elephant Country's world, the land there is plains. This is a treasure land indeed. A pity. Yes, a vast plain, immeasurably better than the desert on our side, someone said enviously. Unfortunately, they were no longer that unrivaled superpower they once were. Their decline had already begun, and the other world was crucial for their resurgence. Alright then, since we can't do anything about it, we'll just let it be for now. Perhaps we could ask Old Immortal if they'd be willing to sell us some fierce beast meat later. We have things they want, and a lot of them, especially military equipment, a bald general said. I guess that's all we can do, George replied. Chapter 249, Exploration License. Putting the White Elephant Kingdom aside for now, how is our mobilization going? Are the corporations willing to form mercenary legions to explore the other world? George asked with concern. Supreme Leader, as expected, no one objects. They all said that as long as the Supreme Leader pushes this policy forward, they will firmly stand by your side and ensure your re-election, Breen said excitedly. Each corporation had its own interests, previously on Earth, and now primarily in the other world. Previously, the benefits of the other world were controlled by the Federation and the military. Now that a portal has been discovered domestically, and George is willing to open it up to them, it's seen as a gesture of goodwill. Of course, they would reciprocate by supporting his re-election. Otherwise, who knows what unimaginable things that golden-haired one would do. After all, he couldn't be judged by normal standards. Good, excellent. In that case, let's auction off exploration licenses. This will help us recover a large sum of money to develop super soldiers. Additionally, all licensed corporations must pay regular taxes, and we will only accept monster meat as payment, George said excitedly. He believed that only by stimulating the greed of the corporations and all adventure-loving explorers could they achieve maximum profit from the other world, an approach definitely more beneficial than China's unified operations. He was convinced that they could catch up with China in the shortest time possible. Yes. Everyone was equally excited because they too were backed by various corporations, some of them even representing family-run corporations with their own hunting teams and adventurer groups. Supreme Leader, there shouldn't be any issues with the corporate side, but what about individual adventurers? Should we open unrestricted access or issue adventure licenses? Breen asked further. Upon hearing this, George smiled slightly and said, of course they need licenses as well. That will be a considerable source of income. Moreover, only those with licenses can gain access and purchase weapons officially. Most importantly, having licenses enables us to collect taxes based on them. He added with emphasis, the taxes must be paid in monster meat. Brilliant idea, Supreme Leader. This way, we can quickly accumulate a huge amount of funds. Whether to solve the current economic recession, advance technology, or boost military development, it will be extremely beneficial, said the Vice President, visibly excited. The moment a large number of adventurers emerge, they face life-threatening risks. To ensure their safety, they will spend every penny to stock up on weapons and survival supplies. We should focus our industrial transformation on military and survival-related industries, which will undoubtedly help our country's SAM rise again, even greater than before, one general commented. Exactly right. The Chinese approach is still too outdated. Our way is absolutely correct.